In the 118th year of the cataclysmic calendar, the awakening ceremony at Base 6 officially commenced. Hundreds of thousands of young people stood under the scorching sun, not one daring to complain. For after today, some would rise to the top, becoming combat geniuses groomed by the base, while others would be relegated to the bottom, their very survival dependent on the whims of others. Shen Xingyan was originally ranked first in the school's training, and everyone thought he could at least awaken a warrior, or even have a chance to break through to a rare profession. But when the white light curtain fell, the entire venue instantly fell silent. Occupation, farmer. The moment those two words appeared, all expectations were shattered. In this era ravaged by disasters, farmers are not a symbol of hope, but rather a label of worthlessness. While others awaken fire, lightning, and summon beasts, he is only fit to till the land. Just as the laughter was about to drown him out, a system panel that only he could see suddenly popped up in front of Shen Xingyan's eyes. The next second, he discovered that a skeleton had risen from his farmland. Little did Shen Xingyan know that this seemingly useless farming profession would soon transform into the most terrifying war machine in the entire base. 118 years ago, Earth suddenly expanded hundreds of times. Primal energy descended, causing catastrophic creatures to evolve wildly, nearly wiping out humanity and almost causing civilization to collapse. Only when the mysterious light barrier appeared did humanity gain the right to resist. Anyone over the age of 18 who passes through the light barrier can awaken their profession and talent. Those who successfully awaken can enter the star source world, absorb primal energy, and level up to become stronger. Those who fail to awaken can only accept their fate and remain forever at the bottom. Shen Xingyan absolutely cannot lose. 8 years ago, his parents disappeared during a disaster relief operation, and they are most likely dead outside the border, leaving him and his sister to depend on each other for survival. From the age of 10, he single-handedly supported his family and cared for his younger sister, Shen Xingyan. He trained relentlessly for 8 years to achieve this. His physical abilities were already at the school's maximum. All the teachers said that if his awakening went smoothly, he would definitely become the most dazzling combat professional of this year's class at Base 6. But the moment Shen Xingyan stepped into the light barrier, the awakening lasted only a moment. The next second, he was flung out of the light barrier at a terrifying speed. It was too fast, so fast that his heart sank. His school teachers had said that the shorter the awakening time, the lower the probability of developing a powerful combat profession. Shen Xingyan looked down at the black star source card. Its strength, agility, physique, and spirit were all at maximum. Anyone else would have been trembling with excitement at this moment, but his gaze was fixed on the profession column. The next second, the job title appeared. Job, farmer. Skill, consumes primal energy to increase crop growth speed. Shen Xingyan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Years of relentless training had only given him the lowest level of livelihood. Even if he awakened as a blacksmith, he could forge equipment and hone his body. But a farmer's abilities were almost entirely focused on crops, offering no help in combat. Even more cruelly, his innate skill was summoning skeletons. Shen Xingyan had thought he still had a glimmer of hope, but the skeleton attributes displayed on the panel shattered his expectations. All attributes were down to 1 point, making him a joke, not even worthy of being called cannon fodder. When the registrar saw his profession, she merely glanced at him with pity, offering neither ridicule nor further questions. Because farmers were so common, so lowly, and so difficult to escape poverty, Shen Xingyan understood that look. Soon, he was assigned to the occupational service area. There stood farmers, tailors, cooks, and blacksmiths, all with their heads bowed, the atmosphere as oppressive as stagnant water. Just then, a gasp suddenly erupted from behind. Chu Wei had successfully awakened her powers. Her class was Fire Mage, and her talent was Fire Mastery, which could increase the power of fire spells by 20%. Everyone around Chu Wei cast envious glances. Shen Xingyan turned to look at her, happy for her, but then looked down at his own star source card and could only manage a wry smile. Just moments ago, they were on the same starting line. Now, one was destined to become a dazzling fire mage, while the other had become the most ordinary farmer in the entire arena. Chu Wei quickly noticed his unusual expression. The The smile vanished instantly, and her eyes reddened, because she knew better than anyone how much Shen Xingyan had suffered over the years. After his parents disappeared, he trained at school during the day and went home to take care of his younger sister at night. For the prize money, he repeatedly pushed himself to the point of collapse, but never complained. He wasn't doing it for show. He just wanted to become stronger, to support his family, and to one day personally fight his way back to the disaster area. But now, a farming job has almost completely blocked all his paths. Shen Xingyan forced a smile to comfort Chu Wei, saying that even if she became a farmer, she wouldn't starve. He added that if she ever grew crops in the Star Origin world, he could send her some to try. Chu Wei felt even worse after hearing this, but couldn't utter a single word. After the awakening ceremony, the combat class area was bustling with excitement, as if they had a glimpse of glory ahead of time, while the life skills area remained deathly silent. Just as Shen Xingyan was about to accept reality, a line of information suddenly appeared at the bottom of the Star Source card. Entrance to the Star Source world. He stared at the words, his eyes flickering slightly. Reality had already denied him a chance, so he could only place all his hopes on the Star Source world. But he didn't know that the useless skeleton that everyone looked down upon had already undergone its first transformation in the darkness. Back at school, all eyes were on Shen Xingyan and Chu Wei. One was the top student in the entire school, the other a prodigy in everyone's eyes. Everyone wanted to know what they had awakened. When Teacher Li approached, he immediately recognized that Chu Wei had succeeded. But when he looked at Shen Xingyan, his heart sank. He was all too familiar with that forced calmness, and it was the last thing he wanted to see. Before Teacher Li could speak, Song Jie chuckled sarcastically, saying that Shen Xingyan was so strong, he wondered if he had awakened into a blacksmith. The room fell silent instantly. Everyone knew that Song Jie had always been suppressed by Shen Xingyan. Now that he had awakened into a warrior, he finally felt he had turned the tables, and his eyes were full of mockery as he looked at Shen Xingyan. Chu Wei was furious on the spot. If Shen Xingyan hadn't stopped her in time, she probably would have already attacked. Song Jie became even more smug and deliberately joked about their relationship. Shen Xingyan just looked at him calmly and said that no matter what profession she had awakened, she was still more than capable of dealing with Song Jie. Newly awakened students still rely on their pre-awakening physical foundation. Song Jie's face stiffened, only then remembering that Shen Xingyan had once been the top trainee in the entire school. Even if his professional skills were ruined, his physical foundation with maxed-out attributes was something ordinary students couldn't match. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Teacher Li coldly warned Song Jie that if he dared to disrupt unity again, he would be disqualified from the graduation trial a month later. Upon hearing about the trial qualification, Song Jie immediately shut his mouth. Taking the opportunity, Chu Wei told Teacher Li that she had awakened to be a fire mage, with a talent for fire mastery. The surrounding classmates looked on with envy, and Song Jie also quietly took a few steps back. After recording Chu Wei's information, she quietly asked Teacher Li to privately register Shen Xingyan's profession, not wanting to embarrass him in public. Teacher Li glanced at Shen Xingyan and finally nodded slightly. Chu Wei winked at Shen Xingyan, as if trying to preserve his last bit of dignity. Shen Xingyan smiled helplessly, his heart filled with even more complex emotions. Upon returning to school, the leaders announced that a graduation trial would be organized in a month. The combat professionals were thrilled, while the life skills professionals could only barely muster their fighting spirit. After everything was over, Shen Xingyan and Chu Wei left the school together. So much sweat and tears had been shed here. Now that they were parting, perhaps everything would be different when they returned. Chu Wei said she would go to the Star Origin world to level up and would ask her family to help her exchange for resources. She patted her chest and said she would protect Shen Xingyan from now on, but her reddened eyes couldn't hide her sadness. Shen Xingyan looked at his desk mate of many years, knowing full well that after graduation, as their career paths diverged, their chances of seeing each other would only decrease, and they would eventually go their separate ways. He subconsciously wanted to ruffle Chu Wei's hair, but stopped halfway. In the end, he simply patted her shoulder and smiled, saying that he would still need her protection in a month. After saying goodbye to Chu Wei, Shen Xingyan turned and went home. The road led to a barren area near the border, a route he had taken countless times over the years. Reaching his doorstep, he put on a relaxed smile. Shen Xingyan, the younger sister, was already waiting at home. Today was awakening day, and she had been praying from morning till night that her brother would awaken a good profession. Hearing the door open, she immediately rushed out and threw herself into Shen Xingyan's arms. Shen Xingyan anxiously asked him what he had awakened. Shen Xingyan didn't answer immediately. He went inside first and then calmly revealed that he had awakened to the profession of farmer. Disappointment flashed in his sister's eyes, but she quickly hugged him again to comfort him. She said being a farmer was good too. At least they wouldn't have to risk their lives on the border anymore. Shen Xingyan felt even more heartbroken after hearing this, because he knew his sister wasn't undisappointed, but she was just too sensible to show her sadness. The house was small, the walls old, and dinner was simple. But this was the place where the two siblings depended on each other for survival. Seeing his sister's forced nonchalance, Shen Xingyan's last bit of despair vanished. He could be looked down upon by others, and he could accept being just a farmer, but he absolutely could not let his sister continue living this kind of life with him. After finishing his meal, he sat alone on the edge of the bed and took out the black star source card. The character information on the card was still glaringly obvious. Farmer, summon skeletons, 1 point in all attributes. Anyone seeing this stat sheet would think he was useless, but his gaze slowly fell on the bottom line. Entrance to the star origin world. Shen Xingyan took a deep breath and sank his consciousness into the star source card. Reality had already denied him a chance, so he could only place all his hopes on the star source world. The instant his consciousness touched the entrance, a ghostly green flame suddenly lit up in the dormant skull's eye socket. Shen Xingyan's vision went dark, and he felt as if he had been pulled from reality by some force. After a brief moment of dizziness, he opened his eyes to find himself standing on a massive platform shrouded in mist. Before him stood towering figures of various classes, each powerful and dazzling. Warriors clad in armor and wielding swords, mages surrounded by elemental energy, knights radiating holy light, and assassins lurking in the shadows. Looking at the final forms of these combat classes, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Finally, he saw the image of a farmer. It was just an ordinary old man, dressed in old clothes, his cloth shoes worn out, his hands calloused. Compared to those glamorous professions, he was as ordinary as an old man in the fields. But Shen Xingyan didn't look down on him. He had accepted reality and felt a sense of respect for this silent old man. So he stepped forward, bowed deeply, as if paying homage to his senior, or perhaps to his future self. Just as he lowered his head, a look of satisfaction appeared in the old farmer's eyes. A strange light flew out from the old man and silently entered Shen Xingyan's brow. Shen Xingyan was completely unaware that he had just triggered the most unique hidden gift in the star origin world. A notification sounded, guiding him to the profession statue and beginning his own professional journey. He didn't struggle in vain, resolutely walking towards the old farmer. As the light faded, he set his name to sparkling wildfire. His personal information appeared, his profession remained farmer, and his talent remained summon skeletons. Shen Xingyan didn't notice that the panel had changed slightly compared to the beginning. After the unique connection was established, he directly chose to enter the star source world. The next moment, the silent platform vanished instantly. When he regained his footing, he was in front of a dilapidated village. On the street, some people carried great swords, some held staffs, some were in groups hawking their wares, and some were setting up stalls to sell their wares. It was as lively as another world. In reality, disasters can break through boundaries at any time, and ordinary people can only survive by hiding in protective rooms. But the star origin world has both dangers and opportunities. No wonder awakened ones are willing to stay here for a long time. Shen Xingyan quickly pulled himself back to reality, because he had no right to indulge in excitement. He had to make money as soon as possible, and with a thought, his 36 inventory slots appeared before him. His inventory contained only coarse cloth trousers, a linen shirt, and a hoe. His equipment was so meager it was a beginner's joke, but at least it had no durability limit, meaning he wouldn't have to spend money on repairs later. His wallet contained only 10 copper coins. His gold and silver coins were all zero. Shen Xingyan gave a wry smile, then entered the farmer's profession space and obtained a bag of wheat seeds for the first time. Before him lay a plot of land, about an acre in size, not large, but enough to keep him busy all day. With food in hand, he felt secure. With this workplace, he and his sister would at least no longer go hungry easily. The clothes Shen Xingyan was temporarily dressed in began to fade, indicating that the newcomer protection period was about to end. To avoid an awkward situation right after entering the Star Origin world, the system would give newcomers a short period of time to change their clothes. Noticing the change, he immediately opened his inventory and equipped the newbie three-piece set, a coarse cloth shirt, linen trousers, and a hoe, instantly giving him the look of a farmer. Looking at his empty inventory, Shen Xingyan finally understood what true poverty meant. Aside from these three beginner items, he had nothing else that could make him look good. Even more embarrassing was that he was still barefoot, the feeling of walking on muddy ground all the more real. But remembering that farmers used to go barefoot in the fields, he quickly accepted his reality. Just as Shen Xingyan was preparing to plant the seeds, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Didn't he still have the talent of summoning skeletons? Since fighting wasn't an option, could he try a different approach and have them help with the planting? With that thought, he immediately activated the skill. A strange syllable rang out from his mouth. The ground in front of him trembled slightly, and soon, a white skull head emerged from the soil. After the little skeleton crawled out of the ground, Shen Xingyan was almost speechless at its appearance. It was only the size of a 6 or 7-year-old child, with grayish-white, dull bones, and even cracks in some places. If this thing were taken to the battlefield, it would probably be laughed at before the disaster even started. But Shen Xingyan still carefully checked its attributes, and sure enough, they were all at a 0.5% chance, and its skill bar was empty. The only useful thing was that it could completely obey the summoner's commands and execute various actions. Shen Xingyan quickly rallied. Since it couldn't fight, it would just have to get to work. He first dug a hole himself, put in the seeds, and let the little skeleton watch carefully. Then, he handed it the seed bag, indicating that it should imitate his actions. At first, the little skeleton stood there blankly, unresponsive. Shen Xingyan thought his idea had failed, but just as he was about to give up, the little skeleton suddenly picked up a seed and carefully placed it in the hole. Although its movements were clumsy, the process was remarkably accurate. Shen Xingyan's eyes lit up with surprise. What others considered a useless talent had become extra labor in his hands. Next, he and the little skeleton took turns digging holes and planting seeds. What would normally take 2 or 3 hours was completed in just over an hour. When the last plot of land was finished, a star source notification sounded, rewarding them with a well. Shen Xingyan scanned the farmland and quickly placed the well in the center. After the well appeared, Xingyuan continued to guide him through the irrigation process. Shen Xingyan noticed that the water level was almost level with the rim, and no matter how many buckets he drew, the water level didn't drop. He immediately started watering with the little skeleton. The little skeleton carried the buckets back and forth, moving slowly but never stopping. Only then did Shen Xingyan realize that it had no stamina limitations. It never tires, never feels weary, and is absolutely obedient to orders. In battle, it's a joke, but in farming, it's practically a born workhorse. After irrigation, Xingyuan rewarded him with a beginner's staff, allowing him to use his professional skills to accelerate crop growth. Shen Xingyan equipped his cane to his weapon slot, stood in the middle of the field, and slowly raised it. As the thought crossed his mind, a gentle power flowed clearly within him for the first time. It was primal energy. Even though it was just a farmer's skill, Shen Xingyan couldn't contain his excitement. He gently tapped the ground with his cane, and a wave of vitality instantly covered the entire wheat field. The little skeleton instinctively took a step back, as if rejecting this life force. But Shen Xingyan couldn't care less about it, because the wheat field in front of him suddenly underwent an astonishing change. A splash of green broke through the soil, followed by more and more tender shoots. They seemed to have been put on accelerator, growing at a visible, frenzied pace, quickly reaching near their knees. Shen Xingyan stood frozen, gripping his cane. He was absolutely certain that the supposed 10% growth acceleration of the farmer profession should not have produced such an effect. He immediately opened the panel to check the skills again and finally found the problem. The growth speed, he remembered, had become the growth progress, and the 10-hour duration had become the 10-hour interval. Only a few words differed, but the meaning was completely different. The growth speed had only increased slightly, but the growth progress had increased by 10%, which was equivalent to advancing the growth period by 1 day. This means that as long as the rules remain unchanged, no matter how advanced the crops are in the future, even if they originally took months or even years to mature, he will have the opportunity to accelerate their ripening within 10 days. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's breathing became rapid. Right now, he was only a level 1 farmer, only able to grow the most basic wheat, so this ability hadn't truly shown its terrifying potential yet. But once he leveled up and could access higher-grade seeds, what others painstakingly tended for a year or two, he might harvest in 10 days. This disparity was enough to drive any livelihood professional to despair. He could even picture the future in his mind. Perhaps one day, the crops he could casually grow would be worth more than what a combat professional could harvest in a day of risking their life. The more Shen Xingyan thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. The little skeleton beside him seemed to sense his emotional change, tilting its head to glance at him. Shen Xingyan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement. He knew very well that being complacent was a major taboo. Even if he became stronger in the future, it was still just the future. Right now, he was still just a weak farmer who had just awakened. More importantly, this skill change must absolutely not be known to anyone. In this world where strength reigns supreme, once an abnormal ability is exposed, it may bring disaster rather than opportunity. Years of life experience have long taught him that human nature cannot withstand casual testing. The more precious something is, the deeper it must be hidden. After calming down, he could only temporarily attribute the skill mutation to luck. Afterwards, Shen Xingyan checked the rewards and experience. His profession level was still level 1, but the experience points had increased to 2, one from the initial level and one from the skill he had just used. Although it wasn't much, it signified that his path to leveling up had officially begun. A scythe appeared in his inventory, granting an attack bonus of +1, with no level requirement and no durability limit. Discovering that his class skill far exceeded his expectations, Shen Xingyan became much more cheerful. Because the wheat seedlings were growing too fast, many strong weeds had sprouted in the field. But he wasn't bothered at all. Instead, he worked alongside the little skeleton, pulling weeds while humming an unknown tune. The first day of planting was immediately followed by weeding, an experience extremely rare even in the entire Star Origin world. Unfortunately, this achievement couldn't be shared, so Shen Xingyan could only enjoy it secretly. At the very end, he stroked the little skeleton's smooth skull and thanked it sincerely. Without this little guy's help, he definitely wouldn't have made it this far. The wheat's daily growth rate reached 20%, but the price of this rapid increase was a massive influx of subsequent maintenance tasks. He'd just reminded them to catch bugs, and now it was time to weed, and soon after, the irrigation task was on its heels. Shen Xingyan and the little skeleton were busy running back and forth in the field. Even though he was a newbie with full stats, he could feel his stamina dropping rapidly. He could only replenish his stamina by spending 2 copper coins to buy steamed buns. Otherwise, he would fall into a state of weakness. Now he finally understood why people said farming was such a tough job. Without the little skeleton's help, these maintenance tasks today would have truly exhausted him. But no matter how tired he was, he couldn't just slack off. No work meant no harvest. No harvest meant no money. And no money meant continuing to live a hard life. Shen Xingyan had no right to be lazy. The maintenance prompts from Xingyuan couldn't be ignored either. If left unattended for too long, the crop's ripening time would be prolonged and the yield would decrease. To him, this grain was money in the future. Nearly 12 hours had passed since sowing. Shen Xingyan wanted to continue, but newcomers could only stay for 12 hours a day. Exceeding that time would result in forced removal. Looking at the little skeleton that had been with him for over 10 hours, Shen Xingyan felt a pang of reluctance. Fortunately, it hadn't disappeared, proving that he would always have this obedient helper by his side during future professional activities. Before leaving, Shen Xingyan gave the little skeleton one last task. After he left, it continued to work according to the instructions, doing as much as it could. Although the little skeleton had empty eye sockets, it could still see the icons on the wheat field. He caught the bugs when he needed to, pulled the weeds when he needed to, and watered the plants when he needed to. This discovery made Shen Xingyan increasingly fond of it. Finally, he waved to the little skeleton and pressed the exit button. The next instant, his consciousness returned to the real world. Shen Xingyan wearily opened his eyes, looking at the familiar yet cold ceiling, but a sense of peace slowly settled in his heart. The skill information on the black card was completely consistent with that in the Star Origin world. He finally confirmed that he was indeed different from before. Meanwhile, in the Star Origin space, the little skeleton continued to tirelessly tend to the wheat, following his commands. Every time it completed a task, the Star Origin would immediately pop up a new one, giving it no chance to rest. Fortunately, the little skeleton had no stamina limitations and was absolutely loyal. Otherwise, any other living creature would probably have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. The wheat in that acre of land has grown taller and taller, and when the little skeleton is busy in the wheat field, at first glance he is almost completely submerged by the wheat seedlings. Its hard work yielded significant results. Shen Xingyan's wheat field was thriving, while the others, having returned to reality, had left their fields unattended, overgrown with weeds, teeming with insects, and even suffering from drought and water shortages. It was foreseeable that when the wheat ripened, others would be lucky to harvest 400 or 500 caddies per unit of land area, while Shen Xingyan's yield per would be at least double that of the others. Shen Xingyan in reality was completely unaware of these changes. At this moment, he was immersed in a dream, a faint smile occasionally appearing on his face. In his dream, he became a powerful being whose words carried weight, soaring through the air like the ruler of Base 6. With a mere flick of his finger, countless calamities vanished into thin air. He even resurrected his deceased parents, and the family strolled leisurely through bustling streets. But this beautiful dream was quickly shattered by a massive, unknown calamity. Shen Xingyan sat up abruptly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his chest heaving. He recalled the scene in his dream where the disaster shattered his illusions, and his hands clenched involuntarily. Only after his emotions gradually calmed down did he relax his body. What he had awakened yesterday was ultimately just the farmer profession. Although the skills were strong, their true power would only become apparent in the later stages. Right now, he still had to conceal himself little by little and slowly accumulate strength. Shen Xingyan told himself that no matter how long it took, one day his farming profession would be able to transcend the boundaries and strike fear into the hearts of disaster victims. After taking a deep breath, Shen Xingyan glanced at the time. It was almost noon. His younger sister ate lunch at school and wouldn't be back, so he only needed to prepare lunch for himself. He hastily prepared a small meal, just enough to stave off hunger, and dared not eat more. According to base regulations, once a family member becomes a professional, they automatically lose their eligibility for free supplies. Base resources are limited. They can't allow them to receive unlimited supplies. Shen Xingyan's family's food reserves were dwindling, so they had to conserve what they could, prioritizing their younger sister's needs. Only when the wheat in the Star Source space ripened and was sold, or when it could be extracted directly from the Star Source world, would the family's financial burden be alleviated. The costs of these two methods are roughly the same. Taking 1 kilogram of wheat as an example, selling it to Xingyuan Mall only yields 2 copper coins, while withdrawing it from Xingyuan to the real world costs 20 copper coins, a ratio of 1 to 10. In reality, buying 1 kilogram of wheat costs 19 copper coins, which is slightly cheaper, but Shen Xingyan currently only has 8 copper coins, not even enough to buy 1 kilogram, so he must continue to save. After finishing his meal, he looked at the notification on his Star Source card. There were still 5 hours until he could re-enter the Star Source world. Shen Xingyan didn't waste any time and began training in the physical techniques he had been taught at school. During his training at school, he always felt that no matter how much he practiced, he couldn't make any progress. His teacher once said that it was a bottleneck period before awakening, and that once he awakened, he could accumulate strength and unleash it, rapidly improving all his attributes. At this moment, Shen Xingyan clearly felt that his body was just as his teacher had described. Through these physical techniques, his awakened body seemed to have had its floodgates opened, and it began to unleash its long-suppressed power wildly. After 5 hours of training, Shen Xingyan was clearly exhausted, but his mood was much lighter. He could clearly feel his body getting stronger. That feeling that hard work would pay off had finally returned. He checked his star source card and found that his attributes hadn't changed yet. But his body's feedback didn't lie. As long as he persisted, this training would eventually translate into real attribute improvements. With the time to enter the star source world fast approaching, Shen Xingyan first prepared dinner for himself and his sister. After finishing his meal and regaining some strength, he left a note for his sister, telling her not to worry. Back in his room, there was still some time before entering the star origin world. Shen Xingyan didn't waste any time. He immediately took out the career information provided by the school and turned to the page on farmers. Back in school, although he had studied all the professions, his mind was almost entirely focused on combat professions. He always wanted to hunt down monsters beyond the borders to avenge his parents. As for life professions, he only knew the basics, especially the most common farming profession, which he had never seriously studied before. But things are different now. He's become a farmer, and he also possesses that clearly unusual professional skill. To develop discreetly, he must first figure out just how special his ability truly is. After reviewing the information, Shen Xingyan quickly confirmed one thing. His skill wasn't recorded in the data at all. Most ordinary farmers' skills only increase crop growth speed. This lasts for a day, doesn't stack, and even using it once a day only maintains that 10% acceleration. But his skill directly increases the growth rate. These are completely different concepts. A few farmers might awaken abilities that increase farming efficiency or physical strength. But an ability like his, almost a loophole, had never appeared before. This discovery strengthened Shen Xingyan's resolve. It must not be exposed. In this world where might makes right, special abilities don't necessarily bring protection. They might even invite disaster. After acquiring some more agricultural knowledge, the cooldown period for entering the star origin world finally ended. Shen Xingyan immediately lay back down on the bed and pressed the black star source card to his forehead. The next second, everything went black before his eyes, and his consciousness re-entered the star source world. This time, he didn't appear on the initial platform. Instead, he returned directly to his professional space. This was also a rule of the star source world. Wherever a professional leaves, they will return to the same location upon re-entering. Returning here, Shen Xingyan adapted much faster than the first time. He no longer felt disoriented and quickly looked at his wheat field. The field had completely changed. The wheat seedlings were growing well, a vibrant green carpet covering the entire field. Combining this with the knowledge he had gained in reality, Shen Xingyan could reasonably predict that the harvest from this acre of wheat would be quite good. But soon, he noticed something strange. Above the wheat field, there was only a weeding icon. According to the information, the final yield of crops was greatly affected by daily maintenance. Too many weeds would steal nutrients. Prolonged water shortages would affect growth. Untreated pests would also lead to reduced yields. However, professionals could only stay in Xingyuan for half the day each day, and their physical strength couldn't sustain them indefinitely. Therefore, what many farmers fear most is that after they leave, tasks pile up, ultimately ruining the harvest. But now, Shen Xingyan has been gone for a full 12 hours. This time is equivalent to 1/20th of the complete wheat growth cycle. Yet, only one weeding reminder remains in the wheat field. This is clearly abnormal. Shen Xingyan clearly remembered that before he left yesterday, maintenance tasks kept piling up, showing no sign of stopping. Surely the star origin world couldn't suddenly become gentle just because he left? Unable to figure it out, he could only suppress his doubts for the time being. Perhaps this place truly was his lucky place. After all, the abnormal changes in his professional skills also occurred within the star origin world. Just as Shen Xingyan was about to summon the skeleton to continue working, a strange movement suddenly came from the depths of the wheat field. His heart tightened, and he immediately took 2 steps back. The school's information did mention that monster attacks sometimes occurred in the professional space, but that was usually a problem encountered only by advanced professionals. Could he, a newly awakened rookie, also encounter such a thing? Shen Xingyan gripped his hoe tightly, staring intently at the edge of the wheat field. The movement was getting closer and closer. Just as the dark figure rushed out of the wheat field, he was already preparing to raise his hand and smash it down. But the next second, he froze. What emerged from the wheat field wasn't a monster at all, but the little skeleton that had kept him company all day yesterday. Shen Xingyan stared at it in shock, then blurted out, "Why haven't you disappeared yet?" Shen Xingyan stared, completely stunned, at the little skeleton that emerged from the wheat field. It had spent the entire day with him yesterday. It should have disappeared by now that the summoning period was over. But here it was. The hoe in his hand froze in midair, Shen Xingyan's shock impossible to conceal. The little skeleton merely tilted its head, seemingly completely bewildered by its master's surprise. Shen Xingyan quickly realized what was happening. Since leaving the Star Origin world yesterday, the little skeleton had been carrying out its final orders. Following the instructions above the wheat field, it had been weeding, maintaining the fields, and completing tasks. That's why there was no backlog of tasks in the farmland during those 12 hours. In other words, it not only didn't disappear, but continued to help Shen Xingyan take care of the wheat field after he logged off. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's heart skipped a beat. Others, after leaving the Star Origin world, could only watch helplessly as maintenance tasks piled up, ultimately affecting production. But he was different. He had a little skeleton that never got tired, obeyed commands, and could work offline. This meant his farmland could operate 24/7. Shen Xingyan squatted down, gently stroking the little skeleton's head, his eyes filled with the joy of finding a treasure. Yesterday, he thought that while re-summoning the skeleton every day would improve efficiency, having to teach it again each time was a bit of a hassle. Now it's all right. The little skeleton didn't disappear. From now on, it can work alongside him. Shen Xingyan found it more and more pleasing to the eye, so he simply named it Wankai. The name was simple, straightforward, and perfectly suited to its value. After all, this little skeleton with only 1 point in all attributes had truly brought him good fortune. Even after the name was successfully changed, Wankai's attributes remained abysmal. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Attack, defense, and speed were all 1. But this time, Shen Xingyan looked at these numbers without the slightest disdain. So what if it wasn't good at fighting? It could work, it was obedient, and it wouldn't slack off. That already made it better than many others. Shen Xingyan didn't notice that the moment the name was successfully bestowed, Wankai's body swayed very slightly. It was as if something had been quietly injected into its bones. Soon, everything returned to normal. After his initial joy, Shen Xingyan prepared to start today's farm work with Wankai. But just as he picked up the hoe, a terrible thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wankai hadn't disappeared, but the cooldown of his talent skill had ended. Shen Xingyan immediately opened his attribute panel, staring intently at the summon skeleton skill. The cooldown countdown was truly over. His breathing quickened instantly. If Wankai was still there, and the skill could be used again, did that mean he could summon a second skeleton? The moment this thought crossed Shen Xingyan's mind, his hands began to tremble. The significance of this matter was far more terrifying than the fact that Wankai hadn't disappeared. One skeleton was merely extra labor. But if there was one more every day, it would be entirely different. 10 days later, he might have 10 skeletons. A month later, he'd have 30. By then, while others would still be toiling away in the fields, he'd be managing farmland with a whole army of skeletons. Shen Xingyan forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, taking several deep breaths. He knew this wasn't the time to fantasize about the future. He had to test it first. So he gripped his hoe, stared at the skill bar, and activated his talent, summon skeletons. As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie aura permeated the air once more. A strange chant automatically began to emanate from Shen Xingyan's mouth. The soil in front of him slowly loosened. Just like when Wankai first appeared, a stark white skull slowly emerged from the earth. Soon, a second small skull stood fully formed before Shen Xingyan. It was almost indistinguishable from Wankai. Equally short, equally dilapidated, Equally weak, a joke. Shen Xingyan stood there, speechless for a long time. This talent for summoning skeletons, it's different from what I understood. The same thought kept repeating in his mind. Wankai not disappearing was already a pleasant surprise. But now, after the skill cooldown ended, he had actually summoned a second skeleton. If these skeletons could exist indefinitely, it would mean he could gain an extra helper every 24 hours. 1 a day? 10 every 10 days. 30 a month. This number doesn't seem outrageous on its own, but over a long period, it becomes an extremely terrifying thing. Only at this moment did Shen Xingyan realize that he had misunderstood this talent from the very beginning. The 24-hour cooldown wasn't the duration of the skeleton's existence. It was simply a skill cooldown. In other words, as long as the skill was ready, he could summon new skeletons again. This discovery left Shen Xingyan completely bewildered. He looked at Wankai beside him, then at the newly summoned little skeleton, and was speechless for a moment. Wankai tilted its head, sizing up this fellow creature that had suddenly appeared. It took Shen Xingyan quite a while to calm down. The confidence he had gained from the mutation of his professional skills now felt even more solid. He immediately checked the second skeleton's attributes. The results were almost identical to Wankai's. Strength 1 point. Agility 1 point. Constitution 1 point. Spirit 1 point. Attack, defense, and speed, all 1 point. On the battlefield, such a skeleton was utterly insignificant. Even hundreds or thousands of them could be wiped out by a single skill from a truly powerful opponent. But if you put them in a professional space, the meaning is completely different. They don't get tired. They are absolutely loyal. They can work offline. They can maintain the farmland 24/7. And then, combined with their professional skills that improve crop growth, Shen Xingyan didn't even dare to imagine how extravagant the future harvest would be. His professional skills would accelerate the ripening process, while the skeletons would maintain it. Once the number of skeletons increased significantly, he could completely free himself from the arduous farm work. At that point, he could not only earn more resources, but also have time to improve his own attributes. Perhaps one day, he could even return to the outer battlefield and personally hunt down those scourges. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan felt a slight warmth in his chest. Since awakening his farmer's profession, he had forced himself to accept the reality of his shattered dreams. But now, those broken dreams were being pieced back together, bit by bit, even clearer than before. He had always been more mature than his peers. But in the end, he was just a teenager who had just come of age. His so-called strength was nothing more than a disguise forced upon him by life. His parents were missing. He had to take care of his younger sister. Disasters were lurking all around him. These responsibilities left him no room for weakness. Yet now, these two seemingly useless abilities are like an umbrella sheltering him in his desperate situation, or a diving platform, finally giving him the chance to leap towards a future he never dared to even imagine. Shen Xingyan raised his head, gazing at the illusory sky of the star origin world. Yet, he seemed to see the blue of hope returning to the real world. He quickly composed himself. Wankai, little skeleton, let's go. Time to work. Hearing the order, Wankai immediately waddled towards the wheat field. But after taking only 2 steps, Shen Xingyan suddenly stopped. Wankai had followed. The new little skeleton, however, remained standing still. It neither moved nor followed. Shen Xingyan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. Wankai had been working in the field all day, but the new skeleton knew nothing. He couldn't possibly teach every skeleton he summoned personally. It's all right with only 2 now, but what about 20, 30, or even 100? The training alone would be exhausting. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan suddenly squatted down and gently stroked Wankai's skull. Wankai, go teach it how to pull weeds. As soon as he finished speaking, even he wasn't sure if Wankai would understand. But the next second, Wankai actually stopped in its tracks, as if pondering its master's command. After a moment, it turned around and took small steps toward the newly arrived skeleton. Shen Xingyan's eyes lit up instantly. Wankai extended its finger bone, slightly green from years of weeding. It first pointed at Shen Xingyan, then at itself. Finally, it raised its hand and tapped the new skull's head twice. Having done all this, it turned and walked towards the wheat field. The new little skeleton first looked at Shen Xingyan, then at Wankai. Afterward, It gently lowered its head, as if it truly understood something. Then, it took a step, quietly following behind Wang Kai. It walked into the wheat field together. Shen Xingyan followed the two little skeletons into the wheat field, wanting to see with his own eyes how Wang Kai would teach the new skeleton how to work. The next second, he was stunned. Wang Kai simply bent down and made a weeding motion, which the little skeleton immediately copied. The two skeletons didn't speak, didn't make any extra gestures, and didn't even hesitate for a moment. Shen Xingyan couldn't understand how they were communicating at all. After demonstrating a few times, Wang Kai stopped and led the little skeleton back to Shen Xingyan's side, where they stood quietly. His demeanor seemed to tell him that the task was complete, and he was now awaiting new orders. "That's it?" Shen Xingyan asked, his face full of surprise. He crouched down and couldn't resist touching Wang Kai's skull. Despite its frightening appearance, in his eyes, this guy was simply a treasure he'd found. You see, when Shen Xingyan taught Wang Kai to do chores, it was thanks to his master's status and skill bonuses that he had to break down the action step by step. But Wang Kai teaching the little skeleton didn't require any of his skills or forced assistance, yet it still managed to get the hang of it quickly. This efficiency was even higher than if Shen Xingyan had taught them personally. A guess immediately popped into Shen Xingyan's mind. Could there be some kind of special way for skeletons to communicate with each other? He tried asking Wang Kai to nod if it agreed and shake its head if it disagreed. But Wang Kai stood still, without reacting at all. Shen Xingyan could only shake his head and give up. He then realized that he had indeed been overthinking things lately. With his professional skill just mutated and his talent skill showing great potential, he had almost forgotten that Wang Kai was ultimately just a skeleton that obeyed orders. It was already absurd enough that it could perfectly execute basic commands. Asking it to answer questions was indeed asking too much. Shen Xingyan suppressed his doubts and directly ordered, "Let's go. We'll go to the wheat field to finish the weeding task." Wang Kai and his little skeleton companion immediately turned around, walked straight into the wheat field, and began diligently clearing the weeds. Seeing that the little skeleton had actually learned how to do it, Shen Xingyan's mood immediately improved. From now on, the planting guidance could be completely handed over to Wang Kai. He only needed to give the orders, and the rest of the trouble would be reduced by more than half. With 3 workers working together, efficiency instantly increased. Before long, the weeding task in the wheat field was successfully completed. It wasn't until the maintenance notification above the wheat field disappeared that Shen Xingyan suddenly remembered that his professional skill cooldown had long since ended. He was so focused on being amazed by Wang Kai and the little skeleton's performance that he completely wasted a few minutes. This pained him a little. For him now, time was the harvest, and the harvest was the capital for survival. Shen Xingyan immediately activated his professional skill, consuming 5 points of primal energy to directly increase the growth rate of the crops on this acre of land by 10%. A notification then sounded. "Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points +1. After the skill was applied, the wheat in the field became noticeably more vibrant, approaching its current growth limit and beginning to develop towards ear formation. Looking at the wheat before him, Shen Xingyan's lingering resentment towards the farming profession gradually dissipated. He used to think farming was a useless profession, a lowly choice looked down upon. But now, this profession was rewarding him in the most tangible way. With skills, labor, and sufficient execution, even a seemingly useless profession can become a winning strategy. If there weren't those disasters outside, being an ordinary farmer would actually be quite happy, Shen Xingyan remarked. Just as he finished speaking, a new maintenance icon quickly appeared in the sky above the wheat field. This time, it was irrigation. He didn't linger and immediately got back to work with Wang Kai and the little skeleton. As the little skeleton, guided by Wang Kai, became more familiar with the process, its movements became increasingly skilled. Weeding, watering, handling prompts, it all started to keep up with the pace. Compared to the first day, now whenever a maintenance task appeared in the wheat field, they would resolve it in no time. The difficulty had clearly decreased, while the efficiency had increased dramatically. But Xingyuan's task prompts seemed tireless. As soon as one was completed, another immediately took its place, giving Shen Xingyan almost no time to rest. They worked like this continuously for 5 or 6 hours. Only when Shen Xingyan's stamina was nearing its limit did the speed at which the prompts appeared finally slow down. He spent 2 copper coins at Xingyuan Mall to buy 2 steamed buns, then sat down at the edge of the field to eat them while keeping an eye on the changes in the sky above the wheat field. Only after confirming that the notifications had indeed decreased did Shen Xingyan breathe a sigh of relief. At this point, he fully understood that the 10% increase in growth progress was indeed powerful, but it required sufficient labor to maintain it. If he had been the only one managing this acre of wheat, it would probably be piled high with notifications by now. If the task stalls, the wheat will be penalized, and the final harvest will drop significantly. Shen Xingyan munched on a steamed bun, his strength slowly returning, but he became increasingly aware of how terrifying the 2 skills combined were. Neither skill alone would have achieved such astonishing efficiency. Watching the 2 little skeletons busily working in the wheat field, Shen Xingyan's eyes were filled with envy. They had no physical limitations and didn't know fatigue. They were simply born to work. After finishing his steamed bun, he lay down on the ground to slowly recover his strength. Looking at the peaceful sky of the star origin world and thinking about the 2 powerful skills he had just acquired, he felt a rare sense of security. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile, a wave of happiness washing over him, and he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Not long after, the indicator icon in the wheat field disappeared, and Wang Kai and the other little skeleton returned to his side. They had never slept before, nor did they understand why their master was motionless. They simply stood instinctively on either side, like guards protecting him. Only when the icon lit up again above the wheat field did Wang Kai lead the little skeleton back into the field. Shen Xingyan had previously given orders that whenever the icon appeared, they had to complete the corresponding task. When the 2 little skeletons returned after finishing their work, Shen Xingyan was still asleep. The same scene repeated itself. The icon appeared, and they went to work in the fields. The icon disappeared, and they returned to guard their master. Shen Xingyan didn't wake up until a gentle breeze from the star origin world brushed against his cheek. He opened his eyes abruptly and quickly checked the time on the page, only to find that more than 3 hours had passed. Shen Xingyan quickly stood up to check the wheat field, feeling a pang of self-reproach. He had only just gained hope because of his improved skills, and he had already become complacent. This was definitely not how he should be. Fortunately, only one irrigation icon floated above the wheat field. No multiple tasks had been piling up, which relieved him. It seemed that while he was asleep, the 2 little skeletons had been strictly following orders. Shen Xingyan secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had given them basic instructions beforehand. Otherwise, he might have lost a lot of copper coins if he had fallen asleep. He stretched his stiff body, ready to join in the work, but then he saw that the icon had disappeared, and 2 little skeletons slowly emerged from the wheat field. They were covered in mud, as if they had just crawled out of a mud pit. As Shen Xingyan looked at them, he found them exceptionally docile. He reached out and wiped the mud off the skulls, and couldn't help but laugh. Although they were merely summoned creatures, and theoretically only required to obey commands, Shen Xingyan didn't treat them merely as tools. Perhaps it was their hard work and dedication that reminded him of his own past as a farmer. Or perhaps there was some connection between them, which always gave him a sense of familiarity when he looked at these little skeletons. Shen Xingyan smiled and said that as long as they worked hard, their master wouldn't mistreat them in the future. When he has money in the future, he even wants to buy them some clothes. After saying this, Shen Xingyan looked at the 2 small skeletons with slightly different physical characteristics and began to seriously ponder. Now that there are few of them, he can still tell them apart. But in the future, as the number of skeletons increases, he must have a way to distinguish and manage them. He can't have all the skeletons rushing over and doing whatever they want every time a warning appears in the wheat field. If the number of skeletons reaches hundreds and they are all crammed into an acre of land, efficiency aside, the sound of bones hitting bones would probably be deafening. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's gaze fell on Wang Kai again. This little skeleton, the first one to be summoned, had already given him quite a few surprises. Since Wang Kai can teach the new skeletons how to work, could it also help him manage the team? Shen Xingyan thought this method was worth a try. If all else fails, he can gradually determine the optimal number of skeletons per acre and then allocate them manually. As his profession level increases, he can also spend money to expand his landholdings in the future. By then, the extra little skeletons would naturally have their uses. However, that's ultimately a poor solution. The truly efficient way is to make Wang Kai the team leader. Shen Xingyan patted Wang Cai's shoulder bone and solemnly told it that from now on, this little skeleton would be under its command. It would be Captain Wang Kai, and the maintenance of this acre of land would be entirely entrusted to it. He would add new members to Wang Cai's team later, and as long as it worked hard, it would have a bright future. However, Wang Kai stood still, and Shen Xingyan didn't know if it understood or not. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, there were only 2 skeletons in total. He would give it a try first. If this method worked, the little skeletons could handle everything in the farmland from now on. At that point, Shen Xingyan would only need to enter the Star Origin world at set times each day to unleash 2 skills, and wouldn't have to worry about anything else. This way, he could spend more time back in reality to improve his physical strength. Since the emergence of Star Source, almost everyone who has successfully awakened tries to make the most of their time each day. The longer they stay, the faster their job level increases, and the more money they earn. But Shen Xingyan's situation was exactly the opposite. As the number of little skeletons increased, his usefulness in the farmland would diminish. Rather than wasting time here, he should go back to reality to exercise. Although the effects of real-world training cannot compare to the rapid leveling up of combat professions, nor to accumulating money to exchange attributes for real-world benefits, this is all Shen Xingyan can do at this stage. Since combat skills were out of the question for the time being, he could only rely on his physical strength. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but fantasize about whether he could exchange his expensive attribute points for real-world assets once he was wealthy enough. By then, he might truly be able to realize his dream of going out to kill disasters. Thinking of the possible changes in the future, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but chuckle, and his spirits lifted again. Soon, a Star Source notification appeared above the wheat field. Without delay, he immediately led the 2 little skeletons into the wheat field. After recovering his strength and feeling excited, Shen Xingyan was full of energy. As soon as a prompt appeared, he and the 2 little skeletons would quickly deal with it. The 3 model workers became more and more efficient, and the problems in the wheat field were constantly being solved. As their speed increased, the intervals between the prompts actually lengthened, as if even Xingyuan was stunned by their efficiency. Perhaps the effect of the 20% increase in wheat growth was gradually diminishing, finally giving him a brief respite. During his break, Shen Xingyan watched the 2 little skeletons working busily in the wheat field, feeling increasingly satisfied. Having an extra laborer made a big difference. Under their care, the wheat grew better and better, and the ears of wheat became fuller. As long as no major problems arise later, the yield from this acre of land will definitely be high. Working intermittently like this, Shen Xingyan's stay in the Star Origin world for the day is almost over. Looking at the countdown, he squatted down and patted the 2 little skeletons. He quietly told them that he would be leaving for a while, and that they would take care of this acre of land. Although Wang Kai had only arrived a day early, it was already considered an elder, and it should take good care of the new little skeletons and continue to look after the wheat field. Halfway through his sentence, Shen Xingyan chuckled to himself. He knew perfectly well that the 2 little skeletons would follow instructions and didn't need any further explanation, but he still couldn't help but offer a few words of advice. Perhaps it was a habit he'd developed over the years of caring for his younger sister that made him prone to nagging even to skeletons. Shen Xingyan waved to Wang Kai and the little skeleton, then vanished from the Star Origin world with a thought. On the ground, Wang Kai and the newly arrived little skeleton, seeing their master disappear into thin air, slowly turned their skulls, as if instinctively searching for his figure. Wang Kai had already experienced this yesterday, and quickly calmed down, facing the wheat field again. But the new little skeleton kept pacing back and forth, not stopping even though it could no longer sense Shen Xingyan's presence. When the indicator icon reappeared above the wheat field, Wang Kai immediately obeyed the command and headed towards the field. However, halfway there, It noticed the little skeleton was still looking around aimlessly, completely oblivious to the new indicator. Wankai slowly turned back, raised its finger bone, and struck the little skeleton's skull directly. The little skeleton froze instantly, tilting its head to look at it, as if it didn't understand why it was being hit. Wankai pointed his finger bone at the icon above the wheat field, then turned and continued working. The little skeleton, having been lectured, followed with its head down, offering no resistance, as if it had been completely subdued by Wankai. Back in the real world, Shen Xingyan slowly opened his eyes, just like yesterday. The difference was that this time he wasn't sleepy. Instead, he was full of energy. His new discovery of his innate skill today had kept him in a state of high excitement. Furthermore, sleeping in the Star Source world had the same effect as in reality, and those 3 hours of rest helped him recover considerably. After waking up, he repeatedly checked the information on the Star Source card, confirming again and again that the changes were real. Finally, Shen Xingyan gazed at the ceiling with a blissful expression, his joy almost unbearable. He couldn't wait to tell the whole world that he was no longer that defenseless farmer. Given time, his future achievements would be enough to astound everyone, even those who invade and cause disasters. Fortunately, reason prevailed over impulse. He knew very well that he must not expose these secrets before he had sufficient strength. Shen Xingyan let out a heavy sigh and got up to cook. It was still past midnight, and to avoid waking his sister, he moved quietly, preparing breakfast for himself and Shen Xingyan. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room. He intended to sleep a little longer, but couldn't fall asleep no matter how much he tossed and turned. So, he simply began to gently practice the physical techniques taught at school in his room. At this time, most people were either immersed in the Star Source world or still asleep. People like Shen Xingyan who practiced in the early morning were extremely rare. He didn't stop until dawn. 2 hours of physical training had taken a toll on his stamina. He took out his Star Source card and saw that his stamina had dropped to 4 points. If he continued training, he would enter a state of weakness. Just then, a slight noise came from outside. Shen Xingyan knew his sister had gotten up, so he quickly changed out of his sweat-soaked clothes and came out of the room. Shen Xingyan saw him and asked in surprise why he was awake so early. She guessed that her brother had only come out of the Star Origin world in the early hours of the morning and was currently at his sleepiest. Shen Xingyan smiled and ruffled her hair, simply saying it was nothing and urging her to eat quickly, as breakfast was already prepared. Shen Xingyan didn't think much of it and happily ate her breakfast. She hadn't seen her brother for 2 days, and being able to see him and exchange a few words before school today naturally put her in a good mood. During the meal, she couldn't help but ask what the Star Origin world was like. She'd heard it was much more lively than reality, even as prosperous as before the cataclysm, and her eyes immediately filled with longing. Shen Xingyan heated up 2 steamed buns for himself, eating them while sharing his first impressions. Although he'd mostly been in his professional space these past 2 days, that peaceful and bustling street was enough for him and his sister to enjoy. As Shen Xingyan listened to her brother's description, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. After sending his sister to school, Shen Xingyan returned to his room and continued his training. His awakened body seemed to have some kind of limitation removed. With each round of practice, he could feel a subtle improvement in his body. This kind of progress might not seem like much to combat professionals, but for Shen Xingyan now, every bit of growth was something to be happy about. He quickly lost track of time while training, as if he were back in the state of school training. However, the limited space and facilities at home meant that the results couldn't compare to those at school. It wasn't until nearly noon that he felt his energy waning and his stamina declining significantly, forcing him to stop and prepare dinner. After entering the Star Source world, his consciousness could move around inside, but his physical body remained in the same place. He stayed there for 12 hours straight. His mind could rest in the Star Source, but his physical strength could only recover back in reality. Shen Xingyan had heard that advanced alchemical products and medicines could slowly restore physical strength, maintaining a balance between consumption and replenishment. However, those things were too expensive for him to afford at present. Just as he was walking to the kitchen, the Star Source card suddenly vibrated. Shen Xingyan picked it up and saw that the card displayed Chu Wei's image, indicating that she was requesting a call. Only then did Shen Xingyan remember that the star source card also had a calling function. Before awakening, he basically lived a simple life between school and home, rarely using this ability. This was the first time he had personally experienced it. After he connected with her telepathically, Chu Wei's energetic voice immediately came through, asking him how he had been. Shen Xingyan was somewhat amused and exasperated. It had only been 2 days since they last met, hardly a long time. Chu Wei quickly explained her situation. She had just leveled up to level 2 yesterday, adding 1 point to all her attributes, and had 2 free attribute points, which she put entirely into her spirit, bringing her spirit to 14 points. However, when it came to extracting points into reality, her tone became frustrated. Bringing skills and attribute points back to reality was too expensive. The equipment, materials, and money she had obtained from killing monsters over the past 2 days were far from enough. Chu Wei felt like she had finally found someone to confide in, and she recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 days. Shen Xingyan listened quietly, occasionally analyzing the situation for her and offering a few words of advice, just like back in school. As they talked, Chu Wei suddenly noticed that he had become much calmer, and his tone was more composed than before. Her reason for contacting Shen Xingyan this time was actually because she was worried that he wouldn't be able to handle things after awakening to the life of a farmer. No one knew better than Chu Wei how much Shen Xingyan had once wanted to become a combat profession. Yet, despite her recounting so much about combat professions, he remained calm, as if he had truly come to terms with it. Shen Xingyan could sense her concern, but simply said softly that after experiencing certain things, one must grow and move forward. As for his own secret, he couldn't reveal a single word. Those abilities have too great an impact. He can't tell Chu Wei, or even his younger sister Shen Xingyan. Keeping them in the dark is, in fact, a form of protection. Chu Wei seemed much relieved after hearing this, and they agreed to meet again at the trial a month later before ending the call. After hanging up, Shen Xingyan truly felt the terror of combat professions. Chu Wei could level up in 2 days, while planting the lowest level seeds for life skills would take at least 9 days to harvest. Even after harvesting, there was no guarantee of leveling up, as the star source depended on the value of the output. The difference between the two was immediately apparent. In just 9 days, the other person would likely have already reached level 3 or 4, and their attributes would be significantly different. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, but the thought of his 2 powerful skills quickly dissipated his disappointment. He reminded himself that since he already possessed such abilities, he should be content. He then quickly made himself something to eat, filled his stomach, returned to his room, lay down on his bed, set the timer for entering the star source world, and prepared to sleep for a while to recover his energy. But when he habitually placed the star source card on his forehead, he suddenly discovered that his attribute panel had changed. Strength was now 10 points, agility was 10 points, spirit was 10 points, but constitution had become 11 points. Shen Xingyan, who was about to close his eyes, suddenly opened them. He looked at the panel again carefully, and after confirming that he wasn't seeing things, his heart skipped a beat. His physique had indeed improved slightly. Shen Xingyan was overjoyed to discover that his physique had actually increased by a point. Although this improvement wasn't as dramatic as Chu Wei gaining 6 attribute points per level, it was significant enough for him now. It proved that training in the real world was truly effective. As long as he continued training, his physical attributes would gradually improve, and his attributes in the Star Origin world would also increase in tandem. More importantly, attributes gained in the real world can be directly transferred into the Star Source world, but attributes acquired in the Star Source world must be extracted by spending money to bring back to reality. After the excitement subsided, the drowsiness that had been building up for so long finally overwhelmed him. Shen Xingyan quickly fell into a deep sleep, leaving only the sound of his steady breathing and the ticking of the clock in the room. Meanwhile, inside the Star Source space, 2 little skeletons stood guard by the wheat field, craning their necks and waiting for a new notification icon. Wang Kai, however, sat on the ground, occasionally glancing up, appearing much smarter than the other skeletons. Wang Cai's sitting posture was a bit awkward, as if it were imitating a human, making the scene both comical and eerie. It wasn't until the indicator icon reappeared above the wheat field that it got up and walked towards the wheat field, with the little skeleton slowly following behind. 3 hours later, the alarm clock rang. Shen Xingyan forced himself to get out of bed, ate a steamed bun, lay back down, placed the star source card on his forehead, and reconnected to the black card with his consciousness. His vision went black for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in the planting space. Wang Kai and the little skeleton sensed his presence simultaneously, immediately putting down their farm work and approaching him. This time, Shen Xingyan wasn't scared off by the two skeletons. He looked at the marks of their labor on their bodies and nodded in satisfaction. Looking up, the wheat field was growing even more vigorously, the entire field brimming with life. He then positioned two skeletons on either side and used his innate skill to summon more skeletons. After the familiar incantation finished, a third small skeleton appeared in the space. This skeleton looked cleaner and slightly more robust than the previous two. Shen Xingyan's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked its attributes. But the result was still 1 point in all attributes. His nascent hope vanished instantly, and he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at himself. He already possessed 2 overpowered skills, yet he still expected to stumble upon more good fortune. Shen Xingyan patted Wang Cai's skull and handed the new skeleton over to it to manage. From now on, this little skeleton would also be under Wang Cai's care, working alongside it while learning how to tend the wheat fields. Next, he led the 3 skeletons and quickly dealt with the problem according to the prompts above the wheat field. By the time the prompts were cleared, his skill cooldown had just ended. Shen Xingyan stood in the middle of the wheat field, silently reciting the activation skill. His inner energy circulated, and his staff emitted a strange fluctuation, instantly covering the entire wheat field, increasing his professional experience points by 1. After the skill was activated, the wheat began to change rapidly, the ears of wheat expanding continuously, and the initial shapes of the grains gradually appearing. Soon, he discovered that the number of grains on each ear of wheat was almost double what was recorded in the book. This means that when harvested the day after tomorrow, the yield will likely exceed the highest yield per acre recorded in the books. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's smile grew wider and wider. He gently stroked the wheat beside him, gazing at this field brimming with the hope of a bountiful harvest. His previously weary spirit and body were revitalized. After activating his professional skill, indicator icons began to appear densely in the wheat field. Shen Xingyan remained calm, working with the 3 skeletons to deal with these problems that no longer posed a threat. With 4 workers tending 1 acre of land, efficiency was significantly improved. Problems would appear and be quickly solved, only to be replaced by new ones a few minutes later. This pace continued for nearly 2 hours before the rate of problem-solving finally began to slow. After another hour, they even had to wait a while for a new problem to appear. Only then did Shen Xingyan leave the wheat field, lie down by the edge, close his eyes, and fall asleep. The rest of the wheat field was left to Wang Kai and the others. At their current rate of notifications, Wang Kai and the others could easily handle it, even having time to stay by Shen Xingyan's side, seemingly protecting him instinctively. If Shen Xingyan hadn't given them instructions beforehand, they might have stayed by his side indefinitely, upholding the instincts of skeletons. Chapter 21 Harvest. Time marches on relentlessly, never stopping for anyone. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and the 6th day after planting the wheat finally arrived. This was also the harvest day that Shen Xingyan had been waiting for. On the 4th day, with the appearance of the 4th little skeleton, he no longer needed to personally oversee the daily maintenance of this acre of wheat. The 4 little skeletons were enough to look after the wheat field, which gave Shen Xingyan a lot more free time. His schedule for the past 2 days has been simple. First, he uses his talents and professional skills in the professional space. Then he gets a full 7 hours of sleep to replenish his energy, and finally he returns to the real world to exercise. The incentive from his previous attribute upgrades made him particularly attentive to his training in the real world. After all, without accumulated resources, even if his professional level increased, the attribute points he gained could only remain in the Star Source world. He simply didn't have the money to transfer his attributes to reality. Unfortunately, after 2 days, Shen Xingyan didn't receive any further surprises. His physique remained at 11 points, and his other attributes were unchanged. It seemed that the previous slight improvement was mostly the result of long-term accumulation before awakening. Although somewhat disappointed, he didn't give up. After each workout, he could feel a slight improvement in his body. Even if it wasn't reflected on the attribute panel yet, he believed that as long as he persisted, he would eventually reap the rewards. What truly troubled him was the food. With increased training time, his energy expenditure had also increased, and the food he had planned to eat was almost gone. Looking at the meager supplies left in the kitchen, Shen Xingyan truly understood what it meant to be penniless and helpless. Fortunately, today is the day the wheat ripens. He observed the wheat field yesterday. The ears of wheat were full and heavy, and if the stalks weren't thick enough, they would probably have been bent over and fallen to the ground long ago. Shen Xingyan was filled with anticipation for the yield of this acre of wheat, and he couldn't help but think about it even while sleeping and exercising. With only a few minutes left before harvest time, he finished the last bit of food in the kitchen, immediately returned to his room, and connected to the Star Source card to enter the Star Source world. When he opened his eyes again, he was still in his familiar workspace. Shen Xingyan's gaze immediately fell on the acre of golden wheat field. At this moment, the wheat waves stretched out heavily, a scene of abundant harvest. This wheat field is on a completely different level from the wheat fields that ordinary people are familiar with. If a professional farmer were to compare it to their own wheat field, they would probably be speechless with envy. As Shen Xingyan appeared, the 6 little skeletons came to his side. The one closest to him was naturally Captain Wang Kai, while the other 5 stood a little further back, appearing exceptionally obedient. At this moment, his innate skills and professional skills were still on cooldown, so Shen Xingyan did not use them immediately as usual. He simply gently touched Wang Cai's skull and quietly waited for the completion prompt. As time drew closer, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel anxious. He walked to the edge of the wheat field and bent down to check the condition of the wheat ears. Not long after, the notification sound from the Star Origin world finally rang in his ears. Congratulations! Your first crop has matured. You are rewarded with a sickle. Please complete the harvest as soon as possible. Xingyuan will reward you with corresponding experience points based on the final yield. To Shen Xingyan, the mechanical notification sound was like heavenly music. He abruptly stood up, his gaze immediately fixed on the sky above the wheat field, where an icon indicating that the wheat was ready to be harvested had appeared. We've finally waited for this moment. Shen Xingyan clenched his fist excitedly. Seeing the constantly shaking notification icon that seemed to be urging him on, Shen Xingyan had a thought and immediately took out the scythe from the Star Source reward from his backpack, while also checking its attributes. Item, sickle. Attribute, attack +1. No level requirements, no durability limitations, an essential tool for farmers. This weapon has similar attributes to the hoe that was previously rewarded, only its appearance is different. It's still a good item that can be used for a long time. Shen Xingyan was excitedly preparing to go to the field to harvest when he suddenly remembered his capable helpers. He turned around and saw 6 little skeletons looking up at him, clearly bewildered by the unfamiliar harvest icon above the wheat field. They could only shake their skulls, not knowing how to follow the instructions. Shen Xingyan slapped his forehead. This was the first time the harvest icon had appeared. Even Wang Kai had never seen it before, let alone the other little skeletons. The problem was, he only had one scythe, and he couldn't possibly equip each skeleton with one. Xingyuan Mall does sell sickles, but the cheapest one costs 10 copper coins. Given Shen Xingyan's current situation, he simply can't afford one. Left with no other option, he had the little skeletons pull the wheat out by hand and pile it all up in one place for him to process. This was certainly inefficient, but there was no better way at the moment. However, the Star Origin world has one very convenient feature. After harvesting, there's no need to thresh the crops like in reality. Simply store the crops in your backpack using your mind, and they'll automatically split according to Shen Xingyan's wishes. Taking wheat as an example, it can be separated into wheat and straw after being put into the backpack. This is quite user-friendly for professional farmers, saving them a lot of trouble and making Shen Xingyan even more excited about the upcoming harvest. Chapter 22 Breaking Records. With Shen Xingyan's order, the harvesting of this acre of wheat officially began. He picked up a sickle and was the first to rush into the wheat field. As he wielded the sickle, he used his mind to send the harvested wheat into his spatial backpack. This saved time on carrying and stacking, making the process significantly more efficient. In comparison, the 6 little skeletons seemed much clumsy. They all had only 1 attribute point each, making them inherently slow-moving. Moreover, it was their first time doing this kind of work, so their movements were initially clumsy and awkward. Even together, the 6 of them could only barely cut a little more than Shen Xingyan. But as time went on, the little skeletons gradually became more skilled and their movements became smoother. However, just as they found their rhythm, they suddenly stopped. Because this acre of wheat had already been completely harvested by the 7 laborers. Shen Xingyan was about to go over and put the wheat that the little skeletons had collected into his spatial backpack when he suddenly heard the star source notification sound in his ear. Congratulations on completing your first crop harvesting task. You are rewarded with 1 warehouse. The newbie planting guide has ended. Please continue your career advancement journey. As the notification sound faded, a small house-like building appeared out of thin air at the edge of Shen Xingyan's professional space. That must be the warehouse. Before he could even check the attributes, a second notification sounded. Congratulations. You have successfully planted 600 square meters of wheat and harvested 1,800 kilograms. You have gained 180 points of farmer professional experience. Upon hearing this number, Shen Xingyan was stunned. 1 acre yielded a staggering 1,800 kilograms of wheat. He knew the yield wouldn't be low, but he never expected it to be this high. An average farmer works hard for 10 days and produces about 500 or 600 kilograms of wheat per mu, a Chinese unit of area, approximately 0.165 acres. Even highly skilled professional farmers might only produce around 800 or 900 kilograms. His current output is more than double that of those people. Compared to new farmers of the same level, the gap is even more dramatic, almost 3 times. If this result were to be told, probably no one would believe it. Shen Xingyan subconsciously converted the wheat into copper coins. 1 kilogram of wheat sold to Xingyuan Mall could earn 2 copper coins. 1,800 kilograms would be 3,600 copper coins, equivalent to 360 yuan before the primal energy eruption. Earning 3,600 copper coins in 5 days, averaging 720 coins per day. This earning speed is probably almost on par with that of ordinary combat professions. Before he could recover from the shock of this income, Star Origin World sent another notification. Congratulations. You have significantly broken the previous record of 1,116 kilograms of wheat per mu, achieving a yield of 1,800 kilograms. As a reward, you will receive an additional 1,800 square meters of cultivated land and a 30% discount on permanent seeds. Xingyuan will issue a district-wide announcement. Would you like to make this information public? This time, Shen Xingyan was completely dumbfounded. 1,800 square meters, which is equivalent to 3 acres of land. According to the book, this amount of farmland would cost at least 300 gold coins to buy from the Star Origin World. 300 gold coins, that's the cost of extracting 30 attribute points into reality. With such a generous reward, Shen Xingyan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The Star Origin World was ridiculously generous this time. More importantly, land can only be purchased from the Star Origin Mall after reaching level 10. No matter how wealthy you are, if your level is not high enough, you will have to pay a higher price. Shen Xingyan, a newcomer, actually possesses such a large scale of farmland at this stage. Looking at the entire Star Origin World, he is probably one of the very few. As for the 30% discount on permanent seeds, it may seem insignificant now, but as you level up and the seeds you can buy become more and more expensive, the money you can save with this discount will only increase. Do you wish to make this information public? Xingyuan's prompt sounded again. Shen Xingyan finally came to his senses and chose not to make it public without hesitation. Just kidding, he's still weak right now. If others were to find out about his existence, he'd probably be reduced to ashes in the end. This is by no means an exaggeration. There are indeed many good people in the world, but when you encounter a truly greedy bad person, The destructive power is beyond what ordinary people can withstand. As his choice was made, the announcement echoed throughout the star origin space. Professional farmer name has significantly broken the previous record of 1,116 kilograms per mu for wheat yield, achieving a yield of 1,800 kilograms per mu. As a reward, name will receive an additional 1,800 square meters of cultivated land and a 30% discount on permanent seeds. This is hereby announced throughout the district. The notification sounded 3 times in a row before finally stopping. After the announcement, the star origin world seemed to fall into a brief silence. Someone tending the farmland frowned and muttered after hearing this, thinking that it must be some old guy who hadn't planted the advanced seeds, but instead went to research level 1 wheat, and he actually stumbled upon it. Some people looked up at the sky, their faces full of disbelief, simply unable to believe that anyone could produce such an outrageous yield. Some people simply found it strange. It's been a long time since the farmer profession has been announced across the entire region. It's quite an eye-opener that a basic profession could generate this kind of buzz. People reacted in different ways. Some questioned, some were curious, and some complained. But most people just listened casually. After all, the announcement was only for farmers, the most insignificant people in the world, and in their eyes, even if the record was broken, it would only be a flash in the pan and not worth paying too much attention to. After listening to the entire announcement, Shen Xingyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The announcement did not reveal any of his real information, which put his mind at ease. At the same time, a surge of excitement welled up from the bottom of my heart. The feeling of being the only one sober while everyone else is drunk seems quite enjoyable. Chapter 23: Farmers' Occupational Upgrading. As the announcement for the entire star origin world was released, the acre of farmland in front of Shen Xingyan immediately expanded outward from the reward well, and in the blink of an eye, it passed the spot where he was standing. The planting space also expanded, and the boundaries were pushed much further away. Once the land was completely settled, Shen Xingyan looked at the 4 acres of wide farmland in front of him and couldn't help but grin foolishly. The feeling of having a windfall fall right into your lap would make anyone happy for a long time. The roots left after the wheat harvest have also completely disappeared. What pleased him even more was that the 4 acres of land seemed to have been reorganized, meeting the standards for direct sowing, saving him the trouble of even turning the soil. The soil color was also darker than before, indicating that it was significantly more fertile. Shen Xingyan bent down, grabbed a handful of soil, and quietly felt it for a moment before finally accepting this big gift from the star origin world. Then, he went to the wheat that Wang Kai and the others had collected, and with a thought, the mountain of wheat was instantly stored in his backpack. Inside the backpack, wheat grains and wheat stalks were automatically separated into 2 compartments. Shen Xingyan first checked the wheat's attributes. He had only intended to admire the number 1800, but his gaze immediately froze when he saw the suffix in the name. Item: wheat premium. Value: 6 copper. Quantity: 1800. Attribute: a material used to make food. The wheat is actually of superior quality. In the star origin world, materials and equipment are graded from common, superior, excellent to perfect, with positive and negative grades in between. The value of high-quality wheat is 3 times that of ordinary wheat, reaching 6 coppers per kilogram. This completely exceeded Shen Xingyan's expectations. He quickly calculated that this batch of wheat could be sold for 10,800 copper coins. Shen Xingyan's eyes widened, and only one thought remained in his mind. When did making money become so easy? More importantly, this is only the initial stage. As levels increase, skills improve, and the skeleton army grows, the rate of income will only accelerate. Overwhelmed with joy, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then, he checked the properties of the wheat stalk. Item: wheat straw, high quality. Value: 1 copper. Quantity: 800. Attribute: a basic material. Shen Xingyan was somewhat surprised. He had only heard that wheat straw was useless and worthless before, but he never expected that high-quality wheat straw could be exchanged for money. This was an unexpected little surprise. Next, he went to the edge of the warehouse to check the properties. Item: warehouse. Specifications: 8 by 15 grids. The description was simple, yet powerful enough. A full 120 slots made Shen Xingyan even worry about whether he could use them all. Looking at the empty warehouse, he put 100 kilograms of wheat into the first compartment as grain to ward off evil spirits, hoping for a good omen. Afterwards, Shen Xingyan opened the Star Source Mall and sold all the remaining wheat grains and straws, ultimately earning 11,000 copper coins. The bottom right corner of his backpack also showed 11 silver coins. After admiring this impressive number, he opened his attribute panel and found that his experience points had reached 186. Harvesting 1,800 kilograms of wheat granted 180 experience points. Using a profession skill 5 times granted 5 points, and there was 1 point remaining upon awakening. The experience now far exceeds the 100 points required for leveling up. Shen Xingyan had never heard of anyone else achieving the upgrade standard on their first planting attempt, and he didn't know if he was the first to do so. Seeing the upgrade available icon next to his experience points, he knew the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Countless professionals had toiled day and night for this very moment. Shen Xingyan took a deep breath and mentally touched the upgrade button. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to level 2. The reward is +1 to all attributes, +2 free attribute points, and 1% cooldown time for job skills. We hope you will continue to work hard and improve further. The moment the notification sounded, Shen Xingyan felt a slight tremor in his body, but he quickly regained his composure. He moved his body slightly, a soft clicking sound rang out, and he felt much more comfortable. When you reopen the Properties panel, the data has changed. Name: Sparks Fly Shen Xingyan. Number: 1181204319527. Occupation: Farmer. Professional skill: consumes a certain amount of primal energy points to increase the growth progress of crops within a specified range by 10%. The larger the range, the more points are consumed. The cooldown is 24 hours 1%, with a 10-hour interval between uses. Level 2. Experience points: 86 out of 200. Strength: 11 points. Agility: 11 points. Physical condition: 12 points. Spirit: 11 o'clock. Free attribute points: 2 points. Health: 120 to 120 points. Raw energy: 18 points. Stamina: 12 out of 12 points. Physical attack: 11 points. Spell attack: 11 points. Defense: 12 points. Speed: 11 o'clock. Talent: summon skeletons. Summon skeleton monsters with all attributes at 1 to fight. Cooldown: 24 hours. Money: 0 gold, 11 silver, 0 copper. After this upgrade, apart from the original energy and talent skills remaining unchanged, all 4 major attributes have increased by 1 point. Primal energy requires free attribute points, or can only be improved after unlocking the inner power technique at level 10. Talent, on the other hand, is said to be able to be enhanced only through rare items. Including the 2 free attribute points, Shen Xingyan gained a total of 6 attribute boosts this time, which is much faster than the hard training in reality. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder everyone was so enthusiastic about improving themselves in the Star Origin world. Chapter 24: Planting 4 acres together. Looking at the attribute points given by Xingyuan after his level increased, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This feeling of becoming stronger was indeed addictive. Each of the 4 attributes increased by 1 point. Strength, agility, and spirit all reached 11 points. Constitution, having already increased by 1 point in reality, has now reached 12 points after being fed back into the Star Origin world. If he had 60 gold coins now, he could extract all 6 attribute points he received from leveling up into reality. The effect would be completely equivalent to the results he might not even achieve after a long period of hard training in the real world. However, Shen Xingyan quickly shook his head. Although he was earning money faster than ordinary combat professions at his current rate, he was still far from being able to extract attribute points, and there was no need to rush it for now. Then, he looked at the words "cooldown 1% next to the skill description. This increase wasn't significant, and it was within his expectations. After all, it was only a small level increase. The truly noticeable change would probably come at level 10. There were still 2 free attribute points from leveling up that Shen Xingyan hadn't allocated. He originally planned to add them to Constitution to increase his stamina and make him more able to endure farm work. The 3 acres of farmland awarded by Xingyuan made him hesitate. His gaze fell on the primal energy attribute. Previously, it took 5 points of primal energy to use a professional skill on 1 acre of land. Now, with 4 acres, it would take 20 points of primal energy to achieve perfect coverage in one go. Unfortunately, he only has 18 points right now. If he doesn't make up the difference, he won't be able to manage the 4 acres of land uniformly, which would be a waste of land resources. The only way to solve this problem is to increase the maximum energy level. The school explained that there are several ways to increase the upper limit of primal energy. The most basic way is to increase it naturally over time, roughly by 1 point per year, with the star source world and reality increasing in sync. The second type is that after reaching level 10 in the profession, Star Source will reward you with an increased limit of primal energy, which will continue to increase with each level up. However, this increase only exists in the Star Source world, and you have to spend money to extract it in reality. The third method is to purchase rare treasures at high prices from the Star Origin Mall, or obtain them through methods such as killing monsters or receiving rewards. The last method is to allocate free attribute points to primal energy. Shen Xingyan hesitated precisely because of his profession. Farmer skills have too long a cooldown time, and their reliance on primal energy is far less than that of combat professions, both in the Star Source world and the real world. If he hadn't suddenly acquired 3 acres of land, he would never have considered investing his attribute points in primal energy. Moreover, if he truly had no shortage of gold coins in the future, extracting his attributes into reality would obviously be more practical than extracting primal energy. After weighing the options, Shen Xingyan decided to focus on the immediate situation. Even if he suffered a loss, it would only be 2 attribute points, which he could make up for later through real-world training. He could afford that price. Having made up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer and clicked the plus sign twice after primal energy. The primal energy value immediately changed from 18/18 to 20/20. After allocating his attribute points, Shen Xingyan immediately opened the Star Source shop and found the level 1 seed section. For types of seeds, carrots, white radishes, Chinese cabbage, and wheat appeared before him in turn. Without hesitation, he chose wheat. Wheat has the longest growing period and the highest harvest value among first-grade seeds, making it the best fit for leveraging his professional skills. As for carrots, white radishes, and Chinese cabbage, their growth period is only 3 days, which means they can't fully utilize their strengths, and it's difficult to use them to break the Star Source record. After all, those advanced professional farmers cultivate crops at an extremely fast pace, and their time spent in the Star Origin world is far beyond what Shen Xingyan can match. Trying to break their records with short-term crops is virtually impossible. Moreover, Wang Kai and the other little skeletons have already adapted to planting wheat, so there's no need to change crops right now. Shen Xingyan selected the seeds needed for 4 acres of land, clicked to buy, but found that even with a 30% discount, it still cost 280 copper coins. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If Xingyuan hadn't given me wheat seeds in the first place, I probably wouldn't have been able to even afford the seeds. Next, he searched for hoes and sickles. Both were essential tools for farmers, with +1 attack and 10 tenths durability, and each cost 10 copper coins. The price wasn't too expensive. Shen Xingyan bought 15 of each item, spending a total of 300 copper coins. He planned to distribute them to the little skeletons and keep the extras for future use. These tools are not like his own beginner's set. They don't have unlimited durability, but they are not a burden for him now. After buying the hoes and seeds, Shen Xingyan distributed them to Wang Kai and the other skeletons. He then taught the 4 new skeletons how to plant the seeds, together with Wang Kai. Perhaps they were already used to farm work, because they learned exceptionally well this time. In less than 2 minutes, the 4 new skeletons were doing a pretty good job. The sowing project on the 4 acres of land had officially begun. Including Shen Xingyan, there were a total of 7 laborers who worked for nearly 2 hours to finally complete the sowing of all 4 acres of wheat. Afterwards, Shen Xingyan spent 100 copper coins to buy 20 buckets in the shop and placed them next to the well for the little skeleton to use later. With 7 workers working simultaneously, the irrigation of the entire field was completed in less than 10 minutes. Shen Xingyan walked to the well, took out his beginner's walking stick, locked his sights on the 4 acres of farmland, and activated his professional skill. As all the primal energy within his body surged and flowed, he felt the fluctuations brought about by the operation of primal energy more clearly than ever before, and he also gained some vague insights into his mind. It's a pity he's not a combat class. Otherwise, with this insight, he could probably deal even more damage when killing monsters. Chapter 25, First Food Extraction. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. As Shen Xingyan finished casting the spell, a notification from Xingyuan rang in his ears. The wheat seeds in the 4 acres of farmland sprouted up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, creating a scene far more spectacular than the previous 1 acre. Standing in the middle of the field, Shen Xingyan felt as if the whole world was flowing at an accelerated pace, the traces of time becoming exceptionally clear, and a rich aura of life surrounding him. This strange feeling only gradually dissipated when the wheat seedlings stopped growing. Immediately afterward, maintenance notifications for the Star Origin world appeared one after another. The workload of the 4 acres of wheat field was several times that of before, and the 6 little skeletons in front of him simply couldn't handle it. Shen Xingyan had no choice but to personally join the cleaning and maintenance team. After completing a maintenance task, he glanced at the time and realized his sister would be getting out of school soon, so he quickly bought 4 days' worth of food from Xingyuan Mall. He had already eaten the last bit of food at home, and now even mice would have to leave the kitchen in tears. It needed to be replenished immediately. However, he didn't dare buy too much, fearing that the drastic change would arouse his sister's suspicion. After all, it was only the 6th day. According to the normal cycle, he should have harvested something by the 10th day. Looking at the food items in the backpack whose origins were relatively easy to explain, Shen Xingyan had an idea and chose to take them. Ding! It will cost 180 copper coins to retrieve this item worth 20 copper coins. Do you wish to retrieve it? Sure enough, the price of the items extracted from the real world was 10 times that in the Star Origin world. After Shen Xingyan clicked Confirm, the food immediately disappeared from his backpack. The next second, his consciousness returned to reality. Before he even opened his eyes, the star source card on his forehead sent a notification that the extracted items had been stored in the card and could be retrieved at any time. Shen Xingyan got out of bed, silently chanted, "Take out," and the food he had just bought appeared out of thin air in his hand. Experiencing something like this for the first time in reality, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder, as if he had personally performed a magic trick. However, the novelty wore off quickly, and a ton of work awaited him in his workspace. Without delay, Shen Xingyan first prepared a meal for his sister before returning to his workspace. Seeing Wang Kai and the little skeletons still working diligently, Shen Xingyan smiled with satisfaction and then joined in. The repetitive farm work continued to unfold in the space, gradually calming his mind, which had just received a large sum of money. Even when he occasionally saw nearly 10 silver coins in his backpack, hope couldn't help but rise on his face. If 1 acre of land yielded such a harvest, then if 4 acres were well cared for, the final profit might be even higher than expected. Shen Xingyan worked with anticipation in his professional space. In contrast to his calm demeanor, Chu Wei's 5-person combat team was currently embroiled in a fierce battle. They had to be extremely careful every time they killed a monster. The slightest mistake could force them to log off for a whole day. Fortunately, they had Chu Wei, a powerful fire mage, to provide damage output. Otherwise, it would have taken them much longer to whittle down a single monster. After the 5 of them worked together to kill a level 4 monster, Chu Wei let her teammates loot the corpse while she took out a potion to restore her energy and drank it. She had the best equipment and weapons in the team, was the strongest, and was also the leader of the squad. That level 4 monster had nearly drained her energy. While recovering, Chu Wei cautiously observed her surroundings. The wild is never a one-sided hunt. They're watching the monsters, but the monsters might be watching them too. A moment of carelessness could lead to disaster. After confirming that no low-level monsters were approaching, Chu Wei finally relaxed a little. But as soon as she had some free time, Shen Xingyan came to mind. She estimated that their family's food supplies were almost gone, and the base had cut off the supply of awakened ones. What would he do next? Given Shen Xingyan's stubborn personality, if she directly offered him help, she would most likely be rejected. If all else failed, she would have to try to find a solution through Xiaoying. Thinking of this, Chu Wei shook her head helplessly. Just then, a teammate in front suddenly exclaimed, "We got a good deal. This thing is worth 3 silver coins even if you sell it to Xingyuan Mall, and it'll probably be worth even more if you trade it privately. We're lucky today." Although killing monsters is mainly for experience, looting each corpse is like opening a blind box, adding a bit of anticipation to the tense battle rhythm. Chu Wei got up and went over to check. She found that it was a high-quality level 3 top, not much different from the equipment she was wearing. It would indeed be worth some money if sold privately. The knights in the group handed over the clothes and asked how they should be distributed. Chu Wei didn't take them, but simply said, "As usual, we'll sell them when we get back and split the money equally. You take these for now." Once her energy had mostly recovered, she led her team to continue searching for their next target. The usually lively and enthusiastic Chu Wei in front of Shen Xingyan now had a cold, aloof demeanor that acted like a protective shield, shutting out all external anxieties. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyan, inside his professional space, was exhausted and sat on the ground to recover his strength. He casually bought 3 steamed buns from Xingyuan Mall and ate them. Steamed buns restored his strength faster than regular steamed buns, and they were more expensive, but for him now, they were no longer a burden. In the wheat field, Wang Kai led the other little skeletons, diligently working in their respective assigned areas. Shen Xingyan watched, increasingly satisfied. He had to admit, Wang Kai did possess some leadership potential. Although it was merely following orders, it always managed to organize things quite effectively. In Shen Xingyan's eyes, these little skeletons with their white bones were becoming more and more adorable. Chapter 26, Physique +1. When you're busy, time always flies. Shen Xingyan was engrossed in working in the wheat field. Before he knew it, the amount of time he could spend in the Star Origin world today was almost at its limit, and the frequency of the Star Origin notifications finally slowed down. Seeing that the wheat field was gradually stabilizing, Shen Xingyan, who was panting heavily from exhaustion, finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, after he left, the remaining work could be handed over to Wang Kai and the little skeletons without too many problems. He ate 2 steamed buns, regaining some of his strength in the Star Origin world. He then bought a small straw hat at the Star Origin Mall and placed it on Wang Kai's head as a reward. After all, Wang Kai was the captain he appointed, so it had to have some distinguishing mark from the other skeletons. Shen Xingyan wasn't sure if this human-style management would actually work on the skeletons, but he himself was quite enjoying it. Seeing that the Star Source countdown had begun, he gave Wang Kai the follow-up instructions, then clicked offline and returned to reality. As soon as he returned to the real world, Shen Xingyan's stomach began to rumble in protest. He glanced at his Star Source card. His real-world stamina had dropped to 6 points. In a few more hours, he would probably be approaching a state of weakness. He hurried into the kitchen and made himself something to eat first. After cooking for his sister, he was in a rush to return to the Star Origin world to look after the wheat fields, and had completely forgotten that he needed to eat too. No wonder he was so hungry that his vision was blurry. After eating a little something, the discomfort slowly subsided. Despite his mental exhaustion, Shen Xingyan began preparing breakfast for himself and his sister. Just then, his sister Shen Xingyang's bedroom door suddenly opened. Shen Xingyang rubbed her eyes, sleepily calling out, "Brother, you're finally out." Shen Xingyan's heart skipped a beat when he heard someone speak behind him, and he was almost startled. Their home is located near the outer border, where danger could strike at any time. Their parents even dug a cellar specifically for their home, so they could hide and await rescue in case of an emergency. Shen Xingyan turned around and saw that it was his younger sister. He was relieved and asked her why she was awake, wondering if he had disturbed her while cooking. Shen Xingyan shook her head and said that she hadn't actually slept much and had been waiting for him. Then she handed him a card. Shen Xingyan took the card and, seeing the star source symbol on it. Remembered that it was a temporary reward card used to store temporary star source coins, and that making one cost 100 copper coins. He used to exchange the card making cost for supplies when he received rewards at school, so he wasn't familiar with this type of card. Shen Xingyan quickly explained that the school had organized a competition today, and she had won first place. The reward was in her card, a full 2,000 copper coins. As she said this, a hint of pride couldn't be hidden on the little girl's sleepy face. She muttered softly, "Your sister can earn money to support the family now." Shen Xingyan felt a pang of tenderness when he saw her like this. He reached out and ruffled her hair, smiling as he said that his little sister had really grown up. Now that Shen Xingyan was awake, Shen Xingyan decided to eat before going to sleep. Soon after, breakfast was ready, and the two siblings sat together in the quiet night, enjoying a meal filled with hope and happiness. After eating their fill, neither of them could resist their drowsiness. They tidied up quickly and went to their respective rooms to sleep. The surprise that Star Origin World had brought them today made Shen Xingyan's lips curl into a slight smile as he lay down. When Shen Xingyan woke up naturally, he opened his eyes and saw that it was almost noon. He had slept so soundly that neither his biological clock nor his alarm clock could wake him. However, the ample sleep also fully restored his energy, and his body received a much-needed rest. The feeling of comfort made him almost reluctant to get out of bed. This is actually the norm for many professionals. With the existence of the Star Source world, even the most ordinary professions no longer need to worry about basic survival. As long as they complete their work in the Star Source world, their lives in reality become much easier. Most life-skilled individuals don't need to fight, so they naturally have no interest in training in the real world. Combat-skilled individuals improve more significantly in the Star Origin world, so they also don't want to waste their energy on real-world training. They only choose to conserve their energy when they have free time. But Shen Xingyan was different. As an idealistic farmer, his goal was to hunt down disaster-stricken animals, so how could he allow himself to slack off in reality? He forced himself to cheer up and began his day's training. Whether it was because his body had rested well, or because his long-term training had finally reached a breaking point, he clearly felt a difference in his physical condition after training today. Shen Xingyan immediately took out his Star Source card to check his real-world attributes. His physique, which was originally 11 points, had now increased to 12 points. Upon seeing this number, he couldn't suppress his smile. Real-world training was indeed effective. Although it became increasingly difficult, as long as he persevered, he could still see hope. In about a week, he had improved 2 attribute points through real-world training. 2 attribute points in the real world, when converted to the Star Origin world, are equivalent to the value of 20 gold coins plus 2 attribute points. However, Shen Xingyan also knew that the calculations couldn't be so simple. Real-world training required long-term accumulation, while the benefits from the Star Origin world would continuously expand with the increase in skills and the scale of cultivation. The two were completely different in nature. In particular, his 2 powerful skills are destined to grow faster as time goes on, while real-world training slows down as it progresses, and its potential is far inferior to that of the Star Origin world. It's only because Shen Xingyan has the little skeleton helping him farm that he can free up time and energy to train in the real world. If it were any other farmer, let alone sticking to a workout routine, they probably wouldn't even bother with anything slightly strenuous. Shen Xingyan suppressed his excitement, ate something to replenish his strength, and then took out the Star Source card again to enter the Star Source world. Chapter 27, The Second Harvest. Inside the professional space, Wankai did farm work while keeping an eye on the movements of the other skeletons. If any of them deviated from the designated area or missed a step, it would immediately go up and give them a good whack, perfectly carrying out the tasks assigned by Shen Xingyan. At this moment, Wankai already looked quite like a manager, and the straw hat on its head seemed to be its identity symbol. When Shen Xingyan returned to his workspace and saw their busy figures, he immediately felt much more relaxed. Having a group of underlings ready to do the work for him at any time was indeed reassuring. Even if he left, the wheat fields wouldn't be left unattended, and there was no need to worry about reduced production or quality. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder those bosses liked starting companies before the primal energy eruption. It really felt great. Moreover, while ordinary employees might complain or slack off, the little skeletons don't. They simply follow orders tirelessly, making them the most outstanding labor force. The only problem is that they can't speak and can't communicate with Shen Xingyan. It was precisely because of this that Shen Xingyan became somewhat talkative after spending a long time in this quiet space, often muttering to himself to bring a few familiar sounds to the room. After clearing his mind of distractions, Shen Xingyan looked at the wheat field. The wheat seedlings had clearly changed, growing very well. It had to be said, the little skeleton's work was remarkably effective. By this time, his talent skills cooldown had ended. Shen Xingyan didn't delay. He immediately activated the skill and began chanting softly. Soon, the seventh little skeleton crawled out of the ground and officially joined the work team. Fortunately, the little skeleton didn't have its own thoughts. Otherwise, if it knew it had been summoned to do hard labor, it probably would have wanted to burrow back underground on the spot. As usual, Shen Xingyan handed the new skeleton over to Wang Kai for training, while he took the other skeletons to the fields. Soon after, 8 skilled laborers appeared in the wheat field. For Mu, approximately 0.33 acres of land could be managed with 2 laborers per Mu. Before his skills cooled down, Shen Xingyan joined them in maintaining the wheat field. Once the skills cooldown was over, he immediately used it again. In that instant, he once again witnessed the scene of one finger falling. All things come to life. Immediately afterward, the maintenance notifications for Star Source, which had been slowly appearing at regular intervals, became increasingly frequent. Shen Xingyan had gradually gotten used to this. Although he couldn't remain completely calm, he was as steady as a rock, immediately leading the little skeletons into the fray to fight the enemy and handle all the maintenance tasks one by one. In theory, Shen Xingyan, as a highly skilled laborer, should be far more efficient than the little skeleton. However, in actual work, he is affected by physical and mental fatigue, and overall, he is only slightly better than the tireless little skeleton. However, their team's advantage lies in its sheer numbers. In terms of sheer numbers, they already overwhelm many advanced farming professionals, not to mention that the little skeletons can work continuously, achieving an efficiency that many top professionals struggle to match. With the addition of Shen Xingyan and the new skeleton, the maintenance speed of the 4 acres of wheat field has significantly improved. The wheat seedlings are also constantly growing, gradually transforming into the final mature wheat form. For days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 11th day after Shen Xingyan's awakening, he finally ushered in his second day, filled with the joy of harvest. During these 4 days, Shen Xingyan did not leave the maintenance of the wheat field entirely to the little skeletons as he had done last time. Instead, he personally led them to work for 12 hours every day before leaving. As the number of skeletons increased, they were already sufficient to handle the frequent maintenance tasks brought about by the professional skills. But Shen Xingyan wanted to refine things further and see if he could break the record for wheat production per square meter. If production continues to increase, it might even trigger new rewards. That's why he's been focusing most of his energy on wheat planting these past few days. Of course, he didn't neglect his physical training in the real world either. Every time he returned from the Star Origin world, aside from eating and sleeping, he spent almost all his remaining time training. As he expected, his physical attribute points did not continue to change. After all, it becomes increasingly difficult to improve as you progress. If you could easily increase your attributes by training for a few days, the world would probably be very different from what it is today. Furthermore, his home training facilities are limited, so he can only focus on improving his physical fitness for now. As for other attributes, he needs more professional equipment. If he wants systematic training, he can only wait until this harvest is over and then find an inconspicuous opportunity to rent a training room at a school. Now that the second harvest is about to arrive, Shen Xingyan is still excited, but not as impatient as he was the first time. He arrived at his professional space just in time, and looking at the wheat field that was even larger than last time, he was already prepared, but he still couldn't suppress the joy of the upcoming harvest. While waiting for the harvest, he idly opened his attribute panel to check. As his physical constitution improved in reality, His physical constitution attribute in the star origin world also increased in tandem, reaching 13 points. There haven't been any major expenses lately, and with the 2 silver coins his sister rewarded him with last time, his finances remain in the double digits. Shen Xingyan believes that once this harvest is complete, this number will definitely see a significant increase. As for the other attributes, they remained unchanged, which was expected. Shen Xingyan didn't look at them much, but simply admired his 2 powerful skills once more. The skill cooldown was now complete, and the panel displayed that it was ready to use. Shen Xingyan looked at the wheat field again and found that the maturity indicator still hadn't appeared. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. What would happen if we used a professional skill on this wheat field now? Chapter 28 Speculation. The thought, once it surfaced, quickly took root in Shen Xingyan's mind. His previously expectant eyes lit up with a strange light. If a regular skill only increases growth speed, using it at this point would be mostly a waste. But his skill is different. It increases the growth progress, not just the speed that's tied to time. In other words, it doesn't actually accelerate the passage of time, but rather affects the crops themselves directly. If it were successfully applied now, could it yield wheat far exceeding normal production levels? If that were truly possible, wouldn't breaking the record of the star origin world be a piece of cake? Shen Xingyan calculated repeatedly. If the skill was only growth speed, the crops would stop growing after they matured, so increasing the speed would be pointless. But growth progress was more like an addition. As long as it took effect, it would bring a percentage increase. Having figured this out, he felt much more confident. Looking at the wheat field that was about to ripen, he hesitated for only a moment before deciding to give it a try. After all, failure would at most waste a day's opportunity to use his skill, but if he succeeded, the rewards would be enormous. The rewards he received for breaking the record last time were still fresh in his mind, and he felt this adventure was completely worthwhile. Having made up his mind, Shen Xingyan no longer hesitated. He stood up abruptly, replaced his sickle with a beginner's cane, locked his sights on the 4 acres of wheat field directly in front of him, and silently recited the command to unleash his professional skill. Just then, Xingyuan seemed to sense his intention, and a notification suddenly sounded. Ding! It has been detected that you are using a professional skill on crops that are about to mature. This skill may fail. Do you want to continue? Shen Xingyan paused slightly. This hint made him a little uneasy. It seemed that someone must have tried something similar before, but he didn't know if the other person's skills were the same as his. But the die was cast, and he had no intention of backing down. Shen Xingyan said in a deep voice, "Continue." He then confirmed the order directly. The next moment, the paused spell casting resumed, and the primal energy within him poured out wildly through the novice's staff. The wheat field, which had been quietly awaiting ripening, suddenly rustled as if drawn by some force. Shen Xingyan stared at the changes in the wheat field, and a thought struck him. It's done. Soon, Xingyuan's notification sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer professional experience points increased by 1. As the signal fell, the wheat field shook even more violently. The wheat ears, which should have stopped growing, began to visibly swell. Shen Xingyan's heart pounded wildly. Just as he had guessed. Judging from the shape of the wheat ears alone, this harvest was enough to surpass the previous record. He clenched his fist in excitement, barely able to contain his joy. However, his joy was short-lived. The wheat ears, which had just swelled up, shrank back in the blink of an eye. The entire wheat field, which had been shaking violently, returned to its initial calm. The change came so suddenly that Shen Xingyan was stunned. His earlier surprise was extinguished like a bucket of cold water, catching him completely off guard. What's going on? Is my idea not working? But Xingyuan clearly indicated the skill was successfully executed, so what does this mean? Shen Xingyan stared blankly at the wheat field before him, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, a harvest indicator appeared above the wheat field, signifying that the wheat was fully ripe and ready for harvest. This time frame is almost identical to the maturity time he had previously estimated. Shen Xingyan looked at the prompt, sighed softly, and could only helplessly accept the result. It seemed that he had failed in the end. This operation was inherently a gamble. but he never expected that he could lose something that seemed to have such a high probability of success. It seems that luck is indeed not something to be easily trusted. However, he also understood why gamblers are so prone to addiction. The thrill of his heart pounding just now was indeed unforgettable. Although the experiment failed, Shen Xingyan quickly recovered. After all, the only real loss was a day's worth of skill training opportunities, which was still within his acceptable range. He composed himself, turned to Wang Kai and the others, and shouted, "It's harvest time. Grab your sickles. Let's get to work." Afterwards, Shen Xingyan handed over the subsequent division of labor and the task of teaching the other skeletons how to work to Wang Kai, while he himself went straight into the wheat field and began to harvest frantically, as if he wanted to vent all his frustration on the sickle. Following its master's instructions, Wang Kai directed all the little skeletons to take sickles and go down to the field to gather and pile up the harvested wheat, just like last time, waiting for Shen Xingyan to collect it. 11 laborers were working in the field at the same time. Although the efficiency was not as fast as the first harvest, the area was larger this time, so it was normal for it to take more time. Shen Xingyan did not mind. As the number of small skeletons increases, the harvesting time will eventually shorten. If he could maintain this level of harvest, he would be more than happy. As Shen Xingyan harvested the wheat, he weighed the ears in his hand, gradually gaining a better understanding of its weight. Although the experiment hadn't achieved the desired results, this batch of wheat seemed to be even heavier than the last one. Perhaps this time, there is still a chance to break the record of the star origin world. Chapter 29 Planting Privileges. With this anticipation, Shen Xingyan harvested the wheat with even greater enthusiasm. Wang Kai and the group of little skeletons also became increasingly skilled, and the 4 acres of wheat field were quickly harvested. Such a large area would be difficult for an ordinary farmer to complete, even in a whole day. But in Shen Xingyan's professional space, with the help of skeletons, everything became much easier. When the last sickle of wheat fell, Shen Xingyan did not rush to collect the pile of wheat that had formed a small mountain. Instead, he stood there, feeling a little uneasy, waiting for the prompt from the star origin world. Having learned from his previous experience, he knew he wouldn't need to do the calculations himself. The star origin world would directly provide the final result. Sure enough, the notification sound rang in his ears less than 2 seconds later. Congratulations! You have planted 2,400 square meters of wheat and harvested 8,200 kilograms. You have gained 820 farmer professional experience points. Upon hearing this number, Shen Xingyan's tense heart relaxed instantly, and the anxiety on her face turned into surprise. The harvest was 8,200 kilograms, averaging 2,050 kilograms per mu, a Chinese unit of area, approximately 0.165 acres, a full 250 kilograms more than the previous one. Although the previous experiment was unsuccessful, this time it still broke the record, and the result was more than enough to satisfy him. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's smile grew wider and wider, until he finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Next, he just needed to wait for the star origin world to give him his reward. Xingyuan seemed to have read his mind and soon sent another notification. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,800 kilograms of wheat per mu, reaching 2,050 kilograms. As a reward, you are granted a planting privilege of +1 to the level of crops you can plant, and plus 600 square meters to your arable land area. Xingyuan will make a district-wide announcement. Would you like to make this information public? Shen Xingyan stared blankly at the planting privilege notification. He had never heard of such a reward before. In his understanding of the rules governing the farming profession, Xingyuan had extremely strict restrictions on planting levels. Levels 1 to 9 could only plant level 1 crops, while levels 10 to 19 could plant level 2 crops. The higher the level, the higher the crop yield and experience gained. Under normal circumstances, no matter how strong his skills are, if he wants to grow high-level crops, he must honestly wait until his professional level reaches the required level. No item can bypass this rule. But now, the planting privileges granted by Xingyuan have broken through the restrictions, allowing him to grow higher-level crops at a lower level. Such a thing has been almost unheard of in the last 100 years. Shen Xingyan's thoughts suddenly scattered. With this privilege, his speed in leveling up his profession and earning money would be greatly accelerated. More importantly, the value of this privilege will only increase as his level rises. When he reaches level 90, he may even have the opportunity to access the legendary spirit level seed ahead of time. It should be noted that in this vast base, only 2 elderly gentlemen currently possess the skill to cultivate basic spirit level seeds. As the professional level increases, the experience required for leveling up increases almost exponentially. If those 2 old gentlemen hadn't found a special seed that could increase experience outside the realm, the base probably still wouldn't truly understand the concept of a spirit level seed. The more Shen Xingyan thought about it, the more excited he became. The road ahead seemed to suddenly brighten, and the light in his eyes was so intense that it could almost melt the little skeletons around him. It took him a while to calm down. The future may be bright, but the present is the most important. At least for now, he can already grow level 2 crops. Do you wish to disclose this information? Xingyuan's notification sounded again, urging him to make a choice. Shen Xingyan snapped out of his daze and chose no without hesitation. If this privilege were exposed to outsiders, especially to those seniors stuck at high levels who couldn't level up, trouble would likely come knocking immediately. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious. The temptation was simply too great. Who could easily refuse an opportunity that could simultaneously increase both experience and wealth? Following his choice, a few days later, the announcement resounded throughout the star origin space once again. Professional farmer name has broken the previous record of 1,800 kilograms of wheat per moo, successfully reaching 2,050 kilograms. He is hereby awarded a planting privilege of +1 to the level of crops that can be planted, and +600 square meters to the cultivated land area. This is hereby announced throughout the region. The announcement was repeated 3 times, spreading throughout the entire star origin world. For a moment, all the professionals who were handling various affairs in the star origin world were stunned, as if the world itself had fallen silent for a brief instant. Then, a burst of discussion erupted like a boiling pot. What's going on? Wheat has broken records again. It's only been a few days, and the reward this time is amazing. It's making me envious. Not only farmers, but even those in other professions who only know a little about the basic rules could tell that this reward was special. Some experienced farmers couldn't help but complain. Which old guy is taking advantage of Xingyuan again? No way. I have to get some first-level seeds to try. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing as planting privileges. Envious, many people immediately took action, preparing to clear land to plant wheat. Some people stared grimly at this so-and-so in the announcement, their hearts filled with suspicion. Wheat production records were being broken repeatedly. Who was behind it all? Had someone truly discovered a vulnerability in the star source system? Their eyes were cold and sinister, as if they wanted to find out who this anonymous professional was immediately. Their sinister aura sent chills down one's spine at first glance. Chapter 30, No Failure. As the announcement from the star origin world faded, the 4 acres of land within Shen Xingyan's professional space began to change. The boundaries of the land slowly expanded outwards, causing the entire professional space to enlarge as well. Shen Xingyan wasn't too surprised by what he saw. After all, when he broke the record last time, Xingyuan directly rewarded him with 1,800 square meters of farmland, which caused a much bigger stir than this 600 square meters. What truly pleased him was that although Xingyuan only provided 1 moo of land, he conveniently re-tilled all the fields. This saved him the time of tilling the land. Looking at the wider expanse of land before him, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile, his eyes narrowing. The increase in land was a permanent benefit, meaning that the yield and experience gained from each subsequent crop would increase accordingly. Although 1 acre of land may not seem as extravagant as a planting privilege, it's still a reward worth 100 gold coins on its own. For Shen Xingyan now, that's quite substantial. After his initial excitement, Shen Xingyan began to harvest. He walked to the mountain of wheat that the little skeletons had piled up, and with a thought, the massive pile of wheat vanished instantly, all of it entering his backpack space. He then used the built-in function of the Star Source backpack to separate the wheat grains from the straws. When he saw the number 8,200 displayed in the wheat grain compartment, his smile widened. In just 10 days, wheat was harvested twice, with a total yield exceeding 10,000 kilograms. This achievement might not seem top-notch to experienced farmers, but don't forget, Shen Xingyan has only been a farmer for a little over 10 days. He opened the wheat's properties to check. Item, wheat excellent. Value, 10 copper. Quantity, 8,200. Attribute, a good ingredient for making food. Upon seeing the word excellent, Shen Xingyan froze on the spot. The last time, the wheat was only of superior quality, and that was only after he and a group of skeletons had meticulously tended an acre of land. This time, however, the cultivated land area had expanded, the number of skeletons hadn't fully materialized, and he was focusing most of his energy on the Star Origin mission. He expected that maintaining the quality of the wheat would be quite good. To his surprise, the result was a leap of 2 levels, reaching the level of excellent quality. The value per kilogram also rose to 10 coppers, which completely exceeded his expectations. Faced with this pleasant surprise, Shen Xingyan frowned instead. He didn't rush to be happy, but quickly recalled the planting process over the past few days, trying to find the real reason for the improved quality. Once the cause is understood, there will be a direction for improving crop quality in the future. For professional farmers, high-quality crops often depend on luck. While random mechanisms do exist in the Star Origin world, the probability is extremely low. Shen Xingyan had a vague feeling that this wasn't just a matter of luck, but that some key factor had played a role. He meticulously examined every detail, from sowing to tending the plants, and finally to the harvest. Finally, his gaze settled on the class skill in the attribute bar that was already on cooldown. The only difference this time was that before harvesting, he experimentally used his professional skill on the wheat field. At the time, the Star Origin world clearly indicated that the skill had been successfully used. It was only when the wheat expanded and then shrank back that he subconsciously thought the experiment had failed. But now, looking back, not only did it break records, but the quality of the wheat also improved to an excellent level. This was not a failure at all. It was clearly a great success. This thought kept echoing in Shen Xingyan's mind. After repeated deductions, he was almost certain that this outstanding wheat harvest and the record-breaking performance were closely related to his professional skills. Once he understood this, Shen Xingyan's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and his face was filled with excitement. This discovery, which had been lost and then found again, gave him a sense of exhilaration, like finding light at the end of the tunnel. He even felt as if he had inadvertently discovered a hidden loophole in the Star Origin world. Looking at the class skills on the attribute panel, he found them increasingly mysterious and also increasingly adorable. After the initial excitement subsided, Shen Xingyan gradually calmed down and continued to examine the wheat stalks in his backpack. Item, wheat straw excellent. Value, 2 copper. Quantity, 3,600. Attribute, a decent basic material. Even the wheat stalks were upgraded to superior quality, doubling in value to 2 copper coins per kilogram. Shen Xingyan was very satisfied and subsequently sold all the wheat and wheat stalks to Xingyuan Shopping Mall. With this sale, he directly earned 89,200 copper coins. Seeing the large amount of copper coins entering his account, Shen Xingyan was overjoyed, thinking to himself that his current rate of earning money was probably already comparable to that of many combat professionals. Overjoyed, he turned his gaze to the experience bar. His experience points now far exceeded the requirements for his current level, displaying a ratio of 912 to 200. Shen Xingyan rubbed his hands together excitedly. So much experience should be enough for him to level up several times in a row. Chapter 31, Promotion to 3 Ranks. In the world of Star Origin, leveling up is an unavoidable theme for professionals. Leveling up not only means higher earning efficiency and faster experience gain, but also signifies that the world of Star Origin will gradually reveal more hidden rules to them. Take Shen Xingyan's farmer profession as an example. Under normal circumstances, levels 1 to 9 can only grow level 1 crops on 1 acre of land. Only by reaching level 10 can one expand their land, unlock higher level crops, and even trigger new random tasks and rewards. The knowledge taught in schools also mentions that after a professional reaches level 10, the attribute points gained with each level up increase, and the improvement in strength becomes more significant, thus creating a virtuous cycle. Everything in the Star Origin world is designed to tempt professionals to continuously level up. However, Shen Xingyan enjoyed high-level treatment ahead of time because he broke the record. He already owned 3,000 square meters of land in the initial stage, and now he has the privilege of planting higher-level crops. Such treatment is almost unparalleled in the Star Origin world. At least in all the files Shen Xingyan had reviewed, he had never seen anyone like him. Looking at the flashing upgrade arrow next to the experience points on his attribute panel, he felt an irrepressible urge to click it immediately. Shen Xingyan took a deep breath and gently stretched his body, as if preparing for the upcoming attribute upgrade. Although he knew this was just psychological comfort and wouldn't affect the outcome, it did calm his emotions considerably. Once his mind was calm, Shen Xingyan didn't hesitate any longer and directly used his mind to click the upgrade arrow repeatedly. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to level 3. Rewards: +1 to all attributes, +2 free attribute points, and 1% cooldown time for job skills. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to level 4. The reward is +1 to all attributes, +2 free attribute points, and 1% cooldown time for job skills. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to level 5. Rewards: +1 to all attributes, +2 free attribute points, and 1% cooldown time for job skills. With 3 notifications ringing in succession, Shen Xingyan instantly leveled up 3 times, reaching level 5 in his profession. In just 10 days, he had raised a level 1 farmer profession to this level. If word got out, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Farmers are notoriously difficult to advance in their professions. It's time-consuming, and experience gain is easily affected by various factors. A single misstep can have one's earnings. This is why farming is considered one of the most vulnerable professions. Yet Shen Xingyan managed to push this profession to level 5 in an extremely short time. This level of awe, in the eyes of other professionals at the same level, was almost comparable to someone slaying a demon general-level calamity with their bare hands. After 3 attribute upgrades, although this was the Star Origin world and the sensations weren't as intense as in reality, Shen Xingyan still felt a surge of comfort both physically and mentally. Once that feeling subsided, he immediately checked his new attribute panel. Name: Spark of Fire Shen Xingyan. Occupation: Farmer. Level: 5. Experience points: 12/500. Strength 14, Agility 14, Constitution 16, Spirit 14, Free Attribute Points 6. Health 160, Energy 20, Stamina 16, Attack, Defense, and Speed are also increased. His class skill cooldowns have been reduced by a cumulative 4%, and the Summon Skeleton talent remains active. His gold balance shows 0 gold, 99 silver, and 850 copper. After leveling up, all his stats have been restored to full. This 3-level promotion boosted Shen Xingyan's attributes by 3 points each, exceeding a quarter of his original attribute gains. Combined with the 6 free attribute points on his panel, he gained a total of 18 attribute points this time. These attributes might not seem exaggerated to high-level professionals, but for beginners, it's practically equivalent to a massive increase in their strength, a truly astonishing improvement. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think that reaching level 5 in 10 days was a speed at which he could already compete with the top combat professions of the same level. Thinking of this, he could no longer hide the joy on his face and immediately pulled up Wang Kai and the other skeletons beside him, making them jump up and down. Fortunately, despite his excitement, he remembered that these little skeletons didn't have high physical attributes, so he didn't jump too wildly. Otherwise, just from this commotion, he probably would have torn off several of Wang Kai and the others' hand bones. After the initial excitement, Shen Xingyan looked at his money account and saw that he had less than 100 silver coins, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had the attribute points, but without enough money, he couldn't transfer those upgrades to the real world. However, he quickly came to terms with it. Now that he possessed planting privileges, Coupled with two powerful skills, his earning speed would only increase in the future. Bringing his attributes back to reality was only a matter of time. If other professionals knew what Shen Xingyan was thinking at this moment, they would probably be so angry they'd vomit blood. After all, they'd worked themselves to the bone for 10 days and only managed to save up a few dozen silver coins at most. Shen Xingyan had almost reached 100 silver coins, but he still wasn't satisfied and even started thinking about extracting his attributes into reality. If someone else heard this, they would probably just want to say, "Please, you've only been awakened for 10 days. That's already enviable enough. If you keep thinking like this, you really don't consider us human." Chapter 32: Planting Potatoes. As soon as Shen Xingyan's thought, which was enough to drive other professionals crazy, settled, he immediately opened the Star Source Mall and began to select the seeds to plant next. There are significantly more options for second-level seeds than for first-level seeds, including corn, lettuce, bok choy, potatoes, and eggplants. The difference in yield between them isn't too dramatic. What truly influences Shen Xingyan's judgment is the growth cycle and whether the seeds are suitable for his skills. Ordinary farmers don't need to think so much. It doesn't matter what they plant, since their skills only accelerate growth and determine when it will mature. But Shen Xingyan is different. He needs to calculate the cost-effectiveness, consider whether he can cooperate with the little skeleton to work, and even whether there is a chance to break the record again. After comparing various options, he first ruled out lettuce, bok choy, and eggplant, which mature in 2 or 3 days. These crops have too short a cycle, are not suitable for his current skill level, and are unlikely to be used to break records. In the end, all that was left in front of him were corn and potatoes. Both are planted around the same time, and in terms of commercial value, corn is higher than potatoes. Shen Xingyan instinctively wanted to choose corn, but he quickly thought of a practical problem. The little skeletons are too short, and once the corn grows taller later on, they simply can't handle many maintenance tasks. If the task is stalled because they can't reach or do it, it would be a huge loss. With that in mind, Shen Xingyan stopped hesitating and directly chose the potato. After all, the little skeletons are his main force in farming now, and all arrangements have to revolve around them. On the surface, he gave up higher profits, but in reality, he chose the most suitable plan for himself. The growth cycle of potatoes is 20 days, twice as long as the 10-day growth cycle of first-grade wheat, but the profits and professional experience are not simply doubled. Under normal circumstances, one mu approximately 0.16 acres of wheat can produce 500 kilograms, worth 1,000 copper coins, and provide 50 points of professional experience. Potatoes can yield 3,000 kilograms per mu, worth 9,000 copper coins, and have a professional experience of up to 600 points, almost completely crushing first-class seeds. This is why countless farmers are desperately trying to upgrade their skills. The difference in returns between low-grade and high-grade seeds is so vast, even though it's the same work. Who wouldn't be envious? Shen Xingyan had selected the potatoes and was about to buy the seeds needed for 5 acres of land when he suddenly stopped. He remembered that breaking records in the Star Origin world would bring rewards. Breaking the wheat harvest record twice in a row, especially the second time when he combined it with his professional skills, gave him more confidence in the task. The rewards from the Star Origin world were extremely significant to him. The land alone allowed him to rapidly increase his overall strength. Otherwise, even with the strongest skills, a farmer wouldn't have been able to catch up to a combat professional's level so quickly. After a brief consideration, Shen Xingyan decided to keep 1 mu of land for planting wheat. The worst outcome would be less profit and less experience from this 1 acre of land. Given his current situation, he could easily afford that. But if you break the record again, the rewards will far outweigh the experience and copper coins you receive. After thinking it through, Shen Xingyan no longer hesitated. He bought potato seeds for 4 mu of land and wheat seeds for 1 mu of land, spending a total of 1,470 copper coins with a 30% discount. This amount of money is nothing to Shen Xingyan now. The current investment is all for greater gains in the future. He then divided the land into 5 acres according to the plan. The original plot in the very center was used to grow wheat, while the land around it was all planted with potatoes. To ensure the wheat impact record remained accurate, Shen Xingyan specifically instructed Wang Kai. Wheat maintenance had a higher priority than potatoes. If both sides issued alerts simultaneously, wheat had to be addressed first. After making these arrangements, he immediately directed Wang Kai and the group of little skeletons to begin planting. 5 acres of land is no small project. Even though Shen Xingyan now has 10 little skeletons and they work tirelessly, sowing still took a considerable amount of time. After the wheat was planted first, maintenance notifications began to appear one after another. Shen Xingyan could only send a few skeletons to deal with the wheat, which slowed down the potato planting speed. Fortunately, his professional skills were still on cooldown and could not immediately cover the fields, so the maintenance tasks did not appear frequently, and the overall impact was still within a controllable range. During the sowing period, Shen Xingyan's talent skill cooled down, and he immediately summoned the 11th little skeleton. With the addition of new labor, efficiency finally improved somewhat. In the end, with the efforts of 12 workers, it took nearly 2 hours to plant all 4 acres of potatoes. After finishing his work, Shen Xingyan stood at the edge of the field, looking at the still bare land after sowing, and felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. In the past, after each planting, he would immediately unleash his professional skills to make the crops grow rapidly, so he never saw such quiet and empty fields. This time, however, he used his skill prematurely in order to break the record. The skill is currently on cooldown, so he can only wait. The maintenance notification on the wheat field appeared very slowly, but the little skeletons were perfectly capable of handling it at their current efficiency. Chapter 33 Attribute Allocation. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan didn't interfere any further. Harvesting wheat and replanting had already exhausted him, and his stamina was now nearing its limit. So he went to the edge of the field, found a place to sit down, and prepared to rest for a while. During his break, he brought up his attribute panel and ate 2 steamed buns to recover his stamina. After briefly reviewing his improved attributes, his gaze quickly fell on the free attribute points section. The panel showed that he currently had a total of 6 free attribute points. Shen Xingyan stared at it for a moment, then began to seriously consider how to allocate them. When he leveled up to level 2 last time, he added attribute points to primal energy, because after the increase in farmland, he didn't have enough primal energy points, and his professional skills couldn't cover 4 acres of land at once, which would easily lead to waste. According to his previous calculations, each acre of land would require approximately 5 points of primal energy. Now that the land has expanded to 5 acres, the 20 points of primal energy that were just enough before are once again insufficient. Normally, he should have directly allocated 5 points of free attribute to his primal energy to meet the needs of the 5 acres of land. But the thought of those 5 points still made Shen Xingyan feel a pang of regret. If these free attributes were added to his physical attributes, they could be equivalent to several years of arduous training when he returned to the real world. But now they're being poured into primal energy, which seems like a forced waste. But reason told him that this step was inevitable sooner or later. Although his original energy would naturally increase with each upgrade after reaching level 10, his chances of breaking records would also increase in the future, and the area of his farmland would likely continue to expand. Take these potatoes for example. Their growth cycle is a full 20 days. Even the most skilled professional farmers would find it difficult to stay in the star origin world for the entire growth period. Shen Xingyan felt that not many people could stay for a full 10 days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to break the wheat record. But his little skeletons were different. They could work tirelessly, a condition that others simply didn't have. Therefore, Shen Xingyan believes there is a high probability that potatoes will break records this time. He had previously considered planting a different crop on each acre of land to see if he could break more records. But he ultimately didn't do that. In the current situation, stability is the priority. Trying new things is fine as long as steady improvement is guaranteed, but it would be unwise to take all the risks. Based on the previous 2 record-breaking rewards, Star Origin World granted him farmland area. Future rewards will likely include farmland expansion as well, but naturally generated energy will certainly be insufficient, ultimately requiring him to supplement with free attribute points. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. He already had a premonition that most of his future free attribute points would have to be allocated to primal energy, and other attributes would probably only be able to increase naturally through leveling up. Even though he was reluctant, for the sake of the bigger picture, he could only grit his teeth and add 5 free attribute points to primal energy. My pitiful free attribute points. Shen Xingyan silently mourned for these glorious sacrifices of attribute points. His original energy increased from 20 points to 25 points. He didn't rush to allocate the remaining 1 point, but left it on the panel for now, which made him feel more at ease. After assigning the attributes, Shen Xingyan rallied his spirits and looked up at the field. In the open field, the little skeletons were working in an orderly manner under Wang Cai's command, and his earlier frustration dissipated considerably. Wearing a straw hat, Wang Cai really did look like a team leader in the fields. Sometimes it bent over to work, sometimes it looked up at the other little skeletons, just like a diligent overseer. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but laugh. His first little skeleton was indeed capable, but it was a pity it couldn't eat. Otherwise, judging by its work ethic, he would have definitely given it a chicken leg. The rest, combined with the restorative effects of the steamed buns, quickly restored his energy to 12. Shen Xingyan stopped sitting, got up, and went into the field to work with Wang Cai and the little skeletons. While working, he began to instill new farming concepts in the little skeletons. To be more certain of breaking the record, he had previously researched and studied how to increase crop yields. Through the various cases recorded at the base, Shen Xingyan summarized a common point: meticulous cultivation. The so-called meticulous work, simply put, means doing the irrigation, weeding, and pest control tasks released by Star Origin World more carefully and diligently in the daily maintenance tasks. This method isn't very useful for other professions. After all, they're already struggling to keep up with the task prompts, and simply don't have the energy to pursue the details. But Shen Xingyan is different. He has little skeletons that can work for him long term, so it's definitely worth a try. Now that the new seeds have just been planted, it is the perfect time to put this philosophy into practice. So Shen Xingyan constantly demonstrated during the work, trying to help Wang Cai and the little skeletons understand how to do farm work more meticulously and gradually improve efficiency based on that. But he soon realized that he had overestimated the little skeletons' comprehension abilities. After his explanation, Wang Cai and the other skeletons did not really understand what he meant. Their actions remained similar to before, and their maintenance methods were still crude. Seeing that the training was not going well, Shen Xingyan felt helpless, but he did not give up immediately. After thinking for a while, he decided to put his hopes on his most capable dog, Wang Cai. Next, he called Wang Cai aside and patiently demonstrated how to do farm work better, such as irrigation, weeding, and pest control. Rather than explaining concepts, he was teaching it to imitate actions step by step. It's unclear whether Wang Cai understood or simply copied Shen Xingyan's actions. In any case, once back to work, its performance was indeed much more meticulous than before. Chapter 34. Others also studied wheat. Progress is a good thing. We'll take it slowly from now on. This can't be achieved overnight. It seems we'll have to rely on Wang Cai for any future ideas. After thinking it through, Shen Xingyan nodded in agreement, and then gave Wang Cai the instruction to continue teaching. Under Wang Cai's individual guidance, all the little skeletons began to move towards basic, refined farming techniques. If other professionals were to witness this, they would probably think Shen Xingyan was going too far. It was already quite good that the little skeletons were helping with the farming, yet he was making such detailed demands. While Shen Xingyan was leisurely farming with the little skeleton, the outside world, due to Xingyuan's 2 consecutive record-breaking notifications, had already focused the attention of all farmers and related personnel on wheat as a crop. If it were only the first time a record had been broken, many people would think it was just a fluke. After all, the Star Wish world is never short of lucky people, and each profession has the potential to trigger a Star Source critical hit reward when harvesting, but the probability is extremely low. Especially for farmers, harvesting only once every few days is a far cry from the frequent monster killing of combat professions. Therefore, it's extremely rare for farmers to trigger critical hits. In the Star Wish world, there are many farmers, and the number of critical hits that can occur each day is limited. No one can force it, and can only envy the good fortune of others. When the record was first broken, people could guess that a veteran player was deliberately trying to climb the leaderboard, or that some lucky person had stumbled upon a super-critical hit. The reward was good, but it wasn't entirely unacceptable for advanced players. But just 5 days later, a second record-breaking notification appeared, making everyone suspicious. Especially since this time the reward was something incredibly tempting: planting privileges, which were especially important to high-level farmer professionals. They hadn't expected the reward for breaking the record to be so generous. Records had been broken before, but the rewards were mostly just items, never such a privilege. And yet, the two most recent wheat record breaks both involved such a special reward. As a result, many people began to suspect that wheat, a primary crop, might possess some special properties. But they didn't know the real reason. Shen Xingyan broke the record at an extremely low professional level, which was completely different from the difficulty of breaking records by advanced professionals. Moreover, unlike others, he didn't deliberately prolong his stay in the Star Wish world to improve the quality of his harvest. Breaking a record at a low level without using any other privileges is almost impossible for others. That's why Star Source offers a higher reward than for ordinary record breaking. But outsiders have no idea about these details. Without any hints, they can only guess from their own perspective. So almost all the skilled farmers set aside an acre of land to plant wheat, hoping to stumble upon the same success. It's easy to imagine that the greater their expectations, the greater their disappointment will be. Besides, some people want to find out who the professional mentioned in the clues is. After all, it's obviously easier to just grab the existing results than to bury yourself in figuring out how to break the record. They tried to find a connection between the two Star Source clues, then speculate on which organizations or groups might be growing wheat, and then investigate step by step. This method was like finding a needle in a haystack, but if the target was nearby, the harvest would be huge. That's why, even though Shen Xingyan already had a lot of money, he still chose to keep a low profile and dared not reveal his real name. Because at times like these, people's hearts are the most unpredictable. Unlike the shock felt by those in life professions, combat professionals reacted much less to the notification. Especially newcomers like Chu Wei who had just awakened their combat professions, they simply treated the notification as a bit of fun. At this moment, Chu Wei's team had just dealt with a level 5 giant bat. As the monster disappeared, the loot and experience points were simultaneously credited to their account. Chu Wei checked her experience, and, finding that she had met the level up requirements, immediately clicked the level up arrow. Her level successfully increased from level 4 to level 5. Chu Wei was briefly happy to see her level increase, but when she saw that the experience cap for the next level had increased by another 100 points, she felt somewhat helpless. She worked tirelessly for over 10 days, barely managing to reach level 5. The higher the level, the more experience she needed, and the longer it took to kill monsters. At this rate, she'd be lucky to reach level 10 before the trial in 20 days. This is a common feeling among most combat-oriented players. While Chu Wei, as a mage, does possess considerable damage output, her defense is severely lacking. In the early game, solo monster hunting without a team is not only dangerous but also extremely inefficient. Not everyone can level up 3 levels in one harvest like Shen Xingyan. What's more, he's now starting to plant higher-level crops, which will further increase his experience gain. Thinking of this, Chu Wei suddenly remembered Shen Xingyan. She wondered to herself how he was doing. He should have already harvested his first batch of grain. He had promised to let her taste the grain he had grown himself, but he hadn't even mentioned it. She would definitely have a good talk with him when they got back to reality. A slight smile crept onto Chu Wei's usually cool face. Although she thought this aloud, she knew that as long as Shen Xingyan could successfully harvest the grain and escape his current predicament, she would be very happy for him. This can be seen from the fact that the first thing she thought of after leveling up was Shen Xingyan. Just then, a teammate shouted from afar, "Boss, I've pulled the monster over." Chu Wei immediately snapped out of her daze, composed herself, and responded. She quickly added 2 free attribute points to her spirit, further enhancing the power of her class skill. She then swiftly joined the battle, chanting softly as a fireball, larger than before, hurtled towards the giant bat. Chapter 35 Going Out for Exercise. While others were busy killing monsters or running around in their class quests, Shen Xingyan stayed in his class space and slept peacefully, using this time to recover his depleted mental energy. Without any professional skills to assist with the fields, maintenance prompts appeared very slowly, and 11 little skeletons were more than enough to handle them. Shen Xingyan didn't completely abandon the task. He would occasionally get up to check on their progress and adjust the farming methods as needed. But ever since he taught Wang Kai the concept of meticulous cultivation, his supervisory role has become increasingly insignificant. Every time he goes to check on him, he finds that the little skeleton, after being taught by Wang Kai, is already moving almost as well as him. The only difference is its efficiency. After all, these little skeletons only had one in all attributes, and their physical condition couldn't compare to Shen Xingyan's. But precisely because they were slow, they performed each step more precisely, and with unlimited stamina, their level of seriousness even seemed to be catching up with Shen Xingyan's. This unexpected surprise caught Shen Xingyan off guard. He had only intended to test it out and hadn't expected Wang Kai and the others to understand so quickly. Now it seemed he had underestimated these little skeletons. Watching them diligently working, Shen Xingyan found them increasingly pleasing to the eye, and couldn't help but think that the little skeletons were simply born to farm. So what if their attributes were low? When one door closes, another opens. After recovering his strength, Shen Xingyan officially joined the work. After all, the more effort he put in, the greater the hope of a breakthrough in crop yield. Only when the star origin world indicated that his stay was almost over did he put down his farm work, hand over the remaining tasks to Little Skeleton, and repeat the original instructions to Wang Kai. He then walked towards one end of the field, opening the Xingyuan Mall to search for items that had beneficial effects on the human body. Now that he had some money, it was normal for him to buy his sister some nutritional supplements to improve her health. He wasn't worried about Shen Xingyan noticing anything amiss. He just needed to buy potions that could be added to the food and use them discreetly. He didn't even glance at the expensive, powerful potions in the shop, such as spiritual items that directly increased physical attributes, but had limited uses. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, but that he couldn't afford it. Shen Xingyan scrolled down and quickly found the most commonly used potion in the base. Item: Constitution Activation Potion. Value: 1 silver coin. Dosage: 10 milliliters. Effect: each milliliter of the potion increases the rate of constitution growth within 1 hour. The effect is enhanced when used in conjunction with exercise. It is said that this potion is a physical enhancement potion that alchemists can create according to blueprints after reaching level 50. It is very effective for children like Shen Xingyan who are still growing. Looking at the description, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think that if he had taken this kind of medicine occasionally in the past, he might not have had to train so hard. He knew very well how much effort he had put in to achieve his maxed-out attributes upon awakening. Ultimately, a large part of the hardships he had endured in the past were due to a lack of money. Shen Xingyan glanced at the small amount of money he had just received in his wallet, and finally gritted his teeth to buy 5 bottles of physique activation potions. Including the cost of extracting them to the real world, these potions cost him 50 silver coins, consuming half of his assets. He couldn't help but sigh. Money is hard to earn, but it's so easy to spend. If other newly awakened professionals heard this, they'd probably want to punch him. While others were struggling to make ends meet for 10 days, he was already able to buy enhancement potions. However, before Shen Xingyan could continue to examine other things, his stay ended completely, and the star origin world kicked him out. When his consciousness returned to reality, Shen Xingyan felt a buzzing in his head. He covered his head and muttered to himself, "Couldn't Xingyuan be a little gentler?" That kick was too hard. It was his first time being forced to leave, and he was still a little disoriented. Only after the slight stinging pain subsided did he get up and go to the kitchen to make himself some food to fill his stomach in the real world. After eating, he felt much better. After waiting a while longer and confirming that his physical condition had recovered well, Shen Xingyan didn't delay any longer, changed into his usual training clothes, opened the door, and went out. This was the first time he had left his room in the past 10 days. It was midday, the sky was still overcast, and an unpleasant odor occasionally drifted through the air, a stark contrast to the environment of the star origin world. Shen Xingyan had been staying at home for a long time, so suddenly being out in public felt a bit strange. But he quickly adapted. After all, this was the place he had lived for over a decade. He then headed towards the school. By normal circumstances, he should have already completed his first wheat harvest and, in the eyes of outsiders, should have some money, so it wouldn't be surprising for him to be spending it. And this was precisely the time Shen Xingyan had been waiting for. Training at home long-term can only help with physical fitness. It's difficult to improve strength and agility. His purpose in going out this time was to go to the training center next to the school to train hard and improve his other two attributes as soon as possible. As for mental attributes, he doesn't plan to consider them for the time being. Mental enhancement can indeed increase energy and reduce sleep time, but that's not the most important thing right now. Furthermore, the number of little skeletons will increase in the future, and his free time will also increase accordingly. Sleeping and recovering his energy in the star origin world like today is enough. There's no need to specifically improve this ability now. Chapter 36 Coachly. Shen Xingyan arrived at a large training center near the school. It was a large facility with a wide range of training programs. He had come here once before with his teacher when he was still in school, and he heard that although the equipment was not as good as the school's professional equipment, it was still sufficient for the purpose. At this time, the hall was quite crowded, mostly with novice professionals like Shen Xingyan, whose levels were generally no higher than level 20. They didn't want to waste time in the real world, and were all focusing on training to improve their strength. Shen Xingyan had learned about the daily routine of these people. They usually stayed in the star origin world from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. After returning to reality, they would sleep for a few hours to recover their energy, then come to the training hall to train until the afternoon, and then continue to enter the star origin world. To avoid seeming out of place, Shen Xingyan booked 6 hours of training time at the front desk as soon as he entered. At the receptionist's request, he paid with his Xingyuan card for 300 copper coins. This was his first time using the Star Source card in real life, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. It felt like he was in the agricultural era one moment and suddenly stepped into the modern world the next, a somewhat disjointed experience. After paying, Shen Xingyan went straight to the lowest tier strength training equipment. For a professional like him who had only recently awakened and whose average attributes were still below 20 points, this level of equipment was sufficient. If the attributes are upgraded to a higher level in the future, intermediate level equipment will be required. At that time, the cost per hour will be 500 copper coins, which is a completely different concept from now. Seeing the 10 points of strength displayed on the Star Source card, Shen Xingyan was immediately filled with enthusiasm. Without the aid of equipment, he could already increase his physical fitness by 2 points in reality. Now that he had the equipment and was specifically training in one area, his progress would only be faster. But just as he reached the strength training equipment and was about to begin, he saw a familiar face. "Teacher Li, you're here too?" Shen Xingyan greeted him with a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Standing before him was Teacher Li, the very teacher who had led their class to the central district for their awakening. Shen Xingyan had only recently graduated, and upon seeing his teacher, he still subconsciously felt the same fear he had experienced as a student, instinctively wanting to avoid her. But since their eyes had already met, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to meet them. Teacher Li's real name is Li Liming. He teaches at a school and is also a coach at this training center, so it's a part-time job for him. He was checking the equipment when he suddenly saw Shen Xingyan there, which surprised him. Shen Xingyan was quite a prominent figure at school back then. Although Li Liming wasn't his teacher, he knew this student. When Li Liming learned that Shen Xingyan had chosen to become a farmer, he felt sorry for him. In an era where career almost determines a large part of one's fate, sometimes bad luck is a mistake in itself. Seeing that Shen Xingyan, even though he had awakened to the profession of a farmer, still hadn't given up on improving himself, Li Liming felt a sense of relief. "Shen Xingyan, right? I remember you. I didn't expect to meet you here. I work part-time as a coach here," Li Liming said with a smile, his tone filled with emotion. After all, over 90% of the people trained here are combat professionals, and life professionals are rare, with farmers like Shen Xingyan being almost non-existent. "I just made some money and was thinking of coming here to train myself. I didn't expect to run into you," Shen Xingyan replied politely. Their relationship was merely acquaintance, so he naturally wouldn't say much. He understood the taboo of speaking too intimately with someone he didn't know well. Having met many students, Li Liming could see Shen Xingyan's politeness and restraint, so he didn't press further. He simply smiled and said, "It's fate that we met here. You can start practicing now. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand." Shen Xingyan politely agreed, and the two chatted briefly before going about their own business. Li Liming continued checking the equipment, while Shen Xingyan found a slightly farther spot to begin training. The equipment was similar to that at the school, and since Shen Xingyan had been there before, he wasn't unfamiliar with operating it. He quickly adjusted his mindset and began strength training at his own pace. Li Liming checked the equipment while occasionally glancing at Shen Xingyan. Seeing Shen Xingyan's skillful movements, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Although his training methods have some minor flaws, they're not a big problem. Among the young people Li Liming has seen, he's already quite good. It's just that this method still has an academic flavor, and the intensity doesn't quite resemble the training that real professionals should receive. However, considering that Shen Xingyan is only a farmer and will most likely not go to the outer realms to fight against disasters in the future, this level of strength is enough for him, and there is no need to push him too hard like a combat professional. After completing the inspection, Li Liming said goodbye to Shen Xingyan and left the area. Once Li Liming was out of sight, Shen Xingyan finally relaxed completely. After all, there were acquaintances around, so he didn't dare to overdo it. He was currently carrying a secret, and being cautious was never a bad thing. With his current 12 points in physique attribute, he could easily increase the training difficulty by 1 level to make his strength improve even faster. As our predecessors have long observed, all attributes are not isolated but rather influence each other. A stronger physique also positively impacts the improvement of other physical attributes. Increasing the difficulty would indeed cause physical exertion to be consumed faster, but according to Shen Xingyan's estimate, it wouldn't be too difficult to persevere for the entire afternoon. Having completely let go, Shen Xingyan finally unleashed his full power. Facing these strength training devices, he no longer held back in the slightest. Chapter 37 Goodwill. The 12 points of physical attributes gave Shen Xingyan more confidence when he did strength training, and his movements became easier. Fortunately, Li Liming wasn't nearby at the moment. Otherwise, with his years of experience teaching students, he could have roughly judged Shen Xingyan's true physical level simply by observing those subtle reactions. At that time, he would probably have sighed again. Such a promising talent, but unfortunately, he had bad luck. Although Shen Xingyan's improved strength was not closely related to the secret in his heart, he still felt that minimizing attention in the early stages was the safest option. For the rest of the time, he trained exactly according to the plan. 3 hours of strength training and 3 hours of agility training, at maximum intensity, yet always kept it within a range that would go unnoticed. Li Liming visited him several times during that period to inquire if he had encountered any problems during training. Although the other party is now a coach at the training center, he is essentially still a school teacher, and seeing such a hard-working student, he couldn't help but want to lend a hand. At these times, Shen Xingyan would quietly lower the training difficulty, then sincerely thank Teacher Li for his kindness, and then politely decline. Even before he acquired those 2 powerful skills, he wasn't the type to readily accept kindness from others. His classmate, the wealthy young woman Chu Wei, was the most qualified to speak on this point. Moreover, Shen Xingyan now possesses sufficient confidence to handle the problems at hand. He will not feign weakness to gain sympathy. This is a source of pride he has retained since childhood. Li Liming personally admires this kind of principled child. If he had such an outstanding student, he would probably be laughing in his sleep. Objectively speaking, he didn't think Shen Xingyan's choice was wise. He knew about Shen Xingyan's family situation. They were already poor, and it would be difficult to improve their situation in a short time, not to mention that he had chosen the profession of farmer. In today's crisis-ridden world, refusing readily offered conveniences when resources, career prospects, and environment are all disadvantageous seems somewhat foolish. But Shen Xingyan was adamant, so Li Liming couldn't persuade him any further. He could only sincerely tell him that he could come to him if he needed anything, and then left the training area. Watching Li Liming's retreating figure, Shen Xingyan knew that the other man was indeed a kind person. At least, Li Liming genuinely wanted to help her, despite her apparent vulnerability. After all, given his current circumstances, there's nothing about him that would make anyone covet him. Understanding this goodwill is enough. But Shen Xingyan is no longer someone who needs to rely on others' kindness to move forward. After Li Liming walked away, he adjusted the training intensity back to normal. After 3 hours of strength training, Shen Xingyan was quite exhausted. So he took a short rest and took the opportunity to check the information on his star source card. The 4 attributes on the card remained unchanged. He had originally hoped that his strength attribute would improve somewhat through this training, but that didn't happen. However, Shen Xingyan was not discouraged. He knew very well that even if he had accumulated a lot of potential before his awakening, it was impossible for him to immediately convert it into attributes through just a few hours of training. There's plenty of time ahead. These 4 words echoed slowly in his heart. After his physical condition improved, he recovered his strength faster. Once he had recovered somewhat, he went to the agility training equipment to begin the next round of training. Shen Xingyan only stopped moving when the last minute was up and the timing device gave a reminder. Unsurprisingly, the attribute panel remained unchanged. Although there were no surprises, those 6 hours were exceptionally fulfilling for him. Unlike exercising alone at home, the feeling of loneliness is indeed greatly reduced when there are other people around. Shen Xingyan wiped his sweat with a towel, and for a moment he thought about continuing for a few more hours to see if he could push himself up a bit. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he suppressed it with his steady reason. Although he had not specifically studied the story of possessing a treasure is a crime, the lessons learned in reality are often more direct and profound than those in books. Be steady. I have to be steady. I can't be impulsive. I have to take it slow, Shen Xingyan reminded himself. After adjusting his mindset, he packed his things and went to the front desk to return the timer. The receptionist glanced at him and handed him a card. You must be Shen Xingyan, right? This is a membership card that Coach Li asked me to give you. You can get a 20% discount when you come to training in the future. Keep it safe. After saying that, she didn't wait for Shen Xingyan's response and turned to greet the next trainee. It was peak time for people to leave the training hall, so she didn't pay much attention to Shen Xingyan. In her view, young people who had just awakened their professional skills were full of enthusiasm at first, but before long, they would come to training less and less, and very few of them would actually stick with it. Therefore, the membership card that Coach Li obtained by using his privileges probably doesn't serve much purpose in her eyes. She was unaware that Shen Xingyan had awakened a farmer's profession. Had she known, she probably wouldn't have spoken so lightly. Shen Xingyan held the membership card, looked at the busy front desk staff, and couldn't help but sigh softly. This feeling reminded him of his school days. Chu Wei was always like this, shoving things into his hands whether he wanted them or not. Now, he has encountered a kind teacher like Li Liming, who used a similar approach, which left him feeling helpless but also warmed his heart. Shen Xingyan thought to himself that he would definitely thank Teacher Li properly when he saw her next time. As for the value of the card, it wasn't appropriate to repay it at face value right now. He could only wait for a future opportunity to do so. Walking on this road that he had traveled for more than a decade, Shen Xingyan felt a surge of emotions. 10 days ago, he realized he was becoming a farmer, and all his hopes seemed to vanish in an instant. His mood then was gloomy and heavy, completely different from his current state of being physically exhausted but full of hope. That's why even the familiar street scenes around him came alive in his eyes. Just as Shen Xingyan was feeling sentimental, an unusual noise suddenly came from the bushes nearby. Chapter 38 Shuo Mouse. Shen Xingyan's home is not far from the border of the base. Because of the limited living conditions at home, the location is remote and desolate. There are usually not many people around, and at this moment, the surroundings are even more unusually quiet. A sudden, soft rustling sound came from the bushes, and Shen Xingyan immediately became alert, his heart leaping into his throat. He instinctively assumed a fighting stance, slowly retreating while picking up a nearby stone and gripping it in his hand. Just as he was getting ready, the patch of grass suddenly fell silent. A question arose in Shen Xingyan's mind when a dark shadow darted out and pounced straight at him. The speed was extremely fast, If it were an ordinary top-tier human before the primal energy eruption, they probably wouldn't have had time to react. But Shen Xingyan had already awakened and had been staring in that direction. Almost the instant the shadow appeared, his body instinctively dodged to the side. The shadowy figure missed its target. After Shen Xingyan steadied himself, he finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. His tense unease eased slightly, but he gripped the stone in his hand even tighter. What appeared before him was one of the lowest-level disasters, a giant rat mutated from a rat. Over 100 years ago, a burst of primal energy caused all life on Earth to evolve, including rats, creatures with terrifying reproductive capabilities. While their individual lethality isn't particularly high, their sheer numbers still pose a problem for newly awakened professionals. Moreover, even the weakest disaster is still a disaster, and it is inherently aggressive towards humans. Shen Xingyan stared at the enormous rat, his doubts deepening. How could such a weak disaster have broken through the border and reached this place? He had studied relevant materials at school. The biggest characteristic of the giant rat was its speed, but its attack power wasn't particularly strong. With Shen Xingyan's awakened attributes, his speed already surpassed its opponents, and his defense was sufficient to allow him to confront it head-on. Even before awakening, as long as you seize the opportunity, you may still be able to solve it. The enormous rat opposite Shen Xingyan was also staring intently at him, its tiny eyes, no bigger than fingernails, darting around as if assessing the strength of both sides. Two sharp front teeth protruded, giving it a fierce appearance. Shen Xingyan didn't wait for it to launch another sneak attack. He picked up the stone and charged forward. He now has 12 defense points, making it difficult for his opponent to break through his defenses, which gives him more confidence. The giant rat clearly hadn't expected that this human would not only be unafraid, but would also take the initiative to attack. The ferocity it had displayed during the sneak attack vanished instantly, and it turned to flee. Shen Xingyan would never let it go. He unleashed his full speed of 10 points, catching up to the giant rat in just a few steps. With a loud smack, the stone in his hand slammed down on the giant rat. The large rat, in pain, immediately squeaked, and its escape attempt faltered. Shen Xingyan didn't stop and swung the stone at its head again. But this time he missed, and the giant rat suddenly disappeared from its spot, making Shen Xingyan slightly surprised. When he saw the other side again, the huge rat was already dozens of meters away. However, that last blow was solid, and its speed was noticeably slower. Shen Xingyan didn't hesitate and immediately gave chase. The giant rat tried desperately to escape, but ultimately failed to shake him off. Shen Xingyan quickly caught up again and smashed its head repeatedly until the rat was on the verge of death and could no longer move before he stopped. After confirming that the giant rat was no longer alive, Shen Xingyan stood up and let out a long breath. He had already expended a lot of energy in the training hall, and although the battle just now was brief, it was extremely tense, leaving him almost completely exhausted, with sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, he clearly realized that real combat and daily training are completely different things. This was Shen Xingyan's first direct confrontation with a disaster. After the forced composure he had just put on dissipated, lingering fear slowly crept into his heart. What if this wasn't the lowest-level giant rat, but a more advanced disaster? Would he still be able to handle it so smoothly? The battlefield is never training. The only outcome is life or death. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's heart sank. He now possessed two powerful skills, and it would be too unjust to lose his life because of such an accident before he could fully develop them. Over the years, he had heard from professionals that the closer to the border, the more dangerous it became. Although he believed it in the past, he had never truly experienced it. It wasn't until this small disaster appeared before his eyes that he had a truly direct understanding of it. It seems this place is no longer safe. Shen Xingyan quickly made a decision. He had to rent a place near the school as soon as possible. Only by moving there could his younger sister be safer. Only after thinking about this did he look down at the huge rat at his feet. Shen Xingyan crouched down, looking at the prey he had smashed into a bloody mess. It was the first time he had come so close to a disaster, and he couldn't quite describe the feeling in his heart. There was novelty and excitement, but mostly hatred. After all, His once happy family was destroyed by these disasters. It was impossible for him not to hate them. And now, killing this giant rat was the first step on his path of revenge. Upon inspection, Shen Xingyan suddenly noticed that the rat's belly seemed much larger than described in the data, giving off an indescribable abnormality. But he didn't have the right tools to butcher it, so he could only take the giant rat home first and then cut it open to see what was going on. As for the rat's meat, he could separate it and sell it at the free market. Chapter 39. A leaf. Shen Xingyan, carrying the large rat, returned home not long after, and Shen Xingyan had already come home from school. But she was clearly flustered at this moment. As usual, after entering the room, she did not see her brother. Shen Xingyan's door was still open, but the room was empty. Since Shen Xingyan awakened his profession, he has hardly ever left the house. Shen Xingyan had long been used to seeing her brother as soon as she got home, and now that she suddenly couldn't find him, she immediately felt flustered. After all, her brother was her only remaining family member in the world. Concern clouded her judgment, and the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Fortunately, this feeling didn't last long, as Shen Xingyan returned home. Seeing her brother appear, Shen Xingyan finally felt relieved, but she couldn't help but complain. "Brother, where have you been? I didn't see you when you came back." Before, the siblings always went to and from school together, but ever since Shen Xingyan awakened, she has been going to and from school alone. It would be a lie to say she wasn't lonely. No matter how good the relationship with classmates is, it can't compare to having family by her side. Before Shen Xingyan could answer, Shen Xingyan noticed the black monster he was carrying. Startled, she instinctively took a few steps back, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, is that the giant rat from the monster data?" The giant rat had been smashed beyond recognition by Shen Xingyan, but Shen Xingyan could still recognize it by some of its features. The base has protected these children very well. Even in a world surrounded by disasters, they have been able to grow up in a relatively safe environment for more than a decade, and have hardly ever come into contact with extraterrestrial creatures. So when Shen Xingyan first saw this strange beast, she was not only afraid but also couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Shen Xingyan nodded and said, "That's right, it's a giant rat. Don't worry, it's been taken care of on the way." Seeing his sister safe and sound at home, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if there's one big rat, there's bound to be another. With Shen Xingyan's abilities, it wasn't impossible for her to get injured if she wasn't prepared. As he answered, he took out his dissection tools, preparing to dissect the large rat according to the procedures he had been taught at school, and to see what the abnormal bulge on its abdomen was. At the same time, Shen Xingyan secretly decided that he should accompany his younger sister to and from school from now on. At least until he could move to a place near the school, he had to do so to avoid any further accidents. Seeing her brother begin to act, Shen Xingyan's fear gradually dissipated, and she curiously moved closer to watch. Seeing her curious expression, Shen Xingyan began to demonstrate while explaining the key points of dissecting the disaster-causing organism. Although it had been covered in school, he was still a bit clumsy as it was his first time doing it himself. When he completely cut open the giant rat's belly, the contents were finally exposed to the brother and sister. Shen Xingyan quickly noticed the anomaly and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, there's something inside its belly." It was a leaf that emitted an unusual luster, quietly embedded in the belly of the giant rat, looking completely out of place with this strange beast. Shen Xingyan was filled with excitement, but Shen Xingyan frowned. The moment he saw this thing, he instinctively felt something was wrong. He was subconsciously wary of the unknown. Instead of touching it directly with his hands, he picked up the pliers and carefully picked up the leaf, preparing to examine it closely to see what it was. But the moment the leaf detached from the giant rat's body, it suddenly began to tremble violently, as if it had come to life. Caught off guard, Shen Xingyan could only hold on tightly. But the leaf struggled more and more violently, as if it would break free of the clamps and fly away at any moment. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Shen Xingyan was caught off guard. However, due to his steady personality, he did not rashly reach out to grab it, and still prioritized his own safety. Shen Xingyan was shocked. How can it move? She instinctively wanted to step forward to help, but Shen Xingyan immediately stopped her and made her stand aside. Just as Shen Xingyan was wondering what to do, his star source card suddenly appeared with a whoosh and landed right next to the leaf. The violently shaking leaf seemed to sense the presence of the star source card and suddenly crashed into it. Shen Xingyan watched as the strange leaf merged into his star source card in an extremely short time. Then, as if nothing had happened, the star source card returned to Shen Xingyan's hand, lying quietly, and the surroundings returned to calm. This scene completely terrified both the brother and sister. Star source cards are something that is naturally generated when each person awakens, and to this day, no one knows its true nature. All that is known is that it will always follow the awakened person, and no one else can restrict it. Even if you throw the star source card into a place where no one knows it, it will automatically appear in your hand as soon as the awakened one thinks of it. It's quite magical. Not to mention, its functions can only be used by the awakened one. The importance of the star source card is self-evident. It is not only a bridge connecting the Star Wish world, but also has many functions, although many of them require money to activate. But now, it's actually absorbing that leaf on its own initiative, which seems very strange. Shen Xingyan quickly checked the star source card and found that there was a small and exquisite leaf pattern in the lower right corner of the front of the card. He guessed that this must be the leaf that had just been absorbed. Seeing that her brother's expression was off, Shen Xingyan also came closer to see what was wrong. But in her eyes, the star source card was still just pitch black, and she couldn't see anything at all. Shen Xingyan hesitated for a moment, then slowly placed the star source card on his forehead to check the extra information inside. The next moment, his expression changed visibly, and he even opened his mouth slightly in surprise. How could such a thing be hidden inside the body of such a small, large rat? Chapter 40 Understanding Skills. At this moment, Shen Xingyan's own attributes in reality clearly appeared before his eyes. After examining them carefully, he discovered that a new line of text had appeared below his talent skills. Enlightenment consumes a corresponding amount of primal energy to increase enlightenment points by the same amount. Duration is 1 hour, cooldown is 24 hours. Current enlightenment points. 8. Skill evolved from Bodhi leaf. Upon seeing this description, Shen Xingyan finally understood the origin of the leaf from earlier, but after truly comprehending the skill's effects, he still couldn't help but gasp in shock. This skill, evolved from a Bodhi leaf, can actually increase comprehension. It's worth noting that comprehension, like luck, is a recognized hidden attribute, unlike the 4 main attributes which can be improved through leveling up. For ordinary people without special opportunities, improving these attributes is almost impossible. What exactly is comprehension? Some say it's wisdom, some say it's understanding, and others believe it's closer to the essence of thought. There are many explanations, but none can fully encompass it. However, no one can deny that comprehension plays an extremely important role. For example, when Shen Xingyan was learning Kung Fu at school, with his initial comprehension of 8 points, it took him a day to get the basics down. If his comprehension were lower, it might take him 2 days under the same conditions. This is the most obvious difference. Insight influences a person's way of thinking and speed of comprehension. It can even be said to be a crucial factor in judging whether a person possesses the potential for genius. The comprehension skill before him not only enhanced his understanding, but the more primal energy he invested, the greater the improvement. This filled Shen Xingyan with joy, because in the future he will most likely add all his attribute points to the original energy. Once the original energy points of the star source world can be extracted into reality, it will have a great use. Although the skill could only be maintained for 1 hour each day, it was enough for him. After all, he originally only had 8 points of comprehension, yet he was still among the top students in the school. While hard work was certainly a factor, his comprehension also played a crucial role. When he has more money in the future, he can buy more advanced skills to learn, enhance his combat abilities, and prepare for his journey beyond the boundary. At that time, this skill will surely play a huge role. The sudden surprise caused Shen Xingyan's thoughts to race. But after the initial excitement, he suddenly frowned, because he realized that the whole thing was too contradictory. How could something as illogical as a Bodhi leaf appear on a tiny, large rat? Could this joy turn into sorrow? The moment this thought crossed Shen Xingyan's mind, a sense of danger quickly spread through him. He forced down his agitation and began to consider the potential dangers lurking within. But the events had unfolded too suddenly and too bizarrely, leaving him completely clueless. A disaster unseen for over a decade suddenly appeared before him. After he annihilated it, he found a Bodhi leaf on its body. Then, the Star Source card directly absorbed the leaf and evolved into a perception skill. The whole process felt unreal and chaotic. Shen Xingyan's subconscious kept reminding him that if he didn't handle it well, danger might befall him. This feeling made him feel like an ant on a hot pan. He knew something was wrong, but he didn't know where to start. Just then, Shen Xingyan subconsciously looked at the skill he had just acquired. Since he had no clue, he might as well place his hopes on this culprit. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate at all and directly invested all 18 points of original energy into comprehending the skill. The moment the skill was activated, the description in the attribute panel changed. The current comprehension value, which was originally 8 points, instantly became 17 points. His comprehension improved by 9 points, a staggering ratio of 2 to 1, far exceeding Shen Xingyan's original estimate. But he couldn't be happy at that moment. Instead, he immediately seized the time to analyze the whole situation. On the other side, Shen Xingyan, seeing her brother's increasingly worried expression, was also somewhat at a loss. In her heart, her brother had always been like the pillar of the family, calm and collected, rarely showing such an expression. She was about to step forward and ask him something when she suddenly realized that his anxious mood had vanished instantly. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable aura emanated from Shen Xingyan. He seemed to have entered a state of deep thought, and Shen Xingyan could only swallow the words she was about to say, watching him with worry. After his comprehension improved, Shen Xingyan felt his thinking was smoother than ever before. As soon as one thought arose, countless ideas would follow. His mind raced, analyzing, summarizing, and deducing the entire event over and over again. In just 2 minutes, he came up with many possibilities. Finally, considering the current situation, he settled on the most credible approach. Could it be that this giant rat didn't break in from outside the border, but is instead planning to escape to the border? The moment this thought crossed his mind, all the other jumbled clues seemed to connect instantly. Shen Xingyan finally understood why he had instinctively felt a sense of danger. Once he understood this, he immediately rushed to the storage room, grabbed a shovel and other tools, and headed straight for the place where he had just fought with the giant rat. Before leaving, he reminded his sister, "I'm going out for a bit. You stay home and don't go anywhere. Don't touch this big rat either. Wait for me to come back." After saying that, Shen Xingyan gave a smile as he left, offering a word of comfort to Shen Xingyan. Chapter 41: Destroying the Corpse and Covering Up the Evidence. Although Shen Xingyan didn't know what her brother was going to do, she still stood still and nodded obediently, indicating that Shen Xingyan could rest assured and not worry about her. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan smiled with relief, then closed the door tightly and carefully examined the surrounding traces before heading towards the place where the battle had just taken place. It was already dark when he came out. Although there was no one in the area at this time, he pretended to be fine just to be on the safe side. He walked forward at a normal pace, and even passers-by wouldn't notice anything unusual about him. Along the way, Shen Xingyan would inadvertently collect the bloodstains that had dripped all the way and gently smooth them out, leaving no trace. Now, with the added advantage of his comprehension skills, even if he had never done this kind of thing before, he could instantly grasp its essence thanks to his powerful comprehension ability. Shen Xingyan's movements were extremely skillful and natural, like a veteran at destroying evidence, and every trace he handled was so flawless that no one could see the slightest flaw. Fortunately, there was no one on the road, which greatly reduced the risk of Shen Xingyan being exposed and was very beneficial for his next move. Arriving at the place covered in traces, Shen Xingyan looked at the signs of a fierce battle and quickly thought of ways to remedy the situation. The strong smell here meant that even if he tried his best to cover it up, if someone with ulterior motives used special methods to investigate, they would probably discover his whereabouts. This was a real problem for him. However, at this moment, his exceptional comprehension kicked in again, and the instant this problem arose, a solution automatically popped into his mind. Instead of failing to conceal their tracks properly, and causing them to be exposed, it's better not to conceal them at all, and instead change the route of the rat to extend outwards. That way, even if someone tries every means to find them, they can only search along this route and won't be able to find their own trail. The moment this plan appeared, Shen Xingyan felt that it was highly feasible, allowing him to achieve his goal of safety with minimal cost and time. Finally, even if his estimation was wrong, no one would investigate the matter. At most, it would just be a waste of effort. He could just consider it an act to put his mind at ease, and it wouldn't have much of an impact. Once this decision was made, Shen Xingyan did not linger and immediately took action, making some meticulous changes to the battle scene, altering the direction of the traces while preserving its basic structure. Then, the blood-stained soil collected along the way was laid out at certain intervals along the assumed escape route of the giant rat, and this laying continued until it was almost at the boundary before stopping. After everything was done, Shen Xingyan began to think again about whether there were any oversights. His improved comprehension allowed him to analyze things very quickly. After repeated deductions, he realized that as long as he took a detour back home and paid attention to the traces along the way, he would not have any problems. The result of this deduction made Shen Xingyan breathe a sigh of relief. He rubbed his temples to relieve the slight throbbing in his head. Looking up at the towering border wall before him, and thinking of the vast world beyond that wall, Shen Xingyan subconsciously clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "To the disasters outside, just you wait. One day I will show you what fear is, and make you regret ever being born." Shen Xingyan took a deep look at the sky beyond the boundary, then carefully moved around, taking several detours and even changing the direction of his shoes along the way, before finally returning home. "Brother, are you all right? What happened?" Shen Xingyan looked worried as she went up to her brother and asked him. After cleaning and putting away all the tools, Shen Xingyan smiled and said, "It's all right. Everything is taken care of. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Don't worry." His tone was full of certainty, as if he weren't the one who had just been so nervous and flustered. Hearing her brother say this, Shen Xingyan finally felt relieved. After all, her brother was always steady in his actions, and now that he said everything was fine, nothing serious could happen. This was a tacit understanding that the two siblings had had since childhood. Relieved, Shen Xingyan thought back to the strange scene and asked, "Brother, what was that leaf-shaped thing? How did it get into your card?" Faced with his sister's question, Shen Xingyan thought for a moment and did not choose to tell her everything. He only said that the leaf could temporarily improve his body's attributes, but he did not say the specific number. After all, in this era where even self-protection requires relying on others, the less you know about certain things, the safer you are. This is something only the two of us know right now. Don't tell a third person, understand? Although it wouldn't matter if his sister accidentally revealed the information he just mentioned, he still reminded her not to easily disclose it. Upon hearing that the leaf was actually a rare item that could increase attributes, Shen Xingyan subconsciously converted it into 10 gold coins, and her eyes immediately lit up. "I've never seen so much money before. No wonder my brother was so concerned about it just now." Shen Xingyan thought to herself with certainty, and began to automatically imagine all of Shen Xingyan's previous actions. She then looked at Shen Xingyan with a face full of surprise and nodded heavily, indicating that she would keep this secret. Amidst Shen Xingyan's delighted laughter, she skipped back to her room and began exercising. Shen Xingyan's actions just now prevented her from exercising properly, so she needs to catch up quickly. Shen Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his sister's tightly closed door. He then went to the kitchen and thoroughly destroyed the rat's meat. Only after erasing all traces of the rat did he feel completely at ease. At this moment, the comprehension boost brought by the skill disappeared, and he sat down on the stool to calm his mind. After Shen Xingyan finished dealing with everything, a group of men in black, moving at a speed that seemed to leave afterimages, suddenly appeared on the road outside, which was now completely shrouded in darkness, at the spot where Shen Xingyan had just fought with the giant rat. Chapter 42, Danger Averted. "Sir, we found this place by following the tracks along the way. We found traces of that stinky rat fighting with someone. According to the tracks, the stinky rat must have been injured and escaped." A man in black bowed to a burly man with an impatient expression and said, The man who stood out among the many men in black and exuded a dignified air was clearly the leader of the group. He glanced at the traces on the ground, frowned, and said, "Check which direction they last fled in." The man in black quickly responded and was about to continue investigating when another man in black suddenly appeared beside the burly man and respectfully said, "Sir, we've found traces of rat blood ahead. They're fleeing towards the border." This man in black was clearly a veteran, and based on his assessment of various clues, he was very certain of his own idea. "Chase." The burly man gave the order without the slightest hesitation. At the burly man's command, all the men in black vanished from their spots and arrived at the edge of the border wall in less than a minute. However, they found no trace of the giant rat. After some investigation, and based on the innate skills described in the data, the men in black reached a final conclusion and reported it to the burly man. "Sir, the last trace of the rat disappeared here. It must have escaped to the outside world using its innate skill blink. Should we continue to chase after it?" The man in black reported this information to the burly man and asked him to make a decision. The burly man, however, did not show any anger upon hearing this. Instead, he yawned and said, "Compile this conclusion into a report for me. Since that little guy has already escaped beyond the boundary, there's nothing we can do about the complex and ever-changing environment. Let's call it a day." After saying this, the burly man vanished without a trace, but before he left, one could still faintly hear the other man muttering something. "If I'd known it would end like this, I'd spent 2 days and 2 nights chasing them for nothing, having to be careful about appearances the whole time, acting like a thief. I didn't get a good night's sleep, and I couldn't even participate in the raid. The people in my clan are really a bunch of—" The men in black around him looked at him strangely, but knowing the burly man's personality, they pretended not to hear. They exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes, before disappearing into the night. At this moment, Shen Xingyan was unaware that his arrangement had already had a significant effect, successfully deceiving those experienced searchers. If they knew, they would definitely be amazed by the power of this comprehension skill, but they would also feel a sense of relief. After all, he had a plan to catch the unsuspecting, and he only achieved this effect after enhancing his comprehension. It was incomparable to those who had been searching for people for many years. After having dinner with his sister, Shen Xingyan returned to his room and began exercising. While exercising in his room, he would occasionally keep an eye on the outside. Although he thought the setup was perfect, he was still afraid of any unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, several hours passed, and everything around him remained calm, which gradually put Shen Xingyan at ease. After several hours of training, Shen Xingyan saw that the time to enter the Star Origin world was approaching, so he stopped training, went to the kitchen to fill his stomach, and returned to bed to wait for the countdown to enter the Star Origin world. The real world is still too dangerous, especially now that my strength is low and I have a lot of secrets. There is a risk of being exposed if I am not careful. I do feel a little apprehensive. I still need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Everything else is just empty talk. At this stage, I can only hope that the yield of the fields will break the record, and that the Star Origin world will reward me with something to improve my strength." Shen Xingyan thought to himself as he lay on the bed. As the cooldown ended, Shen Xingyan, with his consciousness linked to the Star Source card, appeared in his professional space with practiced ease. Looking at the peaceful farmland before him, and comparing it with his own reality, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. Seeing the 11 little skeletons diligently working in the field, Shen Xingyan found them even more adorable. Wang Kai and the other skeletons also noticed Shen Xingyan's arrival and couldn't help but turn their skulls to look at him. "Keep up your work," Shen Xingyan said with a smile. Through the conscious connection between him and the little skeletons, and because the sound was amplified in the unusually quiet planting space, even though he spoke at a normal volume, all the little skeletons could receive the command. The 11 little skulls obediently returned to their farm work and began to work steadily. Seeing the little skeletons getting back to work, Shen Xingyan nodded with satisfaction. But instead of going down into the fields to join them, he found a comfortable spot to rest. His professional skills and talent skills haven't fully cooled down yet, so he can only take this time to recover his energy. After all, once he uses his professional skills, The onslaught of star source notifications won't be eliminated in a short time. While resting, Shen Xingyan casually opened the Xingyuan Mall and entered Bodhi Leaf to search for it. After all, the Xingyuan Mall seemed to have everything. As long as you could afford the price, you could find almost anything there. He also wanted to see what kind of properties this item had. The final search results surprised him greatly, causing him to stand up immediately. Item, Bodhi Leaf. Value, 1,000 gold coins. Attribute, can be used to increase a professional's comprehension value. The younger the professional, the greater the increase, there is a certain chance to awaken the corresponding skill. Usage limit. Each person can use it 3 times. A mere leaf costs a whopping 1,000 gold coins. Looks like we've really struck gold this time. At this moment, the Bodhi Leaf in Xingyuan Mall shows that one costs 1,000 gold coins. Wouldn't that be worth at least 10,000 gold coins in reality? Moreover, he actually triggered a chance event and awakened a comprehension skill, which made him feel incredible. This discovery made Shen Xingyan, whose mental energy was almost depleted, feel dizzy. I've become incredibly wealthy so easily. This is too surreal. Shen Xingyan still found it hard to believe. However, danger and opportunity sometimes coexist. If he hadn't received that subsequent guidance, his good fortune might have turned into misfortune. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent, and the cycle of nature is inevitable. Chapter 43 serves him right. Shen Xingyan mentally prepared himself for a long time before accepting this shocking fact. He fell straight backward and crashed heavily to the ground, marveling at how exciting and thrilling his life after awakening was. The little skeletons, who were working in the fields, heard the noise and instinctively surrounded Shen Xingyan to protect him. Seeing the little skeletons gathering around him, Shen Xingyan smiled happily and waved for them to continue working. Shen Xingyan checked the cooldown time of his professional skills, set the reminder function of Star Origin World to the corresponding time, and then fell into a sweet sleep with a pleasant reverie. After a day of training, the intense tension he had just experienced, and that alarming number, his fluctuating emotions left him feeling mentally exhausted. He fell into a deep sleep shortly after closing his eyes. Little did he know how furious his role as the culprit had infuriated an uncle from the renowned Liu family in the Central District. Useless. You're a bunch of useless trash. You can't even catch the lowest level mouse. What use are you to me? You're utterly useless. At this moment, a man who looked to be in his 40s was reprimanding the group of people standing in front of him in a condescending tone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that this group of people were the same group of men in black who had appeared at the border a few hours earlier. Uncle, it's not our fault. By the time you found it, so much time had passed. We were already doing a great job finding it based on some clues. You wasted time, and it ran outside the boundary. What could we do? The burly man who had appeared at the border earlier also had an indifferent expression on his face and spoke to his uncle in a nonchalant tone. The burly man looked at his uncle's face, outwardly displaying an indifferent attitude, but inwardly filled with disdain. TCH, an old man in his 80s, yet he insists on spending a lot of money to make himself look the same age as his son. He's shameless. He should use that money to improve his own strength. He's acting like a woman. It's disgusting to look at. If you weren't a generation older than me, with your meager abilities, I would have kicked you out long ago. In other words, you were lucky to be born in a period when things were just starting to stabilize. Your family did everything they could to help you become a senior pharmacist, hoping that you could provide the family with considerable resources. If it were today, someone with your poor professional skills and lack of talent would probably have been thrown out of the game and left to fend for themselves long ago. The most regrettable thing is that you actually spent 10,000 gold coins to buy Bodhi leaves for your newly awakened spoiled grandson. How audacious. That's 10,000 gold coins. That's enough for the clan to withdraw 1,000 attribute points. And you just wasted it all on your good-for-nothing grandson who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. It's infuriating. The burly man could have directly retorted, but he didn't. After all, this money-making tool still held some prestige within the clan, and speaking out would be counterproductive. He could only silently grumble in his heart. Is that an excuse? Is that an excuse? Get out of here, all of you. The uncle the burly man was talking about was even more furious when he heard this. especially since the burly man's indifferent expression made his already irritable mood even worse. He originally intended to use this mouse for his beloved grandson to practice in real life, but who knew that the mouse's innate skill was a spatial ability like blinking, which not only stole the surprise he had prepared for his grandson, the Bodhi leaf, but also allowed it to escape. That money was his life's work over decades, and it was gone in an instant. His heart felt like it was bleeding. The burly man ignored him and left with his men, grumbling under his breath. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Serves you right. You never do anything decent. Over the years, under the guise of research, how many young girls have you ruined? You old pervert, I spit on you." The burly man's mutterings were naturally audible to the clan uncle, who was furious and wanted to step forward to demonstrate his elder's authority. But after taking a few steps, he stopped. The burly man was an outstanding figure in the Liu family of this generation. He was just trying to maintain appearances and wouldn't dare to really do anything to him. Moreover, arguing about this fact would ruin his reputation, and although he was angry, he felt it was not worth it. Although Uncle Liu thought this way, he had no way to vent the frustration in his heart. He lost money and had his past exposed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he almost fainted. Fortunately, a servant nearby caught him in time, preventing him from being humiliated in public. Shen Xingyan, who was having a sweet dream in the planting space, was completely unaware of this. As the previously set star source notification rang in his ears, he also woke up from his dream. After sitting up, I stretched a little and felt much more refreshed, both physically and mentally. I checked my attribute panel and saw that my class skill cooldown was about to expire in a few seconds. He quickly roused himself, stood up, and with a thought, took the cane in his hand. Seeing the cooldown countdown end, Shen Xingyan began to chant softly. 25 points of primal energy began to gather from his body into his staff, and as the chanting was completed, it poured out, instantly covering the entire field. After a day of growth, the wheat and potato seedlings, which had become lush and green, seemed to have been put on fast forward. Each plant was growing upwards with all its might, and the soil that was barely visible before was instantly covered up. Shen Xingyan finished casting the spell, but the crops showed no sign of stopping growing. After nearly half a minute, the crops finally stopped their fast forward and resumed their normal growth rate. However, at this moment, Shen Xingyan's battle with the little skeletons had just begun, as the star source notifications started appearing rapidly. The 12 workers, who were already on high alert, immediately sprang into action. Shen Xingyan led 3 little skeletons to prioritize dealing with the 1 acre of wheat in the central area, while the remaining skeletons, led by Wang Kai, were paired up, with each pair of skeletons responsible for 1 acre of land. With this clear division of labor, the prompts from Xingyuan were being eliminated at an extremely fast pace, and the frequency of basic prompts also began to slow down thanks to their efforts. Just as Shen Xingyan thought things would continue at this pace, a new notification suddenly appeared above the wheat field, causing all the workers, including Shen Xingyan, to freeze in place. Chapter 44 Fertilizing. Congratulations on starting the fertilization and maintenance task. You are rewarded with the fertilizer needed for the current land, 300 kilograms. Please complete the fertilization task as soon as possible. You can purchase fertilizer for subsequent tasks at Xingyuan Mall. As the notification from the Star Origin world appeared in Shen Xingyan's ears, he immediately realized what the unfamiliar icon meant, and wondered to himself. When I was researching before, I learned that once you reach level 10 in the farmer profession, a fertilization prompt will appear in your farmland. But I'm only level 5 now, so how did I trigger it ahead of time? Shen Xingyan pondered this, somewhat puzzled. But then, considering his own situation and the planting privilege he received when he broke the record, he suddenly realized. Could it be related to his potato planting? The more he pondered it, the more convinced he became of his idea. The early appearance of the fertilization task must be inextricably linked to the potato, a secondary seed. The explanation in the materials is probably wrong. New tasks don't only appear after level 10, but after planting a seed of a higher level. The person who wrote the materials doesn't have that kind of privilege, so they also misunderstood it. After figuring out the reason, Shen Xingyan shook his head slightly, and sighed. It seems that what the ancients said was true. Indeed, it is better to have no books than to believe everything in them. After reflecting on his experience, Shen Xingyan opened his backpack to check the fertilizer he had received as a star source reward. Item: fertilizer. Quantity: 300 kilograms. Applicable area: 3,000 square meters. Attribute: can improve field nutrition and soil quality, used for farmer occupational maintenance tasks. Looking at the fertilizer that occupied one slot in his backpack, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. According to the records, after level 10, there will be 2 to 3 times during the seed planting period when fertilization is required, which should be correct. However, the exact time for fertilizing is uncertain. If this prompt appears while you are away, and the fertilizer is in your inventory, how should the little skeletons fertilize? If the lack of fertilization causes a task stagnation, resulting in reduced crop yields and hindering record-breaking efforts, that would be problematic. Shen Xingyan was pondering how to solve this problem when he suddenly saw the well not far away. An idea popped into his head, and he slapped his forehead, muttering to himself, "I'm so stupid. Why do I have to think about something so simple? Just have the little skeletons fertilize it like water." Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan immediately took action. After all, as the ancients said, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Taking advantage of the current fertilization prompt, he could teach the little skeletons how to fertilize, which would save them a lot of trouble in the future. He went to the open space next to the warehouse, spent 100 copper coins from Xingyuan Mall to buy a 16-square-meter wooden plank, and placed it on the ground. He then took the fertilizer that Star Origin World had just rewarded him from his backpack space, and threw it onto the wooden board. The 300 kilograms of fertilizer only took up a small compartment in the backpack, but it almost didn't fit on the wooden board. He then spent 100 copper coins to buy 20 buckets from the Star Source Mall, and placed them next to the plank, just like the buckets he bought for irrigation, for the little skeletons to use for fertilizing later. Seeing that everything was ready, Shen Xingyan clapped his hands and, as usual, called Wang Kai to his side and began to teach him how to fertilize. The clever Wang Kai lived up to expectations and, under Shen Xingyan's guidance, quickly mastered all the essentials of fertilization. Shen Xingyan then sent it to instruct the other skeletons. He himself was not in a hurry to go to the field to fertilize, wanting to wait until the little skeletons had all learned before taking action. After all, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work of chopping wood. During this time, his innate summoning skill also finished its cooldown, and he skillfully used the skill to summon his 12th little skeleton. Looking at the little skeleton that had been summoned, which was noticeably cleaner and stronger than the original Wang Kai, Shen Xingyan was quite satisfied. However, after checking its attributes, he found that all of them were still only 1 point. He was used to it, and, following the old rule, handed it over to Wang Kai for guidance. Then I searched for fertilizer on Xingyuan Mall. The price of fertilizer here is indeed not expensive, only 2 copper coins per kilogram. Shen Xingyan spent 1,200 copper coins to purchase the amount needed for 2 fertilization tasks. Once all the little skeletons had finished learning, Shen Xingyan divided the 300 kilograms of fertilizer into 5 portions of 60 kilograms each and placed them in the center of each acre of land using his backpack space. He then officially announced the start of the work. When it comes to fertilizing, the little skeleton is not as efficient as Shen Xingyan, simply because he has a spatial backpack. He only needs to put some fertilizer into the backpack, and then he can spread it freely. Unlike the little skeletons, they don't have to run back and forth repeatedly. Unfortunately, Star Origin World wouldn't allow Shen Xingyan to put the water from the well into his backpack, otherwise the irrigation task would have been much easier. Throughout the fertilization process, Shen Xingyan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Wang Kai looked at him with envy when he was fertilizing. But since the other person clearly had no eyes, he simply assumed it was his imagination. The fertilization task was completed quickly by Shen Xingyan using what was almost cheating, and Xingyuan's prompt appeared at the same time. Congratulations on completing your first fertilization task. You are rewarded with a 10% increase in the growth progress of all crops. Have a wonderful day. With the appearance of this reward notification, the crops, which had been quite calm, began to revolt again, and their branches started to grow wildly. If this happened to other farmers, they would probably be amazed and overjoyed for quite some time before they were satisfied. However, for Shen Xingyan, who was already used to this scene, he was only slightly surprised before returning to his calm. The reward for this fertilization task is actually the same as the effect of my professional skill. The reward is not bad. I can make up for the skill I used before when wheat broke the record. Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction, feeling that the star origin world was quite considerate. However, he was also very clear about the side effects of this reward. He had just used his professional skill, and the farmland's prompts had just begun to slow down when this reward suddenly appeared. With the two combined, the intensity of the star source prompts would reach a new level. Sure enough, not long after, the maintenance notification from Star Origin World came rushing in, and judging from the force of its appearance, it was clear that the battle ahead would not be easy. Chapter 45 Task Stacking. Seeing the maintenance notifications flooding in, Shen Xingyan didn't hesitate to start another round of intense work with the little skeletons. Seeing Xingyuan's attitude, Shen Xingyan didn't expect to be able to slack off and rest today. He sighed, feeling a bit like he had gotten a good deal, but was still being smug. Let's keep working hard. However, what happened next seemed to confirm his statement, making him curse himself for being a jinx. Because the overall growth rate of all crops increased by 20% in such a short period of time, the frequency of Xingyuan's maintenance prompts appeared extremely fast, far exceeding the past, and also greatly exceeding Shen Xingyan's estimate. While that's incredible, they're showing up so fast, they're really bullying me now. Wait until I have a 10,000-strong skeleton army. Then let's see what they can do to me. Although he knew that the dream of a 10,000-strong skeleton army would not be realized for another 27 years unless something unexpected happened, he was just thinking about it for now, essentially drawing a pie in the sky for himself. At this moment, Shen Xingyan was still unaware of the seriousness of the problem, and even had the energy to fantasize about it. However, his self-indulgent thoughts did not last long before he was brought back to reality by the speed at which the star source notification appeared. The sheer frequency of these notifications far exceeded Shen Xingyan's comprehension, forcing him to focus all his energy on his work, which reached its fastest pace ever. Thanks to the previous wheat harvest, his professional level rose by 3 levels, which increased all his attribute values in the star origin world by 3 points. Judging from his current attributes, when he works with all his might, he is more than twice as strong as before, and his labor value is already equivalent to 2.5 small skeletons. No wonder that when other farmers advance to higher levels, they can manage all the fields on their own. However, despite his all-out efforts, the final result was somewhat unsatisfactory. The frequency of maintenance prompts from Xingyuan has not decreased. On the contrary, it seems to be increasing. Despite Shen Xingyan and the little skeleton's best efforts to complete all the work, they still couldn't keep up with the maintenance notifications. This star source maintenance notification seemed to be a furious revenge for the humiliation Shen Xingyan and his group had inflicted on them, frantically issuing tasks as if all the tasks were to be concentrated in this time period. Not only did they not have any breathing room, but Shen Xingyan also saw what double hints meant for the first time. Shen Xingyan had previously learned about this. The precursor to mission stagnation was this double prompt, a warning signal given by the star origin world. If these missions were not completed in time, then a triple prompt would appear. The appearance of the triple reminder also means that professionals don't have much time left. If this notification appears for a certain period of time, Xingyuan World will make a mission stall judgment, which will result in a penalty, making a reduction in the final harvest a foregone conclusion. This is something that most professional farmers often experience, and it is not unusual for them. However, Shen Xingyan, who works with Little Skeleton 24/7, has never experienced anything like this since he awakened his profession. Unexpectedly, 2 star source notification icons were floating above Shen Xingyan's farmland. This broadened Shen Xingyan's horizons, while all the little skeletons were stunned and stood there, unsure which prompt to prioritize, as if they had crashed. Looking at the little skeletons who were in a daze, Shen Xingyan thought for a moment and realized the loophole in his previous instructions. I only told Wang Kai and the others to work according to Xingyuan's prompts, but I didn't say how to work when two prompts appear at the same time. It's like a car that can only go straight, and suddenly you give it two turns to choose from. The result is that it can't run. After figuring this out, he quickly modified the instructions. Wang Kai, modify the work instructions. From now on, whichever prompt appears first should be processed first, and then pass it on. With Shen Xingyan's instructions successfully modified, Wang Kai, who had been somewhat confused, recovered. Without it moving much, all the little skeletons resumed their normal work. Shen Xingyan was used to Wang Cai's actions, simply assuming they had a special way of communicating. Looking at the recovered little skeletons, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think to himself, luckily I was there, otherwise nothing would have gone wrong. If this had happened when I wasn't there, I might have received my first punishment from the star source. After sighing, Shen Xingyan looked at the two notifications hanging above his head and felt uneasy. Since he started farming, with the help of the little skeletons, he had never been threatened like this before. Feeling somewhat annoyed, he simply gave Wang Kai a direct order. Wang Kai, pass this message down. Except for this 1 acre of wheat, all other fields are temporarily abandoned for intensive farming. Go all out and get to work. Wang Kai, wearing a straw hat, seemed to sense its owner's anger. It shook its skull slightly, and all the other little skeletons seemed to be given a buff, their work speeding up considerably. This phenomenon made Shen Xingyan nod in satisfaction. Special times call for special methods, and farming shouldn't be done too rigidly according to old rules. Just as he was about to lower his head and continue working, an astonishing scene suddenly appeared before his eyes. A number 1 appeared above the heads of all the little skulls he saw. This made him suddenly open his eyes wide, his face filled with confusion, bewilderment, and disbelief. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Why did all the little skeletons, including Wang Kai, lose a drop of health for no reason? This question began to echo in Shen Xingyan's mind. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs walk. Shen Xingyan recognized the one notification at a glance. It was a notification that his health was being deducted in the star origin world. Then a pessimistic thought began to surface in his mind. This is outrageous. The little skeletons only have 10 health points each. If this continues, all the little skeletons I've summoned over the past 10 days will just disappear. Let alone a future army of 10,000 skeletons. It would be difficult to even maintain the current state. Chapter 46 Berserk Skeleton. Then another thought popped into Shen Xingyan's mind. If the little skeleton continued to lose health like this, wouldn't his capable General Wang Kai also leave him because of it? This result made him feel somewhat apprehensive, and he really couldn't accept it. After spending so much time together, Shen Xingyan had long since come to regard Wang Kai as one of his own. This was evident from the very first thing he did. He bought Wang Kai a hat. His attitude towards Wang Kai was completely different from his attitude towards the other little skeletons. After thinking about all this, Shen Xingyan realized that he was being too concerned and confused. Realizing this, he quickly abandoned these pessimistic thoughts and forced himself to calm down. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Shen Xingyan grasped the crux of the problem and knew that the most urgent task was to find out the real reason why the little skeletons were losing health and see if it could be resolved. If the problem can be resolved smoothly, then this will at most be considered a false alarm. Shen Xingyan keenly observed the surrounding environment, trying to see if any monsters were causing this situation. He had seen relevant documents when he was looking through materials before, which said that once a farmer reaches a certain level, monsters that destroy farmland will appear. These monsters are generally quite weak, and the peasant profession can handle them perfectly well. At the time, Shen Xingyan felt that he was not at a level where he could access these things, so he did not learn much about them. However, the current situation forced him to consider this possibility. Combined with the fact that the fertilization task that had just appeared was also inconsistent with the information in the data, Shen Xingyan subconsciously felt that the information in the data must be wrong again. It's not that the character level has been reached, but rather the seed level. If the little skeletons lost health because the level 2 seeds they planted attracted some small monsters, that's quite possible. After all, their entire attribute is only 1 point, so even the weakest monsters can damage them. With this in mind, Shen Xingyan began to look around to see if it was as he had guessed. However, after searching for a while, he found no trace of any monster. The fact that no monsters appeared proved that his previous idea was invalid, which made Shen Xingyan frown deeply. Since it's not the monster's fault, and we checked everything and didn't find anything else that could threaten the little skeletons, then we can only look for the cause within the little skeletons themselves. Thinking of this, an idea popped into Shen Xingyan's mind, an idea that made his spirit skip a beat. Could it be that the little skeletons' time here is almost up, and they're using this method of losing health to leave? The moment this thought crossed Shen Xingyan's mind, his heart clenched. If it's due to some external reason, he can still find a way to prevent it from happening. Even if it's a monster, he can just spend a lot of money to buy them a safe house from Xingyuan Mall. If a monster attacks or other unfavorable factors occur, he can make them quickly hide in the safe house. But if the truth is what he just thought, then even if he racks his brains, he will be completely helpless. The surprise he received from the summon skeleton skill had filled him with confidence and ambition for so long. But now that the time has come, he can only treat it as a beautiful fantasy, and it's time to wake up. The thought made Shen Xingyan feel somewhat frustrated. At this moment, he stopped caring about the maintenance task of Xingyuan, slowly walked to Wang Cai's side, gently stroked its little skull, and felt a little sentimental. Seeing the 1 HP loss notification appear above Wang Cai's head again, Shen Xingyan felt the pain of losing his companion. A sense of sadness filled Shen Xingyan's entire body. He slowly opened Wang Cai's attribute panel, wanting to take one last look at it. Name: Wang Cai can be changed. Owner: Shen Xingyan. Race: undead. Skill: Berserk hidden skill, hidden and unviewable in normal state. Strength: 2 points temporary. Agility: 2 points temporary. Physical condition: 2 points temporary. Spirit: 2 points temporary. Health: 18/20 points temporary. 1 point of health is restored every 10 hours. Physical attack: 2 points temporary. Spell attack: 2 points temporary. Defense: 2 points temporary. Speed: 2 points temporary. Note: you can perform various combat actions according to the summoner's instructions. Status: Berserk consumes 1 HP per minute, increases all attributes by 1, ends when HP reaches the minimum consumption value, cooldown 48 hours. Shen Xingyan, who was in so much pain that he was about to shed tears, looked up and froze when he saw the Wang Cai attribute. After rubbing his eyes and carefully reading the description of Wang Cai's attribute panel, his emotions, which had just plummeted to rock bottom, instantly soared like a rocket, taking off into the sky. My gloomy mood was instantly bathed in sunlight and became exceptionally beautiful. You little rascal, you really scared me to death. When did you develop a hidden skill? I told you to work your butts off, and you still didn't know how to use it. Shen Xingyan laughed and scolded while wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, he didn't think about anything else. He hugged the little skeleton and shook it around, his excitement overflowing. Wang Cai, on the other hand, looked on with a cute expression as its owner went crazy. Its little brain not quite understanding what its owner's instructions meant. Shen Xingyan expressed his excitement until the number 2 appeared above Wang Cai's head, which startled him so much that he immediately stopped. That was close. I almost sent you to your death in my excitement. After putting Wang Cai down, Shen Xingyan quickly took a step back to distance himself from Wang Cai. He patted his chest with lingering fear, still shaken by the 2 points of health he had just lost. After this little incident, Shen Xingyan finally recalled his bizarre actions just now, which seemed to truly demonstrate what it means to scare yourself. Luckily, there were no outsiders here, otherwise he would have been so ashamed that he would have wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. It was just too embarrassing. I'm not just worried, I'm going crazy. How could I have so many thoughts? If I had known, I should have checked Wang Cai's attributes right away. Then that embarrassing situation wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan was so ashamed he wanted to scratch his toes. He turned around and went back to his work area, starting to ease the embarrassment with farm work. It took him a while to recover before his flushed face returned to its previous state. Chapter 47 Hidden Skills. Shen Xingyan emerged from his anxious state and felt a sense of satisfaction. He felt that his day had been incredibly exciting. although he knew that a large part of it was due to his own overthinking. But thankfully, the final result was good, which was already wonderful. After the initial thrill subsided, Shen Xingyan became curious about the fact that the little skeletons possessed hidden skills. I checked the description of summoning skeletons in my attribute panel, but I didn't find any information about berserk skill. Moreover, when he checked Wang Kai and the others' attributes before, the skills section always showed no skills. Now, a hidden skill suddenly appeared, which surprised him but also puzzled him. Shen Xingyan frowned slightly, searching his mind for information about hidden skills. However, the final result was that not a single piece of information in this regard could be found. The courses taught in schools mainly consist of practical experience and basic knowledge, rarely covering advanced topics. The materials he studied himself did not mention this aspect, nor had he heard anyone else mention it. Somewhat puzzled, Shen Xingyan pondered for a while, but couldn't come up with any ideas, so he gave up on this exploration. After all, only a little over 100 years have passed since the explosion of primal energy, and the world today is completely different from before. There is a lot of knowledge that is unknown to humankind, or that is only in the hands of a very small number of people. What is now revealed to humanity is merely the tip of the iceberg of this world. Although his mind had stopped thinking, Shen Xingyan still tried searching for the words hidden skills in the Star Source Mall, wanting to see what kind of inspiration the almost omnipotent Star Source Mall could give him. The final result was a cold string of text. You do not have permission to view related information. Although Shen Xingyan had some premonition about this result, he was still somewhat disappointed. But thinking about it, it was normal. If he could search for relevant information with his current level of access, it was impossible for him not to have access to this information in reality. I can only wait until I reach a higher level to see what this hidden skill is all about. Shen Xingyan sighed inwardly. Thinking that his little skeleton actually possessed a mysterious hidden skill, Shen Xingyan looked at Wang Kai and the others with increasing surprise. This was the first time he had ever pondered where these little skeletons had come from, and what kind of place it was that even such weak little skeletons possessed such a skill. If he hadn't been in a hurry and ordered the little skeleton to work hard, and if it hadn't been his most trusted servant, Wang Kai, that order, he probably still wouldn't have discovered this hidden skill. However, Shen Xingyan also knew that thinking about these things now was meaningless. The real good thing was that the little skeleton's work efficiency had improved. With Wang Kai as a precedent, Shen Xingyan also checked the other little skeletons and found that their attributes were exactly the same as Wang's size. They were all in a berserk state, and all their attributes had been temporarily increased by 1 point. Still somewhat uneasy, he carefully examined the final result of this hidden skill, and only after pondering it thoroughly did he feel completely at ease. The description of the berserk skill is very clear. It consumes 1 point of health per minute until the little skeletons have only 1 point of health left, at which point the berserk skill will automatically stop. 1 point of health has little impact on the little skeletons, since they are a group without stamina limitations and will not become weak like professionals due to a decrease in health. Moreover, during these 20 minutes, they will all receive a +1 boost to all attributes, which is equivalent to double their original attributes. Although the fundamental reason is that their basic attributes are too weak for Shen Xingyan, this improvement is still quite amazing. Even if the little skeletons with this skill were placed on the battlefield, they would be nothing more than a group of stronger cannon fodder. However, when placed in this planting space, this skill is like a divine skill. Not only can it more than double the work efficiency of the little skeletons, but it can also provide strong support in special situations like the one now. This timely skill is invaluable to Shen Xingyan. However, this skill also has its drawbacks, namely that the cooldown time is too long, requiring a full 2 days. This makes it impossible for the little skeletons to use it frequently to improve efficiency, which is not ideal. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately opened the Star Source Mall and quickly bought a bottle of the lowest level health potion, the kind that could slowly restore 100 health points per minute. The price was also cheap, only 200 copper coins. Taking out the healing potion, Shen Xingyan walked up to Wang Kai and subconsciously intended to give it to him to see if he could enter a state of both healing and berserk mode. If that worked, then this berserk skill could truly be called a divine skill. However, Shen Xingyan immediately stopped this action and prepared to test another small skeleton. After all, he didn't know if the experiment would cause any harm to the little skeleton. Better safe than sorry. He couldn't afford to let his capable assistant suffer any mishaps. He then walked over to another small skeleton and made it drink the healing potion. He then opened the other party's attribute panel to observe it. Seeing the little skeleton drink the potion according to his instructions, Shen Xingyan subconsciously rubbed his hands together, staring intently at the attribute panel with some anticipation. However, the little skeleton in front of him who had taken the healing potion did not react at all, and Shen Xingyan did not see any numbers pop up indicating that the health had increased. Its health bar in the attribute panel also showed no change. A minute passed, and the healing potion's cooldown was over, but Shen Xingyan still didn't receive a healing notification. Instead, he received a notification from Xingyuan. The summoned creature is currently unaffected by healing potions. Healing has failed. The appearance of this prompt completely dispelled Shen Xingyan's hopes of exploiting the bug. He shook his head in disappointment, thinking to himself, "It seems that I was really just daydreaming." This idea failed, and Shen Xingyan composed himself. Since he couldn't exploit the loophole, he would wait until he could develop and strengthen his skeleton army. Even without this skill, the little skeletons would be enough to handle all kinds of challenges. Chapter 48 Snoring. While Shen Xingyan was having all sorts of wild ideas because of the appearance of the hidden skill, Berserk, a tremor was generated in a mysterious and eerie world of the dead that was somewhat connected to the Star Wish world. In the land of the dead, a magnificent and imposing colossal magical castle rises into the clouds. This castle seems to be formed from dark power, exuding a chilling aura. At the very top of this magical castle stood an incomparably luxurious and magnificent throne. At this moment, the greatest ruler who controls the entire undead world is sitting peacefully resting on it, his occasional panting echoing throughout the entire demon castle, making all the undead here fall silent in fear. This ruler of the undead world was tall and imposing, shrouded in a layer of faint black mist, making it difficult to see his true face. Suddenly, this powerful being, who was still asleep, seemed to sense some unusual fluctuation. His eyes, which had been closed for so long, began to tremble slightly, as if he were about to awaken from a long slumber. A faint glimmer of light flickered beneath his tightly closed eyelids, revealing a mysterious and unfathomable power. However, after flickering a few times, the light slowly dissipated, and darkness once again filled the entire demon castle. Those terrifying demons standing on the lower level, who were feared by outsiders, now seemed like weak and innocent children. Faced with this aura that seemed capable of easily crushing them, they didn't dare to breathe loudly. Only after confirming that the ruler had once again entered a state of rest did their tense bodies relax slightly. But they dared not make a sound. They simply stood silently in place, like sculptures decorating this magical castle. Meanwhile, within the Star Origin world, Shen Xingyan had already abandoned the frustrating experimental results and thoughts from before, and devoted all his attention to working in the fields. Now that Shen Xingyan's little skeletons are in a berserk state, coupled with his complete focus on his work, the maintenance notifications for Star Source, which initially seemed to be issuing tasks endlessly, gradually slowed down over the short 20 minutes. It can be said that the berserk skill played a crucial role in this emergency response. The most obvious sign that the maintenance task prompts had slowed down was the disappearance of the double prompts that had been hanging over Shen Xingyan's head. Above the farmland, just like before, there was only a notification floating quietly, as if praising Shen Xingyan and letting him know that his and the little skeleton's efforts had not been in vain and that the crop yield had been saved. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, "We've finally made it through the toughest part. Things will be much easier from now on." Seeing that the crisis was over, he quickly wiped the sweat from his face and took a few deep breaths to relieve the fatigue caused by the high-intensity work. With his stamina limited, he still suffers a great deal of physical exertion when working at full strength, a situation he finds quite frustrating. Looking at the little skeletons who had now broken free of their berserk state, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Now all the little skeletons, including Wang Kai, have only 1 HP left, but even so, they continue to work as before, showing no sign of needing to rest. Without stamina limitations, you can really do whatever you want. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but exclaim. The fact that the little skeletons had no stamina restrictions was so convenient, and he really wanted one too. Seeing that he had already used up nearly half of his stamina, Shen Xingyan quickly bought 3 steamed buns and ate them. He held the buns in one hand and the bucket in the other, doing both at the same time. Although his actions could not maximize the recovery of his physical strength, and even after reaching a certain point, food could no longer help restore his strength, and he could only rest, he had no other choice but to continue doing this for the time being. After more than 5 hours of hard work by Shen Xingyan and the little skeletons, the frequency of maintenance tasks finally stabilized. According to Shen Xingyan's estimate, the farmland could now be completely handed over to the little skeletons for maintenance. Only then did he drag his tired body to the edge of the field to rest. He sat on the ground, munching on a steamed bun, and looked at the little skeletons still working leisurely in the field, a knowing smile on his face. Having you all here is my greatest blessing, Shen Xingyan murmured softly. Thanks to the little skeleton's berserk skills, Shen Xingyan, who had originally planned not to have any rest today, can now sleep peacefully. Slowly, Shen Xingyan's drooping eyes closed, and he drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he seemed to have encountered something good, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Slowly, soft snoring began to echo in the quiet planting space. The little skeleton is working, while the owner of the farmland is sleeping. If other farmers saw this, they would probably be driven to the brink of madness. You have to understand that they work so hard to manage their land, let alone rest. If they even manage to doze off for a short while, they have to quickly open their eyes to see if the star source maintenance notification has appeared again, let alone sleep soundly and snore. This infuriating scene would probably make even other professionals sigh. This kid is really lucky, but he really deserves a beating. Wang Kai, who was working in the field, shook its skull and saw its owner lying asleep by the field. It couldn't help but tilt its head. A glimmer of light seemed to flash in his empty eyes, but it quickly disappeared, as if the strangeness had never occurred, and he continued to carry out his work and the overseer's instructions. As time went by, the maintenance notices for this farmland were completely conquered by the little skeletons. The intervals between the 2 maintenance notifications became longer and longer, and during these intervals, Wang Kai would often lead the little skeletons to guard Shen Xingyan. At this moment, they are like loyal knights who never tire of their duty, strictly adhering to their almost instinctive protective responsibilities. Their positions also subtly suggest that Wang Kai is at the head, spreading outwards from the inside. But there are too few of them to tell much from the current situation. Chapter 49, Going Online to Sleep. Time passed slowly, and the crops in the planting area showed an increasingly vibrant appearance. If other farmers were to see their growth, their eyes would probably be filled with envy. In the farmland, if it weren't for the occasional noises from the little skeletons working, this space would seem to remain quiet forever. In such an environment, Shen Xingyan slept soundly, and the fatigue in his body seemed to dissipate even faster, while his mental recovery was also rapid. Shen Xingyan felt his energy return to its peak, and his sleepiness vanished on its own, causing him to wake up naturally. Upon waking, he saw a group of small skeletons surrounding him, looking ready for battle. He seemed used to this scene and didn't seem frightened at all. After rubbing his sleepy eyes, he smiled with some relief. When he used to sleep here, Wang Kai and the others would often do this, as if it were an instinct to summon. As long as there were no commands to follow, they would stand around him. He wouldn't deliberately give orders for the little skeletons to leave. After all, being protected like this while he slept, even though it was a group of undead creatures protecting him, still made him feel very warm. Shen Xingyan sat up and immediately checked the current state of the farmland. He immediately saw the pleasantly open space above the farmland, with no signs of maintenance prompts, which made him feel refreshed. I believe that every farmer who sees this scene would feel the same way Shen Xingyan does now. Looking further down, the crops were also growing vigorously, and Shen Xingyan smiled with great satisfaction after inspecting them. Wang Kai, well done. You're really my right-hand man. Shen Xingyan stood up, rubbed Wang Cai's head with the straw hat on it, and said with a smile. Shen Xingyan was not at all surprised that Wang Kai and the others could maintain the farmland to such an extent. After all, the little skeletons had proven their strength time and time again with their actions. Now he just felt genuinely happy. Afterwards, Shen Xingyan stretched his body and felt refreshed. He felt that if he returned to the real world in this state, he could simply eat something to fill his stomach and then go directly to the training hall to exercise. Shen Xingyan felt that his rest online, exercise offline routine was probably one of the very few among all professionals. Just as he was feeling good, the offline countdown of the Star Origin world began to flash before his eyes, reminding him that it was time for him to leave again. Happy times always seem to pass too quickly. It's time to say goodbye again, Wang Kai. As I told you before, take good care of this farmland, understand? Shen Xingyan coaxed Wang Kai like a child. Then, as if he had just remembered something, he quickly walked to the wooden planks he had bought earlier, took out the fertilizer he had purchased from his backpack, and piled it on top of them. He then clapped his hands and explained the fertilization to Wang Kai, not worried that Wang Kai might mess things up because he didn't understand. After experiencing that concern leads to confusion mental state today, Shen Xingyan realized just how important Wang Kai was to him, that even if it made a mistake, it wouldn't matter. Moreover, Wang Cai's previous behavior had been extremely reliable in his eyes, which was an important factor that put him at ease. Having finished explaining everything in the planting space, Shen Xingyan bid farewell to Wang Kai and the others, and then voluntarily withdrew from the Star Wish world. Having learned his lesson last time, he didn't want to experience being kicked out of the Star Origin world again. Inside the planting space, Wang Kai watched its master disappear again, but unlike the other little skeletons, it didn't look around searching for Shen Xingyan. It paused only briefly before slowly returning to the spot where Shen Xingyan had been sleeping. Imitating Shen Xingyan, it slowly sat down and stared blankly at the sky above the farmland. When the other little skeletons saw Wang Kai move, they also stopped looking around and slowly walked behind Wang Kai to stand side by side, looking at the sky above the farmland as if there were enemies they needed to deal with there. As soon as Shen Xingyan's consciousness returned to the real world, he felt his stomach start acting up. He was all too familiar with this feeling, so he didn't hesitate to get out of bed and quickly went to the kitchen to make something to eat to fill his stomach. While eating, Shen Xingyan suddenly remembered something he had overlooked. He seemed to have been so busy with the farmland and the planting space that he had forgotten to take his sister to school. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but worry, and at the same time, he felt a little guilty for his carelessness. After all, he still vividly remembers yesterday's unexpected events. Although the Bodhi leaf trophy we got yesterday suggests that the appearance of that giant rat was probably an isolated case, we still can't let our guard down. Shen Xingyan slapped his forehead. I was so tired that I forgot about this. Given the current situation, coupled with all sorts of wild thoughts in the Star Origin world, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but start to wonder if this was a side effect of using the comprehension skill. But he couldn't worry about it now. He quickly stuffed some food into his mouth, picked up 2 steamed buns, and hurriedly ran towards the school while eating them. When he passed by the place where he fought with the giant rat yesterday, he could still vaguely detect some traces, but after nearly a day, they had faded away, and the traces he had deliberately set up had almost completely disappeared. Considering that they had gotten through last night safely, the probability of any risks had been reduced to a sufficiently low level, and even if someone came looking for them in the future, they would not associate it with them at all. After this thought crossed his mind, Shen Xingyan felt much more at ease. As he ran, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that facts prove that weakness is the original sin no matter where you are. If it weren't for the fact that my little skeletons were powerful enough in the Star Origin world, I wouldn't even be able to handle the unexpected situations there. The reward from Star Origin would probably have turned into a disaster that caused the mission to stall. The same applies to the real world. Even if you are lucky enough to acquire a priceless item, if you don't have the corresponding strength, the final result is predictable. If you want good fortune to come your way, you must also have the ability to accept it. Chapter 50 Reminiscing. As the saying goes, There's no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days, but not being able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. No one can perfectly hide their secrets. Only by concealing secrets and using every opportunity to rapidly improve one's own strength, making those who covet it wary and even afraid to even think about it, can one ensure their own safety to the greatest extent possible. Shen Xingyan silently warned himself that he must not be too lax in the future. After his thoughts had been wandering all the way, Shen Xingyan finally put aside his thoughts and composed himself when he arrived at the school gate. He then greeted the teacher on duty with a smile. Having spent over a decade in school, he knew almost every teacher, though their relationships varied in degree. Moreover, although he has awakened his profession, he is not yet officially graduated. He will have to wait until the trial ends in 20 days and go through the school's graduation process before he can officially leave the school. Strictly speaking, he is still a student at this school, and the restrictions imposed on outsiders do not apply to him. The teacher on duty naturally recognized Shen Xingyan, as he had been a prominent figure at school. Teachers generally have a strong memory of students like him. However, looking at Shen Xingyan, the teacher on duty felt a little sorry for him. After receiving permission from the teacher on duty, Shen Xingyan headed towards the exercise area where his younger sister was. Having spent over a decade in school, Shen Xingyan was intimately familiar with every tree and blade of grass on campus. He had no time to reflect on these things and easily made his way to the training facility where his sister was currently training. Shen Xingyan stood at the entrance of the venue and looked around for a while. Only after seeing his sister exercising seriously did he feel relieved. He didn't disturb his sister's training. After glancing at her a few more times, he slowly left. Walking slowly along the familiar main road of the school, Shen Xingyan's suppressed emotions rose up again, especially when he saw some scenery with special significance, which made him feel very emotional. Although he had only been away from the school for a little over 10 days, the school now gave him a feeling that everything had changed. Not long ago, he was an outstanding student at school. At that time, he was focused on how to integrate the knowledge taught at school and how to break through the physical limits he had reached at that time. However, now, more than 10 days later, his thoughts and ideas have changed significantly, or rather, they are no longer as pure as they were before. After his professional awakening, he saw more things and his life became much more exciting. The disappointment of awakening to the farmer profession, the motivation of the two powerful skills, breaking the star source record, and the unexpected joy yesterday all showed him a different side of this world. But at the same time, he also shouldered more responsibilities. He was captivated by the peaceful and serene life in the star origin world, a world long overshadowed by the real world. Unfortunately, the outside world is now surrounded by disasters, and he has a deep-seated blood feud, which means he is destined not to live a life like an ordinary farmer, farming, sleeping, and living a comfortable but complacent life. As Shen Xingyan was marveling at these changes, he suddenly felt his star source card begin to vibrate. He immediately had a guess in his mind, and when he took it out to look, it was indeed as he expected. It was a communication from Chu Wei. Shen Xingyan, have you forgotten about me? You haven't called me once in so many days. Are you still alive? Huh. As soon as Shen Xingyan connected with Chu Wei's furious shouts came from the other end. Chu Wei's shout instantly dispelled Shen Xingyan's slightly melancholy sigh, as if it had brought him back to his school days. Feeling the different emotions he was experiencing, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile. Having a good deskmate like Chu Wei was truly a great blessing in his life. He quickly reassured her, "Of course you're still alive. Otherwise, why couldn't you get through to this number? What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Who upset you? Who else upset me? Who else could it be but you? Didn't you say you'd give me a few pounds of the new grain after the harvest? What? You forgot so quickly? I was so worried about you because of your praise. Do you know how long I've waited for those few pounds of grain?" Ah. At this moment, Chu Wei on the other end of the communication channel was like an angry lion, constantly venting her anger towards the star source card. If her teammates in the star origin world saw their usually wise and calm leader acting like this towards a man, their jaws would probably drop to the floor. Chu Wei's purpose in making this call was naturally not for the few pounds of grain she mentioned, but because Shen Xingyan hadn't contacted her proactively for so long. making her feel that she wasn't being valued enough, and she needed to vent her slightly annoyed emotions. Chu Wei's shouts instantly brought Shen Xingyan back to his school days, reminding him of Chu Wei's angry expression, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. Shen Xingyan had naturally encountered situations like Chu Wei's current one before, and all he could do to deal with Chu Wei in this state was to give in. Experience told him that if he went head-to-head, he might really get into a fight. Shen Xingyan smiled and said, "Calm down, calm down. How could I forget? I've just been too busy lately. You know what farming is like. There's so much farm work, it's quite tiring. Don't worry, I'll definitely give it to you next time we meet." After being comforted by Shen Xingyan, Chu Wei, who had only wanted to feel valued, immediately calmed down considerably and began asking Shen Xingyan how he was doing and whether he had enough money. Although Shen Xingyan couldn't tell the other party the truth, he did say that the yield was higher than that of a normal farmer to reassure them. Hearing about Shen Xingyan's fruitful harvest, Chu Wei was also very happy and quickly praised him. "I knew it. Someone like you is the best at everything." She then shared some interesting stories and unusual monsters she had recently encountered with Shen Xingyan. At this moment, Chu Wei, who was speaking fluently, truly demonstrated her excellent eloquence, which was completely different from her usual taciturn manner when speaking to outsiders. Shen Xingyan walked slowly, acting as a patient listener. Their current mode of communication seemed to bring back memories of those nostalgic times. Chapter 51 Strength Plus 1. After ending the call with Chu Wei, Shen Xingyan felt much better, and even walking felt lighter. In Shen Xingyan's world, Chu Wei was like a little sun, always able to dispel his bad moods with her blazing light. This is also an important reason why Shen Xingyan has been able to persevere until now without being disturbed by negative emotions. After Shen Xingyan left the school, he walked a few steps to the training hall next door. After showing the membership card that Teacher Li had given him to the front desk staff, he was able to enjoy the 20% discount. "Hello, excuse me, is Coach Li here today?" Shen Xingyan asked with a smile after settling the payment for the 6 hours of training, having already taken back his membership card. Although he is currently unable to directly repay Teacher Li in order to conceal his secret, it does not prevent him from making some gestures. If Teacher Li were present, he could express his gratitude in person first. "Coach Li? Oh, he's not here today. I heard he went to carry out a mission outside the border." The receptionist seemed to remember Shen Xingyan as well. When asked, she didn't ignore him like she did with other people, but replied calmly. After all, she was someone Coach Li had specifically asked to take care of, so she still needed to give her some face. Going to carry out a mission outside the boundary? Shen Xingyan frowned slightly upon hearing this, a hint of worry showing in his eyes. Back in school, he often heard teachers say that every mission outside the designated area was not something that could be easily accomplished, and that the risks involved were full of uncertainty. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but worry about Teacher Li. When the receptionist saw the worry that Shen Xingyan naturally showed, she nodded to herself. It seems that Coach Li did not misjudge him this time. At least from his performance just now, this little kid still knows how to care about him and is not an ingrate. "Don't worry, I heard this mission is just a reconnaissance mission near the border to prepare for your graduation trial in 20 days. It won't be too dangerous," the receptionist reassured her casually. "Oh, I see. Then the danger is indeed not great. Thank you for telling me." Shen Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief, finally putting aside her worries. She then smiled and thanked the receptionist before heading towards the strength training area. The receptionist glanced briefly at the person's back before looking away and going on with her other tasks. She didn't dislike Shen Xingyan, a professional who had only recently awakened his powers, but she also didn't feel much affection for him. After all, she has received far too many guests like Shen Xingyan over the years, and it's impossible for her to have genuine feelings for everyone. Moreover, these people are often very enthusiastic at first, as if they are old and experienced, but after tasting the sweetness of the star origin world, they will soon disappear and give up this difficult path of improvement. Only a very small number of people can persevere. Even the base commander is helpless in the face of this phenomenon. After all, it is a human instinct, an instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. She cannot comment on it either, and can only say that those who persevere will be rewarded. Those who can persevere must be people with great willpower, and it is the right choice to give genuine feelings to such people. Shen Xingyan naturally wouldn't consider the receptionist's inner thoughts. For him, training hard was for his own benefit, not for others to see. Some things are better left unsaid. Only time will tell. He arrived at the strength training area, which was sparsely populated at the time. Only a few people seemed to be dawdling, training for a while, and then resting for a while. Occasionally, he could hear them talking about the things that needed to be done in the star origin world. Shen Xingyan ignored them and directly selected a piece of equipment, adjusted its difficulty to the maximum level he could currently accept, and then began training as if no one else was around. Compared to any other professional, Shen Xingyan has a certain advantage in training in reality, and that advantage is his current state of single-minded focus on training. In this state, his training effect is more than half that of others. After all, he didn't need to worry about things like what might happen in the star origin world after he left, unlike other professionals. Because his little skeletons are perfectly capable of handling all his affairs. Shen Xingyan only needs to go to the planting space at the designated time, check the results after he left, and then unleash his two powerful skills. After that, he doesn't need to worry about anything. He can sleep or exercise as he pleases. Therefore, when he exercises at this time, the effect can be described as twice the result with half the effort. Those who were close to him quickly moved away when they saw Shen Xingyan, the king of trouble, not wanting to be troubled by him. Moreover, if someone is this ruthless to themselves, they must be a truly ruthless person. Several people exclaimed, "We can't afford to mess with them." With just over 10 minutes left before the scheduled 3-hour strength training session, Shen Xingyan suddenly felt as if the entire strength training equipment had become lighter. This startled him, and he quickly stepped off the equipment to check it. He subconsciously thought to himself, "Could it be that I just broke someone else's equipment? Am I that unlucky?" As Shen Xingyan thought this, he carefully examined the equipment. He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that there was nothing wrong with any of the equipment structure. Although he has some money now, it is still far from enough to compensate for the equipment. It's good that the equipment is okay. It scared me. But what was that feeling just now? Could it be that I broke through? After being relieved, Shen Xingyan immediately thought of this possibility and quickly picked up the Star Source card to check his own attributes. In his real-world attribute panel, the Strength attribute bar, which should have had 10 points, now had 11 points. A surge of joy instantly filled Shen Xingyan's mind, and he immediately understood why he had reacted that way. At that moment, he jumped up excitedly, but he didn't shout out loud. After all, they were in a public place, and he needed to restrain himself and not be too ostentatious. But he still clenched his fist and shook it a few times to celebrate. The fact that he was able to increase his strength attribute by 1 point on the second day of strength training was several times faster than the speed at which he had trained at home before, which was indeed beyond his expectations. Chapter 52 Agility +1. Shen Xingyan felt quite pleased to see that his strength attribute had increased by 1 point in the attribute panel, and that his attack power had also increased by 1 point. After all, getting 10 gold coins was indeed something to celebrate, but he also knew that now was not the time to celebrate, so he could only try to keep a low profile, since his situation was rather special. Shen Xingyan forcibly suppressed his joy and, with a smile on his face, continued to complete the remaining 10 minutes of strength training according to the previous plan. However, this time he increased the difficulty of the training to maintain the desired effect. The strength training session, which lasted for more than 10 minutes, was quickly completed. There was no further improvement in attributes, and Shen Xingyan did not expect such an event to occur. He immediately stopped the equipment and, slightly out of breath, took deep breaths to relieve his fatigue. 3 hours of strength training did take a toll on his stamina, but it was still within his control. Although he was physically tired, he was full of energy. The improvement in his strength attribute made the saying, "You reap what you sow," resonate in his mind, giving him even more motivation to complete these seemingly tedious but actually incredibly fulfilling training exercises. He also firmly believed that this was an essential path for becoming a strong person. Imagine 2 identical warriors dueling in the Star Origin world. Assuming all conditions are the same in the Star Origin world, but in the real world, one hasn't improved their attributes through training, while the other has improved them slightly, the final result is predictable. The one who improved their attributes will win. This is also an important reason why Shen Xingyan insists on training in the real world. After his body recovered somewhat, Shen Xingyan did not linger in the strength area. Instead, he went directly to the agility training area, first loosened his joints a little using the techniques taught at the school, and then began training. Agility training mainly focuses on speed and reaction, which Shen Xingyan is very familiar with. He adjusted the equipment to the most suitable intensity for him, and under these conditions, he could train without any stagnation. There are slightly more people training in the agility area, since the physical exertion and difficulty here are much easier compared to the strength area. Among these people are some high-level professionals, and even some wealthy individuals who have extracted attribute points from the Star Origin world. They come here simply to stretch their muscles and have no intention of improving their attributes through exercise. After seeing the difficulty of Shen Xingyan's training, they realized that he was just a newbie who had only recently awakened, so they didn't pay much attention to him anymore. After all, it's only been 10 days since the annual awakening ceremony, so it's normal for newbies to come here to train. However, when they inadvertently noticed Shen Xingyan's relentless dedication during training, they couldn't help but cast a look of admiration at him. Although there are many newcomers who have awakened, they are rare to see such a ruthless person to themselves. It would be difficult for them to make such exploitative moves at this stage. At this moment, Shen Xingyan did not care about their thoughts. He simply focused on improving himself while ensuring his safety. The recent increase in his strength attribute has made him very much looking forward to the final result of his current training in agility, and he has also raised his own standards considerably. This also allowed those around him to see Shen Xingyan, who was covered in sweat, during a break from exercising. Shen Xingyan's appearance made them shake their heads slightly, sighing inwardly. Some of them couldn't help but lament why they didn't have this kind of hard work when they were young. This one instance of cheating clearly showed their lack of skill. After sighing, they also felt that Shen Xingyan's behavior seemed a bit foolish from their perspective as people with experience. After all, they have the powerful support of the Star Origin world. With the accumulation of levels and resources, they will be able to extract attributes from it sooner or later. So why be obsessed with this slight improvement in reality? It's better to use this time to figure out how to level up and make money. However, although those around him thought this way, they would not take the initiative to dissuade a young person who was striving for success. After all, one needs the right to dissuade others. Under Shen Xingyan's guidance, everyone else finished their workout and left one after another, leaving only Shen Xingyan to persist there. Just before it was almost over, that slightly different feeling came over him again, causing Shen Xingyan to suddenly increase his running speed a little. What was once considered extremely difficult for him now felt much easier. Having learned from his previous experience, Shen Xingyan knew what had happened, and a broad smile instantly appeared on his face. He then increased the difficulty of the equipment a little more and continued exercising until the training timer sounded, at which point he stopped. Shen Xingyan, panting heavily, immediately took out his star source card to check it. Then, his face, which should have been full of fatigue, became beaming with smiles. The result he just checked was exactly the same as his guess. His original 10 points of agility had unsurprisingly increased to 11 points. Including the 1 point of strength attribute he gained 3 hours ago, he has gained a total of 2 attribute points today. Although these 2 attribute points were achieved through a combination of factors, including his accumulation before awakening and his training over the past 2 days, the result is that he gained 2 attribute points in 1 day, which is an indisputable fact. This joyful feeling made Shen Xingyan, who should have been somewhat tired, not feel particularly exhausted. He even couldn't resist swiping his card again to extend his time, but in the end, he rationally stopped himself from doing so. As Shen Xingyan walked towards the front desk, he savored the joy, smiled, returned the timer to the staff, and then quickly left the training hall after saying goodbye. It was almost time for his younger sister to get out of school, so he could pick her up and go home together. During this waiting period, Shen Xingyan tidied himself up, wiped away the sweat stains that had been dried several times, and stood at the school gate like other students' parents, waiting for his younger sister to appear. At this moment, Shen Xingyan was just like the parents around him, but his purpose and expression were quite different. Chapter 53 Constitution Potion. Hey, brother, what brings you here? Shen Xingyan had just stepped out of the school gate and was about to hurry home when she suddenly saw her brother's figure. She immediately called out excitedly. Shen Xingyan skipped and hopped over to Shen Xingyan's side, her excitement overflowing. Yesterday, when she learned that her brother had been attacked by a giant rat on his way home, she was already a little worried, but she suppressed it with the joy of what she found later. This morning, just as she was about to go to school, she suddenly remembered this incident and instinctively began to feel scared. She wanted to wake her brother up so he could accompany her to school. However, after hesitating for a moment, she decided to give up. The sensible girl knew that her brother was already working hard enough farming in the Star Origin world, and she didn't want to trouble him for that reason. However, the area where they lived was near the border, and the population of this area was already small, not to mention that there were even fewer people like Shen Xingyan who went to school. As Shen Xingyan walked along the quiet road, she was still somewhat afraid, fearing that a hazard might suddenly leap out from the surrounding bushes. So she kept an eye on her surroundings as she walked, and only when she reached the university campus did she feel at ease. Now it was time to go home after school. She had already planned to run home as fast as she could, leaving all her fear behind. But before the race started, she saw her brother waiting for her at the gate like other students' parents. This heartwarming feeling made her overjoyed, and her fear vanished without a trace. I've come to pick you up from school. I can't let you go to and from school alone like this for the next few days. Shen Xingyan looked at his sister, whose face was beaming with a bright smile, and a gentle smile appeared on his face as he gently rubbed her little head and said with some affection. Although Shen Xingyan didn't explicitly state the reason behind his words, Shen Xingyan understood what her brother meant. The two siblings exchanged a knowing smile, both understanding each other without saying a word. It's just that you're working too hard, busy with farming every day, and you still have to think about my going to and from school. Shen Xingyan was instinctively happy to hear her brother say this, but after considering the current situation, she also felt a little sorry for him. Hearing his sister's sensible words, Shen Xingyan felt comforted and smiled, saying, "Special circumstances require special measures. Besides, taking you to and from school won't take up much time. When we have more money in a while, we'll move to live near the school, and then I'll feel at ease." As Shen Xingyan said these words, he was already thinking about how to move after this harvest was completed. He also sighed in his heart. It seems that it is not an easy thing for a rich person to pretend to be poor. Shen Xingyan nodded emphatically upon hearing this. It would be wonderful if they could move to a place near the school in the future. It's not just that it's close to the school, but more importantly, it's safe. The number of people around here is far greater than outside the boundary. After all, humans are social animals, and the more people there are, the more secure they feel. However, the prices in this area are really expensive, and with their current strength, they are somewhat stretched thin. But since her brother has said these words, he must have a way to make them happen. This is the basic trust she has placed in her brother over the years. As before, the brother and sister chatted as they walked slowly toward home. Along the way, Shen Xingyan reported on her achievements of the day, her tone filled with a sense of pride. Shen Xingyan listened with a smile the whole way, acting as a quiet listener, and occasionally praising his sister's excellence. The scene of the two chatting and laughing together seemed particularly unique and warm in this solemn place near the border. Back home, Shen Xingyan went to the Star Origin world and summoned its 13th little skeleton. He returned to cook and took out a bottle of the physique potion he had previously extracted from the Star Origin card, putting it into his sister's dinner. Now that my younger sister's body is laying a solid foundation, this constitution-building medicine will have a very significant effect on her during her growth period. This is a great thing, but it's too expensive. When I have money in the future, I'll have my sister drink this like water every day. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but start daydreaming. When the meal was ready and the two began to eat, Shen Xingyan did not notice anything unusual. After all, a dose of 10 milliliters is still too small, and the constitution-enhancing medicine is a colorless and odorless liquid, just like water, which makes it even more discreet. Shen Xingyan's good intentions were thus successfully implemented. After finishing her meal, Shen Xingyan chatted with her brother for a while before returning to her room to begin her pre-sleep workout. She felt full of energy and felt more and more energetic during her workout. But she didn't think about the medicine. She simply assumed it was because she had just eaten. Shen Xingyan smiled and nodded after hearing the sounds of his sister exercising in her room. If things continue as they are, there is a good chance that my sister will awaken to full potential in the future. Moreover, with the potion to lay the foundation for her, it will be much easier for her to improve after awakening than for me. Back in his room, Shen Xingyan took out a bottle of constitution-enhancing medicine, precisely controlled the dosage to 2 milliliters, and drank it down his throat. The instructions clearly stated that it would be more effective during exercise. His next workout will last about 2 hours, and taking these doses will allow the medication to exert its maximum effect. Once everything was ready, Shen Xingyan began practicing the training techniques taught at the school. The 2 attribute points he gained today have made him even more enthusiastic about training in real life. This kind of effort gives him a sense of accomplishment, which makes him feel very grounded. More than 2 hours passed, and Shen Xingyan stopped exercising as prompted by the alarm clock. This medicine works really well. After 2 hours of exercise, I still feel full of energy. In the past, I would have felt tired at least. It seems that the money was well spent. Shen Xingyan thought with satisfaction, and walked quietly toward the kitchen, marveling at the potion's power. When I passed by my sister's room, I didn't hear any noise. I guess she was already asleep. My sister had taken the medicine, and since she was in the growth stage, the effects of the medicine were still affecting her even when she was asleep. Shen Xingyan ate something quick in the kitchen as a reserve, and after returning to his room, he saw that the cool-down time for entering the Star Origin world had ended. Without hesitation, he took out the Xingyuan card and connected his consciousness with it. Chapter 54 Record-Breaking Speculation. Inside the planting space, Shen Xingyan saw the little skeletons working on their own. The tranquil and natural scene, reminiscent of a leisurely farm day, made him feel very comfortable. His appearance, as usual, attracted the attention of Wang Kai and the other little skeletons. Under the watchful eyes of the little skeletons, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly, letting them continue their work. He himself went to the farmland to check on the growth of the crops and to fill any gaps, making preparations in advance for the rapid growth that would result from the application of his professional skills. As Shen Xingyan examined the dog, he walked over to Wang Kai, gently patted its head, which was wearing a small straw hat, and smiled slightly. "My dear Captain Wang Kai, you've really worked hard to manage my farmland so well. You're truly my lucky star. It seems I still need to work harder and add more underlings for you, so you can become a real skeleton captain." Although he knew Wang Kai couldn't hear him, he smiled gently and said this. He then continued to check on the growth of the surrounding crops. At this point, the crops in the field have already undergone 2 10% growth increments, plus 2 days of natural growth. The wheat has been growing for 4 days, completing 2/5 of its total growth. It is now in the stage where it will form ears of wheat, and its growth looks very promising. However, for potatoes, which have a 20-day growth period, they have already grown for 6 days, completing 30% of the growth. At this time, the potato seedlings are lush and verdant, and their root systems have likely begun to develop towards producing potatoes. Shen Xingyan was very satisfied with the current situation. The wheat would be ready in 2 more days, and the potatoes would be ready to be harvested in about 5 days. Then it would be time to test his previous guesses. In order to break the record in the Star Origin world and obtain the reward, he secretly checked the real situation of those previous record-breaking events. However, he discovered that the rewards for those who broke records were nowhere near what he had received, and most of them were for short-term crops, with very few being crops like wheat that had a 10-day growing period. It's as if the Star Origin world has its own standard for setting records. After all, with so many professionals, there will always be someone who's the first to try something new. Therefore, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but guess that the longer the growth cycle of a crop, the more generous the reward it would be after successfully breaking through a standard set by the Star Origin world and reaching a new record. If that's really the case, then it would be incredibly good news for him. This idea would be tested in the remaining few days, which made him start to look forward to it. While Shen Xingyan was inspecting the crops with satisfaction, Wonkai tilted its little skull head and glanced at its master. Seeing that its master had not given any new instructions, it continued to work. After checking the growth of the crops, Shen Xingyan, seeing that there was still a while before his professional skill cooldown was over, began to stroll around the farmland, looking every bit like a wealthy landlord inspecting his land. And every now and then he would greet the other little skeletons, regardless of whether they could understand him or not. And then he would go up to them and say some inspirational words, and then show the demeanor of a leader caring for his subordinates, and then go to find the next little skeleton. His voice filled the entire farmland, making the originally quiet farmland a bit more lively. Only in his own planting space, in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere, where there is no deadly danger, can Shen Xingyan express his true feelings so directly. Strictly speaking, he was also a child who had just come of age. Although he had matured a lot in terms of temperament due to life experiences, he still needed to let out his remaining youthful spirit from time to time to prevent himself from becoming depressed. Only after the cool-down period for his professional skills was over did Shen Xingyan put away his somewhat playful thoughts. He took out his beginner's cane and selected the current 5 acres of farmland as his target. His primal energy began to be released wildly, acting on the land. Every time Shen Xingyan used his professional skills, he felt the primal energy circulating within his body. This feeling was very peculiar to him, and with each large-scale use of primal energy, his understanding of it became increasingly profound. As Shen Xingyan's professional skills took effect, all the crops in the farmland began to stir wildly, condensing 1/10 of their total growth progress into this short period of time. The potatoes showed the most dramatic change, with their shoots spreading out at a visible speed and new leaves rapidly turning from tender green to dark green. In contrast, wheat is more stable, with all its changes concentrated in the ear of wheat, causing the number of grains in the ear to increase rapidly. Seeing the crops in front of him being fast-forwarded, Shen Xingyan once again marveled at the power of his professional skills, and also felt extremely lucky to possess such powerful professional skills. While Shen Xingyan was sighing, all the crops had already completed their accelerated growth and returned to their normal growth state. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan rolled up his sleeves, preparing to receive the maintenance notification from the Star Origin world. The number of little skeletons was now more than enough to handle the notification frequency under normal circumstances. However, dealing with the frequency of notifications immediately after using a skill is still a bit of a challenge, so he has no choice but to join in. This situation will improve a lot once the number of skeletons increases and the number of farmlands does not increase significantly. At this moment, apart from Shen Xingyan, who was already prepared, the other experienced little skeletons also immediately assumed a ready-to-fight stance upon seeing the situation before them. After all, they would always enter a busy state after such an anomaly occurred in the past. Their subconscious had formed a habitual cognition of this, and Shen Xingyan did not need to remind them deliberately. Under their watchful eyes, the notification above the farmland no longer appeared slowly as before, but appeared instantly, reminding Shen Xingyan and his team that they needed to resolve the issue quickly. Wonkai, pass the word down, let's get started. With that, he picked up a hoe and began to work. The other little skeletons did the same thing, except that their hoes were much shorter than Shen Xingyan's. While Shen Xingyan and the little skeletons were busy working, some advanced farmers, with dark circles under their eyes and looking sleepy, were yawning as they forced themselves to stay awake and maintain their acre of wheat field. Chapter 55: The Limits of Humanity. The 2 consecutive announcements from Star Origin World about wheat breaking records, along with the enticing privilege rewards within those announcements, finally made these advanced farmer professionals unable to suppress their inner impulses. Some of them, feeling envious, immediately took action. Even seasoned farmers who had been famous for a long time began to try planting an acre of wheat to see what was so special about this top-grade crop that it could yield such a generous reward after breaking records. It's worth noting that they had broken the Star Origin world record before, but compared to long-term crops like wheat, they had only achieved it on a crop with a shorter growth period. The rewards they received were just some high-level, non-durable farming tools or growth-promoting agents, as well as a small plot of farmland. They've never seen anything of high value, let alone any special privileges. They've never even seen one. Connecting the contents of the two announcements, they found a common thread and concluded that wheat, as a crop, had some special characteristics they were unaware of, or that someone had found a bug in the crop, which led to this result. But whatever the reason, they had to give it a try, since the reward was indeed too tempting. In order to ensure the wheat yield, they have been staying by the wheat fields for more than 2 days without leaving, which can be described as extremely conscientious. The reason they were able to persist for so long was that, after reaching their level, their stay in the star origin world was no longer bound by the fixed 12-hour limit. The 12-hour rule is essentially a protective constraint for novice professionals. Newly awakened professionals naturally have weaker mental strength, and even someone like Shen Xingyan with full attributes is only slightly less weak. In this situation, if these professionals stay in the star origin world for too long, their already fragile minds are easily damaged beyond repair. The reason people knew that the newcomer would have this result was thanks to a rich second-generation heir. Previously, a newly awakened rich second-generation heir, relying on his parents being combat professionals and his family being wealthy, went directly to the Star Source Mall to purchase the privilege of extending his stay time. After fighting for 2 days and 2 nights in the star origin world, he fell into a coma when his consciousness returned to reality. When he was rescued, his mental strength, which was originally only 8 points, was reduced by 3 points, and it was a permanent reduction. This result also makes people realize the true purpose of this restriction. Once a professional reaches level 20, the star origin world will automatically remove this restriction. After all, once you reach level 20, even if you don't actively increase your spirit attribute points, your spirit attribute will naturally increase as your level increases. With over 20 points in mental attributes, one already possesses the conditions to break free from restrictions. Although they would be kicked out of the Star Wish world after their spiritual energy was depleted, without special privileges like those of a rich second generation, they could theoretically stay in the Star Source world indefinitely as long as their spiritual energy was not depleted. However, theory is just theory, and it is difficult to implement in practice. After all, humans have innate limitations. Once the consumption of mental energy reaches a certain threshold, the effect of mental recovery drugs will become weaker and weaker. This is the situation with these highly skilled farmers nowadays. In just over 2 days, and considering that their advanced professional skills can significantly increase the growth rate of the plants, they have actually been taking care of these wheat plants for almost 4 days. However, after such a long period of sleepless nights, their spirits were beginning to give out. It has reached a point where it cannot be restored by external means. Neither food nor psychotropic drugs have much effect. Moreover, even if one's spirit is restored through special means, the rate at which one's spirit is depleted will decrease even more drastically afterward, and one's limitations are magnified infinitely at this moment. They desperately need sleep to restore their mental and physical strength, but how could they be content with that? After all, the experiment was already nearly halfway through. If they didn't persevere at this point, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? At this point, they began to try every possible way to persevere a little longer, since the longer they persisted, the greater their chances of breaking the record. However, the reality was quite cruel. Some people worked until their physical and mental strength were almost exhausted. Without any recovery measures, Star Origin World took coercive measures against them and forcibly kicked them out. The moment they were kicked out, they couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of people could break the record for wheat, a seed with a 10-day growth cycle? What kind of highly skilled professionals are these people?" This phenomenon occurs from time to time throughout the entire Star Origin world. Those who were kicked out no longer harbored any illusions about wheat breaking the record. After all, these experienced farmers know very well that with the current level of labor, it is wishful thinking to expect to achieve the recorded harvest. Unless they can quickly recover their mental energy after leaving the Star Origin world, and thus rush back to the planting space to control the mission stagnation phenomenon in time, they will have no hope of breaking that record. However, to date, no one has been heard of being able to do this. After all, only a little over 100 years have passed since the primal energy explosion, and the time for human development is still too short. That's why they have this question. What kind of people could have accomplished this impossible thing? They really want to know what kind of people or organizations these are. I couldn't hold on after all. I thought there was something wrong with the wheat seed, but I was just being too naive. Sigh, I'm getting old. An elderly man dressed simply shook his head and sighed before exiting the Star Origin world. What on earth is the reason why my wheat didn't have the bug? How did those people discover it? Damn it. Even the middle-aged man, dressed in splendid clothes, was starting to feel the strain, his gaze fixed on the fragrant wheat he was planting. With all my current attributes invested in mental strength, I can only hold out until the day after tomorrow at most. The result will only be to increase the wheat yield to a relatively high level, but it is unlikely that I can hold out until the wheat matures. Let's give it a try and see how much the final yield will be. An elderly man with a calm expression, feeling his spirit waning, shook his head slightly after a rough estimate, not very optimistic about the final result. Chapter 56 Security Issues. While all the farmers were marveling at these people or mysterious organizations, Shen Xingyan, the instigator, was happily busy maintaining his farmland. His state was completely incomparable to those advanced professional farmers. Despite the rapid onslaught of the star source's prompts, he still had a leisurely and carefree feeling. After all, he has a group of hard-working little skeletons working tirelessly, and that's where his confidence comes from. After picking up Shen Xingyan today, he saw that his talent skill had finished cooling down, so he quickly entered the star source world, released the skill, and after a surfacing ritual, successfully summoned his 13th little skeleton. Shen Xingyan glanced at the newly summoned skeletons and noticed that they all looked quite strong, even though they all had the same attributes. This made him wonder, had he already summoned all the weak-looking skeletons? With a smile and a shake of his head, Shen Xingyan discarded his ridiculous idea, nodded to the new little skeleton, and then, without paying it any more attention, handed it over to Wang Kai for pre-job training, as usual, before returning to the real world. At this moment, while he was working, he was also sighing that having Wang Kai around had really saved him a lot of trouble. Looking at Wang Kai, who was being trained, he felt very satisfied. His capable assistant was indeed very useful. Wang Kai is now very adept at training new skeletons, and his efficiency is even much higher than that of Shen Xingyan. Before long, the newly arrived little skeletons also began to officially devote themselves to the work, and the number of people working in the 5 acres of farmland reached a new high, including Shen Xingyan, which brought the total to 14. The 14 laborers were neatly distributed in the fields, each busy with their own farm work, without any sign of chaos. Each worker has their own specific role and a clear division of their assigned area. It was thanks to Wang Kai that Shen Xingyan was able to perfectly convey his instructions. Otherwise, such a harmonious scene would have required a great deal of effort from Shen Xingyan. Shen Xingyan and his team continued working at this pace for over an hour, and the maintenance notifications began to appear at a slower rate. Seeing the maintenance notifications indicating a significant reduction in threat, Shen Xingyan made a rough estimate after the current maintenance notification ended. He felt that at this rate, the little skeletons could complete these farm chores independently, and he would no longer be needed as an extra laborer. He then stopped, enjoying the peace and quiet, and handed over all the affairs to his beloved team leader, Wang Kai, for him to manage. He himself went to his usual spot, settled into a comfortable position, set his alarm for 7 o'clock, and closed his eyes to rest in the quiet and peaceful field. At 7 o'clock, he can get enough rest, or he needs to go back to the real world to cook for his sister and take her to school. Weariness from the real world, Shen Xingyan's breathing soon began to stabilize, indicating that he had entered a deep sleep. While he rested, the little skeletons received another maintenance notification and resolutely carried out their master's instructions without the slightest sign of slackness. The little skeletons, including Wang Kai, who were working in the fields, were quite puzzled by their owner's strange behavior of lying on the ground from time to time. After all, the concept of sleep has never existed in their ideology, which is also a major characteristic of most low-level undead creatures. However, during their breaks from maintenance tasks, they would still surround Shen Xingyan under Wang Sai's guidance, acting as protectors of their master, an instinct ingrained in their very being. Under this repeated protection, Shen Xingyan slept very peacefully. Unlike the outside world, although there haven't been any major disasters or attacks for many years, it always feels like there's a sword hanging over your head that could fall at any moment, filling you with unease and making you subconsciously keep a tension in your heart even when you're resting. In such a safe environment, Shen Xingyan was not awakened from her sweet dream until the alarm clock rang. Feeling refreshed after waking up, Shen Xingyan smiled with satisfaction when he saw the little skeletons standing around him. After giving Wang Kai and the other little skeletons instructions on their next tasks, he left the Star Origin world and returned to reality. He quickly went into the kitchen and began preparing breakfast for the brother and sister. Just as Shen Xingyan woke up, she rubbed her eyes and was about to get out of bed when she was surprised to find that her body felt unusually comfortable. You have to understand that she is currently in the stage of growth, and every morning after she wakes up, she feels as if there is a hungry beast roaring wildly inside her, urging her to eat quickly. This time, however, she didn't feel that way at all, only a slight hunger. This made Shen Xingyan, who was unaware that she had taken a constitution-enhancing potion, both puzzled and extremely happy. As Shen Xingyan stepped out of the room, she unsurprisingly saw her brother busy cooking in the kitchen. Her heart warmed, and she felt proud of her brother who always kept his word. Get up, hurry up and wash up and eat. Shen Xingyan heard the commotion outside, turned around and saw her younger sister, and quickly reminded her, her face full of loving affection. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan nodded obediently and quickly began to tidy up. During the meal, Shen Xingyan also inquired about the problems his younger sister was facing at this stage. As a high-achieving soon-to-be graduate, he had a lot to say about guiding his sister's studies. The brother and sister finished their breakfast in this academic exchange. After Shen Xingyan sent his sister to school as promised, he did not immediately return home to continue his physical training. Instead, they went to the nearby free market to look for any available rental properties around the school for the brother and sister. Shen Xingyan felt that he had saved up a little money now, and it was necessary to provide a relatively safe environment for the two of them. Even if it weren't for the big rat incident, he had planned to move houses, since that sparsely populated area was indeed unsafe. Although it's not the right time to show off your wealth, it's good to ask him in advance so he has a better idea of what's going on. Shen Xingyan walked to a store with the word real estate written on it, and began to examine the various properties listed on the posters in front of the store. Chapter 57, Learning Martial Arts. The rent around here is really expensive. A month's rent costs 4 silver coins, which is equivalent to 3 wheat harvests for an ordinary farmer. Shen Xingyan sighed as he looked at the rental information. If he were still a regular farmer, he would probably be deterred by the price. After all, most of the money he earns each month is spent on housing, so he would definitely feel strong resistance. However, given Shen Xingyan's current net worth and future earning potential, he felt that the price was within his acceptable range. Moreover, as long as the brother and sister were safe, there would be more possibilities in the future, so this amount of money was well spent. He then looked at a few more similar properties to get a general idea of the rental market in the area. When Shen Xingyan, a future tycoon, learned that the rent for school district housing near the school reached 10 silver coins a month, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He couldn't help but think, if it weren't for the fear of being unsafe on the main road at night, people from the outskirts would probably choose to sleep on the street here. Shen Xingyan shook his head with a sigh. After looking at almost everything, he didn't choose to go into the shops to ask questions, but left directly. After all, he looks like an ordinary farmer right now, and even if he pretends to be gritting his teeth and forcing the tenant to rent it, it would easily arouse suspicion. After all, only 13 days have passed since he awakened his farmer profession. As an ordinary farmer, he couldn't possibly save up a month's rent in that time. Helpless, Shen Xingyan could only wait 10 days to discuss the rent again. After leaving the real estate agency, Shen Xingyan began to stroll through the free market. Back in school, he rarely visited the market because he was short of money, even though it wasn't far from the school. This time, he made the rare trip and carefully examined the market. The free market in the entire North District is less of a market and more of a short street. There are not many people selling their wares here, and it feels rather sparse at first glance. which is incomparable to the bustling market in Xingyuan world. Shen Xingyan had already inspected the small market in no time. Most of the shops were selling materials from the bodies of monsters hunted outside the realm, as well as strange resources collected from outside the realm. Some of these things were things Shen Xingyan had never seen before, since the information in school textbooks wasn't comprehensive enough. Due to the existence of battle merits and the high price paid for recycling high-level resources from outside the world, including disasters, the gains in the real world are far greater than their gains in the Star Origin world. Therefore, skilled professionals frequently travel to the outer regions and occasionally bring back high-value items to buy a base, while selling low-value items to the base at low prices or trading them in the market as they are doing now. The market also has shops selling equipment and potions. Although these items can be extracted from the Star Origin world, the prices here are more affordable. When Shen Xingyan saw the nutritious meat from the disaster, he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. My younger sister is currently in a growth spurt and needs extra nutrition, and this meat, processed by the butcher, can obviously meet that need. But after thinking about it, he gave up, feeling that it would be safer to secretly extract it from the Star Origin world, as there was no risk of being discovered and the quality of the meat would be guaranteed. Although things here are more affordable, he's not short of money and doesn't care about these small amounts. Just as he was about to go back to continue his physical training, he suddenly discovered a bookstore. Instantly, he remembered his enlightenment skill, which had been cooled down but had not yet been used. I was focused on improving my physical fitness while at school, so I rarely got involved in martial arts. Moreover, martial arts are considered easy to learn but difficult to master in schools. They encourage students to learn after awakening by following the prompts on the panel. This way, they can improve much faster than before awakening, saving a lot of time. Martial arts skills can make fuller use of attribute advantages and will provide a certain degree of self-protection when encountering some basic disasters in the future. Let's go inside and see if there are any replicated martial arts techniques. With the divine skill of comprehending skills, learning them will probably be much faster. With that thought in mind, Shen Xingyan naturally stepped inside. At this moment, an old man who was reclining in a chair by the door glanced at Shen Xingyan as he walked in, as if he understood his intentions, and greeted him directly in a somewhat hoarse voice. The replicas of the martial arts manuals are on the far right bookshelf. The prices are listed there. Go check them out yourself. After finishing his sentence, the old man said no more and made no attempt to get up to greet the guests, remaining lying there reading the book in his hands. Upon hearing the old man's words, Shen Xingyan paused in his tracks and looked over with some surprise. He was astonished by the old man's ability to predict the future and wanted to have a conversation with this experienced old man. However, seeing that the other party had no intention of paying attention to him, he decided not to bother. He thought to himself, "It seems that the saying, 'practice makes perfect,' applies to every profession. This old gentleman has such keen insight." Following the old man's instructions, Shen Xingyan went directly to the rightmost bookshelf. Sure enough, a pile of brand new martial arts books were placed there, and it was clear at a glance that they were all replicas. Looking at the prices of these martial arts techniques, they weren't very expensive, ranging from tens to hundreds of copper coins. The cost of making these items wasn't very high to begin with, and since they were all replicas of ordinary martial arts techniques, the prices were still within a reasonable range. Shen Xingyan checked them one by one. He didn't have enough physical attributes or money to learn those advanced mutated martial arts techniques yet, so he could only learn some ordinary martial arts techniques to improve his combat ability. Moreover, even ordinary martial arts techniques, when practiced to a high level, can produce some extraordinary phenomena. Shen Xingyan chose 3 types of martial arts techniques based on his current circumstances. One type is for longer distances, such as with guns and sticks. It is said that the longer the weapon, the stronger it is, so this type of martial arts is essential. The second category is close quarters combat, bare-handed hand-to-hand fighting, and the other category is footwork-based combat, which provides a certain speed boost. The combination of these 3 types of martial arts allows for a 3-piece survival set. If you can't beat someone at a distance, you can engage in hand-to-hand combat. If you still can't win in hand-to-hand combat, you can only run away. Shen Xingyan calls this the 3-piece survival set. Having made up his mind, Shen Xingyan began searching among these three types of martial arts techniques. Looking at them over and over, I felt that all the martial arts techniques were pretty much the same, with only slight differences in emphasis. Then I stopped worrying about it and randomly chose 3 books from these 3 categories. Chapter 58, Using the Enlightenment Skill. The long-range martial art that Shen Xingyan chose had a rather intimidating name, the Demon Subduing Staff. Its characteristics are swift and fierce staff techniques, which are mainly offensive but also emphasize defense. It focuses on the enhancement of strength, and when combined with agility, it can achieve a suppressive situation of speed over speed. When mastered, its staff techniques will combine with primal energy to generate powerful shock waves, which can be used for both offense and defense. For close quarters combat, the chosen martial art is Dragon Elephant Fist, which is also characterized by its balance of offense and defense. It is a versatile style of boxing that can improve speed and strength, and long-term training can also promote physical and mental well-being. It is said that when one's cultivation level reaches the minor completion stage, combined with the primal energy within the body, a faint dragon and elephant shape will surround the body, greatly enhancing both defense and offense. Although it is comprehensive, its shortcomings are also obvious, namely that it does not have any particularly outstanding aspects. As for the more important footwork, he chose the more expensive swift step, which is much faster than other footwork skills in terms of speed increase. The agility bonus is the best among similar martial arts techniques here. After reaching the minor mastery level, the speed will increase significantly, but some afterimages will be generated. After all, this is the last line of defense for survival, and Shen Xingyan still feels that it cannot be lost. After selecting 3 martial arts techniques, Shen Xingyan stopped looking at other techniques and went straight to the door with the 3 books, ready to pay and leave. At this moment, the seemingly leisurely old gentleman at the door sat up, picked up the 3 books Shen Xingyan handed him, glanced at them, then looked at Shen Xingyan, whose face was full of youthful energy, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly, as if talking to himself, and sighed. Young people are really too big for their britches. They don't know the principle of not biting off more than they can chew, buying 3 books at once. After saying that, the old man looked at the 3 books and said in a hoarse voice, "It's 860 copper coins in total. I'll give you a discount and give you 850. After the old man announced the number, the 3 books automatically slipped from his hands and returned to Shen Xingyan's. At the same time, a star source card automatically appeared beside Shen Xingyan, while the old man himself continued to recline in his chair and read. Shen Xingyan understood the meaning behind the old man's seemingly soliloquy. After all, it was common knowledge that martial arts skills were easy to learn but difficult to master. Buying 3 martial arts manuals at once would seem greedy to outsiders. Only Shen Xingyan himself is clear about his own abilities. With the comprehension skill, he can currently increase his comprehension by 9 points in an hour, reaching a terrifying value of 17 points. The effect produced is not simply a matter of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. If Shen Xingyan didn't need too many martial arts skills and didn't want to attract too much attention, he wouldn't have only bought these 3 books. He didn't explain much to the old man, and even thought it was good that the old man thought that way. Shen Xingyan's attention was now drawn to the 3 books in his hands and the star source card that had appeared beside him. After instantly understanding the reason for this miraculous event, a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. He also realized that this seemingly lazy old man was actually not someone to be trifled with. He had heard back in school that when a professional's mental strength reaches a certain level, they can release it to manipulate objects. The fact that the old man could manipulate books and star source cards so freely shows just how profound his mental strength had become. Moreover, the old man's act of retrieving objects from a distance seemed incredibly cool to a young man like Shen Xingyan, which made him daydream. When my mental strength becomes even stronger in the future, I might even be able to directly control my body to float in the air, reaching the level of the base commander. However, Shen Xingyan only thought about it. At this stage, he was completely unable to do such an operation. He could only use the instinctive setting of the star source card to summon the card into his hand. Shen Xingyan put away his somewhat longing thoughts and looked at the old man in front of him. He felt that the old man had become mysterious and gave people the feeling of a hermit master. It's best to avoid contact with such experts. What if they notice something unusual about me from the details? Shen Xingyan suddenly felt a sense of alarm. He quickly nodded to the old man to express his gratitude, and then touched the star source card in his hand to him. With the payment of 850 copper coins successful, the old man's star source card instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only Shen Xingyan's right hand holding the card floating in the air. Shen Xingyan didn't feel embarrassed at all. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young were traditional virtues of the base. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave the bookstore, heading towards home. Only then did the old man look up at Shen Xingyan's back, sigh slightly, and return to his calm before continuing to read his book. Shen Xingyan did not stop at any other places along the way and went straight home. Before learning martial arts techniques, he warmed up his body by stretching his muscles a little. Without waiting any longer, he picked up the Dragon Elephant Fist manual and prepared to learn it, while the Demon Subduing Staff manual was temporarily set aside due to limitations. Shen Xingyan examined the attributes within the star source card, his gaze slowly settling on the comprehension skill. With a slight thought, the comprehension skill was instantly activated. His corresponding comprehension value also increased to 17 points, more than double his original 8 points. At this moment, Shen Xingyan felt his mind become clear instantly, as if every faint thought could be magnified exponentially. The speed of his thoughts left him speechless. Although this was the second time he had used the insight skill, the feeling of having a godlike perspective was still incredibly novel to him. The first time he used the insight skill, he didn't have a chance to properly experience the feeling due to the urgency of the situation. Now, however, he was able to truly experience it. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. If only I had this kind of understanding back in school, I wouldn't have had to work so hard. After savoring this wonderful feeling, Shen Xingyan didn't delay any longer and immediately picked up the Dragon Elephant Boxing Manual to read it. The Dragon Elephant Fist, composed of 5 basic fist techniques, splitting, collapsing, drilling, kanoniying, and horizontal, was quickly understood and absorbed into Shen Xingyan's brain as he read it, aided by his exceptionally high comprehension. As he read on, it seemed as if a little figure began to appear in his mind, practicing the boxing technique over and over again. Gradually, the little figure went from being awkward and stumbling at the beginning of the rehearsal to becoming more and more fluent. The movements of the little figures gradually became simple and unadorned. Their posture became upright and steady. Their hands and feet moved smoothly, and their movements became increasingly swift and powerful. Chapter 59 Introduction to Boxing. Sure enough, there were still some errors in the replica of the martial arts techniques. Fortunately, my comprehension is high enough that I can easily identify the errors in the manual and correct them. Otherwise, if you continue training according to those misguided methods, your body will inevitably suffer some pain later on. As Shen Xingyan read through the boxing manual, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, marking the mistakes. He wouldn't go to the old man to ask for an explanation for this problem with the boxing manual. After all, this is a common problem in all replica martial arts techniques, and it's a phenomenon that people have come to agree on, and there's no way to avoid it. Unless you spend a lot of money to buy the original martial arts techniques, or have enough ability to correct those mistakes, there is no other way. After sighing, Shen Xingyan didn't dwell on it further, but instead devoted all his energy to the boxing manual. With his improved comprehension, Shen Xingyan's reading speed improved dramatically when he needed to correct errors in the boxing manual. After Shen Xingyan finished reading the boxing manual at such a high speed, he understood the core content of the boxing technique. The speed at which the little figure in his mind practiced it also increased, and its movements became more and more natural and agile. Shen Xingyan's body also began to move, but his movements were not as smooth as the little man in his mind. It gave him the feeling that his brain had reacted, but his body was still stuck in place. My brain tells me I know, but my body is protesting. I don't know. Is this what they call the body not being able to keep up with the mind? This novel feeling left Shen Xingyan somewhat amused and exasperated. However, this somewhat incongruous phenomenon only lasted for a short time. The improvement in comprehension was not just for the brain, but for Shen Xingyan's entire body. He was also able to keenly perceive any uncoordinated movements in Shen Xingyan's body and make corresponding adjustments. After practicing the boxing techniques several times, Shen Xingyan's body became increasingly accustomed to the rhythm of Xingyi. Gradually, muscle memory began to kick in, and Shen Xingyan became increasingly adept at Xingyi. Its movements gradually became closer and closer to the movements of the little figure in the mind, and its spirit was basically the same. At that moment, Shen Xingyan suddenly felt a faint sound, like porcelain shattering, coming from inside his body. At the same time, the Xingyi movements he was practicing changed, becoming more natural and fluid. The speed of movement and the power of punches have also been significantly improved. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan understood what was happening. He immediately stopped what he was doing, and with a thought, the star source card appeared in his hand. He then placed it on his forehead to check his own attributes. Name: Sparks Fly Shen Xingyan. Number: 1181204319527. Occupation: Farmer. Professional skill: consumes a certain amount of primal energy points to increase the growth rate of crops within a specified range by 10%. The larger the range, the more primal energy points are consumed. The skill has a 10-hour interval and a 24-hour cooldown. Strength: 11 points. Agility: 11 points. Physical condition: 12 points. Spirit: 10 points. Health: 120 to 120 points. Original energy: 0.18 points. Stamina: 9 out of 12. Physical attack: 11 points. Spell attack: 10 points. Defense: 12 points. Speed: 11 o'clock. Talent: summon skeleton monsters with all attributes at 1 to fight 24-hour cooldown. Insight: consumes a corresponding amount of primal energy to increase a corresponding amount of enlightenment points. The effect lasts for 1 hour. The skill has a 24-hour cooldown. Current enlightenment points: 17. Dragon Elephant Fist Beginner's Guide. After activating this martial art, it consumes the corresponding amount of stamina, granting a temporary increase of +1 to strength and +1 to agility. Current progress: 1%. Money: 0 gold, 48 silver, 135 copper. Star Origin World Entrance. Shen Xingyan skipped over the other attributes that already had numerical values and looked directly at the skill he had comprehended, the one that hadn't been there before but had suddenly appeared. Dragon Elephant Fist. Just as I guessed, with the boost of 17 points of comprehension, I only spent a little over half an hour to reach the entry level of my Dragon Elephant Fist. The result before his eyes confirmed Shen Xingyan's earlier thoughts. Upon seeing this skill, a smile full of surprise appeared on his face. According to his understanding, to reach the initial stage of a martial arts skill, a genius with good aptitude would need 10 days to half a month to achieve it, while someone with poor aptitude would need more time, perhaps even a year or 2. This is why school teachers do not encourage learning martial arts too early. After all, before awakening and without star source cards to check attributes, no one knows what constitutes a qualified martial arts practitioner, and the criteria for judgment are difficult to define. Moreover, the period before awakening is a good time to lay a foundation. If a lot of time is wasted on martial arts skills that only temporarily improve attributes, it is tantamount to losing one's foundation. However, no one else could reach the beginner level of martial arts in such a short time as him. If others knew about this, they would probably be filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Fortunately, there was no record-breaking announcement in the real world, otherwise, at his speed, it would probably have caused a huge uproar. However, Shen Xingyan was not particularly surprised by this result. After all, with such high comprehension, it was perfectly reasonable for him to achieve this level with such an ordinary martial art. If it weren't for the fact that the boxing manual he bought was a replica, requiring him to comprehend it while correcting its errors, his breakthrough to the beginner stage would have been even faster. After a moment of blissful contemplation, Shen Xingyan looked at the martial arts skills in his attribute panel and grew increasingly fond of them. Although the initial Dragon Elephant Fist technique doesn't provide much of an attribute boost, only adding 2 attribute points, the future attribute improvement will definitely increase accordingly as you progress. According to the school's explanation of the martial arts skill levels, they are divided into initial understanding, mastery, minor achievement, major achievement, and the perfect realm that only a few people have reached so far. Shen Xingyan, who possesses the ability to comprehend, has complete confidence in improving his realm. After all, as his original energy value increases in the future, the comprehension he gains each time he uses his comprehension skills will also increase, making it much easier to break through martial arts realms. Chapter 60, Leaving the Village. At this moment, Shen Xingyan was filled with fighting spirit. He quickly put away the star source card, and, taking advantage of the remaining time to comprehend the skill, he hurriedly consolidated the dragon elephant fist. Shen Xingyan continued practicing in this way until the time for enlightenment ended, and only then did he stop. As the comprehension bonus provided by the comprehension skill disappeared, Shen Xingyan's comprehension value returned to 8 points. The little figure in his mind also disappeared instantly, and he returned to normal thinking speed. Shen Xingyan let out a deep breath, calming himself down, and wiped the sweat from his face. Even after mastering the basics of Dragon Elephant Fist, it still requires considerable physical exertion. Although he was simply practicing and not fully utilizing his strength, he still felt his stamina decrease significantly during the practice. After assessing his physical condition, Shen Xingyan took out his star source card to check the progress of the Dragon Elephant Fist. The result is a promising 23%. If I use the Enlightenment skill again tomorrow, it is still very likely that I can raise the Dragon Elephant Fist to the next level. Shen Xingyan nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with the current outcome. After all, in just 1 hour, he went from just learning Dragon Elephant Fist to now having improved his skills to 23% of the initial level. This achievement is considerable, and probably no one would believe it if he told them. Shen Xingyan rested for a while, then went to the kitchen to eat something to recover his strength. After recovering some of his severely depleted energy, he didn't rest and immediately started exercising to improve his physical fitness. Compared to the attributes that martial arts skills temporarily enhance in order to cope with combat, he was more enthusiastic about the body-refining exercises taught at school. Although improving one's physical condition is quite difficult and requires consistent effort over time, the improvement is permanent, giving him a more reassuring feeling. Shen Xingyan wondered if there would be any different effects if he tried to apply his insights into these movements after his martial arts skills reached a certain level. The monotonous body-refining process was already commonplace for Shen Xingyan. More than a decade of training had long since given him a strong resistance to it. He not only didn't find it boring, but he also felt that such time was very fulfilling. After several hours of training, and with noon fast approaching, Shen Xingyan finally stopped. While resting in bed, her consciousness returned to her planting space within the Star Source world through the Star Source card. He first checked the crops in his planting space like a farmer. Under the care of Wang Kai and the others, the crops were growing more and more vigorously, and he nodded in satisfaction. He then used his mental link with the little skeletons to praise his employees, commending their hard work and encouraging them to keep up the good work. During the meeting, Wang Cai's position as team leader was emphasized to help him establish authority. After giving some instructions, he handed over the farmland to Wang Kai for management, and then left the planting space to return to the small village where he had first entered the Star Origin world. Don't miss out. All kinds of monster materials are here. Even if you don't buy anything, come and take a look. Equipment on clearance sale. Huge clearance sale. As long as you dare to name your price. The rabbit meat I just got is still fresh. It'll be delicious no matter how I cook it. As soon as I arrived on this bustling street, various shouts and calls rose and fell in my ears. Because Xingyuan Mall's purchase price for goods is much lower than its selling price, many people feel that selling to Xingyuan Mall is not worthwhile, so they simply set up stalls to sell directly, eliminating the middleman's profit margin. This also gave rise to a new profession, businessman. However, this profession is not obtained through awakening. It is merely a spontaneous human behavior and has not been recognized by the Star Origin world, let alone given any bonuses. Looking at the lively scene before him, Shen Xingyan sighed again. After shaking his head slightly, he also started to wander around. His main purpose for this trip was to obtain some meat, extract it into the real world, and not only to increase the nutrition for himself and his sister, but also to change their diet. While ordinary food can also fill your stomach and restore your strength, its duration is short and cannot compare to the energy-rich monster meat. Shen Xingyan arrived at the stall that was hawking rabbit meat. On the counter, he saw not only rabbit meat, but also chicken and squirrel meat, all of which were relatively low-level monsters. Hello, which meats are you interested in? These are all top-quality meats, and if you buy a lot, I can give you a discount. When the stall owner saw Shen Xingyan stop in front of his stall, he quickly and warmly greeted him. He clearly didn't look down on Shen Xingyan because of his peasant attire. After all, he sold low-end goods, and his main customers were people like Shen Xingyan. How much is this rabbit meat? Shen Xingyan asked, looking at the meat and noticing that it was all of ordinary quality, so he had a rough idea of the price. It's very cheap, only 130 copper coins per piece, 20 copper coins cheaper than Xingyuan Mall. You won't lose out, and you won't be cheated. So, how many pieces do you want? The stall owner looked at Shen Xingyan with enthusiasm and introduced the stall in a very fluent manner. Shen Xingyan silently calculated in his mind and felt it was quite a good deal. This meat was a chance to drop in the star origin world after hunting rabbits, and each piece weighed about 1 kilogram, enough for him and his sister for a day. Moreover, there is no such thing as malicious deception in the star origin world, since everything has attributes that can be seen at a glance. Although that was what he thought, Shen Xingyan did not intend to buy it immediately. Instead, he thought he should go to the wilderness first. After all, he had been awakened for more than 10 days and had not yet stepped outside the village. Let's see how effective his level 5 attributes and rudimentary fist techniques are against wild monsters. We'll also try our luck. It would be even better if he could get a few pieces of meat. Shen Xingyan nodded slightly to the stall owner and said, "I'll take another look." Then he left. "Don't go. I'll give you a 10 copper coin discount. How about 120 copper coins? Hey, don't go." Despite the stall owner's repeated attempts to persuade him to stay, Shen Xingyan left the bustling street and headed out of the village. You have left the safe zone. Please be aware of your surroundings. Shen Xingyan received a prompt from Xingyuan as soon as he left the village and began to pay attention to his surroundings. Chapter 61 Punching a Rabbit. The wilderness of Star Origin World is a place where danger and opportunity coexist. Countless combat professionals struggle here, just to obtain sufficient resources to improve their own strength. Of course, there are also a very small number of people who are engaged in other professions and come here for various reasons, and Shen Xingyan is one of them. At this moment, Shen Xingyan, dressed in peasant clothes, stood out conspicuously in the wilderness. Look, even farmers have appeared in the wild. How rare. A combat professional who was resting and recovering his strength said to the people around him with a playful expression. He didn't try to control his volume so that everyone around could hear him. Upon hearing this, the professions who were farming materials in the low-level monster area turned their gazes to Shen Xingyan, and they chuckled when they saw his shabby attire. They were delighted by Shen Xingyan's appearance, but also felt a bit curious. After all, farming is not like other professions where there is much more free time. Farmers spend almost all their time working in their planting areas and rarely appear in front of others, let alone in the wild. This was undoubtedly a very interesting thing for them, who spend a lot of time killing monsters in the wild. I guess he's a newbie. He just finished harvesting and didn't realize he needed to plant a new batch of seeds right away. Instead, he figured he had some spare cash and decided to come out for a stroll and see the sights. The companion beside him was clearly good at analyzing things, replying with a confident expression and a tone that conveyed the wisdom of someone who had been through it all. A single spark can start a prairie fire? This nickname must come from the words of a great teacher in ancient times. It seems that this young man has quite a bit of knowledge about ancient culture. It's a pity that he awakened a profession. The nickname above Shen Xingyan's head also caught someone's attention. While he sighed on the surface, he was filled with a sense of pride in his heart. After all, combat professionals are the protagonists of this era. No matter how talented or knowledgeable they are, once they awaken a life profession, their path is destined to be difficult, and their future achievements will never be comparable to those of combat professionals. When Shen Xingyan arrived at the low-level monster area in the wild, he saw them, and his vigilance eased slightly. After all, being in a crowd provides some psychological comfort. Although there are fights between professionals in the unsafe areas of the Star Origin world, most of them are due to personal conflicts, killing for treasure, etc., and are generally safer in the absence of grudges or special temptations. Furthermore, the party that strikes first will be punished by having their login period restricted in the Star Origin world. For professionals, taking action without authorization is not worth the risk. Looking at the group of people killing monsters in this area, Shen Xingyan had some ideas in mind, based on their equipment and the time they were at. I had heard before that there was a group of people in the Star Origin world called novice gold farmers. Most of them were there to slowly increase their experience while farming materials to earn money. They spent a lot of time in low-level areas, like the stall owner I just saw, immersed in their own comfort zone. After all, while high-level monsters offer high experience points and considerable rewards, they also require a great deal of energy, necessitating close teamwork, like Chu Wei's team. Only with the assistance of a high-level professional can one obtain corresponding gains from monsters of the same level, but with higher strength than the professional. These gold miners, however, don't need to worry about these issues. They only hunt monsters with lower stats than themselves, ensuring safety while maintaining a stable daily income. Although the experience points gained and the loot dropped are relatively low, the advantage lies in its efficiency and lack of risk, which is an important reason why most people choose this option. Shen Xingyan also heard their comments about him, but he didn't care about their jokes. After all, he had been used to such strange looks from a young age, and his mind had long since developed a strong immunity to them. He walked up to a rabbit as if no one else was around, and with a thought, began to check the rabbit's attributes. Name: the Grumpy Mighty Rabbit. Level 1. Skill: Bite. A single attack on the target increases physical attack power by 5 points, and has a 10% chance to trigger a bleeding effect. Skill cooldown: 5 seconds. Strength: 12 points. Agility: 10 points. Physical condition: 10 points. Spirit: 10 points. Health: 100/100 points. Physical attack: 12 points. Spell attack: 10 points. Defense: 10 points. Speed: 10 points. Talent skill: Quick Movement. Increases movement speed by 10% for 5 seconds, with a 2-minute cooldown. Shen Xingyan nodded slightly as he looked at the rabbit's attributes, which were not much different from what he had learned at school. He had long heard that even the lowest level monsters in the Star Origin world were stronger than newly awakened humans, and now that the facts were right in front of him, he confirmed the rumor. The lowest level rabbit had 2 more points in strength than a fully awakened professional, which made him sigh. This era truly is one where humans are inferior to animals. The physical fitness I've trained day and night is still no match for a level 1 rabbit. This is undeniably a very discouraging thing. Fortunately, I've now reached level 5, which gives me an attribute advantage. With over 16 points of defense, even if the rabbit uses its skill, it can only forcibly reduce my health by a little. My 160 health points are enough for the little rabbit to fight for a while. If you challenge the rabbit as soon as you enter the Star Origin world, without the attack skills of a combat profession, you might only end up being killed. Even those gold farmers who are a bit stronger than others still need to heal themselves after fighting for a while before they can continue fighting intermittently. Now, with Shen Xingyan's 15 points of strength attribute plus the 1 point of strength bonus from the Dragon Elephant Fist, he can reach 16 points of attack power. The rabbit only has 10 points of defense value, so he can deal 6 points of damage to the rabbit every time he attacks. With the same 16 points of agility, his attack frequency also increased slightly, and it would only take him less than half a minute to eliminate a rabbit. Shen Xingyan considered it in his mind and felt it was still a safe bet, so he didn't hesitate any longer and directly used a set of Dragon Elephant Fist on the irritable rabbit. As expected, a 6 number appeared above the rabbit after a punch, but by the time the rabbit reacted and attacked Shen Xingyan, it had not caused any damage. Fortunately, rabbits don't have many emotions, otherwise they would probably be looking completely bewildered right now. Chapter 62 Life and Career Experience Bonus. After its attack missed, the irritable giant rabbit's light blue eyes instantly turned scarlet. As a result, its body size began to expand rapidly. Its height, which had already reached Shen Xingyan's waist, was also increased by a significant amount, and the entire rabbit looked full of anger and irritability. Seeing the giant rabbit's behavior, Shen Xingyan finally understood why the word irritable was added to the prefix of its name. The raging giant rabbit suddenly accelerated and charged violently towards Shen Xingyan, its two sharp incisors radiating a deep chill as it bit straight down. Seeing the giant rabbit's stance, Shen Xingyan remained completely unmoved, having already made up his mind. He simply endured the rabbit's powerful bite without flinching or dodging, thus confirming his suspicions. But at the same time, he wasn't idle either. Taking advantage of the giant rabbit's approach, he slammed his fist, enhanced by the dragon elephant fist, into the giant rabbit, causing its health bar to drop rapidly. On the other hand, Shen Xingyan, who was hit by the giant rabbit with all his might, only had a 1 HP loss indicator flash lightly above his head, without any other reaction. Luckily, my farmer's set has no durability limit. Otherwise, after that bite from the little rabbit, the durability would have started to weaken. Shen Xingyan gently patted the spot where the giant rabbit had bitten him, thinking with a relaxed expression. Having raised his younger sister for so many years, Shen Xingyan had long since developed a frugal mindset of saving where he should and spending where he should. Now, he felt even more that the farmer's 3-piece set, apart from lacking attribute bonuses, was still quite effective. The giant rabbit's attack just now confirmed Shen Xingyan's suspicions, so he no longer held back and attacked with all his might. After a few seconds of one-sided suppression, the irritable giant rabbit calmed down, leaving behind a piece of meat and 2 copper coins before gently turning into a wisp of green smoke and peacefully disappearing from the spot. The gold miners around them had been watching Shen Xingyan with expressions of amusement, but upon seeing this incongruous and violent scene, their expressions changed instantly, their wide-open eyes directly expressing their shock. Those who had just been criticizing Shen Xingyan felt a sudden choke, as if their pretentiousness had been slapped in the face, and their faces began to flush with embarrassment. Is he really that fierce? He just attacked like that. It's so violent. I feel like I've been fooled by this kid. He looks so young, but I never expected him to be such a seasoned professional. I was really mistaken. Just moments ago, I thought Shen Xingyan was a novice out for a stroll. I instinctively started to defend myself from my misjudgment. The implication was clear. It wasn't that our side was incompetent, but rather that the communist army was too cunning. Even with the giant rabbit attacking at full power, it only lost 1 point, which means that the opponent's defense has reached 16 points. Judging from the peasant's equipment, which offered no defensive bonuses, it can be deduced that this old farmer's constitution attribute has reached at least level 7. Or is he a constitution farmer? Did he put all his attribute points into constitution? But that doesn't make sense. His speed and damage aren't low either. Could he have reached level 7? People around them began to whisper among themselves, a far cry from their previous unrestrained manner. After a simple calculation, those present felt they had arrived at Shen Xingyan's true level. Although some were not entirely certain, it was certain that the old farmer attribute was significantly higher than theirs. Even combat professionals like them know how difficult it is to upgrade the farmer profession. Reaching the current attributes of sparkling wildfire would definitely take more than just 10 days. In their view, this spark that starts a prairie fire must be a farmer who has been awakened for a long time and is deliberately showing off in their lowly area. They wouldn't have guessed that Shen Xingyan was a farmer turned professor with fully awakened attributes, let alone that he had already improved 4 attribute points in reality and reached the beginner level in the dragon elephant fist martial art. So it's normal that they were unsure about Shen Xingyan's level. Those who can farm gold in this low-level monster area are generally only level 3 or 4 and will never exceed level 5. As gold farmers level up, their farming areas also expand, generally reaching a point where they can independently tank monsters. Shen Xingyan, who is considered an old farmer, is just a farmer and has no offensive skills, but due to the attribute suppression, he is still far superior to them. As soon as this idea came out, the crowd that had been watching lost all interest and scattered like birds, inwardly criticizing Shen Xingyan's unethical behavior. Shen Xingyan, the old farmer, did not expect that people around him would have so many associations, But even if they knew, he would not care. As the giant rabbit disappeared, a notification from the Star Origin world rang in Shen Xingyan's ears. Congratulations! You have hunted a ferocious giant rabbit and gained 0.1 experience points. Life professions grant an additional 0.1 experience points. Shen Xingyan shook his head slightly as he looked at the message, thinking to himself, the level suppression is still too severe. Using a level 5 profession to fight a level 1 monster, the obvious level difference causes my experience points to be greatly reduced. Originally, killing the giant rabbit would grant 0.5 experience points, but this has been reduced to 0.1 points. This means that for every level difference, the experience points are reduced by 20%. If you try to kill the giant rabbit again at level 6, you probably won't get any experience at all. Fortunately, the prompt also included a bonus from life professions, so I got a total of 0.2 experience points, which is not bad considering the monster killing efficiency. As Shen Xingyan thought this to himself, he picked up his spoils and checked the quality of the rabbit meat. Finding it to be only of ordinary quality, he tossed it directly into his backpack. Obtaining loot on his first monster kill was already an unexpected surprise for Shen Xingyan, and he didn't ask for more. It seems the Star Origin world has treated me quite well. Now let's see if I can get some high-quality rabbit meat, Shen Xingyan thought to himself with a sigh. Then they also began to learn from those gold diggers and search for the giant rabbit. However, unlike other gold miners who only dared to lure one giant rabbit at a time, Shen Xingyan lured 5 rabbits to fight together. Since the giant rabbit's normal attacks couldn't break through his defenses, luring more at once saved him the time of searching for them. Chapter 63 Warlike. The people around Shen Xingyan didn't really want to pay attention to him. After all, they had already assumed that the old farmer was a show-off. Putting themselves in his shoes, they felt that too much attention would only embolden him. However, they would still subconsciously look in his direction and inadvertently glimpse that Shen Xingyan had actually attracted 5 giant rabbits at once. The sheer scale of the scene made their pupils shrink involuntarily, and they could not pretend they hadn't seen it. Isn't this bullying? We were so far away, and he still managed to fool us. This is outrageous. I should have put all my points into improving my constitution. As one of the soldiers looked at Shen Xingyan with a mixture of resentment and envy, he felt a sense of, if Ko can go there, so can I. Moreover, the other party was a farmer, and doing something so crazy really broadened their horizons. If you put all your free attribute points into Constitution, the giant rabbit won't be able to take down your health. But can you even damage the giant rabbit? Do you have the money to buy a high-attack weapon? Besides, even at his high level, he doesn't get experience from killing rabbits, and the drop rate is pitifully low. Apart from showing off here, he doesn't have any real advantages. His fellow gold miner didn't hesitate to pour cold water on him, but as he spoke, his tone became increasingly sarcastic. The warrior's initial excitement about fighting the gold farming man subsided. Indeed, as the other party said, that's how their industry is. A solo monster killing career is the norm. They need to maintain a professional mode that combines both offense and defense in order to move forward step by step. If you want to be as carefree as the old farmer, then the early stages of your career will be increasingly difficult, and your skill improvement will be so slow as to be unbearable. Of course, as they accumulate capital, they will eventually break away from this model, but they will need enough time to mature. Those combat professionals with sufficiently wealthy backgrounds, like Chu Wei, have a head start and a much better choice than these gold farmers. After recognizing reality, they were somewhat amazed to see Shen Xingyan single-handedly ganging up on 5 giant rabbits. Shen Xingyan's appearance made them, who could have comforted themselves with the pride of being combat professionals and felt that they were the protagonists of the era, feel that seeing a farmer doing such crazy things made them wonder if their current life was a bit too conservative, even though the reality did not allow it. Shen Xingyan, however, was unaware of the complicated thoughts and feelings of these novice combat professionals. At this moment, he only felt that he was becoming more and more adept at using the dragon elephant fist in the process of fighting the giant rabbits. Sometimes, even when the giant rabbit unleashed its full power, he could still manage to dodge the attacks thanks to his superior speed and the simple footwork techniques associated with the dragon elephant fist. It's important to know that the giant rabbit's attack skills are almost always accurate at the beginner level, and the probability of a novice professional being able to dodge them is extremely low. However, Shen Xingyan was able to do so at this stage, which is quite an achievement. This discovery immediately delighted Shen Xingyan, who wandered among the giant rabbits, feeling completely relaxed. As the battle progressed, the application of Dragon Elephant Fist gradually became more agile. Compared to simply practicing the fist techniques, the application of the fist techniques in actual combat became more and more in line with his level of mastery. After this battle, Shen Xingyan, who had already lost very little health, managed to eliminate 5 giant rabbits by losing only 6 health points with the help of the giant rabbits. Although the battle was exciting, the result was different from what he had imagined. The 5 giant rabbits turned into green smoke and disappeared, leaving Shen Xingyan with only 11 copper coins. Congratulations! You have hunted 5 ferocious giant rabbits, gaining 0.5 experience points. Life professions grant an additional 0.5 experience points. Upon hearing Xingyuan's notification tone, Shen Xingyan let out a long sigh of relief. In less than 5 minutes, I gained 1 experience point, which is indeed much more than the experience gained from other professions. Looking at the 11 copper coins lying quietly on the ground, Shen Xingyan sighed. But the only drawback is that my newbie aura seems to have disappeared. The 5 rabbits only dropped so few copper coins. It seems that under the suppression of the high-level difference, the already low drop rate in the Star Origin world has become even more pitiful. This is also a major reason why advanced professionals disdain killing low-level monsters. Even gold hunters won't hunt monsters that are too far above their level, as it's simply not a cost-effective activity. Shen Xingyan picked up the copper coin with a thought. After all, even a fly's leg is still meat, and picking up money is not shameful. He then continued his search, now acting like a warrior. He would become excited whenever he saw a giant rabbit, unleashing his inherent fighting spirit. If it weren't for the fact that he was dressed in a simple farmer's outfit, no one would be able to tell that he was a professional in the field. Shen Xingyan spent 2 or 3 minutes finally gathering all the monsters together, and then began to punch them repeatedly, violently killing them. Those around them, who had just been shocked by Shen Xingyan's actions, began to feel somewhat numb when they saw the same scene playing out again. Their mindset also started to become indifferent. On the surface, they were disdainful, but in their hearts, they were only thinking that when their level also increased to this level, they could also try the same approach and show off in front of others. Shen Xingyan maintained this efficient monster gathering and killing mode for nearly an hour, during which he hunted down more than 50 giant rabbits, obtained 3 pieces of rabbit meat all of ordinary quality, and also reaped more than 100 copper coins. The use of Dragon Elephant Fist has become much more natural, and its application in actual combat has become more flexible. However, without the support of exceptional comprehension, the progress of martial arts improvement has not changed much. But overall, it's still much better than what a typical gold miner makes, so it's not a waste of time. Unfortunately, his attempt to try his luck and see if he could find a piece of high-quality rabbit meat failed. Seeing that his stamina was being severely depleted and that it was almost time for him to go to the training hall, Shen Xingyan prepared to return to the village, log off, and return to the real world. However, at this moment, a rabbit much smaller than the giant rabbit suddenly appeared next to him. Chapter 64 Pay to Win Rabbit Kill. Shen Xingyan was momentarily distracted as he watched the unusual rabbit that had appeared beside him. The little rabbit looks quite cute. It's tiny, and its white fur is much more appealing than the black and gray of the giant rabbit. However, something unusual must be going on. Shen Xingyan subconsciously began to move away from the other person, but suddenly felt himself entering a dazed state, and he stood there dumbfounded. In this state, Shen Xingyan would not even think to check the attribute information of the little white rabbit in front of him. At this moment, the newly spawned white rabbit attacked Shen Xingyan directly, its sharp front teeth swiftly biting Shen Xingyan's arm. Immediately, a notification appeared above Shen Xingyan's head showing 2 health depletion indicators, 6 and 6. Shen Xingyan, who was in a daze, was suddenly startled and snapped out of that state. After regaining his senses, Shen Xingyan quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the seemingly cute but actually ferocious little rabbit. However, even though Shen Xingyan retreated with all his might, he only managed to create a very small distance between himself and the little white rabbit. If he relaxed even slightly, he would be immediately attacked by the brutal little white rabbit. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Shen Xingyan quickly checked the little white rabbit's attributes. Name: Elite Giant Rabbit. Level: 3. Skill: Bite. A single attack on the target increases physical attack power by 10 points and has a 15% chance to trigger a bleeding effect. Skill cooldown: for seconds. Charm: can be cast on targets with lower mental strength than the caster. If successful, the target will be stunned for 1 second. Skill cooldown is 10 minutes. Strength: 22 points. Agility: 14 points. Physical condition: 14 points. Spirit: 14 points. Health: 140/140 points. Physical attack: 22 points. Spell attack: 14 points. Defense: 14 points. Speed: 14 points. Talent skill: quick movement. Increases movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Upon seeing the other party's attributes, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but frown, finally understanding the reason for his sudden momentary lapse in concentration. Charm skill: elite monsters in the Star Origin world have an extra skill compared to ordinary monsters. I hadn't noticed that before. Shen Xingyan was also somewhat surprised by this discovery. This seemingly cute rabbit is actually a level 3 elite rabbit. Compared to the ordinary giant rabbit, its attributes have been greatly improved. Faced with such attributes, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a bit of a challenge. With my current attack power, I can barely deal 2 points of damage and 140 points of health. Considering my current attack speed and passive situation, it will take me almost a minute to complete the hunt. Even without using any skills, the opponent can still deal 6 points of damage to me. With an attack speed of 14 and my current health, the little rabbit can kill me in just over 10 seconds, and that's without even using any skills. After activating the skill attack, it can also deal 16 points of attack power. Who can withstand that? For now, all I can do is try to outmaneuver my opponent while they haven't activated their innate skills, using my slight speed advantage. Thinking this, Shen Xingyan didn't stop, pushing and blasting with his dragon elephant fist. As Shen Xingyan backed away, he analyzed the current situation. The professionals who were initially closer to Shen Xingyan scattered the moment they saw the little white rabbit, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. They knew that once in combat, it was generally impossible to leave the battlefield. It can only be achieved by using special items and skills, and they clearly do not have such conditions. If we are really targeted, given their level and attributes, we absolutely cannot defeat them, and the losses would be enormous. Those who initially thought the old farmer was just putting on airs suddenly started to gloat when they saw this. It really proves that saying, "What goes around comes around," serves you right for pretending. Look at you now, you've hit the jackpot, haven't you? You even managed to run into a random elite monster that you really like. This is quite gratifying. Ha ha ha. Yes, this little rabbit appeared just in time. Now the old farmer is in big trouble with the compensation. They began to whisper amongst themselves, gloating, while also laughing, but they didn't dare to show it too obviously. After all, they enjoyed watching the fun but didn't want to become the fun themselves. One of them, observing Shen Xingyan's sudden change in combat stance, touched his arm and analyzed with some admiration. Although we can't see his attributes, judging from the fact that old farmer has started fighting head-on, he's probably on drugs. He's definitely going to lose money now. Who can afford such expensive drugs? Just as this person had guessed, after learning that with his current attributes he would only be instantly killed, Shen Xingyan had already come up with a plan. With a thought, he quickly opened the Star Source Mall and searched for the row of healing potions. His thoughts lingered briefly on the low-level healing potion before he skipped it and focused his attention directly on the mid-level healing potion. Without hesitation, he spent 1 silver coin to buy a bottle of intermediate healing potion, and then without saying a word, he poured the potion directly into his mouth. Seeing his health gradually recover, Shen Xingyan stopped retreating. Now that he was out of danger, he began to feel a pang of heartache. The intermediate level health potion he just bought can restore 500 health points per minute, which is an average of more than 8 health points per second. With such a high level of health regeneration, Shen Xingyan could completely withstand the attacks from the elite little white rabbit. He didn't even need to guard against the opponent's skill attacks. He only needed to follow the attack frequency to hunt down the little white rabbit within a minute. Now that there was no risk involved, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh slightly. The base commander was right. Spending money really can change your fate. At least today, spending money saved his life. There are risks involved in spending money. Oh well, I'll just consider it money spent for the experience. The value of that one bottle of potion had wiped out all of Shen Xingyan's earnings from the past hour, and he even lost several hundred copper coins. This made him realize that he really needed to be stronger to venture out into the wild. With the boost from the potion, Shen Xingyan stopped retreating and instead took the initiative to meet the attack. With the boost of 16 points of attack speed, his dragon elephant fist punches slammed into the little white rabbit's face. The impact of the blows dissipated much of his earlier anxiety. He'd better make the most of this 1 minute of free time he'd paid so much for. Chapter 65 Broke Even. Farmer Bro is as violent as ever. So fierce even against elite monsters. He's really fierce. Fierce to the point of being inhumanly rich. I knew it. He was definitely on drugs. He even had a health regeneration indicator appearing above his head. And it was a mid-level recovery potion, no less. He's incredibly extravagant. This old farmer is really going all out. The gold miners around noticed that Shen Xingyan was starting to recover health, and they all sighed, thinking, it seems that I should be more careful when I try to show off in the future, lest I accidentally make a fool of myself like the old farmer. Although it seems like the old farmer messed up this time, seeing how fierce he was from beginning to end as a professional farmer has refreshed their understanding of this profession. The sense of superiority I felt as a combat professional had also dissipated somewhat. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyan, whom they saw as the old farmer, was thoroughly enjoying the visceral feeling of each punch landing. The elite little rabbit was also very cooperative, staying within Shen Xingyan's attack range and relentlessly attacking him, which also made it easier for Shen Xingyan to unleash his fist techniques, giving him a great experience. In this two-way rush between Little Rabbit and Shen Xingyan, in less than a minute, Little Rabbit's last drop of blood disappeared from the health bar, and at the same time, Xingyuan's notification sound began to ring in his ears. Congratulations! You have hunted an elite giant rabbit and gained 1.2 experience points. Life professions grant an additional 1.2 experience points. Looking at the increased experience, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised that a level 3 elite monster could give him this much experience. Although fighting a level 3 rabbit at my own level resulted in a 40% reduction in experience, the experience gained from it was still more than the normal hunting experience from an elite giant rabbit, a feat that combat professionals couldn't match. As Shen Xingyan thought this, he waited for the loot to appear, hoping to find something of value, since it would be good to recoup some of his losses. Just as the rabbit was about to disappear, a burst of light flashed from its body, and after the rabbit vanished, the object enveloped in the light fell to the ground. This sudden phenomenon made Shen Xingyan raise an eyebrow. Realizing that the goods had been shipped, he quickly looked at his spoils. At this moment, a piece of rabbit meat gleaming with light, a piece of equipment shrouded in a faint glow, and more than 30 copper coins lay quietly on the ground, waiting for Shen Xingyan to collect them. Shen Xingyan picked up the rabbit meat first and examined it. Item: rabbit meat premium quality. Quantity: 2 pieces. Value: 600 copper coins. Attributes: one of the raw materials for cooking food, containing a lot of nutrients. Looking at the name's suffix and displayed attributes of the rabbit meat, Shen Xingyan showed a satisfied expression. He thought happily to himself, I was lucky this time. I have achieved my goal. Although there were some twists and turns, the result is good. Moreover, judging from this reward alone, the money I spent on buying medicine has been completely recovered, so at least I didn't lose money on this trip. After putting away the rabbit meat, Shen Xingyan turned his attention to the loot that was shrouded in a faint light. He was familiar with this phenomenon that only occurred when equipment was dropped, and he had thought about it many times before he awakened. Shen Xingyan raised his hands and rubbed them together, silently thinking, "This is the first time I've gotten equipment. I hope I can get something good." He then picked it up and checked its attributes. Item, broken bracelet. Level requirement, 3. Durability, 20/20ths. Value, 5 silver. Attribute, all basic attack types +3. It's rare jewelry. This is a bit unexpected. Jewelry is extremely rare, and its value is incomparable to ordinary equipment. If I were to buy from the Star Source Mall, it would probably cost at least 10 silver coins. Seeing that the equipment he obtained was a bracelet, Shen Xingyan was so happy that the corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. Shen Xingyan felt it was normal for high-quality rabbit meat to be found in elite rabbits, but he was pleasantly surprised when he saw this piece of jewelry. No wonder combat professionals are so enthusiastic about killing monsters. It's not just about gaining experience and making money. There's also this sense of anticipation, like opening a blind box. It gives you the feeling that a surprise is on the way, which is really addictive. Shen Xingyan sighed inwardly and immediately equipped the bracelet without hesitation. The previously empty equipment slot, the jewelry area, now has its first piece of equipment, and its attribute panel shows that the 15 points of attack power for each of the 2 types of attacks have both increased to 18 points. Picking up the remaining copper coins, Shen Xingyan didn't linger any longer and happily walked towards the distant village, leaving the bewildered goldsmith standing there watching him leave. This works? This old farmer is incredibly lucky. He actually got some equipment. They were gloating before, but when they saw that dazzling light from afar, they were completely dumbfounded. After all, even the lowest level equipment is worth almost a silver coin. The old farmer has already recouped his investment. This thought arose in their minds simultaneously. They originally thought Shen Xingyan would lose money this time, but they didn't expect that high risk is often accompanied by high reward. Back in the village, Shen Xingyan's slightly tense body began to relax. He didn't wander around the village for long, but directly connected to the planting space and returned to his own space. Only when he returned to his own territory and saw Wang Kai and the others working peacefully and quietly did Shen Xingyan finally feel completely at ease. Although the battle in the wild just now was generally thrilling but ultimately harmless, he still preferred the peaceful environment and atmosphere he was in now. Unlike a battle that resembles a game of strategy, this feeling of reaping rewards with effort made him feel very grounded. If it weren't for the perilous environment of the real world, a simple life of farming would actually be quite nice. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but reflect. It seems I really am cut out for farming. Could it be that when I awakened before, the pillar of light sensed my true nature? This thought made him shake his head with a chuckle. After extracting a piece of ordinary rabbit meat into the real world, Shen Xingyan briefly checked the farmland. Seeing that there were no problems, he patted Wang Sai's head and returned to the real world. Chapter 66. It's so good. After returning to reality, Shen Xingyan retrieved the rabbit meat from his Star Source card and then went to the kitchen to cut it into several portions and set them aside. He then cooked some rabbit meat, along with some home-style dishes, which made up his lunch. Although Shen Xingyan doesn't have particularly high culinary skills, the texture of rabbit meat itself means that it can be cooked into a delicious and fragrant dish with simple cooking methods, which makes Shen Xingyan's mouth water. After savoring it carefully, Shen Xingyan nodded repeatedly in praise, feeling a refreshing sensation throughout his body, as if he had become much lighter, and a feeling of fullness gradually swept over him. This feeling of fullness was different from the usual one. Before, Shen Xingyan would only feel his stomach was briefly satisfied after each meal, but this time he felt his body was beginning to subtly express a sense of satisfaction. Regarding this physical condition, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. Although my body has been awakened, it has passed the initial stage of rapid growth. However, long-term exercise still leaves the body in a state of nutritional deficiency, which is why I get hungry so quickly after exercising or returning from the Star Origin world, simply because the basic food cannot provide me with enough nutrition. Now that I have this meat, not only will my bodily functions be improved, but my natural stamina recovery speed will also increase, and the speed at which I improve my attributes in the future will correspondingly become faster. Shen Xingyan analyzed the situation in his mind, and then indulged in some beautiful daydreams. After cleaning up the battlefield after dinner, Shen Xingyan saw that it was getting late, so he quickly changed his clothes and jogged to the training hall to begin his strength and agility training for the day. With ample energy, Shen Xingyan didn't hesitate to push the difficulty level to the maximum for today's training, with both strength and agility training exceeding his previous intensity. His attitude was one of training to the death as long as it doesn't kill you. He skipped the breaks that would normally be used for his training, and his training rhythm was much tighter than before. After all, even those with the highest attributes train according to a balanced approach, but Shen Xingyan seemed to have no idea how to rest, giving the impression that he was venting his frustrations wildly. This led those around him to genuinely believe that he had suffered some kind of provocation and was venting his emotions. After all, there are quite a few people like this. In this era where everything is judged by strength, it is perfectly normal to be provoked. However, Shen Xingyan, who was indulging in his freedom, didn't care about anything else. Today's 1-hour trip in the wild made him realize the weakness of his own strength and the resulting passive situation. Moreover, that's only in the Star Origin world. If something goes wrong, at most you won't be able to go to the Star Origin world for a few days. For someone like Shen Xingyan who has little skeletons controlling the farmland, apart from having to wait a few more days for the crops to mature, the impact isn't that significant. But what if this happened in the real world? An accident could become a permanent accident, and he certainly didn't want to experience that. When Shen Xingyan thought of the wilderness of the Star Origin world, he would connect it with their current boundary. If they wanted to step out of this boundary in the future, they would need even greater power. Just like how he crushed the level 1 giant rabbit at the beginning, he left his opponent helpless with overwhelming strength. As long as I have enough strength, no accident will be an accident. Shen Xingyan encouraged himself in his heart while he began to train like crazy. This training continued until his workout time ended, and Shen Xingyan, after emerging from that state, still seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Normally, his physical strength would be severely depleted by this time, but today, with the nutritious rabbit meat as his foundation, his physical strength was slowly increasing as it was being used up. So overall, the physical strength consumption was not that great. Although he was reluctant, he stopped training, since he needed to maintain the normal routine of a professional in the outside world. After checking his own attributes, Shen Xingyan was not too disappointed to find that his strength and agility had not improved. After all, his 2 attributes had only improved slightly yesterday. Even if he trained like crazy today, considering the boost to his physical qualities from the dragon elephant fist practice this morning, it would still take time to improve his attributes. Shen Xingyan went to the front desk to return the timer. The front desk staff took it and looked at him with a rare expression of appreciation. She was very impressed with the spirit Shen Xingyan had shown during his training today. She doesn't care what prompted this behavior. She values anyone who can channel their motivation into training, because reality is the foundation of one's livelihood. Seeing how kind the other person was, Shen Xingyan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before leaving the training hall to wait for his younger sister to get out of school at the school gate next door. Not long after, the brother and sister returned home. Shen Xingyan went straight into the kitchen, cooked some rabbit meat, and then served it with some other everyday foods. Wow, there's meat today? Brother, you must have spent a lot of money. Shen Xingyan, who came out of her room to eat, exclaimed with delight upon seeing the rabbit meat her brother had prepared. Then, she frowned slightly and continued. You're just wasting money like this. This meat must cost over 100 copper coins. Our family has only just started to have some money, and you're wasting it like this. As Shen Xingyan spoke, her lips involuntarily pursed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan smiled slightly and said, Isn't the point of making money to spend it? Eat more meat to nourish your body. Don't worry about the money. We have the means now, so it's okay to eat meat occasionally. Shen Xingyan simply stated the facts as they were, without offering any further explanation. Shen Xingyan felt somewhat helpless looking at her brother's words, but she also understood the correctness of her brother's words in this era. The best use of money was to improve one's own strength. After figuring all this out, Shen Xingyan started showing off with gusto. She had only been able to eat such a meaty meal on her birthday or special anniversaries before, and she cherished the sumptuous food in front of her. It smells so good. Shen Xingyan finally couldn't escape the "it smells so good" law, and at the same time, a bright smile that should be on her face at her age also appeared. Chapter 67 14 Skeletons. When you get back to your room, don't exercise for too long. After all, your body is in the process of building its foundation right now. It's important to balance work and rest. Letting these nutrients stay in your body a little longer will be good for you. After the brother and sister finished their meal, Shen Xingyan, drawing on his own experience, gave his sister some advice. In his view, with these nutritional benefits, his sister no longer needs to suffer like he did before, staying up all night to exercise and overexploiting her physical potential. He just needs to train step by step, and in the foreseeable future, his abilities may become stronger and stronger. His sister is only 13 years old now, and it will take her 5 more years to awaken. In these 5 years, with his 2 powerful skills, he couldn't even imagine how strong he would become and how much better he could provide for his sister. When my sister achieves her full attribute awakening, it will be a piece of cake, and there will be absolutely no need for her to train so hard now. Faced with her brother's concern, Shen Xingyan did not refute him, but simply nodded in agreement. As for how she would ultimately arrange things, only she herself knew, judging from her cunning eyes. After returning to his room, Shen Xingyan digested the food in his body for a while to make himself feel better. Then, he directly summoned the Star Source card and connected to it to go to the Star Source world. Having traveled back and forth between the Star Source world and the real world many times, Shen Xingyan had become extremely skilled at it. The experience of his consciousness leaving his body and traversing through a black hole had gone from initial discomfort to something he had grown accustomed to, as if it were a daily routine. He has even developed several different ways to implement this, adding a bit of fun to the process. Shen Xingyan arrived at the planting space in a completely normal manner, and the little skeletons who were waiting for the Star Source maintenance notification by the field noticed him and immediately began to gather around him. Shen Xingyan nodded slightly and summoned his 14th skeleton without hesitation. The little skeleton that emerged under their watchful eyes seemed curious, shaking its head before turning its gaze to its master, instinctively awaiting the command to fight. Wankai seemed to have gotten used to this routine. Often, before Shen Xingyan could even give any instructions, it would already be walking over to the new little skeleton and starting its daily tasks. This time was no exception. Before Shen Xingyan could say anything, Wankai immediately started training the new little skeleton. Shen Xingyan was not surprised by Wankai's special behavior. After all, Wankai was his first little skeleton and the one who had been with him the longest. He was very happy to see Wankai doing things that he did not understand, but were extremely convenient for daily chores. Not long after, Shen Xingyan's professional skills also completed their cooldown. After these past few days of reducing the cooldown time of professional skills, the effect of the 4% cooldown reduction has become somewhat apparent, as can be seen from the fact that Shen Xingyan now spends less time exercising after dinner in the evenings. At this moment, the release time of his 2 powerful skills also came to a similar time frame. If only my innate skills could have a reduced cooldown like my class skills, I could summon more skeletons much faster. Maybe even if the land expands further, with a sizable number of skeletons as a foundation, I would only need to come here and cast 2 skills. Shen Xingyan looked at her professional skills and couldn't help but think to herself. While thinking, Shen Xingyan didn't waste any time. After equipping his beginner's staff, he began to silently recite the release of his class skill. As all the primal energy within his body began to surge, the feeling of that primal energy flowing through his body returned. Although, due to his ideology, the sensation was not as intense as when he used his perception skills in reality, it still made him more familiar with the use of primal energy. As 25 points of primal energy poured out and acted on the 5 acres of farmland, the wheat and potatoes began to show signs of acceleration. At this moment, the 14 little skeletons surrounding Shen Xingyan also consciously walked to their respective assigned areas under Wankai's arrangement. After all, given their limited intelligence, they knew that as long as their master took out that little stick, there would be a busy period ahead. Rather than waiting for the enemy to arrive, they preferred to take the initiative. After Shen Xingyan finished unleashing his professional skills, he nodded slightly as he saw the wheat and potatoes growing wildly. Although he had seen this kind of scene more than once, he still found it extremely beautiful. Seeing that the little skeletons had already taken their positions even before the star source's prompt appeared, he couldn't help but chuckle. Am I being too cruel, letting such a small skeleton experience the hardships of life so early? It's even starting to wait for work to do. I really shouldn't have done that. Shen Xingyan shook his head as he pretended to berate himself. But if given another chance, he would still choose to do it, attributing it to the mysterious concept of fate. As Shen Xingyan sighed, the maintenance notification from Xingyuan seemed to have caught on and launched another attack on Shen Xingyan and his little skeletons. The final result was predictable. Including Shen Xingyan, they now had a total of 15 laborers. 3 laborers per acre was enough to maintain the land, and even under the rapid attack prompted by Xingyuan, they did not appear flustered at all. After working for more than 2 hours, Shen Xingyan saw that the maintenance warning had weakened considerably, so he withdrew from the farm work team and returned to reality to continue his training. At this moment, Shen Xingyan, who had returned to the real world after working for more than 2 hours, did not appear tired at all. On the contrary, he was full of energy. If the food in the real world replenished his body with energy, then the planting space in the Star Wish world, with its ever-present hopeful atmosphere, provided him with spiritual nourishment. It was a kind of confidence that gave him power, even though in the real world he was like an ant, giving people the impression that no matter how much he trained, the final result would be to be trampled underfoot by those strong people. But as long as he has this confidence, he will have the motivation and hope to move forward step by step, and this hope will grow bigger and bigger as he moves forward. With this motivation, Shen Xingyan's body refining movements became increasingly vigorous and powerful. Chapter 68: Physical Fitness Improvement. The body refining exercises taught at Shen Xingyan's school, which target the improvement of a single attribute, have been proven effective for ordinary people over many years. Of course, there are definitely better things, but Shen Xingyan, as an ordinary person, cannot access them at this stage. Time flew by during the training, as Shen Xingyan was completely immersed in the body refining movements, so much so that he didn't notice the rapid passage of time. During his previous workouts, whenever he reached a certain level, his body would give him a warning that his energy was running low, letting him know that it was time to finish his workout. However, the nutritional supplement from rabbit meat has rendered this biological clock-like reminder ineffective, preventing Shen Xingyan from snapping out of his workout. This also makes it seem that the length of time Shen Xingyan trains is gradually deviating from his original plan. Then, at that moment, Shen Xingyan, who was immersed in his exercise, suddenly felt a strange change in his body, which made him, who was becoming increasingly sensitive to control of his body, slowly stop his movements. After carefully experiencing this somewhat familiar feeling, Shen Xingyan's originally serious expression immediately brightened, and he unhesitatingly summoned his star source card to check it. Physical condition, 13 points. Health, 130/130 points. Stamina, 7 out of 13. Defense, 13 points. Looking at the numbers displayed in the Properties panel confirmed his idea. On the Attribute panel, the Constitution attribute, which was originally 12 points, has now become 13 points, and the maximum health, defense, and stamina have also been increased. After confirming the result, Shen Xingyan couldn't hide his joy. After all, anyone would feel this way after getting another 10 gold coins for free. However, the speed at which his physical attributes improved was somewhat beyond his expectations. According to his normal estimation, it would take at least 7 or 8 days for his physical attributes to increase again. Attribute improvement in reality is not as sudden as in the Star Wish world. It requires a gradual process. It has only been 4 days since my Constitution attribute was last improved. Logically, the attribute should improve more slowly as you progress, so it shouldn't have improved so quickly. Could it be the help I received when I first entered the Dragon Elephant Fist? After the initial surprise, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but analyze the reasons. After careful consideration, he couldn't help but think of the recent exception. As a martial art that combines both offense and defense, dragon elephant boxing can improve various aspects of the body while being practiced. Moreover, with the support of his comprehension skills, he improved them to 23% of the beginner level. This process, in the obviously digital world of Xingyan, would not have much effect on the body. But this is the real world. Although his awakened body is also digitized, there are still fundamental differences. The fact that he can improve his attributes through training is something that the Star Origin world does not have. Therefore, it can be inferred that yesterday's dragon elephant boxing undoubtedly had a significant positive effect on his health. Considering his intense training today, along with the rabbit meat and physique-enhancing drugs, the overall result seemed quite reasonable to Shen Xingyan. After some analysis, Shen Xingyan felt that he understood the reason. His eyes fell on the dragon elephant fist martial art in the attribute panel. He was looking forward to practicing the dragon elephant fist after the skill comprehension cooldown was completed tomorrow. After digesting the good news, Shen Xingyan finally noticed the time. It was already late at night. Seeing this, he stopped exercising, tidied himself up briefly, laid down on the bed, and re-entered the Star Origin world. At my usual spot by the fields, gazing at the peaceful rural scene before me, I gradually drifted off to sleep. Since Shen Xingyan rested in the Star Origin world, he has found that he has come to enjoy sleeping there. Not only does this place allow him to fall asleep quickly, but he also finds that as an ideologue, sleeping here allows him to recover his energy better. Every time he wakes up, he feels refreshed, a feeling he rarely experiences in the real world. At this early stage of their career, the time spent in the Star Wish world is limited, and Shen Xingyan's behavior is very rare among professionals below level 20. Other professionals wouldn't even consider it, since wouldn't it be better to spend that time fighting monsters, leveling up, and doing quests? Although they may have heard similar stories from their family elders, they would only consider it a joke. At least at this stage, they would not waste their precious star source time sleeping for such a minor spiritual recovery. When Wang Kai and the other little skeletons saw their owners start acting strangely again, they were used to it, and, being diligent in their work, they didn't complain at all. Including Wang Kai, all the little skeletons seemed to be more motivated when they saw their owner was present, and their efficiency was slightly higher than usual. In this scene, it was already the morning of the next day, and Shen Xingyan was awakened from his sleep by a reminder he had set. Feeling refreshed, he sat up and stretched, looking at the little skeletons working in the fields and the increasingly lush crops, feeling quite content. I got up and went into the farmland, touched the skulls of the little skeletons one by one, and said a few words of encouragement. I didn't know if they could understand, but it was a reward for their hard work. As Shen Xingyan's capable assistant, Wang Kai received special attention from him. Upon arriving at the central area, Shen Xingyan carefully examined the growth of the wheat and found it to be truly gratifying, with each ear of wheat seemingly foreshadowing a bountiful harvest. However, Shen Xingyan was somewhat unsure whether tomorrow night's harvest would break the record. Although he believed that a well-cultivated wheat field should yield a better harvest, he couldn't guarantee it until the final result was in, since the hardest thing for a person to surpass is themselves. After chatting with Wang Kai for a while, Shen Xingyan waved goodbye and left. Back in the real world, he found that he wasn't as hungry as usual, which made him pay attention to nutritious meals again. Shen Xingyan went to the kitchen to make breakfast for his younger sister. At the same time, he took out the third bottle of physique activation potion from his star source card and put it into his sister's breakfast to ensure her physique would grow throughout the day. After dropping his sister off and returning home, he did some light exercise. Seeing that the cooldown for his new skill was about to end, he switched to practicing the Dragon Elephant Fist. Chapter 69, Entering the Inner Chamber. Insight consumes a corresponding amount of primal energy to increase a corresponding amount of enlightenment points. The effect lasts for 1 hour. The skill has a 24-hour cooldown. Current enlightenment points, 8. While practicing the Dragon Elephant Fist, Shen Xingyan looked at the enlightenment skill on the attribute panel and silently counted its countdown. When the skill cooldown was over, he activated the enlightenment skill with a thought. Instantly, the primal energy within his body began to converge towards his brain. During this convergence, the perception skill seemed to mysteriously guide the primal energy, as if it had been disassembled and reassembled, before slowly merging into his brain. Although Shen Xingyan didn't quite understand the underlying principles of this mysterious feeling, he gained a deeper understanding of primal energy. As the primal energy entered his brain, Shen Xingyan once again felt that sense of enlightenment, and a profound and mysterious feeling washed over him again. The transparent little figure that had appeared in his mind yesterday reappeared, and began to practice the dragon elephant fist in accordance with Shen Xingyan's thoughts and movements. The agile movements of the transparent little figure gave Shen Xingyan a sense of enjoyment, even when viewed from a holistic perspective. In comparison, his physical movements in reality appeared much stiffer. Shen Xingyan didn't feel embarrassed about this at all, and began to skillfully adjust the problems in the little man's movements based on his practice. The speed of exertion and the body's movement are all undergoing subtle changes as the drills progress. If an expert in this field were present at this time, his visible progress would be very obvious. It seemed that each rehearsal was slightly better than the last, and this slight improvement was an achievement that they might not be able to reach even after practicing for a long time. Shen Xingyan was so engrossed in this practice that it felt like cheating that he didn't notice anything unusual. He just felt that his practice movements were becoming more and more similar to the feeling given by the little man. To his regret, whenever he felt his movements were about to reach the transparent figure seemed to sense it and arrogantly accelerated the training progress, giving Shen Xingyan a feeling of being so close, yet so untouchable. This feeling of endless learning is really quite tantalizing, Shen Xingyan thought to himself. In this chase-like training mode, Shen Xingyan maintained this state for more than 20 minutes. Suddenly, he felt that his body had undergone some changes, and he began to make some guesses. While practicing, he summoned the star source card to check his physical condition. Upon observation, his attribute panel showed that the 4 major attributes were exactly the same as before, without any abnormalities. However, as the gaze moved downwards, it was discovered that the defense value had increased by 1 point. Looking further down, until he saw his own dragon elephant fist, he understood the reason, confirming that the change in defense value was caused by his dragon elephant fist. Dragon elephant fist beginner level. After activation, this martial art consumes the corresponding amount of stamina, granting a temporary increase of +1 to strength, +1 to agility, and +1 to defense. Current progress, 50%. Seeing that the dragon elephant fist had gained an additional +1 point of defense when it reached 50% progress, Shen Xingyan was somewhat surprised. I thought that the dragon elephant fist had a subtle influence on physical attributes, which was already quite good. I didn't expect that after reaching a certain level, it would directly generate a bonus to defense. Upon seeing this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but punch his chest to express his joy. With the added defensive value to the dragon elephant fist, he would have a much easier time in future battles. The increase in martial arts attributes gave Shen Xingyan a lot of motivation to practice. Without any delay, he continued to practice the dragon elephant fist and quickened his pace in chasing the transparent little figure in his mind. However, as the practice continued, Shen Xingyan himself did not realize that, under the guidance of the transparent figure, his movements had become increasingly smooth and natural, like those of a seasoned martial arts practitioner. To reach his current state, most people probably wouldn't be able to do it even in a few years. Even geniuses would need at least a month or 2 to reach this level. However, Shen Xingyan only took a little over an hour to go from nothing to something, which would have caused a huge uproar if it were outside the industry. Of course, even if Shen Xingyan knew this situation, he wouldn't feel much pride because of it. After all, the world is full of wonders. It's entirely possible for scions of powerful families to achieve this through various special means, though perhaps not as easily as he did. 30 minutes later, as Shen Xingyan was about to finish his 1-hour comprehension session and complete his final practice, he suddenly felt an invisible aura around him and heard a strange sound. It seems that the physical attributes have also been elevated. At the same time, the dragon elephant fist in his hands seemed to have entered another realm, and it was extremely close to the feeling of the little man in his mind. As Shen Xingyan felt the changes in his fist techniques and the unusual sensations in his body, he suddenly realized that his dragon elephant fist might have reached a new level. As he thought this to himself, he finished his final dragon elephant fist practice of the day, and his meditation time also ended. The transparent little figure in his mind slowly disappeared. After retracting his fist, Shen Xingyan briefly savored the feeling of his punch, consolidated his strength, and then quickly checked his attribute panel. Dragon Elephant Fist Mastery. Upon activation, this martial art consumes the corresponding amount of stamina, granting a temporary increase of +2 to strength, +2 to agility, and +2 to defense. There is a 10% chance to generate a nascent dragon elephant form around the user, stacking to produce an additional +4 to strength, +4 to agility, and +4 to defense. Current progress, 1%. As he had guessed, the introduction to Dragon Elephant Fist led him to break through a major realm and reach the advanced stage. This is unbelievable. This skill is terrifying. I've only practiced Dragon Elephant Fist for less than 2 hours, and I've already reached the advanced level. At this moment, Shen Xingyan's eyes seemed to narrow into the shape of a crescent moon, and the joy on his face could not be concealed no matter what. He wouldn't have dared to imagine such a thing before. Although the improvement speed of martial arts is much faster in the early stages than in the later stages, it is normal for him to improve faster with his super high comprehension. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. It was completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 70 Power Enhancement. Shen Xingyan was so excited that he could hardly contain himself when he saw this result, which he had only imagined before, but which was not what he expected. At the same time, while looking at the introduction to the Dragon Elephant Fist martial arts, he also understood where the strange noise he had just heard came from. It was the 10% probability of the Dragon Elephant prototype mentioned in the Dragon Elephant Fist. Seeing the attribute boost brought about by the Dragon Elephant nascent form, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel envious. If this phenomenon is triggered during battle, his strength, agility, and defense will all receive a 6-point boost. Although it is only a temporary boost, the magnitude of the increase is enormous for him at his current level. When the combat strength of the enemy is not much different, the battlefield situation will immediately reverse after the Dragon Elephant embryo form is triggered. This improvement is really tempting. It makes me want to continue practicing the Dragon Elephant Fist, Shen Xingyan muttered to himself, shaking his head with a slight sigh. However, he also knew the reality that without the buff of comprehension skills, it would be difficult for him to make further progress in this area, given his own comprehension. We still need to stick to the previous plan and continue to focus on training our physical attributes, Shen Xingyan thought to himself. After calming down a bit, Shen Xingyan started doing physical exercises, which he continued until noon before stopping. While lying in bed to rest his body for a while, his consciousness connected with the Star Source card and entered the Star Source world, where he began to stroll around the planting space. Looking at the farmland, Shen Xingyan seemed to relax a little. As Shen Xingyan walked over to the little skeletons and observed them working, he couldn't help but look at the acre of wheat. Thinking about what would happen soon, he began to ponder. Normally, after using his professional skills this afternoon, he only needs to wait for the rewards tomorrow night. However, in order to more reliably break Xing Yuan's record for wheat yield, he needs to unleash his professional skill on the wheat when it is almost ripe, just like last time. If this happens, the time difference he gained from the cooldown reduction over the past few days will be completely lost, and he will be back to the skill casting time of a few days ago, which feels a bit of a pity. If the skill is cast according to its normal cooldown time, it could very likely cause the wheat to reach maturity and be ready for harvest ahead of schedule. The final result was predictable. Despite his meticulous efforts, breaking the record was out of the question. Faced with this question, Shen Xingyan hesitated only slightly before making a decision. Let's try to break the record. The value of the crops we plant at this stage is far less than the reward for breaking the star origin record. We need to distinguish between the big and small kings. Even if we don't break the record in the end, our losses won't be too great. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Xingyan walked to the wheat field, squatted down, and gently stroked the wheat ears, encouraging them with a touch of admiration. You guys have to do your best for me tomorrow. Don't let me down. Shen Xingyan had high hopes for this acre of wheat. After all, the The previous two record-breaking attempts were unexpected joys for Shen Xingyan. This time, however, he was making a deliberate attempt. If he failed despite his efforts, it would be a significant blow to him. Shen Xingyan checked again carefully and was relieved to find that there were no problems. He chatted with Wang Kai for a while and then returned to the real world when he felt that it was about time. After having lunch, he went to the training hall to exercise as usual. However, during this payment, Shen Xingyan rarely saw the receptionist's friendly side. The front desk staff no longer held the initial prejudice against Shen Xingyan, who had been able to persist in training here for so many days. You have to understand that the allure of the Star Origin world is far greater than here. It is truly commendable that you have been able to come here for so many days to train diligently instead of indulging in the fantasies of the Star Origin world. Although she wasn't sure how long this young man could hold out, it didn't stop her from changing her attitude towards Shen Xingyan. After taking the timer, Shen Xingyan smiled and nodded at the receptionist's change in attitude, then walked silently toward the strength training area. Some people who were exercising nearby paused for a moment when they saw Shen Xingyan arrive. They still remembered the young man who had been stimulated yesterday, but they didn't care and continued training. Everyone who trained here knew one thing. In this era, everything still depends on strength. Shen Xingyan selected an area, increased the training difficulty of the equipment to the limit he could bear, and then began to train in an orderly manner. Now that he has mastered the Dragon Elephant Fist, a skill that has reached a high level, his mindset has become somewhat more stable. Having regained his rationality, he resumed his previous training routine. After all, while it's okay to maintain that kind of performance occasionally, doing so in the long run would increase the burden on his body, which would be counterproductive. However, Shen Xingyan's training was interrupted by an accident not long after he started. He had already adjusted the difficulty level while exercising, but after a while, he felt that the difficulty level suddenly became less challenging. This startled him for a moment, but he also recalled having the same feeling when his strength attribute was boosted last time. But we've only been training for a short time. How come our strength has increased already? With this question in mind, Shen Xingyan checked his physical attributes and found that, as he had thought, his strength had indeed increased slightly, and his attack attributes had also improved. I had expected to make a breakthrough today. After all, the combination of training in Dragon Elephant Fist, improved nutrition, and other factors would have led to a slight increase in strength, which I wouldn't find surprising. But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Shen Xingyan sighed with some emotion, then left the strength training area and went directly to the agility training area to see if he would see the same improvement. After all, the Dragon Elephant Fist's enhancement of strength and agility was already shown in the martial arts description. Since his strength attribute had increased so quickly just now, Shen Xingyan guessed that his agility should also have a similar effect under the same conditions. After adjusting the difficulty of the agility equipment to his maximum tolerance, Shen Xingyan began training immediately. Chapter 71 Agility Enhancement. Agility training mainly focuses on speed and reaction ability, especially speed. If the agility attribute is improved, there will be a noticeable improvement in speed. However, as if to verify Shen Xingyan's conjecture, his speed improved significantly not long after he started agility training. After stopping and opening the attribute panel, sure enough, the agility attribute had increased by 1 point, just like the strength attribute, and the speed had also increased accordingly. As Shen Xingyan felt the increasing strength brought about by the improvement in his physical attributes, he couldn't help but smile. It's important to know that these upgrades are all permanent attributes, not temporary ones that come with martial arts techniques. They are the true foundation for survival. He had just experienced the thrill of improving both attributes in a short period of time 2 days ago, but he didn't expect to experience it again today. Such a situation might not be uncommon among those aristocratic families. However, for a nobody like Shen Xingyan at the bottom of society, the probability of it happening is extremely small, which makes him look up in amazement and feel an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Shen Xingyan quickly adjusted his emotions, realizing he needed to be mindful of his words and actions in this public area to avoid any negative consequences from getting carried away, and then continued exercising. The improvement in attributes did not affect Shen Xingyan's execution of the training plan. He was also aware that the rapid improvement in attributes recently was partly due to some external factors, but more importantly, it was supported by the foundation he had accumulated before awakening. Now that all these attributes have been improved, he feels that his foundation is probably almost exhausted. Although the existence of perception skills will exist in the future, as the amount of primal energy increases, the improvement of martial arts will have a greater effect on the body, and the speed of improvement will become quite considerable. But all he can do now is make good use of the current conditions and keep moving forward step by step without letting up. Although the progress is small, he feels very grounded. Shen Xingyan continued this training until Shen Xingyan finished school, at which point he left the training hall and returned home with his sister. "Brother, I feel so energetic today. After a whole day of training, I don't feel hungry at all. Was the rabbit meat from yesterday really that effective?" On the way back, Shen Xingyan excitedly recounted the exciting event, as if it were a beautiful ray of light in her life, filling her with wonder. After training, Shen Xingyan would often experience a strong feeling of hunger because she was still growing and her daily nutrition was not up to par. Such things happen so frequently that she has become somewhat accustomed to them at such a young age, although she does feel very uncomfortable. This familiar feeling didn't appear today, which made her happy, but she also subconsciously attributed it to the rabbit meat she ate last night. Having experienced the same situation with his younger sister, Shen Xingyan felt a pang of tenderness as he patted her head upon hearing her words. He secretly resolved not to let his sister suffer the same pain he had endured. Shen Xingyan knew the truth about his sister's feelings. It was probably the effect of the constitution-enhancing medicine. However, his sister thought it was because of the rabbit meat, so he didn't correct her. It was fine for her to think that way. After the brother and sister finished dinner at home, they went back to their respective rooms. Shen Xingyan started exercising, while Shen Xingyan went straight to bed. If this scenario were to occur in a family long ago, Shen Xingyan's behavior would likely have drawn criticism for being ignorant and uneducated, as well as a loving reprimand. However, in this day and age, it is something to be encouraged. No one will say anything. Almost every professional is in this state. They are not sleeping, but striving for a better tomorrow. Shen Xingyan's consciousness entered the planting space, where he used his innate skill to summon his 15th little skeleton, and then continued to send the newly sprouted little skeleton to Wankai for training. He then focused his gaze on all the farmland, watching as his class skill, which had already completed its cooldown, instantly appeared in his hand with a beginner's staff. As his primal energy surged wildly, the plus 10% progress effect of his class skill instantly covered all the farmland. Upon seeing the small stick appear in its master's hand, the little skeletons that had been surrounding Shen Xingyan consciously walked to their respective areas, waiting for a new round of work. After Shen Xingyan finished casting his professional skills, he saw that the growth of the crops in front of him was much smaller than before, and he knew that they had reached the stage of fruit growth, and he would soon be able to harvest them. With the completion of Shen Xingyan's professional skill effect, the potatoes have reached the stage of nearly 14 days of growth. There are still 6 days left before the 20-day maturity period, but for Shen Xingyan, the day after tomorrow will be the time to harvest the potatoes. Based on his understanding over this period of time, no one has yet been able to break the Star Origin World's record for potatoes, simply because the growth cycle of potatoes is just too long. Although all professions can stay in the Star Origin World indefinitely after reaching level 20, in principle, as long as your mental strength is high enough, you can stay here indefinitely. However, the inherent limitations of human mental strength mean that no professional can achieve this at present. As a result, it is already very difficult for other farming professions to reach the record standard of the Star Origin World, let alone break through it. His previous record-breaking performance with wheat shows that breaking records for crops with a lifespan of more than 10 days is no easy feat. Only Shen Xingyan, with the help of his little skeletons who are online 24/7, was able to break the record without being penalized with mission stagnation, while others did not have this advantage. In light of this, Shen Xingyan felt that the chances of breaking the Star Origin World record would be very high by the time the potatoes were harvested. The wheat he had high hopes for had grown for nearly 9 days, and the final experimental results could be checked tomorrow night. Am I suspected of taking advantage of the star origin world? Shen Xingyan wondered inexplicably as he calculated the possibility of the two crops breaking records. He then smiled and shook his head. After all, he was just farming. Whether or not he would receive a reward was a matter for the star origin world. What did it have to do with him, an ordinary farmer? Chapter 72: The Miser. After Shen Xingyan's professional skills completed their intended purpose in the farmland, the maintenance notification for Xingyuan quickly reappeared above the farmland. The little skeletons, who were already experienced, had been preparing since Shen Xingyan picked up the stick. Some of them were itching to get started, and they began to work without stopping. Shen Xingyan was among the workers. Although the current number of skeletons was enough to deal with the star source prompt after the skill was released, Shen Xingyan still chose to join in for the sake of safety. Since the number of little skeletons reached a certain level, his daily work time has been limited to just a short while, and he doesn't want to be deprived of his normal work opportunities. It was only a matter of an hour or two, and Shen Xingyan took it all as a way to relax. At this moment, in the farmland, with Wang Sai's unimpeded command and Shen Xingyan's overall coordination, they worked with exceptional ease, as if participating in a game between master and summoned creature, filled with relaxation and comfort. Fortunately, Xingyuan pointed out that it had no consciousness of its own. If it did, it would probably feel helpless when it saw 15 little skeletons and Shen Xingyan with a contented expression working together in this small 5-acre farmland. After all, using 16 laborers to maintain 5 acres of land is clearly an overkill. It's hardly something a shrewd calculator could do. Here, the menacing harbinger floating above the farmland no longer seems like a high-ranking commander, but rather a tool for the professionals and little skeletons to amuse themselves. This sense of frustration contrasts sharply with the treatment the harbinger receives in other planting areas. Moreover, every time a notification appears, it is quickly eliminated, but due to the rules, the notification cannot put up any resistance, which would make anyone with emotions feel frustrated. Shen Xingyan and the others, who were busy working, naturally didn't think about the prompts. Having farmed in the star origin world for so long, eliminating maintenance prompts had become an instinctive reaction for them. Shen Xingyan worked in the fields for 2 hours, and then, just like yesterday, returned to reality to exercise until late at night, before returning to the Star Wish world to continue resting, and finally slept until the next morning. After waking up on time, Shen Xingyan bought 2 bottles of constitution-enhancing potions for his sister at Xingyuan Mall and extracted them into the real world. As a result, the money in his wallet was immediately reduced by half. Looking at the increasingly thin purse, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This money really doesn't last long. I still need to hurry up and make more money. If this wheat harvest breaks records, I wonder if the Star Origin world can give me some gold coins to spend. Although Shen Xingyan thought this way, he also knew that the possibility was slim. After all, based on his understanding of the rewards for breaking records and other professional tasks, the Star Origin world usually rewards some props or items, and rarely gives money directly. In this respect, Xingyuan is like a miser, making money from the price difference in Xingyuan Mall. Money rarely appears in the various rewards, and it also costs money to withdraw Xingyuan items to the real world. It's true that everything is inseparable from money. After putting aside his thoughts, Shen Xingyan returned to reality. He secretly gave his sister the constitution-enhancing potion and then sent her to school. After watching his younger sister walk into the school, Shen Xingyan began to think about his next steps. The first thing to do is to figure out where to use the enlightenment skill that is about to finish its cooldown. The Dragon Elephant Fist has now reached a high level, and the difficulty of further improvement will definitely increase. Even with the buff from comprehending skills, it's unlikely to make a significant breakthrough, so the only option is to apply it to other martial arts techniques. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's first thought was the demon subduing staff. After all, every boy seems to have an inexplicable fondness for staffs, and he was no exception. After a moment's thought, he made his choice. After deciding on the skill he wanted to learn, Shen Xingyan didn't hesitate any longer and went to the nearby market to buy the cheapest stick for 200 copper coins. Although this stick doesn't offer any attribute bonuses, its strength lies in its sturdiness and durability. Back home, Shen Xingyan immediately picked up the manual for the demon-subduing staff and began practicing in the courtyard. At this time, he was not afraid of being seen by others, since most professionals were asleep during this period. Aside from a few students, few people would leave their houses, and his residential area was sparsely populated, so it was quite difficult to spot anyone. Even if others see him practicing the demon-subduing staff, it won't matter. After all, such an ordinary martial art is very easy for others to acquire, and his practice won't attract much extra attention. It seems that without comprehending the skill, practicing this martial art is really difficult. Shen Xingyan sighed after practicing according to the score for a while. With his 8 points of comprehension, after practicing for a while, he could only manage a superficial imitation. He didn't understand the intention behind the moves in the manual at all, let alone know whether they were right or wrong. Fortunately, the skill's cooldown was over at this time, allowing Shen Xingyan, who had been teasing by the demon-subduing staff for a while, to officially begin his counterattack. Shen Xingyan put away his playful thoughts and seriously recited the activation of the comprehension skill in his mind. Instantly, that familiar feeling from yesterday surged back into his heart. The high bonus to his comprehension made Shen Xingyan's lips curl up slightly. Looking at the demon-subduing staff in his hand, he couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Let's see how I teach you a lesson. With that thought in mind, he didn't delay and carefully examined the demon-subduing staff manual once again. At this moment, in Shen Xingyan's eyes, it seemed as if he had directly lifted the veil of mystery surrounding the demon-subduing staff. The key points that I previously felt I couldn't understand or that were very vague, as well as many problems that I hadn't noticed, have all revealed their true nature with the help of the comprehension skill. Before long, Shen Xingyan had read through the score once. With some understanding in his mind, the transparent little man in his mind reappeared. But unlike before, this time he was holding a transparent stick and began to practice the demon-subduing stick. Having already gained experience in this area, Shen Xingyan didn't waste any time and gradually followed along to practice. Chapter 73 Wheat Ripening. The skill comprehension greatly enhanced Shen Xingyan's understanding. On the surface, it was just a simple mathematical relationship of 1 + 1 = 2, but in reality, it gave him an exponential improvement in his understanding of martial arts. The demon-subduing staff technique, which had been obscure and difficult to understand before, became much clearer after this practical demonstration, leaving Shen Xingyan somewhat amazed. It turns out that the difference between geniuses and ordinary people is so great, as if there is an insurmountable gap between them. If an ordinary person like myself were to practice martial arts without any prior understanding of the skills, the difficulty, as seen in the comparison just now, is unimaginable. It would be far too difficult. Shen Xingyan found it hard to imagine that someone could spend several years honing their martial arts skills and still not have mastered them. That must be an incredible test of patience. Someone with an unstable temperament would probably break down. No wonder the school doesn't recommend practicing martial arts. With these thoughts in mind, his hands were not idle. The demon-subduing staff he wielded seemed to be getting closer and closer to becoming a transparent little man. More than 40 minutes later, Shen Xingyan felt that his physical strength and the stick technique in his hands had suddenly changed, and his overall strength had improved significantly. This feeling was strikingly similar to the feeling I had when I broke through with the dragon elephant fist last time. On a sudden inspiration, I took out my star source card and began to examine it. Demon-subduing staff beginner level. After activating this martial skill, it consumes the corresponding amount of stamina, granting a temporary increase of +2 to strength and +1 to defense. Current progress, 1%. Seeing that the introduction to the demon-subduing staff martial arts technique had indeed appeared below the dragon elephant fist technique, Shen Xingyan smiled and nodded in satisfaction. The demon-subduing staff is inherently offensive, so he wasn't surprised to see a 2-point increase in strength, but the addition of a defensive attribute was something he hadn't expected. It's worth noting that even the dragon elephant fist, which is known for its balanced offense and defense, only develops its defensive attribute when the beginner level reaches 50%. However, The demon-subduing staff gains this attribute right from the beginner level. It seems that while the demon-subduing staff prioritizes offense, its defensive attribute is also quite prominent, implying that the best defense is the best offense. After reviewing the document, Shen Xingyan didn't waste any precious time on comprehension and continued to dedicate the remaining time to the demon-subduing staff. A dozen minutes later, when he finished his comprehension and put the staff away, Shen Xingyan saw that the progress of the demon-subduing staff had increased to 24%. I've gained another martial art skill. The speed of improvement is really fast. After putting the staff away, Shen Xingyan chuckled softly with a hint of amazement. After that, Shen Xingyan began exercising as usual, and in the afternoon he went to the training hall to train again, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, his strength, agility, and physique, despite being improved in the previous period, did not increase as expected. Shen Xingyan was aware of this and did not feel disappointed. It wasn't until the training was finished and he picked his younger sister up from school that Shen Xingyan's calm and composed state of mind, which had been so undisturbed during training, began to waver, because in just a few hours his wheat experimental field would be ready to yield its final results. After having dinner with his sister, Shen Xingyan went straight back to his room. Lying in bed, his consciousness connected to the star source space through the star source card. After chanting for a while, he summoned his 16th little skeleton. He patted the skull of the new little skeleton as a greeting, then tossed it to Wankai. He then walked quickly to the 1 acre of wheat field in the middle of the farmland. He squatted down and gently weighed the wheat ears. He felt that although their weight had increased somewhat after a day of growth, the increase was not significant in his opinion. It seems I can only wait a few hours before trying out my class skills. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but look at the class skills that had already completed their cooldown in the attribute panel. It all depends on you now, Shen Xingyan murmured. During the following time, Shen Xingyan did not choose to return to the real world to continue training. Instead, he worked slowly in the fields with Wankai and the others, focusing on taking care of the acre of farmland where wheat was planted. Although he knew that this behavior would have a negligible impact on the final wheat yield, he did it anyway, partly for psychological comfort. Shen Xingyan worked while waiting for the wheat to ripen. It is always difficult for a person to wait for a known event to happen. In those few short hours, he felt as if each day was an eternity. You should know that during his regular training, this amount of time is simply not enough for him. Often, several hours have passed in the blink of an eye. However, this time now seems to have been stretched several times over. During this long wait, time slowly passed until the wheat was about to ripen. Having prepared for a long time, Shen Xingyan released his professional skill at the exact moment. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. This skill may fail to work on these crops. Do you wish to continue? The same star source prompt appeared again, and Shen Xingyan, who had expected it, quickly confirmed continue. As Shen Xingyan's thoughts settled, the surrounding crops suddenly emitted a strange sound, which allowed him to make a judgment about what was to come. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Sure enough, the notification sound of the skill being successfully executed rang in his ears, and Shen Xingyan's worries instantly subsided by more than half. At this moment, the primal energy within his body instantly covered all the farmland through the novice's staff, and the potatoes began to show obvious changes. As they were in the later stages, it was time for them to bear fruit, and the appearance of such a superficial change showed the terrifying fact that the progress had increased by 10%. However, Shen Xingyan paid no attention to them, instead focusing all his attention on the wheat in front of him. Through his careful observation, he discovered that the wheat was undergoing the same changes as before. The grains inside the ears of wheat first swelled rapidly, and then quickly shrank back, once again showing signs of failure. However, upon seeing this familiar phenomenon, Shen Xingyan did not show any sign of frustration. Instead, he felt a slight excitement as he thought. This is the phenomenon. Last time, I thought it was a sign of failure, but after analysis, I confirmed that it should be a necessary process to improve crop yield and quality. As Shen Xingyan was thinking this, a notification sign appeared above the wheat field, indicating that the wheat had reached a harvestable stage. Chapter 74 Successful Experiment. Wankai, leave 3 little skeletons per acre of potato fields to deal with the star source maintenance prompts, and all the other little skeletons come together to harvest the wheat. Seeing the mature and ready to harvest sign appear before him, Shen Xingyan quickly gave the order to Wankai. After receiving clear instructions from its master, Wankai did not hesitate at all. It simply turned its head, which was wearing a small straw hat, and glanced at the other little skeletons one by one. The other little skeletons then began to act in an orderly manner, just like soldiers who had received orders from their general. After giving the orders, Shen Xingyan handed everything over to Wankai and began wielding his sickle to start harvesting. Wankai, along with the 3 little skeletons who were helping with the harvest, also grabbed their small scythes and joined the battle. Before long, with Shen Xingyan as the main attacker and little skeleton assisting from the side, the wheat acre was quickly harvested. With Shen Xingyan's last sickle strike, only the remnants of wheat stalks remained in the wheat field. After straightening up, Shen Xingyan stood there somewhat nervously. He didn't rush to pick up the wheat that Wankai and the others had harvested, but waited for Xingyuan's instructions. Based on past experience, Star Origin World will provide the final results of his experiment. At this moment, Shen Xingyan was like a student waiting for the results of an exam. The mix of anticipation and worry made him feel complicated and uneasy. This sentiment didn't last long, as Star Origin World directly announced the results. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of wheat and harvested 2,110 kilograms. You have gained 211 farmer experience points. The notification sound from Star Origin World appeared in Shen Xingyan's ears as expected, and its sound was especially loud in the quiet planting space. When Shen Xingyan heard the number mentioned in the prompt, his previously uneasy heart instantly brightened, as if it had been illuminated. At the same time, this seemingly emotionless suggestion sounded incredibly pleasant to him, like heavenly music. I remember the last time I broke the record. The wheat yield per moo was 2,050 kilograms. This time it reached 2,110 kilograms. Although it was only an increase of 60 kilograms, which is a small increase, it is still a record-breaking achievement. This experiment was a genuine success, and it marked my 3rd record-breaking achievement. I wonder what kind of reward Xingyuan will give me this time. As Shen Xingyan thought this to himself, he unconsciously began to rub his hands together. However, Star Origin World didn't keep Shen Xingyan in suspense and announced it directly without any delay. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 2,050 kilograms of wheat per moo, achieving a yield of 2,110 kilograms. You are being rewarded with a talent skill growth stone. This will be announced server-wide by Xingyuan. Would you like to make this information public? As Xingyuan sent the notification that he had broken the record, Shen Xingyan's expectant face immediately turned astonished. Talent skill growth stone? Is it the talent stone I know? This question, both puzzling and surprising, instantly occupied Shen Xingyan's mind, causing him to stop thinking for a moment. A moment later, Shen Xingyan, having regained his ability to think, quickly opened his attribute panel, his gaze skipping over all the attributes and landing directly on his talent skills. Looking at the words, all attributes are one, he couldn't help but start daydreaming. With this stone, will the little skeletons with all attributes at 1 have any hope of increasing their strength? Can they be upgraded to all attributes at 2? Or increasing their speed would also work. Wouldn't that multiply their work efficiency? And if there are more of these stones in the future, could his little skeletons fight alongside him? Xingyuan's reward allowed his thoughts to wander freely, and he began to imagine the little skeletons running swiftly alongside him as they went out to kill disasters. Once he came to his senses, before the Star Origin World could urge him, he quickly chose not to disclose it and hurriedly completed the record-breaking process so that he could see what this talent skill growth stone was really like. Star Origin World didn't care what Shen Xingyan thought. After receiving Shen Xingyan's confidential choice, it immediately issued an announcement to the entire Star Origin World. Professional athlete name has broken the previous record of 2,050 kilograms per moo for wheat yield. achieving a yield of 2,110 kilograms per mu. As a reward, an innate skill growth stone is hereby awarded. This is hereby announced throughout the region. The announcements, repeated 3 times in a row, echoed throughout all areas of the Star Origin world, as if reminding all professionals that the Star Origin world would not let down any professional who achieved outstanding results. Wheat again, wheat again. What kind of bug is there with wheat that makes it appear in the world announcements so frequently? I just can't figure it out. A middle-aged man in fine clothes scratched his hair vigorously while staring intently at the wheat field in front of him. At this moment, his wheat, which had just reached the ear-bearing stage after being punished with a mission stop, showed no sign of surpassing the Star Source record. The wheat record wasn't broken by much this time. I guess these people have already reached their limit. It's crazy, an old man sighed with some emotion. I'm reporting them. These people are cheating. Breaking records 3 times in such a short period of time, and all with wheat, is impossible without cheating. Damn it, I want to cheat too. Xingyan's announcement about this world not only shocked and amazed all the farmers, but even made the combat professionals envious. Talent skill growth stone? This Star Origin world is too generous. How could a lowly farmer like him get such a good thing? This thing should belong to us combat professions. The entire Star Origin world became much noisier than the previous 2 times because of this announcement. At this moment, Shen Xingyan was not thinking about the reaction this announcement would cause. He was only thinking about whether this talent skill enhancement stone could improve the little skeleton's attributes. Seeing that the announcement was complete, Xingyan's reward flashed before his eyes and appeared in his spatial backpack. He opened his backpack and found a dark stone sitting quietly in the last item slot. Its blackness was comparable to that of the Star Source card. Shen Xingyan gently took it out. Chapter 75 Talent Growth. Looking at the black stone in his hand, Shen Xingyan didn't have time to think about why it was so pure black. Instead, he focused all his attention on what kind of properties it might have. With a thought, the attribute description of the talent skill growth stone in his hand appeared before his eyes. Item: Talent skill growth stone beginner. Category: Special items. Rarity: Rare. Quantity: 1. Attribute: Talent skills grow in sync with your character's +1. Background: Formed from some special fragments of stone in the early stages of the creation of the Star Origin, it developed certain special abilities as the Star Origin world grew and evolved. As the introduction to the talent stone appeared, Shen Xingyan's gaze was fixed on its attributes, and a series of question marks flashed through his mind. Talent skill synchronized growth +1? What does this mean? Looking at the attribute description of this talent stone, his initial excitement subsided. He hadn't expected such a simple attribute description. He thought there should be some specific numerical values, and he wondered what the growth attribute meant. Somewhat confused, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but speculate, while also pondering what the +1 growth attribute would produce after he used it, so that he could have an expectation in mind. Back in school, he had only heard of this thing in his daily studies, but he didn't know its specific function. So, without any reference, he could only make up some ideas to give himself a general idea. After thinking it over, Shen Xingyan hesitated for only a short while before stopping, thinking that the truth would be revealed once the results were seen. After figuring these things out, Shen Xingyan carefully examined the other attributes. He was quite surprised to see that the talent stone also had entries such as category, rarity, and background. After all, he had been awakened for so many days, and this was the first time he had seen these entries. All these signs indicate that this talent stone is extraordinary. Judging from its name, it's still just a basic stone. It wasn't mentioned in the hint earlier. Is the Star Origin world giving me a discount? Or is it because I broke the record with wheat? Upon seeing the suffix of the talent stone's name, Shen Xingyan began to ponder. A basic talent stone. So will there be intermediate or advanced ones in the future? Let's see what the effects of a basic talent stone will be. Shen Xingyan held the stone in his hand for a while, carefully feeling it. After memorizing the feeling, he sighed inwardly. This talent stone is a high-level item. If I don't understand it, I don't understand it. Let's just use it and see the effect. After his initial reflection, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, he directly issued the command to use the talent skill growth stone. As the command was issued, The black talent stone in Shen Xingyan's hand began to slowly disappear. He felt a sudden jolt throughout his body, and his vision went black. His consciousness seemed to go blank for a brief period. He was startled, not expecting such a strong reaction from using the talent stone. When he regained consciousness and opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar rooftop and realized that he had returned to the real world. Has I been kicked out of the Star Origin world? What's going on? Is the reaction to using a talent stone really this strong? Upon waking up in reality, Shen Xingyan was jolted awake by what was happening before him. He sat up abruptly, his body still lying in bed, and was extremely surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Once he came to his senses, he quickly took out the Star Source card and reconnected his consciousness to the Star Source world, completely unaware of the changes in his attributes. Fortunately, there were no accidents when he entered the Star Origin world. After he successfully arrived at his planting space, he gradually calmed down and thought to himself, "Thank goodness, I can go in normally. I almost thought that using a black stone would lock me in a dark room." After calming down, Shen Xingyan looked around the planting space. The little skeletons that had helped him harvest wheat earlier had spread out to other farmlands to work, and their movements didn't seem to indicate that they had just started working. This also showed that the time he had lost consciousness earlier might not have been just a moment. Although he was aware of the problem, Shen Xingyan didn't dwell on it. Instead, he opened his attribute panel and immediately looked at his talent skills. Talent: Summon Skeleton's Growth, +1 summons 2 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 2 to fight cooldown time 24 hours. After reading the skill description for summoning skeletons, Shen Xingyan's mouth opened slightly, and his eyes seemed to drift off into a daze. He instantly forgot about the abnormal situation after using the talent stone, and his mind kept swinging back and forth between 2s. It's a dual attribute boost. This talent stone is amazing, Shen Xingyan first whispered, but as he slowly accepted the fact before him, his voice grew louder and louder, and the astonished expression on his face began to turn into an uncontrollable smile. As his excitement grew, Shen Xingyan's desire to share also surged, but he couldn't talk about it with anyone, which made him feel quite stifled. Looking around, Shen Xingyan's gaze settled on his capable assistant, Wang Kai. He strode over to Wang Kai, who was working, and without a word, lifted him high, excitedly spinning him around, shouting, "Wang Kai, this time we're really going to take off. You'll have more and more underlings from now on. You'll not just be a captain anymore. You'll be at least a platoon leader and a regimental commander." As Shen Xingyan shouted loudly, Wang Kai seemed to sense his emotions. Without struggling at all, it opened its small skull hand and felt the sensation of being rapidly spun around. Shen Xingyan, who was in the midst of excitement, was completely unaware of this. He only knew that his previous desire to go out and kill enemies had become even clearer because of the talent stone. If a basic talent stone can possess such powerful abilities, then as my advanced crops also begin to break through the star source level, will I have the opportunity to obtain intermediate and advanced talent stones. With this idea in mind, Shen Xingyan's vision seemed to transcend time and space, arriving at the battlefield outside the boundary several years later. With a wave of his hand, a group of high-attribute skeletons appeared there, attacking wherever he pointed, and were invincible. Chapter 76: The Skeletons Get Stronger. After a long while, Shen Xingyan finally stopped his somewhat distant fantasy. After all, to realize his ideas, he not only needed to accumulate a huge amount of talent stones, but also a massive amount of gold coins to support the extraction of the upgraded talent skills into the real world. The amount of gold coins was beyond Shen Xingyan's current imagination, although he knew that as his level increased, the level of the crops he planted would also increase, and the monetary income would also show an explosive growth. However, this growth is quite weak compared to that number. Nevertheless, Shen Xingyan firmly believed that that day would come sooner or later, and all he needed to do was persevere until that day. As his progress accelerated, his steps toward that place would become increasingly rapid. Regarding his current state, if he wants to reach that level, Shen Xingyan can only say, it's a long and arduous journey. After venting his excitement, Shen Xingyan gently put Wang Kai down. Having learned from his experience of almost losing Wang Kai last time, he dared not be too complacent. After carefully examining Wang Cai's current condition, Shen Xingyan noticed something amiss. Wang Cai, have you grown taller? Can skeletons grow now? Shen Xingyan looked at Wang Cai, who seemed a bit stronger than before, and couldn't help but voice his doubts. He knew he wouldn't get any response from Wang Cai, so he gestured at Wang Cai and, after careful comparison, found that Wang Cai really did seem different. It's not just a little taller than before, it also felt a bit heavier when I picked it up just now. Upon closer inspection, one can also see that the somewhat broken bones of Wang Cai, which were when it was first summoned, seem to have been reborn, becoming much more solid and powerful. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan seemed to have realized something. With a thought, Wang Cai's attribute panel appeared before his eyes, and the scene he saw next confirmed his earlier guess. Name: Little Skull. You can choose a name. Owner: Shen Xingyan. Race: Undead. Skills: None. Strength: 2 points. Agility: 2 points. Physical condition: 2 points. Spirit: 2 points. Health: 20 to 20 points. Physical attack: 2 points. Spell attack: 2 points. Defense: 2 points. Speed: 2 points. Note: you can perform various combat actions according to the summoner's instructions. It actually all attributes have become 2 points. That's amazing. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but jump up slightly as he looked at Wang Cai's attribute panel to express his joy. He then checked the attributes of the other little skeletons and found that they were all exactly the same as Wang Cai, with all attributes having a value of 2. This discovery delighted Shen Xingyan. He couldn't help but look up at the sky above Xingyuan, and then exclaimed with a smile. God is really kind to me. It seems that when my talent skills were upgraded, Star Source also upgraded Wang Cai and the others that I had already summoned. Star Source World is really considerate in this regard. The fact that Wang Cai and the others could improve along with their talents showed that Shen Xingyan truly understood one of his concerns. After all, if Wang Cai and the others still maintain all attributes at 1, from the current perspective, the drawbacks are not very noticeable. However, it is foreseeable that as time goes by, Shen Xingyan's summoning skills will likely grow stronger again, and the newly summoned skeletons will become more and more powerful. In the long run, Wang Cai and the others will become increasingly dispensable. So the final result will probably be only one. The first summoned skeleton will be eliminated. Shen Xingyan still had feelings for Wang Cai and the other little skeletons who had accompanied him through his beginner days. So how could he bear to eliminate them? This outcome is undoubtedly great news for Shen Xingyan. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan smiled and patted Wang Cai's head, which was wearing a straw hat. He then told them to continue working in the fields while he went to the wheat field and put the wheat that Wang Cai and the others had harvested into his backpack. Only after separating the wheat grains from the stalks did he begin to examine the harvest results. Item: Wheat Excellent Plus. Value: 13 copper. Quantity: 2,110. Attribute: a good ingredient for making food. The quality of wheat has improved again. It seems that although intensive farming practices may not significantly increase yield, they are quite effective in improving the quality of crops. Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the value of 13 copper coins per kilogram of wheat, he felt even happier. After all, nothing is more pleasing to the mind and body than real money. I didn't expect that just one level increase in the quality of wheat would increase its value by 3 copper coins, which is 1 copper coin more than the previous increase of 1 quality level. I had heard that the higher the quality, the greater the increase in value, and this has been proven true. He then checked the properties of the separated wheat straw. Item: Wheat Straw Excellent Plus. Value: 3 copper. Quantity: 1,100. Attribute: a decent basic material. Seeing that the price of the wheat stalks had also increased, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly. Then, without holding back any of the wheat and wheat stalks, he sold them all, earning a total of 30 silver and 730 copper. His wallet also recovered once again, reaching a value of 52 silver and 630 copper. Shen Xingyan opened his attribute panel and checked his professional skill experience points. With the 211 experience points gained from this wheat harvest, he only reached 246/500, which is only half the experience needed to level up, making leveling up impossible. After putting away the panel, Shen Xingyan looked at the farmland with remaining wheat stubble in front of him, shook his head with a wry smile, and muttered to himself. In the past, every time we completed a harvest, the reward for breaking the record would include farmland. Xingyuan could also take the opportunity to cultivate the land, so he didn't need to think about farming anymore. Now, things are really messed up. It seems the talent skill growth stones are too valuable, so Xingyuan has taken back the farmland that was always a reward. This means I have to teach Wang Kai and the others how to cultivate the land. As Shen Xingyan muttered to himself, he reminisced about the thoughtful service he had received at Xingyuan World. Shen Xingyan opened the Xingyuan Mall and spent several hundred copper coins to buy some shovels. Then he called Wang Kai over and taught it the skill of tilling the land, asking it to summon a few little skeletons to help. He himself immediately got to work, turning over the soil as he began to think about what to plant on this acre of farmland next. Chapter 77: The Wool Plucking Plan. Based on my conjecture that the final professional skill can increase the yield and quality of crops, given the low yield of wheat this time, the possibility of planting wheat again in order to break the Xingyuan yield record is not high. After all, he had already compressed the time for using his professional skills to the point where he was about to reach maturity, which could be said to be the point where he could not be promoted any further. Although improvements could be achieved through methods such as intensive farming, the chances are slim, so wheat cultivation has to be temporarily halted. So, could we choose to plant a crop that matures in one day on this acre of farmland and harvest it on the same day as the potatoes? This would make it easier for him to plan all the farmland in a unified manner. Shen Xingyan subconsciously thought in a normal way. Like most farmers, he thought about managing all the farmland in a unified manner, which would indeed make his daily work more convenient. Moreover, the potatoes will be ripe tomorrow. If we calculate based on the average harvest that a professional farmer can get, each acre of potatoes will yield about 3,000 kilograms. So, Formua farmland would yield 12,000 kilograms. According to my understanding, the experience value of planting second-grade potato seeds is 1 point for every 5 kilograms harvested, so my final experience income would be 2,400 points. Based on the previously understood increasing pattern of experience required for leveling up, a rough estimate suggests that these experience points should be enough to raise one's job level by 4 levels, reaching level 9. However, this is only a conservative estimate. What if my potato yield breaks Xingyuan's potato yield record the day after tomorrow? Even if it's 300 kilograms more per acre than 3,000 kilograms, it would be very easy to reach level 10. With the added benefit of planting privileges, he could then uniformly cultivate level 3 crop seeds. Level 3 crops offer a significant boost in both professional experience and monetary rewards compared to current level 2 crops. The idea began to take shape in Shen Xingyan's mind. Under normal circumstances, this would undoubtedly be the best course of action. In just 2 days, all 5 acres of wheat would be planted with a higher grade crop. However, after thinking about it for a while and weighing the pros and cons, he rejected the idea. The reason is simple. This idea only considered the crops and the convenience of planting, without taking into account the fact that the Star Origin world would reward those who broke crop yield records, let alone making full use of this aspect. Shen Xingyan thought about the rewards he received for breaking through the Star Origin record 3 times. Whether it was the 2 professional privileges or the talent stone, they were all things that made him marvel and amaze. Although he didn't know the specific impact these things would have on the outside world, their influence on him was indeed enormous, as all 3 rewards became more powerful as the game progressed. This demonstrates its immense value, far exceeding what current farming yields can achieve. Therefore, we cannot simply plan the next planting from the perspective of crops. Instead, we need to consider both aspects, and when the 2 conflict, we need to prioritize breaking records. After confirming this direction, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but focus his thoughts on his previous conjectures about professional skills. Considering the situation of putting it down, a flash of inspiration instantly struck him, which he precisely grasped. This inspiration made him involuntarily stop what he was doing, and then an idea slowly began to form in his mind. How about we continue planting potatoes on this plot of land for now? Once the potatoes on the other 4 plots are harvested, my professional level will reach level 10, and I'll be able to plant level 3 crops. Then we can stagger the planting time of level 3 seeds on each plot of land by 1 day. Then, when crops like potatoes are only 10% complete and about to ripen, one could manipulate the casting time of their class skills to adjust the ripening time and yield of the crops, thereby achieving the goal of exploiting the star origin world. Once the idea of taking advantage of someone else's wealth appeared in Shen Xingyan's mind, it seemed to take root and sprout completely, and quickly grew into a towering tree that he couldn't shake off no matter how hard he tried. His eyes also became brighter and brighter. After he had fully perfected the idea, he couldn't help but look up at the sky above the professional space, a slightly embarrassed expression appearing on his face. Judging from Shen Xingyan's reaction, it's clear that the emergence of this plan made him feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, since he came to the star origin world, his journey has been smooth sailing. First, the mutation of his professional skills illuminated his bleak career. There are also surprises in the talent skills, which not only prevent the little skeleton from disappearing, but also allow it to go online 24 hours a day to take care of his farmland, as well as the record-breaking reward of Star Source. All of this made him feel that the star origin world was full of goodwill towards him, and that the star origin world was a blessed land for him. However, now that it wanted to scheme against this blessed land, he instinctively felt that it was not quite right. However, when he thought of the generous rewards given after breaking the record in the star origin world, and the talent stone that might reappear, his embarrassed feelings were instantly suppressed in a small corner, unable to cause any trouble. After all, in reality, he is surrounded by disasters. If he doesn't improve his strength as soon as possible, a disaster wave might suddenly break out one day, and then he won't even have the chance to improve his strength. Forced by this need, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside this instinct. I'm so sorry, Brother Xingyuan. It's all for the sake of making a living. I was forced to do this because of life's hardships. Please forgive me. I apologize in advance. Having successfully persuaded himself, Shen Xingyan quickly put down the shovel in his hand, put his hands together in a prayer position, and bowed to the sky above Xingyuan. After bowing several times, Shen Xingyan's sense of guilt lessened considerably. Then, thinking that he could break the Star Source production record every 1 or 2 days, and thus obtain a large number of rare items and rewards, Shen Xingyan's lips unconsciously began to curl into a smile. This made him swing the shovel with increasing force and power. If the star origin world could have sensed Shen Xingyan's thoughts, the sky he had just bowed to might not have been so calm. It's very likely that several bolts of heavenly lightning would have struck Shen Xingyan back into the real world. Chapter 78 Berserk Upgrade. Before long, the land was plowed through the combined efforts of Shen Xingyan and Wang Kai. During this time, while Shen Xingyan was thinking about his plan to exploit the system, he also checked on Wang Kai and the others from time to time to see how efficient they were. As their innate skills are enhanced, Wang Kai and the others also receive a +1 boost to all their attributes. However, for a professional, this boost is not as significant as the attribute boost from leveling up. However, for Wang Kai and the others, the improvement is doubled. Without physical limitations, their work efficiency has also increased, reaching a level where one of them is equivalent to 2 of them before. Originally, it would take 2 skeletons to keep an easy daily operation of an acre of land planted with level 2 seeds. If you encounter the maintenance period after using a class skill, you'll need 3 small skeletons to make it less strenuous. Based on Shen Xingyan's observation, 2 of the skeletons with enhanced attributes were sufficient to handle the star source prompts after using skills, and they seemed to be able to cope with them with ease. Shen Xingyan was delighted with this discovery. After all, the more efficient the little skeleton was, the faster it could complete the maintenance prompts for the star source. At the same time, it could also carry out the concept of meticulous farming, which would also have a certain effect on improving the final crop yield. Furthermore, once he upgrades his professional skills to level 10, he can plant level 3 seeds. At that time, the frequency of maintenance prompts for level 3 seeds will be far greater than that for level 1 and 2 seeds. When he was researching this topic, he saw that it was only mentioned briefly and there was no specific data on the difficulty level. He subconsciously guessed that the difficulty level should not be too low. After all, if you were to upgrade normally and want to plant level 3 seeds, the farmer would already be level 30, making them a high-level professional. Each of its attributes is at least 40 points or higher. Only someone with such physical strength could deal with the star source prompt. For Shen Xingyan now, the only way to deal with it is through sheer numbers of little skeletons. Out of concern for the unknown, Shen Xingyan felt that the more efficient the little skeletons were, the greater their chances of dealing with future level 3 seeds. Thinking this, Shen Xingyan bought enough potato seeds for 1 acre of land from Xingyuan Mall and planted them with Wang Kai and the others. As he watched them, he couldn't help but think. With the current number of skeletons, maintaining the daily tasks of the level 3 seed should not be a problem, but dealing with the maintenance tasks after the progress increases by 10% is not guaranteed. The number of skeletons was still too small. Fortunately, after upgrading the talent, I can summon 2 skeletons each time, which greatly increases the speed at which the skeleton army accumulates. Furthermore, Wang Kai and the others seem to have a berserk skill. If things get really bad in the short term, they could use the berserk skill, which should greatly improve their efficiency. Speaking of berserk, I wonder if their berserk state increases all attributes by 1 point or 2 points. After having this idea, Shen Xingyan's curiosity was also piqued. After all, Wang Kai and the others were in a state where all attributes were 1, and the berserk state also increased all attributes by 1 point, which made him not very sure about the characteristics of this hidden skill. But he's currently planting potatoes and isn't in a hurry. Thanks to the skilled planting by Shen Xingyan and his fellow laborers, the potato planting was completed on this acre of farmland. Without the enhancement of Shen Xingyan's professional skills, this piece of land appeared barren, looking like a scar in the middle of the farmland from a distance. Shen Xingyan felt an urge to immediately use his skills to green it up. However, the truth is that to remove this scar, we have to wait until tomorrow. After completing the planting task, Shen Xingyan stopped worrying about anything else and left everything to the little skeletons to manage. After reaching the edge of the field, he called Wang Kai to his side and pointed to a small skeleton nearby, saying, "Wang Kai, can we let this little skeleton show us its berserk skill?" Shen Xingyan was naturally reluctant to let Wang Kai use this blood-draining skill on its own. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry, and his Wang Kai couldn't afford to have any mishaps. So he could only randomly choose a little skeleton as the test subject. The reason he spoke to Wang Kai like that, instead of giving the order himself, was because he didn't know how to get the little skeleton to use the skill. After all, this skill isn't listed in their attribute panel yet, so he doesn't know how to make it appear, let alone activate it. Although he is the master of the little skeletons, his understanding of them is limited to their current attributes. Upon hearing Shen Xingyan's question, Wang Kai seemed somewhat confused about what its master meant. It slightly tilted its small skull to the side, as if expressing its bewilderment. Seeing Wang Kai like this, Shen Xingyan stroked his chin and began to think. It seems that even Wang Kai doesn't know what the berserk skill is, or perhaps his description made Wang Kai unsure how to act. Somewhat confused, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but recall the scene when the little skeletons used their berserk skill last time. At the time, when Xingyuan prompted him to use double speed, he gave Wang Kai the instruction to have all the little skeletons work with all their might, which led to the appearance of this hidden skill. Thinking about this, he seemed to have figured out the correct instructions and said to Wang Kai, "Wang Kai, make this little skeleton work with all its might." As soon as Shen Xingyan gave the order, Wang Kai, who had been looking puzzled, immediately straightened up and looked at the little skeleton that Shen Xingyan had specified. Shen Xingyan, who was closely watching the little skeleton, noticed that the little skeleton paused noticeably when Wang Kai looked at it. Then, as if activated, accompanied by a 2 damage indicator appearing above its head, it seemed to have been given an acceleration boost, its work speed more than doubling compared to before. After seeing the health depletion notification above the little skeleton's head, Shen Xingyan's serious expression turned into a smile, because he already knew the results of the experiment. He then happily opened the little skeleton's attribute panel. The little skeleton's 4 basic attributes all changed to 4 points, and there were some temporary markers after it. The state reappears. Berserk state consumes 2 HP per minute, increases all attributes by 2, ends when HP reaches the minimum consumption value. Cooldown is 48 hours. Chapter 79: The Troubles of Happiness. Wang Kai and the others' berserk skill can actually double their base stats. No wonder it's a mysterious hidden skill. The boost is incredible. After seeing the little skeleton's attributes after its berserk state, Shen Xingyan confirmed his previous thoughts. While delighted, he couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, the little skeleton's base attributes are still too low. Although the berserk skill doubles their attributes, they are still unable to participate in battles at their current level. Furthermore, they do not have level attributes, so it is impossible to increase their attribute values by leveling up. The only way I know of to improve is through talent stones to enhance my talent skills, thereby increasing their attributes. If they could be upgraded, that would be fantastic. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but shake his head with regret. Then he tapped his head and smiled bitterly. Was he being too greedy? As the saying goes, a man's greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, which perfectly describes Shen Xingyan's current state. Fortunately, his long years of hardship instilled in him an instinctive aversion to such greed, and he suppressed the thought shortly after it arose. Shen Xingyan was already adept at letting go of unhappy emotions. Otherwise, even with Chu Wei, his caring little son, shining upon him all these years, he would hardly have become who he is today. Shen Xingyan refocused his gaze, which had been somewhat off course, on the little skeleton in front of him. Looking at the description of the berserk skill and thinking about his own innate skills, he couldn't help but think. In the future, as the frequency of breaking the star origin world record increases, the probability of obtaining talent stones will gradually increase, the attributes of the little skeletons will improve faster and faster, and the effect of the berserk skill will become better and better. I should, most likely, be able to become a true fighter in the future. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan gently stretched his hand forward, as if his longing was within reach. His smile grew even wider as he gently pressed down on the little straw hat Wang Kai was wearing, gazing ahead. Wang Kai was also looking at the little skeleton in front of it. Although it couldn't see the attribute panel, it could tell from the skeleton's performance and its master's satisfied smile. It seemed to understand the meaning of its master's initial command, and a faint, deep blue light flashed in its large skull eye sockets before disappearing in an instant. Shen Xingyan, who was excitedly gazing into the distance, naturally did not notice Wang Cai's unusual behavior. It took him a while to calm down. Shen Xingyan also knew the saying, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." In his view, the road ahead was full of light, but he needed to be able to get there first. Stay calm. Don't be reckless. Live to see that day. That was what he really needed to do right now. Shen Xingyan let Wang Kai work on its own, while he looked around the entire farmland. He carefully observed that the current 5 acres of farmland were no longer sufficient to meet the needs of Wang Kai and the others. The improvement in attributes leads to an increase in labor efficiency. With the farmland area remaining unchanged, the little skeletons have shown a clear surplus of labor. Having been accustomed to thrift and frugality since childhood, he felt sorry for this situation, but there was nothing he could do about it. They were also hoping that when the potatoes were harvested tomorrow, the land reward would appear again in the record-breaking rewards. Otherwise, the little skeleton's excess labor would probably be wasted before they could plant the level 3 seeds. What a happy problem. Shen Xingyan sighed as he lay down in his usual spot, resting his head on his hands, and fell asleep with a relaxed and comfortable expression. The scene in his dream brought a slight smile to his lips. Today's surprise was once again unfolding in his mind in another form. Accompanied by this beautiful dream, the next day arrived as promised. Shen Xingyan, feeling refreshed, had just woken up when he saw Wang Kai and the others surrounding him. He was already used to this scene, so he wasn't surprised at all. Looking at Wang Kai and the others from the angle from which he is lying down, it is obvious that they have grown much taller and are starting to look a bit imposing. For their owner, Shen Xingyan, this sense of oppression automatically transformed into a feeling of security. Sitting up, Shen Xingyan smiled and patted Wang Kai, who was standing to the side, before turning his gaze to the farmland in front of him. In the fields, 2 small skeletons were working in an orderly fashion on each acre of land. Their movements were smooth and skillful, as if they had turned labor into a skill. All the other small skeletons were gathered around them. This discovery surprised Shen Xingyan, who looked at Wang Kai with some astonishment, not expecting it to make such an arrangement. While ensuring the smooth completion of the command, it also protects the master. This two-pronged approach demonstrates thoughtful consideration. Wang Kai, you're becoming more and more competent as a captain. When you have more underlings, we'll appoint 2 more squad leaders for you and promote you to captain. That way, you can have less to worry about. Shen Xingyan patted Wang Kai with satisfaction and began to promise the other party a realistic and feasible pie. After all, he can now summon 2 little skeletons every day, and the speed at which the number accumulates is incomparable to what it used to be. It is estimated that this promise can be fulfilled in a few days. As for Shen Xingyan's big promise, Wang Kai seemed to understand, gently shaking its little skull to express its joy. After making grand promises, Shen Xingyan strolled around the farmland, checked the growth of the potatoes, and then logged off, satisfied, returning to the real world. After Shen Xingyan left, Wang Kai, the skeleton captain, slowly looked around at the little skeletons, gently tracing his finger bones on his skull, as if considering who would be the most suitable next captain. If Shen Xingyan were here, he would definitely be amazed by Wang Kai's human-like behavior. Back in reality, Shen Xingyan didn't rush to get out of bed. Instead, he happily checked the money in his Xingyuan card. Although the amount he earned this time wasn't much, it was still a form of income. However, when he checked his wallet, he inadvertently discovered the changes in the attribute panel, which immediately made his previously delighted expression freeze. Chapter 80 Talent Synchronization. Talent. Summon Skeleton's Growth, +1 summons 2 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 2 to fight cooldown time 24 hours. At this moment, Shen Xingyan stared intently at the information on the attribute panel. He could hardly believe his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. However, after rubbing his eyes hard, he found that the information was still the same. This left him momentarily dazed. After slowly accepting the facts, he began to ponder. Why did my talent in the real world also increase? Isn't it said that extracting anything from the star origin world requires money as a basis? This surprise was far too great for Shen Xingyan, considering that it takes 10 gold coins to extract an attribute point from the star source world to the real world. So something like a skill, especially a talent skill, is even more incredibly valuable. He had previously tried to extract his upgraded professional skills into the real world, but Star Origin World didn't even tell him how much money it would cost, directly telling him insufficient funds, unable to extract. The simple and direct suggestion made Shen Xingyan feel that his action was somewhat overestimating his abilities. And this is just professional skills, not to mention innate skills, which are so expensive that Shen Xingyan didn't even dare to think about them at this moment. But the fact is that such an incredibly valuable talent skill has appeared in the real world so smoothly, which would astonish anyone. Forcing himself to calm down, Shen Xingyan thought it over and realized that there was only one suspicious point in the whole process. After he used the talent stone, he was kicked out of the Star Origin world. Could it be because of the talent stone? Shen Xingyan subconsciously focused his thoughts on the talent stone and began to recall the attributes of the talent skill growth stone, talent skill synchronous growth, +1. After thinking through the words one by one, he focused his attention on the word synchronization. Then an unbelievable yet reasonable thought popped into his mind. Could it be that this synchronization doesn't just mean that Wang Kai and the others will have their attributes upgraded in sync, but also that they can be synchronized to the real world? The thought made Shen Xingyan jump out of bed, thinking to himself, no way, is this rock that abnormal? Combining this with his previous experience of being kicked out of the Star Origin world after using the talent stone, he suddenly felt that his idea was most likely correct. The talent stone can be synchronized to the real world. How come I haven't heard anyone else mention such shocking news? Or has the information been deliberately concealed? This world is indeed not as simple as it seems. Shen Xingyan thoroughly digested this exciting information in his mind, and at the same time, his desire for the talent stone became even stronger. No, this is too tempting. Breaking the record is a must. On this early morning at Base 6, in a small hut near the border, an 18-year-old youth made a firm decision because of a remarkable discovery. Little did this young man know the immense turmoil that had ensued in the real world since the announcement from the Star Origin world, as well as various powerful families and groups of people, both overt and covert, over this small stone. Those who know about the effects of the talent stone and the record-breaking achievements of certain professionals through various channels are very clear about the significance of this person to themselves or their organization. The allure of it has transformed them from merely harboring fleeting thoughts to now eagerly taking action. Driven by various desires or for protection, people are frantically searching for the specific professional listed in the announcement. Each base is also investigating the farmers working within their jurisdiction to see if they exhibit any unusual behavior or suspicious activity. With the exception of a very few highly skilled professional farmers, almost all professional farmers are on the list of people to be investigated this time. Any individual with abnormalities will be placed under separate surveillance and thoroughly investigated. If this were done among frontline professionals, it probably wouldn't be so easy to implement, but this time the target is farmers. After all, in this era where combat power determines everything, professions like farmers are basically just background figures in this era, with no ability to resist in terms of combat power. Therefore, the implementation of this decision was very smooth in each locality. Base 6 was no exception. None of its 5 districts were spared, and all began a massive investigation. Shen Xingyan had just returned home after dropping his sister off at school, and hadn't even had a chance to pick up the staff to practice his demon-subduing staff technique when he heard a warning alert from the defense sensor system. Just as Shen Xingyan turned around to check, there was a series of urgent bangings on the door. Open the door? Open the door. Routine inspection. Open the door now. As the loud shout ended, a faint sound of complaint could be heard coming from the doorway. This is really weird. I suddenly got an order to check all these farmers by their names one by one. I have no idea what it's for. It's interrupting my monster killing. I was fighting an elite monster. Now, I definitely won't get any of the monster killing rewards. This is really weird. The person who had been banging on the door spoke with obvious frustration and impatience. All right, who isn't? Stop complaining. I heard this investigation is related to that announcement last night. I want to see who that so professional in the announcement is. Another voice came from behind. What's the point of investigating that? They don't want anyone to know, so they must have made preparations. What can we lowly soldiers possibly figure out? It's all just nonsense. And our first stop is such a remote place. Let's finish the investigation quickly and leave. The inner ring road is much more comfortable. The two assumed the room's owner was still in the Star Origin world, so they began muttering complaints outside while waiting for the person to emerge from the Star Origin world. After vaguely hearing their conversation, Shen Xingyan immediately frowned. When he first heard someone banging on the door, he initially thought it was a follow-up to the previous giant rat incident, and he subconsciously prepared for a fight. But unexpectedly, it was Xing Yuan's world announcement that caused this trouble. Shen Xingyan could guess what these people were after. It was most likely because of the talent stones. After all, what powerful person could resist such a huge temptation as improving their talent? Chapter 81 Dealing with Inspections. After guessing the cause of the incident, Shen Xingyan was not so worried. After all, he had already started paying attention to his daily behavior in order to deal with such incidents. His usual style is to keep a low profile, try to control his words and actions, and do his best to conform to the behavior of a normal farmer. Those conducting these inspections are trying to find something through these actions, but they're not really able to find anything special about themselves. Furthermore, only the holder of the star source card can see the specific information inside. As long as you can clearly explain the disguised information, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan also came to his senses, pretending to be in a daze as if he had just returned from the Star Origin world, and shouted irritably at the outside. "Who is it? Knocking on the door so early in the morning?" As he spoke, he stepped forward and opened the door. Upon seeing 2 uniformed police officers outside, he feigned fear and whispered, Two brothers, what's going on here?" In this era where combat power reigns supreme, unless advanced life skills professionals can rely on their own strength to stand up and face combat professionals, other life skills professionals will inevitably feel a sense of fear when they see combat professionals. Although combat professionals are constrained by the base system and dare not do anything outrageous, this sentiment is becoming increasingly prevalent in society due to the inherent power disparity. The two men who looked like patrol officers saw that Shen Xingyan's reaction was just like that of the farmers before him. The fat patrol officer couldn't help but scoff softly, already convinced that this family had no chance again. However, they still questioned Shen Xingyan as required. As instructed by the base's superiors, we are conducting a routine check on you. Please tell us your physical attributes and recent activity trajectory so that we can verify them later. We will then check the situation at your home. You'd better cooperate. When the fat policeman spoke, he didn't even glance at Shen Xingyan. His casual attitude, coupled with his arrogant tone, fully demonstrated the demeanor befitting a superior. The tall, thin patrolman beside him added softly, "Don't worry, we're just doing a quick check. We won't damage anything in your house." Unlike the fat policeman, the tall, thin patrolman spoke in a more relaxed tone, full of official business. His understanding differed from that of the fat patrolman. He was well aware that while having greater strength in this era could indeed allow one to do whatever one wanted. But after all, this is still a society based on human relationships. Who can guarantee that a professional worker doesn't have any powerful connections or background? It's not uncommon for people to make mistakes and end up losing their jobs. Being cautious ensures a safe journey, and being kind to others is a way to leave yourself an invisible escape route. Although Shen Xingyan already knew the purpose of their trip, he still feigned surprise followed by obedience. He quickly nodded and reported the attribute values he had thought of. Then he described his professional skill as the previous 10% growth speed effect, and his talent skill as the ability to increase stamina by 30%. "Oh, you're quite the little genius with full attribute awakening. It's a pity you're unlucky and ended up with a farmer's job. Your talent skills are quite suitable for this job, though. You really are a standard farm-making material." Upon hearing Shen Xingyan's attributes, the chubby policeman couldn't help but sneer. Then, seemingly feeling that his previous remarks hadn't fully expressed his sense of superiority, he turned to the tall, thin policeman beside him and said, "See? I told you what's the point of training so hard in school. In the end, you still end up like this. You still have to rely on awakening to defy fate." "Huh?" The tall, thin policeman didn't reply, but looked at Shen Xingyan with regret, lamenting that it was such a pity to have such high attributes. It's easy to imagine how difficult it is for such a talented person to emerge in such a remote place. Shen Xingyan gave a wry smile, offering no rebuttal and simply accepting the other party's sarcasm. He then recounted his recent activities in detail, except for the killing of the big rat. If they were willing to investigate, they could find out the truth. He had no reason to lie about it and arouse unnecessary suspicion. A farmer, quite ambitious, TSK, what a pity. If someone like you had been in the past before the primal energy eruption, farming might have been a promising career. But now, there's an abundance of exotic foods from outside this world and from the star origin world. Farming has no future. What's the use of your ambition? After the chubby police officer put down Shen Xingyan, the former genius, he felt much better when he saw that the other party didn't react much. After all, he was a bottom-of-the-class student in school, so being able to trample a genius underfoot is a very satisfying thing for him. After learning about all the details, the two of them went into the room and wandered around. Shen Xingyan did not stop them at all. There was nothing left in the house, and the rabbit meat had already been eaten. There was nothing of value left. Sure enough, the fat policeman's rough voice rang out. "It really is penniless. There's nothing there at a glance. Even a giant rat would have to leave with tears in its eyes. There's only something to eat in the kitchen, so let's hurry up and find another place." The two patrol officers roughly scanned Shen Xingyan's house, but found nothing valuable or unusual. Moreover, the pitiful state of the family was a sight to behold. Before leaving, the tall, thin policeman couldn't help but whisper a piece of advice. "Young man, accept your fate. What's the use of struggling any longer? With the money you'd spend on martial arts training and classes, you might as well save up and rent a place in the inner ring. Things aren't very peaceful outside the border lately." While admonishing Shen Xingyan, the patrolman seemed to know some inside information, but he only touched on the topic and did not explain it too clearly. Shen Xingyan naturally felt the policeman's kindness. In this era, the polarization of people's hearts is becoming more and more serious. Some dark spots are magnified, making people feel that the world is full of darkness. But often at this time, light is especially precious. Shen Xingyan smiled sincerely, nodded to the patrolman to express his gratitude, and watched the two leave. After closing the door, his expression changed from somewhat obsequious to his usual cold and stern demeanor. Chapter 82 Martial Arts Improvement. I really didn't expect that a few announcements of Star Origins rewards would cause such a big reaction. It seems that I need to be more careful in the future. Shen Xingyan warned himself in his heart, and then he became a little troubled. After all, given his plan to exploit loopholes, breaking records will likely become a regular occurrence in the future. If there are constant world announcements, it's indeed a bit too conspicuous. I wonder if Xingyuan could cancel these announcements and try to reduce its presence. While he was troubled, he also thought about the turbulent words spoken by the tall, thin policeman earlier. The truth of these words should be guaranteed, since as a farmer from the bottom of society, the other party had no reason to deceive him. It seems we need to move on as soon as possible. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. Various thoughts and plans flashed through Shen Xingyan's mind. He gently rubbed his temples, then temporarily put aside these distracting thoughts, took out the star source card, and focused his attention on comprehending skills. During the two inspections and inquiries just now, his perception skill had completed its cooldown and was ready to be used. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Xingyan activated his comprehension skill, and that familiar feeling reappeared. The transparent little figure in his mind also reappeared and began practicing with the demon subduing staff. Shen Xingyan picked up the stick with practiced ease and began to practice, following the movements of the little figure. He focused intently on the transparent figure's actions while correcting his slightly awkward stick technique. After more than 10 minutes, he felt the force in his hand suddenly increase significantly, realizing that the demon subduing staff in his hand must have broken through a small stage. After sheathing his staff, Shen Xingyan quickly checked the martial arts descriptions in his attribute panel. Demon Subduing Staff Beginner's Guide. After activating this skill, it consumes the corresponding amount of stamina, granting a temporary increase of +3 to strength, +1 to defense, and +6 meters to attack range. Current progress, 50%. Sure enough, when the progress of beginner martial arts skills reaches 50%, there will be a slight improvement. The attack power and attack range of the demon subduing staff have been improved. Although it is only an increase of 1 point each, Shen Xingyan is very satisfied. Although he knew that such a visible improvement would only occur when the skill was being activated, knowing exactly where he had progressed was still an encouragement to those who practiced martial arts. Seeing that 50% progress, this real-time visible progress, filled him with motivation to practice his martial arts skills. Without further ado, he immediately resumed his practice, not wanting to waste the precious time for reflection. While Shen Xingyan was immersed in the drill, all the human bases on Blue Star were frantically searching for peasant professionals. At that moment, the peasant profession seemed to have returned to the stage of history, once again attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, everyone is talking about the record-breaking farmer profession. It seems that the influence of the talent stone is quite significant. Those big families should be able to train a large number of people because of this. I've heard that many professional farmers who can't figure out wheat are starting to work on vegetables that mature in 2 or 3 days. One of the farmers in the Tian family has a talent for crop quality that's +1, and we've already started focusing on developing that talent. The Li family also has a +10% crop yield. If they have the talent stone to boost that, breaking the record will be even easier. That's right. For us and other professions, we can only break records by improving quality. Farmers, on the other hand, get a reward for each increase in yield. If someone could control the yield per acre, wouldn't that be incredible? Are you kidding me? How could anyone control the yield? Take the recent record-breaking wheat, for example. It jumped around. Don't joke like that. It's terrifying. I'm scared. The appearance of a talent stone has sparked discussion among all professionals, with some excited, some watching with amusement, and others beginning to reflect on and explore the professions of farmers around them. However, this is only natural, since talent stones cannot be found in the Star Origin Mall. At least with the highest level of human authority at present, no one has met the unlocking conditions for them. Moreover, unlike other special items, it does not have any restrictions on its use. It can be used without any limitations. This demonstrates its unparalleled value, which explains why those in the know are so excited about it. Shen Xingyan, the ultimate beneficiary currently immersed in practicing the demon-subduing staff, has no time to care about the discussions outside. As the feeling of the demon-subduing staff in his hand became closer and closer to the transparent little figure in his mind, he successfully elevated the demon-subduing staff to a higher level in the last few minutes before the end of his comprehension time. Demon-subduing staff mastery. After activation, this skill consumes corresponding stamina, granting a temporary increase of +6 to strength, +2 to defense, and +8 meters to attack range. There is a 10% chance to generate a staff force shockwave, dealing +20 physical attack damage. Current progress, 3%. After his meditation session ended, Shen Xingyan let out a deep breath and began to examine the description of the demon-subduing staff in the star source card, a satisfied smile on his face. This time, the demon-subduing staff has been upgraded, resulting in a huge increase in its attributes and attack range, and it has also produced new special effects, similar to the Dragon Elephant Fist. Shen Xingyan thought that if he suddenly appeared with this stick when facing an enemy, wouldn't the opponent be stunned? After calming down his cheerful mood, Shen Xingyan began the next part of his training. After a day of training, which might seem a bit tedious to outsiders, Shen Xingyan felt much more comfortable. After all, he had been living this kind of life for more than a decade, and he had long since developed his own way of finding joy in hardship. After leaving the training hall, Shen Xingyan returned home with his sister. During dinner, considering that today's inspection would likely involve a follow-up verification phase, he once again reminded his sister not to tell anyone about the big rat incident. "I won't tell anyone. So much money. If others knew, they'd be green with envy," Shen Xingyan assured him confidently. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan smiled and ruffled his younger sister's hair, who was a little money grubber. After finishing his meal, he went directly to the planting space in the Star Origin world. Looking at his upgraded talent skill, he rubbed his hands together excitedly and summoned 2 little skeletons at once, something he had never done before. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xingyan began chanting the summoning notes that he didn't understand but were already quite familiar with. Chapter 83: Summoning 2 Skeletons. As the talent skill of summoning skeletons was activated, the ground in front of Shen Xingyan showed the same loosening phenomenon as before. Under the watchful eyes of Shen Xingyan and Wang Kai, 2 brand new skulls slowly emerged from the soil. However, unlike before, the area of loosening this time was significantly larger. Shen Xingyan was not surprised by this. After all, the little skeleton with all attributes of 2 was indeed larger in size, and the summoning had changed from 1 to 2, so it was normal for the commotion to be a bit bigger. As Shen Xingyan finished chanting his innate skill, 2 slightly larger little skeletons stood gracefully in front of him. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. This feeling of double the happiness is really quite enjoyable. Shen Xingyan placed his hands on the top of each of the newly unearthed skulls, welcoming them while marveling at the power of their upgraded talents. The new skulls had lost some of their cuteness, but were noticeably stronger. Besides Shen Xingyan, the second happiest person present was Wang Kai. When it saw that its master had actually summoned 2 little brothers for it this time, its body began to sway slightly with excitement. It subconsciously turned its head to look at its master, a flash of dark blue light passing quickly in its eyes. If Shen Xingyan had seen it, he would have been surprised and noticed that the rhythm in its eyes seemed to be full of joy. After checking the attribute panels of the 2 little skeletons, which all had an attribute value of 2, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction and then handed them over to Wang Kai. Although they look stronger than Wang Kai, Wang Cai's position as captain is not something they can replace. He still has to obey orders. As Shen Xingyan watched the little skeletons work in the fields, he stood contentedly by the field. Only then did he realize that his skeleton army had unknowingly expanded to 18. At this moment, the 5 acres of farmland seemed to have a lot of little skeletons. Moreover, their attributes have doubled compared to before, and their movement speed and work efficiency have been greatly enhanced. Shen Xingyan recalled that when he first obtained this summoning talent skill, he instinctively felt a sense of disdain and looked down on this little guy with low attributes. However, comparing the current situation, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. Times have really changed. Sometimes first impressions are not accurate. Only time will tell. But then again, how could I have known I would turn out like this? Shen Xingyan thought with a contented expression, then walked towards the farmland to check on the growth of the potatoes. According to his previous calculations, the potatoes would have reached 18 days of growth by tonight, which means they would be 90% complete. Once he uses his professional skills tonight, the potatoes' 20-day growth cycle will be completed instantly, which will be the time to harvest this secondary crop. Given that the experience points gained from harvesting potatoes are quite substantial, enough to raise his profession level to 10, at which point he can directly plant level 3 crops. Therefore, he doesn't need to pay too much attention to how to control the final harvest time of the level 2 potatoes. As long as it's a little later than the time he used his professional skills yesterday, it will be fine. While pondering the current situation, Shen Xingyan measured the size of the plant with his fingers and observed the various characteristics of the potato. He also began to analyze the potato's growth status item by item, based on the descriptions he had seen in previous research. However, the more he analyzed, the more certain his smile became. The reason was simple. The potatoes in his field were performing far better than any of the characteristics recorded in the data, making him even more certain of the chances of breaking the record this time. But thinking about it, it makes sense. In reality, the best yields recorded in the data and the characteristics of long-term crops have all been affected to some extent by the task stagnation. This results in poor performance of the crops at various stages of growth, which in turn has a significant impact on the final crop yield. And with the existence of Little Skeleton, not only has he never suffered any star source punishment, but under his and Wansai's guidance, he has managed the farmland meticulously, making his characteristics superior to those described in the data quite natural. With increasing confidence after the analysis, Shen Xingyan happily approached Wansai and earnestly recounted how he had just summoned the 2 little skeletons. At the same time, regardless of whether Wansai could understand, she also described her vision for the future to it. In the past, Shen Xingyan's empty promises might have been dismissed, but the simple-minded Wansai seemed to take them to heart. Its empty eyes grew even emptier, as if it were imagining the future in sync with its master's words. After chatting with Wansai for a while, Shen Xingyan realized that there was still plenty of time before the potatoes were ripe, so he decided not to stay there any longer and went straight back to the real world to train. Today, when he faced those 2 patrol officers, although he pretended to be timid and afraid of trouble, the truth was that if a conflict really broke out, with his current attack power, he probably wouldn't be able to break through their defenses, let alone cause any real damage. This sense of powerlessness made him even more eager to improve his own strength. However, without the money to extract the attributes of the star origin world, he could only seize every moment to slowly improve himself. In this mood, training time always flies by. Shen Xingyan felt like he hadn't been training for very long when the alarm clock rang, pulling him out of his trance. After adjusting himself slightly, Shen Xingyan returned to the planting space. He opened the attribute panel and saw that the professional skills were already available. However, he was in no hurry to use them. After all, the longer he waited, the greater the possibility of breaking the star origin record. Shen Xingyan checked the potato prices on Xingyuan Mall. The purchase price of potatoes of different qualities varied greatly from time to time, sometimes by several times. After confirming the price, Shen Xingyan helped the little skeletons eliminate the last maintenance notification and then immediately activated his professional skill. Chapter 84 Potatoes Ripen. As Shen Xingyan raised the beginner's cane high in his hand, all the primal energy in his body began to surge out, gathering at a point on the top of the cane, about to exert its effect on all the farmland. However, at this moment, Xingyuan's warning message appeared in Shen Xingyan's ears again. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? After hearing this hint, Shen Xingyan pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly, thinking to himself. It seems that this soon-to-be-released tip is based on the effectiveness of one's own professional skills. If that's the case, as the coupon-grabbing plan continues, this notification will probably gradually become a familiar thing to me. Sigh, why does it feel like I'm being targeted? Although that was what Shen Xingyan thought, he felt a strange sense of peace when he saw the warning message. After all, the previous times this prompt appeared, the final result was quite perfect, which made him subconsciously feel that this prompt was a harbinger of him breaking the record. Let's continue. Shen Xingyan smiled and nodded in agreement very naturally. As Shen Xingyan made this move, the primal energy world reacted quickly. The primal energy on his staff, which had been suppressed, successfully covered the entire farmland and played its proper role. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Upon hearing this notification, Shen Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was always able to successfully use his professional skills when encountering this situation, it's always better to be safe than sorry. After all, even the most careful person can make mistakes. Moreover, as such incidents become more frequent, there will inevitably be times when the plan fails. After all, luck can't always be on his side, and Shen Xingyan was mentally prepared for unexpected events. As the notification of successful skill activation arrived, all the potato plants began to throb with a joyful rhythm. The potato acre that had just been planted yesterday was even more noticeable, as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and it shot upwards with great vigor. At this moment, Shen Xingyan's gaze was entirely focused on the 4 acres of potato plants that were about to mature, even though he could not see any signs of growth on these plants. But Shen Xingyan knew that beneath the hidden soil, the potatoes were growing at an extremely rapid pace, as could be seen from the slightly raised soil. Not long after, as the skill effect was completed, the harvestable marker reappeared above the farmland. Wang Kai, send 2 little skeletons to guard that farmland in the middle. All the other little skeletons, come with me to dig potatoes. At this moment, Shen Xingyan became alert and immediately began to give instructions. He then quickly purchased 17 3-pronged rakes from Xingyuan Mall for this harvest. He didn't buy more because he wouldn't be able to grow potatoes for long, so he didn't buy too many harvesting tools. Holding the rake in his hand, he stretched his limbs with a smile. It was his first time digging potatoes, and he was also feeling quite novel about it. Just as he was about to get started, he saw Wang Kai and the others standing there, not knowing what to do. They then realized that digging potatoes was a first for Wang Kai and the others, and it was normal that they didn't know how to harvest them. After calling Wang Kai to his side, Shen Xingyan began to instruct it on how to harvest potatoes. After you finish digging up this potato, be sure to check if there are any left in the soil, understand? He learned his potato digging skills by researching online, and now he's passing them on to Wang Kai, as if he's just putting what he's learned to good use, since farming is a luxury in reality. Although Shen Xingyan's teaching style was somewhat rote, Wang Cai's intelligence never disappointed Shen Xingyan's expectations. The clever dog would quickly learn and master the skills after being taught once by Shen Xingyan. Shen Xingyan then instructed it to quickly teach the skills to the other little skeletons. Although he could also teach multiple skeletons simultaneously through the faint connection in his mind, it wasn't as convenient as Wang Cai's communication. There was nothing he could do about it. The teaching efficiency between skeletons was simply too high. After observing for a period of time, he discovered that Wang Cai's small actions were quickly understood and carried out by the other little skeletons. Their communication efficiency was so high that even their master, Shen Xingyan, could not achieve it. Seeing that Wang Kai had already begun to carry out his instructions, Shen Xingyan stopped looking and started digging potatoes in the field. For acres of potatoes, even though his physical condition has improved a lot, it's still not an easy task. If he were alone, it would take him quite a bit of time. Fortunately, Wang Kai and the others completed their training in no time, and each little skeleton joined the battle of harvest with a shorter rake in hand. The 16 little skeletons, with their attributes doubled, worked with such high efficiency that Shen Xingyan, who occasionally looked up at them, couldn't help but sigh. How lucky he was to have such a group of reliable, capable, and uncomplaining employees. However, faced with such a situation, not only him, but any professional farmer would have expressed the same sentiment. As the excavation progressed, the little skeleton's digging movements, initially clumsy, became increasingly skillful. The digging work that would take advanced professional farmers 4 or 5 hours to complete was finished in less than an hour by Shen Xingyan and Little Skeleton working together. As the harvestable icon above the farmland slowly disappeared, Shen Xingyan plopped down on the ground, resting and quietly waiting for the Star Origin World to give him his report card. The Star Origin World didn't keep Shen Xingyan waiting long. A few seconds later, the Star Origin notification sound rang out. Congratulations! You have planted 2,400 square meters of potatoes and harvested 28,000 kilograms. You have gained 5,600 farmer professional experience points. 28,000 kilograms. 5,600 experience points. Upon hearing the unexpected content in the notification, Shen Xingyan immediately lay down on his back, leaning against the farmland that he felt a sense of familiarity with. This feeling of abundance filled him with immense joy. Chapter 85 Breaking the Potato Record. Shen Xingyan opened his attribute panel with satisfaction, checked the experience points displayed in the experience bar, which showed 5,848 points, and began to make a rough estimate in his mind. The final estimate brought a gleam to his eyes. Such a large amount of experience points not only allowed him to successfully raise his job level to 10 as expected. The extra experience points even allowed him to level up directly to level 11. To level up from level 10 to level 11, you need a full 2,000 experience points, and the attribute boost is well worth the experience. According to the basic knowledge instruction Shen Xingyan received at school, each level increase between levels 1 and 10 will grant an increase of +1 to all attributes and +2 to free attribute points. Leveling up between levels 11 and 20 will grant a +2 to all attributes and a +5 to free attribute points. The increase is so significant that it is more than double the previous increase. This also explains why professionals at levels 110 are considered complete novices by higher-level professionals. In the Star Origin world, level 10 is like a watershed moment, and various functions only begin to appear slowly at this level. Just like farmers who can only purchase additional land and plant level 2 seeds once they reach this level, other professions will also unlock certain features in succession. Combat professionals are even more terrifying. After reaching this level, they can automatically generate a second professional skill, which greatly boosts their combat power. Of course, this only applies to the Star Origin world. To have a second professional skill in the real world, one would have to spend a huge sum of money to extract it. Those who want to acquire a second professional skill need to reach level 20 to enjoy this benefit. Shen Xingyan pulled his wandering thoughts back, staring intently at the sky above Xingyuan, waiting for the next hint from the Xingyuan world. Based on the 28,000 kilograms yield shown in the previous prompt, we can calculate that his potato yield per acre is 7,000 kilograms. If he remembers correctly, the highest potato yield recorded in real-world data is 3,800 kilograms, so his yield this time exceeded that by 3,200 kilograms. With such a high output, although Xingyuan world has a record threshold, it's almost a certainty that a production of 7,000 kilograms will break Xingyuan's production record. As Shen Xingyan was thinking this, as if to verify his thoughts, Xingyuan's record-breaking notification echoed directly in his ears. Congratulations! You have significantly broken the previous record of 5,000 kilograms of potatoes per acre, achieving a yield of 7,000 kilograms. As a reward, you will receive an additional 1,800 square meters of cultivated land and a permanent increase of 10 to your original energy cultivation speed. Xingyuan will issue a district-wide announcement. Would you like to make this information public? Upon hearing about this record-breaking reward, Shen Xingyan, who had been leisurely lying on the farmland, suddenly sprang up, his eyes fixed on the notification text that had been heard before it appeared, and he murmured softly. Another 3 acres of land as a reward, plus a 10x speed up to primal energy cultivation. This record-breaking reward is really generous and practical. According to Shen Xingyan's understanding, once each professional reaches level 10, the star origin world will automatically generate a corresponding origin energy cultivation technique to increase the upper limit of origin energy. According to numerous case studies, the speed of cultivation is basically constant. It takes about 100 hours of cultivation time to increase the maximum energy limit by 0.1. Even if there are special items that can help increase cultivation speed, I've heard that the highest increase is only 5 times, and that's only for a limited time. However, his reward now not only refreshed his understanding of speed, reaching a 10-fold increase, but also meant that he could increase his original energy limit by 1 point in 10 days. Moreover, this improvement in cultivation speed is permanent, which is truly astonishing. Imagine if he cultivated for 10 hours a day, he would gain more than 30 more source root points than others in a year. What about in 2 years or 10 years? The gap will only widen. Furthermore, he now possesses the divine skill of comprehension. The more primal energy he has, the higher his comprehension will be, and the faster he will improve his martial arts skills. Under this positive cycle, it is not impossible for him to even reach that legendary realm. The improvement from basic martial arts skills at the entry-level level is already so significant. What about advanced martial arts skills and even higher realms? The improvement in its attributes was beyond Shen Xingyan's wildest imagination. Although it was only temporary, it was real in battle. After the initial excitement subsided, Shen Xingyan returned to the present moment, and a question inevitably surfaced in his mind, prompting him to ponder. I haven't even started cultivating the original energy technique yet, so why has the star origin world given me such a reward? Could it be because I obtained a level 2 seed this time? So when I plant a level 3 seed and break the record, will I get the rewards corresponding to the level 3 seed? Will high-level talent stones be just around the corner? The emergence of this idea made Shen Xingyan's expression begin to shine. As for the commotion Shen Xingyan made, Wang Kai, who had been paying close attention to its master's movements, couldn't help but tilt its skull slightly. It was a little confused as to why its master was behaving this way. In its memory, it seemed that every now and then, its owner would do some inexplicable things. Although it doesn't quite understand it, it records everything, just like a newborn child, full of curiosity about its owner's every move. Do you want to make the information public? While Shen Xingyan was immersed in various analyses, Xingyuan's notification sound appeared in Shen Xingyan's ears again, pulling him back from his thoughts. At this moment, his instinct was to choose not to disclose the information, but when the words were about to come out, he suddenly remembered his previous idea. Could Xingyuan not make a district-wide announcement? Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan also showed a kind smile and looked up at the sky, tentatively asking, "Brother Xingyuan, could you please cancel this world announcement? If everyone knows about such a high reward, it won't be good for the harmonious development of our Xingyuan world. Don't you think so?" Chapter 86 Xingyuan Needs Money. As Shen Xingyan asked, no announcement needed. Star Origin World seemed to have not expected such a response, and the inquiry prompt actually trembled slightly. After all, it's probably the first time Star Origin World has encountered such a situation, as someone would refuse something that is both prestigious and secretly satisfying. However, the notification only flickered briefly before disappearing, and a new notification immediately appeared. Do you wish to spend 100 silver coins to cancel this region-wide announcement? This prompt gave Shen Xingyan an almost impatient feeling. Shen Xingyan had only asked a simple, common-sense question, but he hadn't expected the Star Origin World to actually reply. However, the 100 silver coins in the notification made him suddenly stand there awkwardly, and then he thought helplessly. This means we can discuss canceling anything, but we have to pay up. It's just that the amount we're asking for is a bit too much. It seems my previous idea was actually quite correct. The Star Origin World really does have a miserly stinginess aspect. Everything requires money. Although Shen Xingyan thought this in his heart, he did not say it directly. After all, it was already good enough to receive a reply. He didn't want Xingyuan to take back the hint after he complained about it, which would be a loss. Since the announcement can be cancelled, that would be the best thing. He opened the attribute panel and looked at his wallet. He saw that he only had a little over 50 silver coins, which was not enough to pay for his expenses. In fact, he was even in debt for over 40 more. But even if you don't have the money, you have to keep paying, since this matter relates to your own safety in the real world. When you don't have the strength to protect yourself, you shouldn't skimp on this money. Forget it, let's just sell potatoes. We won't be short of 100 silver coins anyway. Shen Xingyan shook his head. Though he said it, he was still a little reluctant. Shen Xingyan began to stroll around the farmland, collecting the potato mountains that Wang Kai and the others had piled up and storing them in his backpack. Adhering to the principle of thrift and frugality, I also put the potato leaves into my backpack. Although they don't seem to be worth much, if there are a lot of them, they should be worth something even at a low price. After making sure all the harvest was cleared from the farmland, Shen Xingyan opened his backpack and began checking the potato's attributes. Item: Potato Superior Plus. Value: 15 copper. Quantity: 28,000. Attribute: a basic food with a slightly filling effect. Looking at the potato's excellent quality, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly. Although this harvest did not reach the exceptional quality, considering that the harvest time was indeed earlier than usual, it was not surprising that it had such quality. If we wait 2 more days, it will probably reach an excellent plus level, similar to the wheat harvested yesterday, but the cost-effectiveness will not be high. After all, he had already unlocked the conditions for planting level 3 seeds after this harvest. The sooner he planted level 3 seeds, the greater the harvest would be, so there was no need to wait a couple more days. This is already very good. The purchase price at Xingyuan Mall is much higher than that of wheat. I should be content. Shen Xingyan comforted himself, then looked at the attributes of the potato leaves. Item: Potato Leaves Superior Plus. Value: 4 copper. Quantity: 8,000. Attribute: a type of feed for raising animals. Wow, I didn't expect premium potato leaves to be so valuable. I was so focused on the value of the potatoes that I didn't even look at the value of the leaves. It's a small but nice income. Not bad at all. Shen Xingyan smiled as he looked at this unexpected joy, while subconsciously glancing at the words animal husbandry in the potato leaf's attribute description. It is said that after reaching level 20, farmers can open low-level farms to raise animals. The output of animals is much more valuable than that of planting crops, and this is the main source of income for advanced farmers. However, it might be different for me, since my professional skills can increase my growth rate by 10%, and their value is immeasurable. As my level increases, their value will become more and more prominent. For him, farming was at most an extra thing. With the little skeletons around, he didn't have to worry about the farmland, and farming was just a form of entertainment, unless he could get another farming-related bug skill. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan shook his head slightly, realizing he had been a bit greedy, and put those thoughts aside for the time being. He opened Xingyuan Mall and sold all the potatoes and potato leaves. Hearing the series of whooshing sounds in his ears, Shen Xingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands rubbed together gently. The sound of money arriving in my account is truly wonderful. Shen Xingyan exclaimed as he watched the small amount of money in his wallet instantly swell up. 28,000 kilograms of potatoes sold for 420 silver coins, and potato leaves sold for 32 silver coins. Adding this to my original 52 silver coins, I now have a total of 504 silver coins. That's about half a gold coin. That's a really good rate of money accumulation, so much in just over 10 days. While it can't compare to advanced professionals, it's already surpassing even top-tier combat professionals of the same level. Shen Xingyan happily calculated, then looked at the money in his wallet, and then at the prompt that was waiting for him to pay 100 silver coins. He generously waved his hand and chose to pay. As the number of silver coins in his wallet increased to 404, indicating that the payment was completed, the star source notification disappeared quickly, as if afraid he would change his mind, and the record-breaking reward was also distributed at the same time. The farmland began to shake rapidly. Except for the 1 acre of potatoes in the center, which remained motionless, the boundaries of the other 4 acres began to expand wildly towards the edge, and the entire planting space began to expand outward. Shen Xingyan felt an indescribable sense of comfort as he felt the vibrations beneath his feet. Within just over 10 days of awakening, he already owned 8 acres of farmland, and none of it was purchased with his own money. This is an incredibly impressive feat on the entire planet Earth. As he was remarking on this, the boundaries of farmland and planting space stopped expanding, and the 4 acres of farmland that originally required arable land for planting had been thoughtfully transformed. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan stopped lingering and focused his attention on the experience bar in the attribute panel. Seeing the prompt that it could be upgraded, he clicked on it without hesitation. Chapter 87 Promotion by 6 ranks. As soon as Shen Xingyan pressed the level up icon next to the experience bar, his 5,848 experience points were rapidly consumed. It takes 500 experience points to upgrade a job level from 5 to 6, and 600 experience points to upgrade from 6 to 7, and so on, with the experience points required to upgrade each level increasing by 100. However, when he went from level 9 to level 10, it cost him 1,000 experience points. Shen Xingyan was aware of this exception beforehand. After all, level 10 is a level threshold that requires a significant amount of experience, so he could understand the requirement and was mentally prepared for it. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to level 10. You are rewarded with +1 to all attributes, +2 free attribute points, and a 1% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. Having reached level 10, he saw that his overall attributes had increased by 5 points, and his various physical attributes had also been greatly improved. His free attribute points had also increased by 10 points. Including the 1 point he had left, his total free attribute points had reached 11 points. I only spent a little over 10 days, and I raised my professional level to level 10 so easily. The whole process was just too easy and comfortable. If other professionals of the same level knew about this, I really can't imagine what their reaction would be. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a surge of secret pleasure. Then, feeling himself about to get carried away, he quickly put pressure on himself and repeatedly told himself, "Be steady, don't be reckless." It took him quite a while to calm down after hearing these 6 words. He sighed inwardly. My self-cultivation is still insufficient. I can't handle even the smallest improvement. This won't do. I need to change. Shen Xingyan spurred himself on in his heart, unaware that if others knew about his behavior, it would cause even more intense emotional turmoil. After calming down, Shen Xingyan looked at the 2,248 experience points he had left and had no intention of saving them. He was about to click to level up. Suddenly, Xing Yuan's notification sound rang out again. Congratulations! Your professional level has reached level 10. You have now unlocked the beginner-level primal energy cultivation technique, stillness technique. The quiet technique. After use, practitioners will enter a meditative state. Simultaneously, the technique will operate automatically to enhance the practitioner's potential with a minimum meditation time of 2 hours. With the appearance of this notification, the cultivation function bar also appeared in Shen Xingyan's attribute panel, and it was ready to be used at any time. Sure enough, the function of cultivating primal energy will automatically activate after reaching level 10. I heard that when practicing this stillness skill, one's mental state will also be effectively improved. Those advanced professionals who spend long periods of time in Xingyuan use this technique while sleeping, achieving a win-win situation of cultivating while sleeping. It's quite wonderful. Even though the improvement is relatively slow for them, it's a steady, long-term process. Looking at the cultivation technique, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think with delight. It's a pity that even if they are very beautiful, they probably can't compare to me. With his little skeletons tending the farmland, he didn't need to engage in much professional activity. He could still cultivate while sleeping, and with 10 times the cultivation speed, he'd probably be at a level they couldn't even dream of reaching. After happily finishing his thoughts, Shen Xingyan temporarily suppressed his urge to start cultivating immediately. His priority now was to raise his professional level first. Thinking this, Shen Xingyan immediately pressed the level up button, and the star source notification appeared as expected. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to level 11. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. After consuming 2,000 experience points, he successfully reached level 11, and the reward he received for reaching level 11 was quite eye-opening. The attribute improvement was within his expectations. Although it doubled, the increased experience consumption made it feel like there was an improvement, but it wasn't that great. However, seeing that the cooldown time of his professional skills was also reduced by double, he was pleasantly surprised. At this rate, he would be able to cast spells twice a day when he reached level 20. At that time, the crops would increase by 20% per day. Just thinking about it now is terrifying. Shen Xingyan looked at his upgraded attribute panel with great satisfaction. Name: Sparks Fly Shen Xingyan. Number: 1181204319527. Occupation: Farmer. Professional skill: 1. Consumes a certain amount of primal energy points to increase the growth rate of crops within a specified range by 10%. The larger the range, the more primal energy points are consumed. The interval is 10 hours, and the skill cooldown is 24 hours 11%. Level: 11. Experience points: 248/3000. Strength: 23 points. Agility: 23 points. Physical condition: 24 points. Spirit: Blackjack. Free attribute points: 15 points. Health: 240/240 points. Raw energy: 25/25 points. Stamina: 17/17 points. Physical attack: 26 points. Spell attack: 24 points. Defense: 24 points. Speed: 23 points. Talent: Summon Skeletons summons 2 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 2 to fight 24-hour cooldown. Special skill: Comprehension. Martial arts: Dragon Elephant Fist Mastery Level, Demon Subduing Staff Mastery Level. Money: 0 gold, 404 silver, 246 copper. Looking at the attribute panel, which was now incredibly impressive compared to before, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. If all these attributes were extracted into the real world, he would be able to put up a fight against that patrolman today. Although combat professionals level up and earn money much faster than life professions, the amount of gold needed to transfer so many attribute points to the real world is considerable. Based on the calculation that 1 attribute point is worth 10 gold coins, a professional can normally gain 54 attribute points when leveling up to level 10. To extract all of them into the real world, it would take 540 dazzling gold coins. Even a top-tier professional would need at least 1 or 2 years of experience to accumulate so many gold coins without any backup support. Of course, these are all under normal circumstances. Professionals like Shen Xingyan who have extraordinary encounters are not included in this category. After admiring his newly enhanced attributes, Shen Xingyan turned his attention to the farmland waiting for him to plant seeds, and opened the Star Source Mall to search for level 3 crop seeds. Chapter 88: Growing Strawberries. With Shen Xingyan's successful search, all the level 3 crop seeds in Xingyuan Mall were displayed in front of him. At a glance, there are more types of third-level crops compared to second-level crops. Shen Xingyan examined them one by one and found that they basically covered all the seeds at each growth stage. The wide range of their growth stages made him very satisfied. As he examined these items, he mentally calculated the cost-effectiveness of each crop based on the information he had gathered beforehand. He found that they were mostly similar, which gave him a general understanding. Having reached this conclusion, his goal became very clear. In order to make the best use of his professional skills, his selection principle is to choose the crop with the longest growth cycle. Based on this principle, he made another comparison, and after looking around, his gaze finally settled on the strawberry seeds. Item: strawberry seeds. Value: 5 silver coins. Attributes: maturity period of 50 days, planting area of 600 square meters. Upon seeing the description of this crop, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile happily. According to the description of strawberry seeds, their growth cycle is an astonishing 50 days, which is 30 days longer than that of potatoes. Upon inspection, this growth cycle is the longest among all the third-level seeds. Furthermore, Shen Xingyan also considered that strawberry plants are mostly short and easy to handle, making them very suitable for the little skeleton's daily work. For these reasons, strawberries could be his first choice. After focusing his gaze, Shen Xingyan began to recall records and information about strawberries in the real world. As a third-level crop, strawberries have an extremely long growth cycle, coupled with the inherent limitations of farmers. This causes multiple task stagnations during the planting period, resulting in a final yield of only about 600 kilograms per mu, approximately 0.16 acres. Therefore, strawberries are a crop that many experienced farmers are reluctant to grow. However, Shen Xingyan naturally didn't care about these things. On the contrary, he was quite happy with the situation. Having the skill to accelerate crop growth, he couldn't be happier if the crop growth cycle were as long as possible. According to the information he collected, although strawberries are far less productive than potatoes, their value and experience are incomparable to those of potatoes, a secondary seed. The purchase price of strawberries at Xingyuan Mall has reached 500 copper coins per kilogram. Based on 600 kilograms per mu unit of land area, that's at least 300 silver coins. Not only that, professional farmers can gain 6 professional experience points for every kilogram of strawberries they harvest. That's a whopping 6 points. That means they can harvest nearly 3,000 experience points per acre. As Shen Xingyan considered the price and experience of strawberries, he couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying the improvement of level 3 crops was. This left Shen Xingyan, who was used to growing potatoes and wheat that cost a dozen copper coins per kilogram, with mixed feelings. He sighed. There's no harm in comparison. So the low-level crops I grew before were worthless. While sighing, Shen Xingyan did a quick calculation of the final result and compared it with the potatoes he had just harvested. He discovered that even if the final harvest of strawberries was only average, the various benefits generated from growing strawberries far exceeded those from his record-breaking potatoes. However, this is only the general case. After all, how could he only harvest a normal yield of strawberries? With the little skeletons taking care of him around the clock, his final output will definitely exceed the general public's understanding, reaching a level that is hard for him to imagine. After considering it for a while, Shen Xingyan finally decided on the strawberry seeds to use for his wool-gathering plan, and then began to look for level 3 crops to use as a transition. After screening the 3 types of crops by time, he finally selected 6 crops. These include tomatoes with a growth period of 1 day, cucumbers with a growth period of 2 days, cauliflower with a growth period of 3 days, pumpkins with a growth period of 6 days, peppers with a growth period of 10 days, and watermelons with a growth period of up to 35 days. By planting 1 acre of each of these 6 crops, it is possible to harvest 1 acre of crops every day, maximizing the benefits of the farmland and freeing up space for strawberry cultivation. Of these crops, Shen Xingyan estimates that only chili peppers and watermelons have the potential to break Xingyuan's production record. For crops with short growing seasons like tomatoes, cucumbers, cauliflower, and pumpkins, the possibility of making a breakthrough is relatively low. After all, there are many talented people in this world, and there are many people with good talents and skills. He doesn't have too many extravagant hopes. After selecting the crops, Shen Xingyan did not hesitate and bought enough seeds for 1 acre of land for each type of seed. Even with the 30% discount, it still cost him nearly 4 silver coins. He then bought strawberry seeds for 8 acres in one go, spending 28 silver coins after the discount. All in all, the 30% discount on his seed purchase saved him nearly 10 silver coins. It is foreseeable that as the professional level gradually increases in the future, the economic benefits brought by this 30% discount privilege will become greater and greater. Wang Kai, come here for a moment. Let me tell you how to plant these crops. After Shen Xingyan finished speaking, he took his little follower Wang Kai and began to stroll around the 7 acres of farmland. As they strolled around, they planned out the overall distribution pattern. Finally, it was determined that the central acre of potatoes would be the center, and the area would be divided into 7-acre sections extending in all directions. He then pointed out what needed to be planted on each acre of land to Wang Kai, giving instructions in the form of commands because he was worried that Wang Kai wouldn't remember so many categories. After visiting all the farmland, Shen Xingyan sorted the seeds and placed them at the designated seed collection point, letting Wang Kai arrange them as it pleased, while he took the lead and focused on planting strawberry seeds. While planting, he also kept an eye on how Wang Kai was being distributed. Wang Kai simply shook its little skull head, and all the little skulls obediently stepped forward one by one to receive the seeds, and then went to their respective areas to start planting. Looking at this orderly scene, Shen Xingyan was extremely satisfied and praised repeatedly. Wang Kai is really my lucky star. After a leisurely period of sowing, thanks to the combined efforts of Shen Xingyan and his skeleton team, the sowing of 7 acres of farmland was completed in just over half an hour. Such efficiency would be nothing short of a fantasy to other professionals. Chapter 89: Sleeping for Cultivation. Shen Xingyan stood beside the well and looked around. Seeing that the vast farmland had been planted, a sense of peace gradually welled up in his heart. He knew that it was the real feeling that hard work would be rewarded. The farming profession is different from combat professions, which are like opening a blind box to win a big prize by killing monsters, and it is also different from life professions that emphasize the probability of success. This profession is full of mundane meaning. He went from initial resistance to gradual acceptance, and now he even finds it somewhat enjoyable. It wasn't just because of his innate skill advantage, but also because farming, a quiet and steady endeavor, was different from the constant sense of turmoil in the real world, which gave him immense peace of mind. Shen Xingyan bought fertilizer again from Xingyuan Mall and placed it on the wooden board he had purchased before. Given that the crops planted this time were level 3 crops, Shen Xingyan was worried that the judgment results of the star origin world might change as a result, so he bought more to keep as a backup, in case there was a situation where there were more spellcasting tasks, but not enough fertilizer. Through observation, Shen Xingyan discovered that the frequency of star source maintenance prompts generated by level 3 crops was significantly faster than the frequency of those appearing on the acre of potatoes beneath his feet. What used to be an acre of farmland that 1 or 2 skeletons could easily handle now requires 2 or 3 skeletons to work together. Fortunately, the skeletons, whose attributes have been upgraded, are still able to handle it relatively easily, and their labor is being fully utilized. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan felt a little relieved. It was already past midnight, and remembering the cultivation function he had just activated, he couldn't wait any longer. After entrusting everything to Wang Kai and the others, he quickly walked to one side of the farmland, settled into a sleeping position, and began to eagerly experience it. After opening the attribute panel and finding the cultivation function, Shen Xingyan silently recited the quiet word technique to activate it, and the cultivation time option also appeared in front of him. Shen Xingyan was also aware of this situation. He knew that once the cultivation time was selected, it could not be interrupted in the middle, and the body could not engage in much exercise. It could only return to normal when the time was up. After selecting the time, his first training session officially began. As the cultivation began, Shen Xingyan instinctively felt his body relax. This feeling made him not want to move and just want to lie there quietly. However, just as he was about to quietly experience this state of cultivation, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared around him, causing his eyes, which were about to close, to open slightly. In his eyes, he only felt that some transparent particles suddenly appeared in the surrounding environment and began to quickly gather towards him before rapidly merging into his body. At this moment, he was like the center of a vortex, constantly attracting these tiny particles that appeared out of nowhere to approach him. Faced with this phenomenon, which had never been described in any documents, Shen Xingyan was initially taken aback. Then, as if he had just realized something, he looked enlightened and couldn't help but sigh softly. It seems that the phenomenon before my eyes is caused by the tenfold cultivation speed mentioned in the reward. The tenfold difference has made the original energy factor, which was originally only vaguely present, so directly displayed in front of me. No wonder I didn't hear it mentioned in the information. After all, such a cultivation speed is not common. As Shen Xingyan watched the numerous adorable little particles in front of him, they smoothly merged with him, gradually strengthening his primal energy. This scene instantly filled him with a sense of wonder, and a genuine smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, he felt the wonderful rhythm brought about by the flow of the quiet word skill in his body, as well as the rapid recovery of his mental energy. The combination of these factors made him feel relaxed. In this state, his eyes closed unconsciously, and he peacefully drifted off to sleep. As Shen Xingyan fell asleep, The essence of the quiet word exercise seemed to begin to manifest, and the surrounding transparent particles began to merge into Shen Xingyan's body at an even faster speed. Unbeknownst to Shen Xingyan, after he fell asleep, faint green particles began to float above his 8 acres of farmland, gradually merging into his body under the guidance of the quiet word technique. And it began to slowly affect his consciousness. As a result, in the real world connected to his consciousness, his body also seemed to receive some kind of nourishment and began to undergo a subtle change. Shen Xingyan maintained this state of cultivation for 6 hours. When he woke up from his meditative state, all the strange phenomena he had observed had completely disappeared. At this moment, he felt a wave of comfort washing over him, and he felt that 6 hours of cultivation was more effective than 8 hours of sleep. Shen Xingyan gently moved his body, and after stretching a big yawn, he became much more energetic, as if he had been reborn. He opened the attribute panel and saw that his original energy had not increased. He was not disappointed. After all, even with 10 times the training speed, he had only trained for a total of 60 hours, which was still less than half the time needed to increase his original energy by 0.1. Moreover, he was already very happy with this state of mind from his first cultivation session. After standing up, Shen Xingyan went to the farmland to check on the crops. After more than 6 hours of natural growth, the crops with shorter maturation periods had already developed distinct plant shapes. Especially for crops like tomatoes that can ripen in a day, their growth is basically complete, and they are beginning to flower, ready to bear fruit. He then took a closer look at the growth of the strawberry plantation, only to find that the farmland was just an empty plot of land, with no sign of the strawberry plants growing. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan was not in a hurry. He knew that the effect would be very significant after he used his professional skills tonight. After observing the condition of all the crops and the work of the little skeletons, Shen Xingyan, finding everything to be normal, prepared to return to the real world. Just then, a series of world announcements rang in his ears. The professional farmer, what's wrong with farmers, has broken the previous record of 108 kilograms per mu for lettuce yield, successfully achieving 115 kilograms. He is hereby awarded a pair of outstanding cloth shoes. This is hereby announced throughout the district. Upon hearing this prompt, Shen Xingyan subconsciously looked at his bare feet, a somewhat intriguing expression appearing on his face. Chapter 90 Swift Steps. The other party broke the record for lettuce with a growth cycle of 2 days, so why did Star Origin World only reward them with a pair of shoes? Although I found from my research that crops with shorter growth cycles get lower rewards for breaking records, it doesn't have to be that low. It's completely incomparable to my own. Even if the reward is a pair of shoes of superior quality, it's only worth half a gold coin or a gold coin at most. Relatively speaking, the reward is too low. This is the first time I've ever witnessed another farmer break a production record. It's truly heartbreaking to see such a difference. Sorry, brother. While Shen Xingyan was puzzled, he couldn't help but sigh, and his suspicions became even more certain. If you then break the record under these conditions, the reward should be quite substantial, just like before. Otherwise, the final outcome will be the same as that of the "what's wrong with the farmer brother." After figuring this out, Shen Xingyan shook his head slightly, wished his brother good luck in his heart, and then left the planting space and returned to the real world. The appearance of this announcement in the Star Origin world has also sparked considerable discussion throughout the world. That's more like it. A farmer breaking a record should just get some equipment, not such a generous reward like before. Giving farmland and talent stones is practically cheating. That's right. The previous wheat reward was probably due to a bug. Now that Star Origin World has fixed the bug, the reward has returned to normal. What a pity. Why didn't we discover this loophole earlier? If we had known, we would have let my cousin try it out. Once he sold that talent stone, he would have never had to worry about food or drink. Looking at the reward now, I think I'll pass. The input and output are completely disproportionate. Upon hearing this announcement, the various professionals in the Star Origin world began to discuss it amongst themselves. The previous suspicions, envy, and jealousy had diminished considerably with the appearance of this announcement. Seeing this result, the advanced farmers put aside their previous frustration and began to cultivate the crops of their current level in a methodical manner. Only a few top-tier farming professionals, after understanding the specifics of the situation, are still tentatively planting crops with longer growth cycles, hoping for different results. The once dominant profession of farming seems to be returning to where it should be. The protagonist of this announcement, "What's wrong with the farmers?" had a bitter and resentful expression on his face. Looking at the pair of level 1 shoes in his hand, he felt like a million alpacas were stampeding through his mind. How am I supposed to explain this to my family? With his talent that increases production by 10%, and the fact that my family spent a lot of money to allow him to stay in the space for 2 days. During this period, we used all the methods to replenish our mental energy and improve production, and finally we barely broke through this production record. But all you gave me in the Star Origin world was a pair of shoes? That's worth less than a spiritual energy tonic. How am I supposed to explain this to my family? If someone of a higher rank did this, they would probably only get a "keep up the good work and achieve even greater success" response. Back in the real world, Shen Xingyan was unaware of what had happened behind the announcement. After dropping his sister off at school, he returned home and picked up the last of his life-saving martial arts manuals, the Swift Wind Step. Shen Xingyan glanced through the contents briefly, allowing his mind to familiarize himself with them. Seeing that the cooldown time for the skill had ended, he didn't linger any longer, activated it directly, and began practicing the Swift Wind Step. As the practice of the Swift Wind Steps continued, Shen Xingyan's entire courtyard gradually filled with his figure, and the frequency of his footsteps became increasingly rapid. However, the practice of the Swift Wind Step is different from that of the demon's subduing staff. At this moment, the noise Shen Xingyan made while practicing would be hard to recognize if one did not see it with their own eyes. As his footwork became increasingly light and agile, the sound of his footsteps on the ground began to become increasingly faint. Furthermore, as time went by, the sophistication of his footwork became increasingly similar to the movements of the transparent little figure in his mind. With this visible progress, Shen Xingyan was also immersed in this state of being in harmony with the wind, slowly experiencing the feeling of riding the wind. Before I knew it, more than half an hour had passed in this immersive state. As Shen Xingyan suddenly accelerated his pace, he almost crashed into the wall because he couldn't react in time. Only then did he come to his senses, gently calming his slightly panting breath. Looking at the small courtyard in front of him covered with his footprints, he savored the feeling of walking with the wind, and couldn't help but marvel. He took out the Star Source card, opened the attribute panel, and saw that the Swift Wind Step martial skill had already appeared on the panel. Swift Step Beginner. After activating this martial skill, it consumes the corresponding amount of stamina, granting a temporary increase of agility +1 and speed +2. Current progress, 1%. No wonder I almost crashed into the wall just now. It turns out that the Gale Step provides a 3-point speed boost, which is quite significant for me right now. Looking at the already mastered Swift Wind Step, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but recall the feeling from just now. He then put away the Star Source card and seized the remaining time for comprehension to continue practicing. As Shen Xingyan mastered the Swift Step technique, his movement speed became increasingly faster, making the courtyard appear increasingly cramped. However, this did not affect Shen Xingyan, who was in a state of enlightenment, and it also made his movement techniques become more and more exquisite and unpredictable without him realizing it. He seemed about to crash into a wall at any moment, but his movements were so precise that he could avoid such events while maintaining speed, giving the impression of performing a grand ceremony in a snail shell. Through this training, his agility and speed were greatly improved, making Shen Xingyan look like a master who had studied the Swift Step for many years. Chapter 91 Plans to Change Houses. After an hour of comprehension, Shen Xingyan's comprehension returned to its initial 8 points. After checking that his progress in Swift Wind Step had reached 36%, he did not go to train his physique as usual, but continued to practice Swift Wind Step without stopping. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of moving with the wind while practicing the Swift Wind Step, and he also wanted to see how much progress he could make by practicing the martial arts until noon, given his original comprehension. The practice of Swift Step continued until noon, when Shen Xingyan finally stopped, and after checking his attribute panel, he couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw that his several hours of swift step practice had only yielded a pitiful 0.2% progress. It's true that it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. This progress is too discouraging. It can't compare to when I was using the enlightenment skill at all. This shows how terrifying the enlightenment skill really is. After sighing, Shen Xingyan tidied up the small courtyard covered with footprints, ate some food in the kitchen, and then went to the training hall to start training. As he approached the school, the number of people on the road gradually increased. Shen Xingyan deliberately slowed down and listened carefully to their discussions. He found that the topic of talent stones had decreased, and the discussions were mostly about the current state of various professions and external disasters. Seeing this, he felt more at ease. While training at the gym yesterday, the words talent stone would appear around him from time to time, which made him feel secretly pleased, but also a little worried. Although he knew that no one was aware that he was the beneficiary of this matter, there are many talented people in the world, and perhaps one of them would find him from a novel perspective, so he dared not be too confident about it. Now that he understands the topic has lost its popularity, it provides him with an invisible layer of protection. Upon arriving at the training center, Shen Xingyan greeted the receptionist and went straight to the strength training area. He adjusted the equipment to the maximum level he could handle, warmed up his arms and legs a little, and then began to exercise. However, as he trained, Shen Xingyan felt that his training condition was particularly good today. Although it was the same level of training, his condition was better than before. Could it be because I slept too well yesterday and have plenty of energy? Or has my body been getting more nutritious lately, leading to a qualitative change and making me more energetic? Shen Xingyan was also speculating about his current situation. Although he never quite figured out the reason behind it, he was still genuinely happy about the change. Shen Xingyan was in this state throughout the afternoon's training, which added a touch of comfort to the usually tedious training. After the exercise, Shen Xingyan was in much better condition, both mentally and physically, than usual. After picking up his sister from the training hall and taking her home, the two siblings ate together, and Shen Xingyan also discussed with his sister their plan to move to a rented house near the school. Yesterday's tall, thin patrolman's words, after all, concerned personal safety, so it's better to be safe than sorry. If he's given a year or two to grow, he won't need to worry about these things at all. I wouldn't say he can sweep everything away, but he can still protect himself and his family. Furthermore, he can pay to cancel any future world announcements about sudden records, just like he did last night. This reduces the attention given to the farmer profession and indirectly ensures his own safety. In addition, his usual words and actions could make him appear as if he was going to grit his teeth and spend a lot of money. Although outsiders might think that the expense of renting a house was too large, considering that the most important principle is to stay alive, it would not arouse much unnecessary suspicion. After hearing her brother say that, Shen Xingyan frowned slightly on her delicate face, subconsciously looked around the house, and her eyes revealed a sense of reluctance. After all, this was the place where she and her brother had lived for more than 10 years, and she was instinctively reluctant to leave it like this. However, she also realized that her brother must have had a special reason for saying that, and considering that her brother had to travel back and forth between school and home every time he was worried about her, she very sensibly agreed. And she couldn't stop asking, "Do we have enough money? I heard from my classmates that houses in that area aren't cheap. That's putting too much pressure on you." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but recall that a few days ago, Sister Weiwei had approached her and hinted that she wanted to give her money. At the time, she had declined because she thought her brother was already earning money. However, now that she was moving to a place near the school to rent a house, the expenses would be quite high, so much so that she wanted to voice her thoughts. Then Wang Hao smiled and patted her head gently, saying, "Don't worry about it. Your brother is a professional now. He can manage to get this kind of money. Have you forgotten about that giant rat from before?" Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan felt reassured, and a bright smile returned to her face. Although she didn't know exactly how much her brother's attributes had increased after killing that rabbit, since he had said it so confidently, she simply believed him unconditionally. After the brother and sister finalized the matter, Shen Xingyan began to plan ahead. thinking that he would take care of it when he took his sister to school the next morning. After all, for him, money will only become more and more like a number in the future. After finishing their meal, the brother and sister chatted for a while before returning to their respective rooms. Shen Xingyan continued to exercise to digest the ample nutrition from her dinner. Shen Xingyan went to the star origin world and summoned his daily dose of little skeleton. After tossing the newly arrived skeleton to Wonkai, he looked at the 20 skeletons working in the fields and smiled with some satisfaction. The stronger the skeleton team, the more composed he became in responding to the star source prompts after casting his professional skills. Shen Xingyan, then, although this thing is of low value, it looks good. The taste is also good. I heard that this thing was quite popular before the primal energy eruption. Shen Xingyan thought to himself, then stopped paying attention and returned to the real world to train, while waiting for his professional skills to cool down. Chapter 92 Full Plus Original Energy. Shen Xingyan was doing his usual nightly physical training, but unlike before, this time he felt a surge of energy within him. Moreover, this feeling had accompanied him all day. Although he felt it was very beneficial to him, this unexpected boost from the training left him increasingly confused. I thought to myself, I ate the same food as before today, and I didn't use any enhancement items like physique potions, so why am I feeling this way? This is really strange. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't find the right answer that he felt was correct. Just as he was about to shake his head and give up, he suddenly felt a familiar strange change in his body. This change caused Shen Xingyan to abruptly stop his exercise. Somewhat surprised and uncertain, he took out his star source card and began to check his attributes in the real world. Physical condition, 14 points. Health, 140/140 points. Stamina, November 14th. Defense, 14 points. No way, how could my constitution attribute have increased by another point so quickly? It hasn't been that long. This increase is too sudden and unexpected. It was completely unexpected. Shen Xingyan looked at his physical attributes in reality, which had increased from 13 points to 14 points, and other related attributes had also been improved simultaneously. This surprised him, but he couldn't help but frown. His mind began to recall the training knowledge he had been taught at school, which was completely different from the situation before him. This puzzled him, and he shook his head. Then he couldn't help but think of his two advanced martial arts skills, the dragon elephant fit. After much thought, this is the only possibility. After all, it's not something an ordinary person can achieve overnight by cultivating martial arts to such a high level. Furthermore, it is well known that martial arts have a certain beneficial effect on the body. Unable to understand the reason, he could only attribute it to the fact that his physical potential had not been fully developed and that the improvement in his martial arts skills had caused this abnormal situation. I guess the reason I've been so energetic all day is because my physique is about to break through. Shen Xingyan thought to himself. After all, this was the only special event today, so he could only make the connection. After figuring out all the oddities of the day, Shen Xingyan smiled happily. Improving one's physique through exercise is definitely something to be happy about. It represents a much greater significance than the attribute values extracted from the star origin world by spending money. Feeling greatly encouraged by his improved attributes, he put even more effort into his physical training, and the duration of some of his exercises even surpassed his previous records. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have liked to yell a few times to vent his frustration while exercising. Under such intense training, time flew by, and it was time for the professional skills to cool down. The alarm clock snapped Shen Xingyan out of his daze. After resuming his exercise, he breathed heavily, trying to calm his wildly beating heart. He took out his star source card to check his physical strength and found that after the training just now, he still had 9 points of physical strength left, enough for him to last until tomorrow morning. My stamina is really good today. Not bad, not bad. It must be because my attributes just got boosted. Shen Xingyan nodded slightly. With that in mind, he didn't go to the kitchen to find something to eat. After tidying up a bit, he connected to the star source card and entered the star source world. When Shen Xingyan landed in the planting space with a dashing pose, he noticed that all the little skeletons were looking at him. He smiled with satisfaction and forgave his somewhat childish thoughts. He then waved his hand, letting Wang Kai and the others continue working. He then went to the tomato field, checked it, and calculated the time, finding that it would still be a while before it was fully ripe. He didn't wait any longer and took out his beginner's cane from his backpack and held it in his hand. With a gentle shake of his cane, Shen Xingyan selected the entire farmland as his target and immediately activated his professional skill, which had already completed its cooldown. However, as he activated his professional skill, he didn't experience the usual surge of primal energy. Instead, he received an error message from the star source. Ding! Your energy is insufficient. The spellcasting of your class skill has been aborted. Please try again later. Upon hearing this notification, Shen Xingyan was initially taken aback, then seemed to realize something. He slapped his forehead, somewhat amused and exasperated, and muttered to himself with a slightly self-deprecating tone. Look at my brain. I already have 8 acres of farmland, and I'm still thinking that I can use 25 points of primal energy to perform a profession. But I was too happy after winning 6 levels in a row before, and I forgot to allocate free attribute points. Feeling somewhat speechless, Shen Xingyan quickly tried to make amends by opening the attribute panel and focusing his attention on the 15 free attribute points and his 25 original energy attribute points. Based on previous experience, it takes 5 points of original energy per acre of farmland to successfully use a profession skill, so 40 points would be needed for 8 acres of farmland. Shen Xingyan discovered that by allocating all the free attribute points to the primal energy, this requirement could be met. Looking at those 15 golden free attribute points, he felt a little reluctant. After all, he now has a cultivation technique for primal energy, and with the 10x speed boost, his primal energy accumulation speed will be extremely fast. In this situation, allocating all free attribute points to primal energy was a dilemma for him. However, his emotions only lasted for a few seconds before he quickly made a decision to add all his free attribute points to primal energy. At this stage, we can put other attributes aside for now. Improving our professional level and making more money is the priority. Besides, I also have the enlightenment skill in the real world. The more primal energy I have, the faster I can cultivate martial arts. These attribute points are not a waste at all. Seeing the original energy attribute bar gradually change to 40 points, Shen Xingyan comforted himself. Seeing that his professional skill was usable again, Shen Xingyan did not hesitate and activated it immediately. As he expected, there were no error messages, indicating that although the crops being planted are of level 3, each acre of farmland still requires 5 points of energy. When all his primal energy gathered in his staff, a notification appeared in his ear that the skill had been successfully cast. Chapter 93 Work Arrangement. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. As the star source notification appeared, Shen Xingyan felt the original energy on his cane successfully detach and spread towards covering all the farmland, which made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it was his first time using his professional skills on level 3 crops, and he was afraid that something might go wrong. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly so far. Looking at the small, stick-like cane in his hand, he couldn't help but think, should I get a new cane? After all, my professional skills are already at level 11. If I'm still using a beginner's cane, people will laugh at me. Thinking of this, he shook his head with a slight chuckle, but he quickly dismissed the idea after a brief moment of interest. After all, even the strongest staff only increases spell attack power, and it only works on skills that deal spell damage. His staff, being merely a casting medium, offers no benefit whatsoever to his class skills, so replacing it would simply be a waste of money. Furthermore, although his beginner's staff is low level and looks ugly, it has no durability limit, which makes it quite cost-effective for him. Putting that thought aside, Shen Xingyan turned his gaze to the farmland in front of him that was beginning to react. As the effects of his professional skills began to take hold, all the crops in the fields before him seemed to be stimulated and began to shake violently, with their branches, leaves, and fruits stretching out rapidly. Like vibrant little lives, they began to radiate the rhythm of life at this moment. Shen Xingyan could see all the changes in each crop at a glance. The tomatoes on that acre of tomatoes, thanks to the professional skills employed, give the impression that they are about to ripen and can be harvested. For crops like cucumbers and cauliflower, which have a growth cycle of only 2 or 3 days, the external changes are not very obvious. After all, their growth cycle is relatively short, and the effect of a plus 10% growth rate cannot be fully reflected in them. However, the 3 mid-season crops pumpkin, chili pepper, and potato grew particularly vigorously, showing the most significant changes among all crops. Its branches, leaves, and roots became increasingly dense and robust, presenting a vibrant and delightful scene. However, with a growth rate of plus 10%, strawberries and watermelons, 2 crops with long growth cycles, only began to show their shallow branches before ceasing to grow. This surprised Shen Xingyan, but it also seemed to make sense. Observing the changes in the entire farmland, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but marvel. After all, the 8 acres of farmland were undergoing changes of varying degrees at the same time, and the spectacular scene far surpassed that of the past. While marveling at the situation, Shen Xingyan and Wang Kai also prepared for battle, bracing themselves for the frantic maintenance notifications from Xingyuan. After all, it was his first time experiencing the acceleration of level 3 crops, and he was still somewhat uncertain. But seeing Wang Kai and the others, who had been on high alert ever since he picked up the beginner's cane, Shen Xingyan felt a little more at ease. Shen Xingyan called Wang Kai to his side to facilitate the issuance of instructions. Based on past experience, Wang Kai was much more efficient at understanding and conveying instructions than he, as its owner, could do so directly. Then the man and the skeleton stood quietly to the side, watching the entire farmland, giving the impression of overseeing the overall situation and commanding a battle. Before long, as the effects of the professional skills were fully activated in the farmland, Xingyuan's maintenance notifications seemed to finally lose patience, as if seeking revenge for the previous humiliation, and began to appear frantically in the sky above the farmland. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan did not hesitate at all, and began to allocate the little skeletons according to the speed and frequency of the prompts. He and Wang Kai also joined the ranks of those maintaining the notification at this time. At this point, Shen Xingyan, who was already level 11, was far more efficient at working than the little skeleton could ever be. To put it bluntly, Shen Xingyan's current work efficiency is equivalent to the combined efforts of 6 little skeletons. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't match the little skeletons who had no stamina limitations in terms of endurance, he alone could have done the work of 10 little skeletons. However, even under such circumstances, their workforce still struggled to cope with the incessant maintenance notifications. The others are manageable. Although they are level 3 crops, their short cycle means the professional skill effects are not that significant, and the star source's prompts are still within a controllable range. However, the unexpected situation that Shen Xingyan had worried about actually happened. The maintenance prompts for strawberries and watermelons, 2 long cycle crops, came so suddenly that they really startled him. Not long after they started working, a double warning appeared in the sky above the 2 acres of farmland. The last time this happened was when the first fertilization and maintenance task came up. This startled Shen Xingyan, who immediately rushed Wang Kai to provide support while simultaneously considering countermeasures. He originally planned to put the tomato field aside for the time being, since the tomatoes were almost ripe and he only needed to keep an eye on them. Place 2 small skeletons in the cucumber field and distribute all the other small skeletons equally among the remaining 7 acres of farmland, so that each of the other farmlands has about 3 skeletons. However, while the plan seemed reasonable, he overlooked the huge differences in the growth cycles of various crops, and how the difference in growth time became enormous after being accelerated by professional skills. This has led to the current phenomenon where crops with short growth cycles show signs of growth slowly, while crops with long growth cycles grow at an astonishingly fast rate. Wang Kai assigned 6 skeletons to maintain the strawberry patch, 5 skeletons to maintain the watermelon patch, 3 to the chili pepper patch, 2 each to the potato and pumpkin patch, and 1 each to the cauliflower and cucumber patch. If any area shows a double warning, have the corresponding skeletons go all out. Because the previous plan had some oversights, Shen Xingyan quickly changed the plan and instructed the little skeletons to use their berserk skills when necessary. After quickly explaining the plan, he had Wang Kai relay the instructions. Wang Kai never let Shen Xingyan down at crucial moments. Although Shen Xingyan's instructions were slightly more complicated than before, Wang Kai still carried them out perfectly. Shen Xingyan watched as Wang Kai merely glanced at them, and all the little skeletons began to move in an orderly fashion. Chapter 94: Harvesting Tomatoes. Wang Kai's efficiency is really high. I don't know how the skeletons communicate with each other. They can do it so quickly and accurately. Shen Xingyan watched as the other little skeletons, under Wang Kai's remote control, indeed began to work as he had just instructed, and he couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, the little skeletons tending the 2 acres of watermelon and strawberry fields activated their berserk skills in accordance with the all-out command. After a 2 health depletion indicator flashed above their heads, their work efficiency doubled. Before long, thanks to their superior numbers and doubled attributes, they managed to forcefully merge the 2 notifications above the 2 acres of farmland into one. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan, who was working while overseeing the overall situation, finally felt a little relieved. At this moment, he was like a firefighter, rushing tirelessly between various farmlands. Wherever a double alert was about to occur, he would rush there and quickly provide a maintenance alert with a full-force attack. And so, the maintenance of the entire farmland is being carried out in such an extremely busy manner. Xingyuan's prompts were like whack-a-mole in a game of whack-a-mole. As soon as one was knocked down, another would immediately appear, giving Shen Xingyan and Wang Kai no time to rest. However, although Shen Xingyan and Wang Kai looked somewhat disheveled while working, the overall situation was developing in a better direction, which Shen Xingyan, as a firefighter, felt particularly strongly. During this time, the little skeletons in the strawberry and watermelon fields experienced a double notification as their berserk state ended. Shen Xingyan, who had already devised a plan, instructed Wang Kai to arrange for the skeletons that had not gone berserk to take over, so as to ensure the completion of the maintenance task while maximizing the work capacity of each skeleton. Under this work mode where Shen Xingyan directs Wang Kai to issue instructions, the entire farmland gradually presents a busy scene of chaos within order. As Shen Xingyan observed the scene before him, he felt somewhat fortunate while working. If the reward he received when he broke the record wasn't a talent stone, then given the little skeleton's physical attributes of one, it would indeed be unlikely that they could cope with the current situation, and the final result would definitely be unsatisfactory. Talent stones are truly amazing. No wonder they caused such a huge stir in the outside world. Shen Xingyan exclaimed softly. As time went on, the frequency of Xingyuan's prompts decreased, as if it had enjoyed Shen Xingyan and the other's disheveled state, and then left satisfied. Eventually the prompts gradually subsided. Only then did firefighter Shen Xingyan have some free time, and the worry he had been feeling earlier finally subsided. Thank goodness, the little skeletons that took turns going berserk held up the pressure. Otherwise I probably would have really suffered my first mission stall penalty since awakening my class. As Shen Xingyan pondered this, he turned his gaze to the acre of ripe tomatoes. Looking around, I saw that Wang Kai and the others were still diligently dealing with the star source prompts. Therefore, he did not ask the little skeletons to help with the harvest, but instead began to pick the fruit himself. After all, the amount of work required to harvest 1 acre of tomatoes wouldn't take him long, given his current professional level of 11. Shen Xingyan didn't waste any time and immediately started working, putting the entire tomato plant he had pulled up into his backpack. He planned to use the backpack separation function to separate the plant from the fruit, which would be much more efficient. Watching the plants disappear one by one from his hands, the feeling of accomplishment brought a joy to his face. This subconscious emotion made him feel very grounded. In this mood, he quickly harvested the entire acre of tomatoes, and at that moment, Xingyuan's notification appeared in his ear. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of tomatoes and harvested 300 kilograms. You have gained 60 points of farmer professional experience. Looking at the hint from the star source, Shen Xingyan felt a little disappointed. Although he had already anticipated this, he couldn't help but shake his head after confirming the gains. Shen Xingyan opened his backpack and separated the tomato plant from the fruit, then examined the tomato and its attributes. Item: tomato. Value: 20 copper. Quantity: 300. Attribute. A food/ingredient with a good taste that has a slight restorative effect on physical strength. Item: tomato stems and leaves. Value: 2 copper. Quantity: 120. Attribute: a raw material for a medicine. Seeing the tomato's attribute description, Shen Xingyan sighed slightly. This was the first time he had grown an agricultural product without a grade. It reminded him of the first time he harvested wheat, when he obtained high-quality wheat under the same circumstances. After comparing them, he couldn't help but think. It seems that even with round-the-clock care and without incurring task stagnation penalties, the chances of obtaining high-quality agricultural products from crops with short growth cycles are not very high. Unless you use some special methods, such as your own professional skill bonuses. However, few people would use this method on low-value crops, since it is not cost-effective. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's initial disappointment suddenly vanished, and he muttered to himself with a hint of excitement. Conversely, the longer the growth cycle of the crops I grow in the future, the higher the quality of the final agricultural products will be, assuming there is no task stagnation penalty. Isn't that exactly what I want? Shen Xingyan, who had turned a bad situation into a good one, began to rejoice. He happily kept 10 kilograms of tomatoes for himself to try, and sold the rest to Xingyuan Mall. As a result, his wallet reached a level of 410 silver and 245 copper. He then looked at the farmland beneath his feet, which indicated that it needed to be tilled before planting. At this moment, he was so excited that he didn't call out to Wang Kai and the others, but went up to plant on his own. After all, it's just a small acre of land, and with his current physical attributes, cultivating it is a piece of cake. Sure enough, the land became ready for planting after about 10 minutes. Shen Xingyan called Wang Kai over, and the two of them, a skeleton, worked together to plant the strawberry seeds. Since arriving at the planting space, Shen Xingyan has barely rested, and due to his innate limitations, he has exhausted most of his physical strength. Seeing that the little skeletons were now sufficient to handle all the farmland maintenance prompts, he ate something and then activated his cultivation energy function, while also lying down and falling asleep. The tenfold increase in cultivation speed caused the transparent particles to swarm towards Shen Xingyan once again, along with several pale green particles, which happily merged into Shen Xingyan's consciousness. Chapter 95: Renting a House. In the star origin world, within the planting space, Shen Xingyan awoke from his meditative state, feeling a refreshing sensation throughout his body. This caused him to spring to his feet with a jolt, and he appeared full of energy. After checking his own attribute panel, a knowing smile appeared on his face. He noticed that some additional information had appeared after the original energy section of his attribute panel. Original energy, 40 points. Original energy factor plus 0.1. Each point increases the maximum original energy by 1 point. The tenfold increase in primal energy cultivation speed not only replenished the primal energy he had depleted from using his professional skills, but also increased his primal energy cap by 0.1. However, Shen Xingyan had anticipated this. After all, including his sleep and cultivation time yesterday, he had accumulated 12 hours of cultivation, which was equivalent to 120 hours for other professionals. It was normal for him to obtain 0.1 primal energy factor. He also had some understanding of the introduction to the primal energy hint. As we all know, the minimum increase in attribute value is 1 point. An increase of 0.1 will not be directly reflected in the attribute. Only after meeting the basic requirement of 1 point can the attribute be displayed in the attribute bar and produce a significant improvement effect. After turning off the attribute panel, Shen Xingyan went to the farmland to take a look and found that all the crops were being well taken care of thanks to Wang Kai and the others' tireless work. The slowly appearing star source notification at this moment showed that he nodded in satisfaction. After chatting with Wang Kai for a while and buying a few bottles of constitution-enhancing potions for his sister, he returned to the real world with a thought, and his figure instantly disappeared from the planting space. The old dogs, including Wang Kai, were already used to their owner's sudden disappearance and didn't react much, continuing their work as usual. Only a few small skeletons who had just arrived had not yet adapted to their master's supernatural powers and began to instinctively look around and search. But it was Wang Kai, the overseer, who noticed. With a gentle glance, the little skeletons obediently lowered their heads and continued working. Back in the real world, Shen Xingyan administered the constitution-enhancing medicine to his younger sister in a different way and then sent her to school. Instead of rushing back to practice martial arts, he went to the market next to the school and entered the shop with the word real estate on it. As soon as he entered, he found that there was only one young staff member inside, who was lying there listlessly, seemingly pretending to be asleep. Shen Xingyan stepped forward and gently tapped the table. Amidst the impatient looks from the staff who had been woken up, he revealed his purpose. Upon hearing that business had arrived, the staff member instinctively perked up, but after scrutinizing Shen Xingyan's attire, he reverted to his previous lazy demeanor, yawning and saying somewhat impatiently, "There are all the rental listings on the shelf on the left. Once you've chosen one, we'll have someone take you to see it. If you think it's suitable, you can sign the contract and pay the money. That's the process. You can go and see for yourself first." After saying this, the staff member lay back down, showing no intention of introducing anything to Shen Xingyan. After all, he had seen many people like Shen Xingyan. They clearly couldn't afford expensive houses, and renting a house was a huge expense for them. They were usually very indecisive and wouldn't make a decision easily. In addition, his commission for cheap houses wouldn't be too high. If it weren't for his job, he probably wouldn't even bother saying these things. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan naturally understood the attitude in the other party's words and couldn't help but frown. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this might also be a form of camouflage, and he quickly regained his composure, no longer bothering to argue with the other party. After carefully examining all the available properties, he chose one that was close to the inner ring road and not too far from the school, based on his realistic financial limit. Upon seeing this, the staff member immediately showed an expression of, "I knew it," and without saying anything more, took out his Star Source card and used the call function to call someone over. "Brother, look how much my brother always thinks of you. When business comes in, he doesn't even take the money for himself. He just gives it to you," the young staff member said to a middle-aged man who was running over, with an expression that said, "I've made a huge sacrifice." The middle-aged man exchanged a few polite words with the other party before taking Shen Xingyan to inspect the selected house in person. The middle-aged man who led him to see the house was much nicer. Although he knew he might have made a wasted trip, he didn't complain much. After the two arrived at the location, the middle-aged man gave a standard introduction to the house's advantages and disadvantages, without any concealment or exaggeration, simply stating the facts. The owner of this house bought a house near the city center, so this house has been vacant. Apart from being a bit old, the location and price are still acceptable at this stage. The accompanying staff talked as they led Shen Xingyan on a tour. After observing the surroundings, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly. Although there were some shortcomings, he could accept them. After all, it was just a temporary residence, and he didn't care too much about it. The most urgent task now is to leave the border area. He doesn't know when the tall, thin policeman's warning will come true, so he needs to prepare as soon as possible. And who knows what the situation will be like in a year or two. After making up his mind, Shen Xingyan quickly confirmed with the other party and, amidst the other party's surprised gaze, promptly signed the rental contract. He also paid 2 months' rent as a deposit and in advance, based on the Xingyuan card number in the contract. The middle-aged man, who had thought he was going to make a wasted trip, was surprised that the other party made the decision so readily. His efficiency surprised even him, who had seen many people looking at houses, and a smile appeared on his usually kind face. "I really need to thank my younger brother properly when I get back this time. He let me have such a great deal," the middle-aged man thought to himself with a hint of amusement. After handing over control of the keys and the house alarm system to Shen Xingyan, the two shook hands briefly, indicating that they had enjoyed working together. As he was leaving, he turned back to look at the decisive young man and exclaimed, "Young people really have a lot of drive." Chapter 96 Speed Soars. After the middle-aged man left, Shen Xingyan simply took a quick stroll around the room and yard without lingering there, and went straight back to his familiar home. Looking at the place that had been a part of his life for over a decade, and knowing that he was about to leave for a while, he couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance and shook his head gently with a sigh. However, he also knew the saying that a tree dies when transplanted, but a person thrives. In this era, nothing was more important than the safety of his family, and even though it was just an uncertain source of information, he dared not underestimate it. In the end, it's still a matter of insufficient strength. When I am strong enough in the future, I will not let such helpless things happen again. Shen Xingyan's eyes showed a resolute look, and he clenched his fist slightly. Without waiting for a moment, he activated his comprehension skill and began practicing his beginner-level swift step. With the enhancement of his comprehension skills, Shen Xingyan's understanding of the swift step has become increasingly profound. While maintaining speed, his movements are also becoming more and more rhythmic. This feeling made his movements increasingly elusive, allowing him to dart to unexpected places each time. Under this smooth and effortless practice, his progress in the swift wind step was many times faster than when he practiced it using his own comprehension. Shen Xingyan felt that each rehearsal brought him some considerable gains, and he was constantly surpassing himself. The fact that the progress of swift step in the attribute panel kept changing confirmed that his feeling was correct. More than 40 minutes after activating his skill, a mysterious feeling surged into Shen Xingyan's mind, and he suddenly accelerated, almost embedding himself in the wall. Fortunately, his reactions seemed to have become more agile. He lightly touched the wall and leaped into the air, but his speed did not decrease at all. On the contrary, it seemed to be getting faster and faster. At this moment, it seemed as if he was walking on a gust of wind, propelling him forward. Behind him, a figure could be vaguely seen, appearing and disappearing with his movements. After practicing the current set of footwork, Shen Xingyan stopped and stood still in the courtyard. He guessed that he had made a breakthrough, and a look of joy naturally appeared on his face. He immediately took out his star source card to check his own attributes, focusing his attention on the martial arts section. Swift Step Mastery. After activating this skill, it consumes the corresponding amount of stamina, granting a temporary increase of agility +4 and speed +6. There is a 20% chance to trigger the afterimage effect, further increasing movement speed by 10 points. Current progress, 1%. Sure enough, his swift step, which was originally only at the beginner level, was completely transformed and reached a high level, and all his attributes received a fundamental improvement. The speed increase is much faster. If the special effect is triggered, it's equivalent to a maximum increase of 20 points in movement speed. If I can run at this speed when I'm at a disadvantage against the enemy, won't I be able to fly? Shen Xingyan thought to himself with delight, and then planned to continue the drill. However, just as he was about to put away the star source card, he suddenly discovered that his agility attribute, which should have been 12 points, had now become 13 points. This discovery made him pause abruptly as he put the card away. After a moment of surprise, he also connected it to the breakthrough in swift step he had just achieved, and his mind became clear. He subconsciously thought he had found the real reason, but he didn't know what the most important reason was. With this double blessing, his motivation to practice was even stronger. This state continued until the comprehension time ended. He forcefully raised the progress of the entry-level swift step to 6%, and only then did he stop. The difficulty of advancing to the level of entering the inner sanctum is truly considerable. Even with my comprehension doubled, the progress is still so slow. Under normal circumstances, it would be even more difficult. It's possible that I could only improve by 0.1% after several days or even longer of practice. It seems that once we have the money, we should extract the primal energy as soon as possible. The actual attributes can be put aside for now. Looking at the progress, Shen Xingyan sighed with some emotion. After a short rest, he resumed his physical training as usual. Although the improvement in his martial arts skills and the increase in the level of the star origin world allowed him to experience the exhilarating feeling of rapid attribute growth. But he doesn't get carried away by this. On the contrary, this down-to-earth improvement makes him feel more at ease. Moreover, it has only been a little over 10 days since he awakened his profession, and he has already increased his attributes in reality by 7 points, which is equivalent to more than the attribute bonus of leveling up in the star origin world. Such an achievement is truly remarkable for professionals who have had abundant resources since childhood. Not to mention a kid like Shen Xingyan who grew up with the help of the base. The speed at which his attributes improved was so exaggerated that he never dared to imagine it before. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall his school teacher's words, "Great knowledge accumulates over time," which he truly felt was a profound truth. After more than a decade of hard work, his awakening seemed to have released a seal, and his relentless training finally allowed it to slowly manifest itself. After completing his physical training, Shen Xingyan, still feeling full of energy, went to the training hall next to the school to continue training as usual. However, unlike before, this time he plans to dedicate all of his nearly 6 hours of workout time to strength training. After all, his agility attribute had just been improved, and after practicing swift step in the morning, he had fully adapted to the improved attribute. It seems unlikely that I can make any further breakthroughs, but I can still try my best with strength training. After all, my physical condition and agility have improved in the past 2 days. Under these circumstances, strengthening my strength training might yield unexpected results. Upon arriving at the training hall, Shen Xingyan, who had become somewhat acquainted with the staff at the front desk after several meetings, learned their names, and Ning, whom everyone called Sister Ning. In this historical context, the name is imbued with a beautiful vision. After greeting Sister Ning with a smile and a loud voice, Shen Xingyan went straight to the strength training area to start exercising. This kid seems really energetic these past few days, and Ning chuckled to herself as she looked at Shen Xingyan's spirited back. Shen Xingyan, who was full of energy according to a Ning, started his somewhat tedious strength training after adjusting the strength training equipment, which lasted for 5 hours. Chapter 97 Sin Money. What's going on these past 2 days? I'm not used to this abundance of energy. Is this what happens when you eat meat every day? Shen Xingyan thought to himself, feeling the changes in his body. Strength training is known to be one of the most energy-consuming forms of exercise, but after more than 5 hours of training, he now feels quite good and has none of the weakness he used to experience, which is quite amazing. The meat is definitely a good thing. Today, let's extract that piece of high-quality rabbit meat that dropped when we killed the monster. As Shen Xingyan exercised, he attributed this miraculous state to the improved nutrition in his body. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other reason. Although he was secretly marveling at his skills and his thoughts were wandering, he did not stop training his strength in the slightest. This method of using divergent thinking to cope with tedious training is a summary of his many years of experience, which fully illustrates what it means for the body to be in motion while the mind is wandering. As Shen Xingyan was pondering, he suddenly felt a familiar, strange sensation on his hand. Sensing something, he seemed to know something, and his eyes lit up. After quickly stopping his exercise, Shen Xingyan took out his star source card to check it. He saw that his strength attribute had indeed increased by 1 point, reaching 13 points. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but grin. He gently clenched his fist, carefully sensing the increase in power, and murmured in amazement. It really did improve. When did attributes become so easy to improve? It's unbelievable. After all, according to common sense, it becomes increasingly difficult to improve attributes in the later stages. For attributes like strength, agility, and constitution, although there will still be improvements in the later stages after increasing by 2 points, the speed will become slower and slower. It would never be like his current situation, with such rapid growth. Shen Xingyan was also somewhat puzzled by the reason. However, although he didn't know why this thing, which contradicted the knowledge taught in school, happened, it was a good thing to improve his attributes. Shen Xingyan was puzzled by this rapid improvement, but he couldn't be happier. After checking the remaining time, he briefly reinforced his strength attribute and left satisfied. You've been spending all your time in the strength area today. How's it going? Have you made any progress? And Ning asked jokingly as she took the timer from Shen Xingyan. She was increasingly impressed with the young man before her. Compared to those who only work out sporadically, this young man is able to come here to exercise every day and improve himself without wasting any time. Regardless of his profession, his spirit and energy are truly admirable. When Shen Xingyan heard the usually serious receptionist making fun of him, he scratched his head shyly, chuckled softly, and replied, "Sister Qingning, you're too kind. I'll do my best." He did not answer Ning's question directly. He knew the principle of not speaking too frankly with someone he didn't know well, and besides, he had too many secrets, so it was best not to attract attention. And Ning smiled and nodded, noticing that although the other person hadn't directly answered her question, what they said was quite pleasant to listen to. Just then, Shen Xingyan suddenly felt his star source card vibrate. He took it out and saw a message appear before his eyes. Item No. 1181204319675 Chu Wei has transferred 1 gold coin to you. Your current balance is 1 gold, 410 silver, and 168 copper. Upon seeing this notification, Shen Xingyan instinctively frowned, thinking to himself, what is Wei Wei doing? Why is she suddenly transferring so much money to me? Just as Shen Xingyan was wondering, Chu Wei called. He quickly answered, and Chu Wei's voice came through. Shen Xingyan, did you receive the money I transferred? I heard you're going to rent a place near the school. I transferred some money to you to rent a nicer place. Don't refuse. It's a loan. You have to pay me back with interest when you make money in the future. Chu Wei, on the other end, was afraid that Shen Xingyan would refuse, since Shen Xingyan often rejected her when they were in school. So she quickly said what she had prepared to make it easier for Shen Xingyan to accept. Hearing Chu Wei's words, Shen Xingyan finally understood the reason for the sudden transfer and said helplessly, how did you know I wanted to rent a room? He nodded goodbye to Ning as he spoke and quickly left the training hall. Ning returned the smile, and after watching Shen Xingyan walk away, a gossipy look gradually appeared on her face. She had overheard some of their brief conversation, though not all of it. But after some mental reconstruction, she had formed a complete picture of the young couple's innocent story in her mind. And Ning couldn't help but mutter to herself, I didn't expect this kid to be so popular. There are even girls offering him money. I really miss those youthful days. Fortunately, Shen Xingyan didn't hear Ning's words, otherwise his face would have been flushed red. After a phone call with Chu Wei, Shen Xingyan learned that his younger sister was actually a spy planted there by the other side. Chu Wei had already blurted this out when she visited her that morning. After learning about this, Chu Wei took into account Shen Xingyan's actual situation and was afraid that he would refuse her, so she simply decided to act first and ask for his permission later. Upon hearing Chu Wei's actions, Shen Xingyan instinctively wanted to return the money immediately. However, after thinking it over, he still shamelessly accepted it. He used to always refuse other people's kindness because he had a clear understanding of his own circumstances. He has always believed that one should not accept kindness from others if one does not have the ability to repay it. Although he appears to be just an ordinary farmer now, only he himself knows just how deep his own resources truly are. Therefore, he was not so resistant to accepting Chu Wei's kindness, and he would repay her hundreds of times over in the future. He also considered that accepting the gold coin would allow him to better explain the origins of things in the future, making it easier to conceal himself. After careful consideration, he made this decision. When Chu Wei learned that Shen Xingyan had accepted her help, she couldn't stop smiling, as if she had found a lot of gold coins for free. Chapter 98 Using Martial Arts to Farm. In Chu Wei's view, the fact that Shen Xingyan could accept her help so readily meant that he no longer considered her an outsider, which was a very important thing to her. Shen Xingyan kept the other party's kindness firmly in his heart, waiting for the right opportunity to repay the favor tenfold. After ending the call with Chu Wei, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh, feeling incredibly lucky to have such a little son like Chu Wei to illuminate his life. However, although the communication ended well, after picking up his younger sister from school, Shen Xingyan still gently criticized her for her unrestrained speech. And the clever Shen Xingyan, relying on her intuition honed over many years, sensed that her brother wasn't truly angry about it, and said somewhat playfully, "Don't worry, bro. It's only because she's Sister Wei Wei that I would slap her like that. After all, Sister Wei Wei isn't an outsider." His sister's words choked Shen Xingyan back to his own words, leaving him speechless. He could only pat his sister's head and then move on from the topic. After walking for a short distance, Shen Xingyan took his sister to the house they had rented that morning to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. After all, he planned to pack up tonight and start moving tomorrow. The sooner he could move, the more at ease he would feel. After looking around the house, Shen Xingyan nodded repeatedly. Although the house was considered dilapidated in this area, it was still better than their house. She looked around her room carefully, her little head starting to race as she thought about how to plan for the future. Not long after, seeing that it was getting dark outside, the two left and returned to their cozy home. Looking at the place where she grew up, Shen Xingyan's face revealed an unyielding sadness. She knew she would be moving, but she didn't expect it to be so soon, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Shen Xingyan naturally noticed his sister's reluctance, but due to the circumstances, there was nothing he could do with his current abilities. All he could do was gently comfort his sister. Go to the kitchen and stew the high-quality rabbit meat I extracted from my sister, so that she can have a good meal to digest her grief and anger. Shen Xingyan, after all, still had the heart of a child. After eating rabbit meat that tasted even better than before, a happy smile returned to her face. After having their last dinner there, the two returned to their respective rooms to pack up. Shen Xingyan first went to the Star Origin world and summoned his two little skeletons before returning to pack up his belongings. Although many of the items were worthless or even junk in the eyes of outsiders, they were, in Shen Xingyan's eyes, carriers of unique memories, which were priceless to him. After carefully packing everything away, it was time for the cooldown of the professional skills to finish. After Shen Xingyan connected to the Star Source card and entered the planting space, he looked at the farmland in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After using my professional skills yesterday, I barely managed to withstand the pressure of the Star Source maintenance notification by taking advantage of the little skeleton's berserk skills, thus avoiding the mission stall penalty. However, the berserk skill has a 48-hour cooldown. Today, apart from the two little skeletons that were just summoned, the other little skeletons cannot be used again because they were used yesterday. And today we also have an extra acre of strawberries to maintain. All things considered, today's battle is definitely going to be tough. Shen Xingyan shook his head with a sigh, rubbed his temples, and continued his analysis. If we really can't manage everything in the end, then we'll have to sacrifice those few acres of crops with shorter growth cycles. Anyway, they're just for the transitional period, so we don't expect them to amount to much. Let's focus on the long cycle crops first. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan no longer hesitated, called Wang Kai to his side, and took out his little stick. While using his now cooled-down professional skills, he said to Wang Kai, this time you should focus on taking care of these 5 acres of land. Strawberries, watermelons, potatoes, and peppers. Assign 6 skeletons each to maintain the 2 acres of strawberries and 1 acre of watermelons. 2 skeletons each to maintain the potatoes and peppers, and leave the maintenance of the other 3 acres to me. As soon as Shen Xingyan finished explaining the next maintenance plan, the entire farmland began to grow rapidly under the influence of the professional skills. Although it wasn't the first time Shen Xingyan had witnessed such a scene, he still couldn't help but feel a little moved. This scene, which seemed to be a revival of all things, made him truly feel the power of life. A few seconds later, once all the crops had returned to normal growth, Shen Xingyan and Wang Kai's busy time officially began. As Shen Xingyan had predicted, the development of the various farmlands followed suit. The few acres of long-cycle crops that the little skeletons were focusing on were so overwhelmed that even 6 little skeletons per acre were struggling to keep up. Fortunately, Wang Kai had the 2 new little skeletons use their berserk skills, which eased the situation somewhat. Furthermore, as the cucumber-growing field reached maturity, Shen Xingyan's pressure lessened considerably, allowing him more time to tend to the long-cycle crops. Shen Xingyan, who is once again acting as a firefighter today, is clearly busier than yesterday. While he was busy, he also kept a holistic view of the current state of each farmland. Somewhat helplessly, he realized that, judging from the current trend, his first mission stall penalty was probably about to be imposed. In his desperation, Shen Xingyan suddenly remembered the swift wind step technique he had just mastered that day, and his mind opened up instantly. I always subconsciously thought that swift step was only for fighting enemies and escaping, but I never thought that it could also be used when working. With the speed bonus of 10 points, the increase in work efficiency should be very obvious, right? Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but slap his forehead. He was speechless at himself for only remembering this method now. Although it takes a lot of physical exertion, As long as I can get through this period, it shouldn't be a big problem. As he thought this, his feet didn't stop moving. He instantly activated the Swift Step. Chapter 99 Harvesting Cucumbers. The Swift Step skill at the advanced level provides a 10-point speed boost without triggering any special effects. Adding to the 24 points of speed that Shen Xingyan already possessed within the Star Origin world, his speed instantly reached 34 points. Although the speed did not double numerically, the work efficiency more than doubled. Shen Xingyan, who was walking with the wind on his feet, also directly felt this improvement. He felt at ease and wondered if he could go to an old gentleman's bookstore in the future to find some martial arts techniques that would be helpful for farm work, just in case. At this moment, firefighter Shen Xingyan, who was using the Swift Step technique, seemed to have been equipped with a propulsion device, shuttling back and forth across the entire farmland. Occasionally, it can trigger the 20% chance of creating an afterimage effect, which further accelerates its already fast movement speed and increases its work efficiency. The little skeletons, seeing their master working like the wind, simply took it for granted, because subconsciously they felt that their master should be this powerful. When Wankai saw its owner's rapid work efficiency, a blue light with an admiring rhythm flashed in its eyes. Shen Xingyan continued using Swift Step for over an hour before the intense star source maintenance notifications began to gradually return to normal. At this moment, Shen Xingyan's physical strength was almost exhausted, and he was about to reach the critical point. Seeing this, he quickly stopped and handed over all the farmland maintenance work to Wankai and the others. He then walked to the side of the farmland, panting slightly, and sat down with a thud. After eating some high-quality food that could quickly restore his stamina, he rested for about 10 minutes before turning his attention to the acre of cucumbers that were waiting to be harvested. I stood up, looked at Wankai and the others who were busy in the field, and decided not to let them help with the harvest, but to do it myself. Given his current physical condition and the convenience of having backpack space, it won't take him long to reap the rewards. Just like when he harvested tomatoes, Shen Xingyan uprooted the cucumbers and put them entirely into his backpack. As all the cucumbers in this acre of farmland were collected into his backpack, Xingyuan's notification sound rang in his ears at the same time. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of cucumbers and harvested 650 kilograms. You have gained 130 farmer experience points. Hearing the ordinary yield and experience gains in the prompts, Shen Xingyan had some expectations. Although the harvest was a bit more than that of tomatoes, the improvement was not significant when considering the growth cycle. It seems that crops with short growing cycles do indeed have very stable income. Stable, but low, completely incomparable to long-term crops. I guess if I didn't have little skeleton and almost abnormal professional skills, I would probably choose seeds, which are almost daily earning crops. Shen Xingyan thought with a slight sigh that in the past, he would always receive some surprises from the farmland after each harvest, but the results of the last two harvests were exactly as he expected. Although the process of reaping the rewards was joyful, the final result left him feeling somewhat bored. Shen Xingyan opened his backpack and used its functions to separate the cucumber vine from the cucumber, then checked their attributes. Item: cucumber. Value: 20 copper. Quantity: 650. Attribute: a food/ingredient with a good taste that has a slight restorative effect on physical strength. Item: cucumber vine. Value: 2 copper. Quantity: 180. Attribute: a raw material for a medicine. As expected, the harvested agricultural products were all of ordinary quality. Shen Xingyan opened Xingyuan Mall and sold them all, bringing his wallet to 1 gold, for 118 silver and 28 copper. Shen Xingyan turned to look at his remaining stamina. Although he felt he could still hold on, he didn't push himself. He called on his capable assistant, Wankai, and together the two of them, they turned over the soil and sowed seeds in the farmland. After finishing all that, Shen Xingyan was really exhausted. After giving Wankai the basic instructions for the maintenance task, he staggered to one end of the farmland. Seeing that it was already past 10 o'clock, he decided not to return to the real world to continue exercising his physique. Instead, he calmed down, set his cultivation time to 8 hours, and then activated the cultivation function. The moment the cultivation function was activated, he fell into a deep sleep. As the cultivation progressed, Shen Xingyan's stamina and energy were rapidly recovering, while transparent and light green particles were frantically surging towards Wang Hao, the center of the vortex. If someone were to compare the number of small particles over these 2 days, they would be surprised to find that the number of transparent small particles remained constant, while the number of light green small particles showed an increasing trend. Ultimately, the most important reason is those 2 acres of strawberry fields. As the crops grow, they produce more and more pale green granules. Shen Xingyan, however, was completely unaware of this while deep in sleep. He was enjoying a comfortable state and sleeping soundly. Time flowed slowly, and the little skeletons continued to work diligently without ever slacking off. Against the backdrop of the little skeletons, Shen Xingyan, lying on the ground sleeping, gives off an incredibly comfortable feeling. The contrast between movement and stillness makes the whole planting space appear particularly harmonious. As the 8-hour training session came to an end, Shen Xingyan woke up from his sleep. Full of energy, he sat up gently, looked at the 22 little skeletons working in the field, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. After getting up, Shen Xingyan interacted with each of the little skeletons a little. Although they were all his summoned creatures, the fact was that they were working for him, which he had to admit. It's only natural for Shen Xingyan to express his gratitude to them. After having a heart-to-heart talk with Wang Kai, Shen Xingyan returned to the real world. After having a simple breakfast with his sister, the 2 of them put all the bags and packages on a cart and slowly pushed him toward their new home. However, they hadn't gone far when the brother and sister turned around at the same time and looked at the very familiar house, their faces filled with nostalgia. "Don't worry, we'll be back sooner or later," Shen Xingyan said gently but firmly, a statement directed at both his sister and himself. Shen Xingyan nodded heavily, her mind racing with thoughts. The morning light shone on their faces, making them appear exceptionally rosy and radiant. Chapter 100: Improving Physical Fitness. After Shen Xingyan put all his belongings in the new house, he let his younger sister go to school on her own. After all, it's not too far from the school, only a few minutes walk away. Besides, there are many more people on the inner ring road than on the outer ring road, and crowded places are inherently safer, so he feels more at ease. After watching his sister leave, Shen Xingyan began to tidy up the room while waiting for the cool down of his skill to finish. Now that I have mastered all 3 of my skills, should I continue to practice these 3 martial arts, learn new ones, or use my time to improve my physical fitness and correct any shortcomings in my training? Thinking about this, Shen Xingyan was also caught in a dilemma. He will definitely continue practicing these 3 martial arts techniques, since a higher level means a higher attribute bonus, and he cannot give up. But that's not the most urgent thing right now. Judging from his previous progress, it's unlikely that he'll make a breakthrough in martial arts in less than 10 days or half a month. The idea of learning new martial arts techniques did tempt him. Considering that his work efficiency had improved significantly with the help of the swift wind step today, it wouldn't hurt to see if there were any skills he could learn for work. Another step is to implement the previous plan and use the exceptionally high comprehension level to correct any oversights in my daily training. Although he has been practicing this kind of physical training for more than 10 years, it does not mean that it is 100% correct. After all, his comprehension was only 8 points, which is not considered a genius. He was able to achieve full attribute awakening mainly because he spent more time training than others. With his exceptional comprehension now, he's sure he'll be able to find a way to improve his training results. As Shen Xingyan packed his belongings, he weighed the 3 options. The first option is not cost-effective at present, so it is excluded. The second option, learning new martial arts techniques, is only temporary for someone like me who already possesses the little skeleton. Moreover, I currently have the swift step skill at the advanced level to handle unexpected situations, so the need for other martial arts techniques is not significant for the time being. That leaves only the third item, identifying problems encountered during daily training. This is a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed on the path to becoming stronger. Based on the above analysis, Shen Xingyan ultimately chose to apply the skills he had gained today to physical training. After making up his mind, he didn't think much more about it and quickly cleaned the house, giving the originally somewhat desolate room a sense of life. After tidying up the room, Shen Xingyan saw that the cool-down time for comprehending the skill was almost up, so he went into the basement attached to the house, a place of nearly 200 square meters, which the landlord must have specially built for training. However, looking at the clean walls inside, the landlord was probably quite ambitious and wanted to use all his free time to exercise. But the result is probably that there wasn't much training here, otherwise there would have been some unintentional wear and tear, and it wouldn't be as smooth as it is now. This is one of the reasons why Shen Xingyan was able to make the decision so readily yesterday. With such a basement, he doesn't have to worry too much about being exposed when he exercises and practices martial arts. After activating his comprehension skill, Shen Xingyan began to perform the body-refining movements he had been familiar with for over a decade. As he continued his actions, the extraordinary comprehension granted by his perception skills began to unleash its terrifying power. The moment he finished that set of exercises, the transparent little figure reappeared in Shen Xingyan's mind. This time, however, the transparent little figure gave Shen Xingyan a feeling of appearing and disappearing, making it difficult for him to see clearly and preventing him from following the other party's movements as before. Although the transparent little man couldn't assist him for the time being, thanks to his extremely high comprehension value, the speed and angle of his movements became increasingly clear to Shen Xingyan in his state of enlightenment. Shen Xingyan soon realized that some of the exercise movements that he had previously taken for granted now felt somewhat incorrect. This feeling was something he only experienced on a rare occasion before. He had a vague sense of awkwardness with certain actions, but he didn't know if his judgment was correct. However, in this state of enlightenment, he can clearly see his own problems, affirm them, and know how to correct them to make the training more effective. As the exercise progressed, Shen Xingyan felt that his movements were very different from before, but they felt smoother and more natural, as if this set of movements was supposed to be like this all along. During his training, he could hear a faint, soft sound coming from his body from time to time. Each time the sound ended, he felt much more comfortable, probably because the areas that hadn't been trained before were now getting some exercise. This made him feel somewhat regretful, wondering why he hadn't used his comprehension skills to improve his physical fitness sooner. As the hour-long reflection session came to an end, the feeling of enlightenment receded like the tide. The only pity was that, until the end, the transparent little man in his mind was still not very clear, just like before, only slightly clearer, which puzzled Shen Xingyan. But it's already pretty good. This adjustment to the training not only didn't make me feel uncomfortable at all, but I actually felt much more refreshed. This feeling coming from my body also shows that the effect of my adjusted exercise method is much stronger than before. Shen Xingyan thought to himself with delight. For someone who has been accustomed to physical training movements for over a decade, being able to gain a significant improvement through a deeper understanding of the techniques is undoubtedly an exciting thing. Moreover, he hadn't expected such good results, and this unexpected joy filled him with an indescribable excitement. Although the time for comprehending the skill had ended, Shen Xingyan did not stop training and continued to perform physical exercises according to the modified movements. The comfortable feeling from before did not fade away. On the contrary, it became more intense as the training progressed, turning the originally tedious body tempering into a game-like enjoyment, to the point that Shen Xingyan almost forgot about the passage of time. He only snapped out of his daze when he felt a familiar movement within his body. Chapter 101. There are still too few skeletons. Physical condition, 15 points. Health, 150/150 points. Stamina, 10 out of 15 points. Defense, 15 points. What's going on? How come my physical attributes have increased again? Didn't the school say that attributes get harder to improve as you progress? This isn't that hard. Shen Xingyan knew from the strange feeling he had just experienced that his attributes must have increased again. Sure enough, after checking the attribute panel in the star source card, he found that all 4 attributes had been improved, which surprised him, but at the same time made him wonder about that common-sense question again. It seems that improving daily exercise movements has a significant impact on improving physical attributes. However, although it's a good thing that attributes can be improved, I feel a little uneasy. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think to himself. If others knew about Shen Xingyan's Versailles-like ideas, it's uncertain whether they would still be able to resist the urge to kill with their weapons. Unable to figure it out, Shen Xingyan had no choice but to give up. Only then did he realize that it was already 2 p.m. I've been exercising for 5 or 6 hours straight, but I don't feel that hungry at all. It's amazing, Shen Xingyan thought to himself, marveling at his current state. Afterwards, I returned to my room on the first floor and quickly went to the new kitchen to make something simple to eat. Although he doesn't feel very hungry right now, he still needs to do strength and agility training later, so it's necessary to build up his energy reserves beforehand. Fortunately, after moving, he was much closer to the training hall, and he arrived at the training hall next to the school in just a few minutes. Xiaoshen, you're a little late today, and Ning said with a light laugh when she saw that Shen Xingyan, who was usually very punctual, was only arriving at this time. Shen Xingyan smiled and replied, Sister Ning, something came up today, and I was held up. He naturally wouldn't reveal the specific reasons, only speaking vaguely. Young man, you should take better care of your health. And Ning suddenly remembered the story she had imagined yesterday, and said earnestly. Shen Xingyan, not understanding the meaning behind Ning's words, simply assumed that she was concerned about him. He nodded slightly in thanks and headed straight for the strength training area. And Ning watched Shen Xingyan's retreating figure and revealed a meaningful smile. Shen Xingyan continued his strength and agility training in the afternoon until his younger sister got out of school, since this was the time he needed to summon his little skeletons, and he couldn't afford to miss it. After having dinner with his sister, he went directly to the planting space and summoned 2 newly unearthed little skeletons, bringing his total number of little skeletons to 24. After summoning the little skeleton, he did not return to the real world, but waited for his class skill to cool down. Because the cooldown reduction is greatly increased after the professional skills are upgraded, they are once again in the same time frame as the talent skills after 2 days. Looking at the 3-day-old cauliflower that would be ripe in a few hours, Shen Xingyan didn't have much hope for the final yield. After all, the growth cycle was there, and the value was a bit low for him at the moment. Therefore, he did not delay the use of his professional skills, and after the cooldown was completed, he still used his professional skills as usual. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Upon seeing the notification that the spell had been successfully cast, Shen Xingyan and the little skeletons knew that their busy work time was about to begin again. Having gained experience this time, Shen Xingyan immediately activated Swift Step when he started working. In order to conserve energy, he also reduced the effect of Swift Step. Although this did not increase his attributes much, it did increase his work efficiency significantly, and it also allowed him to maintain a work rhythm for a long time. Let's get through this busy day first. Tomorrow will be a bit easier. It's a pity that the little skeleton's berserk skills won't be off cooldown for several hours, which is a bit unfortunate in terms of timing. As Shen Xingyan thought this, he allocated 6 little skeletons to each of the 3 acres of strawberry fields, 4 to the watermelon fields, and 1 each to the chili peppers and potatoes. He continued to act as a firefighter, moving swiftly and decisively. As the crops returned to normal growth, Xingyuan's prompts became aggressive again, frequently giving Shen Xingyan and his team double prompts, keeping Shen Xingyan, the firefighter, busy and never giving him a moment's rest. After maintaining this frequency for nearly 2 hours, the maintenance notifications from Xingyuan finally slowed down. At least the double alert would no longer appear. After realizing this, Shen Xingyan returned to the edge of the field to rest, feeling somewhat exhausted. It was really tough. We finally made it through. I really envy those little skeletons who don't have any stamina limitations. Ultimately, it's a labor shortage. Hopefully, after breaking the record, they'll quickly grant me a talent stone so my skeleton army can grow rapidly. As Shen Xingyan sat on the ground recovering his strength, he began to daydream. After he regained some of his strength, he immediately began harvesting the mature cauliflower. Harvesting cauliflower was much easier. Shen Xingyan picked up 1 cauliflower in each hand and finished harvesting all the cauliflower in less than 10 minutes. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of tomatoes and harvested 800 kilograms. You have gained 240 farmer experience points. Shen Xingyan looked at the yield and the prompt, which was within his expectations, so he didn't bother to check the cauliflower's attributes. Just by looking at the yield, he knew it was definitely of the ordinary level. He simply opened the Xingyuan Mall and sold all the cauliflower and cauliflower leaves at once, earning a total of 24 silver coins. Shen Xingyan then took out a shovel from his backpack and began tilling the land and planting strawberry seeds. After a lot of work, Shen Xingyan was so exhausted that he lay down on the ground and took deep breaths. Thinking that he had already completed the planting of strawberries on 4 acres of farmland and that more than half of the 8 acres of farmland had been planted, he couldn't help but sigh. It's worth it to be tired now. After all, these are the main forces for him to break records in the future, so he has to take good care of them. After eating some food to restore his strength and checking the condition of the farmland, seeing that he still had plenty of time left, he returned directly to the real world. Although his physical strength was exhausted in the Star Origin world, he still had plenty of energy in the current world. After returning, Shen Xingyan calmed down a bit and then began to train his physique. Chapter 102 Teaching. Little sister, what are you doing here? When Shen Xingyan arrived at the basement, he was surprised to see his younger sister, Shen Xingyan, there as well. Shen Xingyan, who was focused on exercising, heard the noise and turned around to see her older brother. Instinctively afraid that her brother would blame her for not resting properly, she immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Brother, I just ate too much for dinner and came here to digest. Your digestion movements are a bit too much." Shen Xingyan teased with a light laugh. How could he not know what his sister was thinking? She simply wanted to emulate him, improve herself, and participate in school competitions to help support the family. Shen Xingyan didn't expose her younger sister's excuses, but told her to exercise properly and pay special attention to her health before starting to exercise on her own. The improved body refining movements made it easy for Shen Xingyan to immerse himself in them, and he could feel a natural quality in each movement. Just as Shen Xingyan, who had received her brother's permission, was about to continue exercising, she noticed her brother's unusual behavior and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Hey, why is my brother's body refining movement different from before? But it looks pretty good though. As Shen Xingyan thought this, her hands unconsciously began to imitate Shen Xingyan's movements and start exercising. Gradually, she felt the discomfort she had experienced during her previous body training was disappearing little by little, and her movements were becoming smoother. As they continued exercising, the figures and movements of the two people, one big and one small, gradually became more and more similar. Not long after, Shen Xingyan also noticed that his younger sister's body refining movements were extremely similar to his own. After considering the possible advantages and disadvantages, he smiled slightly and did not stop his sister's behavior. Not only that, he also went up to give his sister some pointers on how to improve her skills. After an hour of learning the techniques, his insights are now comparable to those of school teachers. Shen Xingyan wasn't worried about his sister being exposed, since almost every student at their school had different body refining exercises, which were quite varied. Even some teachers would modify them based on their own insights. No one would suspect anything about the younger sister's changes. Moreover, with the improved body refining movements and her talent, her achievements will surely surpass his own. As her older brother, he couldn't be happier if his sister could become better and better. The brother and sister trained for more than 2 hours in this atmosphere of teaching and exercising at the same time. All right, that's enough time for your exercise. You're still growing, and you should understand the principle of moderation. Go back and rest now. Shen Xingyan saw that it was already past 10 o'clock and hurriedly urged his younger sister to go back to sleep. Shen Xingyan, who had already begun to familiarize herself with the essence of the body refining movements, was in high spirits at the moment. Although she was still a little reluctant to leave after hearing what her brother said, she obediently went back to her room to rest. Looking at his younger sister's slightly reluctant back, Shen Xingyan shook his head with a sigh. My little sister really has the makings of a training fanatic. It's my fault for not taking good care of her. If our parents were still alive, she would probably be a carefree little girl now. After feeling a little guilty, Shen Xingyan continued exercising until midnight before returning to his room and reconnecting to the Star Source world. Inside the planting space, Shen Xingyan examined the pumpkins that were beginning to take shape and couldn't help but start thinking. The 6-day pumpkin harvest will be completed tomorrow. Based on previous estimates, they should reach natural maturity around 8 p.m. if we don't use any professional skills tomorrow. My professional skills should be able to cool down around 4 p.m. tomorrow. By then, the pumpkin will be fully mature with a 10% increase in growth rate, which is about 2 hours longer than the planned growth time. The yield of pumpkins should be much higher than the previous 3 crops. Shen Xingyan nodded slightly upon thinking this, chuckled, and then began his cultivation session for the day. After 2 days of observation and practice, he discovered that cultivating primal energy not only helped him increase his primal energy limit, but also that the small particles seemed to help him recover his severely depleted physical and mental strength, which can be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No wonder those advanced professionals can spend all their time in the star origin world and never leave. The cultivation session continued until the next day, when Shen Xingyan awoke from his meditation. The feeling of being full of energy made him unconsciously stretch and open his arms to welcome the new day. After checking the growth of the crops as usual and the current status indicated by Xingyuan, Shen Xingyan sighed softly. He had truly experienced the joy of being a farmer. After interacting with Wang Kai and the others, he returned directly to the real world. After having breakfast with his sister, Shen Xingyan watched her go to school like a father. Then he went to the basement to practice the dragon elephant fist, the demon subduing staff, and the swift wind step, while waiting for the cooldown of his skills. Having experienced the benefits of physical exercise yesterday, he continued to apply his insights to physical exercise today. After all, improving the constitution attribute will affect health, defense, and stamina, making it the most important of the 4 attributes. It is not an exaggeration to give it more attention. During this hour of comprehension, Shen Xingyan's body refining movements became more natural and fluid, and the entire movement had greatly improved compared to before, which he could clearly feel. What delighted him even more was that the transparent little man in his mind was becoming clearer and clearer. He estimated that after a few more times of comprehending skills, he would be able to figure out the reason why the transparent little man was in this state. After his meditation session ended, Shen Xingyan didn't linger at home. Instead, he went straight to the training hall to start working on his strength and agility. Because of the cool-down period for his professional skills, he had to go to the planting space around 4 p.m. to use them, so he had no choice but to adjust his training time. Upon arriving at the training hall, Shen Xingyan did not see the familiar receptionist in Ning, presumably because it was not yet her work hours. Sure enough, Shen Xingyan didn't see the other person until after 3 p.m. when he was returning the timer. After chatting with the other party for a few minutes, I returned home and prepared my sister's dinner. Seeing that it was almost time, I connected directly to the Star Source world to prepare for another war. Chapter 103 Skill Failure. Wang Kai assigned 5 skeletons to each of the 4 acres of strawberry fields and 4 to the watermelon field. After the double prompt appears, have one of the skeletons go all out and leave the rest to me. Inside the planting space, Shen Xingyan was holding his beginner's walking stick and giving instructions to Wang Kai, who was standing to the side. Today, his little skeletons have the berserk skill. Each berserk little skeleton is equivalent to 2 normal ones. With them going berserk one after another, he can ensure stable work on each acre of farmland. With his support, the long cycle crops like strawberries and watermelons should be manageable. Moreover, after using his professional skills this time, the pumpkin field will ripen directly without him having to worry about it, which will reduce his workload significantly. With this arrangement, he only needs to take care of the 2 acres of chili peppers and potatoes, and spend the rest of his time coordinating the overall situation. Based on his work experience over the past few days, and with the addition of the swift step technique, the amount of work assigned to him was still somewhat easier than yesterday. As Shen Xingyan was analyzing the situation, the other little skeletons, seeing their master pick up the little stick once again, instinctively went into battle mode. Shen Xingyan's capable lieutenant, Captain Wang Kai, after receiving his master's instructions, looked at the other little skeletons one by one. Without seeing any physical movement, the little skeletons that were on high alert began to change positions. Before long, Shen Xingyan's previous plan had been completed. Seeing that his little skeletons had already taken their positions, Shen Xingyan no longer hesitated and activated his professional skill. With a slight thought, his primal energy rapidly gathered at the tip of his cane, seemingly about to be unleashed. Just then, the star source's warning notification appeared again. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? Shen Xingyan had anticipated this situation, since the pumpkin's ripening time was about 2 hours longer than normal after the professional skill was successfully used. Although it was only 2 hours, it still exceeded the allotted time. Shen Xingyan confirmed the continuation without hesitation, and his gathered primal energy was released and applied to the entire farmland. Congratulations! You have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points +1. The skill failed to work on the crops that are about to ripen. Sensing that Yuan Neng had left, Shen Xingyan was ready to begin his work. However, after hearing the second half of the message indicating that the skill had been successfully used, he abruptly stopped his cane, which he was about to put away on its own. Failed. I actually failed. My near 100% success rate was ruined on a crop that was only accelerated by 2 hours. This is absurd. Shen Xingyan looked at the 8 acres of farmland in front of him. At this moment, only 7 acres of the farmland were growing wildly, while the pumpkin farmland was still the same as before, without any major changes. He couldn't help but pat his head, a wry smile on his face as he thought. It seems I was too naive before. The plan to exploit loopholes is still feasible, but the success or failure each day is affected by the probability of the star origin world. This means that it will be impossible to break the star origin record every day as I had previously guessed. Fortunately, this time it was just a waste of 2 hours of the pumpkin's growth, which is still acceptable. Just as Shen Xingyan was thinking helplessly, his professional skill effect was completed, and the maintenance prompts for Xingyuan began to come in a frenzy. Shaking his head and sighing, Shen Xingyan put the matter aside for the time being and called to Wankai beside him. Wankai, let's get started. As he spoke, he unleashed the swift wind step beneath his feet, and a swift divine eagle began to work in the fields. Although the failure was somewhat unexpected by Shen Xingyan, it did not significantly affect the arrangements for the maintenance task. With Shen Xingyan's command, all the little skeletons were instantly activated and began to work in an orderly manner. Not long after, 2 notifications appeared, and the little skeletons entered berserk mode one by one, just as Shen Xingyan had arranged. When things really get too tough, Shen Xingyan will appear at the right time and push back the double notification. After nearly 2 hours of this kind of work, the intensity of the work began to gradually decrease. Shen Xingyan was relieved to notice the change immediately. He turned off his swift step and slowed his pace to the side of the farmland. After chanting for a while, 2 small skeletons appeared in the planting space. He gently patted the skulls of the 2 little skeletons, tossed them to Wankai to do chores, and then ate 2 tomatoes before lying down on the ground to wait for the pumpkins to ripen. Only then did he have time to think about the next planting plan. To be honest, today's skill failure really caught him off guard, since he had succeeded every time before. This made him subconsciously think that the prompt was just a prompt and did not have much influence. However, this real experience made him realize that he couldn't be too optimistic and that he needed to make contingency plans in the future to ensure stability. Forget it. You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. You can't expect yourself to be lucky every time. It's normal to have bad luck occasionally. After all, I've been lucky enough. Shen Xingyan comforted himself and gradually began to feel relieved. After all, life isn't always smooth sailing. Occasional setbacks aren't necessarily a bad thing. As for a backup plan, he had an idea in mind, but the conditions were not yet ripe. As he pondered this, his strength gradually returned. Seeing this, he temporarily put aside his thoughts and went to the fields to work alongside the little skeletons. More than an hour later, a notification appeared in the sky above the farmland indicating that the pumpkins were ripe. Shen Xingyan then put down his farm work and began his harvest for the day. He was now very experienced in harvesting, and as before, after a few minutes of pulling up the pumpkins by the roots, the pumpkin field was spotless. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of pumpkins and harvested 2,000 kilograms. You have gained 500 farmer experience points. Chapter 104 High-Quality Pumpkin. As the notification sounded, Shen Xingyan's eyes lit up. Although the skill failed, the output and experience points looked pretty good, even beyond my expectations. Shen Xingyan looked at the string of numbers in the prompt and couldn't help but feel happy. Keep in mind that a tomato with a one-day growth cycle only gave him 60 experience points, while a pumpkin with only a 6-day growth cycle has already given him 500 experience points, which is more than 8 times the experience of a tomato. Considering the growth cycle, the improvement would be more than double, and that's without any professional skill bonuses. So his previous idea has been verified. The experience bonus for long cycle crops is inherently higher than that for short cycle crops. This further solidified Shen Xingyan's idea of planting long cycle crops. After all, he was a farmer with the talent to summon skeletons, so he wasn't afraid of how long the growth cycle of crops was. Because it will eventually grow, and with his professional skills, the experience points he gains are unmatched by anyone else. Shen Xingyan is confident in this regard. Unfortunately, although the 6-day pumpkin crop ultimately yielded a high yield, it did not break any records. Shen Xingyan stood in the middle of the farmland for a while, with a little expectation in his heart, but he did not see Xingyuan's record-breaking notification appear. He sighed inwardly. It seems that those advanced professional farmers have put a lot of effort into their crops. He smiled wryly. Although it was an era fraught with danger, it was also an era where talent was emerging in great numbers, with all sorts of amazing talents and abilities appearing one after another. Wasn't he one of them? Therefore, he wasn't too disappointed by this situation. After opening the backpack space, I separated the pumpkin from the pumpkin vine and then checked the attributes of the two items. Item, pumpkin premium. Value, 40 copper. Quantity, 2,000. Attribute, a type of ingredient with a good taste. Item, pumpkin vine high quality. Value, for copper. Quantity, 300. Attribute, a raw material for a medicine. Looking at the attribute descriptions of the two items, Shen Xingyan thought with some delight. They're actually high-quality agricultural products. This is quite an unexpected surprise. The current situation reminded him of the first time he harvested wheat. At that time, without using any professional skills, they harvested high-quality wheat simply by relying on the natural ripening of the crops. Based on the previous harvest of tomatoes and cucumbers, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but wonder, does the longer the growth cycle of crops, the better their quality will be, without any task stagnation penalty? What about strawberries with a 50-day growth cycle? As long as you have the little skeleton, even without professional skills to speed up the process, the quality of the produce from the farm won't be too low. It should at least be of superior quality or higher. What if you add your own professional skills to boost it? Wouldn't its quality be even better? Furthermore, even ordinary quality strawberries cost 500 copper coins per kilogram. So what about superior quality strawberries? Wouldn't their value be even greater? This would mean accumulating money much faster and getting closer to attribute extraction. Shen Xingyan pondered this idea repeatedly and felt that its possibility was extremely high. The reason there are no written records of this in the real world is probably because no one has been able to persist for such a long time without being punished by mission stagnation, so no pattern has been found. Or perhaps someone knows this pattern but hasn't revealed it. However, whatever the reason, such a discovery was enough to bring a smile back to Shen Xingyan's face. The negative emotions I felt from the failed skill were instantly swept away. His increasingly bright eyes involuntarily turned to the 26 little skeletons working in the field, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. These are all my treasures. With these little skeletons, as long as I am steady enough and stick to the strategy of developing stealthily, my future improvement speed will be faster and faster. With a clear and open mind, Shen Xingyan walked over to Wankai, squatted down, gently patted its little straw hat, and gave it a knowing smile. It's fortunate that outsiders can't enter his planting space. Otherwise, seeing Shen Xingyan smiling so sincerely at a skeleton would probably give him goosebumps all over. Wankai, who couldn't understand his master's inexplicable behavior, subconsciously tilted his head to express his confusion. Seeing Wankai's adorable behavior, Shen Xingyan didn't say much. He gently patted it to indicate that it was nothing, and then let it continue working. He then returned to the pumpkin field and began tilling and sowing. With his current level 11 attributes and the attribute boost shown on the screen, he is now several times more efficient at these two farm tasks than when he and Wang Kai worked together to plant wheat. Not long after Shen Xingyan finished planting the 5th acre of strawberries, he opened the Xingyuan Mall and sold the pumpkins and pumpkin vines together, earning a total of 81 silver coins and 200 copper coins. Seeing the small amount of money arriving in his account and feeling the daily increase in his earnings, Shen Xingyan's mood became even more cheerful. Looking around, Shen Xingyan saw that the 26 little skeletons were enough to handle the daily maintenance tasks, so he didn't stay in the planting space any longer. Instead, he returned to the real world to continue his training, since he hadn't done much of his physical training for the day. Back in the real world, Shen Xingyan changed into workout clothes and went to the underground training room. As soon as he entered, he saw his younger sister. Upon seeing this, Shen Xingyan didn't know whether to praise his sister for her hard work or criticize her for not knowing how to rest. In the end, unable to say anything harsh, Shen Xingyan could only acquiesce to her appropriate training. He accompanied his sister for 2 hours, during which he taught her the body-refining exercises he had just revised that day. His sister's intelligence also exceeded his expectations. Often, with just a little guidance from him, she could quickly grasp the meaning and gradually apply it to her body-refining movements. This made Shen Xingyan feel like a master being beaten to death by a novice. When the time came, Shen Xingyan let his sister go upstairs to rest, while he trained until 12 o'clock before returning to the Star Origin world for his daily cultivation and sleep. Chapter 105 Barely Coping. Shen Xingyan woke up from his meditative state and checked his attribute panel. He found that the maximum energy level in the energy attribute column had increased by 0.3. He nodded slightly. Now he could get an increase of 0.1 energy level every other day, which was also because he did not spend that much time training each time. If he uses all 12 hours he can stay in the Star Origin world for cultivation, he can increase his original energy limit by at least 0.1 every day. However, Shen Xingyan also knew that cultivating primal energy was a long-term process and could not be rushed. Just like his training at school, as long as he persisted, there would be a breakthrough sooner or later. Shen Xingyan stood up and checked the growth of the 5 acres of strawberries. He found that without the mission stagnation penalty, the strawberry plants were growing much better than described in the data, showing a promising harvest. He was delighted to see this. However, after thinking about the tough battle he was about to face that afternoon, he couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. With the completion of planting 5 acres of strawberries, it also means that his workload has increased again after he put his professional skills to use. Long cycle crops are certainly good, but you also need the corresponding strength to grow them. Shen Xingyan muttered to himself. The summoning speed of the little skeletons can no longer keep up with the increase in workload. They were fine for ordinary work, and the little skeletons had a significant advantage. However, when it came to situations where skills were used, their manpower became insufficient, and he had to personally intervene to resolve the situation. I have to say, I really miss those days when all I had to do was use my skills, and then there was nothing else to do. Shen Xingyan sighed slightly. He put that idea aside for the time being, and then slowly walked to the area where the chili peppers were grown. The chili peppers were still green at this point. Judging from the timeline, they were only in the 9th day of their growth cycle, and it would take them almost 2 more days to reach maturity. However, with Shen Xingyan's professional skill that grants a plus 10% growth rate, the time for a 10-day-old chili pepper can be shortened by 1 day, meaning the chili pepper will be fully ripe around 2 a.m. tonight. Shen Xingyan mentally estimated the scene, subconsciously recalling the wheat harvest, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. It's worth noting that, for wheat with a similar 10-day growth cycle, I broke the star source record by letting it mature naturally. By this analogy, the possibility of his chili peppers breaking records this time is very high. With such anticipation, Shen Xingyan, who was already full of energy, became even more radiant. While inspecting the farmland, he also stroked each of the little skeletons as a way of encouraging them. Afterwards, Shen Xingyan explained the principles of the work to Wang Kai and then returned to the real world to resume another day of training. This time, he once again applied his newfound skills to physical training, and each training session brought new insights, which he found quite enjoyable. Moreover, as the body refining movements were further optimized, the transparent little figure in his mind became clearer and clearer. He could even vaguely see the complexity of the little figure's movements, which was on a completely different level from his own. This discovery made him even more excited. Shen Xingyan trained in the training hall until a little after 1 p.m., then went straight home. After pausing for a while, I used the star source card to connect to my planting space. As soon as Shen Xingyan landed, he was greeted by a scene of little skeletons working diligently, and the sight gave him an unusually harmonious feeling. Although the little skeletons belong to the undead type and are inclined towards death, crops naturally represent the hope of life. These two extremes, which should not have existed at the same time, actually coexisted in his planting space without any apparent conflict, which was quite magical. It seems that things will turn into their opposites when they reach their extremes, and the ancient saying about the balance of yin and yang really makes sense. It seems that while I'm exercising regularly, my studies can also suffer. A sudden realization dawned on Shen Xingyan, and he felt his mental energy become more abundant, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Before long, he emerged from this emotional state, and at that moment, his professional skills had completed their cooldown. After instructing Wang Kai to assign 5 little skeletons to each of the 5 acres of strawberry fields and 1 to take care of the watermelon fields, he could only sigh slightly as he looked at his ever-increasing workload, comforting himself that he had done his best and left the rest to fate. With a thought, Shen Xingyan unleashed his primal energy, which surged forth and landed on all the farmland. As the notification of successful execution of a professional skill appeared, the maintenance notifications for Star Source surged forth again as if a floodgate had been opened, with an even greater impact than before. Shen Xingyan quickly had the few skeletons he had summoned use the Berserk skill, while he himself took the lead and began working in the various farmlands. At this moment, Shen Xingyan vividly demonstrated what it means to be exhausted. He was doing his best, busy with one thing and another. He didn't even have time to catch his breath, let alone take a break. Throughout the maintenance mission, triple warning messages even began to appear over the farmland. If it hadn't been dealt with in time, he would have received his first mission suspension penalty in his career. Fortunately, Shen Xingyan arrived in time and worked like his life depended on it, which prevented him from receiving this first penalty. Although there are many firsts in a person's life, Shen Xingyan didn't really want the first one, mission stopped, to happen. Fortunately, thanks to Shen Xingyan's tireless work, this first time has not yet happened to him. As the speed at which the Star Source notifications appeared began to slow down, Shen Xingyan finally walked out of the farmland, feeling somewhat exhausted. At this moment, his stamina had completely exceeded the warning line. He quickly bought a piece of roasted meat and ate it in big bites. Roasted meat is a food that can restore stamina. It is usually a standard for combat professionals, but it is a bit expensive. Shen Xingyan naturally didn't care about that. While eating, he lay down on the ground to quietly recover. After waiting for about 20 minutes, his weakness finally disappeared, and his stamina returned to normal. Doing farm work is really tough. I should go back and get some exercise. Shen Xingyan sighed and returned to the real world. Chapter 106 Chili Pepper Breaks Record. After 3 rounds of skill refinement optimization, Shen Xingyan's body refining movements have undergone a significant change. From the appearance alone, it's hard to tell that they are the same set of body refining movements. It can only be discerned from some subtle details. Shen Xingyan found the optimized movements increasingly smooth to practice, and also felt that the movements greatly improved his physical fitness. Although this speculation was not reflected in the attribute panel, Shen Xingyan could personally feel this huge improvement. During Shen Xingyan's training, he also took some time to have a meal with his sister, and then went to the planting space to summon the 2 little skeletons from today, bringing the total number of little skeletons to 28. After handing the chili peppers over to Wang Kai, he returned to the real world and trained until after 1 a.m., while waiting for them to ripen. As the time came, the sound of the alarm clock also pulled Shen Xingyan out of his workout. Only then did Shen Xingyan realize that the time to harvest the chili peppers was approaching. He quickly returned to his room, reconnected to the star source card, and returned to his planting space. As soon as he stood still, he looked at the acre of chili peppers that had turned bright red. The eye-catching color gave him a festive feeling at first glance. After taking a closer look, he found that the quality and quantity of the chili peppers on each plant were very pleasing, making him eager to try his hand at the upcoming harvest. Shen Xingyan didn't have to wait long at all. Just a few minutes later, an icon indicating that the chili peppers were ripe and ready for harvest appeared in the sky above the field. Having experienced many successes, Shen Xingyan was naturally very familiar with this, and immediately began to reap the rewards with ease. Although the little skeletons had enough energy to help Shen Xingyan harvest the chili peppers, he chose not to ask them for help. After all, with his backpack space, harvesting a small acre of chili peppers wouldn't require much effort. As Shen Xingyan was harvesting, he used the same rough and efficient method as before, uprooting the entire chili plant and storing it in his backpack. At this point, Shen Xingyan had already experienced the stamina recovery boost from grilling meat, so he didn't need to worry about stamina at all. In this state, he only spent a dozen minutes harvesting the chilies. The moment he pulled out the last chili pepper, Xingyuan's prompt echoed in his ears as expected. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of chili peppers and harvested 1,800 kilograms. You have gained 1,125 farmer experience points. Upon hearing the production figures mentioned in the notification, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but beam with joy. The yield of 1,800 kilograms exceeded his expectations. He had previously calculated that 1,600 kilograms would have been quite good, but he did not expect that the yield would be 200 kilograms more than he had anticipated. Shen Xingyan subconsciously began to calculate. Based on the fact that ordinary chili peppers cost 55 copper coins per kilogram, his harvest this time would be worth 99 silver coins, which was much higher than yesterday's high-quality pumpkins. Moreover, his chili peppers were not penalized by Xingyuan's mission stagnation penalty at all. According to his previous guess, the quality of the chili peppers this time should be of excellent grade, so the money he would get in the end could be increased a lot. Just as Shen Xingyan was about to use the backpacks function to separate the entire chili plant, the Star Origin World's notification sounded again. Congratulations! You have broken the previous record of 1,350 kilograms of chili peppers per moo and successfully achieved a yield of 1,800 kilograms. You will be rewarded with a random rare skill. Xingyuan will make a district-wide announcement. Would you like to make this information public? The sudden appearance of the record-breaking notification startled Shen Xingyan for a moment. Then, remembering his previous guess, he showed an expression of "I knew it." As expected, the chili peppers, which also have a 10-day growth cycle, broke the star source record when they matured naturally, just like the wheat before them. It seems that even without using professional skills, crops with a growth cycle of at least 10 days can still break the Star Origin World record. With his idea confirmed, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but clench his fists slightly in celebration. He then suppressed his joy and looked at the random rare skill reward shown in the notification. This reward is a rare skill. Shen Xingyan's eyes lit up as he looked at those words. Based on his previous understanding, in addition to professional skills and talent skills, there are also some other skills in the Star Origin world. For example, when he awakened before, the base's highest commander suddenly appeared, seemingly using a spatial ability, but he didn't know much about the specifics. However, there is not much information about Star Source skills in the real world. It is only known that they are divided into several grades: basic skills, intermediate skills, advanced skills, rare skills, and even more advanced skills. Furthermore, their numbers are not very large, and they are roughly divided into buff types and offensive types, as well as some special skills. Buffs, as the name suggests, can improve one's own status, similar to the berserk skills of the little skeletons. Offensive skills, on the other hand, are designed to increase attack power and are similar to martial arts techniques, but also different. Martial arts skills can become more powerful through training, but these skills are basically fixed and can only be improved by using some special items. Of course, the initial bonus effect of offensive skills is incomparable to that of martial arts skills. The only special skill he was familiar with was the base commander's spatial blink skill. As for more details, Shen Xingyan was somewhat unaware. After all, humanity has only been exploring the star origin world for a little over 100 years, and its discoveries are just the tip of the iceberg. There are still many unknowns that need to be gradually unveiled. Do you wish to disclose this information? Xing Yuan's prompt pulled Shen Xingyan back from his reverie, and he quickly expressed to the prompt that he wanted to cancel the world announcement. However, the star origin world reacted very quickly this time. As soon as Shen Xingyan finished speaking, a new notification appeared immediately. Would you like to spend 100 silver coins to cancel this region-wide announcement? Upon seeing the prompt, Shen Xingyan nodded in agreement. After all, when it comes to money, he doesn't hesitate to spend it when necessary. Moreover, as the crop growth cycle has become longer, 100 silver coins no longer feel as precious to him as they did at the beginning. Chapter 107 Special Skill, Clone Technique. As Shen Xingyan completed the payment of 100 silver coins, Xing Yuan's notification quickly disappeared, and a small box-like icon appeared abruptly in front of him in its place. This should be the random skill mentioned in the hint, Shen Xingyan thought to himself, looking at the unfamiliar icon. After all, there was only one reward this time, so it was impossible for anything else to appear. Why is the random skill icon a little box? And how do I proceed? Faced with this unfamiliar icon, Shen Xingyan was unsure of what to do next. However, just as he was wondering, the small box in front of him began to spin rapidly, so fast that he could hardly see it clearly. At the same time, the icon began to emit an increasingly dazzling light, giving Shen Xingyan a feeling that it was about to explode. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan knew that the icon wouldn't harm him much, but he still subconsciously took a step back to maintain a safe distance from it. In just a few seconds, the small box's rotation speed reached a peak, and its final result was just as Shen Xingyan had sensed. After emitting a burst of intense light, the little box icon exploded instantly. When the light faded, a small, human-shaped icon stood quietly in the place where the small box had been. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan was about to go forward to check, but the little icon seemed to sense something and instantly disappeared into his brow before Shen Xingyan could react. Startled, Shen Xingyan quickly touched his brow, but found nothing amiss. This was the first time he had experienced something like this, so he couldn't help but smile wryly and say, "Are all the skill rewards from the star origin world this special?" Just as he was checking his own attribute panel, a notification sound from Star Source rang out. "Congratulations, you have acquired the special skill clone technique rare. Consumes half of your own primal energy to create a clone. The clone's attributes are equal to the primal energy consumed. Less than 1 point is deducted. The clone lasts for 2 hours, and the skill has a 10-hour cooldown." Upon hearing Xing Yuan's suggestion, Shen Xingyan froze on the spot, a look of confusion crossing his face. Realizing what was happening immediately, he quickly opened the attribute panel and looked at the special skill clone technique that was sitting below the talent skills in disbelief. After reading the skill description of the clone technique word by word, Shen Xingyan rubbed his eyes hard, afraid of making a mistake, and watched it again. After repeating it several times, he finally confirmed that he had not misread it, and his face was filled with disbelief. A special skill called clone technique? How could this skill really be that powerful? Are all rare skills of this type? Shen Xingyan thought in shock. To create a clone with half the attributes of my original energy, that's insane. Although the clone has a limited lifespan of only 2 hours, unlike the little skeletons which can exist indefinitely, the attribute boost is truly incredible. Even if it's just a temporary boost, it's beyond my wildest imagination. As Shen Xingyan thought of this, his gaze involuntarily turned to the primal energy attribute section of the attribute panel, and he calculated with some delight. 40 points of primal energy attribute. Wouldn't that be enough to create a clone with all attributes at level 20? That's almost the same as my level 11 self. Such a skill might be considered rather ordinary by other professions, since few professions would allocate their precious free attribute points to primal energy. In this era where strength reigns supreme, almost all professions focus their resources on the 4 most offensive attributes, and even life professions are no exception. However, this skill is different for Shen Xingyan. In the early days, Due to the increase in the number of farmlands, Shen Xingyan had to add all his free attribute points to primal energy in order to maximize the effect of his professional skills. This also meant that his original energy had reached 40 points by level 11, far exceeding the values that a professional should have at this stage. Although he initially felt a bit regretful, the emergence of the enlightenment skill made him even more determined to add all his free attribute points to primal energy. Moreover, when Potato broke the record before, he also gained 10 times the original energy cultivation speed, which also indicates that his original energy improvement speed will exceed that of most people in the future. With the combination of these two ways to increase primal energy, his primal energy will become increasingly terrifying in the future, which will also cause his 4 physical attributes to be far lower than those of people of the same level. Now he has obtained a clone technique that has such a clear requirement for primal energy, which instantly makes up for his lack of combat ability. Moreover, as his primal energy increases in the future, his combat ability will become more and more terrifying. The clone technique rewarded by the Star Origin world made his primal energy even more valuable. If I could extract the skill of creating clones into the real world, wouldn't it be possible to send clones to fight enemies outside the boundary while I could stay safely in the base? Although the clones wouldn't exist for very long, they could still wipe out some disasters. Thinking about how he could kill disasters like this, Shen Xingyan became more and more excited. He subconsciously looked at his wallet. After all, extracting skills required money. When he saw that sum of money, his previously high spirits vanished as if doused with cold water. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. I still need to make money. With the little money I have now, I can't even extract a single attribute point, let alone such a powerful clone skill. At this moment, Shen Xingyan felt as if even a hero could be brought down by a mere penny. However, he quickly rallied and comforted himself, saying, at least with this clone technique, the maintenance tasks I need to perform using my professional skills will be much easier. With all attributes at level 20, the clone's work efficiency is almost on par with mine. Shen Xingyan wanted to summon his clone to check its specific attributes, but considering that he would be using his professional skills in less than 10 hours, he couldn't let such a valuable asset go to waste, so he restrained himself from the idea. Chapter 108 Dual Perspectives. After digesting the unexpected surprise of the cloning technique, Shen Xingyan checked his backpack and found that all the chili peppers were of high quality, and each chili pepper was worth 75 copper coins per kilogram. By selling the agricultural products to Xingyuan Mall, he earned a total of 135 silver coins. She then planned to directly activate her origin energy cultivation until her professional skills were fully cooled down. However, considering that work needs to begin around noon, Xingyuan's time is somewhat tight. After all, he can only stay in the Star Origin world for 12 hours a day, so he had no choice but to return to the real world first. With nothing else to do and not wanting to waste time, he continued exercising. Although he now has the powerful clone as a henchman, he cannot let his guard down. The principle that mountains crumble, people run away, and one must be strong to succeed is a belief he has held since childhood. At this time, Shen Xingyan, whose mental strength was only 10 points in reality, was already feeling a little sleepy, but he still forced himself to exercise until about 6 a.m. before stopping. After tidying up and preparing breakfast for the two of them, he returned to his room, feeling somewhat exhausted, and immediately connected to the Star Source world. After shouting a loud greeting to the little skeletons who were working, Shen Xingyan quickly activated his cultivation function and entered a state of meditation and sleep. At this moment, with the reward of 10 times the cultivation speed, the surrounding small particles suddenly appeared, frantically surging into Shen Xingyan's body while replenishing his depleted physical and mental strength. Its speed is so fast that it is reflected in the attribute panel, where it can recover a little bit every 10 seconds. At the same time, its energy limit is also accumulating energy factors little by little, storing up power for future energy enhancement. The increasing number of pale green particles directly affected Shen Xingyan's consciousness, nourishing him in a subtle and gentle way. The 6-hour training session passed in this state of repair and transcendence. As the meditation period ended, Shen Xingyan, who was lying on the ground sleeping, slowly opened his eyes, feeling that the previous fatigue had completely disappeared. He stood up and stretched a bit. Seeing that it was time, he thought for a moment, then opened the Star Origin shop and spent 400 copper coins to buy 2 bottles of energy-restoring potions. Item: Basic Energy Potion. Value: 200 copper coins. Quantity: 2. Attribute: slowly restores 10 points of original energy over 1 minute. After examining the properties of the 2 potions in his backpack, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly, pondering to himself. With these 2 bottles of basic energy potion to restore my energy, I can quickly replenish my energy after creating my clone, making it easier to use all my energy to unleash my professional skills. With that thought in mind, Shen Xingyan looked at the class skill in the attribute panel that had completed its cooldown, and then, without further hesitation, began the operation. He first activated his clone technique to better handle the maintenance prompts from the star source. With a slight thought, his clone technique instantly became active. Half of his primal energy began to surge within his body and quickly gathered on the beginner's staff. At the same time, a wisp of his consciousness seemed to gather there as well, merging with the primal energy. This separation of consciousness had little impact on Shen Xingyan. He only felt a slight discomfort at first, but then everything returned to normal. Once the primal energy had fully merged with his consciousness, a visible cloud of gas formed at the tip of the cane and began to expand. Then the expanding gas began to slowly fall in front of Shen Xingyan, and at this moment a strange feeling began to rise in his heart. Before Shen Xingyan could fully appreciate its mystery, the gas in front of him instantly dissipated, and a person who resembled Shen Xingyan but was not exactly the same appeared before him. This person, also dressed as a farmer, was looking at him with some curiosity, and the same emotion was reflected on Shen Xingyan's face. Shen Xingyan was not only curious about the appearance of his clone, but also about the 2 perspectives that appeared in his mind. One perspective is him looking at the clone, and the other perspective is the clone looking at him from the clone's point of view. Experiencing this multi-perspective feeling for the first time, Shen Xingyan initially felt a little uncomfortable, but gradually felt a sense of novelty. It seems like I can control the other party. A vague feeling welled up in my heart after the clone was formed. With a slight thought from Shen Xingyan, he and his clone began to move simultaneously, and the images of both movements appeared in Shen Xingyan's mind. However, there are still differences in the visual experience. The main viewpoint is more realistic and clearer, while the perspective from the clone is much weaker. The significant difference between the primary and secondary perspectives prevents him from easily getting confused. I never imagined that the clones could actually be driven by my own consciousness, instead of simply executing my commands like Wankai and the others. This will make them much more flexible in the future. At this moment, the clone was like a character controlled by Shen Xingyan. It did not require any commands. It could be executed immediately with just a thought. Moreover, the advantage of dual perspectives is like having a mobile surveillance system, which will make future exploration of the outside world much more convenient. After gradually getting used to the control, Shen Xingyan then checked the attributes of his clone. Name: a clone of Sparks Spreading Wilderness. Strength: 20 points. Agility: 20 points. Physical condition: 20 points. Spirit: 20 points. Health: 200 to 200 points. Physical attack: 20 points. Spell attack: 20 points. Defense: 20 points. Speed: 20 points. Duration: 2 hours countdown. Seeing that the clone had a total of 20 attribute points, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. Although the clone, like the little skeleton, only had simple basic attributes and did not have the same skills and talents as himself, he was already very satisfied. As the saying goes, strength can overcome all skills. In Shen Xingyan's view, as long as the attributes are high enough, everything else is just fluff. After all, no matter how much you jump around, I can knock you down with one punch. He still longs for such a scene. Shen Xingyan then quietly took the medicine to restore his energy, and at the same time called Wankai to his side to assign the next tasks. With the presence of his clone, the workload was greatly reduced. Shen Xingyan assigned all the little skeletons to the strawberry fields, leaving the rest to him and his clone. As the professional skills are activated, Star Source's warning message reappears. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? Chapter 109 Potato breaks record for the second time. When Shen Xingyan saw Xingyuan's warning message appear again, although he had already anticipated this situation, he still subconsciously paused for a moment. After all, he still vividly remembered the last skill failure and clearly realized that the possible event in the prompt was not just a word, but a real limitation that existed in the star origin world. For him, who was about to harvest potatoes, if he failed to use his professional skills again, then the potatoes that had been so full of hope would have to wait for them to ripen naturally. Given the precedent of potatoes breaking the record last time, it is simply impossible to break the record this time by relying on potatoes to ripen naturally. Shen Xingyan is well aware of this. However, now was the time to act decisively. Shen Xingyan silently prayed, hoping to receive the blessing of Lady Luck and successfully unleash his skill. After some psychological suggestion, he nodded slightly to indicate his agreement to continue. After receiving Shen Xingyan's confirmation, Xingyuan's prompt disappeared instantly, and at the same time, the primal energy on his beginner's staff also disappeared, instantly spreading across the farmland, and the skill effect began to take effect. As Yuan Nung left, Shen Xingyan's gaze turned to the potato acre in the center of the farmland. However, perhaps Lady Luck was truly on his side, or perhaps the success rate of his professional skill had been triggered, because Star Source's notification began to ring in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Hearing the notification tone in his ear, and seeing that there was no word of failure following the notification, Shen Xingyan's initial worry instantly disappeared. A smile returned to his face, and his overall energy and spirits soared. The potatoes he had been watching started to rustle, and all the crops in the field seemed even more adorable to Shen Xingyan at this moment. At this moment, he was so happy that he seemed to have forgotten about the large amount of work that was about to be done, as if he no longer needed to do any of the work. As the rapid growth phase of all crops in the farmland came to an end, the long-awaited maintenance notifications began to flood in. Seeing the seemingly free maintenance notification, Shen Xingyan returned to reality from his previous state of joy. Although he knew that the workload had increased again, he felt that it was nothing compared to the rewards to come. Wang Kai, and my clone, let's get started. Shen Xingyan shouted with great enthusiasm, giving people a very passionate feeling. I know, what are you shouting for? Keep it down, it's not like we can't hear you. A sudden rebuttal followed Shen Xingyan's words, the tone equally rousing. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Kai couldn't help but turn its head to look at Shen Xingyan's clone standing to the side, tilting the little skull with some confusion. Shen Xingyan, however, was not surprised at all, since it was he who said this while operating his clone. Every time he said something like that, no one would respond, which made him feel a little embarrassed. But now that I have a clone, things are different. Not only can I work, but I can also communicate normally, even if it's just me communicating with myself. Moreover, he found the feeling of contradicting himself quite interesting, as if another version of himself within each person had been materialized. The pre-work relaxation ends, and the busy work begins simultaneously. Although the amount of work today has increased significantly compared to yesterday, due to the increase in strawberry fields to 6 acres. However, with his clone sharing the workload with Shen Xingyan, he felt much more relaxed than yesterday. However, this is only relative. The reality is far from optimistic. The double warnings continue to appear from time to time, leaving the two Shen Xingyans with no time to rest. After nearly 2 hours of work, Shen Xingyan's stamina was almost at the warning line when the maintenance prompts from Xingyuan finally began to slow down. At this moment, Shen Xingyan's clone had also reached the end of its existence time, thus successfully completing its mission for this appearance. Shen Xingyan smiled and controlled his clone to wave goodbye. In the last second, the clone turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. At the same time, the wisp of consciousness that Shen Xingyan had attached to the clone returned to his mind. The return of consciousness to his brain made him slightly disoriented, but he quickly returned to normal. Faced with this novel feeling, Shen Xingyan shook his head and sighed. wondering if he would encounter even more amazing things in the future. After eating some food to restore his strength, Shen Xingyan turned his attention to the acre of potatoes that had already ripened. However, because they had all been busy with maintenance work, they hadn't had time to harvest them. Unlike his previous crops, Shen Xingyan couldn't simply uproot the potatoes. After all, potatoes buried in the soil have their own temperaments. As soon as Shen Xingyan dared to pull them out, they dared to continue hiding in the soil, making him search for them for a while. Shen Xingyan had no choice but to call over 3 little skeletons, including Wang Kai, to help him harvest potatoes with their special tools. During this time, he also had to keep an eye on the maintenance of other farmland, so the harvest of this acre of potatoes was indeed much slower, taking more than half an hour to complete. As the last potato was found in the field, Shen Xingyan stood up and stretched. At that moment, Xing Yuan's prompt appeared in his ear as expected. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of potatoes and harvested 7,800 kilograms. You have gained 1,560 farmer experience points. Shen Xingyan, whose face was originally full of fatigue, suddenly brightened up after hearing about the harvest, and his whole demeanor seemed to have been lifted out of nowhere. This time I harvested an incredible 7,800 kilograms. That's 800 kilograms more than when I broke the record last time. I'm definitely breaking the record again. I wonder what kind of reward the Star Origin world will give me this time. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but rub his hands together, his face full of undisguised anticipation. He knew that even if he wanted to hide it, he probably couldn't. Wang Kai and the other dogs, who had already finished harvesting potatoes and were waiting for Shen Xingyan's next instructions, were already used to seeing their owner's expression again and did not show any particular confusion. Chapter 110, The Second Talent Stone. The Star Origin world didn't keep Shen Xingyan waiting long. Shortly after the potato harvest notification appeared, it directly sent the reward for his record-breaking achievement to his ear via a notification. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 7,000 kilograms of potatoes per acre, achieving a yield of 7,800 kilograms. You are being rewarded with a talent skill growth stone. This will be announced server-wide by Xing Yuan. Would you like to make this information public? Upon hearing the reward notification, Shen Xingyan was momentarily stunned. Then, overjoyed, he reflexively shouted, "Don't make it public. Stop the notification. Here's 100 silver coins. Cancel it right now." Having anticipated the next steps from the Star Source prompt, Shen Xingyan, who was already familiar with the process, took out 100 silver coins to pay before the Star Source world even displayed a prompt. He paid this time even more readily than before, as if he were giving away not money, but a very hot potato. As for Shen Xingyan, who had already learned to answer questions quickly, Star Origin world did not refuse him at all and neatly put away this sweet potato. As soon as 100 silver coins disappeared from Shen Xingyan's hand, the prompt asking for money did not reappear. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. The talent stone rewards a few days ago almost dragged him, the culprit, into trouble. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance and managed to get through it safely. If another world announcement rewarding talent stones were to appear in the Star Origin world, the investigation into the farmers that had just subsided in the real world would definitely be reignited and would become even more intense. If we're not careful, or if we run into an enforcer who believes in better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free, the outcome won't be good. After all, in the real world, farmers don't have a high social status. He would be more than willing to spend money to eliminate this risk. After finishing this task, Shen Xingyan opened his backpack with a look of delight, his gaze immediately falling on the small, dark, but exceptionally cute stone. Item: Talent Skill Growth Stone Beginner. Category: Special Items. Rarity: Rare. Quantity: 1. Attribute: Talent skills grow in sync with your character's +1. Background: Formed from some special fragments of stone in the early stages of the creation of the Star Origin, it developed certain special abilities as the Star Origin world grew and evolved. It's the same attributes as last time, the same basic stone. It seems that the basic talent stone should be a breakthrough reward for both level 1 and level 2 crops. Shen Xingyan analyzed with delight. Although the talent stone reward this time was not the intermediate talent stone he had previously guessed, he was already quite satisfied. He even wished that the reward for breaking records would be this small, dark stone. It's important to know that the value of this stone is immeasurable, as evidenced by the massive mobilization of search and rescue efforts in the real world. Moreover, the talent skill synchronization attribute in the talent stone is far more valuable than ordinary money. If that number of gold coins were placed in front of Shen Xingyan, it would probably be enough to build a mountain. Shen Xingyan carefully held the small stone in his palm and admired it. He discovered that its sharp black edges revealed a unique color when viewed from different angles, which was quite captivating. Looking at Wang Kai standing beside him, Shen Xingyan gently patted it, then said in a cheerful voice, "Wang Kai, get ready for your attributes to improve. When we meet again, you'll be a completely different Wang Kai. With this stone, your master will be able to summon more and more minions for you. Do a good job. From now on, you won't just be a captain anymore. You'll be tasked with becoming a general. Wang Kai Skeleton General, doesn't that sound awesome?" Although Shen Xingyan's words were full of seductive meaning, Wang Kai seemed to have really taken them to heart. The occasional glint in his eyes that had appeared before suddenly started flashing continuously, expressing Wang Kai's high spirits. Shen Xingyan, who was looking up at the sky and contemplating the future, did not notice this unusual situation. After stuffing a big pancake into Wang Kai's mouth, he no longer hesitated and directly issued the command to use the talent skill growth stone with a thought. Then the same thing happened again. Shen Xingyan felt a jolt in his body, and then everything went black as he was kicked out of the star origin world. However, unlike his surprise and panic last time, he was unusually calm this time, even with a faint smile on his face when he was kicked out. Shen Xingyan gently rubbed his temples, then focused his mind on his star source card to check its attribute panel. Talent. Summon Skeletons summons 3 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 3 to fight 24-hour cooldown. Just as he had guessed, his innate skill not only increased the skeleton's overall attributes by 1 point, but also increased the number of skeletons he could summon each time to 3. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to express his joy, he immediately realized that he was in the inner ring area, which was crowded with people, and there were many neighbors nearby. He couldn't be too ostentatious. He could only clench his fists tightly and shake them several times to vent his excitement. After a while, he lay down again, and his consciousness connected with the star source card back to his planting space. The moment Shen Xingyan arrived, he looked at Wang Kai, who was working, and found that its attributes were the same as last time. With the improvement of its talent skills, it had become a little skeleton with all attributes at level 3. Upon seeing Shen Xingyan return, Wang Kai immediately stopped what he was doing and walked to Shen Xingyan's side. At this point, its movement speed was already 3, and it walked at a pace not much different from an ordinary child. Shen Xingyan laughed and patted Wang Kai's skull with a little straw hat on it. His eyes looked at the 8 acres of farmland in front of him, and he felt a surge of joy. With his upgraded talent skills, his previous miserable days were finally over. The little skeletons, with all attributes at level 3, have certainly improved their work efficiency, though they haven't quite reached the exaggerated level of 1 skeleton being equivalent to 2. With 28 skeletons upgraded simultaneously, their overall work capacity has increased to a level comparable to that of the previous dozen or so skeletons. Chapter 111 Level up to 12. The reappearance of the talent stone has greatly enhanced Shen Xingyan's ability to deal with the star source maintenance prompts, and he is now much more confident in handling the massive amount of farm work that will be done after using his professional skills. He was in a state of excitement when he looked at the experience points in the attribute panel, 3958/3000. Obviously, this amount of experience points had met her leveling requirements. Shen Xingyan was no exception to this moment that all professionals looked forward to the most. After all, leveling up would grant a 12-point attribute bonus, and no professional would complain about having too many attributes. Without hesitation, he focused his attention on the upgrade notification. As his thoughts shifted slightly, Star Source's notification appeared in his ear. Congratulations. Your job level has been upgraded to 12. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. With the notification appearing, his experience points changed to 958/4000. To level up again, he would need 4,000 experience points. Shen Xingyan was aware of this, so he wasn't surprised. He checked the attribute panel and found that all attribute values had increased by 2 points. He nodded slightly and, without hesitation, added 4 free attribute points to the primal energy, bringing the primal energy cap to 44 points. After all, the importance of primal energy has become increasingly prominent, especially with the emergence of the clone skill, which can indirectly turn 4 free attribute points into 8 points of the 4 major attributes. Although it is only a temporary boost, it is still quite terrifying. Seeing that the skill cooldown had been reduced by another 2%, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile. With this upgrade, his total cooldown reduction for his class skills has now reached 13%, which is equivalent to reducing the cooldown time by more than 3 hours. If there is no delay in casting, he can cast it once more after 7 days. From now on, the growth period for any crop will be reduced from a maximum of 10 days to 9 days. Shen Xingyan couldn't even imagine how terrifying the effects would be when he planted even more advanced crops in the future. Then came the harvest of the crops. Shen Xingyan opened his backpack space and checked the attributes of the potatoes that had just helped him break through the star origin record. Item: potato excellent. Value: 20 copper. Quantity: 7,800. Attribute: a basic food that provides a strong feeling of fullness. Item: potato leaves excellent. Value: 6 copper. Quantity: 2,200. Attribute: a type of feed for raising animals. This is somewhat beyond expectations. These are potatoes of exceptional quality. I remember the potatoes I harvested last time were of the superior plus grade, but this time they were upgraded to excellent. The only difference between the 2 harvests was the timing of my skill activation. It seems that applying my professional skills to crops that are about to mature has a very significant effect on improving their grade. While Shen Xingyan was somewhat delighted, he also became even more certain of his thoughts. Although these harvests seem insignificant compared to the record-breaking rewards such as talent stones, he is aware that the reality is that these harvests come first to break the record, and then the rewards will follow. Moreover, although his assets are now immeasurable, he actually only has less than 1.5 gold coins, and that 1 gold coin was borrowed. Therefore, his actual need for money is still quite large. Shen Xingyan opened Xingyuan Mall and sold all the agricultural products he had harvested, earning a total of 169 coins and 200 copper coins. He then smiled and looked at the little skeletons who were now working leisurely. The improvement in their talents had also improved their attributes. Now they no longer felt the urgency when they worked, and they returned to the relaxed state they had when they first planted wheat. They called out to Wang Kai, and the human and the skeleton partner planted the 7th acre of strawberries. Seeing that everything was settled, Shen Xingyan didn't linger there any longer, as he needed to allow more time to use his talent skills when he returned in the afternoon. He smiled and patted Wang Sai's head before disappearing from the spot, his consciousness returning to the real world. Wang Kai stared at the spot where its owner had disappeared, standing there for a long time, as if deep in thought. Then it raised its hand bones, which were beginning to become perfect, and a faint, joyful light began to flicker in its eye sockets. When the eerie light faded, he began working in the fields while observing the other little skeletons. Back in the real world, Shen Xingyan stared at the ceiling, his mind still replaying the record-breaking moment. A smile lingered on his lips for a long time before finally settling down. He began his day's exercise with high spirits. After stepping out of the room, he slowly walked towards the training hall, observing the pedestrians on the surrounding road. At this time of year, more people are out and about, with people who believe in living for the moment strolling around various leisure venues. They relaxed their tired nerves and temporarily put aside the disaster that surrounded them. Judging from their attire, most of them are engaged in livelihood professions, with a small number being combat professionals. Although Shen Xingyan somewhat disagreed with their wasting time on such trivial matters instead of exercising to improve their physical fitness, he could understand their thinking. After all, most of them are professionals with no future and feel that no matter how hard they try, it will be in vain. In addition, the existence of Star Source made them feel that there was little difference between practicing and not practicing. Aside from those professionals who dare to stand on the front lines and fight, it's difficult for those professionals who stay in the base year-round to muster much fighting spirit. If it weren't for the unforgettable hatred that kept Shen Xingyan constantly on his toes, and his single-minded focus on going out to eliminate the disaster, he would have been able to achieve great things. Otherwise, he would have started to slack off as soon as he realized he was a professional farmer, just enough to keep himself and his sister from starving. He never thinks about improving himself in real life, while saving money to help his sister improve, and that he will go out and fight in other fields when he gets old. Someone has to step up. With great power comes great responsibility. Shen Xingyan murmured softly. Then he looked back, towards the border of the North District, the place where he would fight in the future. At that moment, he seemed to see the dangerous land he would eventually set foot on, and his eyes were filled with determination. Chapter 112 Dual Attribute Enhancement. Hey kid, you haven't been coming here very often lately, sometimes early and sometimes late. What are you busy with? Shen Xingyan had just arrived at the training hall when a Ning, who was sitting leisurely at the front desk, saw him and asked with a puzzled look. Shen Xingyan simply smiled faintly, vaguely mentioned that he had some things to attend to recently, and then said nothing more. After chatting for a few minutes, Shen Xingyan headed straight for the strength training area. And Ning looked at the other person's back and sighed slightly. Young people are so full of energy. He didn't take it to heart. After all, it was already quite an achievement for a young man like Shen Xingyan to persevere, and it was impossible to expect him to have a regular schedule like those old guys. Shen Xingyan arrived at the strength training area and adjusted the difficulty level of the equipment in front of him to a level slightly beyond his tolerance. Because of the limited training time today, he can only train here for a little over 3 hours before returning home to summon his 3 little skeletons. He couldn't possibly enter the Star Origin world from this place. After all, separating one's consciousness from one's body in the outside world is certainly not a wise move. I must say, this strength training that pushes the limits is really quite strenuous. After experiencing the difficulty of the equipment, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just as he was about to begin his workout, he seemed to suddenly remember something, abruptly slapped his forehead, and thought with some annoyance. I was so focused on cultivation and breaking records today that I completely forgot about the important skill I was learning. What a waste of such a long cool-down period. At this moment, Shen Xingyan had a regretful expression on his face, as if he wanted to give himself a good whack. He was eager to go to the physical training area and use his skills immediately, but upon looking at the strength training equipment in front of him, he suddenly changed his mind. Thinking that if he had focused his time on training his strength and agility, it would have been very effective, since the initial improvement in physical fitness would have been substantial. With that thought in mind, he made a decision and immediately used up all his original energy to activate his comprehension skill. The activation of the skill caused Shen Xingyan's comprehension value to rise sharply. At this moment, he did not waste the precious comprehension time and directly began to train his strength. In this state, while exercising, he also clearly felt that his exercise movements were not right. He felt that his previous strength training had not only failed to properly train many areas, resulting in extremely low training efficiency, but some movements, if not adjusted, could even cause significant damage to his body. This feeling startled him. If he had such thoughts under normal circumstances, he might have thought it was just a hallucination. However, when one is in a state of enlightenment, such a thought is 99% correct. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? To gain so many insights after just one reading completely surpasses my years of research. It's terrifying. At this moment, while sighing, Shen Xingyan also formally recognized the fact that he was just an ordinary person through the comparison of his physical and strength training before and after. After practicing the strength training exercises, the little figure in Shen Xingyan's mind reappeared. However, just like during the physical training, the transparent little figure was blurry, making it difficult for Shen Xingyan to see clearly. However, compared to physical exercise, it is intuitively clearer. Shen Xingyan, who noticed this situation, did not pay attention to it, but focused on improving the current strength training movements, including the position of force exertion and intensity techniques. The effect was also very significant. With the gradual improvement of the movements, the difficulty of the equipment that exceeded Shen Xingyan's own limits did not seem so difficult. He even felt somewhat relaxed. This discovery brightened Shen Xingyan's eyes, and it also fueled his motivation to train even more. With this modified training, his physical strength seemed to be saved a lot without him even realizing it, and the strength training, which was originally the most physically demanding, was now less strenuous. However, not long after he started this kind of training, he suddenly felt a significant increase in the strength in his upper arms, which surprised him for a moment, but also made him happy. He quickly took out his star source card to check it. Strength, 14 points. Physical attack, 14 points. Sure enough, a few days later, driven by the skill's enlightenment, the strength attribute increased once again, and the physical attack power also increased accordingly. The improved strength training is really effective. It even directly affects my attributes, Shen Xingyan exclaimed. He then seized the time to continue training and improving his movements. After half an hour, Shen Xingyan temporarily gave up on improving the strength training movements and instead strode quickly to the agility training area. If your physical fitness and strength training movements are incorrect, then it's inevitable that your agility will also encounter significant problems. Let's adjust both of them first. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Xingyan quickly adjusted the equipment and then began agility training. And just as he had guessed, he discovered many problems as soon as he began agility training, thanks to his heightened perception. My training was really riddled with problems. I can't believe I was able to achieve full attribute awakening under such incorrect training. Thinking about it now, it's quite an achievement. Upon realizing the current situation, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but cover his face and sigh. Although he thought this way, he also knew that perseverance was the only key to improving himself. Therefore, his training showed no signs of stopping. He continued to improve the shortcomings and mistakes in his training, and he found this process of self-correction very interesting. However, not long after, his speed suddenly increased, and his body became more agile. This feeling instantly inspired him, and a look of joy appeared on his face. With a slight thought, the star source card appeared on his forehead, and the attribute panel unfolded before him. Agility, 14 points. Speed, 14 points. Seeing the changes in the attribute panel, Shen Xingyan grew even more fond of his new enlightenment skill. No, I need to make money quickly to extract the original attribute points so that I can make my skills more powerful, Shen Xingyan thought to himself. Chapter 113 Wankai with Judgment. Although both strength and agility were increased within an hour, this is a welcome development. However, Shen Xingyan understood that this was just a result of quantitative change leading to qualitative change, and that he still needed to accumulate more knowledge and skills in his daily life to continue improving his attributes. Therefore, he dared not slack off in the slightest when it came to further optimizing the training movements and applying them to his daily workouts. Shen Xingyan maintained this state of discovering and correcting problems simultaneously until the enlightenment time was about to end. With only a few seconds left before he could fully comprehend the mystery, he was about to stop his training when he suddenly noticed that the transparent little figure in his mind seemed to have changed instantly. The transparent little figure, which had been in a blurry state, suddenly became clear, and its movements were displayed directly in front of Shen Xingyan. Shen Xingyan, who had just noticed the change, was about to observe it carefully when he discovered that the comprehension time had ended and the little figure had disappeared from the spot. What you can't have always seems more alluring. This feeling of almost gaining something and then losing it in an instant made Shen Xingyan feel restless and itchy. After all, he had been curious about the transparent little man for several days, and now that it was so close, it suddenly disappeared. Anyone would be driven crazy in this situation. Although he only glanced at it briefly, he could still sense a strange artistic conception in the movements of the transparent little figure. However, he was powerless to do anything about it, and could only wait until the next time he activated his skill to see what would happen. Shen Xingyan adjusted his mindset, and, seeing that he still had more than 2 hours left to train, he didn't waste any time and started exercising using the modified movements. Even after all the training was over, Shen Xingyan could feel the obvious difference between the training movements before and after the modification. Back in school, he would feel pain in certain parts of his body after exercising. At the time, he thought it was just that he had worked out those areas and mistakenly believed it was a sign of improved physical fitness. However, after exercising with the modified movements this time, my body felt exceptionally comfortable, a fundamental difference from before, making it immediately clear which was superior. This made him exclaim. The saying, "You can only go smoothly if you're on the right path," is absolutely true. After saying goodbye to Sister Ning at the front desk, Shen Xingyan left the training hall, picked up his sister, and went home together. While the iron was hot, he taught his sister the 3 improved exercise movements one by one, and then let her figure them out on her own. He went into the kitchen and started cooking a meal for the 2 of them. After they finished eating, Shen Xingyan went to exercise. Shen Xingyan returned to his room and connected to the Star Source card to enter the Star Source world. Inside the planting space, Shen Xingyan had just landed when he immediately activated his innate skill, Summon Skeleton. He nimbly began to chant softly, and the ground in front of him began to shake more violently than ever before. But having anticipated this, he remained calm and continued chanting. As 3 mounds of earth began to rise, it wasn't long before the 3 little skeletons for the day were summoned. Wang Kai, who was standing aside watching the ceremony, turned to look at his master when he saw that his master had summoned 3 underlings for him at once. If Wang Kai could have an expression at this moment, it would probably be filled with admiration and shock. Shen Xingyan looked at the 3 small skeletons that had just been unearthed and chuckled softly before tossing them all to Wang Kai. He sighed inwardly. He had gone from summoning 1 small skeleton each time to summoning 3 skeletons in just 20 days. As he broke through the Star Source record more and more frequently in the future, the speed at which this number increased might become even faster. The awe-inspiring scene he had previously imagined where a casual wave of his hand would summon hordes of skeletons was indeed gradually becoming a reality, to the point that he still felt a thrill just thinking about it. Wang Kai, you now have 30 underlings. Should we arrange 2 assistants to help you? After all, as our little skeletons continue to increase, I'm afraid you won't be able to manage them all. Shen Xingyan sat on the ground, supporting his body with his hands behind his back, and said with a relaxed and smug look on his face. His words revealed a strong Versailles atmosphere, as well as a strong confidence in building a skeleton army in the future. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 small skeletons walked towards him from the farmland and slowly stopped in front of him. Shen Xingyan looked at the 2 little skeletons with some confusion, wondering why they weren't working in the fields and were coming here to do something. But when he saw Wang Kai looking at him, and remembered what he had just said, he seemed to understand something in an instant. Wang Kai, you can actually understand my question? Shen Xingyan, who was a little slow to realize it, stood up in surprise and stared at Wang Kai with a curious gaze. He originally just wanted to chat with Wang Kai for a while, since there was still some time left in the Star Source, so he wasn't in a hurry to go back. The feeling of the planting space still made him feel exceptionally comfortable. Moreover, during his nagging just now, he didn't explicitly ask Wang Kai a question, but unexpectedly, Wang Kai actually made a choice. Looking back now, it seems that Wang Kai always completed the task perfectly after he gave the order. Could this be one of the reasons? Shen Xingyan, who had grasped the key to everything, became excited and looked at Wang Kai with even more radiance in his eyes. How come I never thought that our Wang Kai was so special? To confirm his suspicions, he quickly took out a silver coin and a copper coin from his wallet, placing one in each hand, and asked, Wang Kai, which of these 2 is more valuable? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kai pointed his head at the hand holding the silver coin. Shen Xingyan, who had been watching Wang Kai's performance with great excitement, jumped up excitedly upon seeing this. He can now basically conclude that Wang Kai has a certain level of judgment, although he doesn't know how it came about, but this is undoubtedly a great thing. The difference between a skeleton general with judgment and one who only follows orders is huge. Wang Kai, You truly are my capable assistant. Shen Xingyan excitedly patted Wang Cai's head, then turned his gaze to the two little skeletons assisting Wang Cai, and began to ponder. We need to give the two vice captains names too. We can't just keep calling them little skeleton. But what kind of name should we choose? Chapter 114 Leaf and Lei Qian. Shen Xingyan looked at the two little skeletons standing in front of him. Their appearance was obviously not as robust and healthy as the little skeletons he had summoned recently. They should be the first batch of little skeletons he had summoned, and also the ones who had followed Wang Cai the longest. It seems like you get the kind of subordinates you have. Wang Cai is just like me. Both of us are nostalgic. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then looked at Wang Cai with a doting expression, expressing his approval of its choice. Since they are all among the first batch of little skeletons to follow me, let's give them names that are part of the same series as Wang Cai. Shen Xingyan had a flash of inspiration, and the outlines of two names had already formed in his mind. Then he walked up to the little skeleton that looked a bit older with a light smile. You'll be called Laifu. We'll use the character Lai with the grass radical. It's fitting for your image of working in the fields all this time, and it also creates a connection with crops. It also expresses that crops are your blessing. Shen Xingyan said softly, while placing his hand on the little skull, which is Laifu's skull. With a thought, the little skeleton's attribute panel immediately appeared before his eyes. He casually changed the name in the attribute column from little skeleton to Leaford. Looking at the name change, it could be considered as officially promoting it to vice captain. As Shen Xingyan finished renaming the little skeleton in front of him, without him noticing the subtle change, the little skeleton trembled slightly, as if its body had been injected with an unusual power. At the same time, it made the surrounding little skeletons feel increasingly different towards it. Shen Xingyan, however, did not have this feeling. He put away Leifu's attribute panel, then looked at another little skeleton. After thinking for a moment, he changed the name of the little skeleton without hesitation and changed it to Lei Qian. Laifu and Lei Qian. These two names sound auspicious and festive. Shen Xingyan murmured the two names, quite pleased with the names he had chosen, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Shen Xingyan gently patted Laifu and Lei Qian in front of him and gave the order. From now on, you two will be Wang Cai's left and right assistants. You must obey all orders from Wang Cai. When I am not around, help Wang Cai manage the entire skeleton team. Shen Xingyan's words were full of absolute meaning. This was the first time he had given such a long instruction to the little skeletons other than Wang Cai. He was afraid that they would not understand, so he inevitably spoke a bit more. After receiving these instructions, Laifu and Lei Qian seemed to understand the meaning behind Shen Xingyan's words, and walked directly to Wang Cai's side, standing on either side of him. Shen Xingyan smiled and nodded slightly as he looked at the three management members standing together. He hoped that under Wang Cai's leadership, these two little skeletons might develop the ability to make judgments. He thought that if he took them out in the future, the skeleton army might be even more invincible in killing disasters. He then checked the growth of crops at various stages in the farmland and compared it with the descriptions in the actual data. After a short while, he sighed and shook his head, not because the crops were not growing well, but because their growth far exceeded the records, making the data completely worthless. Looking at the little skeletons leisurely working in the farmland, he felt incredibly at ease. The farmland was being cared for 24 hours a day by the skeletons, whose attributes were all boosted. With Wang Cai, the captain, overseeing everything, and now two more deputies assisting him, he felt completely at ease. After showing the three skeletons, Wang Cai and the others around, Shen Xingyan realized that he didn't have much time left in the Star Origin world, so he said goodbye to Wang Cai and the others and disappeared from the spot. After Shen Xingyan disappeared, Laifu and Lei Qian, who were standing to the left and right of Wang Cai, moved to Wang Cai and knelt down on one knee, as if to express their submission and gratitude. Wang Cai, meanwhile, stared at the spot where Shen Xingyan had disappeared, completely ignoring the actions of Laifu and Lei Qian. If Shen Xingyan were to see this scene, he would probably find it incredible because of its human-like nature, and thus develop a great curiosity about the mystery of the little skeleton. Shen Xingyan, now back in the real world, was naturally unaware of what had happened after he left. After his consciousness returned to his body, he paused for a moment before heading straight to the training room to work out. During this time, he also gave his sister, who had some training fanatic tendencies, pointers on various training points, explaining all his understanding of training. As for how much his sister could understand in the end, he didn't care, since whether she trained well or poorly wouldn't affect her future status as a rich second generation. As her brother explained, Shen Xingyan's eyes shone even brighter, as if she had opened up a new world, and her gaze toward her brother became increasingly adoring. Shen Xingyan continued this training until midnight. Only when he saw that time in the star origin world had been restored did he stop training and return to his planting space. Upon returning, he focused on checking the growth of the watermelons. The small watermelons had already begun to appear, looking quite adorable. At the same time, he began to calculate the upcoming harvest time. Based on the timeline, the watermelon, which has a 35-day growth cycle, should now be close to reaching the 27-day growth stage. After using the professional skill around 9 a.m., the watermelon's growth cycle will be close to 31 days. Considering the natural growth time, it will still need one more acceleration from the professional skill before it's ripe. In other words, it will need to use the professional skill twice more before the watermelon is ripe. Then I checked the progress of the strawberries. The first acre of strawberries that was planted earlier had reached the 36-day mark after several days of natural growth and acceleration. There were still 14 days left before they were fully ripe, which meant that I would need to use my professional skills 3 times. The second acre of strawberries requires the use of professional skills 4 times, and so on. As long as he controls the time of each use of professional skills and does not fail, he can ensure that he breaks the record once a day when harvesting, which means he has officially started his plan to fleece the strawberries. As Shen Xingyan thought this, he couldn't help but imagine what kind of reward he would receive for breaking the strawberry record in 50 days. I hope everything goes smoothly. Shen Xingyan thought about the possibility of failure and silently prayed. Chapter 1:15 Easy to handle. After some mental calculations, Shen Xingyan had a rough estimate in mind. He then slowly walked to the edge of the field and lay down comfortably. At the same time, he activated his original energy cultivation function and entered a state of sleep. The activation of the quiet word technique, coupled with the tenfold acceleration of cultivation, caused the surrounding primal energy particles to sense it, gradually revealing themselves and surging towards him, rapidly merging into his body. The dogs, including Wang Kai, who were working, also noticed their owner's state. At first, they were puzzled, but as this kind of scene occurred many times, they began to think of it as their owner's special ability, just like when their owner suddenly disappeared. Shen Xingyan maintained this state for 6 hours before emerging from his meditative state, and at the same time, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Upon seeing the ever-beautiful sky of the star origin world, he felt refreshed and invigorated. After checking his status in the attribute panel, he found that all his attributes had reached their maximum value, and his energy limit had also increased to 0.5. He smiled with satisfaction. He sat up somewhat lazily, and seeing the crops growing steadily in the farmland, Shen Xingyan felt a sense of comfort. Seeing such a peaceful scene every time I wake up is definitely much more pleasant than the old ceiling. After enjoying the wonderful atmosphere for a while, Shen Xingyan returned to the real world with a thought. After having breakfast with his sister, Shen Xingyan watched her leave for school. Then, he went to the star origin world for 2 hours of training while waiting for his professional skills to cool down. Although Shen Xingyan had entered a state of cultivation, he did not fall asleep. He remained lying there quietly, watching the small particles enter his body. In this state, he also discovered small, pale green particles that he had not noticed before. What are these pale green particles floating up from the farmland? They're different from the transparent particles. Could this be another form of primal energy? As Shen Xingyan watched the pale green particles merge into his body without causing any unusual symptoms, he couldn't help but wonder what was going on. After all, he had recently experienced the versatility of the primal energy firsthand. It could not only enhance his understanding, but also create clones and even be used on farmland, making it a truly versatile resource. He carefully sensed it again, but indeed did not feel anything unusual. He was puzzled and could only give up in the end, taking it as a normal phenomenon of primordial energy under 10 times the cultivation speed. I must say, these light green granules actually look quite nice. Shen Xingyan, who couldn't figure them out at first, began to appreciate them with peace of mind. After 2 hours of training, Shen Xingyan's professional skills had finished cooling down and were now ready to be used. As for the bitter battle that was about to begin, he thought that the little skeletons and himself should be able to barely handle it. However, just in case, he decided to use its clone technique. So he went to Xingyuan Mall and bought 3 more bottles of energy-restoring potions, then took out his beginner's cane and activated the clone technique. After going through the same process as before, his dual perspective clone was generated again. The clone's appearance has changed again this time compared to last time. It seems that the appearance of the clone is random each time. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but analyze as he looked at the clone in front of him with all attributes at 22. He then took 2 bottles of energy-restoring potions and waited 2 minutes before activating his professional skill. With a gentle wave of his novice walking stick, the 8 acres of farmland in front of him began to grow wildly. Especially in the watermelon fields, the small watermelons are visibly swelling up, giving the impression that they're about to explode if they keep expanding like this. Other strawberry fields have also changed. The first acre of strawberries has stopped growing upwards and is showing signs of bearing fruit. The entire process of accelerating progress did not last long before the effects of the professional skills had already dissipated. What followed was a star source maintenance notification that was more intense than ever before. Shen Xingyan had naturally anticipated this situation, but he didn't specifically arrange the distribution of the little skeletons. Instead, he left it all to Wankai, while he and his clone played the role of support. After all, in his view, no matter how Wankai distributes them, the little skeleton's workability has already improved, and with the presence of him and his clone, even if the distribution is wrong, it won't have a big impact. There are now 31 little skeletons in the field, including Wankai. Wankai has placed 4 little skeletons in each of the strawberry fields and 3 little skeletons in each of the watermelon fields to work. Seeing Wankai's arrangement, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. If he were in charge of the distribution, he would probably do the same. It seems that Wankai's overall planning ability is even more amazing than I'd guessed. He is a really reliable and capable assistant. A smile unconsciously appeared on Shen Xingyan's face. Seeing that the little skeletons had started to move, he and his clone did not sit idle either. They went to 2 different directions in the farmland to provide support. After all attributes were upgraded, 4 of the little skeletons could provide the same amount of labor as the previous 6. Their labor power was truly formidable, so much so that Shen Xingyan and his clones easily eliminated the farmland with double warnings without much work. Compared to before, the situation is much easier now, and that's without letting the little skeletons use their berserk skills. If they were allowed to use them, Shen Xingyan probably wouldn't need to do anything. It's been a long time since I've had such an easy time. I still have to rely on the little skeletons. If I had to cultivate so many fields by myself, the fields would probably be overgrown with weeds and pests instead of crops. Shen Xingyan thought about it with a relaxed expression and said with a touch of ease, "In a few days, I guess I'll be able to go back to those days where I use my skills and then lie down to sleep." This state lasted for nearly 2 hours. As the maintenance notifications from Xingyuan returned to their normal frequency, the 2-hour retention period of the clone also ended. Shen Xingyan smiled and waved to himself, then returned directly to the real world. After replenishing my energy, I went straight to the training hall next to the school to start exercising. Meanwhile, he was also waiting for the afternoon's meditation time to arrive, wanting to see what secrets were hidden behind the suddenly clear, transparent little figure. Chapter 116: Strange Movements of a Petty Person. While waiting for the skill to cool down, Shen Xingyan did 2 hours of strength training and 2 hours of agility training before the skill cooldown was finally over. Although curiosity made the waiting process somewhat unbearable, Shen Xingyan successfully immersed himself in the exercise, which lessened the feeling of torment, thanks to his years of training experience. I remember yesterday during agility training, the transparent little guy suddenly became clear. So let's continue with agility training this time, and see what's going on with this little guy. As Shen Xingyan thought this, he activated his perception skill without hesitation and continued his agility training without stopping his work. As his comprehension skill was activated, Shen Xingyan's intelligence once again took over. At this moment, he felt that his hand movements were becoming somewhat awkward, giving him an urge to correct them immediately. However, he managed to control this impulse, since the main purpose of this study was to research the transparent little man, and the matter of improving the movement could be put aside for a while. After Shen Xingyan went through the agility training step by step, the transparent little figure appeared in his mind as expected. This time, the little figures that appeared were no longer as blurry as before, as if they were seen through a thick fog. He could only vaguely perceive that the little figures were performing various actions. But now, the transparent little man was clearly visible in his perception and in high definition. This excited Shen Xingyan, and he immediately focused all his attention on the little man. What kind of movement is this? Although it looks somewhat related to agility training, it doesn't feel like it at all. The more excited Shen Xingyan looked at the little figure's movements, the more confused he became. The agility training taught in schools, although it includes corresponding movements, mostly requires equipment to achieve the desired effect. However, the agility in this set of movements seems to leave no room for equipment to perform. The entire set of movements is seamless. Separating them will only greatly diminish their effectiveness. He was puzzled that he could see the little man making such movements under the agility training. Fortunately, he was in a state of deep contemplation at that moment, and his exceptional comprehension meant that this confused state only lasted for a short while. Suddenly, he experienced a moment of clarity, and several possibilities instantly surfaced in his mind. According to my analysis, this set of movements not only includes agile movements, but also movements of strength and physique, and even the rhythm is very similar to the mental training I did at school. Could it be that the invisible little man has combined all the basic training into one set of movements and created his own routine over the past few days? No, the incomplete martial arts techniques I bought before were repaired and corrected by the little man when I used my comprehension skills. They only had the ability to trace back to their original form, but there was no case of self-creation. Then there's another possibility. These 4 training methods, if traced back to their origins, were originally one entity? Only, were they intentionally or unintentionally separated by the modern human race? This led to the 4 basic training methods being passed down independently. Shen Xingyan was having a mental whirlwind at that moment. He then considered many possibilities, but he rejected them all. In the end, it was found that the idea of 4 in 1 was the most likely. Otherwise, why would the improved movements of the 4 exercises be displayed in the movements of the transparent little man? It even includes the mental training he hadn't done much of since leaving school. Once Shen Xingyan understood this, he immediately had a sudden realization. He hurriedly ran to the front desk, asked Ning for a private room, paid quickly under her questioning gaze, and then ran over. This kid usually seems quite composed. Why is he so impulsive right now? And Ning murmured softly as she watched Shen Xingyan's retreating figure. Shen Xingyan was eager to learn the movements of the transparent little man, but he didn't care about what others thought. He quickly went to a single room, closed the door, and hurriedly began to learn the movements of the little man. In the state of comprehension of the skill, he learned the movements very quickly. He had only practiced the movements with the little figure once, but he had already memorized them deeply. Although the movements are far from matching the spirit conveyed by the little man, they have already taken shape, and as the movements progress, the understanding is increasing, and the movements are slowly approaching that spirit. In this state, Shen Xingyan felt that his whole body had received a comprehensive workout, which was many times more effective than the previous separate workouts. He was immersed in this feeling of overall improvement and felt extremely pleased. At this moment, he felt as if his whole being had become clear and transparent, and the 4 attributes of his body seemed to be perfectly integrated under this set of movements. However, the reality was not much different from his feelings. At this moment, under the effect of this set of movements, all the attributes of his body had become indistinguishable, and even had a sense of complementing and promoting each other. Among the 4 attributes, the highest attribute, constitution, is like an elder brother at this moment. Under the effect of this set of movements, it has a subtle tendency to give back to the other attributes. Shen Xingyan was completely immersed in this captivating feeling, unaware of the passage of time. His 1-hour meditation session was about to end. At this moment, his movements increasingly resembled those of the transparent little man. However, within this hour, as he improved, the transparent little man seemed to improve even faster, giving him the feeling that he could never catch up. Instead of feeling powerless, Shen Xingyan became even more motivated. How could he not be full of energy when a teacher who is constantly stronger than him is guiding him step by step on how to become stronger? As the time for enlightenment ended, the transparent little man also disappeared. Shen Xingyan had also broken free from that state of constantly surpassing himself. At this moment, he felt as if his body had changed, and he couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. This kind of exercise that can be performed in all directions and efficiently without the help of external equipment is really amazing. It was worth all the anticipation I've been waiting for these past few days. Shen Xingyan savored the feeling of the state training he had just experienced, and his heart was filled with excitement. Feeling completely refreshed, he subconsciously opened his attribute panel, only to be astonished by the changes in his attributes. Chapter 117, The Power of Balance. Name: Shen Xingyan. Number: 1181204319527. Strength: 15 points. Agility: 15 points. Physical condition: 16 points. Spirit: 11 o'clock. Balance of power level 1. Passive: +1 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active: consumes 2 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 2 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Current progress: 2%. At this moment, Shen Xingyan's attribute panel showed that not only had all his attributes increased by 1 point, but a new upgradable skill, balance power, had also appeared under his professional skills. Is it really surprising that a basic exercise movement can be broken down into a skill that can be improved? Moreover, this skill is actually divided into 2 attributes, passive and active. The passive increase in all attributes is similar to your previous training, both of which permanently improve your basic physical attributes. However, the magnitude of the increase is incomparable to that of daily training. Previous training only improved a single attribute. Although different attribute trainings have some impact on overall attributes, the effect was not very significant. But this power of balance is different. Each upgrade increases all attributes. This means that if you improve your attributes by training this skill, the efficiency will be at least 4 times higher than before. In addition, this active attribute is also very useful, as it allows you to temporarily allocate a small number of attributes. If, while facing an enemy, one were to suddenly add other temporarily unimportant attributes to the necessary ones, the battle situation would inevitably undergo a dramatic reversal. Moreover, according to the skill description, the skill level will increase once the progress reaches the maximum value. The corresponding attribute bonuses will also increase accordingly. Imagine when you grow your skills to a certain level, all your attributes will be concentrated into strength with a wave of your hand, and then you can kill a disaster with 1 punch. That feeling is just too awesome. Let's see how difficult the upgrades become. If they're not too difficult, the rewards might be the same as those for leveling up your profession in the Star Origin world. Shen Xingyan was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. All sorts of thoughts were rushing through his mind. With this skill, it seemed that he could become a proper warrior. As my star source attribute improves in the future, my comprehension skills will become more and more powerful. If I apply them to this skill, my attribute improvement in reality will also be faster and faster. But why would the base teach such a magical skill in separate parts and modify it so badly? If all humans were to master this complete set of skills, wouldn't their power increase several times over? Or is there some other reason we are unaware of? Shen Xingyan couldn't help but speculate in his mind. However, unable to guess the reason, he had no choice but to put aside his thoughts for the time being and continue practicing the set of movements called the power of balance. As he practiced and felt the cleansing sensation throughout his body, Shen Xingyan's face revealed a gentle, spring-like expression, a stark contrast to the previous monotonous training. 2 hours later, Shen Xingyan, who was immersed in this exercise, was pulled out of his immersion by the timer on his hand. He opened the attribute panel to check the progress of the balance power and found that it had increased to 3%. 2 hours had increased it by 1%, which is equivalent to an increase of 0.5% per hour. Based on this progress, he could complete a skill upgrade in less than 20 days. This calculation is conservative, because as he uses his perception skills, his movements will become more and more like those of a transparent little man, and his improvement speed will become faster and faster, which will gradually compress the time required. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan felt full of energy. Although he had been exercising every day, he didn't have any visible results to refer to, and sometimes he would inevitably become lazy. But now that there's a progress tracker, he can see his progress in real time with each workout, which greatly increases his motivation. Shen Xingyan walked out of the quiet room with a smile and handed the timer back to a Ning at the front desk. "Hey, you seem to be in a good mood. What's up? Did you get a call from your girlfriend?" And Ning looked at Shen Xingyan's cheerful expression and couldn't help but chuckle as she guessed. "Sister Ning, please stop teasing me. I don't have a girlfriend at all. However, there's something I need to report to you. I probably won't be coming to exercise much these days. If you see Teacher Song return, please thank him for me. Also, could you please pass this membership card on to me?" As Shen Xingyan spoke, he returned the card in his hand. Now that he has the skill of balance force, he no longer needs to go to the training hall to train. "Although I've returned the membership card, I can't forget Teacher Song's sincere kindness. I can only hope that there will be an opportunity to repay her in the future," Shen Xingyan thought to himself. Upon hearing Shen Xingyan's words, Ning immediately stopped smiling and began to look puzzled. After observing Shen Xingyan for the past few days, she found that he didn't seem like a child who couldn't endure hardship, and she genuinely thought he was a very good child. After all, people his age rarely appear here, and Shen Xingyan had been training for more than 10 days in a row, which made her feel that he had great potential. But now, not knowing why the other party would suddenly say such a thing, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "What happened? Is there anything I can do to help?" Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan simply scratched his head. He didn't want to tell the truth, but not answering would be disrespectful to their concern. Helpless, he could only make up an excuse that he had recently moved and needed money. He stopped there, implying that he would leave it at that. Upon hearing this, Ning immediately understood, and a deep sense of regret appeared in her eyes. If Shen Xingyan really encounters any trouble, she can offer appropriate assistance because she values talent. However, she is not inclined to interfere in long-term matters like this. There are many people like this in this day and age, who work hard in the Star Origin world at night, and then continue to work to earn money during the day. She has seen it all before, but she never expected that Shen Xingyan would start this kind of life at such a young age. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days, Sister Ning," Shen Xingyan said with a smile, waving goodbye to Ning before slowly leaving the training hall. "So this kid really has it tough. He has to earn money to support his family at such a young age. It's a pity about his perseverance." And Ning sighed with regret as she looked at Shen Xingyan's back. Chapter 118, Continuing to Survive. After picking up his sister from school, Shen Xingyan and his sister returned home. In high spirits, he busied himself in the kitchen, making the dinner even more lavish. Then, to her sister's delighted surprise, the two began their dinner. During the meal, her sister shared various news from their class with Shen Xingyan, who responded to each story, acting as an attentive listener. However, just as he was becoming interested in the children's play and thoughts, he suddenly heard his younger sister say, "Brother, some police officers from the base came to our school today. They said they were conducting some kind of routine investigation and asked me a lot of questions about you," Shen Xingyan said while shoveling rice into her mouth. Upon hearing his sister's words, Shen Xingyan paused for a moment, thinking to himself, sure enough, the previous incident wasn't going to end so easily. It seems the allure of the talent stone is indeed great. Luckily, I canceled the world announcement. I should continue to keep a low profile in the future. While thinking this, he asked, "What questions did they ask you?" "Most of the questions were about your daily routine and any unusual behavior. What could be unusual about my brother? It's ridiculous. I just told them the truth. But don't worry, bro, I didn't mention a single word of that secret you told me before. As Shen Xingyan rambled on, she glanced at her brother, her eyes clearly yearning for praise. Seeing her younger sister's posture, Shen Xingyan smiled gently, affectionately ruffled her hair, and praised her without reservation. My lovely little sister is so smart. She'll definitely be better than everyone else in the future. Seeing his younger sister's adorable expression, Shen Xingyan shook his head slightly. However, he was thinking about what his sister had just said and felt a little scared. Fortunately, he had always been able to control himself. Although he knew that if he were eventually found, the outcome wouldn't be particularly dangerous, being controlled would be unavoidable. After all, even if someone has great potential, that's a matter for the future. Compared to immediate benefits, in this era where individual strength is magnified to an extreme, few people have the patience to wait for him to grow, and he doesn't dare to gamble on that possibility. I should just lie low for now and give myself another year or two. I should be able to have a say in things by then, Shen Xingyan thought to himself. After the brother and sister finished dinner, he went directly to his professional space according to the cooldown time of his talent skill and summoned his little skeletons for the day, bringing the total number of little skeletons to 34. He then returned to the real world and continued practicing the power of balance in the training room. Without the support of comprehending skills, his improvement speed remained relatively constant. Hey, brother, why are you changing your routine again today? Shen Xingyan had just walked into the training room when she noticed that her brother's movements were completely different from before, and she couldn't help but ask curiously. When Shen Xingyan heard his sister's question, he simply said that he had just learned it today, and then he taught his sister the moves without holding back. However, after an hour of instruction, he discovered that his once clever and quick-witted younger sister was unable to grasp the essence of the movements, and her performance lacked any trace of the spirit of the original. This puzzled Shen Xingyan. Could there be some limitations to this skill that can be improved? Thinking of this, his first thought was about comprehension, since he learned this skill while comprehending it, and his comprehension at that time was as high as 17 points. Even though my younger sister's comprehension was higher than mine, reaching the maximum of 10 points, she still couldn't compare to me at that time. Could it be that the limitation of comprehension led to the breakdown of the movements for instruction, thus preventing their widespread teaching? Shen Xingyan felt that there should be some reason for this, but it shouldn't be just because of this. Otherwise he wouldn't have never even heard of it. Some things he couldn't understand, so he could only put his doubts aside. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyan, seeing that the set of movements was not very effective and not as effective as the previous physical training, had no choice but to give up for the time being and started practicing the modified set of body refining movements. Seeing his sister's behavior, Shen Xingyan did not try to stop her. Since there's no way to teach his sister these moves for now, he can only wait until he has more money to buy more Bodhi leaves so that his sister can improve her comprehension. Who knows? She might even be able to unlock the same comprehension skills as him. If others knew about his "why not eat meat porridge" mentality, it would probably invite ridicule. Putting aside the limitation that each person can only use 3 Bodhi leaves, even without this restriction, awakening a skill through Bodhi leaves is an extremely difficult task. He could think that way, but he didn't know just how low the probability of Bodhi leaf generating a skill was. It was only because he was blessed by Lady Luck that he was able to obtain such a powerful skill. Even if other families went bankrupt, it would be difficult to achieve this goal. Even if a skill is generated by chance, it may not be the kind of comprehension skill that Shen Xingyan possesses. After all, the description of the Bodhi leaf only states that it generates a corresponding skill, which could be any skill related to comprehension. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyan, unaware of his own good fortune, sent his sister, who had been training for 3 hours, back to rest. He continued training until midnight, and when it was time to cultivate his primal energy, he ended his training session. He opened the attribute panel and found that the balance power had reached 6.5% progress. Looking at this real-time feedback data, he smiled. After returning to the room, I connected the Star Source card and entered the Star Source world. Standing in the peaceful planting space, Shen Xingyan looked at the thriving watermelon field in front of him, squatted down, gently patted the watermelons at his feet, and nodded in satisfaction. Once this energy cultivation is complete, it will be time to harvest the watermelons. I wonder what kind of surprise the watermelon farm will bring me this time. Shen Xingyan murmured to himself with a hint of anticipation. He then briefly checked on the little skeleton's work, before returning to his usual spot and lying down comfortably. He activated his primal energy cultivation function and quickly entered a state of sleep. Chapter 119, The Ripe Watermelon Attracts a Badger. After Shen Xingyan fell asleep, the space boundary, which should have been completely calm, began to ripple. It's like the effect of throwing small stones into water. You can't notice it at all unless you look closely. At this moment, neither Shen Xingyan, who was sleeping, nor the little skeletons who were working noticed anything unusual. Time passed slowly until the cultivation time set by Shen Xingyan ended, at which point the small particles around him disappeared instantly, and he awoke from his meditative state. With his mental energy fully restored, he stood up refreshed. Seeing that his class skills had finished cooling down in his attribute panel, he walked straight to the watermelon field, quickly assessing what was about to happen. If we use professional skills now, the watermelon's final ripening period should be about 4 hours longer than the normal growth cycle. Although it's only for a very short time, the Star Origin world will still determine that there's a risk in using this professional skill. Therefore, I'll have to face the probability problem within the Star Origin world, and this probability problem is truly a headache. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan pursed his lips and shook his head slightly with a hint of helplessness. He has no way to break out of the current situation and can only hope that Lady Luck will smile upon him again. He looked up at the 34 little skeletons working in the farmland and felt that their current number was not enough to fully handle the maintenance tasks after using their professional skills. He and his clone would still need to continue to help. Seeing this, he pointed the small stick that appeared in his hand forward as usual, and with a thought, he used the clone technique. A short while later, the clone reappeared with a different appearance. Shen Xingyan controlled it to greet him, which satisfied his perverse sense of humor. 2 minutes later, the 3 bottles of recovery potion were used up, and his primal energy was restored to full. Without hesitation, he unleashed his professional skill, his primal energy surging. As the energy gathered on his staff, the star source notification appeared again, just as expected. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? Seeing this familiar warning message once again stop him from using his skill, Shen Xingyan shook his head helplessly. He made a blessing gesture with his left hand, muttered various words of hope for blessings, and prayed in his heart. After half a minute of this, just as the Star Origin world was about to prompt him to make a choice again, he finally confirmed that he would continue. With Shen Xingyan's confirmation, the primal energy flew out from the small stick, instantly covering all the farmland, and the crops in the farmland also began to show a phenomenon of collective acceleration. Faced with such a massive scene of crops being harvested at an accelerated pace, Shen Xingyan had no mind to appreciate it. After all, this was about a watermelon with a 35-day growth cycle. Once it was ripe, breaking the record was a certainty, which left him with no time to spare. At this moment, he was focused entirely on the watermelon field, while also waiting for Xingyuan's prompt. With his mind highly focused, he failed to notice the location of the planting space boundary, which had been broken open one small hole after another. At the same time, one after another small black figure crawled in from within, their target being the watermelon field. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Shen Xingyan immediately relaxed after hearing that there were no other words following the prompt. At that moment, the watermelon in front of him seemed to swell rapidly as if it had been inflated. A few seconds later, he saw a harvestable icon appear above the watermelon field, which made him feel great. He silently fulfilled his wish in his heart, and at the same time made a move to walk towards other farmlands in response to the maintenance prompts from the Star Origin world. However, at this moment, a warning message appeared in the Star Origin world, causing him to suddenly stop. Ding! An invasive species has been detected in your planting area. Please take immediate action to avoid significant losses. Upon seeing the warning message, Shen Xingyan was momentarily taken aback. After realizing the meaning of the hint, he quickly looked around and discovered that a group of black, mouse-like creatures were approaching his watermelon field, and their approach resembled a locust swarm. Seeing this group of alien species, Shen Xingyan took the lead and blocked their way. At the same time, he summoned his clone who was preparing to work on the other side. The two of them protected the farmland from harm on the left and right. What's going on? How come monsters are invading the planting space so early? Isn't this a privilege only for advanced farmer professionals? Shen Xingyan was surprised and couldn't help but complain. He had previously learned about this and knew that once a farmer reached level 30, monster invasions would occur, at which point farmers would need to stay in their professional space 24 hours a day to deal with such emergencies. However, this situation has already occurred when his current professional level is only 12, which makes him sigh. What have I done to deserve this? Shen Xingyan focused his gaze on one of the small monsters and then checked its attributes. Name, Weakened Badger. Strength, 3 points. Agility, 4 points. Physical condition, 2 points. Spirit, 1 point. Health, 20 to 20 points. Physical attack, 3 points. Spell attack, 1 point. Defense, 2 points. Speed, 4 points. Seeing how weak the monster's attributes were, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I had long heard that the monsters invading farmland were very destructive to crops, but their attributes were not high. Now that I see it, it is indeed as described in the information. When Shen Xingyan discovered the monster invasion, he had a concern, whether the little skeleton could hold out while he was away. After all, he can't stay in the planting space 24 hours a day. If the monster's attributes are too strong and he's not there, the crops will be ruined. However, after seeing that the monster only had these attributes, he knew that even when he wasn't around, the little skeletons could easily handle it, which put his mind at ease. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xingyan decided to be on the safe side and called Wang Kai over to personally demonstrate how to deal with such a situation. They also incorporated this instruction into their code of conduct. Chapter 1, 20 Watermelon Breaks Record. After demonstrating the action of killing the small monster to Wang Kai, Shen Xingyan left a badger for Wang Kai to deal with, just like when he taught it how to do farm work. Let it experience it firsthand, so that it will know how to command other little skeletons to handle similar situations in the future. After all, once is never enough. Since there has already been a first monster invasion, there will be a second and a third. He wants to let the little skeletons know how to deal with it as soon as possible so that he can feel more at ease. However, a nagging worry lingered in his heart. If the weakened badger is still there, does that mean the monsters will become stronger as the level of the crops I grow increases? Judging from the monster's current attributes, the little skeletons can manage, but what if they can't handle them later? That's a real headache. Shen Xingyan put aside his worries, which had not yet materialized, and began to use all his speed and power with his clone to kill the small monsters that were approaching the farmland. The maintenance notifications for Star Source are appearing like crazy right now. They need to quickly get rid of these little monsters and then get busy with the farm maintenance tasks. Shen Xingyan wasn't worried at all about whether Wang Kai would be no match for the little monster. After all, with Wang Cai's current defensive attributes, the 3-point attack power of the badger couldn't break through its defense, let alone cause any harm. It's only a matter of time before Wang Kai kills the little monster. Shen Xingyan's monster killing mode at this time was simple and brutal. Basically, every time he punched someone, a wisp of green smoke would rise and then dissipate. As expected, these little monsters are all quest monsters produced in the Star Origin world. After killing them, there is not even a tiny bit of experience reward. After killing a large number of small monsters, Shen Xingyan discovered that he had not received any notifications about gaining experience from the Star Origin world. Unconvinced, he checked the attribute panel and found that the experience points were also completely unchanged. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This incident not only brought him no experience rewards, but also added to his worries, prompting him to sigh. Why do I always encounter these kinds of events that appear ahead of time when I'm farming? When I was planting potatoes before, the fertilization task appeared ahead of time, and now the monster invasion is appearing ahead of time. Have I received an early gift package? Or perhaps the watermelons I harvested this time were of such high value that they were comparable to level 4 crops, which is why this incident was triggered prematurely. After all, potatoes harvested after a 20-day growth cycle are already comparable in value to third-grade crops. Now it's the turn of watermelons with a 35-day growth cycle. Their value is arguably even higher than that of fourth-grade crops, so it's quite reasonable that they're attracting these little guys. As Shen Xingyan began to analyze the incident, he could only console himself with this conjecture. Thinking this way, he felt a bit better and then continued to devote himself to the work of killing monsters. With his and his clone's current killing speed, it only took a few minutes for them to turn hundreds of badgers into wisps of green smoke and return to the star origin world. When they turned around, they found that double warning signs had begun to appear in the farmland, and they immediately began to provide assistance. However, Shen Xingyan did not notice that after Wang Kai killed the little monster in its hand, the wisp of green smoke that should have dissipated into the star origin world lingered for a moment and did not completely dissipate. Then, a strange scene unfolded. The green smoke inexplicably entered Wang Cai's skull, causing Wang Kai, who was about to go to work in the fields, to suddenly stand there, somewhat stunned. It wasn't until Shen Xingyan called it to work in the fields that it followed him step by step toward the work area. However, its occasional glances back suggest that it feels like it hasn't had enough. In the farmland, although Shen Xingyan and his clone joined the maintenance of the star source notification a little late, the impact was not significant. After all, with the addition of 3 new little skeletons today, and the ripening of the watermelon fields reducing the amount of maintenance work, the labor force has increased significantly. They are becoming more and more adept at handling the situation, and the whole situation has quickly stabilized. After a relatively easy 2 hours of work, the maintenance notifications for Star Origin World slowly returned to normal. Shen Xingyan was also freed from the maintenance work and began to look forward to the harvest of his watermelon fields. Shen Xingyan was very experienced in harvesting crops that grew on the ground, and with the extra space in his backpack, the harvesting process was like having a cheat code. So he didn't ask the other little skeletons for help. He walked briskly into the melon field, and looking at the round and smooth watermelons, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. It's not just about the harvest of watermelons, but more importantly, the reward of breaking records. Shen Xingyan squatted down and gently patted the first watermelon to be harvested. He felt a distinct vibration in his hand, indicating that the watermelon had grown to perfection. He nodded in satisfaction, then unceremoniously uprooted the watermelon and its vines and put them directly into his backpack. The whole process was incredibly smooth and efficient. In less than 10 minutes, he had harvested the entire melon patch clean. As he put the last watermelon into his backpack, the familiar harvest notification sound from the Star Origin World rang in his ears without the slightest delay. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of watermelons and harvested 6,600 kilograms. You have gained 2,200 farmer professional experience points. Upon seeing this number, Shen Xingyan smiled with delight. 6,600 kilograms of watermelon. This yield is really surprising. The highest yield I knew of in the real world was only about 4,600 kilograms. Comparing the two, it is a full 2,000 kilograms more. It seems the penalty for mission stalling is really quite severe. Even those advanced farming professionals who can stay in the planting space 24 hours a day and rely on cultivation to quickly restore their mental energy cannot avoid this happening. Luckily, I had my elite skeleton army. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. I wonder how many kilograms my production has surpassed the record in the Star Origin World. Shen Xingyan sighed inwardly, while also beginning to look forward to what the reward for breaking the record would be. As he was thinking this, the Star Origin World didn't keep him waiting any longer. A notification that he had broken the record suddenly appeared in his expectant expression. Chapter 1, 21 Luck plus 6. Congratulations! You have broken the previous record of 5,500 kilograms of watermelon per moo and successfully achieved a yield of 6,600 kilograms. You are rewarded with a luck value of plus 6. Xingyuan will make a district-wide announcement. Would you like to make this information public? Shen Xingyan was stunned for a moment when he saw the reward in front of him. This time, the reward wasn't an item or skill, but a hidden attribute, which was filled with a mysterious luck value. This surprised him and left him somewhat confused. Since I'm not a combat profession like those who open blind boxes, and I don't have a luck stat bonus, killing monsters can increase the drop rate. It's not the kind of career where success depends on chance, so you can improve the success rate or the quality of your work. I'm just a farmer. As long as I grow my crops well, that's enough. This luck factor doesn't really matter to me. Shen Xingyan's first reaction was that luck value wasn't very useful, but as he was thinking this, he suddenly paused. His gaze first fell on the farmland in front of him, and then, remembering his plan to fleece people, his eyes immediately brightened. This luck stat might actually be useful. Now, every time I use my professional skills on crops that are about to mature, I have to go through a careful mental prayer, click continue, with a sense of trepidation, and then wait for the verdict from the star origin world. Now that I have this luck bonus, wouldn't my skill success rate increase dramatically? My plan to exploit loopholes can be implemented much more smoothly. Based on this luck value, once you have more farmland, you can adopt the idea of planting different crops separately to see if you can increase the probability of success again. Moreover, according to previous records, it seems that the farming profession also has a reputation for being prone to unexpected setbacks. For example, agricultural products that should have been of average quality might unexpectedly turn into high quality or even excellent quality crops, which also involves luck. Although I haven't encountered it myself, I imagine it certainly exists. Thinking about it that way, this luck stat is definitely very valuable. At this moment, Shen Xingyan's thoughts began to wander freely, and all sorts of things related to luck began to come to mind, causing Xiaoqing to grin from ear to ear. When he saw the synchronization reward again, he was even more pleasantly surprised. If it can be synchronized to the real world, it saves me 60 gold coins. And who knows, good luck might come my way in the real world in the future. All things considered, this reward is pretty good. Shen Xingyan nodded with great satisfaction. However, Shen Xingyan made a mistake. He underestimated the value of the word synchronization. It's important to understand that the value of hidden attributes far surpasses that of ordinary attributes. If Shen Xingyan had only received the luck bonus from the star source world instead of the synchronized luck value this time, the cost he would have to pay to extract the luck value into the real world in the future would probably have shocked him. Even with these thoughts now, Shen Xingyan already feels quite content. After all, this thing is obviously of great use to his future growth, and since freebies are always the best, he wouldn't have any dislike for this reward. Cancel the announcement. Take 100 silver coins. Very satisfied with the reward, Shen Xingyan generously paid the money. Star Origin World readily accepted the money and stopped displaying the record-breaking announcement to the world, while simultaneously distributing the 6 points of luck. When Shen Xingyan saw the notification disappear, he knew that the reward had been issued. Curious, he opened the attribute panel and took a look, but he didn't see any data about luck. Seriously? Even if luck is a hidden attribute, it should at least show up a little bit when I get a boost. Why is there nothing unusual about it, and I don't even feel anything? Shen Xingyan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he had guessed this would be the result, since the hidden attributes were not displayed, which was a setting of the Star Origin world, and could only be viewed through some special channels. For example, his comprehension skills mention his hidden comprehension stat. The +6 luck bonus is clearly not a way to check one's luck stat. Although Shen Xingyan understood the setting, not being able to see the specific data still made him feel like he had been tricked, and he wondered if the Star Origin world had pocketed his reward. Amused by his own thoughts, Shen Xingyan shook his head slightly, then opened his backpack space, separated the watermelon from the watermelon vine, and checked their attributes. Item: Watermelon Premium Plus. Value: 50 copper. Quantity: 6,600. Attribute: a fruit with a good taste. Item: Watermelon Vine Superior Plus. Value: 6 copper. Quantity: 400. Attribute: a raw material for a medicine. Seeing that this harvest, which only took 4 hours longer than the normal growth cycle, was actually a grade higher than naturally grown peppers. His previous idea that the longer the growing period of long cycle crops, the higher their quality, has been reaffirmed. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic to expect crops to be upgraded to a higher grade based on just 4 hours of growth. He subconsciously calculated the extent of this restraint and thought with a smile. Selling just 1 acre of watermelons can yield 330 silver coins, which, on average, is much higher than the previous excellent level potatoes. In the future, we'll have to grow higher level, longer cycle crops. Shen Xingyan happily glanced at his professional skills, then kept 100 kilograms of watermelon for himself and sold the remaining watermelons and vines to Xingyuan Mall, earning a total of 327 silver coins and 400 copper coins. Including the money he had before, he now has a total of 1 gold, 860 silver, and 963 copper, which is almost 2 gold coins. It's a pity that the rate at which I'm getting gold coins is still too slow. I haven't even managed to collect 10 gold coins yet. I just hope that tomorrow's strawberry harvest will give me a pleasant surprise. Shen Xingyan muttered to himself with a sigh. If other professionals of his generation knew that a farmer earned a gold coin in just over 20 days, they would probably be reflecting on their own performance and banging their heads in frustration. Chapter 1:22 Notice. Shen Xingyan checked his experience points and found that he only had less than 1,000 experience points left to level up. He figured that after harvesting the first acre of strawberries tomorrow, he could complete the transition from level 12 to level 13. All professionals are very enthusiastic about leveling up, and Shen Xingyan is no exception. After all, the feeling of a sudden surge in attributes can be quite addictive. After receiving so many Star Source rewards, Shen Xingyan had developed a certain immunity to the regular upgrade rewards and did not pursue them as frantically as others. To put it bluntly, what was an extremely difficult upgrade for others was quite casual for him, simply a matter of course. After checking the attributes, Shen Xingyan began cultivating and planting on the farmland beneath his feet. With his current physical attributes, it only took him a little over half an hour to officially complete the planting of his 8th acre of strawberry farmland. He then explained the upcoming work arrangements to Wang Kai and the others, especially emphasizing the phenomenon of the monster invasion he had just witnessed. He instructed them to eliminate the monsters first if they encountered them, and then carry out the farmland maintenance work. Wang Kai, from now on, I'll be relying on you when I'm not around. If we really encounter any risks, remember the first principle. Protect yourself, understand? Shen Xingyan patted Wang Kai earnestly. Since he learned that Wang Kai had developed a certain level of judgment, he has increased his attention to Wang Kai by a factor of 2. After all, crops can be replanted, but if Wang Kai is gone, then he's really gone. Upon hearing its owner's words, Wang Kai gently tapped its skull. Although it didn't quite understand the meaning behind its owner's words, it would strictly follow the instructions. Shen Xingyan smiled with satisfaction, then disappeared and returned to the real world. After slowly waking up in bed, Shen Xingyan checked the time and realized that his younger sister should have already gone to school by now. Fortunately, he had already prepared breakfast for his sister last night. Otherwise, if his sister went to school on an empty stomach, it would seem like he wasn't her biological brother. After eating a little food, Shen Xingyan went to the training room to begin his training for the day. He didn't need to go out today, so he was very focused on his workout, not needing to think about anything else, and was completely absorbed in it. This training session continued until 3 p.m. when the cooldown period for his new skill was over, at which point he finally stopped. Shen Xingyan glanced at the time and couldn't help but sigh. People used to say that cultivation knows no time. I understood that before, but I didn't really feel it deeply. Now I have a personal understanding of it. I didn't even realize it until 5 or 6 hours had passed. It really does feel like time flies. However, the balance of energy also plays a role. These immersive yet not tedious movements make exercising very enjoyable, naturally causing one to lose track of time. After sighing, Shen Xingyan checked his attribute panel and found that the progress of the power of balance had reached 6%. He nodded slightly, and then activated the enlightenment skill. The goal is still the skill, balance power, which can be improved. As the time for enlightenment arrived, the little figure in his mind reappeared. As usual, Shen Xingyan began to follow the movements of the transparent little figure in his mind, gradually optimizing his own movements. Despite Shen Xingyan's improved comprehension, he still finds it difficult to quickly reach the level of grace and charm in the movements of the transparent little figure. It always feels like his brain is saying, I know it, but his body is saying, I don't. However, he was not discouraged. After all, he had grown up step by step in this way over the years, and he was very experienced in patience. An hour filled with growth passed, and as the transparent little figure in his mind disappeared, Shen Xingyan slowly stopped moving, but his mind was still savoring the feeling from just now. Once he had fully savored the experience, he opened the attribute panel to check his progress and gains during this period of comprehension. Upon seeing that the progress of power of balance had reached 26%, Shen Xingyan's face was full of admiration after calculating the results. I actually gained 20 points of progress in just 1 hour of comprehension. I knew before that the progress during comprehension was relatively fast, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. This is equivalent to 40 hours of my own exercise, 40 times the efficiency. It's terrifying. Moreover, with optimized actions, the progress should also improve. This positive cycle is truly motivating. After sighing softly, Shen Xingyan was about to continue his training. However, at this moment, the Star Source card suddenly emitted a strange sound. With a thought, Shen Xingyan found the Star Source card in his hand. Upon picking it up, I saw the following message in the Star Source card. Hello Shen Xingyan. Please assemble at the school playground on the morning of July 12th to participate in the school's graduation trial. A teacher will lead you to the outer perimeter. Please bring all necessary equipment. Shen Xingyan looked at the message and was momentarily dazed. He then sighed softly. These past 20-odd days have felt like a lifetime. I never imagined that I would experience so many strange events in just over 20 days. I count that there's still a week left, and I can finally go and see what the world outside the boundary looks like. It seems I'll have to find some time in a few days to get a basic set of equipment. Wearing clothes that offer absolutely no protection is rather inadequate. Shen Xingyan murmured softly, then temporarily put those thoughts aside and decided to continue exercising. Suddenly, he felt the Star Source card in his hand vibrate again. He picked it up and saw that it was a call invitation from Chu Wei. After the call connected, Chu Wei's excited voice came through. Shen Xingyan, did you see the message the school sent out? They told us to go to the school to register on July 12th. Even through the Star Source card, Shen Xingyan could clearly feel Chu Wei's excitement. I just saw it. We'll be able to get out of this circle and see the outside world soon. Shen Xingyan replied with a touch of Gankai, a feeling of mixed emotions, including nostalgia and awe. After all, back in school, the two of them often discussed what the outside world was like. They had been filled with anticipation for that place, and now that they had the opportunity to experience it firsthand, it certainly excited them. Chapter 123, The Wool Plucking Plan begins. Yes, the message also mentioned equipment. I've already bought it for you. Just give me the cash back when you make some money. Chu Wei adopted a close brothers keep clear accounts attitude during the call. Hearing Chu Wei's attempt to cover up her true intentions, Shen Xingyan chuckled helplessly. He knew perfectly well what she was trying to do. She was simply afraid he would reject her kindness. He thought about it for a moment, just as he had been considering what kind of equipment would suit his current status. It's fine as it is now. He doesn't have to waste time thinking about this anymore. Besides, he already owes Chu Wei enough, so 1 or 2 more won't make a difference. Shen Xingyan readily agreed and solemnly promised to repay the debt double in the future. Upon hearing this, Chu Wei beamed with joy and chattered on to Shen Xingyan about the precautions for the trial that she had learned from her parents. Throughout the entire period, she did not inquire about Shen Xingyan's current level. After all, she knew Shen Xingyan's true situation, and bringing up this topic would be tantamount to reopening old wounds. Shen Xingyan listened quietly to the other person's cheerful narration, and a genuine smile appeared on his face from time to time. Half an hour later, the two ended the call. Shen Xingyan recalled Chu Wei's words and couldn't help but think about how to repay this little son's kindness without revealing himself. This is really a difficult thing, but in the end, it's because my strength is not enough. I still need to keep practicing. Shen Xingyan encouraged himself, and then his body naturally began to move. Meanwhile, in the planting space, while Shen Xingyan was exercising, the second monster invasion occurred. Ding! An invasive species has been detected in your planting area. Please take immediate action to avoid significant losses. At this moment, such a warning notice echoed in Shen Xingyan's planting space. If it is not dealt with in time, all the crops here will probably suffer great damage, especially the strawberry acre that is about to ripen. Judging from the direction the little monsters were heading, they were clearly aiming for this acre of strawberries, but Shen Xingyan, still in the real world, was completely unaware of it. Fortunately, Wang Kai and the others were in the planting space at this time. After hearing the prompt, Wang Kai also took action and eagerly assigned all the battle tasks. Wang Kai directed Lai Fu and Lai Qian to gather all the little skeletons under their command, arranging them into 2 neat rows, like a wall blocking the monster's path. A real battle has begun. If Shen Xingyan were here, he would find that the invading monsters this time are no longer the badger from last time, but a group of little rabbits. Furthermore, its attributes are not much different from the previous badger, and are all within the range that Wang Kai and the others can handle. Fortunately, the star source maintenance notification appeared relatively slowly at this time. It wasn't until Wang Kai and the others had wiped out all the little rabbits that the double notification appeared. After eliminating the little rabbit Wang Kai and the others, they were suddenly filled with a sense of joy, which made them work with great enthusiasm. They quickly eliminated the double prompts and began their leisurely daily work. Shen Xingyan in the real world was unaware of Wang Kai and the others' heroic deeds. He continued exercising until his sister returned in the evening, at which point he finally stopped. Opening the attribute panel, Shen Xingyan checked the progress of power of balance and found that it had reached 29%, which was twice as efficient as before and far exceeded his expectations. Now my progress per hour has increased to 1%. It seems that the hour of reflection I just had has had a significant effect on improving my physical fitness. At this rate, in another 2 or 3 days, I'll receive another +1 to all my attributes. This speed of improvement is truly amazing. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan walked up happily. After having dinner with his sister, he went to the planting space to use his innate skills. At this moment, he only saw the little skeletons working peacefully, but he did not notice anything unusual. Seeing that the number of little skeletons had grown to 37, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking that in a few more days he could completely let go and wouldn't need to manage them much anymore. Back in the real world, he exercised with his sister until around 9 a.m. During this time, he also gave his younger sister some guidance. Although she was unable to learn the complete power of balance at the moment, the paths were the same, and his guidance of her movements from the perspective of the essence was still very effective. He then returned directly to the star origin world to cultivate his primal energy and recover his depleted strength. In this peaceful atmosphere, time slowly passed until about 3 a.m. This time is the cool-down period for professional skills, and it's also the time that Shen Xingyan set. At this moment, he awakens from his cultivation state. After standing up, he looked at the first acre of strawberry field he had planted earlier. Gazing at the mouth-watering strawberries, he silently did some calculations in his mind. The first acre of strawberries has now reached a growth period of about 48 days and an hour. If I were to use my professional skills now, it would accelerate the growth by 5 days. If the procedure is successful, the strawberry will take about 3 days and an hour longer than normal. From now on, my plans for maximizing profits will be based on this time frame, gradually extending it step by step to see what the final results will be. When Shen Xingyan thought of this, he was suddenly filled with a sense of great ambition. He then summoned his clone to deal with the upcoming Star Source prompt mission. After waiting for 2 minutes until his original energy was fully restored, he was able to use his professional skills. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? Upon seeing this notification, Shen Xingyan instinctively paused for a moment, but after thinking about his +6 luck bonus, his confidence instantly surged. This was his first chance to try his luck after receiving the luck attribute bonus. He thought that luck should at least give him face and let this harvest go smoothly. So he only prayed briefly before confirming that he would continue. Yuan Neng also left the beginner's cane and directly covered all the strawberry fields. Chapter 124 Instantaneous Teleportation. As the energy transformed from his professional skills was applied to all the farmland, Shen Xingyan's gaze was also fixed on the first acre of strawberries he had planted. They were trying to predict the outcome of this event by observing subtle changes in the strawberry plants. So when he saw the strawberry plant in front of him begin to show unusual movements, he couldn't help but clench his hands gently. However, based on the commotion before him, he still couldn't determine the final outcome. After all, the crops had reacted similarly when the skill failed last time, and he thought it had succeeded at the time. However, after he saw the strawberries begin to grow rapidly, he dared to conclude that the result was perfect. Subsequently, the appearance of the star source notification sound also confirmed his judgment. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Upon seeing this simple prompt, Shen Xingyan suddenly revealed a confident smile. I knew it. The first probability attempt after obtaining luck points wouldn't let me down. Seeing the strawberries on that acre of strawberries becoming even more vibrant and juicy under the acceleration of the skill, Shen Xingyan became excited and thought to himself, this time, the strawberry record is definitely going to be broken. Under Shen Xingyan's excited gaze, the effects of the professional skills began to rapidly unfold across the entire farmland. A dozen seconds later, the effect of the skill disappeared, and all the strawberries returned to their normal growth rate. Meanwhile, signs of ripeness appeared in the sky above the first acre of strawberries, and Shen Xingyan, who had already prepared his posture, quickly began to harvest them. As for the maintenance of other farmland, he entrusted it to his clones, Wang Kai and the others. Based on the previous summaries and the addition of the 3 little skeletons today, he felt that the current workforce was sufficient to handle this rapidly approaching maintenance task. Focused on the harvest, Shen Xingyan continued his seemingly rough but highly efficient harvesting process. The first acre of strawberries disappeared at an extremely rapid pace under his harvesting method. At this moment, Shen Xingyan seemed to have transformed into a bulldozer, pushing straight through. After he put the last strawberry into his backpack space, the harvest notification sound from the star origin world rang in his ears as expected. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 920 kilograms. You have gained 5,520 farmer professional experience points. Upon hearing this prompt, Shen Xingyan immediately jumped up. His brain began to rapidly secrete excitement hormones, making him, who had just finished working, not only show no signs of fatigue, but instead appear radiant. This output is 320 kilograms higher than the highest value of 600 kilograms in the real-world data, and the experience points have also reached such a new level, enough to allow him to advance to the next level. Moreover, this is only the experience gained from 1 acre of strawberries. If all 8 acres of strawberries are harvested in the future, that would be more than 40,000 experience points, enough for him to level up several times. This is terrifying. Who would have thought that harvesting an acre of land every day would allow you to level up? The speed at which you gain experience is already comparable to that of high-level professionals. From this moment on, the true strength of professional skills will be demonstrated. Furthermore, it is foreseeable that as the level of cultivated crops increases, the prowess of professional skills will become increasingly apparent. Shen Xingyan sighed repeatedly, looking at his clones and Wang Kai, who were busy in the other farmlands, and thought to himself, I guess only my own constantly growing talent skills can match this powerful skill. And indeed, it's all thanks to Wang Kai and the others. Otherwise, no matter how powerful my skill was, it wouldn't have reached such a strong level in such a short time. After a deep sigh, Shen Xingyan quickly turned his gaze back to the sky of the star origin world. He knew that compared to the star source rewards to come, his current gains were probably just an appetizer. The main event was yet to come. Shen Xingyan made no attempt to hide the joy on his face as he stood quietly in place, waiting for Xingyuan's notification of breaking the record. The star origin world seemed to have learned of Shen Xingyan's thoughts, and a few seconds later, the prompt that Shen Xingyan had anticipated appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have broken the previous record of 750 kilograms of strawberries per moo and successfully achieved a yield of 880 kilograms. As a reward, you are given a special spatial skill, instant teleportation, and your cultivated land area will be increased by 600 square meters. Xingyuan will make a district-wide announcement. Would you like to make this information public? As Shen Xingyan eagerly awaited the news, the notification that the Star Origin world had broken the record finally appeared. Upon seeing this notification, Shen Xingyan's smiling eyes widened instantly, his gaze fixed on the words instant teleportation in the notification. He looked dazed, as if he had been stunned by this surprise. A special spatial skill, and it's teleportation. This reward is too amazing. That's teleportation. Shen Xingyan was so excited that he could hardly speak. They had heard back in school that some of their predecessors had acquired this skill, and subsequently entered and exited the layers of disasters as if they were in an empty place, leaving the disasters completely bewildered. They returned without any apparent abnormalities, bringing back important strategic materials. When they heard about this feat, everyone was captivated by the skill of teleportation. Moreover, upon awakening, they saw the base's commander suddenly appear in the air. Although they didn't know if the other party had used the skill of teleportation, that was the feeling they got at the time. That carefree and mysterious feeling aroused admiration and envy from everyone present. And now he has actually received such a skill reward. Although he can only use it in the Star Origin world at present, once he has the money in the future, he can extract this invincible skill into the real world. And then he will have no worries when he goes to the outer world to kill disasters. Xingyuan's reward immersed Shen Xingyan in a daydream about the future. After a long while, a notification sound woke him from this state. Do you want to make the information public? Shen Xingyan looked at the notification that was bothering him, but instead of feeling annoyed, he found it incredibly cute. Chapter 125 Excellent Strawberry. Cancel the world announcement. Shen Xingyan said with a smile in response to the cute notification, and as before, he took out 100 silver coins to pay the cancellation fee. After Star Origin World received the money, the announcement disappeared instantly. Instead, an icon resembling a portal slowly appeared and floated in the air. Just as Shen Xingyan was about to examine it closely, the icon suddenly moved rapidly and disappeared into his brow before he could react. Shen Xingyan wasn't particularly surprised to see this phenomenon. After all, he had experienced a similar situation when he obtained the clone technique last time, and he was already quite familiar with it. At the same time, the 600 square meters of farmland awarded for breaking the Star Source record also began to appear. While expanding the land beneath Shen Xingyan's feet, they also renovated the farmland, making it ready for planting, which saved Shen Xingyan a step. At this moment, Shen Xingyan did not pay much attention to the situation under his feet. Instead, he quickly opened his attribute panel and began to check the description of the instant teleportation skill. At this moment, the skill instant teleportation and its description appeared directly in the attribute panel below the talent skills. Instant teleport consumes a certain amount of primal energy to instantly teleport to a designated location. The maximum ratio is 1 primal energy to 100 meters. The skill cooldown time is 10 seconds. After reading the skill's description, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. He calculated in his mind that with his current 44 points of primal energy, if he used them all, he could instantly move to a location 4 kilometers away. At this distance, when facing an enemy, unless encountering a disaster of king level or above that might cause some unexpected events, it would be very easy to escape from the disaster of the day before yesterday if one could not defeat it. But why does this skill have a cooldown? Although the time is relatively short, it doesn't allow me to teleport continuously. There's always something else that might happen during those 10 seconds. At this moment, Shen Xingyan, with a contented expression, was checking the skill description while shamelessly analyzing it. He had already been secretly delighted to have obtained this skill. Imagine if, during a future battle, he could teleport behind or above his opponent and strike down, or activate teleportation the instant an attack comes, achieving a perfect dodge. By leaving the opponent bewildered and deeply engrossed in this bizarre and unpredictable situation, and given that the odds are not too far apart, the the final result will only be an overwhelming victory. After carefully examining the teleportation skill, Shen Xingyan looked at his experience points. 86, 81/4000. His experience points were far higher than the experience points required to level up. I'm just a little over 300 experience points away from reaching 9,000, which would allow me to level up twice. It's a bit of a pity. Shen Xingyan calculated the experience points needed to level up and realized that he was just a little short of leveling up to 14, which made him sigh slightly. If others knew that Shen Xingyan actually had such a pretentious idea, they might go crazy and beat him up. After all, even if they work themselves to the bone for several days, they might not be able to level up even one level. And this guy, instead of getting promoted twice, is actually complaining. This kind of behavior is really infuriating. However, Shen Xingyan was completely unaware of this, since his upgrade process was indeed very simple compared to most people. After marveling at it, he didn't hesitate and clicked the upgrade button. At the same time, the Star Source upgrade notification rang in his ears. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to 13. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. With the appearance of the Star Source notification, Shen Xingyan's attributes received another slight boost, with all 4 major attributes increasing by 2 points, and other attributes also improving as well. The cooldown time of professional skills has also been reduced to 15%, which can reduce the cooldown time by 3.5 hours per day. When the cooldown reduction reaches 50% in the future, that will be his moment of glory. At that time, no crop will be able to survive 5 days in his hands. Looking at the numbers in the free attribute bar, Shen Xingyan didn't delay and directly allocated all 4 free attribute points to the original energy, bringing the maximum original energy to 48 points. After admiring the attribute panel with a smile, he opened his backpack, separated the strawberries from the strawberry branches and leaves, and then checked the attributes of this batch of agricultural products. Item: strawberry excellent. Value: 1200 copper. Quantity: 920. Attributes: a fruit that is nutritious and tastes good. Item: strawberry leaf excellent. Value: 10 copper. Quantity: 500. Attribute: an ingredient in a beverage. Upon seeing the suffix in the name strawberry, Shen Xingyan was slightly surprised. Then, recalling his previous speculation, he nodded in understanding. After all, with a growth cycle of over 50 days, the little skeletons providing full support, and the final boost from professional skills, it's normal for agricultural products to produce of exceptional quality. However, when he saw that a kilogram of strawberries could sell for 1,200 copper coins, he was immediately unsettled. To be honest, ordinary strawberries only cost 500 copper coins per kilogram, but the price of superior quality strawberries was more than double that, which was quite unexpected for him. Looking at the sudden increase in money, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile. He was currently short of cash. Then, with a thought, he opened the Xingyuan Mall and quickly sold all the agricultural products he had harvested, not even thinking about keeping any for himself. After all, in his view, his current financial situation does not allow him to engage in such extravagant behavior. The agricultural products sold for a total of 1 gold coin and 109 silver coins. This was the first time Shen Xingyan had ever earned so much money, which made him smile so much that his eyes seemed to squint. Looking at his wallet, which already contained nearly 3 gold coins, Shen Xingyan felt his back straighten up a bit, and his expression as he looked at the entire farmland exuded a sense of high spirits. It is said that money gives the poor courage. Having lived in poverty for more than 10 years, Shen Xingyan now understands the profound meaning of this saying. Chapter 126 Upgraded Version of Wool Plucking. Shen Xingyan called Wang Kai over, and the two worked together seamlessly to plant strawberry seeds on 1 acre of farmland, continuing their strawberry harvesting plan. As for the acre of farmland he was awarded, he didn't immediately plant strawberries. Instead, after some thought, he chose to plant 1 acre of tomato seeds with a 1-day growth cycle, planning to test his idea tomorrow. If 2 crops are both about to mature, and a skill fails to be used, will one crop succeed and the other fail? If his idea is proven to be true, Then when he has more farmland in the future, he can try planting 2 long-cycle crops at the same time, which is equivalent to carrying out a double harvesting plan. This has 2 advantages. First, it greatly reduces the probability of failing to use skills, thus ensuring a high success rate for breaking daily records. There are only 3 possible outcomes. Either all crops succeed, one crop succeeds, and the other fails. The probability of both crops failing is thus greatly reduced. Secondly, if he's lucky, he can break the record twice in one day, which will give him double the reward and double the happiness. Looking back at that scene now, it seems like a dream to him. After all, this wasn't just about getting something for nothing. It was about digging for a long-term treasure. Anyone who experiences something like this would find it unbelievable. I wonder if the Star Origin world will take any measures or impose any restrictions on me for this unrestrained exploitation. Shen Xingyan thought with some worry, fearing that his joy might turn into sorrow. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. The most important thing right now is to get the wool weeded out of the sheep. After all, I'm still too weak. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. This is all out of necessity. Shen Xingyan found a suitable reason for his actions in his mind, and then threw himself into the work in the fields, quickly dealing with Xingyuan's notification with Wang Kai and the others. With a large number of small skeletons, and Shen Xingyan and his clone as powerful laborers, this wave of star source maintenance prompts seemed increasingly powerless, completely unlike their initial triumphant display. The increased manpower of Shen Xingyan and his team meant that the maintenance work, which originally took 2 hours, was completed in 1.5 hours. Seeing that the maintenance notification had been restored, Shen Xingyan canceled his clone skill, gave some instructions to Wang Kai, and then returned to the real world. Although it was still dark in the real world, he was full of energy and naturally didn't choose to sleep. Instead, he tiptoed to the underground training room and began practicing his balance power. It wasn't until 3 hours later, when he saw that his skill progress had reached 32%, that he finally stopped and began his entertainment for the day, cooking for his sister. When Shen Xingyan woke up in her room and came to the living room, she saw her brother busy in the kitchen. Seeing this, she walked over with a smile, curiously checking what her brother was going to cook for her today. When she found that there was meat again, her little face showed a hint of conflict. She discovered that since her brother awakened, their family's food standards had been rising sharply. When she was in school, she would often be starving before lunchtime. If it's a theory class that day, it's fine. She can hold on until school ends. But if it's mostly physical education classes, then going to exercise on an empty stomach is inevitable. But the situation is completely different now. After this period of nutritional supplementation, even if she has physical education classes all day, she is still full of energy and seems to have inexhaustible strength. All these changes are due to the successful awakening of the older brother, which led to a significant improvement in their diet. This even made her think for a time that becoming a farmer was a pretty good option. However, the truth is that Shen Xingyan, this special farmer, would give his younger sister a constitution-activating potion every 1 or 2 days to replenish the energy her body needed and to unleash her physical potential. The costs involved were completely unimaginable to Shen Xingyan, who was directly involved. She probably only receives such treatment from families with substantial savings. Although Shen Xingyan's savings are not as much as those families, his potential is limitless. He doesn't feel bad at all spending this little bit of money on his sister. "Brother, let's eat some vegetarian food lately. I've been eating too much meat, and look how fat I've gotten," Shen Xingyan said helplessly, poking her face. What she was really thinking was that her brother should be more frugal with his meals so that he could save more money to unlock his attributes sooner. Recently, Shen Xingyan has been making shredded meat for almost every meal to supplement his younger sister's nutrition. The rabbits he hunted before had long been eaten up. Recently, they've been eating high-quality meat that Shen Xingyan bought directly from Xingyuan shopping mall. No way, you're not fat at all. In fact, this is a time when you need a lot of nutrition, so eating more meat is good for you. Even if you gain a little weight, it's still a good thing. After you finish eating, you can eat the watermelon in the cupboard too. It's high in calories. As Shen Xingyan spoke, he stirred the dishes in the pot, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a patriarch. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan pouted and stopped arguing. then went out to wash up. After a nutritious breakfast, Shen Xingyan went to school with her pregnant belly, while Shen Xingyan plunged into the training room to exercise. He often said that his sister was a fitness fanatic, but he didn't know that in his sister's eyes, he was the real fitness fanatic, choosing to exercise whenever he had time. And that was indeed the case. Before he awakened, despite the monotonous training methods and the inability to visually observe his progress, he managed to push himself to the top of the school's rankings under those arduous conditions, thanks to his extraordinary perseverance. Now that his exercises are more comfortable and he can see his progress in real time, these conditions undoubtedly give him more energy, and he has no intention of slacking off. He trained until 3 p.m., increasing his skill progress to 40% before stopping, eating some food to recover his depleted stamina. At the same time, they are waiting for the cooldown of the skill to finish. Chapter 127 Well-Trained Skeletons. Before long, seeing that the cooldown time for the comprehension skill had ended, Shen Xingyan didn't waste any time. After adjusting his own state, he directly activated the comprehension skill with a thought. The skill was activated immediately upon the arrival of this intention. Then that familiar feeling lingered in Shen Xingyan's mind again, and the improvement in his comprehension gave him a faint sense of etherealness. The transparent little figure in his mind appeared on time, just like a personal trainer, and began to guide Shen Xingyan's training. However, Shen Xingyan's training with the transparent little figure didn't feel quite right. After training for a short while, he thought with some frustration, why are the movements of the transparent little man becoming more and more mysterious? I feel like my current comprehension speed is already falling behind his pace. Is this the limit of my current comprehension? It's probably due to insufficient primal energy, if only his comprehension value were higher. After some final analysis, Shen Xingyan concluded that it was because his current comprehension level was too low and the little man's progress was too advanced. Ultimately, it's because he has too little primal energy, so the increase in his comprehension is no longer enough to meet his current needs, which makes his need for primal energy even more urgent. With his comprehension level somewhat insufficient, an hour passed, and the time for comprehension ended. Shen Xingyan also broke free from that state of deep study. Slightly dazed, he carefully savored the feeling from just now and also felt a sense of loss. After all, that sense of clarity and high intelligence just now was indeed quite irresistible, and in comparison, the current state seems somewhat muddled. He then checked the progress of balance power and found that, just like yesterday, the progress had increased by 20%, reaching 60% overall. Although the improvement in efficiency was less than that of yesterday's 1 hour, it was still quite significant overall. After calming himself down, he continued exercising. 3 hours later, noticing that his sister had returned, he stopped exercising. As he walked down to the first floor, he checked the progress of the power of balance skill and found that it had reached 64.5%. Based on this, his hourly improvement rate had reached 1.5%. It seems that with my current level of comprehension, I can only increase the efficiency of balance power by about 0.5% in an hour. Shen Xingyan sighed and shook his head subconsciously. But this is not bad either. There are new improvements every day, which makes it faster and faster to upgrade to power of balance. After having dinner with his sister, Shen Xingyan went directly to the planting space and used its innate skill. The number of little skeletons reached 40. The group of skeletons standing together looked quite impressive. Shen Xingyan then did not return to the real world to continue training. After all, according to his calculations, he could use his professional skills around 2 a.m. tonight to harvest the crops from the second acre of strawberry and tomato fields, which would also be the time to verify his idea. Moreover, Shen Xingyan was somewhat tired after a day of training in balanced power. His body was well nourished, but he was exhausted in terms of energy. Although his mental strength in the Star Origin world had reached 26 points, it was enough to sustain him for 2 or 3 days without sleep. However, this is only the spiritual power of the Star Origin world. Before it is synchronized with the real world, it does not improve Shen Xingyan's physical strength at all, but only increases his spell attack power. His current energy still relies on the 11 points of mental strength boost from the real world. After eating a tomato, Shen Xingyan sat on the ground and activated his cultivation function, looking at the increasingly vast farmland in front of him and various small particles coming one after another. He felt incredibly peaceful, and before he knew it, drowsiness crept over him, so he lay down and entered a meditative state. Time flows slowly through the planting space, like a tranquil and beautiful farm scene that moves with the passage of time, bringing a sense of peace to those who see it. However, in this scene, Shen Xingyan, who was fast asleep, was awakened by a notification from the star origin world. Ding! An invasive species has been detected in your planting area. Please take immediate action to avoid significant losses. Shen Xingyan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes after hearing this prompt. But because he was in a state of cultivation, he was unable to make any big movements. However, he was unable to break free from this state because he had set a 7-hour training period, which made him somewhat anxious. However, just as Shen Xingyan was getting anxious, the little skeletons working in the farmland began to move. Under Wang Sai's leadership, the little skeletons, like a well-trained army, quickly assembled in a square formation, forming a wall to defend against the monster's attack. Shen Xingyan, who was sitting in the distance unable to move, was immediately surprised and delighted to see that the little skeletons had such a side to them. Then, fearing the monster was too strong, he focused his attention on the attacking monster, the little rabbit, and began to check its attributes. Name: Weakened Rabbit. Strength: 3 points. Agility: 5 points. Physical condition: 2 points. Spirit: 1 point. Health: 20 to 20 points. Physical attack: 3 points. Spell attack: 1 point. Defense: 2 points. Speed: 5 points. After seeing the little monster's attributes, Shen Xingyan finally felt relieved. However, he kept his eyes on the battlefield and occasionally checked the maintenance notification above the farmland, fearing that he would suffer his first mission stall penalty. Under Shen Xingyan's watchful eye, the little skeletons dealt with the monster's attacks in a very organized manner, and more than 10 minutes passed in this way. The battle between 40 little skeletons and over 100 rabbits ended in victory for the little skeletons. Meanwhile, the crops in the farmland had only just begun to show double notifications, and with the current frequency of maintenance notifications, the little skeletons had plenty of time to deal with them. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan was finally relieved and recalled the battle with a sigh. I didn't expect Wang Kai and the others to have such excellent team battle talent. It's as if each little skeleton has been trained, obeying commands without question. Could this be one of their hidden talents? Chapter 128: Good Luck or Bad Luck. I heard a long time ago that those disasters from beyond the boundary often use human wave tactics to fight against humans. It is a kind of mindless battle that takes advantage of the innate limitations of human physical strength and energy. Now that I have these naturally trained little skeletons, I will go to the outer realm when I have accumulated enough talent stones and the little skeleton's attributes are high enough. Then, with a wave of the hand, a horde of unrestrained warrior skeletons will appear on the battlefield, sweeping away the enemy with unstoppable force. That sight would be truly magnificent. Shen Xingyan, who had guessed that the little skeleton had this talent, was very satisfied and began to let his imagination run wild. However, due to the distance, he did not notice the wisps of blue smoke merging into the bodies of the little skeletons. After contemplating the thoughts, Shen Xingyan lay back down and once again drifted off to sleep peacefully. Even if Xingyuan issues another warning this time, he won't react as strongly as before. He'll probably just glance at it briefly before going back to sleep. There's nothing he can do about it. The presence of the little skeletons gives him a great sense of security. While Shen Xingyan was soundly asleep, the 7 hours of cultivation he had set earlier had passed before he realized it, and he woke up from his meditative state. Feeling exceptionally energetic, he sat up and stretched his limbs, savoring the exhilarating feeling of being full of energy. Looking at the comforting farmland scene before him, breathing in the tranquil and natural air, it was as if the battle a few hours earlier had never happened. Shen Xingyan's mind unconsciously emptied, and he seemed to relax completely. In this feeling, time seems to slow down. After a while, having quietly enjoyed the tranquility, Shen Xingyan also thought about the important matters that needed to be addressed next. With a thought, The attribute panel unfolded before him. Looking at the class skill that was already usable, and then at the current time, he didn't rush to use it. Instead, they waited quietly for a while, continuing to admire the scene before them, and becoming increasingly satisfied with the little skeletons working in the field. Then, seeing that it was almost 2 a.m., he finally took action. Standing up, he first summoned a clone with all attributes at 24 points, then waited 3 minutes to fully restore his original energy, and unleashed his professional skill at 2 o'clock. As his professional skills were activated, primal energy effortlessly converged on his beginner's staff, and at the same time, a notification from the star source system sounded. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? Seeing the warning message that was blocking his way, Shen Xingyan, although already used to it, still checked it word by word to see if it was any different from the previous ones. However, the result was somewhat disappointing. The entire prompt was exactly the same as before, and it was unlikely that he could deduce any information from it. So he didn't hesitate any longer and confirmed to continue. As Shen Xingyan confirmed, the 45 points of primal energy on his cane instantly detached and acted upon the 9 acres of farmland in front of him. Shen Xingyan gently waved his cane and then put it away. Although he knew the hint would tell him the final result later, his gaze kept shifting back and forth between the strawberries and tomatoes. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Shen Xingyan, who was monitoring the 2 target farmlands, was stunned for a moment after hearing Xingyuan's hint, and then he couldn't help but laugh and cry. I really didn't expect my luck to be so strong. Even though both different crops were past their maturity period, there was no skill failure. While successfully executing the skill is a good thing, it also means I can't verify my previous idea, which is a delightful dilemma. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but scratch his head with a sigh. After the Star Origin world suddenly gave him such a prompt, he was a little unsure of what to do next. However, Xingyuan's prompt did not give Shen Xingyan time to think about the problem properly. A dozen seconds later, another wave of maintenance prompts came, and at the same time, ripening signs appeared in the sky above the 2nd acre of strawberry and tomato fields. Shen Xingyan could only put aside this thought for the time being and arrange for his clones and Wang Kai to deal with the maintenance prompts, while he slowly walked to the strawberry field that could be harvested. Just like yesterday, we began the strawberry harvesting operation, which was somewhat simple and crude but highly efficient. I deliberately extended the strawberry harvest time by 1 hour today compared to yesterday, thinking that the final yield should be higher, but I don't know exactly how much higher. As Shen Xingyan pondered, his hands did not slow down in the slightest. Eager to get the results, he harvested the strawberries faster and faster while ensuring that he did not damage them. In this process of both rough and meticulous harvesting, it didn't take long for all the ripe strawberries on this acre to be stored in Shen Xingyan's backpack. The Star Origin world didn't keep the eager Shen Xingyan waiting long. Almost as soon as he finished his harvest, a notification from the Star Origin appeared in his ear. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 935 kilograms. You have gained 5,610 Farmer Professional Experience Points. Seeing the notification that the harvest weight was 15 kilograms higher than the previously recorded 920 kilograms, Shen Xingyan was overjoyed. Although it was just a simple 15 kilograms, it was the stepping stone for him to win the record-breaking reward, and it is also an advantage that he can rely on in the future. This 15 kilograms has validated my wool-gathering plan, proving that it is indeed feasible. Now, let's see what kind of reward Star Origin World will give me for breaking the record with such an improvement. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan looked up at the sky with anticipation, eagerly waiting. Star Origin World didn't give Shen Xingyan much time to wait. Just a dozen seconds later, it directly revealed the answer that Shen Xingyan was hoping for. Chapter 129 Storage Space. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 920 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 935 kilograms. You are being rewarded with a Star Source card, granting you permanent access to 100 cubic meters of storage space. Star Source will make this announcement throughout the region. Would you like to make this information public? Shen Xingyan's eyes, which were already full of anticipation, shone even brighter after seeing the reward. His enthusiasm was so intense it seemed to have solidified into a tangible form, no less than when he first acquired the teleportation skill. His behavior caught the attention of Wang Kai, Lai Fu, and Lai Qian, who were watching their master's movements from a distance. They all tilted their little skulls in confusion. They then looked together at the message in the sky, but they couldn't make out its meaning. But they knew that something that could make their powerful master so excited must be something extraordinary. At this moment, Shen Xingyan was overjoyed, and he excitedly muttered to himself, I really didn't expect that this time the reward would be the storage space function of the Star Source card. Breaking the record has once again brought a new type of reward. The Star Source world really knows how to surprise me. I'd heard that the Star Source card had a storage function, but it required a lot of money to activate it. Moreover, the size of the space is basically determined by the amount of money paid, and there are also time restrictions, which need to be customized according to the amount of money paid. It's like you have to pay rent to the Star Origin world if you want to use the storage space. Obtaining permanent use of storage space is prohibitively expensive for most people. Therefore, many people choose to renew their leases little by little, viewing it as a long-term investment. Just like when I extracted items into the real world before, they could only be temporarily stored in the storage space and would disappear immediately once they were taken out. Just this alone makes things much more convenient, not to mention having my own separate storage space. But now, things are much better. This record-breaking reward has permanently unlocked 100 cubic meters of storage space for me. With this reward, everything will be much more convenient from now on. Shen Xingyan thought to himself with delight, feeling very pleased with the reward of this storage space. Imagine him being able to store and retrieve any items he needs with ease, without any restrictions. This would undoubtedly make things much more convenient when he's out and about, and his survival would be much more secure. Do you wish to disclose this information? Shen Xingyan, whose joy was impossible to hide, quickly paid the 100 silver coins for canceling the announcement after seeing the question from the Star Origin world, and then successfully accepted the permanent reward. After receiving the reward, Shen Xingyan was not in a hurry to go to the real world to experience the novelty of this storage function. Instead, he focused his attention on the experience section of the attribute tree. Seeing that his experience points had instantly soared to over 10,000 due to the harvest of 1 acre of strawberries, far exceeding the experience points required for leveling up, he nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the upgrade prompt next to the experience bar, he clicked upgrade without hesitation. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to 14. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. As the upgrade notification sounded, Shen Xingyan's stamina and energy levels instantly returned to full, and his physical attributes were also improved accordingly. The cooldown reduction for professional skills has also been increased again, reaching 17%. If he wasn't planning to exploit the system, with this cooldown reduction increasing day by day, he could use his skill one more time every 5 or 6 days. Shen Xingyan merely glanced at these expected improvements. He then turned his attention to the 4 free attribute points in the attribute panel. Although he still had 48 points of original energy left after using his professional skills, he did not hesitate at all and directly allocated his free attribute points to the original energy attribute, bringing it to 52 points. After all, almost all of his current skills rely on the upper limit of his original energy. The higher the upper limit, the more powerful his skills will be. Therefore, increasing his original energy is an imperative. He then opened his backpack and separated the strawberries from their leaves, finding that their quality was the same as the previous strawberries. Both were of premium quality. After nodding slightly, he decisively sold it, earning a total of 1 gold coin and 127 silver coins, which was equivalent to 110,000 yuan before the primal energy eruption. Such a harvest from just 1 acre of strawberries would probably amaze even the humans before their primal energy eruption. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. marveling at how much better life was these days. Without further ado, he turned his gaze to the acre of ripe tomatoes. Although he was somewhat surprised by the successful use of his professional skills this time, and was unable to verify his previous ideas, he still had to reap the rewards. After all, even a small gain is still a gain, and he didn't mind. As he had expected, the final tomato harvest was only about 310 kilograms. Although the final output was slightly higher than the last time, it did not break Xingyuan's output record. After selling all the harvested agricultural products to Xingyuan Mall, Shen Xingyan's total assets reached 4 gold, 56 silver, and 440 copper coins, finally breaking through the 4 gold coins mark. Moreover, it is foreseeable that the money earned in the future will only increase, and it will no longer be a distant thing to extract the original energy into the real world. After a blissful daydream, Shen Xingyan summoned his clone. Using the clone's high attribute value, the two worked together to quickly turn over the 2 acres of farmland, making it ready for planting. After replanting another acre of strawberries, Shen Xingyan had his clone continue the maintenance work, while he looked at the other acre of farmland that needed planting and fell into deep thought. The next step is to continue experimenting with our previous ideas. Should we plant tomatoes with a 1-day growth period, or should we start planting long cycle crops directly? These two choices left him momentarily torn between two conflicting emotions. Chapter 130: Experiencing Novelty. After some thought, Shen Xingyan decided to continue the verification process, since a day or two wouldn't make a difference in planting long cycle crops. Let's plant some short cycle crops first, and find out the specific situation before making any further decisions. After all, we are still in the early stages, and exploring it as soon as possible can provide necessary reference for future plans. Shen Xingyan then went to Xingyuan Mall to buy another acre of tomato seeds, and quickly started planting them. He has become very skilled at these agricultural tasks, and his sowing efficiency has been further improved. After finishing planting the tomatoes, he didn't rest. He then went to help Wang Kai and the others deal with the maintenance prompts from Xingyuan. With his involvement, the entire maintenance process was greatly improved. With 40 small skeletons plus Shen Xingyan and his clone, 2 high-attribute laborers, the maintenance notifications for Star Source began to subside after a little over an hour, gradually slowing down and returning to normal. Feeling somewhat relaxed and content, Shen Xingyan, seeing that everything was settled, didn't linger any longer. With a thought, he returned directly to the real world, where there was still a storage space waiting for him to explore. Back in the real world, Shen Xingyan, whose curiosity could no longer be contained, had just opened his eyes in bed when he jumped off. With a thought, the Star Source card instantly appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection of the mysterious Star Source card, 2 small icons visible only to Shen Xingyan were visible on its dark surface in the lower right corner, a leaf and a box. Shen Xingyan naturally recognized the leaf icon. It was an image of a Bodhi leaf that was automatically imprinted on his Star Source card when he acquired the Enlightenment skill. As for the other box, it goes without saying that it's his storage space. Upon seeing this, Shen Xingyan's face lit up with joy, and he then used his mind to look at the icon on the box. As his mind touched the box icon, a 100 cubic meter space instantly appeared before his eyes. At this moment, in Shen Xingyan's eyes, this space seemed to have overlapped, passing through all obstacles without any hindrance and appearing directly in front of him. I've heard that this storage space, like the information within the Star Source, can only be seen by the person who created it. No matter how powerful others are, they won't be able to detect it at all. It's as if it has a binding function, which is truly amazing. Shen Xingyan looked at the spacious room and couldn't help but marvel at it. Then he threw the pillow next to him into the room. Seeing the pillow floating quietly in the air and being able to move according to his thoughts also revealed the state of the stored item. He nodded slightly, conveying the thought of "put it away," and the space in front of him instantly shrank back, and everything returned to normal, except that his pillow had disappeared. Having roughly grasped the basic functions of the storage space, he then tested whether he could perform the corresponding storage and retrieval operations without opening the storage space. After some experimentation, he discovered that such operations did not require opening the storage space. He could perform them freely using only his own thoughts. Upon learning that this was possible, Shen Xingyan acted like a child with a new and exciting toy, and began performing a series of deposit and retrieval operations. He euphemistically called this somewhat childish behavior to familiarize himself with this type of operation so that it would be easier to use in the future. I guess only he knows what his real purpose is. After a while, Shen Xingyan's initial excitement about obtaining the storage space gradually subsided, and he became very familiar with all the operations. He then went to the training room and began another round of his daily training routine. I still have to keep exercising. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I can't afford to slack off. Shen Xingyan encouraged himself silently as he continued his relentless training. Shen Xingyan has received so many surprises lately, most of which are things that others can only dream of. Overwhelmed by all these surprises, he was indeed a little dizzy. From time to time, I also start to imagine that even without training, I can still reach a height that other professionals can only dream of, relying on my current skills. Often at this moment, another voice within him begins to tempt him. Stop exercising. Why put yourself through this hardship? Even if you start relaxing and taking it easy right now, it won't hurt. With all these blessings from heaven, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Why not start enjoying life now? This incredibly alluring voice kept popping into his mind, causing a stir in his thoughts. If this happened to other young people, they would probably have already given in and started enjoying themselves. However, although Shen Xingyan is only an 18-year-old boy on the surface, after so many years of poverty and hardship, and with a younger sister to take care of, his determination is comparable to that of those who have been practicing asceticism for many years. Real life taught him a lesson. You can't completely disbelieve what others say or promise, but you also can't completely believe everything they say or promise. Ultimately, one is the master of one's own life. No matter what kind of scenario unfolds, one needs to walk through it step by step to know whether it is true or false. Shen Xingyan is determined to do things that others may think are foolish, but he believes are right. After 4 hours of training, Shen Xingyan's balance had reached 70.5%, so he stopped. After exhaling a breath of stale air and catching his breath, he went downstairs to prepare for his sister's school day. After watching his sister leave, Shen Xingyan looked at the gray sky outside, which was indeed incomparable to the sky in the planting space. He abandoned his idea of going out for a stroll and resumed his routine from the previous day. Just before the afternoon's enlightenment time arrived, he managed to push the progress of balance power to 82%. Seeing the skill about to complete its cooldown, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but murmur softly. Finally, the progress has reached over 80%. If that's the case, after using the enlightenment skill, there will be a 20% progress increase, and the power of balance should be able to be upgraded by now. As Shen Xingyan muttered to himself, he wiped the sweat from his body and felt much better. After glancing at the skill description of Power of Balance, with its passive skill granting +1 to all attributes, and its active skill allowing attribute transfer, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 131 Unreasonable Upgrade Speed. Just as Shen Xingyan had adjusted his state, the cooldown time for his skill arrived as scheduled. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan, who was already prepared, did not waste any time and activated it with a thought, putting himself into a state of enlightenment. As the time for enlightenment began, that familiar sense of clarity once again filled Shen Xingyan's mind. The transparent little figure also appeared in his mind at the same time. As if sensing Shen Xingyan's thoughts, he began to practice the movements of balance power without saying a word. Shen Xingyan found the magical rhythm in the movements of the transparent little figure incredibly captivating. I started practicing with ease, following the transparent little figure, while feeling the spiritual energy flowing through the movements. As the drills progressed, Shen Xingyan's understanding of the power of balance deepened, and his comprehension of its movements improved at a steady pace. Time seemed to speed up as he was so engrossed in his meditation. Shen Xingyan felt as if not much time had passed before his hour of comprehension was about to end. As his 1-hour meditation period was about to end, he suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration within his body, as if a long-suppressed potential had finally been released, resulting in an overall improvement in his strength. At this moment, Shen Xingyan, who had a sudden flash of inspiration, also realized what had happened. With a slight thought, the star source card automatically adhered to his forehead, and the attribute panel unfolded accordingly. While practicing his moves, Shen Xingyan quickly confirmed his thoughts while multitasking. The power of balance had been upgraded. After briefly glancing at the description of the power of balance that had been upgraded to level 2, Shen Xingyan smiled slightly and put away the star source card with some satisfaction. Meanwhile, his hands continued moving without stopping for a moment, until the comprehension time ended, at which point he slowly stopped moving his body. After regaining his footing, Shen Xingyan calmed his mind after the exercise and then picked up the star source card to examine it carefully. Balanced power level 2. Passive, +2 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 4 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 4 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 2%. Shen Xingyan subconsciously began to compare the attribute changes before and after the upgrade of Power of Balance, secretly analyzing in his mind. It seems that with each level increase of Power of Balance, all 4 attributes will receive a +1 boost, and the cost of active skills and the amount of transferable attribute values will also increase. In just a few days, I increased all my attributes by 1 point again. This enlightenment skill, combined with the power of balance, allowed me to make progress much faster every day. Its efficiency was truly astonishing. Although this upgrade was only a basic improvement, Shen Xingyan was already very satisfied. After all, if it were him in the past, it might have been possible to increase all attributes by 1 point in the early stages of awakening, but it would be clearly impossible in the later stages, let alone such a rapid increase. Strength, 16 points. Agility, 16 points. Physical condition, 17 points. Spirit, 12 o'clock. Shen Xingyan admired his 4 attributes, and a sigh of admiration appeared on his face. Who would have thought that in just over 20 days, I could reach this level and have so many attribute points without extracting the attributes of the star source world? With such attribute values, even compared to those wealthy combat professionals, they probably wouldn't be much inferior. Moreover, he possesses 3 advanced martial arts techniques as offensive methods, so he shouldn't be at a disadvantage against those top professionals of the same era. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. In case any combat professionals came forward to provoke him during the trial a few days later, he would have the confidence to fight back that a life profession should not have. Shen Xingyan smiled and put those thoughts aside, then continued exercising. He also wanted to see how much progress he would gain from training with the upgraded balance power for an hour. However, after 3 hours of focused training, when he checked his skill progress, he was surprised to find that he had reached 8%. Excluding the 2% improvement from the last moment of skill comprehension, he improved by 6% in 3 hours of training, which means he is now improving by 2% every hour. This discovery left Shen Xingyan feeling a little stunned. In his view, the progress of upgrading the balance power would definitely be more difficult, just like upgrading in the Star Origin world, where the experience gained with each upgrade would increase. However, the current situation is that the difficulty of upgrading to level 2 balance power is exactly the same as that of level 1. This left Shen Xingyan, who had come to this conclusion, speechless. Although this result is very good and powerful, it is just too unreasonable. If this pace continues, my leveling speed will only get faster and faster. If you gain 0.5% improvement each day through skill practice, then it won't be long before your hourly improvement reaches 5% or even higher. Then I'll only need to train for 10 hours a day to improve by 50%, and I can level up in 2 days. And this is without even considering using the insight skill to accelerate my progress. It's unbelievable. Shen Xingyan was shocked by his own idea, and then he shook his head in disbelief. I felt that the result of this calculation was inaccurate, and I thought that the difficulty would definitely increase as the level increased in the future. However, he was still very pleased with the current improvement. At this rate, by the time the trial begins, I might even be able to raise my power of balance to level 4, Who knows? Shen Xingyan felt very satisfied with this unexpected surprise. He then composed himself and went downstairs to cook for his sister, which also helped him relax. Brother, has Xingyuan had a lot of farm work lately? Look how tired you are. Shen Xingyan had just returned home when she saw her brother sitting at the dining table looking exhausted, and she couldn't help but frown with heartache. Shen Xingyan, who had been exercising since around 3 a.m., was indeed quite tired. Even though the power of balance can soothe the body, it still takes a toll on energy, which is why Shen Xingyan looks somewhat tired. Chapter 132, The Second Attempt. No, it's just that I exercised for a little longer. It's nothing. Go wash your hands and eat. Shen Xingyan waved his hand with a smile, indicating that he was fine. And he wasn't wrong to say it was a bit long. 14 or 15 hours was indeed a bit long. Shen Xingyan saw her brother say this and didn't suspect anything. She just looked at her brother with some heartache, her little face full of pitiful expression. She quickly walked behind her brother and began to gently massage him, trying to relieve his mental fatigue. Shen Xingyan chuckled and enjoyed the moment before urging his sister to hurry up and eat. While the brother and sister ate, Shen Xingyan listened attentively as his sister chattered about funny things that happened in class. He was a patient listener. At the same time, I am experiencing this unique peace in reality. Previously, when the two siblings ate together, although it was full of laughter, they always felt shrouded in a dark cloud because they had been struggling to make ends meet for many years. The relentless pressure of the real world made their laughter sound like a bittersweet kind of humor. The situation is completely different now. Shen Xingyan's special professional skills and talents have filled him with confidence in the future, and even his younger sister, Shen Xingyan, has been infected by this aura. Out of her heartfelt trust in her brother, she became increasingly lively and cheerful, making this peaceful scene seem exceptionally pure and heartwarming. After dinner, Shen Xingyan returned to his room and mentally connected with the star source world. After briefly inspecting the farmland, which appeared to be without any abnormalities, he immediately used his innate skill to expand the skeleton army to 43. He then looked at the 3rd acre of strawberry and tomato fields, calculated their growth time in his mind, and combined it with his plan to profit from the harvest, figuring that 1 a.m. would be a suitable time to harvest them. With little time left until that time, Shen Xingyan didn't return to the real world. Instead, he went directly to a familiar place and began his primal energy cultivation in a blissful sleep. As cultivation began, small particles of primal energy started to surge towards him. Seeing that there were more of those particularly noticeable pale green particles than before, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why do these little green particles seem to be increasing? I wonder what their purpose is. Could they be used to speed up cultivation? Without any basis, he could only guess based on pure conjecture. While thinking like this, he unconsciously drifted into sleep. During his subsequent cultivation of primal energy, he heard the same star source notification of the monster invasion as before. His emotions were not greatly affected. He only opened his eyes slightly to take a look, and after finding that it was still a little rabbit, he stopped paying attention and closed his eyes to go back to sleep. He was sleeping soundly, as if the monster invasion had nothing to do with him. If those farmers in their 30s saw this scene, they would probably be green with envy. After all, only they could understand the despair of watching farmland being destroyed while they were powerless to do anything because they were in a state of cultivation. Faced with these unpredictable monster invasions, even those with high stats like those in the 30s could only feel a deep sense of helplessness, since they couldn't maintain their energy 24/7 to deal with such unexpected events. Shen Xingyan solved this headache that had troubled countless farmers when he was only at level 10 or so, which is truly unbelievable. Shen Xingyan, who was not deeply affected by this, was completely unaware of it. After sleeping for a full 6 hours, he finally snapped out of his cultivation state. After getting up, Shen Xingyan's energy, which had been exhausted from a day of exercise, was instantly restored to full strength, and he became full of vitality. He walked over to Wang Kai and affectionately patted Wang Cai's little skull, praising him for his calm command of the monster invasion operation. Wang Kai, although I hope you will continue to work hard in the future, you can't overwork yourself. Didn't I find you 2 subordinates? You can delegate some tasks to them and take a break yourself. Shen Xingyan spoke softly to Wang Kai. Shen Xingyan sometimes envied the little skeleton's ability to not need to recover its energy for a long time, but he also had a vague sense of worry. After all, Wang Kai has now developed the most basic judgment ability and can be considered to have a certain level of intelligence. If this hard-won intelligence were to disappear due to a lack of rest, it would be a great loss. Therefore, whenever Shen Xingyan had time, he would convey to Wang Kai that he could take a proper rest to prevent the what-if event he was worried about from happening. While Shen Xingyan's guess was somewhat alarmist, it couldn't be said to be entirely wrong. After all, Wang Kai has already developed intelligence, so it will not disappear due to long-term labor, because this is already a given fact. But by sheer chance, he also pinpointed an important characteristic of those high-ranking skeleton generals, that they knew how to rest. Although they are undead skeletons, they do not need to rest, and can maintain sufficient combat power as always. However, if someone like Wang Kai develops spiritual intelligence, proper rest can indeed promote the enhancement of that intelligence. After hearing what its owner said, Wang Kai nodded slightly, although it didn't quite understand why it had to do that. But since the master has said so, it must be carried out. This is its most fundamental principle. After chatting with Wang Kai for a while, Shen Xingyan saw that the planned time was almost up, so he stood up and started today's business. Equipped with the beginner's staff, he summoned his clone, used a potion to restore his original energy, and waited a few minutes. After seeing the original energy return to full, Shen Xingyan silently sighed in his heart. I hope this time I can verify my idea. He then glanced at the third acre of strawberry field that was about to ripen, and then at the acre of tomatoes. With a slight thought, he activated his professional skill. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? As the primal energy gathered at the tip of the cane, the same reminder that he both loved and hated reappeared in his ear. Shen Xingyan didn't know whether to hope for success or failure. He could only hope that the prompt he imagined would appear. Chapter 133 Successful Attempt. Shen Xingyan held a sliver of hope in his heart, and with a thought, he transmitted the command, confirm and continue. As soon as Shen Xingyan had this thought, the gathered primal energy instantly detached from his cane and began to act on all the farmland. Sensing this change, Shen Xingyan turned his gaze to the 2 acres of crops that were about to ripen, wanting to see if their subsequent changes would be as he had hoped. And the answer soon emerged. After seeing the subtle changes in the 2 acres of farmland, he couldn't help but smile, and a hopeful prediction rose in his heart. After Shen Xingyan had this delightful premonition, the Star Origin world didn't delay at all and directly displayed the answer as a hint. Congratulations! You have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points +1. The skill effect on the nearly ripe crops has failed. Upon seeing his prediction come true, Shen Xingyan's emotions soared, and a smile returned to his face. He then carefully examined the failure message, which differed from the previous one by only a few words, and excitedly murmured. As expected, just as I guessed, if a skill fails to be used, and there are 2 types of crops, then the 2 types of crops will share the probability of failure. While this approach cannot completely prevent the 2 crops from failing simultaneously, it significantly increases the probability of obtaining the daily Star Source Breakthrough Record reward under the Dual Crop Exploitation Plan. With a bit of luck, the possibility of both achieving breakthroughs is quite high. The days of receiving 2 rewards in one day seem to be beckoning. Having his idea validated, Shen Xingyan began to analyze the situation, and as he did so, a beautiful image involuntarily appeared in his mind. However, he did not rush to celebrate upon receiving this information. Instead, he looked back and forth between the 2 acres of farmland, wondering what price he would have to pay for this information. If his earlier prediction was based on subtle clues about the crops, then the changes in the 2 acres of farmland became even more immediate after this new indication appeared, and anyone with a discerning eye could see the difference. As the strawberry field, which was about to ripen, emitted strange noises, the plants were also changing rapidly. The strawberries on the plants were growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, looking more and more luscious. After a few seconds, As if the fruit had reached its limit of expansion, it began to shrink again. In contrast to the strawberries that have undergone obvious changes, the tomatoes planted yesterday are still growing as usual, without any abnormalities. The result is self-evident when the two are compared. Shen Xingyan had naturally seen the changes in his 2 acres of farmland and knew that the target of his successful use of his professional skills was undoubtedly his strawberry field. What luck this time! In a situation where you had to choose one of 2 options, the skill failed because it was a low-value tomato. I guess this result is still due to the luck I gained beforehand. Otherwise, it's impossible that the skill failed, but only the tomato failed while the strawberry succeeded. After all, the value difference between the two is not small. Thinking about it this way, with the added luck bonus, even if I'm unlucky enough to fail a skill later, the final failure won't be too severe. As Shen Xingyan watched the changes in the strawberries with delight, he subconsciously analyzed the situation. Although this idea lacked data to support it, it gave him a sense of psychological comfort. In the following 10 seconds or so, as he observed, the skill's effect quickly came into play. Maintenance notifications from Xingyuan began to flood in rapidly, and a harvest sign appeared above the strawberry fields, making the next course of action self-evident. This time, however, Shen Xingyan didn't need to give any instructions. Under Wang Sai's overall planning, all the little skeletons acted in an orderly manner. Each little skeleton looked eager to try, as if they were finally about to face a tough battle. The daily maintenance work is no longer sufficient to meet the growing workload of the 30-odd skeletons, so they can only exert their full strength during this time period. Looking at the energetic little skeletons, Shen Xingyan knew the current situation and that even if he gave them all the hints, they could barely handle it. But just to be on the safe side, he still let his clone join the battle, while he began his happy harvesting work. Standing in the strawberry field, Shen Xingyan revealed a slightly wicked smile. Picking strawberries was out of the question for him. Only the simple and brutal method of uprooting them was suitable, as this was the most efficient way to harvest them. A few minutes later, an excited Shen Xingyan finished harvesting all the ripe strawberries. At the same time, a notification sound indicating the harvest from the Star Origin world also rang out. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 960 kilograms. You have gained 5,760 farmer experience points. Shen Xingyan, whose face was always full of joy, was surprised to see that although the harvest was also delayed by an hour, this time it was 10 kilograms more than the last time. He couldn't help but realize something and said, "It seems that the longer the time exceeds the crop's own growth cycle, the higher the yield. No wonder I was able to break the Star Origin record so easily. It turns out there was one of the reasons behind it. With the presence of my little skeletons ensuring crops grow within their normal cycle, coupled with my class skills that allow me to break through skill limits, the synergy between these two factors is truly terrifying." Shen Xingyan thought about it carefully and couldn't help but sigh. If others had such an invincible team, he would probably be extremely jealous. But now it is his to possess. While feeling fortunate, he is also very curious about his original luck value, which is enough to obtain 2 such skills. While Shen Xingyan was marveling at the achievement, the Star Origin world ignored his thoughts and continued to announce the rewards for breaking the record. As for Shen Xingyan, a professional who repeatedly broke records and won rewards, Xingyuan seemed to be limited by its own rules, and even though it knew about this situation, it did not take any measures. It continues to operate according to the rules. Chapter 134 Skill Extraction Coupon. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 935 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 960 kilograms. You are hereby rewarded with a special skill item, a skill extraction voucher invalid for class skills and talent skills. This will be announced server-wide by Xingyuan. Would you like this information made public? While Shen Xingyan was still immersed in the emotions of this harvest, Xingyuan's record-breaking notification began to echo throughout the entire planting space. The notification pulled Shen Xingyan out of his reverie, and he finally focused his attention on the notification. He was stunned when he saw the reward in the notification. Special item skill extraction voucher? What's that? I've never heard of it before. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but have this question and subconsciously began to search for information on this topic in his mind. However, after searching to no avail, he suddenly thought of something. Skill extraction voucher? Does that mean I can extract my skills into the real world? After thinking about the literal meaning of these words, Shen Xingyan seemed to freeze for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly became fiery. With a thought, he quickly opened the attribute panel, and his gaze instantly fell on his only two skills, clone technique and teleportation. Does this mean that with this voucher, I can actually extract my skills directly into the real world without having to work hard to save money and dream about being able to extract these two skills in the future? The thought made Shen Xingyan tense all over. He had a vague feeling of winning the lottery, but he was not sure how big the prize was. He was anxious about losing it. It was as if they were afraid that the reward they were about to receive would not be what they expected. After calming down a bit, Shen Xingyan conveyed the idea of canceling the announcement, and at the same time, the 100 silver coins he was holding disappeared. Star Origin World also operates on a pay-to-play basis. The notification disappeared instantly, followed by a flash of yellow light that disappeared into his backpack space. Shen Xingyan, who was already experienced, knew that the reward had been sent to his backpack space. He let out a soft breath and carefully opened his backpack space. In the last compartment of the backpack, there was a plain-looking piece of yellow paper, which was clearly visible. If it weren't for the previous reminder, Shen Xingyan would have thought that it was really just a piece of paper. After a brief mental preparation, Shen Xingyan focused his mind, and the properties of the yellow paper appeared before his eyes. Item: Skill Extraction Ticket Special Item. Quantity 1. Attribute: One-time use item. It can extract one skill owned by the holder to any world. Restriction: It is ineffective for class skills and talent skills. Note: A special item that can travel through space. The paper and ink both contain the earliest power of the Star Origin world. It's true. It really is possible to extract skills into the real world. After confirming the item's properties, Shen Xingyan's tense feeling vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of joy, and a wide smile suddenly appeared on his face. At the same time, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the entire planting space. When the dogs, including Wankai, heard their owner's voice while they were working, they all instinctively looked at him, thinking that their owner was about to give some instructions. But after waiting for a while, they only saw their owner doing what they thought were strange actions by himself, without giving any instructions. Then they looked at their boss, Captain Wankai. Meanwhile, Wankai, who was working at the time, did not seem to raise its head to communicate, but the other little skeletons seemed to have received instructions and continued to work. As one of the earliest skeletons to follow Shen Xingyan, Wankai was already used to its master's unusual behavior. After learning over this period of time, it has come to understand that this is a way for its owner to express happiness. Although it doesn't yet know how to categorize happiness, its limited intelligence tells it that as long as its master is here, the emotional fluctuation it experiences is happiness. At this moment, Shen Xingyan didn't care how the little skeletons viewed him. He was completely immersed in his own joy. When I first obtained the skills of clone technique and teleportation, I was very happy, but at the same time I was under tremendous psychological pressure. After all, the cost of extracting these two skills would not be a small amount. With his current strength, achieving this would be nothing short of wishful thinking, but extracting the skill is something that must be done. No matter how powerful a skill is, if it cannot be applied to the real world, its value will be greatly reduced. Previously, I was planning how long it would take to reach the minimum threshold for skill extraction, but I ended up having no clue what to do. And now this surprise has arrived in such a spectacular way. I wasn't even given any time to prepare myself. Skill extraction vouchers, having these is like having a real treasure trove, saving you a huge amount of gold coins. Shen Xingyan was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He was thrilled at the thought of being able to create clones or teleport to the real world and have the many wonderful uses that would result. It took Shen Xingyan quite a while to pull himself out of this mood. He began to mentally criticize himself for his earlier smugness. Why are you making such a fuss? Compared to my two powerful skills, this reward is nothing. It's incomparable in value. It's just a small skill voucher. There will be plenty more later. Getting this excited every day won't do. It could give you a heart attack. Next time you encounter something like this, stay calm. It's just a few tens or hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Control your emotions. Shen Xingyan was engaging in hypnotic self-criticism, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Helpless, he could only put the matter aside for the time being and try to calm his emotions through labor. And this approach proved very effective. After cultivating 1 acre of land, his mind finally returned to normal. However, the problem he faced next gave him a dilemma. Should he use the clone technique or teleportation? Chapter 135 Level Up 15. If I choose the clone technique, I can send my own identity to try out some risky things in the future. With remote awareness feedback and a 2-hour existence time, it is sufficient to probe for any unknown risks, effectively providing a preventative function. Moreover, as the original energy increases in the future, the clone's combat power will gradually increase, and it will only be a matter of time before it surpasses the original body. At that time, one will have a powerful combat force. Furthermore, the skill teleportation is undoubtedly a skill that combines offense, defense, and escape. The teleportation distance is so great that even with only 18 points of primal energy in reality, one can teleport nearly 2 kilometers. If you don't do anything reckless, you can basically guarantee your safety. Both skills have their uses, but there's only one skill extraction ticket, making it a difficult choice. As Shen Xingyan analyzed the pros and cons of the 2 skills, he couldn't help but feel conflicted. However, this feeling only lasted for a short, while before the scales in his heart tipped towards teleportation. I'll choose the teleportation skill. My top priority right now is to save my life. After all, I have 2 powerful skills, so the issue of combat strength is only a matter of time. Besides, using the teleportation skill in reality is something I really want to do. Despite his youthful spirit, Shen Xingyan was ultimately captivated by the elegant spatial skill of instant teleportation. He then made up his mind to use the skill extraction voucher for teleportation. With a thought, the slightly rough yet mysterious yellow paper appeared in his hand. He carefully examined the runes on it, which were clearly incomprehensible. He bought paper and pen from Xingyuan Mall and copied the runes, not knowing if they would be useful in the future, but it was always good to have them in case of need. After finishing the copy, he immediately clicked to use it. Please select the skill you want to extract. 1. Clone technique. 2. Teleportation. With the use of the skill extraction voucher, a prompt appeared before Shen Xingyan, and he made up his mind without hesitation to choose the second option. After making his selection, the yellow paper in his hand began to float up automatically and started to burn while gently shaking. At the same time, the mysterious runes that Shen Xingyan couldn't understand seemed to slowly emit a mysterious aura as the burning progressed, gradually enveloping his surroundings. Xiaoqing. As the skill extraction voucher burned out, all the mysterious energy began to converge into Shen Xingyan's body, but he did not feel anything unusual, and then everything in front of him returned to calm. Having watched the entire process, Shen Xingyan silently recorded what he had just witnessed. Now that his mind was calm, he didn't rush back to the real world to try out his skills. Instead, he continued to plant strawberry seeds. As the time slowly approached 1:30 in the evening, Shen Xingyan finished planting the strawberry seeds. Seeing that there was still some time before the tomato harvest, he didn't idle around and joined Wang Kai and the others in maintaining the star source prompts. They are now finding it increasingly easy to deal with these maintenance notifications. Compared to the previous chaotic situation, which even resulted in triple warnings appearing on the farmland, it was a completely different story, giving people an indescribable sense of ease and comfort. Skeletons are still the strongest when there are many of them. After more than half an hour, the maintenance notifications began to weaken, and Shen Xingyan, feeling much more relaxed, leaned against the edge of the field and sighed, while waiting for the tomatoes to ripen. During this waiting period, he opened his backpack and sold all the high-quality strawberry produce to Xingyuan Mall, earning 1 gold coin and 157 silver coins. Upon seeing the gold coins deposited into his account, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile. The feeling of receiving gold coins every day truly made him feel incredibly comfortable. Although his achievements may not be comparable to those of high-level combat professionals, he can still crush those combat professionals who are only level 20 or 30. He then turned his attention to the attribute panel, and seeing the already overflowing experience points, he directly chose to level up, raising his class level from 14 to 15. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to 15. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. Shen Xingyan looked at the notification and felt a comfortable sensation in his body, as if he had just had a massage. He nodded in satisfaction. He casually allocated the 4 free attribute points he received as a reward to his primal energy, and then carefully admired his attribute panel, which had reached a new high. Name: Sparks Fly Shen Xingyan. Number: 1181204319527. Occupation: Farmer. Professional skill: 1. Consumes a certain amount of primal energy points to increase the growth rate of crops within a specified range by 10%. The larger the range, the more primal energy points are consumed. The interval is 10 hours, and the skill cooldown is 24 hours 19%. Balanced power level 2. Level 15. Experience points 5115/7000. Strength 35 points. Agility 35 points. Physical condition 36 points. Spirit 31 points. Free attribute points 0. Health 360/360 points. Original energy 56 points. Original energy factor plus 0.8. Stamina 36 to 36 points. Physical attack 38 points. Spell attack 34 points. Defense 36 points. Speed 35 points. Talent: Summon skeletons. Summons 3 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 3 to fight 24-hour cooldown. Skills: Teleportation, Clone Technique Rare, Enlightenment. Martial Arts Techniques: Dragon Elephant Fist Mastery Level, Demon Subduing Staff Mastery Level, Swift Wind Step Mastery Level. Original Energy Cultivation Function, Stillness Skill. Money: for gold, 863 silver, 500 copper. Shen Xingyan was very satisfied with having reached this level in just over 20 days. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, a harvest notification finally appeared over the tomato field. The harvest was completed quickly, and the final tomato yield was the same as the first tomato harvest, 300 kilograms of ordinary tomatoes. Shen Xingyan sold all of it, then quickly cultivated the farmland. Looking at the arable land, he began to ponder. I now own 9 acres of farmland, and to harvest the strawberries, I need to use my professional skills 9 times. Based on this calculation, there should be a gap of 1 day in between. It seems that this acre of farmland will need to be planted with a crop that matures after using a professional skill 6 times. As Shen Xingyan pondered this, he opened the Xingyuan Mall and searched for all the level 3 crop seeds, examining them one by one to see which one best met the requirements. Chapter 136: Rapidly Improving Progress. Looking at the numerous level 3 crop descriptions before him, Shen Xingyan analyzed the value, growth time, and ease of use for the little skeletons to work with each crop. Finally, he focused his attention on soybeans, which had a growth cycle of 15 days. Item: soybean seeds. Value: 1 silver coin equals 500 copper coins. Attributes: maturity period of 15 days, applicable planting area of 600 square meters. After careful consideration, this soybean is quite suitable. Each day, you can accelerate your skill progress by 1.5 days. Adding the 1 day that the soybeans grow naturally, the soybeans can accelerate their progress by 2.5 days each day. It takes exactly 6 days for them to fully mature. Furthermore, since it's a 15-day cycle, it won't affect my continued attempts to break records. Also, soybean plants are relatively short, making them suitable for my pet's work. It's perfect. Shen Xingyan gently stroked his chin, mentally analyzing the suitability of the soybeans. In the end, I couldn't help but secretly admire it, feeling that it was indeed the best choice. He then bought it without hesitation and quickly planted it with his clone. Seeing that he had finished his work in the planting space, Shen Xingyan deactivated his clone. He glanced at Wang Kai, who was working, and habitually walked over to Wang Cai's side to explain what might happen after he left. The little skeletons were already very skilled at routine maintenance tasks, so he didn't need to explain them much. However, he still had to give some instructions regarding special maintenance tasks, such as fertilizing and handling random events like monster invasions. After all, these maintenance measures have a significant impact on crops, and if not handled properly, they could lead to a complete reduction in yield, so he emphasized this point. However, because of Wang Cai's presence, he wasn't too worried about it. After all, Wang Cai's amazing performances time and time again had earned him a deep sense of trust, which was an important reason why he treated Wang Kai differently. Shen Xingyan patted Wang Cai's little straw hat and said goodbye before excitedly returning to the real world. Wang Kai stared blankly at the spot where its owner had disappeared for a while before continuing to work. Upon returning to the real world, Shen Xingyan immediately became excited and quickly checked his attribute panel, discovering that the skill instant teleportation indeed existed there. Overjoyed, he saw that it was late at night, and he figured there would be hardly anyone around, so he wouldn't have a chance to explode. He could try to experience what it meant to teleport over a super long distance. Intrigued, he instantly used half of his original energy to appear 900 meters from his home, which was already in the outer ring area. At this moment, the surroundings were pitch black, and there was not a trace of human presence. Experiencing this feeling of traversing space for the first time in the real world, Shen Xingyan almost shouted out in excitement, but fortunately, he managed to hold back in time. However, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This skill is so cool. It can ignore any obstacles and appear directly in the predetermined location. Faced with this skill, all alarm systems seemed like a joke, completely failing to react. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan, who was somewhat moved, couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, I chose to keep a low profile after acquiring two powerful skills and did not expose myself. Otherwise, if someone with this ability targets you, you might not even know how you died. That's terrifying. Shen Xingyan gently shook his head. His resolve to maintain a steady and low-key approach in the future only strengthened. After the 10-second cooldown of the teleportation skill was over, Shen Xingyan teleported back to the underground training room. He felt that staying at home was much safer and that he should keep a lower profile in the future. Let's keep training. The sooner I become stronger, the less I need to worry about so many things in the future. With that thought, Shen Xingyan cheered himself up and started a new round of training for the day. Now, he can increase the progress of balanced power by 2% by exercising for 1 hour. If he exercises for 12 hours a day, it is equivalent to gaining 1 attribute point. Such an improvement is extremely tempting for anyone, and Shen Xingyan was no exception. At this moment, he wished he could train 24 hours a day, which would amount to 2 attribute points. Driven by the attribute points, Shen Xingyan did what he thought of and trained from nearly 3 a.m. until 3 p.m. He only had a quick breakfast with his sister in between and devoted the rest of the time to training. Under his tireless training, the final result was very gratifying. The progress of balanced power reached 32%, which is 1/3 of the level required for the upgrade. Seeing that the cooldown time for comprehending the skill was about to expire, Shen Xingyan had no choice but to stop training and adjust his condition. As a catalyst for improving exercise speed, the time spent on appreciating the process shouldn't be wasted due to other factors, otherwise it would be a loss. Having temporarily stopped exercising, Shen Xingyan hurried to the kitchen and devoured the energy-boosting food without any concern for his digestion. After all, even if the training ahead is very intense, he will be able to digest it all, because his energy expenditure is much higher than usual when he is in a state of enlightenment. As the cooldown time for his new skill approached, he quickly returned to the training room and began to adjust his condition. Once the cooling process was complete, his condition had also been adjusted to be almost back to normal. Upon seeing this, he did not hesitate at all, and instantly entered a state of enlightenment. With the enhancement of his perception skills, within an hour, his understanding of the movements of balance power deepened, and the rhythm of his movements began to subtly become more dynamic. After the enlightenment period ended, his training progress per hour increased by 0.5% again, reaching 2.5%. Now he only needs to train for 10 hours to get 1 attribute point. Shen Xingyan was not able to resist such a great temptation, and after another 3 hours of training, he finally pushed the progress to 59.5%. On the second day after upgrading the power of balance, Shen Xingyan had already completed more than half of the progress. It has to be said that his training level truly lived up to the word crazy. Chapter 137 The Fourth Acre Strawberry Moo Ripens. After dinner, Shen Xingyan, exhausted from a long period of exercise, went straight to his room and collapsed onto the bed. With a thought, the star source card automatically adhered to his forehead, and his consciousness directly connected to the star source world. Standing in the planting space, Shen Xingyan used his innate skill, and 3 little skeletons sprouted from the ground. With their addition, the total number of little skeletons reached 46, which was very close to 50. At this moment, Shen Xingyan, who was clearly a little tired, stopped inspecting the farmland. Anyway, he felt at ease knowing that his capable assistant Wang Kai was in charge of the overall situation. After unleashing his innate skill, he immediately entered a state of cultivation by the field. According to his estimate, midnight tonight is a suitable time to harvest the 4th acre of strawberry field. After that, he will start a new day of work and exercise, so he won't have much time to rest. After Shen Xingyan set his 6-hour training period, he almost instantly fell into a deep sleep, exhausted. Not long after training the 3 new little skeletons, Wang Kai let them do their work on their own. With Lai Fu and Lai Qian looking after the farmland, and with the surplus of labor, Wang Kai, who was in charge of overall management, stopped working and went to his master's side. After seeing its owner sleeping peacefully, Wang Kai remembered its owner's previous admonition to let it rest when it had time. Then it followed its owner's example and lay down gently not far away, as if it had also begun to close its eyes and rest. Time passed slowly during this peculiar rest between a man and a skeleton. When Shen Xingyan woke up from his meditative state, it was already midnight. Having just woken up, Shen Xingyan felt all the fatigue from before vanish, and he felt refreshed and energetic. He also knew that the reason he was in this state was thanks to sleeping in the star origin world, where the speed of energy recovery was much faster than in the real world. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to fully recover from the energy depleted by more than 10 hours of exercise and labor in reality. At this moment, Shen Xingyan, full of energy, had just stretched his body when he saw Wang Kai sitting in an odd posture to the side, and couldn't help but smile. This was the first time he had ever seen Wang Kai make such a human-like gesture, and he found it very novel. Shen Xingyan not only did not criticize Wang Kai for starting to steal moments of leisure, but felt very gratified, thinking it was a sign that Wang Kai had become intelligent. That's more like it. Rest well and maintain your current intelligence. The planting space will definitely get bigger and bigger in the future. When I'm not around, I'll still have to rely on you. You can't let yourself get overworked. Shen Xingyan praised Wang Kai. In the future, with the increase of farmland and the demand for training in the real world, it is foreseeable that most things in the planting space will need to be left to Wang Kai and the others, with him playing only a guiding role at most. As the leader of all the skeletons, Wang Kai, who possesses intelligence, would undoubtedly be a powerful core, so maintaining his intelligence is crucial. Wang Kai, having received praise from its owner, realized that its behavior had pleased its owner and felt it should do more of that in the future. After praising Wang Kai, Shen Xingyan stood up and began the day's business. He took out the beginner's cane, and his primal energy began to surge. A few seconds later, his clone was created. Although the current number of little skeletons is already sufficient to handle the accelerated maintenance prompts from Star Source. However, Shen Xingyan felt that he should still use the clone skill, in case monsters invaded during this time. He and his clones could quickly deal with them. After taking the medicine, Yuan's energy slowly returned to full. Shen Xingyan looked at the professional skill that had already completed its cooldown, and without further delay, activated it. 45 points of primal energy began to gather at the tip of the cane, and at that moment, the familiar warning sounded again. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? Shen Xingyan looked at the 4th acre of strawberries and made a rough estimate in his mind. Since the skill failed last time, it shouldn't fail twice in a row. With the added boost of his own luck stat, the probability of successfully casting this skill increased even further. As he thought this, he smiled and nodded, indicating to the prompt that he could continue using it. As soon as he confirmed it, the accumulated primal energy instantly left his body, covering the entire farmland. All the crops grown under the influence of the professional skills seemed to be nourished and began to sway, as if expressing a feeling of excitement. Shen Xingyan, who was already very familiar with this situation, didn't care. His gaze went straight to the target farmland, the 4th acre of strawberries. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Just as Shen Xingyan noticed the strawberries' imminent growth, Xingyuan's prompt appeared in his ear. Seeing that the final result met his expectations, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and thanked himself again for his good fortune. And it seems that the luck attribute also received this gratitude, directly arranging a wave of monster invasions for him, making Shen Xingyan's previous guess of the what-if come true once again. Ding! An invasive species has been detected in your planting area. Please take immediate action to avoid significant losses. Upon seeing this notification, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but laugh and cry, realizing that he shouldn't overthink things in the future. He had truly experienced the unpredictable nature of the luck attribute. Wankai, you guys keep working. I'll take care of this wave of monsters with my clone, Shen Xingyan said, then led his clone to meet them. Eager to fight the little monster, Shen Xingyan failed to notice Wangsai's hesitant gesture of raising its hand, as if it also wanted to join the battle. However, following Shen Xingyan's instructions, despite its reluctance, Wankai still began to arrange the other little skeletons. With the abilities of Shen Xingyan and his clone, the invading rabbits were eliminated in just a few minutes. It's only because there were so many rabbits that the battle would have ended much faster. Chapter 138, The Third Talent Stone. After all the little monsters were eliminated, Shen Xingyan had his clone continue to maintain the farmland, while he began his strawberry harvest for the day. He walked happily to the strawberry field that was ready for harvest, rubbed his hands together unconsciously, and looked at the ripe strawberries with a smile, his eyes shining with an unusual light. In other words, he is now facing an acre of crops, not anything else. If it were a pretty girl, upon seeing Shen Xingyan, who, despite being somewhat handsome, displayed such an expression, she would probably shout, "You pervert," and run away in terror. Shen Xingyan, however, was completely unaware of his current state. He simply muttered to himself with delight, "Let's get started. I wonder what kind of surprises the rewards from the Star Origin world will bring me this time." Shen Xingyan murmured his anticipation as he simultaneously began to act. To speed up the harvest, he even activated Swift Step to aid his harvest, which boosted his speed from 35 points to 45 points, demonstrating the significant increase in efficiency. After Shen Xingyan's meticulous yet rough, sprouting operation, the strawberries were successfully harvested without any unexpected problems, and the entire farmland became clean and tidy, without a trace of the plants. Just then, Shen Xingyan, who had just straightened up, heard the expected notification of his star source harvest. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 1,000 kilograms. You have gained 6,000 farmer experience points. Shen Xingyan looked at the prompt and simply nodded. Knowing full well that production would reach a new high, he remained remarkably calm, as if he were a leader inspecting the work and seeing the expected results, expressing his satisfaction with the notification. He wasn't particularly surprised that the increase in production this time was more than the previous 35 kilograms. After all, he had already roughly guessed the pattern from the last harvest. The longer the time exceeds the natural growth cycle, the faster the yield increases. The notification of the harvest slowly disappeared, but Shen Xingyan did not turn to other things. Instead, he looked up at the sky, waiting for the next big event. And the Star Origin world did not disappoint him. After waiting for about 10 seconds as usual, the record-breaking notification appeared. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 960 kilograms of strawberries per acre and successfully achieved a yield of 1,000 kilograms. You are being rewarded with a talent skill growth stone. This will be announced server-wide by Xingyan. Would you like to make this information public? When Shen Xingyan saw that the talent stone reward had reappeared after many days, the smile on his face immediately became more relaxed. Its emotional impact also increases exponentially. This time the reward is another adorable talent stone. The Star Origin world is really treating me well. Every reward is so pleasant and comforting. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh softly, but his hands didn't stop moving at all. He quickly paid 100 silver coins to cancel the world announcement, and then pocketed the talent stone that everyone in the world had been dreaming of. It's just that the rewards for farmland have been a bit less recently, which means my well-developed wool gathering plan 2.0 is temporarily useless, which is a bit of a shame. Looking at the black object inside the backpack, Shen Xingyan felt a mix of joy and slight regret. However, this thought vanished in an instant. With such a reward, whether or not we have farmland is no longer that important. We can always buy more farmland when we have more money in the future. Shen Xingyan smiled and shook his head, feeling that he was really ungrateful. For other farmers, it might take several years or even more than a decade of hard work to save up enough money to buy an acre of farmland, but for him, it wasn't a big problem. After all, he's only in the initial stage now and can get 1 gold coin every day, so he'll definitely get more in the future. The value of the crops harvested in the next day could even equal the cost of buying an acre of farmland, and it's only a matter of time before that happens. Shen Xingyan thought confidently, while his eyes carefully observed the captivating exterior of the talent stone. He then forcibly suppressed his urge to use it immediately and carefully put it back into his backpack. Previous experience told him that after each use of the talent stone, he would be forced to return to the real world, but he still had some things to finish in the Star Origin world. Shen Xingyan called over his clone, and the two of them worked together on the farmland, quickly planting the strawberry seeds. It was nearly 12:30 in the evening, and Shen Xingyan recorded the time to better control the harvest time in the future. He then had his clone continue to help deal with the maintenance prompts from Xingyuan, while he took a short break, separated the agricultural products in his backpack space, and sold them all to Xingyuan Mall, ultimately receiving 1 gold, 205 silver, and 500 copper coins. After today's money arrived, his entire fortune reached nearly 6 gold coins. Looking at the gleaming gold numbers in his wallet, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile. This feeling of having food in hand and not being afraid made him feel very at ease. After dealing with the agricultural products, Shen Xingyan turned his attention to the experience bar in the attribute panel. He gained 6,000 professional experience points from this strawberry harvest, bringing his total experience points back to over 10,000, which is enough to meet the level advancement requirements at this stage. Without hesitation, he instantly raised his level to 16. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to 16. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. After admiring the comprehensive improvement in his attributes after leveling up to level 16, Shen Xingyan casually added 4 points of free attributes to his primal energy, bringing his primal energy cap in the Star Origin world to 60 points. I estimate that I will be able to perform my first attribute extraction before the trial begins. Seeing so many attribute points that I won't extract into the real world makes me feel like I'm missing out. Chapter 139 Talent Upgraded Again. Looking at the large number of attribute points waiting to be extracted, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh softly, while his desire to make money grew even more urgent. He couldn't wait to start planting the spirit-level seeds and use his professional skills to accelerate their growth. The spiritual-grade agricultural products produced from 1 acre of farmland will be far more valuable than a few gold coins now. They will be worth at least thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins. However, he was also aware of his current situation. Not to mention that he couldn't plant high-level seeds due to level restrictions. Even if he could plant such high-level crops, the final result would not be optimistic. After all, With the labor force he currently possesses, planting such advanced crops would likely only result in task stagnation and growth cessation. It looks even more chaotic than when we first started planting level 3 crops. You have to take things one step at a time. You can't get fat in one bite. Shen Xingyan comforted himself. He then looked at his clones working in the fields and Wang Kai and the others. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind, and he activated his teleportation skill to join the team, maintaining the star source notification. More than half an hour later, seeing that the maintenance notifications for Xingyuan gradually returned to normal, he finally had some free time. After all that hard work with Wang Kai and the others, it still took us almost 2 hours to deal with this wave of overwhelming notifications. Now things are much better. Not only is the current workforce finding it increasingly easier to cope, but the time has even been reduced to just over an hour. It's truly a stark contrast. After Shen Xingyan finished his soft sigh, seeing that the planting space no longer needed him, he quickly gave Wang Kai a few instructions. Then he could no longer suppress his desire to improve his talent. He quickly took the talent stone from his backpack and mentally conveyed his intention to use it to the stone, which could simultaneously enhance his talents. Suddenly, everything went black before his eyes, and his body vanished from the planting space. If this happened to a professional who was encountering a talent stone for the first time, they would probably feel a sense of panic. After all, the talent stone is such a precious thing. If something goes wrong because of his improper operation, the resulting losses would probably make him want to die. Having experienced this situation twice before, Shen Xingyan remained completely calm. In fact, he felt a little excited. Of course, his excitement was not because he was kicked out of the Star Origin world, but because of his improved talent skills. As he began to examine the attribute panel of the Star Source card, he saw that the skill descriptions in the talent skills section had changed once again. Talent: Summon Skeletons summons 4 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 4 to fight cooldown 24 hours. Seeing that, just as he had guessed, the number and attributes of the little skeletons had increased, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. I can summon 4 skeletons with all attributes at level 4 every day, and my skeleton army's upgrade speed has increased by a lot. Shen Xingyan thought excitedly. However, my initial talent is still too weak. Even after using 3 talent skill growth stones, I have only grown to this level. A skeleton with all attributes of 4 is still not enough on the battlefield. If it weren't for the fact that he developed a new mode of using skeletons to help with farming, other professionals would have long since abandoned this talent skill, since its attributes seem rather useless on the surface. Even if others had talent stones, they probably wouldn't bother upgrading such a talent. Shen Xingyan shook his head with a sigh, thinking that if the little skeletons had a few more points in their attributes when they first received their talent skills, then after 3 talent upgrades, Wang Kai and the others might now have over 10 points in each attribute. The effects of that labor and fighting would certainly be quite different. After a slight pang of regret, Shen Xingyan put those thoughts aside. Since it's already a fait accompli, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. It'll only wear down your current enthusiasm. And things are pretty good now. After this talent upgrade, the little skeletons have all their attributes at 4 points, so I don't need to do much maintenance work anymore. Aside from the necessary primal energy cultivation and rest in the Star Origin world, I can also focus all my attention on improving myself in the real world. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan turned his gaze to the balanced power in the attribute panel, which had reached 59.5%. Based on normal circumstances, I should be able to upgrade Power of Balance to level 3 today, at which point all my attributes will increase by 1 point. I wonder how fast the upgraded balance force will improve. The more Shen Xingyan thought about it, the more excited he became. Without hesitation, he activated instant teleportation and instantly appeared in the underground training room. Although such a short distance consumed a source of energy, without realizing its full value, the feeling of instantly arriving at another place was still quite exhilarating. The sense of wonder brought about by those spatial transformations is truly addictive. Just imagining how cool it would be to use teleportation to travel when I'm stronger. Shen Xingyan felt a little smug inside, then calmed himself down and began his training for the day. Shen Xingyan, who has some training fanatic potential, finds time flies by once he starts exercising, guided by the comfortable movements of balanced power. He himself is a person who can endure loneliness. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the point of full attribute awakening under such disadvantageous circumstances. Several factors combined to make Shen Xingyan very dedicated to his training. He exercised until nearly 3 p.m. before finally stopping, reminded by his alarm clock. Slightly out of breath, he took out the Star Source card and checked the progress of Power of Balance. After discovering that it had reached 89%, I felt a great sense of accomplishment. After an hour of comprehension, it's a certainty that I'll raise Balance Power to level 3. Gaining 4 attribute points in just 2 days, that was something I wouldn't have even dared to dream of before. It's absolutely insane. Chapter 140 Balance Level 3. Thinking about what was about to happen, Shen Xingyan's energy, which had been slightly tired after more than 10 hours of training, was immediately invigorated, and he felt his body start to radiate vitality again. He went to the kitchen to replenish his energy in preparation for the time he would spend contemplating the future. At the same time, he adjusted himself while waiting for the cool-down time of the skill to arrive. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyan, who hadn't left his house much for several days, was unaware that the situation at the border was becoming increasingly tense. The area at the border of the Northern District is rich in resources, so many powerful professionals will form teams to explore there, kill monsters, and earn battle merits and money. The base naturally encourages this behavior, which leads to a large number of combat professionals coming and going from here. However, in the last few days, the number has decreased significantly. Those who survived returned looking somewhat disheveled, and the number of injuries and deaths among professionals has also increased noticeably. Sir, those damned bastards have been launching endless sneak attacks lately. Our manpower can't keep up with these beasts. Now, many soldiers are making frequent mistakes in combat due to lack of energy, and our losses are getting bigger and bigger. On the city wall at the border, a well-equipped sergeant couldn't help but complain to the long-robed officer beside him. I understand the situation. Don't worry. I've already reported it to my superiors. In the next few days, the experts from the central area will come here to help us fight the enemy. Hang in there a little longer. Once this wave passes, I'll go and recommend you for good behavior. Although the official in the long robe also looked somewhat worried, he still gave off a very composed feeling. His words reassured the sergeant. Experts from the central area? How come experts from the central area would come to our side? The sergeant asked in bewilderment. It should be noted that those who can be called experts in the central area truly deserve the title of expert. After all, in that central district where status is determined by strength and military achievements, their competitiveness is far superior to that of their small northern district. To be considered a master there, one's strength must be undeniably formidable. The thought of seeing such people in the next few days filled the sergeant with longing. Upon hearing the question from his subordinates, the officer in the long robe chuckled and slowly replied. This is all thanks to the recent school trials. Every year, the Central District school trials are selected from the other 4 districts. This year, the trial location for those geniuses in the Central District has become our Northern District. Although it's called a trial, we all know that its purpose is simply to broaden the horizons of these children in advance, and safety is the top priority no matter what. Unfortunately, we just happened to encounter this wave of monster anomalies here. Once this situation was reported, the people in the central area became restless, fearing that something might happen to their children there. Therefore, they came very enthusiastically to help stabilize the situation and adjust the trial environment here in advance. After all, every parent loves their child the most, and we're lucky to be able to get through this battle without any problems. As the officer in the long robe spoke, a hint of relief crept into his voice. After all, while they could manage to quell the disaster by relying solely on the strength of the Northern District, the cost would be far too high. He knows the border situation in the northern region better than anyone else. He hadn't seen this level of disaster activity in many years. This gave him a vague sense of unease. But with the specifics unclear, he couldn't rely on his premonition to report it. Moreover, even if it is reported, the result may not be that it will be effectively addressed. After all, with over a century of war history, those weary masters would not easily take action unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, the school's trial arrangements allowed them to send some people from the central district to assist, which put his mind at ease. Upon hearing the reason, the sergeant showed a look of sudden realization. At the same time, he became increasingly determined to accumulate merits so that he could send his own child to the central district. Shen Xingyan, who was in the underground training room, was unaware of this situation. At this moment, seeing that the cool-down of his skill comprehension had been completed, he activated it without hesitation. As the time for enlightenment began, the transparent little figure in his mind also appeared at the same time. However, the little man's actions were becoming increasingly perplexing to Shen Xingyan, as if the little man had pushed the power of balance to another level, a level that he could not comprehend at present. However, given his current level of understanding, he cannot grasp the nuances of it all at once. He can only rely on time to slowly work his way up. We still need to extract the original energy as soon as possible. Otherwise, this feeling of not being able to understand it is really making people feel uneasy. At this moment, Shen Xingyan was extremely eager to extract all the original energy points of the star source world. However, reality told him that he could think about it, but not actually do it, because he didn't have the money. As the comprehension time reached its halfway point, Shen Xingyan felt a comfortable sensation throughout his body, almost exactly the same as when he leveled up in the star origin world. He naturally learned the specific reason for this situation. The power of balance had been upgraded. But he did not stop exercising and remained immersed in the process of gaining insights from his training. He only slowly stopped his movements, which showed a hint of divine inspiration, after an hour of meditation had ended. After letting out a long breath, feeling refreshed, Shen Xingyan took out his star source card and checked his attribute panel in the real world. Balanced power level 3. Passive, +3 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 6 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 6 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 9%. Strength, 17 points. Agility, 17 points. Physical condition, 18 points. Spirit, 13 points. Aside from his original energy, all other attributes in the attribute panel were improved, which was within Shen Xingyan's expectations and did not surprise him much. However, what truly surprised him was the 9% progress of the power of balance. Based on the calculation that you get 20% progress per hour of enlightenment, and adding my previous 89% progress, that's exactly 9% after the upgrade. Does that mean that the difficulty of upgrading to level 3, power of balance, is the same as that of level 2? Chapter 141 Speed increased again. Shen Xingyan was pleasantly surprised by the conjecture that the power of balance increases the difficulty. Why does it seem like the rule that it's harder to improve attributes as you progress in real life doesn't apply to the power of balance? It's likely that the power of balance has this special effect in the early stages, but it will become increasingly slower later on. That must be it. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but comfort himself, feeling somewhat uneasy about such a bizarre event. He then looked at the attribute panel and saw that the attribute value was 25 points higher than when he had just awakened, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. If we were to extract all these attributes from the star origin world, it would probably require over 200 gold coins. This amount of gold coins is equivalent to several years' income for top combat professionals. However, he accomplished this impossible feat in just over 20 days through his own abilities, which he still finds somewhat unbelievable. Although my attributes have improved a lot, they are still not as good as those combat professionals from wealthy families. After all, they only need to raise their professional level to level 5 and then extract the attributes from the star source world. The number of its attributes is more than that of its own. Moreover, according to normal calculations, newly awakened combat professionals can usually reach level 7 or 8 within a month. If they extract all the attribute points from the reward, their attributes will be overwhelmingly superior to their own. However, these are only the top-tier combat professionals. Compared to the mid-tier combat professionals, this farmer professional still has a fighting chance. Moreover, With the added advantage of 3 advanced martial arts techniques, he might not be without a chance of victory in a conflict with top-tier professionals. Besides, he still has 3 days to further improve his skills through training with the power of balance. Shen Xingyan silently summarized his current gains in his mind. Thinking about his increasingly rapid training progress, a sense of pride welled up in his heart. He then stopped thinking about it and started the next part of his training. The optimized power of balance is now much easier to practice. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye as he continued this exercise. It wasn't until his younger sister was about to get out of school that Shen Xingyan reluctantly stopped exercising. Although he was somewhat exhausted after exercising for more than 10 hours, it did not dampen his enthusiasm for training. Sure enough, after today's reflection period, the skill progress I gained from each hour of training increased by another 0.5%, reaching 3%. Based on my current exercise time of 15 or 16 hours a day, I can improve my progress by nearly 50% in just one day. If converted into attribute points, that's equivalent to an increase of 2 attribute points, which is just too terrifying. This rapid improvement makes me feel like I'm using a cheat code. It's a little unsettling. Shen Xingyan watched as the progress of balanced power increased from 9% to 18% after 3 hours of training. He subconsciously began to analyze it, praising it repeatedly while also feeling somewhat uneasy. While unprovoked evil is infuriating, unprovoked kindness makes him feel both flattered and apprehensive. It's an instinctive fear of the unknown. This is Shen Xingyan's current state, but even when he is in a state of enlightenment and trying to figure out the reason behind it, he still can't quite understand it. In the end, he could only accept the idea that existence is its own justification, and despite some incomprehension, he still needed to continue training. After all, he really couldn't think of any way that this improvement could harm him. Since he had such a cheat-like skill, it would be a waste not to make full use of it. After planning his next workout, Shen Xingyan went upstairs to have dinner with his sister, then returned to his room and connected his consciousness to the Star Source card to enter the Star Source world. Upon arriving at the planting area, Shen Xingyan saw the little skeletons leisurely working in the fields, and he couldn't help but smile. The improvement in talent also boosted the attributes of the existing little skeletons, significantly increasing their work efficiency. This not only improved their immediate work efficiency, but also made them more capable of handling maintenance prompts after using their professional skills. Shen Xingyan called Wankai over, checked its attributes, and found that it had indeed reached the level of 4 in all attributes, so he nodded slightly. Wankai, now a size bigger than before, looked up at his owner with his little skull. If he had an expression, it would probably be one of utter adoration. From its initial total attribute of 1 to its current total attribute of 4, it has begun to develop intelligence and knows that all these changes were given to it by its master. Therefore, its feelings for its master at this moment are unprecedentedly intense. Shen Xingyan also sensed Wangsai's emotions through the faint connection between them. He smiled and gently patted the little straw hat that Wankai was wearing on his head, as if to reassure him. At the same time, he opened the attribute panel and looked at his upgraded talent skill. Seeing that the cooldown time of the talent skill had been completed, he did not hesitate to click to use it. As Shen Xingyan uttered his slightly complex chanting, the ground in front of him began to tremble. A short while later, 4 small skeletons, who looked even stronger than Wankai, stood in front of him. Shen Xingyan looked at the 4 large skeletons, all with a stat of 4, nodded slightly, and then handed them all over to Wankai to manage. Wankai, who was both the secretary and the second in command, did not feel any reluctance towards his master's arrangements, and even carried out these tasks very actively. At this moment, it saw that its owner had summoned 4 little brothers for it at once. It was already happy because of the attribute increase, so it became even more excited and shook its little head to look at its owner. Shen Xingyan also noticed Wangsai's increasingly human-like little actions and burst into laughter, as if he were seeing a little sister learning to speak. He then glanced at the acre of strawberries that could be harvested that night and began to calculate the time in his mind. The previous planting time for the 5th acre of strawberries was around 9 p.m., but this time I need to harvest them 5 hours later, around 2 a.m., so there is still plenty of time. Chapter 142: The Significance of Equilibrium. Having reached this point in time of his gains for the day, Shen Xingyan didn't linger and returned directly to the real world. After all, it's still early. He might as well use this time to exercise more. As long as he gets enough sleep to recover his energy, that's fine. Brother, you look so tired, and you still have to train. No, go to sleep. Shen Xingyan had just arrived at the training room when he saw his younger sister training. Before he could even speak, he was greeted by a resolute complaint from his sister. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan paused in his steps, feeling a warm sense of being cared for, but a bitter smile appeared on his face. How could he give in to the temptation of 6% progress? After all, the soaring skill progress was beckoning him. So how could he easily give up? It's okay, I'll exercise for 2 hours and then go back to sleep. Don't let my seemingly listless appearance fool you. I'm actually full of energy, Shen Xingyan said softly to his sister in a coaxing tone. However, the tricks that usually worked every time were not effective this time. After Shen Xingyan finished coaxing her, Shen Xingyan still pouted unhappily, as if she was sticking to her opinion, and her expression looked like she was about to cry if she couldn't be persuaded. Shen Xingyan, who was about to start exercising, couldn't help but facepalm when he saw his sister's posture. He thought to himself, it seems that my sister has really grown up and is not easy to fool anymore. Oh well, it's only 2 hours. I'll just consider it a good rest. In the end, unable to resist his sister's insistence, Shen Xingyan had no choice but to go to the star origin world under her watchful gaze and begin his original energy cultivation and rest. Under the tranquil atmosphere of the planting space and the influence of the meditative state achieved through the quiet word technique, Shen Xingyan fell asleep almost instantly, and quite deeply at that. In this state, Shen Xingyan's physical parameters were gradually recovering, including not only his severely depleted energy, but also his increasingly profound potential. With an unprecedented 10 times cultivation speed, coupled with the increase in the area of farmland in the planting space and the improvement of crop levels, those pale green particles that shouldn't have appeared before have started to increase in number, instead of just a few here and there. After being drawn into Shen Xingyan's body, they slowly acted on his rapidly developing physical body in the real world through the connection of his consciousness. Since the light green particles themselves represent the power of life, an extreme transformation of primal energy, they replenish Shen Xingyan's body's consumption while also gradually increasing his potential. However, potential is still just potential. Without guidance and development, it cannot be manifested to the outside world. However, the mysterious force of balance deduced by the transparent little man actually makes this invisible thing visible. Even Shen Xingyan, the possessor of the power of balance, was unaware that the power of balance did not lie in the basic attributes and active skills with transferable attributes, but rather in the word balance itself. Balance, as the name suggests, is about averaging and equilibrium. The objects of averaging and equilibrium are not only the 4 major attributes, but also various bodily values and non-bodily data. The variety of these skills is so vast that even the person who created them has no idea what they are. For example, the attributes displayed in the attribute panel, as well as those hidden attributes, the body's untapped potential, and some mysterious things, all fall under the scope of the balancing power. The proportions of these various factors are not entirely the same. However, its wonderful function is that a slight improvement, after being amplified by the power of balance, will be multiplied, which is why the strange phenomenon of the power of balance, not weakening, has occurred. This is also an important reason why Shen Xingyan's training speed for the power of balance can get faster and faster. It is foreseeable that as the grade and quantity of crops increase, the quantity and quality of small particles that can be mobilized will also increase under the 10x cultivation speed, and Shen Xingyan's potential will be gradually enhanced. Furthermore, under the stimulation of the power of balance, Shen Xingyan estimates that he will have to live with this unexplained improvement for a long time. But Shen Xingyan, who was in a deep sleep at the moment, had no idea that the pale green particles in the star source world actually represented the power of life and could directly affect the real world. He would also be unaware that beneath that seemingly superhuman speed of advancement lay so many factors unknown to him. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, Shen Xingyan awoke from his meditative state. He hadn't rested for so long in several days, and now he felt incredibly energetic, as if all the energy he had previously lacked had been made up for. With this kind of energy, I can train for 20 hours straight, Shen Xingyan thought excitedly. Shen Xingyan gently patted Wang Kai, who was mimicking her sleeping, and chuckled softly. Get up and get to work, Wang Kai. He then flipped himself up, turned his head to look at Wang Kai, and the meaning behind it was self-evident. Wang Kai understood its owner's meaning and clumsily tried to imitate its owner's actions, but failed after several attempts. Even the star source above his head started showing a health depletion warning because of this self-harming attack. This made Shen Xingyan, who was initially finding it somewhat amusing, immediately swiftly help Wang Kai up. His capable henchman couldn't afford to suffer any mishaps. All right, don't push yourself. Although your stats have improved, the skeleton's innate coordination can't be compensated for in a short time. I'll teach you some techniques when I have time. Now, go and arrange the other little skeletons. I'm going to use my skills now. Shen Xingyan gently comforted the slightly dejected Wang Kai, then shook his head and smiled, feeling as if he were coaxing his younger sister. He then turned his gaze to the farmland in front of him, began to wave his cane, and with a thought, unleashed a clone technique. He sent his clone to wait in the farmland, while he slowly walked to the strawberry field that was about to ripen, drank the potion, and waited for his original energy to be fully restored. I hope this mysterious lucky attribute can work its magic again, and I can get another talent stone. Shen Xingyan silently prayed to himself while waiting. As the saying goes, what you keep in mind will eventually come to pass, especially with his lucky attribute boost. Although this first point is a bit too mystical, Shen Xingyan still chooses to believe it. Chapter 143 Land Quality Improvement. A few minutes later, Shen Xingyan's primal energy was fully restored. Without hesitation, he swung his cane while silently chanting to activate his professional skill. Instantly, the primal energy within him began to surge wildly through his body, converging at the location of his cane in just 2 seconds. At the same time, the obstructive notification sound from the star origin world also appeared simultaneously. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Shen Xingyan, who was already extremely familiar with this, silently recited the command in his mind and directly chose to continue. In response to Shen Xingyan's decisive choice, the star origin world reacted swiftly. The warning message vanished instantly, and all the primal energy on the cane began to detach, instantly covering all the farmland. Shen Xingyan, who was standing in the farmland quietly observing the changes, appeared calm and composed on the surface, but inside he was still a little flustered. Every time he experienced this, he felt like a combat professional killing monsters and getting loot, filled with a sense of the unknown about what was about to happen. The only difference between him and other professionals who gamble on probability is that he has a much higher chance of winning because of his luck. Even so, it made his heartstrings tighten. Under Shen Xingyan's watchful, slightly apprehensive gaze, the star origin world directly revealed the final answer. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Upon hearing this notification, Shen Xingyan breathed a long sigh of relief and silently thanked Lady Luck for her favor. Once his professional skills were fully utilized, an icon indicating that the strawberry field beneath his feet was ripe and ready for harvest appeared in the sky. Shen Xingyan, of course, showed no mercy and immediately began to reap the rewards. As for the maintenance notifications coming in like crazy for the other farmland, he wasn't worried at all. After all, he was now fully prepared and no longer as exhausted as he had been at the beginning. Now, even with his clones assisting him, he could easily handle the maintenance alerts that were rapidly approaching the 8 acres farmland, even with just 50 little skeletons with all attributes at level 4. Not to mention that with Wang Sai's overall planning and Lai Fu and Lai Qian's meticulous execution, the little skeletons will even use their berserk skill to resolve the crisis when necessary. All these factors acted as safety barriers, allowing Shen Xingyan to harvest strawberries with peace of mind. With no time to spare, Shen Xingyan focused solely on quickly harvesting the strawberries and seeing the results move like a whirlwind across the farmland, enhanced by his swift step. Under such extreme speed, the harvesting efficiency was unprecedented. In just a few minutes, all the strawberry plants in this field disappeared completely, disappearing into Shen Xingyan's backpack space. Satisfied with the efficiency of his gains this time, Shen Xingyan stood up with a smile, while the notification of Xingyuan's gains echoed in his ears. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 1,040 kilograms. You have gained 6,240 farmer experience points. Upon seeing this number, Shen Xingyan remained remarkably calm and composed. After all, he had already anticipated that the harvest would exceed previous yields, so he wasn't particularly surprised. But when he subconsciously converted it into 1 gold coin and several hundred silver coins, a faint smile appeared on his face. Thinking to myself, making progress every day and earning a gold coin every day, this is really a great life. He remained motionless, waiting for the final reward as usual. Only when the moment arrived did his excitement begin to surface, and he hoped that the words "Talent Stone" would appear in the notification. And the Star Origin world was very accommodating, not keeping him waiting long. Just as he was feeling excited, a notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,000 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 1,040 kilograms. As a special reward, you will receive permanent land privileges. Ordinary land purchased or awarded will automatically be converted into black soil. Xingyuan will issue a district-wide announcement. Would you like to make this information public? Seeing that the reward was not the talent stone he had expected, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. However, he quickly suppressed these emotions. After all, nothing is ever perfect. Being able to use one's professional skills smoothly is already a lucky thing. One cannot ask for too much, otherwise even the sweetest life can taste like bitter coffee. He then curiously began to look up information about the black soil. Previously, there wasn't much mention of black soil in the information from the real world, so when he suddenly saw this reward, he subconsciously felt that it was just average and definitely not as valuable as a talent stone. However, after reading about the black soil, he had to admit that he was too young and too presumptuous. Black soil, crops planted on it will have their final harvest quality increased by up to 1 major grade common excellent superior perfect epic. Seeing the simple introduction to the black soil in the prompt, Shen Xingyan was instantly speechless. Agricultural products can be upgraded to a whole grade. The highest grade can be upgraded to something called epic. Is that ridiculously overpowered? Does that mean that if you can only grow strawberries of excellent quality, you can directly upgrade them to the perfect level? So, once I grow crops of perfect quality, can I directly break through and reach the epic quality mentioned in the introduction? Moreover, the value of agricultural products increases dramatically with each grade upgrade, but it becomes increasingly difficult to upgrade further. It is estimated that by the time one grows level 4 crops, it may not even be possible to reach the perfect level. But now, with this special privilege, I can directly harvest perfect quality strawberries, which are worth several times more than excellent quality strawberries. The speed at which I accumulate money can be increased exponentially. Even more terrifying is that if the final harvest from planting the spirit level seeds is upgraded by 1 grade, the amount of gold coins obtained will be unimaginable. Suddenly realizing his mistake, Shen Xingyan's eyes burned with intense desire as he looked at the privileges granted to him on the black soil. It was as if he could see countless sums of money beckoning to him. Chapter 144 Black Soil Bonus. The introduction to the black soil mentioned earlier said that it can help improve the quality of its agricultural products. According to this statement, for agricultural products to go from excellent quality to perfect quality, they need to cross 2 quality levels, excellent plus and perfect, which means that 1 quality level is equal to 3 minor quality levels. Does that mean that if your agricultural products are of excellent plus or excellent quality, they can be upgraded to the corresponding perfect plus or perfect quality after being enhanced by the black soil? Or is it that only perfect quality can be achieved? This idea will probably only be validated when we grow superior quality crops ourselves. After accepting the reward for breaking the record, Shen Xingyan gradually regained his composure and began to analyze the land privilege in his mind. If that's the case, although the quality range is the same, the final results will be very different. The higher the quality of the agricultural products grown, the greater the corresponding improvement in the quality of the black soil. After all, the value of going from high quality to excellent is completely different from that of going from excellent to perfect. Shen Xingyan was very clear about how difficult it would be to improve quality as time went on. Therefore, even if farmers who can only grow ordinary or high-quality agricultural products receive such a bonus, the final increase in value will not be much. The low quality of their agricultural products prevents them from fully utilizing the benefits of the black soil. However, Shen Xingyan is the opposite. With the help of his two major skills, long-term crops can be planted without any penalties until the harvest is complete. Its output and quality can be said to have reached the limit under normal conditions. And after the quality enhancement from the black soil, its improvement is naturally the greatest at this stage. It seems that one must be strong to succeed. Even with such a good reward, one must have the strength to accept it. Shen Xingyan sighed, feeling a sense of relief. Although that's what he thought in his heart, the smile on his face showed no sign of fading. It's important to know that in reality, some people who awaken their talent for improving the quality of agricultural products by +1 have a much higher sense of superiority than other professional farmers, and are more likely to be valued and given special training. Now that he has this land privilege, if his guess is correct, the final result will be a +3 improvement in the quality of agricultural products, completely annihilating those who possess this talent skill. Of course, this is assuming they didn't use 3 talent stones like Shen Xingyan. After a moment of reflection, Shen Xingyan quickly completed the payment of 100 silver coins for canceling the announcement. The star source notification disappeared, and the land privilege reward began to apply to all current farmland. Before them, a large expanse of soil that was originally a normal yellowish-brown color had, in just a few seconds, darkened several shades, becoming almost indistinguishable from the skin color of the black people at base 9 in the data. Although it hasn't reached the level of pure black yet, it's not too far off. Is this the black soil? Shen Xingyan squatted down with some curiosity, gently picked up a handful of soil from his feet, and looked up at the transformation before him. He couldn't help but marvel at it. Thanks to the enhancement from this land, tomorrow's harvest will be a testament to what perfectly high-quality strawberries look like, and how many gold coins I can earn. This black soil is truly wonderful. At this moment, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but want to embrace this lovely land, but he still stopped himself from doing so. Then, with a thought, he summoned his clone over, and together they quickly cultivated the farmland and planted the strawberry seeds they had previously purchased. At this point, he has completed more than half of his work for the day. What he needs to do next is something that all professionals aspire to: upgrade his professional level. He brought up the attribute panel, and his gaze fell on the experience points section. The more than 6,000 experience points he gained this time, combined with his original experience, totaled over 10,000, which was enough for him to level up his profession again. I'm leveling up every day? It feels like leveling up is a bit too easy. If I had enough money right now, I could transfer the attribute gains from leveling up each day to the real-world 14 attribute points every day. That would be wonderful. Looking at the icon indicating that he could level up again in the experience points section, Shen Xingyan shook his head and thought with some emotion. If other professional farmers knew about this, they would probably be devastated and withdrawn. They know that it takes them months of hard work to advance just 1 or 2 levels, and they already feel a lot of hope for the future. However, for Shen Xingyan, leveling up was as natural as water flowing into a channel, incredibly easy and pleasant. When compared in this way, the feeling of being miserable just by comparing oneself to others is bound to make them feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Shen Xingyan naturally knew that his idea was a bit too far-fetched, at least at this stage, so he quickly put away this somewhat annoying idea. With a thought, he directly conveyed his desire to level up. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to 17. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. As this star source notification appeared, Shen Xingyan felt a familiar, comfortable sensation once again within his body. Although the physical sensations condensed from consciousness are not that intense, the improvement is still significant. The 4 main attributes and other related attributes all increased by 2 points, and this intuitive improvement is quite noticeable. This feeling was indeed quite irresistible, making Shen Xingyan want to stay immersed in it forever. The feeling of comfort would eventually fade, and Shen Xingyan, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, casually added the 4 free attribute points he received as a reward to his original energy attribute, bringing it to 64 points. He then looked at the various stats that had improved again and nodded in satisfaction. I've already reached level 17 in my profession so quickly. If I level up 3 more times, I'll reach level 20, and then I can unlock the ranch function. You can also unlock a second professional skill, but you don't know what kind of skill you'll get. Shen Xingyan looked up at the sky and began to dream about the future. Chapter 145: The Price of Becoming Stronger. After a moment of distraction, Shen Xingyan quickly regained his composure and began the last task of the day, to sell all the agricultural products. At this time of day, he would unconsciously become happy, and there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he and his sister had suffered so much because of money over the past 10 years, so he was very concerned about money matters. And the feeling of earning more than 1 gold coin every day is truly wonderful. Watching his wallet gradually bulge, Shen Xingyan felt a deep sense of joy. After opening his backpack and dismantling the strawberry plant, he checked the attributes of the strawberries and leaves, finding them to be still of excellent quality. He nodded slightly. Tomorrow, I won't be facing the word excellence, but perfection. With a smile unconsciously spreading across his face, Shen Xingyan took the opportunity to open the Xingyuan Mall and sell both of his purchases. The sale of the 2 agricultural products earned him a total of 1 gold, 263 silver, and 500 copper, setting a new record. With the money arriving, Shen Xingyan's total assets reached a little over 7 gold coins, equivalent to 700,000 before the energy burst. I only need 3 more gold coins to extract an attribute point into the real world. I wonder if tomorrow's harvest will allow me to achieve my small goal of 10 gold coins. Shen Xingyan thought longingly. Although extracting a little bit of primal energy wouldn't have much of an effect on him right now. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. He believed that once he had extracted attributes from the star origin world for the first time, it would become easier and easier to extract them later, and the frequency would also become faster and faster. After finishing the last thing for the day, Shen Xingyan clapped his hands lightly, intending to help Wang Kai and the others with their chores for a while before returning to the real world. However, what he thought would be an easy task turned into a much more strenuous one after just a few minutes of work. This puzzled him. Logically, now that he had 50 little skeletons with all attributes at 4 points, plus himself and his clone, it should have been much easier to deal with them. But why did it feel more difficult than a few days ago? Upon realizing this, Shen Xingyan subconsciously stopped working and used both his clone and his own eyes to examine the farmland, trying to find out the reason behind it. After a few minutes of observation and comparison with the scene he remembered, he began to understand the reason. The frequency of the prompts this time was much higher than in the same period, so it was not that their efficiency was low, but that the prompts were enhanced. This discovery made him somewhat puzzled. After looking around, he focused his gaze on the soil that had turned black, and suddenly, as if struck by a sudden realization, he lightly patted his forehead, understanding the cause of this change. The changes in the black soil have made us so happy about the improved quality that we didn't realize that every gain has its loss. Improving the quality of agricultural products requires more than just a patch of black soil. It also includes the increasing number of star source maintenance prompts. Fortunately, my little skeletons are now quite numerous, and their attributes aren't too bad, so dealing with these prompts isn't too difficult. Shen Xingyan sighed slightly, knowing that every word and action had an interconnected effect. He then abandoned his somewhat relaxed attitude and focused all his efforts on dealing with the maintenance prompts from Xingyuan. Fortunately, with Shen Xingyan and his clone assisting from the sidelines and Wang Kai and the others providing the main damage output, no unexpected situations arose despite this sudden boost. After working like this for more than an hour, the maintenance notifications for Xingyuan gradually returned to normal. Looking at the maintenance update in front of him, Shen Xingyan silently calculated the frequency of its appearance. Finally, through calculations and a clear sense of it, he realized that the frequency of maintenance prompts was indeed higher than before. Fortunately, I have an ever-increasing number of little skeletons. With the help of the talent stone, their quantity and quality have been improved. In addition, the presence of Wang Kai ensures the efficiency of our work, which is why we can maintain our current advantage. Otherwise, with the talent skills that hadn't been improved before, there would be at most 20 or so little skeletons with all attributes at one. In that situation, even routine maintenance of the farmland would likely be impossible to manage. Looking at the situation before him, Shen Xingyan murmured softly. At the same time, he became increasingly eager to obtain the talent stone, since talent skills were the foundation upon which he relied. Take it slow, don't rush. As long as I stay calm now, everything else is just a matter of time, Shen Xingyan thought with a sense of enlightenment. He then opened the Xingyuan Mall and bought some health-enhancing potions for his sister and himself. After all, he's quite wealthy now, and his previous idea of giving his sister the physique potion to drink as water is a big step forward. After extracting the medicine into the real world, Shen Xingyan dispelled his clone, then greeted Wang Kai before returning to the real world. Meanwhile, it was evening in the real world. Although he was currently in the inner ring of the North District, there was no one outside at this time. Having not left the house for several days, he originally wanted to use his teleportation skill to go out for a stroll, but this idea was thwarted by the quiet night. After suppressing his impulse, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but tell himself, just bear with it a little longer. Steadiness is the most important thing. Besides, we'll be going to the outer boundary in 2 days. I should spend all my time improving myself. Shen Xingyan, who was mentally cheering himself on, teleported directly to the training room and began his training for the day. Having had ample rest in the Star Origin world, he was training with exceptional energy this time, and it seemed unlikely that his sister would easily notice his fatigue like before. Many others in their cohort of awakened shared the same thoughts as Shen Xingyan. After receiving instructions from the school, they became increasingly frantic in killing monsters in the Star Origin world to improve their class level, and then began to extract the attribute points they received into the real world. Children are the center of a family, and this applies to all times. Therefore, almost all families are making every effort to realize their children's desire to transfer attribute points to the real world. This has led to a rapid increase in the overall strength of this generation of awakened ones. Chapter 146, 20 Hours of Training. Having been independent since childhood, Shen Xingyan naturally couldn't feel the same level of support that other professionals received. He could only rely on himself, and he was also his sister's support. Time flew by, and it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Xingyan also came out of the frantic Power of Balance training. After checking the progress of Power of Balance on his attribute panel, he breathed a sigh of satisfaction and slowly calmed his mind after the training. Since returning from Star Origin World at around 3 a.m., he has devoted himself to this kind of training. He only had a quick breakfast with his sister in between, and he didn't waste any of the rest of the time, spending it all on training. And the final result was also gratifying. After 11 hours of training, his Power of Balance increased by 33%. Combined with the original 18% progress, he managed to push his Power of Balance, which he had just upgraded yesterday, to a total of 51%. He has already completed half of the skill progress required to reach level 4. This kind of upgrade is so awesome. Even at the most basic level, it's equivalent to gaining 2 attribute points. Moreover, I haven't even used the Enlightenment skill yet. Once I do, I conservatively estimate another 20% increase. Maybe I can finish the rest of the progress today. Seeing the gratifying progress, Shen Xingyan felt a surge of joy. In his opinion, nothing could be more exhilarating than this tangible improvement. After replenishing his energy and adjusting his state, Shen Xingyan began his time for enlightenment. With the activation of his comprehension skills, the clarity brought about by the enhanced understanding allowed Shen Xingyan's perspective to rise several levels, giving him more insights into various things and the power of balance being practiced by the little figure in his mind. Despite having many ideas, their progress was still far behind that of the transparent little man. Shen Xingyan also tried his best to catch up, putting all his energy into it, but he felt that the final effect was minimal. While hard work was important, the gap in comprehension was something that could not be bridged in a short time. However, thinking that his comprehension would also improve as his energy limit increased, his mood improved considerably. The hour-long reflection session ended amidst Shen Xingyan's frantic pursuit. As the skill comprehension ended, Shen Xingyan immediately realized the significant drop in his understanding. He then slowly stopped his movements, repeatedly recalling the comprehension he had just experienced. At the same time, he took out the star source card and brought up the attribute panel. He was very satisfied when he saw that the skill progress of power of balance had reached 72%. It seems my efforts just now did have some effect. Even if it was only a small 1% improvement, it's still a reward for myself. Seeing that the improvement was as high as 21%, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile with a hint of relief. After digesting the insights gained from the movements, he trained for another 2 hours, successfully bringing the power of balance to 79% completion. That's equivalent to a 3.5% progress increase every hour. This tip also reaffirms the idea that after gaining insight into skills, each hour of training increases by 0.5%. Having become somewhat accustomed to the astonishment of such advancement, Shen Xingyan felt a slight fluctuation in his heart before quickly accepting reality. Although I don't know the reason, I know that being able to improve is a good thing. There's still 21% progress left, and I can raise the power of balance to level 4. After summoning the little skeletons, I need to come back and train to try and finish this progress. The progress made every hour increased again, filling Shen Xingyan with confidence that he could improve his power of balance level today. At this time, seeing that his younger sister would soon be out of school, he stopped exercising and went downstairs to start preparing dinner. Because he had enough time to rest in the star origin world, his energy level was indeed much better than before. So much so that when Shen Xingyan returned home, she didn't notice anything unusual, and she expressed her appreciation and praise for her brother's willingness to listen to advice. Seeing his younger sister acting like a little adult, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two siblings enjoyed their dinner together in this happy mood. Shen Xingyan then returned to his room and entered the star origin world to unleash his innate skill. Looking at the 54 little skeletons in front of him, there were an average of 6 little skeletons working on each acre of farmland, and they all had 4 points in all attributes. Even in the context of the black soil, this is more than enough, Shen Xingyan thought to himself. After inspecting the 6th acre of strawberry farm, Shen Xingyan calculated its ripening time and the time he wanted to break the record, and found that around 8 a.m. tomorrow would be the most suitable time. He then left the planting space without lingering and returned directly to the real world, where there was still a 21-point challenge waiting for him to complete. Back in the real world, in the underground training room, Shen Xingyan started training with his sister. Shen Xingyan was in much better condition than yesterday, so his sister didn't stop him from exercising. She just gently told him to exercise in moderation. Shen Xingyan naturally went along with his younger sister's little housekeeping ways, agreeing to everything she said. After all, once his sister started school, she wouldn't see his training anymore. When they were exercising until after 10 p.m., Shen Xingyan told his sister to go back to sleep, while he continued exercising. Faced with her brother's double standards allowing officials to set fires while forbidding ordinary people to even light lamps, Shen Xingyan could only pout and reluctantly return home. She originally wanted to persuade her brother to go back and rest, but after seeing the determination in his eyes, she also thought about the fact that her brother was going to the outside world in 2 days. Thinking that her brother was probably holding his breath too, she decided it wasn't appropriate to try to persuade him at this time, so she could only obediently go upstairs to sleep. Seeing that his younger sister had finally gone upstairs to rest, Shen Xingyan glanced at the progress, which was less than 10 points away from completion, and couldn't help but secretly take a deep breath. Including the 3 hours of exercise just now, Shen Xingyan has exercised for 17 hours today. Its intensity was unprecedented for him. If it weren't for the improvement in his physical fitness and the ample rest he had in the Star Origin world, he would probably be too exhausted to even lift his head now. Forcing himself to stay awake, Shen Xingyan persisted in exercising until 1 a.m. Just when he was about to give up, he felt a strange sense of comfort throughout his body, which replenished his energy. He was familiar with this feeling, knowing that his power of balance had been upgraded. Chapter 147, The Sixth Acre Moo of Strawberries. Balanced Power Level 4. Passive, +4 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 8 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 8 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 0%. Strength, 18 points. Agility, 18 points. Physical condition, 19 points. Spirit, 14 points. Shen Xingyan took out the Star Source card and opened the attribute panel. He saw that the attributes in the real world had indeed improved overall, and the power of balance had reached level 4. This made him smile. In just one day, he raised his power of balance by another level, something that would have been impossible for him before, but he accomplished it just like that. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. I've finally achieved today's goal. It's incredible to gain 4 attribute points in one day. 4 attribute points are equivalent to 40 gold coins, which is dozens of times more valuable than the strawberries he's currently growing. Satisfied with the achievement of his upgrade goal, Shen Xingyan began to relax. At this moment, his suppressed fatigue began to fight back, and a drowsy feeling filled his brain, making his eyelids droop. Shen Xingyan also noticed the depletion of his energy, so he quickly teleported back to his room and directly connected his consciousness to the Star Source card to enter the Star Source world. At this moment, Shen Xingyan had just appeared in his planting space when he saw Wang Kai and the others fighting against the invading rabbits. It was less of a battle and more of a one-sided crushing defeat. When all of Wang Kai's attributes are at level 3, it is already enough to deal with the invasion of these small monsters. It just takes a little time. Now that all attributes have been improved, its efficiency in eliminating enemies is naturally much higher. Shen Xingyan watched for a while, but did not intervene to help them. After all, the final outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion, and he really didn't need to get involved. Besides, he was currently quite exhausted. With a thought, Shen Xingyan teleported to his usual spot, lay down, set a 6-hour cultivation time, and immediately entered a meditative state, almost simultaneously falling into a deep sleep. He was so exhausted that he unconsciously started snoring softly, which, combined with the sounds of Wang Kai and the others fighting, created a strange melody. This created a very strange scene. On one side, little skeletons were frantically killing the invading rabbits, protecting the farmland from being disturbed. However, the person who should be most anxious, as the actual owner of the planting space, is fast asleep, making the whole scene feel strangely absurd. Shen Xingyan, the instigator, was completely oblivious to this and was sleeping soundly. A few minutes later, under Wang Kai's command, the little skeletons successfully dealt with all the little monsters. If Shen Xingyan were to compare them before and after, he would find that the little skeletons seemed to have become a little more lively. After sensing their master's presence, Wang Kai and the others only glanced in the direction where he was sleeping, without disturbing him. Instead, they continued working in the fields. Of them, only Wang Kai quietly walked to Shen Xingyan's side, slowly sat down, and kept its master company. Time passed slowly in this quiet atmosphere. 6 hours later, Shen Xingyan's original energy cultivation time ended, and he woke up from his dream. Now that his energy has been restored, his eyes no longer have that tired look that made him unable to lift his head. Instead, they are full of lively color, and his mind feels clear as well. Although 6 hours of sleep is not as sufficient as the previous 8 hours, it is enough for Shen Xingyan, whose mental attributes have improved and whose recovery ability has also increased. With less than an hour left before the planned harvest time, Shen Xingyan decided not to wait any longer. Instead, he returned directly to the real world, had breakfast with his sister to replenish his energy, and then went back to the star origin world. While waiting for the harvest time to arrive, he idly opened the attribute panel and admired the attributes of the star origin world. Strength, 41 points. Agility, 41 points. Physical fitness, 42 points. Spirit, 37 points. As the level of the balance force in the real world increased, the attributes of Shen Xingyan's star origin world also increased in tandem, with the average value now exceeding 40 points. If I could extract these attribute points into the real world, then I could call myself a novice combatant. What a pity, I don't have any money, so I can only sigh in vain. Looking at these luxurious attributes, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. At the same time, he naturally turned his attention to the acre of strawberries that was about to be harvested, and paid special attention to the black soil that he saw as full of money. The black soil that can significantly improve the quality of agricultural products. I wonder how much money it will bring in this time. As Shen Xingyan eagerly awaited the harvest, the time for it to be harvested gradually drew near. Seeing that the time was almost up, Shen Xingyan first summoned his clone to help deal with the upcoming star source prompts. After waiting a few more minutes, seeing that the time and energy were almost up, he unleashed his professional skill without hesitation. As the beginner's staff appeared, his primal energy began to surge wildly. And as the expected spell casting was interrupted, the familiar notification sound rang out again. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? Upon seeing this notification, Shen Xingyan subconsciously felt a lack of confidence. The main reason is that the skill had been successfully executed multiple times before, which has increased the probability of failure this time, making him less certain about the outcome than before. Therefore, given the seemingly low success rate this time, Shen Xingyan prayed a little longer in his heart, hoping that the luck attribute could continue to play its magical role. After muttering this for more than 10 seconds, he finally confirmed that he should continue, using his professional skills. With his confirmation, the primal energy, transformed through professional skills, began to act on all the farmland. Shen Xingyan looked at his 6th acre of strawberry field with some trepidation and began to carefully observe the changes in the strawberries. Chapter 148 Perfect Strawberry. Under Shen Xingyan's gaze, the 6th acre of strawberries began to show faint signs of life, causing his pupils to dilate slightly. At the same time, Xingyuan's skill notification sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. The changes in the strawberries before his eyes and the notification sounds in his ears conveyed the message that his professional skill had been successfully used. Only then did Shen Xingyan feel relieved, and a smile appeared on his lips. I was really scaring myself. I should have believed in the mystery and power of luck a long time ago. With its boost, the success rate of skill casting wouldn't be low. After seeing the result, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but offer some hindsight analysis. Successfully using my professional skills means today is another day where I can break records. I wonder what kind of reward Star Origin World will give me this time. At this moment, Shen Xingyan was like a gambler who knew he was going to win, but didn't know how much he would win, his heart filled with curiosity and excitement. In this state of mind, a dozen or so seconds passed unbearably before the maintenance notification from Xingyuan and the notification that the strawberries were ripe and ready for harvest appeared simultaneously above the farmland. Upon seeing the notification, Shen Xingyan exchanged a brief glance with Wang Kai, who immediately understood and began directing the 50-odd little skeletons to deal with the maintenance notification. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. After instructing his clones to assist Wang Kai and the others, he began his own work, harvesting strawberries. Having already harvested strawberries 5 times, Shen Xingyan was quite adept at it and could sweep them up very quickly. The upgrades to his profession level and power of balance improved his attributes, making his strawberry harvest far more efficient than ever before. In the strawberry field, with the blessing of swift step, he was like a small whirlwind, leaving no strawberry plant in his wake. A few minutes later, he put the last strawberry plant into his backpack. The notification sound for the gains from the Star Origin world also appeared. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 1075 kilograms. You have gained 6,450 farmer professional experience points. Unsurprisingly, it broke the Star Origin world record again, exceeding the previous record of 1040 kilograms by 35 kilograms. Although this was a joyous occasion, after seeing the experience gained from this improvement, Shen Xingyan silently calculated in his mind and couldn't help but shake his head slightly in regret. It's a real pity. The 6450 experience points I gained this time, plus the 2356 points I had left from the previous level up, only amount to a total of 8,806 points. That's still 200 points short of the 9,000 experience points needed to level up. My idea of leveling up every day was thus abandoned. Shen Xingyan had gotten used to the continuous leveling up over the past few days, so the sudden inability to level up made him feel quite uncomfortable. I can only wait until tomorrow to upgrade. It seems that the road to upgrading will only get harder and harder in the future, Shen Xingyan thought with a little frustration. However, if other professionals knew that Shen Xingyan had such thoughts, they would definitely be so furious that they would beat him up to vent their anger. The ability to level up in just 2 days is something that only happens when you first awaken. Shen Xingyan is already almost level 20, and he still has such speed. It's something to be envied. But now this guy still thinks the upgrade speed is a bit slow, which is really infuriating. Shen Xingyan, however, did not realize this at the moment. The main reason was that his previous upgrade speed was too fast, and now that it had suddenly slowed down, he felt that it was indeed a bit slower. Although Shen Xingyan had some minor regrets, he had anticipated this beforehand. After all, he couldn't possibly level up every day. That would be too terrifying. So he quickly adjusted his emotions. After reviewing the Star Source's gains, Shen Xingyan didn't idle around while waiting for the Star Source to break through the record. He quickly opened his backpack and separated the strawberry plant, then checked the attributes of the 2 agricultural products. Item: Strawberry Perfect. Value: 4,200 copper. Quantity: 1,075. Attributes: a fruit that is nutritious and has a good taste. Item: Strawberry Leaf Perfect. Value: 35 copper. Quantity: 500. Attribute: an ingredient in a beverage. When Shen Xingyan saw that the strawberries he had harvested were truly perfect, his lips curled into a wide grin, and he couldn't hide his smile at all. Faced with such fruitful results, his slight regret from earlier vanished without a trace. The strawberries I harvested before were always of excellent quality, but now, just 2 days after receiving the black soil, I have actually harvested strawberries of perfect quality. The effects of the black soil are truly terrifying. From superior quality to perfect quality, it's equivalent to upgrading 3 minor grades. As we all know, the higher the grade of an agricultural product, the greater its value. With this improvement in quality, the value of strawberries has also increased dramatically, now reaching 4,200 copper coins per kilogram. That's more than 3 times the quality of the superior one. If I were to sell this, my wallet would instantly swell to over 11 gold coins, enough to directly extract 1 point of primal energy into the real world. The perfect quality strawberries excited Shen Xingyan. Previously, 1 acre of strawberries yielded a little over 1 gold coin, but now it could yield more than 4. The increase in value was so great that Shen Xingyan's eyes began to conjure up images of money. As Shen Xingyan was immersed in these emotions, the main event began to unfold in his ears. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,040 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 1,075 kilograms. You are being rewarded with 1 acre of mutated seeds, increasing your arable land area by 600 square meters. Xingyuan will issue a district-wide announcement. Would you like to make this information public? The notification sound from Xingyuan pulled Shen Xingyan out of his world of little money. Seeing the breakthrough notification in front of him, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Why is the breakthrough reward this time only a moo of farmland and a moo of seeds? Although the description says the seeds are mutated, it's still nothing compared to the talent stones and black soil from before. Had I gone too far in exploiting the system, causing the star origin world to reduce the rewards? If so, that would be truly devastating news. Chapter 149 Mutant Seeds. Upon seeing this reward, Shen Xingyan felt a wave of subconscious frustration. After all, no matter how powerful the mutated seed is, it's gone once it's planted. There are no long-term benefits like talent stones or black soil or skill extraction vouchers that can strengthen him in the real world. But that's how it is, and there's nothing he can do but accept it. Seeing the announcement in front of him, Shen Xingyan knew there was no need to hide the reward, but he still chose to pay 100 silver coins to cancel the world announcement. Although the reward is small, that acre of farmland is still worth 300 gold coins. If this is announced and the whole world knows about it, people might remember the talent stone from before. Forget it, consider it a loss to avoid further trouble. Besides, 100 silver coins are really nothing to me now. Thinking it over, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but straighten his back and put on an air of wealth and power. After Shen Xingyan paid the money, the acre of seeds flashed like a streak of light and appeared in his backpack space. At the same time, the incentive program of awarding 1 mu of arable land has also begun. The ground beneath Shen Xingyan's feet began to tremble slightly and slowly expand outwards. Other farmland also began to be integrated and divided. After a tremor that resembled a tectonic shift, this new farmland finally appeared next to Shen Xingyan. The arrival of the new farmland also led to the cultivation of the farmland under Shen Xingyan's feet, making it ready for planting. Looking at the expanded farmland, Shen Xingyan opened his backpack to test whether his wool-gathering plan was still worthwhile. In the last slot of the backpack, the reward of 1 acre of seeds sat quietly. Unlike the seeds he had encountered before, this seed was no longer wrapped in a bag. It was simply a tiny seed. Just 1 seed? Why did the prompt show 1 acre? Shen Xingyan was puzzled when he saw this. He subconsciously thought that he was seeing things or that there was an error in the backpack space display. Somewhat surprised, he picked up the seed in his hand and found that it was indeed a seed. That's a bit strange. Can a single seed really grow an acre of land? You must be kidding me. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Shen Xingyan's original intention to verify the situation suddenly became much clearer, and they began to feel curious and expectant, thinking, there can't be anything special about a seed, right? As he thought this, his consciousness also focused on the star origin world, checking its weakening rewards. Item, Mutant Seed. Grade, Beginner Spirit Rank Upgradable. Planting level, no level restriction. Growth period, 100 days. Planting area, 600 square meters. Planting conditions, black soil. Attribute, a mutated seed that can gather the power of star energy. Its grade will automatically increase after the growth period is complete. It's actually a spirit-level seed, and it can even grow. That's quite valuable. That means the star origin world hasn't weakened its rewards. Upon reaching this conclusion, Shen Xingyan was immediately invigorated, and his eyes shone brightly. A spirit-level seed, and there are no planting restrictions based on level. That's amazing. I can plant it right now. However, the attribute description doesn't clearly state its final value. It's unclear what kind of fruit or result this seed will produce after planting. Truly, it lives up to its name as a mutant seed. Shen Xingyan, who continued his research, was somewhat puzzled and couldn't help but shake his head. Although the purpose of this seed is unclear based on the information we have so far, and it is not as good as a talent stone, it is still a growing spirit-level seed that can be continuously planted. Who knows what surprises it might bring? And the thought that a level 10+ farmer like myself could cultivate spirit-level crops that only level 50+ powerhouses could grow was secretly quite satisfying. After calming down, Shen Xingyan cheered up again. In any case, the most important point has already been verified. From the uniqueness of this seed, he could see that the star origin world had not weakened its rewards. It was just that this reward was a little hard to understand. Shen Xingyan then planted the strawberry seeds and the mutated seeds respectively. After observing for a while, he saw that although the prompts for the spirit-level seeds appeared almost twice as fast as those for the strawberry seeds, they were still within a reasonable range, so he was relieved. All he can do now is wait a few days and see what unusual changes will occur after the mutated seed has completed its growth period. Putting this thought aside for the moment, Shen Xingyan opened his backpack and sold all the perfect quality strawberries and strawberry leaves to Xingyuan Mall, earning a total of 4 gold, 532 silver, and 500 copper. His purse instantly reached 11 gold and 438 silver. Finally, I've surpassed 10 gold coins. From the moment I awakened until now, it's only been a little over 20 days, and I've already acquired so many gold coins. If others knew this, they'd probably be astonished. Shen Xingyan smiled as he thought about it, and then opened the attribute panel without hesitation, looking at the primal energy section. With a thought, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding! Extracting this attribute will cost 10 gold coins. Do you wish to extract? Seeing this message is similar to the one for retrieving items, but the amount of money it costs is quite painful. Shen Xingyan naturally clicked confirm. Upon confirmation, he felt as if a portion of his primal energy had suddenly disappeared, only to be replenished again. Shen Xingyan naturally knew the specific reason for this strange feeling. Originally, after he extracted the attribute points from the Star Origin world, it was as if the attribute points from the Star Origin world had disappeared. However, since the physical attributes in the real world are synchronized to the Star Origin world in real time, he had this feeling because of the loss and gain. Finally, we've taken the first step in extracting attribute points. Shen Xingyan sighed softly. He then joined in the work of Wang Kai and the others. An hour later, seeing that the frequency of farmland maintenance notifications began to return to normal, Shen Xingyan returned directly to the real world. Having just woken up, he looked at the star source card and saw that his original energy limit had become 19 points. He chuckled to himself. I heard from my school teacher that the growth of human attributes is far inferior to those disasters. Fortunately, we have the star source world to extract attributes, which is how we have barely achieved a balance. Now that I've embarked on the path of extracting attributes from the Star Origin world, I believe this path will become increasingly smooth in the future. Chapter 150 Enlightenment. I don't know if this slight increase in my energy limit will have any effect on my understanding of skills. I suppose the skill enhancement comes from the hidden comprehension attribute, so it shouldn't be like the clone skill, which requires a minimum of 1 point to be effective. Looking at the attribute panel, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think to himself, the maximum energy level has reached 19 points. The conversion of comprehension into skill is based on a 2-to-1 ratio. Normally, 1 point of original energy can be converted into 0.5 points of comprehension. However, due to the setting of the attribute panel, there are no attribute values of a fraction of a second, so Shen Xingyan was not sure if he would get this 0.5 increase in comprehension. With this in mind, Shen Xingyan began his training today. He stopped to check his skill progress after just 1 hour of training, to see if the rate of improvement per upgrade had decreased. Upon seeing that the progress of the level 4 power of balance had reached 3.5%, he felt relieved and inwardly praised it. As expected, the speed of improvement per hour remains unchanged after the upgrade. Although I don't understand why, I still hope that it can continue to maintain this speed. Maintaining this rate of improvement, Shen Xingyan continued training until nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. During this time, he trained for more than 5 hours, bringing the progress of balanced power to 18%. At this point, Shen Xingyan paused his exercise, adjusting his state while mentally estimating the progress shown on his attribute panel. The next hour of reflection time is conservatively expected to increase progress by 20%, bringing the total progress to 38%. Based on past experience, each hour of training after mastering a skill can increase the progress by 0.5%, so the remaining 62% would require nearly 16 hours of training to complete. According to previous calculations, the harvest time for the 7th acre of strawberries is 3 o'clock tonight. Subtracting 6 hours of rest time, I only have 5 hours left to exercise. It seems that we'll have to wait until tomorrow to upgrade the power of balance again. After completing the estimation, Shen Xingyan shook his head with some regret. Then he replenished his stamina and began to activate the enlightenment skill that had just finished cooling down. After entering the comprehension period, he did not immediately start training. Instead, he took out the star source card to check it. He wanted to see if his comprehension value had increased after the energy limit was increased slightly. As the familiar attribute panel appeared before him, his gaze fell upon the Enlightenment Skills section. Insight consumes a corresponding amount of primal energy to increase a corresponding amount of enlightenment points. The effect lasts for 1 hour. The skill has a 24-hour cooldown. Current enlightenment points, 17.5. 17.5 comprehension points. It seems that hidden attributes are indeed different from the 4 major attributes. Even if they don't reach the full value of 1 point, they will still be reflected in the body. I wonder how much progress this 0.5 comprehension point increase will help me improve. Seeing that his comprehension value had actually increased after only increasing his primal energy limit by 1 point, Shen Xingyan was overjoyed. He then stopped thinking about it and started training directly. In this state of clarity brought about by enhanced comprehension, Shen Xingyan's hour of training seemed to pass very quickly in his senses. In his perception, the intoxicating state vanished almost instantly, and he returned to his usual self. Having experienced this kind of disappointment many times, Shen Xingyan easily adjusted his emotions and then looked at the power of balance. He was immediately surprised to find that its progress had reached 42%. It's actually 4% more than I expected. Subtracting the previous 18%, I've actually gained 24% progress in this hour. Is 0.5 comprehension points really that terrifying? I thought I'd be lucky to get a 1% improvement. Regarding the extent of the progress improvement, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. He really hadn't expected such a significant improvement. It seems that the increase in comprehension value is not like the 4 major attributes, which simply involves the straightforward accumulation of attributes. It truly lives up to its reputation as a hidden attribute. Through this incident, Shen Xingyan gained some understanding of hidden attributes, and then he no longer hesitated and started training. He exercised for 2 hours before finally stopping, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. As he walked toward the kitchen, he checked the progress. When he saw that the total progress of balance power had reached 50.2%, his eyes lit up. After 2 hours of exercise, my balance power progress increased by 8.2%. The current hourly increase is 4.1%, so the 0.1% increase that was expected must be due to the increase in comprehension value. It seems that the improvement of comprehension value really has a significant impact. Shen Xingyan thought with some mirth, but he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, seeing that his progress within the comprehension period had improved, he vaguely suspected that this improvement would occur, and he also became more attentive to the extraction of primal energy. After dinner, Shen Xingyan went to the planting space and summoned his 4 little skeletons, bringing the total number of little skeletons to 58. After tossing them directly to Wonkai, he didn't linger and returned to the real world. He must now make the most of every minute to train, because he will be going to the mysterious outer world the day after tomorrow, and having more strength will be a greater guarantee. Although this trial was conducted under the protection of the school teachers, there was basically no chance of any unexpected situations. But that's outside the boundary, anything can happen there. Besides, his goal right now is to survive, because only by surviving can he unleash his potential in the future. Sometimes he even considered asking the school not to participate in the trial, since going outside the boundary meant facing risks, which went against his idea of going down the line. However, he had no choice but to go, since unusual behavior would only attract extra attention, which was something he didn't want to see. 3 hours later, in the underground training room, Shen Xingyan stopped exercising and told his sister to exercise appropriately and go back to sleep early, while he went straight back to his room and entered the star origin world. Shen Xingyan was both happy and somewhat puzzled that her brother had obediently gone back to his room to rest. Logically speaking, my brother is going to the outer boundary the day after tomorrow. He should be thinking about training all the time. What's wrong with him today? Chapter 151, 20 Points of Primal Energy. Although Shen Xingyan had some questions in her mind, she did not ask her brother directly, for fear that he would realize the truth and, like a few days ago, train to the point where exhaustion was written all over his face. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyan had already arrived at the planting space and selected a time to enter a state of cultivation, recovering the energy he had consumed that day. However, while he was sound asleep, he did not see that the farmland planted with the strange seeds began to exhibit some extraordinary phenomena as Shen Xingyan activated his tenfold cultivation speed. In the center of the farmland where the strange seeds were planted, numerous small particles of star energy began to emerge, some transparent and some pale green. Moreover, their quantity has reached half that of all the previous small particles. With the two factors combined, the whirlwind formed by the small particles became increasingly tangible, frantically merging into Shen Xingyan's body. The spectacular scene left onlookers in awe. Wang Kai, who was working in the field, immediately sensed this situation. However, after a long period of contact, it realized that these small particles did not intend to harm its owner, so it paid little attention to them and continued working. However, his slightly developed intelligence was puzzled. Why were there so many dust particles? Under these circumstances, Shen Xingyan slept peacefully for 6 hours and only slowly woke up after his meditation period ended. As Shen Xingyan slowly opened his eyes, the strange phenomena around him vanished instantly. Unaware of this, Shen Xingyan was about to stretch comfortably when he heard the notification from the Star Origin world. Congratulations, after continuous training, you have gained +1 to your primal energy attribute. Shen Xingyan, who was feeling quite comfortable at the moment, quickly turned over and stood up after hearing this prompt. With a slight thought, he opened his attribute panel, and his gaze fell on the primal energy section. When he saw that his primal energy limit had indeed increased by 1 point, reaching 65 points, he immediately beamed with joy. I gained 1 energy point in just over 10 days of sleep, which is quite fast, considering I don't get much sleep each day. This little surprise is a good start to today's operation, and I'm sure there will be more good news to come. Shen Xingyan nodded with some satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the class skill that had just finished its cooldown. If it weren't for the need to wait for the skill cooldown, I estimate that I would have finished harvesting the 7th acre of strawberries by 10 p.m. last night. With this in mind, Shen Xingyan did not hesitate. He gently waved his cane and used his clone skill. Then he sent his clone, now in a different form, to wait in the spirit-level farmland where the mutated seed was located. With the skill's acceleration, the maintenance notifications for crops with a 100-day growth cycle are equivalent to condensing 10 days of maintenance notifications into just 1 or 2 hours. One can imagine how intense the maintenance notifications will be later. Shen Xingyan had already anticipated this. He had already planned to work with his clone to respond to the maintenance notifications for that acre of farmland. After waiting a few more minutes, Shen Xingyan immediately used his professional skill once his star source value had recovered to 50 points. However, the prompt that appeared next made him pause for a moment. You do not have enough energy points to cast your skill. Please try again later. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan opened the attribute panel with some disbelief. Looking at the 5065 displayed in the origin energy section, he couldn't help but wonder. How can there be insufficient energy points? There should be 50 energy points for 10 acres of farmland. And there are indeed 50 energy points in the energy column. What's going on? Somewhat confused by the current situation, Shen Xingyan looked around. When his gaze fell on the acre of farmland planted with mutated seeds, he suddenly realized. I really do have some ingrained thinking habits, assuming that all farmland requires a fixed 5 points of primal energy. But this time, we're planting a mutated seed of the spirit rank, which naturally requires a higher level of primal energy. The only question is whether my current primal energy can meet its needs. Thinking it over, and looking at the maximum of 65 points of primal energy, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a little less confident. After all, there is no information about this in the real world. The spirit-level seed is just a legendary name, let alone some of the details. Without any information on this, Shen Xingyan could only rely on his own trial and error. He took several more bottles of energy recovery potions and waited a few minutes to see that all his energy had been fully restored, and his energy gauge had reached 65/65. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan also took a deep breath and once again selected the 10 acres of farmland in front of him as his skill target. With a thought, he activated his professional skill. As he swung his cane, a more intense surge of primal energy than ever before began to emerge within his body, surging and converging towards the beginner's cane. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan finally felt relieved. There was no direct failure message, and his primal energy had been mobilized, which meant that the primal energy he now possessed was sufficient to meet the needs of the spirit rank seed. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? The familiar prompt appeared again, but Shen Xingyan looked at his energy bar and found that it had changed to 0/65. This mutated seed is quite powerful. It actually exhausted all of my original energy. It should be noted that all the previous crops only consumed 45 energy points, but with this acre of spirit-level farmland, all 65 points can be used up. This is equivalent to needing 20 energy points to use a profession skill on an acre of farmland planted with low-level spirit-level crops. This is already 4 times the number of level 3 seeds. That's terrifying. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he had obtained 1 point of original energy attribute today. Otherwise, the strange seed probably wouldn't have been able to improve today. He felt a surge of relief, then turned his attention back to Xingyuan's warning message. I hope this luck value can continue to work its magic. Based on what I learned about the hidden attributes through my comprehension, I can extrapolate that the effects of 6 points of luck value should be more than just what they appear to be. Shen Xingyan cheered himself up in his heart and nodded in agreement to continue. Chapter 152, 4 times the workload. After Shen Xingyan confirmed that he would continue, the primal energy that had been gathering on his cane instantly dissipated and was applied to all the farmland. This naturally includes the mutated seeds that are undergoing accelerated baptism for the first time. After experiencing the effects of Shen Xingyan's skill, the seed that hadn't shown any signs of sprouting after a day began to show some slight movement. However, Shen Xingyan did not check the condition of the spirit-level crop at this moment. Instead, he stood in the 7th acre of strawberry field that was about to ripen and carefully observed whether there were any signs of change in the strawberries in order to judge the outcome. Although he knew the results would come out soon, he still subconsciously performed the action, which was also a way for him to relieve his nervousness. A few seconds later, just as he saw the strawberries starting to look better, Xingyuan's notification sound appeared simultaneously. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Upon hearing this simple notification tone without any suffix, Shen Xingyan felt a sense of relief, and his mood returned to normal. Although I can try to break the Star Source record every day and get a very generous reward, I have to go through this kind of mental struggle, which is a great test for my heart. Looking at the notification that seemed like a gambler's win, Shen Xingyan smiled but couldn't help but sigh with a touch of Versailles-like wonder. In other words, his exclamations are unheard by others. If such an opportunity were given to others, they would be eager to have their hearts constantly tested in this way. After sighing, Shen Xingyan didn't stay in the strawberry field anymore. Instead, he quickly walked to the field where the mutated seeds were planted and stood ready with his clone. A 100-day-old spirit-level seed, although I don't know its specific effects, still needs to be taken good care of. Maybe it will give me a little surprise in the future, Shen Xingyan muttered to himself. Just over 10 seconds later, the professional skills effect was complete, and seeing the tiny, barely sprouting bud, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile helplessly. Truly worthy of being a spirit-level seed capable of growth. After a 10-day growth cycle, it can only grow to this size. Fortunately, there are no weeding maintenance notices on the farmland yet. Otherwise, I would have had to treat this tiny thing as a weed myself. Just as Shen Xingyan couldn't help but mutter a complaint under his breath, the maintenance notifications from Xingyuan began to surge in, especially above the farmland where he was currently located. The speed at which they appeared was something Shen Xingyan had never encountered before. Wankai, you guys take care of maintaining the other farmlands. My clone and I will handle this place. Remember to use the Berserk skill when necessary. Shen Xingyan gave a light shout and then began to work. After communicating with Wankai, which has begun to show signs of intelligence, it can understand that going all out is the same as berserk skill, which makes it much easier for Shen Xingyan to say it. Wang Kai, who had already begun assigning tasks to the little skeletons, glanced in his master's direction after hearing his instructions and gently nodded his little skull to indicate that he had received the command. On Shen Xingyan's side, with his total attribute points of over 40 and the boost from Swift Step, plus the clone's total attribute points of over 30, the two of them working together achieved the peak of their current work efficiency. However, even under such circumstances, dealing with prompts that seem to come out of nowhere is not an easy task for them. As a spirit-level crop, it naturally requires more maintenance, with daily maintenance twice as frequent as that of strawberries. Furthermore, the 10-day growth cycle is compressed into one, making its frequency 4 times that of strawberries under the same conditions. If we were to use the smaller skeletons to take care of it, it would probably take around 20 skeletons working together to keep up with the frequency of these maintenance notifications. This is only 1 acre of basic spirit-level crops. I can't even imagine how much labor I'll need when my professional level reaches 40, and I can start planting spirit-level crops in all aspects using my planting privileges. He needed to have a certain number of his little skeletons, otherwise dealing with them would be a real hassle. He didn't want to end up in the same mess as before. As Shen Xingyan worked, he made plans with some size, and his desire for talent stones grew stronger and stronger. On the other hand, Wang Cai's condition is much better than Shen Xingyan's. 58 little skeletons, each with an attribute of 4, handled the maintenance prompt for 8 acres of farmland with ease, even without using the berserk skill. Although the arrival of the warning made the atmosphere a bit tense, under Wang Cai's coordination and Laifu and Liqian's supervision, all the little skeletons were working in an orderly manner, and there was no phenomenon of double warnings. After an hour and a half of this work, the maintenance notifications from Xingyuan finally stopped and returned to normal. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan squatted down, looking at the tiny seedling in front of him. Thinking about how he and his clone had been busy for over an hour just for this little guy, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I wonder if this little guy can be harvested after a 100-day growth cycle, and if there's any record-breaking potential. If there is, the rewards will be incredibly generous. Maybe even the intermediate or advanced talent stones that I've been longing for. Shen Xingyan briefly imagined it in his mind before moving to the strawberry field that indicated the harvest. Now it's up to you. I wonder what kind of reward you can give yourself this time. As Shen Xingyan muttered to himself, his hands moved quickly, expertly harvesting the harvest. A few minutes later, using his experienced and simple harvesting method, he successfully stored the last strawberry plant in his backpack. At the same time, the notification sound for the harvest of Star Source also began to appear. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 1,200 kilograms. You have gained 7,200 farmer professional experience points. Upon seeing the notification, Shen Xingyan chuckled with satisfaction. Another 4 gold coins have been credited to my account today. If I harvest another acre of strawberries tomorrow, I can extract my original energy attribute again. Wouldn't the progress of power of balance be even faster then? Chapter 153, the 4th Talent Stone. After a long wait of more than 10 seconds, the notification that Shen Xingyan had broken through the star origin record slowly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,075 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 1,200 kilograms. You are being rewarded with a talent skill growth stone. This will be announced server-wide by Xingyuan. Would you like to make this information public? Shen Xingyan, who was eagerly anticipating the final reward, couldn't help but gleam with an unusual light when he saw it. He became excited. As expected, what you keep in mind will eventually come back to you. This old saying is indeed true. The talent stone that I've been talking about for so many days has finally reappeared today, thanks to the luck bonus. Although this is the 4th piece I've received, the feeling is still incredibly satisfying. Shen Xingyan had long anticipated the appearance of the talent stone, and now that his wish had finally come true, he was filled with excitement. With this talent stone, his speed and quality of accumulating small skeletons will be greatly improved once again. From now on, He can summon at least 5 small skeletons with all attributes of 5 to his skeleton team every day, which will greatly increase the overall working ability of Wankai and the others. Thinking of this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. With this talent stone, the number of little skeletons will accumulate faster and faster. Previously, I was worried about a shortage of labor when planting spirit-level crops. Now, with this talent stone, this problem has been greatly alleviated. In 2 more days, with 68 little skeletons whose all attributes are 5, after I use my professional skills, I won't need to do any maintenance work. I can hand over the entire farmland, including the mutated seed, to Wankai and the others to manage, and I can confidently choose to leave everything to them. This way, even during the trial period, I won't need to pay too much attention to the farmland and can still focus on my sheep harvesting plan. Thinking about this kind of getting something for nothing behavior, Shen Xingyan condemned himself in his conscience and criticized this behavior, but the smile on his face became even stronger. At this moment, his gaze towards the notification became even more affectionate. Cancel the district-wide announcement. Shen Xingyan said softly, then took out 100 silver coins and placed them in his hand to pay the fee. With the payment of 100 silver coins completed, Xingyuan's announcement disappeared promptly, and the rewards began to be distributed. A black light flashed before Shen Xingyan's eyes, and then the familiar item he had been hoping for appeared in his backpack, a talent skill growth stone. Item, talent skill growth stone beginner. Category, special items. Rarity, rare. Quantity, 1. Attribute, talent skills grow in sync with your character's +1. Background, formed from some special fragments of stone in the early stages of the creation of the Star Origin, it developed certain special abilities as the Star Origin world grew and evolved. Holding the talent stone in his hand, Shen Xingyan carefully examined its attributes and found that it was still a basic talent stone, and its attributes could be synchronized to the real world, which reassured him a lot. After all, if a talent stone doesn't have this attribute, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. The skill extraction voucher he received previously stated that talent skills and professional skills could not be extracted using the voucher. The talent stone now retains this synchronization attribute, saving him a lot of money and effort. After admiring the lovely stone, Shen Xingyan did not use it immediately. Instead, he gently put it back into his backpack space. After all, he still had things to do in the planting space, and now was not the time to use it. After using the backpack's function to separate the strawberry plants, he saw that the quality of the produce was as perfect as it had been the day before, and he nodded in satisfaction. He then opened the Star Source Mall and sold them all, earning a total of 5 gold, 57 silver, and 500 copper coins. His total assets also rose to 6 gold, 264 silver, and 764 copper. If nothing unexpected happens, I should reach 10 gold coins again tomorrow, and then I can extract energy points again. Looking at the amount of money in his wallet, Shen Xingyan silently calculated in his mind, then looked at the experience bar that was already overflowing and clicked to upgrade. As Shen Xingyan confirmed the upgrade, Xingyuan's upgrade notification also appeared simultaneously. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to 18. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. The attribute boost brought about by the advancement in his professional level brought with it an intoxicating feeling, and Shen Xingyan's physical condition instantly reached its peak. He casually added 4 points of free attribute to his original energy, briefly admired the improved attribute panel, and then put it away with satisfaction. Shen Xingyan and his clone then quickly cultivated the farmland under their feet, planted the strawberry seeds, and recorded the planting time to help calculate the harvest time later. With everything done, Shen Xingyan, seeing that his task here was complete, canceled his clone's skill and took out the talent stone that shimmered with a unique black light again. He looked up at Wankai in the distance and said, "Wankai, this place is in your hands from now on. Take good care of our territory. See you tomorrow." After saying this, he saw that Wankai had turned to look at him, and then he smiled and clicked the option to use the talent stone. As expected, Shen Xingyan's vision went black after using the talent stone, and he was kicked out of the star origin world. At this moment, Wang Kai was nodding in response to its master's instructions when it suddenly felt a familiar strange sensation in its body. At the same time, Lai Fu and Lai Qian had the same feeling and began to look at their captain, Wang Kai, a hint of excitement flashing in the empty eye sockets of their two skulls. Wang Kai, whose intelligence far surpasses that of Lai Fu and Lai Qian, realized the change in itself and the information transmitted by the two skeletons, and knew that its master had once again used mysterious power to make them grow again. It stared at the spot where Shen Xingyan had left, its eyes gleaming with joy. After receiving Wang Cai's consciousness transmission, Lai Fu and Lai Qian also looked towards the place where their master disappeared, and the dark blue fluctuations in their eyes became more intense. Chapter 154 Talent and Balance Enhancement. Back in the real world, Shen Xingyan slowly woke up from the darkness. Although he felt a little dizzy from being kicked out of the star origin world again, he had a genuine smile on his face. This wasn't because he had any masochistic tendencies. It was simply because the gains this time were so great that the slight dizziness had become insignificant in comparison, to the point that he felt this little setback was almost like icing on the cake. After the dizziness subsided, Shen Xingyan opened his attribute panel through the star source card on his forehead with a thought. Talent. Summon Skeletons summons 5 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 5 to fight 24-hour cooldown. Seeing that his talent skill had indeed turned into 2 skill descriptions of 5, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but stretch his limbs comfortably on the bed, and at the same time, his eyes, which were looking at the ceiling, turned into crescent shapes. However, Shen Xingyan's state only lasted for a short while before he instantly teleported to the underground training room and began to train his balance power as quickly as possible. It was not yet 5 a.m., and after exercising for 2 hours, he quickly went upstairs to make breakfast for his sister. He ate something casually and went straight back to the underground training room without going with his sister. After getting up, Shen Xingyan saw how enthusiastic her brother was about exercising, but she became somewhat worried. However, she didn't say anything about it. After all, if she were in her brother's shoes, she would probably be nervously practicing extra now if she were going to the outer area tomorrow, let alone her brother. After quickly finishing her breakfast, she obediently went to school on her own, feeling a strong drive to excel. As she left her room, her eyes became resolute. Shen Xingyan, who was immersed in training the power of balance in the underground training room, was unaware of his sister's changes. He exercised until nearly 3 p.m. before his preset alarm clock pulled him out of that state. The optimized power of balance is becoming more and more comfortable to practice, and I can't believe I've reached this point so quickly. I calculated that I exercised for a total of 10 hours today, but it felt like only 1 or 2 hours had passed. In the past, even with his emptiness technique, the monotonous body training exercises would probably take 7 or 8 hours. While sighing with emotion, Shen Xingyan also took out the star source card to check the progress of the power of balance skill. Power of balance level 4. Passive, +4 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 8 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 8 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 91.2%. Seeing the 91.2% progress displayed in the skill description, Shen Xingyan smiled faintly. The real-time progress feedback and the ever-increasing progress bar kept him highly motivated despite the increased physical exertion. With the next hour of comprehension time, I'll definitely be able to raise power of balance to level 5, and then I'll get another 4 attribute points. Shen Xingyan thought happily. While pausing to adjust himself, he also quickly ate some food to ensure his body had enough energy for the upcoming exertion. A few minutes later, as the cool-down of the comprehension skill ended, Shen Xingyan, having adjusted his state, activated it without hesitation. Almost instantly, that feeling of enlightenment returned, bringing clarity to his mind. At the same time, the increasingly profound transparent figure appeared and began to consciously practice the movements of the power of balance. The little man's movements are becoming more and more advanced. My comprehension is improving too slowly. I can't keep up with his pace at all. Shen Xingyan sighed after seeing the little man's movements. He then focused his mind and imitated the little man's movements, while his improved comprehension level also came into play, allowing him to understand the deeper meaning behind the actions. Half an hour later, a feeling of comfort that lifted his entire body quickly enveloped Shen Xingyan. He immediately understood the reason. The power of balance skill had been upgraded. But he didn't stop to check the skills. He continued to experience the little man's movements as before, until the comprehension time ended, at which point he slowly stopped moving his body. The movements feel much more comfortable now. Maybe I'll really be able to forget about time when I exercise in the future. Reflecting on his previous state, Shen Xingyan sighed slightly. He then took out his star source card and began to examine the upgraded power of balance. Power of balance level 5. Passive, +5 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 10 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 10 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 15.2%. Seeing that the passive attribute of the balanced force had increased by 1 point again, and that the attribute that could be actively transferred each time had also reached 10 points, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly. These were all within his expectations. However, when he saw that the skill progress had reached 15.2%, he paused for a moment, and then laughed with relief. Sure enough, strange things continued to happen, and I wonder how long this rapid improvement can last. He has given up on researching this strange thing. After all, as long as it can continue, that's a good thing. He then briefly checked the properties of the real world. Name, Shen Xingyan. Number, 1181204319527. Occupation, farmer. Professional skill, 1. Consumes a certain amount of primal energy points to increase the growth rate of crops within a specified range by 10%. The larger the range, the more primal energy points are consumed. Duration, 10 hours. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Balanced power level 5. Strength, 19 points. Agility, 19 points. Physical condition, 20 points. Spirit, 15 points. Health, 200 to 200 points. Original energy, 19 points. Stamina, 10 points. Physical attack, 19 points. Spell attack, 15 points. Defense, 20 points. Speed, 19 points. Talent, summon skeletons summons 5 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 5 to fight cooldown 24 hours. Skills, instantaneous teleportation, enlightenment. Martial arts techniques, dragon elephant fist mastery level, demon subduing staff mastery level, swift wind step mastery level. Money, 6 gold, 264 silver, 764 copper. Star Origin World Entrance. Chapter 155 Admonitions. After admiring the attributes, Shen Xingyan put away the attribute panel and then began training. After 2 hours of comfortable exercise, he slowly stopped and saw that the progress of balance power had reached 24.6%, which was 9.4% more than 2 hours ago. This equates to an hourly progress increase of 4.7%, but he wasn't surprised by it. After all, his progress would increase every time he used the enlightenment skill, and he was already used to it. Shen Xingyan, who had temporarily stopped training, went downstairs and had a nice dinner with his sister, which also helped him recover some of his stamina. With his talent skill about to finish cooling down, he then went to the Star Origin world. As soon as he stood still in his planting space, Wang Kai approached at an extremely fast speed for it, and looked up at Shen Xingyan with its little skull slightly raised. Shen Xingyan smiled and patted Wang Kai, who had become a little stronger and was now almost up to his chest. Immediately, he checked Wang Kai's attributes and found that, as before, with the upgrade of his talent skills, all of Wang Kai's attributes had become 5 points. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction, and began to use his innate skill, Summon Skeleton. As Shen Xingyan uttered a strange melody, the ground in front of him began to tremble violently. The number and attributes of the skeletons summoned by Shen Xingyan's talent skill have now been increased, making the commotion when he uses the summoning skill much louder. A few seconds later, Shen Xingyan finished chanting, and 5 small skeletons, whose size had been increased once again, appeared in his planting space. Shen Xingyan checked them one by one, and found that they were indeed all little skeletons with all attributes, at level 5. Upon seeing this, he nodded slightly. His skeleton army had officially expanded to 63, bringing him one step closer to 100 skeleton legion. Seeing these 5 small skeletons, which were clearly a size larger than Wang Kai, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but look at Wang Kai and softly asked, "Wang Kai, these little skeletons are all under your command. If there are any rebellious skeletons that you can't control, you have to point them out to me, and I'll help you establish your authority." Shen Xingyan used a basic human analogy to speculate, fearing that the frail Wang Kai would be bullied by these strong little skeletons. He even said that because of the similar attributes, there might be situations where they can't be controlled, or there might be skull bullying, which would make his beloved dog feel wronged. Upon hearing his master's words, Wang Kai looked at him with some confusion. At this moment, his innocent little wisdom did not understand why his master would have such an idea, but he still nodded gently. Seeing that Wang Kai had already shown the most basic responsive movements, Shen Xingyan's smile widened. He then instructed Wang Kai to take the 5 new little skeletons to work in the fields. His gaze then shifted to the farmland in front of him, where everything was teeming with life, and his mood brightened accordingly. However, the farmland with the mutated seeds was still bare, which looked particularly conspicuous. He slowly walked over, squatted down to look at the tender sprout that was exactly the same as before he left, and gently shook his head. He then checked the 8th acre of strawberry field that was about to ripen, and combined the cool-down time of his professional skills, the planting time of this acre of strawberries, and the time needed to break the record again. He finally concluded that 10 p.m. was a suitable time to harvest. After confirming the time, Shen Xingyan didn't wait any longer. He quickly opened the Star Source Mall, bought a large number of daily necessities and things his sister would need after he left, and extracted them one by one into the real world. Then he returned to the real world. After putting everything in the temporary space away, his storage space was no longer as empty as before. I went to the kitchen and put away the ingredients and some meat that I had taken out, so that my sister could eat them in the next few days. When Shen Xingyan finished dealing with everything and slowly walked into the underground training room, he was not surprised to see his younger sister there as well. "Brother, you should be going to the outer realm for trials tomorrow. You should be resting and recuperating. Why are you training here?" Shen Xingyan frowned helplessly when she saw her brother arrive. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll exercise for a while and then go back to rest. I'll definitely be in good spirits." Shen Xingyan felt a warm glow in her heart at her sister's concern. He also knew that in this perilous world, only his sister and Chu Wei cared about him so much, so he cherished it all the more. Shen Xingyan was relieved after hearing what her brother said. Then, she playfully reminded her brother to prepare everything in advance, because if they bought things outside the boundary, they could only buy them from the Star Origin world, which would cost a lot of money. Shen Xingyan chuckled as he looked at his younger sister, this thrifty little housekeeper. "However, my sister reminded me that I need to bring some food and supplies tomorrow as a token gesture, since based on my image in other people's eyes, I really can't afford such an expensive feature as temporary storage space." Shen Xingyan thought about it for a moment and felt that it was necessary, so he included it in his plan. He then began his training. With the existence of storage space, he could prepare these illusions before he left. With the training time accelerated, more than 3 hours passed in a flash. Shen Xingyan saw that the progress of balance power had increased to 40%, so he stopped and finished training with his sister and slowly walked towards the first floor. "Brother, please take good care of yourself when you get to the outer boundary tomorrow. I heard this trial will last quite a while. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell Sister Weiwei. Don't be shy about asking." Shen Xingyan, now acting as a warm-hearted younger sister, kept giving Shen Xingyan instructions. Shen Xingyan smiled and ruffled his sister's hair, saying, "You should take good care of yourself while I'm gone. I've already filled the kitchen with ingredients and food, so be careful when you cook for yourself. Don't underestimate me." Shen Xingyan pouted, then launched into a tirade of self-praise, saying how amazing her cooking was. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but chuckle, and at the same time felt much more at ease. After all, although there was some exaggeration in her sister's words, she was capable of taking care of herself. After returning to his room, Shen Xingyan connected to the Star Source world to prepare for the professional skill demonstration he would be using on the 8th moo of strawberries that evening. Chapter 156 The 8th Acre-ton Tree Ripens. Shen Xingyan slowly appeared in the planting space, but Wang Kai did not come to greet him as usual. Shen Xingyan looked around and chuckled slightly, muttering to himself, "What a coincidence. I just arrived, and I've already witnessed a monster invasion. It seems this monster invasion is quite random." And just as he said, Wang Kai and the others were dealing with a wave of invading monsters at that moment. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan wanted to go up and lend a hand to quickly resolve the issue. But when he saw that there were only a few rabbits left, and they were being ganged up on by little skeletons, he shook his head with a sigh, immediately dismissing the idea, and walked with a light laugh to his target farmland for the day. After gently settling into place, he first used the clone technique to create a clone with all attributes at 34 points, in preparation for the intense work to come. With the existence of clones, plus the 63 little skeletons with all attributes at level 5, the combined labor force is more than enough to handle the farm maintenance prompts after using his professional skills. This naturally includes the farmland planted with mutated seeds. Shen Xingyan was very confident in the work abilities of his clones and Wang Kai. After taking the energy restoration potion, while waiting for his energy to recover, Shen Xingyan didn't just sit idly by. Instead, he opened the Xingyuan shopping mall. They gathered some unusual items, such as ropes, backpacks, daggers, and energy flashlights, all of which were relatively common items. After all, starting tomorrow, he will have to pretend that his attributes haven't improved much and that he can only rely on some basic items to improve his survival and combat abilities. Unless absolutely necessary, he needs to conceal his combat strength as much as possible, and the techniques for concealment are knowledge that he needs to explore carefully. After selecting some inexpensive items and completing the pickup, Shen Xingyan closed the Xingyuan Mall and turned his attention back to the farmland in front of him. While Shen Xingyan was making his shopping trip, the little skeletons had finished cleaning up the monster invasion and returned to the farmland to start working. He then observed the little skeletons work for a while and found that their work efficiency was indeed much higher than before after their attributes were improved. The current 60-odd little skeletons are roughly equivalent to the previous 80-odd ones, and that's without using the Berserk skill. After use, it's equivalent to having over 60 newly awakened versions of him spread across the entire farmland, and his focus and physical strength are incomparable to his original self. After comprehensive calculation, the significant improvement in Wang Kai and the others' work ability prompted their owner, Shen Xingyan, to nod slightly in approval and satisfaction. While Shen Xingyan was analyzing the current situation, his original energy had been fully restored. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated and directly took out the beginner's cane to use his professional skills. As Shen Xingyan conceived the idea of activating his professional skill, primal energy began to surge within his body and rapidly condense on his staff. At the same time, the familiar notification from the Star Origin world appeared. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? After seeing the prompt, Shen Xingyan did not rush to click OK. Given his previous successful skill usage, he couldn't help but wonder if his luck might have temporarily failed. He also has his own little method for dealing with this problem. He prayed silently for a while, emphasizing his thanks to Lady Luck for her blessing, and then, as if in a last-minute cramming effort, he began to gently bow several times towards the Star Origin world. After this small ritual was over, he nodded slightly to indicate that he was confirmed to continue. The old friend that seemed to have grown tired of Shen Xingyan's tedious prompting disappeared almost instantly after he finally confirmed it. At the same time, the primal energy that had been accumulating on the cane also instantly dissipated and was applied to all the farmland. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan, just like before, slowly squatted down, brought his face close to the strawberry plant, and examined it carefully without blinking. In this agonizingly long wait, A few seconds later, the subtle change he had been longing for finally appeared before Shen Xingyan's eyes, and at the same time, Xingyuan's notification appeared beneath the slightly upturned corners of his mouth. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Shen Xingyan, the gambler who had won the game again, stood up with a smile and looked at the farmland that was undergoing visible changes as the skill was successfully used. Seeing this, a relaxed smile appeared in his eyes. The 8 acres of strawberry fields were almost all successful. The only failure was when we were growing tomatoes, but even though we failed that time, the final loss was not significant. Before receiving the luck bonus, I failed to harvest level 3 crops, which had very short growth periods. Now that the growth period has increased, I can succeed every time. Therefore, it's clear that a 6-point luck bonus is truly terrifying. Shen Xing couldn't help but sigh. Then he sent his clone and 10 little skeletons to the farmland where the mutated seeds were planted to deal with the upcoming star source maintenance prompt. Wang Kai was left to arrange the rest, while he went straight into harvest mode. He looked at the strawberry field at his feet with a harmless smile on his face. After a dozen seconds, his professional skills had been fully utilized, and all crops had received a 10% increase in their growth cycle. Maintenance alerts began to flood in from above other farmlands, while a sign indicating that the farmland beneath Shen Xingyan's feet was ready for harvest appeared. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan, who had been waiting for the right moment, began his brutal harvest by stepping on the swift wind step. A few minutes later, the entire acre of farmland was harvested cleanly by his rapid efficiency, leaving not a single strawberry plant behind. As Shen Xingyan stored all the strawberry plants in his backpack, the notifications from Xingyuan Harvest began to echo in his ears. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 1250 kilograms. You have gained 7,500 Farmer Professional Experience Points. Seeing this output, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, this time, breaking the record in the Star Origin world is a sure thing. Chapter 157 Level Up Experience Points, 20,000. After seeing Xingyuan's notification, Shen Xingyan did not immediately check the rewards in the notification, but simply stood there quietly waiting for the reward for breaking the record today to be revealed. And Star Origin World followed the rules, directly providing him with the answer a dozen seconds later. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,200 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 1,250 kilograms. You are hereby rewarded with a special skill item, a skill extraction voucher invalid for class skills and talent skills. This will be announced server-wide by Xingyuan. Would you like this information made public? Upon seeing that the reward was a skill extraction voucher, a familiar item that had appeared just a few days ago, Shen Xingyan maintained a calm demeanor and did not show any excessive excitement, as if the reward was nothing special to him. However, the barely suppressed curve of his lips revealed that his inner self was not as calm as it appeared. Another useful item for me. With this extraction voucher, I can now extract my clone technique into the real world. Although my original energy attribute in the real world is not high now, even after extracting some original energy today, it is only 20 points. The clone generated using these attribute points only has about 10 points in all attributes, the same as when I first awakened, so its combat power is indeed somewhat weak. However, in this perilous world, especially as he is about to go beyond the boundary, the role of his clone is not only in combat, but also in probing for danger. Now that I have this skill, I have another way to deal with crises during this trip outside the boundary. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan's gaze involuntarily fell upon his clone working in the fields, and he thought to himself, with attributes exactly the same as my original self, if the clone's appearance could be exactly the same as my own, it should be incredibly effective at concealing my special abilities. However, just as Shen Xingyan was thinking this, a message came back from his clone. I can. What? Upon receiving this information, Shen Xingyan instantly teleported to the opposite side of his clone. The clone, who was working at the moment, was transforming in every way, including its face, height, and even the clothes it was wearing, to resemble Shen Xingyan. A short while later, Another clone of Shen Xingyan, dressed entirely as a farmer, appeared in front of Shen Xingyan. Shen Xingyan, who witnessed this change, couldn't help but open his mouth slightly in surprise, his face full of disbelief. The appearance of this clone can actually be controlled by my own consciousness. I thought it could only be generated automatically before. This is pretty cool. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, the clone is formed from primal energy. Given the variability of primal energy and the addition of self-awareness, it's only natural that it could change. This discovery delighted Shen Xingyan, as it greatly increased the usefulness of extracting the clone into the real world. A cheerful Shen Xingyan then checked on Wang Kai and the others' work. He saw that under the attack of the accelerated maintenance prompt, they were as calm as Mount Tai, without any panic whatsoever. Moreover, there was no double notification above the farmland during this period, so he stopped being distracted and began to carry out his next task. Shen Xingyan took out 100 silver coins and canceled the district-wide announcement. Then, he opened his backpack and looked at the yellow paper that exuded an ancient aura. Without further delay, he clicked to use it. Please confirm the skill to be extracted, clone technique. This time, the prompt didn't offer the same option as last time, since he only has one skill, the clone technique, that he can extract now. As Shen Xingyan nodded in confirmation, the yellow paper slowly rose into the air, and the aura from its self-ignition instantly entered Shen Xingyan's body, as if completing a ritual. Only then was his clone technique extracted into the real world. Seeing the strange phenomenon disappear, Shen Xingyan nodded slowly with a smile. Another rare skill had been extracted into the real world, which made him very happy. Meanwhile, he didn't stop exercising with his hands, and started cultivating the farmland under his feet. When it was time to plant strawberries, he called Wang Kai over to help. Wang Kai, who hadn't planted crop seeds with its owner for a long time, exuded joy with its agile movements and slight swaying of its body, making it stand out in a striking way from the other little skeletons. Shen Xingyan naturally noticed this phenomenon as well, and was pleasantly surprised by the improvement in Wang Cai's emotional expression, while also feeling a sense of relief. After the man and the skeleton finished dealing with the farmland, Shen Xingyan sold all the agricultural products in his backpack to Xinyuan Mall and received 5 gold, 267 silver, and 500 copper coins. After the Star Source coins arrived in his account, his total assets reached 11 gold, 124 silver, and 462 copper. Seeing that the number of gold coins had exceeded 10 as expected, Shen Xingyan did not hesitate and directly used 10 gold coins to extract 1 point of original energy into the real world. After briefly sensing the disappearance and return of the original energy, Shen Xingyan looked at the experience bar on the attribute panel, 14509/10,000. It's time to level up again. Thinking back to before I awakened, I never imagined that I could reach this level in just 1 month. At this speed, even the top combat professionals of the same generation in the Central District have probably been left behind. Shen Xingyan sighed softly, and with a thought, clicked the upgrade icon. Congratulations! Your job level has been upgraded to 19. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. As the level up notification appeared, that pleasant feeling returned to Shen Xingyan, but after seeing the attribute panel, he revealed a wry smile. The experience bar at this moment showed 4509/20,000. How did the experience points required to level up to level 20 increase to 20,000? I knew beforehand that the threshold level required a lot of experience points, but I didn't expect it to be doubled. It seems that it will be difficult to level up by harvesting strawberries in the future. Fortunately, once I reach level 20, I can use my privileges to plant level 4 crops, which should significantly increase the experience points I gain. Furthermore, a ranch feature will be added later. Combining these two aspects should make dealing with those tens of thousands of experience points much easier. Chapter 158 School Gathering. Shen Xingyan gently shook his head as he analyzed the situation, then allocated 4 free attribute points to the primal energy. Afterward, he briefly checked all the attributes that had been improved in the attribute panel. In particular, The cooldown reduction for professional skills has reached 27%, which can save nearly 7 hours of cooldown time. If it weren't for his plan to exploit farmers, he could have had an extra opportunity to showcase his professional skills every 3 or 4 days, and the growth rate of crops would have increased even further. Furthermore, as the level increases, the rate of improvement will also increase. My professional skills have improved so much without me even realizing it. I really want to know what my professional skills will be like at the final upgrade. Shen Xing thought to himself with some anticipation, and then he closed the attribute panel. However, the road ahead for future career development is indeed long and arduous. Shen Xingyan sighed softly, and without stopping, went directly to help Wang Kai and the others deal with the maintenance prompts. Although the clones and Wang Kai are now dealing with this wave of notifications, there is already a labor surplus. However, Shen Xingyan still chose to participate, because even if he wanted to work in the next few days, he wouldn't have the time. The place outside the boundary wasn't like home, where he could stay in the star origin world for a long time. That requires being in a state of readiness at all times. Losing focus is a major taboo, let alone having one's consciousness leave the body for an extended period. With Shen Xingyan's help, the maintenance notifications for Xingyuan returned to normal an hour later. At the same time, Shen Xingyan stopped working and went to the field with the mutated seed to carefully examine the growth of this spirit-level seed. After this skill acceleration, its condition was only slightly better than the previous small sprout, turning into a large sprout. His thoughts lingered on it to check its attributes, but it only displayed the words mutant seedling without any specific details. Shen Xingyan, who was somewhat curious about this, had no choice but to wait for time to reveal the answer. As everything gradually settled into routine maintenance, Shen Xingyan went to his usual spot by the field, activated his primal energy cultivation, and entered a meditative state to prepare for tomorrow's trial outside the boundary. As the cultivation of primal energy began, Shen Xingyan quickly fell asleep. At this moment, with the support of 10 times the cultivation speed, numerous transparent and light green particles swarmed towards Shen Xingyan's body. The mutated seed, which had been accelerated twice by Shen Xingyan's professional skills, was now emitting far more small particles than all the others combined. This caused Shen Xingyan's cultivation speed, which was originally 10 times faster, to increase to more than 20 times. Shen Xingyan, completely unaware of this, was sleeping soundly. It wasn't until the 7-hour primal energy cultivation period ended, when the surrounding particles instantly disappeared, that he slowly woke up from his sleep. Feeling a wave of relief, Shen Xingyan stretched his body and exuded a refreshed and energetic aura that made him feel very comfortable. Standing up, Shen Xingyan walked to the warehouse that hadn't been opened in a long time. He took out 10 kilograms of the 100 kilograms of wheat placed inside and extracted it into the real world. After all, it was something he had promised Chu Wei. Although he felt a little chilly, he could only grit his teeth and go to deliver the gift, believing that it was a small gift but a big sentiment. He then gave Wang Kai a few instructions on what to do next, and then exited the star origin world. With everything going black, Shen Xingyan woke up in his bed in the real world. He quickly packed the backpack he was going to disguise and sorted out the items he had taken from the star origin world and put them into his storage space. After carefully checking everything and finding nothing amiss, he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the two of them. When he arrived at the kitchen, he saw his sister awkwardly handling the cookware. Although her movements looked stiff, Shen Xingyan observed her for a moment and felt that they were actually quite accurate. So I let her do it herself, since she would need to take care of herself for the next few days. Now that I'm here, it will help her get used to it. Shen Xingyan turned around and sat down at the dining table. It was the first time he had ever sat and waited for his sister to cook, and he felt a sense of relief. Here it is, brother. You have to try what I made. It's delicious. Shen Xingyan's self-praise started as soon as the food was served. Shen Xingyan readily agreed and began to taste it, reminding himself that even if it wasn't that delicious, he should still praise it to boost his sister's confidence. However, after tasting a few bites, Shen Xingyan felt that the food was actually quite good. Although the taste wasn't exceptional, it was still at a fairly good level. Shen Xingyan naturally didn't hold back in praising this unexpected surprise. Her brother's reaction and praise made Shen Xingyan, who was standing to the side with expectant eyes, immediately show a smug look on her face. After a flurry of self-praise and being praised, the two finished their breakfast chatting and laughing. Throughout the meal, Shen Xingyan kept reminding his sister to be careful at home. Even though they were in the inner ring road and there were many people around, she still couldn't let her guard down. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan nodded obediently, indicating that she would definitely pay attention. After all, this was the first time the brother and sister had to be separated for so long in their lives, which was a huge change and challenge for both of them. The two then walked together toward the school. On the way to school, Shen Xingyan saw many familiar classmates. Some of them, like Shen Xingyan, carried large and small bags and were covered with a bunch of worthless basic equipment. Others, however, carried nothing extra, clearly indicating they had temporary storage space. Meanwhile, their high-quality gear made some of their classmates envious. Many students also went to school accompanied by their parents for this annual trial. However, upon arriving at the school gate, they all stopped and waited there. Wow, this is quite a big operation today. Why are there so many police officers maintaining order? Is some important person coming? After waving goodbye to his sister at school, Shen Xingyan looked at the police officers he had seen along the way and the patrol officers he could see everywhere. Having observed the preparations for the trials many times, he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Chapter 159. People arrive in the central area. Shen Xingyan, what are you standing there for? A familiar voice came from behind Shen Xingyan, filled with joy and enthusiasm, which warmed the hearts of those who heard it. Shen Xingyan naturally knew who the voice belonged to. He turned around with a smile and looked at Chu Wei, whom he hadn't seen for a month. He couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. When we first broke up after realizing our differences, I felt that the gap between us would only widen, and I felt very inferior at the time. But after this month of experience, I am much more at ease now. Shen Xingyan sighed inwardly and said gently, long time no see. Chu Wei. Chu Wei patted Shen Xingyan's shoulder forcefully, teasing him for his overly formal words, and then started taking things out of her Star Source card. These are all high-quality armor and equipment, as well as some accessories. The armor mainly increases defense and health, while the accessories increase physical attack. You can use them all. As Chu Wei introduced the product in a relaxed tone, she forcefully shoved it into Shen Xingyan's hand. Her words were full of nonchalance, as if she was afraid that Shen Xingyan would think it was too valuable and wouldn't accept it. Shen Xingyan was naturally aware of the market value of these high-quality equipment. In the Star Origin world, these pieces of equipment would cost at least tens of silver coins, but in the real world, they would cost hundreds of silver coins or even 1 or 2 gold coins. Although this amount of money is indeed insignificant to Shen Xingyan right now, if he wanted to buy something, with the gold coins he earned in a day, he could easily purchase high-value, high-quality equipment, if not perfect-level equipment. However, for Shen Xingyan, this sentiment was extremely precious. So he accepted them all without hesitation, and his action was met with a radiant smile from Chu Wei, as bright as spring flowers. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Xingyan took out the bag of wheat and said with some helplessness, "This is the first acre of wheat I planted. Although it's not very valuable, it has some sentimental value." He handed it over without hesitation. Shen Xingyan felt a little embarrassed that he had exchanged a small bag of wheat for this set of equipment. Chu Wei, however, thought differently. Upon seeing the bag of wheat, she grabbed it, gently squeezed a handful, felt the texture of the wheat grains, and then stored it in her storage space. He then said with a delighted expression, "Don't worry about it. I'll treasure it." Seeing Chu Wei's heartwarming gesture, Shen Xingyan's mood brightened even more. The two then slowly walked to the designated meeting place, and during their conversation, Shen Xingyan asked about his earlier doubts. Chu Wei, who clearly knew the details, frowned and said with some displeasure, "They just went out for a trial, and those people from the central area were assigned to our area. That's why there are so many patrol officers in the northern area. Humph, what a discriminatory treatment." Chu Wei was clearly very dissatisfied with the differential treatment she received at the base, but she couldn't express her feelings openly. She could only relieve her emotions by chatting with Shen Xingyan. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan nodded in sudden realization, instantly understanding the unusual situation he had just witnessed. My parents told me that a few days ago, a disaster invaded from outside our area. All the big shots in the Central District personally went to our trial site to clean it up, afraid that their little flower might suffer some accidental injury during this trial. Chu Wei gently told Shen Xingyan what she knew about the situation. Shen Xingyan frowned as he listened. It wasn't that he thought there was anything wrong with people from the central area coming. After all, everyone cares about their children, and this would make the trial safer, which was something he was happy to see. He frowned because he remembered the tall, thin patrolman's warning earlier and naturally connected it to the recent wave of disaster. If it weren't for the trial, something really bad would have happened this time. It seems that the decision to move was a very good one. It seems the old adage, listen to advice and you'll eat your fill, still holds true, Shen Xingyan thought to himself. As the two chatted, the scheduled departure time was fast approaching, when a strange noise came from the distant sky. Shen Xingyan and the others turned their heads and saw a spaceship appear above them in the blink of an eye, slowly landing above the school. One by one, noble men and women of similar age to Shen Xingyan and the others jumped off the spaceship, but at the moment of landing, they were enveloped by an invisible force and were able to land safely. This is the face of the Central District. Their entrance was truly impressive. I'm so envious. I really want to go to school in the city center, but it's impossible for me now. I'll send my child there in the future. Look at the equipment they're wearing, the luster it has, aren't they all top tier, the finest quality? As people from the central area arrived, a chorus of exclamations arose around them, mostly expressing admiration and longing. Shen Xingyan and Chu Wei, however, didn't feel anything about it. They just thought this approach was too pretentious and didn't give them a good first impression. This northern district truly lives up to its reputation as the poorest place. Even the schools are built in such a shabby manner. It's quite an eye-opener. Upon landing and seeing their surroundings, the group of trainees from the central area couldn't help but whisper sarcastic remarks to those around them. The tone of the speech, which carried a strong sense of superiority, made the guides from the nearby North District School feel a little dissatisfied, but they didn't say anything, since the person did have the right to make such a comment. Stop talking nonsense and focus on improving yourself. Accumulating practical experience during this trial is the most important thing. One of the young men, who was clearly dressed in more luxurious attire, gave them a quiet reprimand, which stopped the people around them from showing off their superiority. The dozens of team leaders in the central area nodded in satisfaction after seeing the young man speak so enthusiastically. Lu Yuze truly deserves to be one of the leading figures of their class. It's remarkable that he could say something so insightful. The team leader nodded in admiration. Lu Yuze, who was being praised by them, glanced to the other side after saying those words. There stood a stunningly beautiful woman with a cool and aloof aura. Chapter 160, Arrival at the Safe Zone. Students, this is the last time you will gather together before graduation. From now on, you will shine in your respective fields. To help you adapt to life ahead as quickly as possible, the school has organized a special trial. Furthermore, to ensure the smooth conduct of the upcoming trials, we will have over 100 people accompanying us from the North Campus and the Central Campus to guarantee everyone's safety. However, everyone must remember that the area outside the boundary is not the same as the base, and the level of danger there is unpredictable. Although we have made very thorough preparations, we cannot say that we are 100% safe. Therefore, everyone must be careful when out in public. Please keep the alarm bracelets that will be distributed to you safe. If you encounter a situation that is truly insurmountable or dangerous, please remember to press the alarm button immediately. Our escort personnel will arrive quickly and take you away. Pressing the alarm also means you've lost your qualification for the trial and are ineligible for the final reward. But nothing is more important than life. You have a long road ahead of you, so don't let this small setback cause any unforeseen circumstances. At the trial assembly point, the principal of the North District stood on the central high platform, explaining the precautions for this trial. Although Shen Xingyan and the others in the audience already knew the relevant information, they still listened attentively. After all, this concerns whether they can return safely from this trip outside the boundary, so it's never too much to think about it. Of course, this trip outside the boundary will also be subject to the safety zone set up by the school, as usual. Life-skilled individuals can stay there to engage in professional activities, provide logistical support for combat-skilled individuals, or sell their services to the base in exchange for money. They can also venture out to explore resources within a controllable area, but they must always pay attention to safety. This trial will last for 1 week. Under the premise of ensuring safety, the final result will be determined by a combination of the number and level of disasters hunted, as well as the resources gained. The principal of the North District spoke on stage about many things, including the smallest details, and repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety. Although this trial is a welfare activity, every year there are always special events that make the school a target of criticism, and the school once wanted to cancel it. However, considering that this was a necessary step in the transformation from student to soldier, the base insisted on it despite the opposition and increased its importance. After the principal finished speaking, wristband-shaped alarm devices appeared in front of Shen Xingyan and the others. After reaching out, Shen Xingyan glanced at the device that could emit positioning signals and then put it on his wrist. Shen Xingyan, this time you stay in the safe zone. If you want to experience the disaster, stay around the safe zone and don't go too deep. If there is any danger, run back immediately or press the alarm bracelet, understand? At this moment, Chu Wei whispered in Shen Xingyan's ear, her words full of concern. Although Chu Wei knew that Shen Xingyan had awakened all his attributes, she also knew that the external disaster attributes, with all attributes at 10 points, were simply not enough to deal with. Yesterday, she barely managed to raise her professional level in the Star Origin world to level 10 and extracted all the attribute points she received into the real world. Even so, her parents were still worried, which shows how powerful the disasters outside are. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan readily nodded in agreement. After all, this was also his original plan. With 2 powerful skills, all he could do was try to play it safe. Regarding hatred over disasters, there's an old saying, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years, and besides, he doesn't need to wait that long. Furthermore, he now possesses the ability to create clones, allowing him to explore the area outside the lower realm from the clone's perspective, minimizing the risks. Seeing that Shen Xingyan had agreed, Chu Wei smiled with relief. She was really afraid that Shen Xingyan would act impulsively and insist on confronting the disaster head-on. Afterwards, Shen Xingyan and the others boarded one of the energy vehicles heading to the outer boundary and sped towards the trial area outside the boundary. The people in the central area were treated differently. They returned to the spaceship and moved towards the outer edge of the northern area at a speed that was almost like teleportation. More than an hour later, the speeding vehicle successfully passed the city wall that Shen Xingyan had looked up at countless times. After a period of darkness, the world outside the boundary was revealed to Shen Xingyan and the others. Upon witnessing the towering trees that seemed to reach into the clouds in the distance, Shen Xingyan and the others became instantly excited. Whether they were combat professionals or non-combat professionals, everyone looked at that place with longing in their eyes. For them, it was not just a wider world, but also a vast hidden treasure trove. They had often heard stories within the base about people whose status skyrocketed after obtaining a rare fruit or having some extraordinary encounter. Such things are commonplace within the base, which leads them to have many imaginings about this place. However, they were aware that great dangers were hidden beneath every opportunity. If the trial hadn't been so safe, they wouldn't have participated so actively. The vehicle traveled a distance beyond the city walls and eventually stopped in a place with a wide view. Students, we have arrived at our destination. After getting off the bus, please come here to pick up a safe zone access token, which also serves to record the time. Upon arrival, the person in charge of the vehicle began to give instructions. Shen Xingyan and Chu Wei got out of the car, their footsteps firmly landing on the land outside the boundary. This land looks very fertile. If it weren't for the fact that crops can't be grown in this world after the primal energy eruption, this place would be quite suitable for farming. I wonder if spirit-level crops can be grown here. Out of professional habit, Shen Xingyan felt the texture of the ground beneath his feet and subconsciously thought to himself. At this time, a large number of people had gathered in this wide area, including those who had established this place as a safe zone, as well as those who had arrived in advance by spaceship to participate in the Central Area trials. This area must have been protected by high-level array masters. Look at the array flags at those important locations. They're clearly not ordinary. Chu Wei and Shen Xingyan were also observing their surroundings after getting out of the car. Based on her parents' explanation, she told Shen Xingyan everything she knew. Shen Xingyan listened quietly, nodding occasionally, while his eyes keenly observed everything around him. Chapter 161: How to Open a Clone. Unlike others who yearn for extraordinary adventures, Shen Xingyan only wants to spend a week safely here. After all, no matter how amazing the adventure, it can't compare to the value of what he gets from breaking records every day. Given his current weak attributes, there is indeed no need for him to put himself in danger. The reason he participated in this trial was because his unusual decision had attracted too much attention. Secondly, I also wanted to learn more about this outer boundary in order to explore the way for future disaster relief efforts. After everyone gathered under the guidance of those around them, the person in charge of the safe zone began to explain the rules. We'll arrange your spots for Xiaoxiao later, but I want to emphasize one thing. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the safe zone. I don't care what grudges you have against each other, but put them away here. Beyond the borders, our common enemy is those damn scourges, so don't let me see anything happen that could undermine human unity. As the person in charge spoke, a flying sword suddenly hovered beside him, emitting a chilling light that made onlookers feel a bit cold. At the same time, an aura of death enveloped everyone present. This scene instantly silenced the previously whispering group. This person is actually a high-level swordsman. No wonder he spoke so naturally. He certainly has the qualifications. Those trial participants in the central area who had previously been arrogant now became serious upon seeing the hovering flying sword, silently thinking to themselves. The impression this person in charge gave them was that it wasn't just empty talk. Among the crowd, Shen Xingyan smiled faintly after hearing what the person in charge said. With the person in charge's words, people like Song Jie dared not openly do anything too outrageous to him, which also reduced some minor troubles for himself. For combat professionals like Song Jie, although his true strength is definitely superior, he can't reveal it too much. If he really encounters such an event, he will inevitably be somewhat restrained, Shen Xingyan thought to himself. After all, he was just a lowly farmer professional right now, and there was a high possibility that the other party would provoke him by taking advantage of the rapid improvement of the combat professional in the past month. As long as he doesn't leave the base, there's a high probability that such an incident won't occur. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Song Jie and the others standing at the front. After hearing this, Song Jie also turned his head to look at Shen Xingyan with some reluctance. Their eyes met in mid-air. Shen Xingyan remained calm, while Song Jie mouthed something angrily, roughly meaning, "You better not go out, or you'll regret it." Shen Xingyan chose to ignore this. In the past, he might have regarded him as a formidable opponent. But now, he felt nothing at all about this clownish behavior of his. He thought to himself with a sigh, this must be the mentality that comes from the difference in strength, and this gap will only widen in the future. Thinking this way, Shen Xingyan stopped taking the little incident to heart. I want to emphasize this point. Once the positions are assigned, the trial will officially begin. You will be able to return to the base after the trial ends in a week. Do you understand? The swordsman leader said loudly. Having been intimidated before, everyone responded obediently. Afterwards, the other leaders assigned Shen Xingyan and the others to their respective positions according to their names, and even thoughtfully provided them with tents. After Shen Xingyan propped it up, he went inside to take a look and found that although the space was not large, it was enough for him to move his body a little. Moreover, it doesn't interfere with my balance power training, which is no longer limited to fixed movements. Just as he finished settling his things, Chu Wei came over and asked, "Why don't you come out with our team and take a look around? It's our first day here, so we'll just wander around and not explore too much. We can guarantee your safety." Shen Xingyan was somewhat tempted by the suggestion, but considering his own situation, he gently shook his head. "Forget it. I won't be that burden. Be careful when you go out. I'll just go out and see the world a little bit later." Seeing Shen Xingyan's composure, Chu Wei felt much more at ease. The two then slowly walked towards the edge of the safe zone. Seeing that Chu Wei and her team had all arrived, Shen Xingyan stopped following and watched them leave. What a pity. He was such an inspiring person, but he only awakened a profession, sighed a warrior in Chu Wei's team when he saw Shen Xingyan. Shut up and be aware of your surroundings. Chu Wei, whose expression had turned cold, scolded softly. She didn't want to hear anyone making unfounded comments about Shen Xingyan. Upon hearing this, the warrior immediately shut up, realizing he had said the wrong thing after understanding the relationship between the two. The young priestess who was traveling with him also punched the warrior, and then started chatting with Chu Wei with a grin. After watching Chu Wei and the others leave, Shen Xingyan found a secluded corner, took out a broken cane he had bought casually earlier, channeled his primal energy, and silently chanted the command to use the clone technique. As prudent as he is, he will have his clone check the surrounding environment in his place, so that even if danger is encountered, at most he will only lose one of his clones. 2 hours is enough time for my clone to travel a distance, and maybe even find something good. As the fusion of primal energy and consciousness detached from the staff, the shape of the clone began to solidify. Looking at the clone that was taking on a human form, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think, if the clone could directly condense into a small animal or a blade of grass, that would be better. That way, its body would be a smaller target, making it easier to investigate. However, just as Shen Xingyan was thinking this, the clone in front of him that was taking on a human form suddenly disappeared. This change startled Shen Xingyan, who thought that his wild thoughts had caused the skill to fail. Just as he was about to take out the Star Source card to check the specific situation, he suddenly felt another perspective appear in his mind. From this perspective, he suddenly looked down at his feet. At that moment, he saw a slightly larger ant looking up at him from the same angle as the one in his mind. Chapter 162, Clone Mutation. So the clone technique can not only change the appearance of a human, but can also transform into any form that one wants. This is too amazing. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but exclaim after understanding what was happening. He then squatted down and gently picked up the ant clone in his hand to feel it. He found that its shell was still hard and had a good feel to it. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to find much of a clue. This makes the clone even more concealed, especially in this disaster-prone area outside the border, where its safety is also increased. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. The first time he summoned his clone in the real world, he instinctively wanted to check the clone's attributes. But this is the real world, and unlike in the Star Origin world, there is no function to view attributes, so he could only suppress this idea. I wonder if his attributes will be affected after the clone shrinks. After his initial surprise, Shen Xingyan sent the little ant at full speed into the distance to test whether its attributes would be affected by its size. Upon receiving Shen Xingyan's order, the ant clone appeared at a speed completely disproportionate to its size, its tiny form disappearing from Shen Xingyan's sight almost instantly. Through observation from both perspectives, Shen Xingyan also discovered that the clone's movement speed was almost the same as his own speed when it was 10. This reassured him that the clone's appearance would not affect the performance of his physical attributes, which put his mind at ease. After making this discovery, Shen Xingyan allowed his clone to freely explore the surrounding environment, while he returned to the safe zone, went into his tent, and practiced his balance power, while observing through dual perspectives. At this moment, all the trial students, whether from the central area or the northern area, are filled with curiosity about their surroundings since they have just arrived. Coupled with the allure of the mysterious final reward, everyone except for some security zone personnel and a few professional workers rushed out, making the entire security zone seem exceptionally deserted. Among the already small number of survivors, those who, like Shen Xingyan, start exercising directly inside their tents are an even smaller minority. At this moment, although Shen Xingyan was in a state of training, his mind was focused on the ant clone. With a wisp of consciousness injected into his clone, he could easily control its actions. Combined with the visual feedback in his mind, it made him feel as if he were roaming freely outside the boundary. More than an hour later, Shen Xingyan's power of balance increased to 45%. Meanwhile, his clone, which was surveying the surrounding environment, did not gain any additional benefits, which made his main body, who was training, shake its head. It seems this area has been almost completely cleared out, with nothing of interest to be found. However, I did see quite a few disasters that have been described in books. It's a pity my clone isn't strong enough right now. Otherwise I would have killed them all. Shen Xingyan thought to himself that things would continue peacefully as they were now. But at this moment, his clone, the little ant, encountered a minor trouble. Standing before the clone was a frog of enormous size compared to the ant clone. From Shen Xingyan's perspective as a small ant, it could be described as an astonishingly large frog. That majestic feeling was quite reminiscent of the frog god. However, Shen Xingyan, who was very clear about the difference in their attributes, was not afraid at all. According to the data, the highest agility attribute of such a frog god is only about 8 to 9 points, not to mention other attributes. For an ant clone with all attributes at 10, it will not suffer any damage even if it takes a full force attack from the opponent. Upon discovering the ant clone, the frog god did not hesitate to quickly extend its huge tongue and swallow the ant clone whole in an instant. Upon realizing this, Shen Xingyan was not flustered at all. Instead, he even began to enjoy the scene inside the frog's belly with great interest. Viewed from the ant's perspective, its interior was a magnificent sight. What should have been a dark mass of internal organs was now partially obscured by the ant's consumption of something that emitted light, making its outline faintly visible to Shen Xingyan. This broadened Shen Xingyan's horizons, and he stopped hiding his abilities, directly transforming his consciousness into a smaller, more combat-ready form. Then he punched the frog directly in the internal organs, causing it to feel excruciating pain, and its whole body began to shake irregularly. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan naturally didn't hold back and had his clone deliver several more punches, successfully breaking open the frog's belly. The clone, now out of the light of day, looked at the dying frog god and gently shook his head before delivering his final punch. With the punch from the clone, the frog was no longer bothered by the pain and fell completely still. Seeing this, the clone was preparing to turn into an ant and leave. However, at this moment, a faint wisp of gas slowly drifted out from the frog's body. Shen Xingyan, who was seeing this scene for the first time, was slightly stunned, and then sent his clone closer to see what was going on. But just as the clone approached, this wisp of gas directly entered the clone's body. This prompted Shen Xingyan, who hadn't yet had time to investigate, to speculate based on the current situation. Could this be the substance that promotes the growth of primal energy, as recorded in the data, which is produced after the disaster is killed? But the information says they're all invisible, right? How come with the clones, not only can they be seen, but they can also be absorbed by the clones? That's really strange. Could it be because the clones are special entities composed of primal energy? Shen Xingyan had learned about this before at school. The stronger the human race was in killing the disasters, the more primal energy it would amplify for him. For a being of the frog god level, the increase in primal energy is negligible. Conversely, each human being is seen as a great tonic in the eyes of disaster, which has led to an irreconcilable situation between the two sides. Now that the clone can absorb such a gas, will something different happen next? This idea immediately excited Shen Xingyan. He then stopped avoiding the minor, insignificant disasters and began searching on his own initiative. In this vast area, thanks to the efforts of highly skilled professionals, there are virtually no more powerful threats left. Having thoroughly studied disaster data, Shen Xingyan was also clear about the general attributes of the disasters he encountered. In order to investigate the subsequent situation of his clone, he simply sought out minor disasters such as the frog god to fight. Chapter 163 Source. Under Shen Xingyan's watchful eye, the clone soon encountered another frog god who had slipped through the net. This time, the conscious clone, without Shen Xingyan's command, took the initiative to meet the enemy. Under the overwhelming force of the attribute, the frog god collapsed to the ground in less than a minute, his large eyes seemingly conveying his confusion. It probably never understood until its death why a tiny ant suddenly changed into an invincible being, and why its attacks were completely ineffective against such a small opponent. Meanwhile, The clone focused intently on the wisp of gas that had reappeared. However, this time, at Shen Xingyan's instruction, it did not approach closely but observed it carefully from a distance. The wisp of gas floated silently above the corpse of the frog god, showing no sign of leaving. Shen Xingyan had his clone observe from a distance again, but did not notice any other unusual phenomena. Seeing this, he began to ponder quietly. From the clone's perspective, the wisp of gas began to fade away over time, seemingly about to dissipate. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan sent his clone over, which automatically retracted into his body. After observing and analyzing just now, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of certainty. It seems that what I thought was true. This visible gas is the source mentioned in the book, something that can increase the limit of a professional's original energy. I don't know what use the clones will have for absorbing these sources. I can only let the clones kill more minor disasters and collect more, then see what happens next. With that thought in mind, Shen Xingyan instructed his avatar, which possessed its own consciousness, to begin searching for and killing disasters on its own, while he trained and watched quietly. Nearly an hour later, Shen Xingyan saw that the progress of the power of balance had reached 49.3%, and he knew that the 2-hour existence time of the clone was about to end. At this moment, his hands did not stop moving, but his attention was focused on the perspective of the clone. After such a period of searching and killing, those escaped disasters that were insignificant in the eyes of others have become the primary targets of the clones. Nearly 30 minor disasters died in a muddle at the hands of the clone. During this time, the clone naturally encountered some disasters that were shown to have high attributes in the data, but it was able to avoid them all safely thanks to its concealed size. After all, in the eyes of those with high attribute values or professionals, such a small thing that is extremely difficult to find is not worth the time to specifically target, even if it is seen. This made Shen Xingyan, who noticed this phenomenon, sigh. So the outside world is the paradise for clones. As Shen Xingyan sighed, the time was slowly drawing near. However, just as Shen Xingyan thought his clone's existence was about to end and it would dissipate on its own, something strange happened. The clone that should have dissipated was still happily killing smaller disasters with lower attributes than itself, showing no signs of dissipating. This made Shen Xingyan, who was gradually realizing that something was wrong, look incredulous eyes after he came to his senses. Upon noticing this, Shen Xingyan stopped what he was doing in surprise, muttering to himself unconsciously. What's going on? The 2-hour duration has already expired, so why hasn't the clone dissipated on its own? It's still killing the disasters. This doesn't make sense. Shen Xingyan's mind was filled with questions as he began to recall the unusual events that had occurred since he used the clone technique. The first change is naturally the change in body shape, but in his opinion, this will not be the reason for the change. After all, it is only a change in form, but its attributes remain unchanged. It is a function unique to the clone technique. The reason then becomes the second one, the existence of that sliver of source. The clone is made of primal energy, and source is something that can increase a professional's primal energy limit. Could the combination of these two be the reason why the clone has not disappeared after its time is up? Shen Xingyan pondered this with suspicion, and gradually, his eyes began to brighten. If that's the case, then as long as my clone keeps killing disasters and obtaining these traces of special gas, wouldn't my body be able to exist indefinitely? The more Shen Xingyan thought about it, the more convinced he became of his conjecture. He clenched his fist tightly, a look of excitement on his face. As he looked at the perspective of the clone in his mind, a smile instantly spread across his entire face. However, after being excited for a while, Shen Xingyan gradually calmed down. He told himself to stay calm. We're still just speculating right now, and nothing is certain until the very end. All I can do now is observe the situation, be cautious, and keep myself grounded. Shen Xingyan kept reminding himself in his heart, and at the same time, he started to train the power of balance again, trying to use it to suppress his somewhat unrestrained thoughts. However, he would still occasionally check the perspective of his clone. Although his emotions gradually calmed down over time, he couldn't stop smiling. It wasn't until nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the skill was about to cool down, that Shen Xingyan stopped what he was doing. Meanwhile, the perspective of the clone in his mind was still appearing, proving that the clone still existed, which made Shen Xingyan's idea even clearer. The clone has been around for almost 5 hours and shows no sign of dissipating. So once the clone skill's cooldown is over, will I be able to summon a second clone? Thinking of this, Shen Xingyan took out his star source card and saw the clone technique with a 5-hour cooldown on the attribute panel. He began to look forward to it. I hope that, just as I imagine, I can eliminate disasters without any risk. As my original energy attribute increases and my clone attribute becomes stronger, I will gradually eliminate all disasters in the future. Please don't summon any new ones, or the previous ones will automatically dissipate. May your luck protect you. May your luck protect you. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but pray silently, then looked at the power of balance, which was now at 63.5% progress and would definitely be able to upgrade today. He then quickly took out some food from his storage space, sat down to replenish his energy, and focused on watching the scene of the disaster being destroyed from the perspective of his clone. He ate the food with relish. Chapter 164: The Second Step of the Doppelganger Plan. Like a small skeleton with no stamina limitations, Shen Xingyan's clone, in the safe environment outside the boundary, was like a fish in the ocean, constantly searching for and eliminating small disasters. If it encountered a strong one, it would simply run away. It deceived a host of disasters by using its weak appearance. Compared to those combat professional squads who are extremely cautious even when walking, clones are infinitely more free. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyan, who had just finished an hour of meditation in his tent in the safe zone, slowly stopped exercising. My own original energy has reached 20 points, which has increased my enlightenment value by 10 points this time. This improvement has indeed made me catch up with the invisible little man a bit faster, but the gap is still huge. I really don't know why the transparent little man comprehends things so quickly. Could it be that this little man's comprehension is not based on his own attribute? Or is it because one's mind has reached the desired level, but the body is unable to synchronize? Somewhat confused, Shen Xingyan shook his head slightly. After all, whatever the reason, it was not something he could solve right now. He just needed to train step by step. However, the good news is that this time, during the 1-hour comprehension period, the progress has increased by 4% compared to the previous 24%, reaching 28%, and the overall progress has reached 91.5%. I can complete the remaining progress in just over 2 hours. Putting aside his doubts, Shen Xingyan looked at the progress of power of balance with satisfaction, confident that he would be able to improve his attributes in the future. However, he did not put away the star source and continue training, simply because the soybean harvest time was approaching. At this stage, soybeans are the last short cycle crop I will grow. In the future, I will grow crops with a growth cycle of at least 50 days, like strawberries. I hope this soybean harvest will be a good one for me. With that thought in mind, Shen Xingyan focused his attention on his clone, who was already going crazy in the small disaster zone, and told him to find a safe place to hide first. My consciousness will go to the star origin world soon. I don't know if the wisp of consciousness in the clone will dissipate after the main consciousness leaves. I haven't tried it before, so this is a good opportunity to test it. As Shen Xingyan thought this, he hoped that the situation would not dissipate. Otherwise, his idea of gradually devouring the external disaster with his clone would be aborted. Seeing that his clone had found a safe place, Shen Xingyan also stepped out of the tent to check the surrounding situation. Although he knew that the safe zone was managed by a dedicated person and that nothing unexpected would happen. However, he did not think it was a wise choice to expose his unconscious body to this place for a long time. Therefore, Shen Xingyan's only requirement for this soybean harvest was a quick and decisive victory. After observing the surrounding environment and finding no potential danger, Shen Xingyan quickly returned to the tent, placed the star source card on his forehead, and his consciousness swiftly entered the star source world. Shen Xingyan, who appeared in the planting space, instantly teleported to the acre of farmland where soybeans were planted. Without hesitation, he used his now cooled-down job skills on all the farmland and told Wang Kai and the others to get ready to start their frantic work. His capable Lieutenant Wang Kai, along with his 2 deputies Lai Fu and Lai Qian, immediately began to act upon receiving the order. The 63 little skeletons, as if they had rehearsed many times in advance, began to move in perfect unison, and the rudimentary form of a skeleton army was beginning to take shape. Shen Xingyan, who was demonstrating his professional skills, also witnessed this scene, which made him very gratified. As Shen Xingyan's primal energy surged, a large amount of primal energy began to gather on the beginner's staff in his hand. At the same time, the familiar notification sound appeared again. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? This time, Shen Xingyan didn't have time to pray for his old friend's arrival. Instead, he nodded decisively to confirm. After all, the shorter the time he spends in the planting space, the less risk he faces in the real world. As the primal energy began to act on the farmland, Shen Xingyan waited anxiously for a few seconds, wanting to see what the outcome of this gamble would be. The skill activation prompt from Xingyuan didn't keep Shen Xingyan waiting long. It suddenly appeared before him amidst his eager anticipation. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Upon seeing this comforting and concise notification, Shen Xingyan felt a little excited. Sure enough, the Star Origin world was very accommodating in granting him the last harvest of short cycle crops. He then handed the place over to Wankai, without waiting for his professional skills to be fully utilized. I also gave them a few instructions, telling them that all they needed to do was maintain the notifications and pay special attention to the acre of farmland with the mutated seeds. After giving a few instructions, he returned directly to the real world. After opening his eyes in the darkness, Shen Xingyan saw that nothing unusual had happened in the real world for more than a minute after he left, and only then did he feel relieved. Although I know there won't be any major danger, this isn't home after all, and the thought of my consciousness leaving my body is still a bit nerve-wracking. Shen Xingyan sighed softly, then realized the scene in his mind and smiled. The reason he returned to the real world so quickly was not only because of safety concerns, but also to see how the consciousness in his clone would react after he left. Now, seeing the image still present in his mind, he immediately came to the conclusion that the self-awareness within the clone could exist independently. This clear conclusion made him overjoyed. This means that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his clone will survive outside the boundary for a long time, like an assassin disguised as an enemy, accomplishing his goal of eliminating the disaster here. Although the clone's current attributes are still low, as its original energy attributes grow in the future, the clone will naturally become stronger and stronger. With all its free attribute points allocated to original energy, its future will inevitably be a terrifying existence. Next, we'll see if the demons from the disasters can keep coming. We'll know the answer in 4 hours. Shen Xingyan murmured to himself with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 165 Surprise, the fifth piece. In high spirits, Shen Xingyan had his clone continue to kill the disasters on its own, while he stepped out of the tent and casually took a look around. The vast safe zone was now only sparsely populated with a few people, some of whom were professional chefs cooking dishes, presumably to start selling them soon. Some blacksmiths and tailors have already set up their stalls, ready to maintain the equipment durability of those professionals who have returned from the outside world. Some people, on the other hand, seem to have nothing to do, strolling around with a mix of boredom and leisure. Some base leaders were patrolling back and forth to prevent any accidents from happening. Shen Xingyan observed everyone's varied behaviors and nodded slightly in approval of the safety assessment of the environment. After confirming that the surroundings were indeed safe, he quickly returned to the tent, connected to the star source card to go to the planting space, and immediately began the rapid harvesting of soybeans. With swift step, activated again, and his speed effectively increased, Shen Xingyan, after a simple, brutal, and efficient harvest, saw the last soybean plant stored in his backpack, and the star source harvest notification appeared as expected. Congratulations! You have planted 600 square meters of soybeans and harvested 2040 kilograms. You have gained 2040 Farmer Professional Experience points. Seeing the harvest of soybeans, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly. knowing that such a result would definitely exceed the more than 700 kilograms recorded in the real-world data. But it's clear that real-world data has no reference value for him, so he doesn't care about it. Now let's see what kind of reward the Star Origin world can give me, Shen Xingyan said expectantly as he looked at the prompt. During the waiting period, he felt uneasy even though he had been in the planting space for several minutes. It was the first time his consciousness had been separated from his body for so long outside the boundary, and he felt it was necessary to go out and take another look. Once I receive the reward for breaking the record, I'll go back to the real world to take a look. I can't stay for too long at once. I can make intermittent trips back and forth. This way, I'll be safer objectively and feel much more at ease subjectively. Thinking this to himself, Shen Xingyan didn't just wait idly. Instead, he quickly opened his backpack space, separated the soybean plant, and briefly checked the attributes of the two agricultural products. Item: soybeans excellent. Value: 140 copper. Quantity: 2040. Attribute: a good cooking ingredient. Item: bean sprout leaf excellent. Value: 10 copper. Quantity: 400. Attribute: a raw material for a medicine. Looking at the two exceptional agricultural products, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This batch of agricultural products has benefited from the black soil, but it has only just reached the excellent level of quality. Its original quality is estimated to be only the superior level. It seems that even with special methods, these short-term crops are indeed lacking in value. If other professional farmers knew about Shen Xingyan's thoughts, they would probably be devastated and kicking themselves. After all, if they want to grow agricultural products of such superior quality, they either need to rely on special methods or on the quality boost from the Star Origin world, and neither of these methods is easy to achieve. But now Shen Xingyan was showing a dissatisfied expression. How could they not be furious? Shen Xingyan, who felt no remorse for his Versailles experience, immediately opened the Xingyuan Mall and sold all the agricultural products, earning a total of 289 silver coins and 600 copper coins. Seeing that his harvest of less than 300 silver coins was a bit of a shock to him, as he had gotten used to receiving at least one gold coin every day for the past few days. However, he did not show any disgust and happily accepted the coins. After all, this amount of money was unimaginable for him compared to his past. Although his earning power has improved, having lived a life of poverty, he naturally doesn't despise small amounts of money. On the contrary, he cherishes it all the more. After selling the agricultural products, Shen Xingyan saw that the record-breaking notification had not yet appeared, so he opened the attribute panel and looked at the experience points column. 6550/20,000. As expected, the experience points I gained this time did not meet the requirements for leveling up. I still have more than 13,000 experience points left to reach the threshold of level 20 for my profession. However, based on the recent strawberry harvest, it's estimated that once the strawberry harvest is complete the day after tomorrow, we'll have enough experience to level up. As Shen Xingyan pondered this in his heart, the breakthrough record notification from Xingyuan echoed in the planting space, just as he had expected. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,075 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 1,200 kilograms. You are being rewarded with a talent skill growth stone. This will be announced server-wide by Xingyuan. Would you like to make this information public? Shen Xingyan, who was eager to see the reward and then return to the real world to check on his body, was stunned when he saw the prompt. Then, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. I really didn't expect that this harvest of soybeans would yield another talent stone. I didn't have high hopes for this harvest, but the Star Origin world has truly given me an unexpected surprise. Upon realizing what was happening, Shen Xingyan was overjoyed. Seeing the friendly notification, he quickly requested to cancel the announcement. Would you like to spend 100 silver coins to cancel this region-wide announcement? The moment the prompt appeared, Shen Xingyan nodded to indicate his confirmation. Then, 100 of the 300 silver coins he had just received vanished instantly. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan's smile grew even brighter, as if he were making money rather than spending it. However, in essence, exchanging 100 silver coins for a talent stone is indeed making money. This made Shen Xingyan feel quite justified in spending this money. The star source notification in front of them disappeared along with the 100 silver coins. A flash of black light appeared, and the little black cutie reappeared in Shen Xingyan's backpack space. Shen Xingyan, who had just obtained the talent stone, did not wait any longer and immediately took it out and clicked to use it. Regarding the cultivation of this acre of farmland and the planting of strawberry seeds, he thought it wouldn't be too late to go outside and check on the situation before returning. As Shen Xingyan confirmed the use of the talent stone, just as he expected, everything went black before his eyes, and he was kicked out of the Star Origin world. Chapter 166: The Clone Who Knows Martial Arts. Shen Xingyan, who was kicked back to the real world by the Star Origin world, instinctively felt a little dizzy and lightheaded. Having expected this, he didn't care about the headache and quickly opened his eyes to look around. After finding nothing unusual, he was relieved and thought to himself, "It seems that after harvesting the strawberries tomorrow, I'll have to go to Xingyuan Mall to see if I can buy a portable protective array to extract them. Otherwise, it's not good to keep going back and forth between the two worlds in such a state of anxiety for the next few days. With my current 5 or so gold coins, I should be able to buy it, but I don't have the money to withdraw it. I'm still poor. Otherwise, if I bought it now, I could get a good night's sleep tonight, protected by the safe zone and the array." Shen Xingyan sighed slightly, then happily took out the star source card and checked its attribute panel. His consciousness followed, and the attribute panel unfolded before him. His gaze fell without hesitation on the talent skills. Talent: Summon skeletons. Summon 6 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 6 to fight 24-hour cooldown. Sure enough, my talent skills in the real world have also been improved. Each time I use them, I can summon 6 little skeletons with all attributes at level 6. With my improved talent, I don't have to worry about Wang Kai and the others having any work for the time being. The improvement in his talent skill brought Shen Xingyan a sense of relief. He then briefly checked the perspective of the clone in his mind and saw that the clone was looking for its next prey. He nodded in satisfaction and stopped paying attention to it. Shaking his head, which felt less uncomfortable, Shen Xingyan, who was about to return to planting strawberries, quietly sensed the movement around him. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he returned to the planting space. Upon arriving at the tranquil planting space, he immediately noticed the increased size of Wang Kai and the others, which had grown larger as their attributes improved. With a thought, Shen Xingyan checked Wang Kai's attribute panel and found that it had indeed reached an attribute value of 6 for all its attributes. Upon seeing this, Shen Xingyan smiled slightly and quickly began to work. As soon as Shen Xingyan appeared, Wang Kai and the others sensed their master's arrival and turned their skulls to look over. Among them, the eyes of the 3 little skeletons, Wang Kai, Lai Fu, and Lai Qian, flashed with a blue wave of admiration, and they worked even harder. Shen Xingyan noticed the little skeletons' movements and let them continue working. He then quickly finished his farm work. When planting, ask Wang Kai to help with the process so that the strawberry seeds can be planted quickly. With its attributes improved, Wang Kai and Shen Xingyan are working together more and more seamlessly, greatly increasing the efficiency of planting strawberries together. Now that the little skeletons' attributes and numbers have increased, we'll have to entrust them with farming and planting from now on. All I need to do is use my skill and reap the rewards. It won't take much time and will be very beneficial to my current situation. Looking at the strawberry field that had been planted, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think. Wang Kai, from now on, you're in charge of tilling the land and planting strawberries. Do a good job. Shen Xingyan patted Wang Kai on the shoulder, then gave him a few more instructions before returning to the real world. Wang Kai, who had already attributed his improved strength to his master's reward, obeyed his master's instructions and admonitions unconditionally and with great enthusiasm. It shook its skull slightly, and the other little skeletons immediately sped up their work, increasing their efficiency even without using their berserk skill. Unaware of what had happened, Shen Xingyan's consciousness had just returned to the real world. Realizing he was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly stood up and began his training. The power of balance is 8.5% complete and will reach level 6. At the current rate of improvement of 5.4% per hour, It should be completed in a little over an hour. Shen Xingyan quickly calculated the time required to level up, and then, driven by the attribute boost, his motivation was instantly aroused, and he immediately threw himself into training. As for the scenes of killing and disaster in his mind from another perspective, he didn't pay much attention to them, only glancing at them occasionally. Shen Xingyan, who was only watching from a second-person perspective, did not notice anything unusual about the clone. At this moment, the clone with its own consciousness seemed to have lost interest in the current low-difficulty disaster extermination activity. Under the spirit of not fearing death, the warlike genes in Shen Xingyan's clone's consciousness seemed to have been activated. He began to slowly search for those disasters that were not much different from him in terms of strength, and attack them without hesitation. Since the consciousness that controlled the clone was separated from Shen Xingyan, it knew everything about the original body, including martial arts techniques. Therefore, when facing an enemy, the clone naturally had to use the two martial arts techniques of the original body, Swift Wind Step and Dragon Elephant Fist. Furthermore, with the support of the original body's martial arts skills at the Mastering the Hall level, the clone's movements gave people a sense of being quite professional. Before long, after adapting to the clone's body, its movements also increasingly approached the Mastering the Hall level. If Shen Xingyan could check the clone's attributes at this moment, he would be surprised to find that the clone's attribute panel now contains the Dragon Elephant Fist and Swift Wind Step martial arts techniques, which are at the initial stage of mastery. Since the clone does not have a stamina limit, he continuously used two martial arts techniques during the battle, which made his martial arts progress faster and faster. More than an hour later, in the other safe zone, Shen Xingyan, who was immersed in the balance power training, suddenly felt a familiar and addictive sense of comfort surge through his body. Having anticipated this, Shen Xingyan slowly stopped what he was doing and opened the attribute panel inside the star source card with a smile. Balance power level 6. Passive, +6 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 12 points of primal energy to activate balance power, temporarily transferring 12 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 0%. Strength, 20 points. Agility, 20 points. Physical condition, 21 points. Spirit, 16 points. Shen Xingyan's gaze lingered on the description of power of balance, and then he looked at the 4 attributes that had been improved, his smile widening. Chapter 167, the third step of the doppelganger plan. Another 4 attribute points have been credited to my account, and this was achieved in just 2 days. This improvement speed is too fast. I really don't know where the limit of balance power is. I can't help but sigh at the kind of life I was living before. Back then, in order to improve my attributes, I practiced that awkward and tedious training for more than 10 years. Back then, I couldn't have imagined that something like this would happen now, that acquiring attributes would become so easy. However, without the efforts made back then, I probably wouldn't be who I am today. After seeing the improved skills and attributes, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. After seeing that his talent skill cooldown had been completed in the attribute panel, he briefly checked the surroundings and, finding nothing unusual, went directly to the planting space. At this moment, the farmland maintenance prompts in the planting space had already returned to normal speed, and the little skeletons, whose attributes had all been improved, were working leisurely, giving people a relaxed and pleasant feeling. The tranquility of the scene also gradually calmed Shen Xingyan's somewhat agitated emotions caused by the improvement in his attributes. He then set out to achieve his goal by unleashing his upgraded summoning skill. The upgraded talent skill has a slightly more complex chanting process, but it has no effect on Shen Xingyan. After a rapid chant, 6 smaller skeletons, each larger than before, appeared before him, bringing his total skeleton army to 69. Looking at the several sturdier little skeletons, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but tease them softly. If I boost your attributes a few more times, you probably won't be called little skeletons anymore. I should just drop the little and call you skeletons. After a light laugh, Shen Xingyan, pressed for time, didn't linger in the planting space. He handed over all the little skeletons he had just summoned to Wankai, who was shaking his head with delight, and then returned to the real world. Back in reality, Shen Xingyan slowly walked out of the tent, stretched lazily, and pretended to have just taken a nap. Then he walked slowly to the chef's stall and chatted with him in a low voice for a few minutes. Finally, after learning that the freshly prepared food had exceeded his budget for outside meals, he decided to control his cravings and slowly leave, intending to return to his tent to eat something before continuing his training. But then they saw Chu Wei and her group returning. Chu Wei clearly saw Shen Xingyan as well, and immediately abandoned her other teammates, running directly towards Shen Xingyan. Our boss usually seems quite aloof, but he completely changed when he saw Shen Xingyan. He didn't even know how to be reserved, and just ran straight over to her. The little pastor standing to the side said with a speechless expression, then laughed and dispersed with the other team members, returning to their respective tents. "Why are you back?" Shen Xingyan smiled from the bottom of his heart when he saw Chu Wei running over, and asked softly. Chu Wei looked at Shen Xingyan, who was smiling gently. Bathed in the setting sun, he looked exceptionally handsome, and gave her the feeling that he had been waiting for her for a long time. Seeing this, Chu Wei's face also flushed slightly. However, he quickly composed himself and replied, "My parents warned me before that I should never stay outside the safe zone at night. Humans' night vision is far inferior to that of disasters, and they are likely to be at a disadvantage in combat. Besides, with those people from the central area around, we probably won't get any rankings this time, so there's no need to push ourselves too hard. We might as well come back early. I'll try to go as far as possible these next few days and see if I can find anything." Chu Wei chattered away, completely unlike her quiet and reserved self when she was in the team. Shen Xingyan naturally nodded in agreement with Chu Wei's choice. It is highly advisable to act rationally while ensuring one's own safety. As they walked and talked, Shen Xingyan naturally went to the chef and bought some freshly cooked food. With Chu Wei around, he didn't need to worry too much. After all, Chu Wei was known for being rich at school, and her parents were among the top combat professionals in the North District. Spending more money with her won't arouse any suspicion from others. When the chef saw Shen Xingyan return with a girl by his side, he gave a knowing look, shook his head slightly, and thought, "What a man can't afford now, but can afford later when he has a girlfriend." Shen Xingyan was naturally unaware of the chef's thoughts. As he ate and chatted with Chu Wei, the meal passed by in a flash. Seeing that it was getting late, and that the other trainees were starting to return one after another, making the safe zone unusually lively, the two said goodbye and returned to their respective tents. As darkness gradually fell, Shen Xingyan, who had intended to have his clone find a safe place, discovered that the clone's perspective in his mind was not affected by the change in the sky, and its vision remained as clear as before. This surprised him, but it also felt quite normal. After all, the clone was formed from primal energy, which is different from human eyes, so it was reasonable for it to have such an effect. This discovery is fantastic. If this continues, the clones, without any stamina limitations, can continuously kill disasters. In fact, due to the visibility issue, they have an even greater advantage at night, making them even faster at eliminating threats. The thought of his clones working day and night to kill disasters filled Shen Xingyan with a sense of exhilaration. Next, we'll see if the third step of the clone plan succeeds. If we can successfully create a second clone, it means we can create a third and a fourth. With this in mind, Shen Xingyan calculated the cooldown time of the clone technique and found that there was still a little over an hour left. He then stopped waiting and began practicing his balance power again. An hour later, Shen Xingyan slowly stopped moving and opened the attribute panel to take a look. Seeing that the power of balance, which was already at level 6, was still improving at the same rate as before, reaching 5.4% progress, he only sighed softly. Having gotten used to it, he quickly suppressed his emotions. Looking at the countdown timer for the clone technique on the attribute panel, he quietly waited for the cooldown to finish in a few minutes. Chapter 168 Doppelganger. Around 8 p.m. on the first night of the trial outside the boundary, Shen Xingyan used the clone technique as soon as the cooldown time was over. He had been waiting for a long time, and with a thought, he used it instantly. As the primal energy was transformed by the clone technique, it began to surge within his body, and at the same time, a wisp of his consciousness separated out. The two energies merged and flowed towards the broken cane he was tightly gripping. So far, there have been no instances of the clone technique failing to be executed or the original clone's perspective disappearing. Noticing this change, Shen Xingyan's worries instantly lessened, and he secretly thought, "This time, my guest should really have a chance." While thinking this, he was also constantly monitoring the perspective of the clone to see if there would be any abnormalities in the original perspective after the second clone was formed. Gradually, under Shen Xingyan's close attention, the clone technique was successfully executed. At this moment, a clone that looked exactly like his original body was standing in front of him, curiously examining his original body. At the same time, another perspective appeared in Shen Xingyan's mind, and the scene in this perspective was Shen Xingyan himself with a surprised expression. The two clone perspectives can really exist simultaneously, so the third step of the clone plan can be considered confirmed. Looking at the situation before him, Shen Xingyan was completely relieved, and his joy was also evident. Let's call you Assassin number 2. The first clone is Assassin number 1. Although you are not professional assassins and do not have the professional skills of assassins, I hope that you can take root in this world outside the boundary, like a thorn in the throat. Although you are weak in the face of a large number of disasters, you can make them live a less comfortable life. As my primal energy increases, this thorn will grow larger and more lethal, until it can pierce the hearts of the disasters. Shen Xingyan thought with surging passion in his heart. Despite his turbulent emotions, he did not forget the tasks ahead. He had Assassin number 2 carry the sign for entering and exiting the formation, and they walked openly out of the tent and towards the outside of the safe zone. He wasn't worried at all that Assassin number 2 would do anything unusual to attract attention. After all, even as the original assassin, after carefully examining the clone, he couldn't find any difference. Even the equipment and accessories on his body were exactly the same. Aside from a slightly different feel, he's practically a completely different Shen Xingyan. And what happened next was exactly as Shen Xingyan had expected. Assassin's second clone, disguised as Shen Xingyan, walked through the safe zone. No one noticed anything unusual about him along the way. He even chatted with a few classmates who passed by. The real body, through its perspective, did not notice anything unusual about the classmates. In this way, Assassin's second clone successfully walked out of the safe zone and disappeared from everyone's sight. There were no unexpected events in between, and the whole process was incredibly smooth. Seeing that his clone had already escaped everyone's sight, Shen Xingyan, the main body, then attempted to teleport to the side of Assassin number 2 clone. When I teleported before, I only passed through obstacles. I don't know if I can pass through the formation. As Shen Xingyan thought this, he also subtly activated his teleportation ability. As darkness fell, he appeared in the location of Assassin's second clone in the next instant. It really works. Any obstacle is of little use when teleporting here, including this formation. In that case, it's no wonder that our predecessors could enter and leave the disaster lair so freely. Shen Xingyan marveled at the wonder of the teleportation skill. At the same time, he retrieved the array token from his clone's hand and slowly walked back to the safe zone. The entire process of Shen Xingyan replacing his clone was so seamless that none of the classmates he encountered on the way back were surprised. Back in the tent, Shen Xingyan briefly observed the perspectives of his two clones and, seeing that they had begun their relentless hunt, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. Feeling great, he continued training for another 4 hours, increasing his balanced power level 6 progress to 27% at a rate of 5.4% per hour before finally stopping. Seeing that his energy and strength were about to be exhausted, he prepared his sleeping spot and began his first sleep outside the boundary in order to recover his depleted energy. Since I awakened my profession, I haven't had a break in the real world for a long time, and I'm having trouble sleeping for a while. Lying on the bed, Shen Xingyan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, unlike in the Star Origin world where he could fall asleep instantly. There are psychological reasons for this, such as the fear of something unexpected happening. But more importantly, the farmland in the planting space gives him a sense of peace and tranquility, making it easier for him to fall asleep. Unfortunately, to be on the safe side, I can't go to the Star Origin world to cultivate my primal energy. I can only endure this for a few more days until the trial ends. Shen Xingyan comforted himself and gradually drifted into a half-awake state, thus spending his first night outside the boundary. Meanwhile, the two assassin clones outside the safe zone were having a very pleasant time. Unlike humans, who need to rest and recover their energy and stamina after fighting for a period of time, they are not limited by stamina. Completely without such concerns, they would attack any minor disasters they could kill with their own strength without hesitation. With the added advantage of martial arts skills, their attribute bonuses increase as they use those skills. Furthermore, guided by the master's profound martial arts insights, their martial arts skills improved at an increasingly rapid pace, and they were not far from breaking through to a higher realm. The next morning, Shen Xingyan woke up from a daze and assessed his condition. He found that although his energy recovery was not ideal, it was at least enough to support his training for the day. Shen Xingyan glanced at the two perspective images that still existed in his mind and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, I had a very detailed understanding of these basic disaster information when I was in school, and I could judge their true strength by their physical characteristics. And the clone that inherited his consciousness intentionally avoided high attribute disasters when choosing monsters, which is why there was no mishap. Shen Xingyan analyzed to himself. Chapter 169, Preparing for the Second Round. Shen Xingyan, who was very satisfied with the performance of his clone, ate some food to build up his energy reserves for the upcoming training. As his physical attributes improved, his various abilities also gradually improved, including his digestive abilities. The food was quickly absorbed by his powerful digestive system and transformed into energy reserves, ready to be used at any time. Shen Xingyan then sent assassin number 3 out in the same way. After returning, he briefly checked his physical condition and nodded slightly before preparing to begin his training for the day. Just before the training session, he took out his star source card to check the attribute panel, paying particular attention to the 27% progress displayed for balanced power, and silently calculated in his mind. My current balance power is 73% remaining before I can advance to the next level. If I exclude the 28% progress that can be achieved during the 1-hour comprehension time, then I still have 45% of the progress left to train. Based on my current progress of 5.4% per hour of exercise, I can achieve it again in less than 8 hours. No matter how you calculate it, I can raise my power of balance by 1 level today. That means I'll gain another 4 attribute points. After arriving at this result, Shen Xingyan became full of energy and became even more immersed in his training. Meanwhile, Chu Wei, who was going to seek gains outside the border, came over specifically to greet Shen Xingyan. But seeing this exercise fanatic from school now working up a sweat in such a small tent, I felt both inspired and helpless, and also a little heartbroken. They felt very sorry for Shen Xingyan's plight. Such a hard-working person couldn't even awaken a combat profession, while those who are lazy and good for nothing get the good professions. This world is indeed unfair in every way. Chu Wei sighed, having known Shen Xingyan's temperament for so many years. Once he made up his mind, not even 100 oxen could pull him back. He then offered some words of encouragement and walked out of the safe zone with the other members of the team. After this little incident, Shen Xingyan continued training, striving for those 4 attribute points for the day. If Chu Wei knew that Shen Xingyan, a non-combat professional in her eyes, could increase his attribute value by 4 points after just 1 day of training, I imagine that when she was overjoyed and complaining about the unfairness of fate, her voice would be much quieter. Shen Xingyan, who was working hard in the small tent, had been exercising since he woke up at 6 a.m. until about 1 p.m. before slowly stopping. Firstly, because their energy reserves were nearly depleted and needed replenishing, and secondly, because the strawberry harvest season was approaching. Based on my previous calculations, the second round of strawberry harvesting can begin around 1:30 p.m. today. At this point in time, one could potentially improve upon previous strawberry production records to achieve a second round of profiteering, but it remains to be seen whether this time one will receive a new talent stone. After all, he could never have too many good things like that. As Shen Xingyan thought this to himself, he took out some food and slowly ate it to recover his depleted strength. After finishing his training, He summoned the star source card into his hand with a thought and began to check its attribute panel. At this moment, his growth skill, Power of Balance, had reached 64.5% after nearly 7 hours of training. He then put away the attribute panel with satisfaction, ate something while walking out of the tent, giving off a relaxed vibe, and strolled around the safe zone. At this time, although the number of people remaining in the safe zone has decreased again, it is still significantly more than yesterday. Many professionals whose curiosity about the outside world has been satisfied are now choosing to stay in their comfort zones. Having no combat skills of their own, they now share the same idea as Shen Xingyan, to endure until the trial ends and then go back, treating it all as a trip outside the boundary. At this point, the differences between professionals and non-professionals begin to emerge. Aside from farmers, other professionals were either forging or cooking, and even a few aspiring alchemists began researching new potions using locally sourced materials, though their success rate was rather disappointing. Among so many people with livelihoods, there are also many farmers like Shen Xingyan who seem to be wandering around the safe zone aimlessly, glancing here and there from time to time, like passers-by in life. After all, since they can't grow things in the real world, they can't just find a piece of land to start planting and kill time. Moreover, ordinary people like them don't have as many concerns as Shen Xingyan. They can focus entirely on farming in the planting space while entering the star origin world, and truly gain long-term benefits. While strolling around, Shen Xingyan also chatted briefly with them and learned that after a month of planting, they had basically raised their professional level to level 4-5. However, as they gain more experience points, and with no other means of leveling up, the difficulty of leveling up becomes increasingly greater. From their conversation, Shen Xingyan could clearly sense the despair beneath their calm tone. They spoke words devoid of hope with an indifferent attitude. After a month of struggle and comparison with other combat professions of the same period, they became increasingly aware of what it means for people of the same profession to have different fates. Shen Xingyan also felt a certain empathy for their thoughts. Having been involved in life since childhood, he was more mature than his peers and had a clearer understanding of his profession. After learning that he had awakened to the profession of farmer, he had already anticipated this consequence. Therefore, his feelings at that time were the same as those of the farmers in front of him. After a fierce internal struggle, he slowly returned to a hopeless calm. It's just that while others need a month to accept reality, he only needed an afternoon. I'm lucky to have acquired 2 such powerful skills. I should cherish the present and live life to the fullest. Shen Xingyan became even more determined to be cautious. He would try not to do anything risky in the future, and even if he had to do it, he would have to think of dozens of backup plans. Chapter 170. The second round of harvest begins. Shen Xingyan pretended to be doing nothing and wandered around the safe zone for more than 10 minutes before returning to the tent with a completely uninterested look on his face. His performance also caught the attention of the working professionals in the northern district. Seeing Shen Xingyan, the once inspiring role model who dominated the school, now wasting his time because of his awakened profession, they couldn't help but sigh. What a cruel twist of fate. Such a brilliant talent was so easily tricked by fate, given a job to make a living. Such a life and career rendered all his efforts futile. I probably would have done the same if I were in his shoes. One person sighed softly, and those around him also showed expressions of deep agreement. They shook their heads slightly as they watched Shen Xingyan's departing figure, and at the same time, their attention to this former prodigy began to wane. This was exactly the result that Shen Xingyan wanted to see by creating that illusion. After returning to the tent, Shen Xingyan directly connected to the Star Source card and entered the Star Source world. After a familiar feeling of being transported to another world, he arrived at the planting space and once again felt the unique tranquility of this space. Looking at the vibrant farmland before him, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile. Then he turned his gaze to Wang Kai and the other skeletons. These diligent little skeletons, working day and night to help him with the farmland, had managed it very well, which made him sigh with admiration. I really don't know what kind of reward Wang Kai and the others truly need. It seems I'll have to do some research later. If the price is right, I wouldn't mind arranging one for each of them. At this moment, Shen Xingyan felt like a ruthless boss who had suddenly had a change of heart and began to think about the little skeleton's needs. But he only thought about it for a moment before putting it aside for the time being. His primary task now is to use his professional skills. Shen Xingyan set his sights on the farmland he was about to harvest, and without hesitation, he took out his beginner's staff and extended the range of his spell to all the farmland. As he silently recited the command, his professional skill was instantly activated, and the primal energy within his body began to surge. In no time, the primal energy gathered at the tip of his beginner's staff, and at that moment, the old friend of Star Source's notification arrived as promised. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? This time, Shen Xingyan followed the same approach he had taken when harvesting soybeans last time, choosing to continue without hesitation, hoping to obtain another talent stone just like before. With his confirmation, the primal energy transformed through professional skills began to act on all the farmland. This suspenseful process lasted only a few seconds, and then, to Shen Xingyan's expectant gaze, Xingyuan's skill prompts began to appear before his eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Seeing the notification that he had succeeded again, Shen Xingyan's expectant gaze turned into a look of certainty. He couldn't help but sigh. Success again. It seems like I'm succeeding every time lately. I've almost forgotten what the failure notification looks like. Realizing something was amiss with his subconscious Versailles-like behavior, he quickly spat twice. He was afraid that such a sigh would be overheard by the Star Origin world, making it more difficult for him to perform his profession tomorrow. Despite his luck stat, if the Star Origin world gives him a failure notification, it's something that his small luck stat can't stop. If that's the case, then he has only himself to blame. Shen Xingyan quickly bowed to the sky to make up for his earlier slip of the tongue, and inwardly criticized himself for his wandering thoughts. He then did not immediately return to the real world as he had the day before, but instead planned to finish what he was doing here before returning. After a day of rest, he had adapted to the real-world environment. He was no longer as sensitive to danger as he was yesterday, and his anxiety had lessened considerably. As he was thinking this, all the crops stopped their rampant growth and returned to normal growth. At the same time, a notification appeared in the sky above the strawberry field beneath Shen Xingyan's feet, indicating that it was ready for harvest. Wang Kai, the maintenance of the other farmland is all your responsibility. With this order, Shen Xingyan began to move quickly. The improvement in his attributes in the real world caused Shen Xingyan's harvesting speed to increase once again. With such rapid harvesting, he only took 3 or 4 minutes to put all the ripe strawberries into his backpack. At the same time, notifications for Star Source's gains also began to appear. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 1280 kilograms. You have gained 7,680 farmer professional experience points. Seeing the yield figures in the harvest notification, Shen Xingyan also recalled the strawberry harvest record from the day before yesterday, 1,250 kilograms. This time, due to the shorter interval between harvests compared to the last time, the yield only increased by about 30 kilograms, which Shen Xingyan had anticipated. For him, breaking records is all that matters at this stage. He doesn't really care how much production increases. With that thought in mind, he didn't stop what he was doing, using the backpacks function to separate the strawberry plants. Seeing that it was another perfect quality strawberry product, he was very satisfied and immediately opened Xingyuan Mall and sold both products. At this point, he had obtained a total of 5 gold, 393 silver, and 500 copper coins. With his original money, his assets have now once again reached the threshold of 10 gold coins. Upon seeing the number of gold coins, Shen Xingyan was momentarily caught in a dilemma. According to his plan yesterday, he originally wanted to see if he could buy a miniature defensive array to make himself safer in reality. But now, seeing these 10 gold coins, he wavered again. He was also thinking about continuing to extract energy points, since each point of energy was of great help to him in the real world. The sooner he extracted them, the sooner he could strengthen himself. Just as Shen Xingyan was immersed in this dilemma, the record-breaking notification from the star origin world began to echo in his ears. Chapter 171: The Scarecrow. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,250 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 1,280 kilograms. You are being rewarded with a special item, 10 scarecrows. This will be announced server-wide. Would you like to make this information public? The star source notification of breaking the record instantly caught Shen Xingyan's attention. When he saw that the special item reward for breaking the record was a scarecrow, and there were 10 of them, he couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion, thinking with some surprise. Scarecrow? I heard that this thing often appeared in farmland before the primal energy eruption. Its main purpose was to deter birds that invaded the farmland. Unexpectedly, this item was among the rewards from the star origin world, and this time the reward included 10 of them, which was quite intriguing. After all, rewards have always come one at a time, and it's rare for there to be an even number. Initially, the rewards were higher for farmland, but now they're awarded per acre of cultivated land. Thinking about this, a strange expression appeared on Shen Xingyan's face, and he began to have some pessimistic thoughts about the reward. Does Star Origin World think the rewards are of questionable quality this time? Are they trying to make up for the value with quantity? However, scarecrows are said to have only ever served to scare people and had no other significant purpose in the past. I wonder what kind of effect these things, which are of little value, will have. But based on the past reward patterns for breaking records, this scarecrow shouldn't be that simple, right? With this question in mind, Shen Xingyan's mind stirred, and he expressed his desire to cancel the district-wide announcement. He then very tactfully paid 100 silver coins. The Star Origin world is also very principled. It takes money to solve problems. After the prompt disappeared instantly, the entire Star Origin world became calm, without any intention of making an announcement. At the same time, the 10 scarecrows awarded for breaking the record also entered his backpack space amidst several flashes of yellow light. Curious, Shen Xingyan quickly opened his backpack and looked at the last item in the compartment, a delicate little figure made of straw. Then, with a thought, he checked the scarecrow's attributes. Item: Scarecrow Special Item. Quantity: 10. Attribute: Permanent item that can create a fear field within an area of up to 1,000 square meters, causing intruders with a mental attribute of less than 500 points to become lost within the field. Requirements: Energy must be injected during use. Basic lifespan ratio is 1 energy, 10 hours, 1 square kilometer. Current status: Off, can be turned on after injecting primal energy. Note: a helpful tool for protecting farmland, an essential item for an excellent farmer, made from wheat straw from the early stages of Star Origin. After seeing the attributes of these scarecrows, Shen Xingyan felt that the attributes were decent and they had a good defensive effect, but he still couldn't help but shake his head slightly. As expected, the quantity is greater this time, but the quality cannot compare with rewards such as talent stones. Although such special items would be very useful for other farming professions, especially those level 30+ farmers who have been constantly plagued by monster invasions. If they had this, their crop yields would increase dramatically. It's a dream come true. But for someone like me, with my powerful skeleton army, guarding the farmland is no problem at all, making the scarecrow seem almost useless. Shen Xingyan sighed at the fact that this special item, though useful, was not suitable for his current situation. But just as he was regretting the reward and preparing to hand over the cultivation and planting tasks of the farmland to Wang Kai and the others, and then quickly return to the real world to check if he was safe, Xingyuan's reminder appeared before his eyes. Ding! It has been detected that you have 10 or more of the same item. Do you want to merge them into an extractable item? Shen Xingyan, who was about to make a move, paused upon seeing the notification, and his eyes gradually brightened. I can't believe it. Using 10 special items, you can directly fuse them into one item that can be extracted into the real world. So it's not like you can only extract things with money. However, upon closer examination, it makes some sense, since in terms of value, they have indeed reached the standard value for extraction. The appearance of this reminder seemed to have given Shen Xingyan a crucial piece of knowledge, and his expression began to light up with excitement. It would be fantastic to be able to extract the scarecrow into the real world. I would no longer need to agonize over whether to use the 10 gold coins I have to extract primal energy or buy an array. With scarecrows in the real world, defensive formations are no longer needed. By setting the scarecrow's effective range to be around itself, energy consumption is reduced, and endurance is not an issue at all. And with the scarecrow's 500 spirit attribute limitation, there's no need to worry about safety. Shen Xingyan thought about it happily, and at the same time quickly confirmed the synthesis item. With his confirmation, the 10 scarecrows instantly merged into one and became extractable. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan took it out of his backpack and examined the miniature scarecrow for a moment. Its size is like a pendant, making it very convenient to carry around without arousing any suspicion. He then took it with a smile, and the scarecrow pendant in his hand suddenly disappeared. Seeing the scarecrow disappear, Shen Xingyan quickly called Wang Kai over, gave it instructions on the upcoming farming and planting, and handed it all the farming tools and seeds. After giving him some instructions, he still asked with some concern, "Wang Kai, did you understand? Can you do it well?" After receiving a nod of affirmation from Wang Kai, he smiled and patted its skull, thinking to himself, "After we deal with the scarecrows in the real world, let's come back and see how Wang Kai and the others are doing. If they're not good enough, we'll remove them and take over ourselves. Consider this an experiment. Now that I have the scarecrow, my safety is temporarily guaranteed, and I suddenly have a lot more time to come to the Star Origin world." Chapter 172 Sense of Security. Shen Xingyan gently put aside his thoughts, then checked his attribute panel, lingering his gaze on the experience points column for a while. At this moment, it was displaying an experience value of 14231/20,000. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think to himself, "It seems that I can raise my professional level to 20 tomorrow and reach another stage, officially leaving the novice stage behind. But who knows what kind of second job skill Star Origin world will give me after reaching this threshold level. However, it's probably related to the ranch, since that's when the ranch opens. Obtaining combat-ready class skills during that period is unlikely." Shen Xingyan, who harbored a sliver of obsession with combat professions, still felt a glimmer of hope despite knowing it was impossible. After comforting him in the real world, Anshin's original body disappeared from the spot. After Shen Xingyan disappeared, Wang Kai, following its master's orders, immediately led its two trusted confidants, Lai Fu and Lai Qian, along with several other small skeletons that had been summoned earlier, to begin cultivating the farmland. Many hands make light work, and even skeletons are no exception. When several skeletons worked together, their farming efficiency was even faster than Shen Xingyan's. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, while maintaining efficiency, their ability to focus entirely on one thing makes their farming more meticulous than Shen Xingyan's. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyan, back in the real world, opened his eyes and briefly checked his surroundings. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he relaxed. This trip took him a little longer than expected, which explains his unease. Once his mind calmed down, Shen Xingyan picked up the star source card and took out the scarecrow from the temporary backpack. Looking at the miniature pendant and thinking about its powerful defensive effect, he felt a sense of reassurance. After admiring the exquisite scarecrow for a while, he slightly mobilized a bit of his primal energy and sent it flowing towards the scarecrow. After using primal energy multiple times in both the Star Origin world and the real world over this period, his control over primal energy, while not yet at the pinnacle of precision, is already extremely skillful, and he has very accurate control over the amount of primal energy. 1 minute later, as 1 point of primal energy was successfully injected into the scarecrow's prop, Shen Xingyan immediately put it on and set the protective range to within 1 meter around him before activating it. Feeling this invisible protection, Shen Xingyan lay down with peace of mind and relaxation. After a short while, his consciousness returned to the Star Origin world. With his sense of security greatly enhanced, he no longer rushed around the planting space, but strolled leisurely, taking in an indescribable sense of ease. As he surveyed the planting space, he first looked at Wang Kai and the others who were busy planting strawberries, and found that he was somewhat ashamed of his own level of meticulousness. Feeling inferior to the skeleton made him blush, and he then left dejectedly. Once the plants are planted, he will record the completion time to facilitate later calculations of his professional skills. He then walked up to the mutated crop, squatted down, and examined it carefully. After 3 accelerations using professional skills, the mutated crop had successfully moved beyond its budding stage and reached the growth stage of a blade of grass, showing no signs of divine intervention whatsoever. This mutated crop has been growing for 33 days now, but it's still in the same form. I hope it won't change anything even after the 100-day growth cycle is over. That would be amazing. What a strange reward. Shen Xingyan squatted there, marveling at the sight. He couldn't help but sigh and speculate about the future of the crop, but he only thought about it briefly. After all, who knows what the surprise will be until the very last moment. He slowly stood up and looked at the busy little skeletons. He wanted to help them with their work, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Let's leave it all to Wang Kai and the others. After all, with their improved attributes, they have an excess of manpower in this situation. They don't need my involvement at all. Besides, as a qualified leader, I need to learn to delegate. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think of a book called If You Can't Manage, You Can Only Work Yourself to Death that existed before the eruption of primal energy. It was once a bestseller. After finding a suitable reason for himself, Shen Xingyan began to quietly appreciate the planting space, and at the same time, he took a rare short rest in his usual spot. But his gaze would occasionally drift to Wang Kai and the others as they worked, waiting to record what they had done. It took less than half an hour for Wang Kai and his team to complete all the processes from tilling to planting the strawberry fields. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan slowly stood up and gained a general understanding of the time it would take for Wang Kai and the others to cultivate an acre of farmland. After recording the planting time of the farmland, he spent 10 gold coins to extract 1 point of the original energy limit into the real world. After encouraging Wang Kai and the others, they returned. In the real world, Shen Xingyan, who had just returned, saw that there was still nearly an hour left before the cooldown of his comprehension time ended. He turned off the scarecrow's effect, stood up, and slowly began to practice the power of balance. An hour later, his balance of power skill had reached 70% completion. At the current pace, I should be able to upgrade the level of power of balance soon. It has to be said that with ample training time now, coupled with the increasingly rapid progress and improvement, the upgrade speed of balanced power has accelerated once again. This feeling is truly addictive. If at some point in the future this speed suddenly returns to normal, I might find it very difficult to get used to. Shen Xingyan chuckled as he replenished his energy, and then, without any modesty, activated his comprehension skill to further accelerate the progress. With the activation of the comprehension skill, an hour of comprehension time also arrived. At this time, due to the increase in the limit of primal energy, his comprehension value also increased by 10.5, reaching a value of 18.5. As Shen Xingyan's comprehension improved, he had more and more thoughts when observing the movements of the transparent little figure in his mind, and the subtle charm of his movements became more and more obvious. Chapter 173, Level 7 Balance Force. In this state of enlightenment, Shen Xingyan's progress in improving the power of balance accelerated rapidly, and the nearly 1 hour of comprehension time also passed quickly. For him at this moment, this wonderful time was undoubtedly flowing at its fastest speed. In his senses, it felt like only a few minutes had passed before the hour of contemplation was about to end. However, oblivious to this, he only felt a strange sense of comfort spreading through his body. He was naturally very familiar with this feeling, having experienced it many times before, both in the Star Origin world and the real world. However, this feeling only made him pause for a moment before he continued exercising. After all, he was very aware of how precious the time for comprehension was. During this period, the progress of the power of balance was increasing almost every minute and every second, so he naturally wouldn't waste the slightest bit of it. However, the passage of time will not slow down because Shen Xingyan cherishes it more. On the contrary, it will speed up in his mind. And so, the 1 hour comprehension period came to an end. The transparent little figure in Shen Xingyan's mind disappeared, and his comprehension value returned to 8 points. Shen Xingyan was already used to this huge gap in comprehension, and after quickly adapting, he slowly stopped moving his body. Although his physical movement stopped, his mind was subconsciously savoring the feeling he had just experienced, as well as the subtle changes in the essence of the power of balance. After a long while, he slowly came back to his senses and then let out a heavy breath. It's so profound. It gives me a feeling that there is no end to learning. Who created this power of balance, and why was it dismembered into such a mess? Moreover, through observing the people around me during this period, I discovered that even those high-level professionals seemed unaware of the existence of this thing. If it weren't for my ability to deduce and comprehend skills, even with high comprehension, I probably wouldn't know anything about this skill. Shen Xingyan's curiosity about the power of balance grew stronger as his training progressed. Unable to find an answer for the time being, he slowly suppressed his curiosity and began to examine the results of his work. With a thought, the star source card appeared smoothly in his hand. As his mental attributes improved, he became more and more adept at using this basic form of object control. The star source card automatically adhered to his forehead, and Shen Xingyan checked the skill notifications and attribute increases. Balance power level 7. Passive, +7 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 14 points of primal energy to activate balance power, temporarily transferring 14 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 2%. Strength, 21 points. Agility, 21 points. Physical condition, 22 points. Spirit, 17 points. Seeing that the attribute boost was as he had expected, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. He then focused his attention on the 2% progress text in the description of Power of Balance. Sure enough, the increase in the energy limit has increased my progress by 32% in this hour. Not only have I completed the 30% progress required to upgrade the level, but I have also made an extra 2% progress. Moreover, judging from the current progress, the improvement of the level 7 Power of Balance will be just as rapid as before, or even more so. If I'm not mistaken, I'll see a 6.2% improvement in my progress every hour of training from now on. This kind of huge improvement every day is giving me a snowballing sense of growth. If things continue like this, raising Power of Balance by 1 level every day will be the bare minimum. Raising it by 2 levels in the future is even possible. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but have a moment of daydreaming, but he only thought about it. After all, reason told him that such a situation could not possibly continue indefinitely. Even a snowball will eventually stop rolling. It's just a matter of sooner or later. I hope that even if the growth rate stops in the future, it can still maintain this pace, which would be great. Shen Xingyan murmured to himself. After sighing, Shen Xingyan saw that the cooldown of his clone technique had ended. Feeling refreshed after the attribute boost, he slowly walked out of the tent and headed towards the edge of the safe zone. It's currently a busy time, and having 2 Shen Xingyans in the safe zone at the same time could be troublesome if they were discovered. Although the probability of this happening is low, he still chooses to proceed cautiously. I plan to take a stroll outside the boundary, use my clone technique, and then come back, which will also help me relax. After all, as a normal human, spending a long time in a tent would inevitably lead to a lot of thoughts and negative emotions. As he traveled, he also heard murmurs of discussion around him. Have you heard? People who went out today saw the bodies of those minor disaster victims in many places not far from the safe zone, and they're all talking about who killed them but didn't collect them to sell for money. I've heard about it for a long time, and not only have I heard about it, I've also gone to see for myself. It's true. I wonder what kind of philanthropist is giving out these benefits. Upon hearing these voices, Shen Xingyan, the leader of the great philanthropists, paused in his tracks, sighing inwardly. It seems we need to send our clones to hunt in more distant areas. If they all concentrate in this area, it will be troublesome if the school notices something is wrong and starts investigating. Even if the investigation ultimately doesn't trace it back to me, there's no need to get involved. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Xingyan also sent several of his clones to hunt in distant places. As for those corpses that weren't collected and sold, Shen Xingyan, an ordinary farmer, would definitely feel very sorry. After all, even a small mosquito is still meat. Although low-attribute disasters are cheap, they add up over time. However, he doesn't feel any regret about earning more than 5 gold coins every day. After all, wouldn't it be better to use that time to train his power of balance, to improve his attributes or harvest crops? Moreover, any sale would leave a trace, and he didn't want to take that risk. Thinking this, he also came to the edge of the boundary, found a secluded corner, and used his professional skills, and his clone team expanded to 4. Chapter 174 Doppelganger Number 1 died. As Shen Xingyan watched the 4th clone he had summoned vanish into thin black light, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. At this moment, he was like a diligent farmer, planting one destructive factor after another in this world beyond the boundary, hoping that these clones would bloom everywhere and contribute their share to this land. He then clapped his hands lightly, chuckled, and returned to the safe zone. However, just as he was comfortably stepping into the tent, he suddenly felt a strong emotional fluctuation coming from assassin number 1 in his mind. This made him, who hadn't paid much attention to the clone's perspective, quickly focus his attention on assassin number 1's perspective. At this moment, the scene shows the shrunken assassin number 1 clone frantically fleeing, occasionally turning around to check what's behind him. But what Shen Xingyan saw made his eyes widen in surprise. Behind him was a huge white ape following closely. Moreover, judging from the white ape's relaxed demeanor, it was as if it were playing with a novel toy. Even its ferocious face now displayed a rather human-like playful smile. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan frowned. How did the number 1 clone run into such a big guy? There was a previous introduction to you, white ape, in the data. It seems that all your attributes are above 50, and your strength is even higher than 80. In addition, its innate skills are mostly physical attack boosts, making its physical attack value even more terrifying. Now that assassin number 1 has been targeted by the enemy, it is probably in grave danger. I had only issued the order to move away from this area not long ago, and this has already happened. It seems this expansion isn't going as smoothly as I'd imagined. I'll have to be more careful about using my clones in the future. Shen Xingyan began to reflect on his mistakes, realizing he had learned from them and couldn't afford to repeat them. As Shen Xingyan had predicted, the scene that followed was exactly what he expected. As the first clone of the assassin kept running away, the white ape seemed to have lost interest in playing with him. After revealing a cruel smile, it stepped directly on the clone. As the kick covered the view, assassin number 1's perspective vanished instantly, clearly indicating that he had been killed by the white ape with a single blow, leaving him with no chance of survival. Although I had anticipated that the clones would appear, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It seems that my previous decision was too rash. I should proceed more cautiously in the future. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, feeling that he had underestimated the complexity of the outside world. He fantasized that by using his clones to freely change their size, he could live a carefree life outside the boundary, acting as a thorn in the throat of disaster. However, they underestimated the power and perception of those disasters, since each disaster, like humans, has its own innate abilities. Although the abilities of the same type of disaster are basically fixed, there are many mutations, and the abilities that arise from them are even more bizarre. Furthermore, the stronger one's strength, the stronger their perception. It's not surprising that they could detect the abnormality of their clone, especially since the commotion caused by the battle could also expose the clone. As Shen Xingyan watched the disappearing view, he began to analyze the real reason for the failure of his clone, as well as some possible factors that could cause the clone's explosion rate to drop. At the same time, it gave orders to its other clones to act cautiously and try to avoid further damage. As Shen Xingyan issued the order, the wisp of consciousness on assassin number 1 traveled countless kilometers and returned to its original body. At the same time, all the scenes that had happened before replayed in Shen Xingyan's mind. Shen Xingyan had experienced this before, so he wasn't particularly surprised and watched calmly. The scene mainly consisted of the first clone's battle scenes, as well as his reconnaissance of the surrounding terrain and disasters. Watching the scene of his clones fighting against the various disasters, Shen Xingyan initially only glanced at it briefly, intending to fast forward to the last moment to see how assassin number 1 had attracted the white ape's attention. However, In these rough battle scenes, he was somewhat surprised to find that Assassin Number 1 clone was actually using the Dragon Elephant Fist to fight the enemy. Furthermore, the posture and feeling emanating from his movements were surprisingly similar to his own advanced level of martial arts, which made Shen Xingyan, who was originally in a bad mood, feel much better. I never expected that my clone could use my martial arts. However, while this may seem surprising at first glance, it makes some sense upon closer examination. After all, the consciousness within a clone is separated from oneself, essentially making it another version of oneself. Although the clone technique limits the user's ability to use their own skills, they can still use attack methods that are developed through training, such as martial arts. After all, martial arts are not like skills, which require special conditions. Martial arts only require that the state of mind is in place, and the movements will follow suit. Everything else will fall into place naturally. With the addition of martial arts skills, the clones indirectly enhance their combat abilities. This discovery is quite important. Moreover, seeing the Dragon Elephant Fist technique being used by the clone, it was already getting infinitely closer to his own level. It seems their martial arts techniques are based on my own level. The higher my cultivation level, the higher the ceiling of their martial arts. It looks like I'll have to raise my own martial arts level when necessary in the future. Watching Assassin Number 1 fight, Shen Xingyan was filled with a myriad of thoughts, and a smile slowly crept onto his previously calm face. Just as Shen Xingyan was feeling somewhat surprised, the scene progressed to the point where the white ape appeared. At this moment, Assassin Number 1's clone was fully engaged in a fierce battle with the disaster before them when the white ape suddenly jumped to their side, causing the ground to shake. Seeing that the situation was not good, the clone also hurriedly fled, which led to the scene that Shen Xingyan had just witnessed. This scene revealed the reason why the clone was ultimately chased. The commotion from the battle had indeed attracted the white ape. After seeing this reason, Shen Xingyan felt much more relaxed and calmly analyzed in his mind. As long as the clones aren't locked down by the disaster using some special means, everything that follows won't deviate too much from the plan. I just need to tell the other clones to pay attention to their surroundings. Chapter 175 Dual Enhancement of Origin Energy Martial Arts. After Shen Xingyan received all the memories from Assassin Number 1's clone, he had a general understanding of the distribution of disasters in the surrounding area and the terrain he was in. Based on the comparison between the memories and the clone's consciousness and the data, it was found that there were indeed no particularly serious disasters in this area, and it should have been cleared away by highly skilled professionals. The place where the clone encountered the white ape was quite a distance away, and the surrounding area was, for the time being, safe. Shen Xingyan was processing his surroundings when he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the primal energy within his body. Having never felt this way before, he instinctively thought of bad reasons. Could it be that the destruction of the clone also has some adverse effects on the main body? For example, weakening the main body's original energy or something. Otherwise, why would I have this feeling? This unexplained energy fluctuation made Shen Xingyan feel somewhat uncertain. After all, the concept that failure would be punished had deeply penetrated the consciousness of everyone in this era. In Shen Xingyan's conjecture, the energy fluctuations only lasted for a short while before completely ceasing. Shen Xingyan sensed the primal energy within his body but found no signs of weakening. On the contrary, he felt a slight increase in it, which puzzled him. What's going on? Why does it feel like the original energy is stronger than before? Shen Xingyan asked in surprise, and quickly took out his star source card to check it with his mind. What's going on? How come my original energy attribute limit suddenly increased by 1 point? He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice as he checked the attribute panel. At this moment, Shen Xingyan's original energy attribute changed just as he said, from the original energy limit of 21 points to 22 points. Shen Xingyan, who was completely unprepared for this, was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. The energy fluctuation just now wasn't a punishment, but a benefit. My previous energy enhancements were either a natural consequence of age or directly extracted from the star source world. I've never experienced this kind of energy fluctuation before, so I was a bit prejudiced. After a long moment of stunned silence, when he finally came to his senses, A look of surprise gradually spread across his face, and he thought to himself with a sudden realization. Could it be that the source, absorbed by the clone when it killed the disaster, also acted on him as his consciousness returned? That's why his own potential limit was increased. Based on what had happened before the strange phenomenon, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think of this. However, there must also be the reason that I will be 19 years old in a few months, and my original energy will have increased naturally for more than half a year. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated for my clone to kill disasters in 2 days to increase my original energy limit by 1 point. Even so, it's already quite good. 2 days of non-stop disaster eradication not only protected themselves, but also increased their energy growth, which usually takes several months to achieve. It's probably because the clone is an energy condensation body, and its efficiency in absorbing source is much higher than that of a normal physical body. Otherwise, those combat professionals who spend their years hunting disasters outside the boundary would never have heard of their primal energy increasing so quickly. Moreover, I don't just have one clone. At least 2 clones are created every day, and the number will only increase over time. As he thought of this, Shen Xingyan's eyes brightened even more. He couldn't help but step out of the tent, looking at the world outside the safe zone, and murmured softly, "This isn't some dangerous outer zone at all. This is clearly a huge energy extraction field, a blessed land." It's estimated that only Shen Xingyan would have this thought at this moment. This outer boundary does offer many opportunities for others, but they need to be lucky enough to take them. They are truly living on the edge, unlike Shen Xingyan, who can obtain so much primal energy without any risk while sitting at home. At this moment, Shen Xingyan didn't care about what others thought. He looked at the entire outside world as if he were looking at a huge treasure. Being able to eliminate disasters while gradually increasing his own and his clone's strength is such a positive cycle that it's fantastic for him. If it weren't for the need to consider the impact, everyone would want to jump for joy right now. After a while, Shen Xingyan finally calmed down his somewhat agitated emotions. His unprecedentedly confident gaze, coupled with a faint smile on his lips, gave the impression that he was stepping onto a bright and sunny road. Back in his tent, the ever-steady Shen Xingyan began to mutter to himself incessantly. "Don't get too carried away. Be cautious. The future is full of hope, but you still have to get there yourself. Stay calm and don't be reckless." With this thought in mind, he was about to put away the Star Source card and begin the next balance power training when he suddenly stopped, a strange idea popping into his head. Since the original energy can be enhanced after the clone's consciousness is withdrawn, what about the progress of martial arts? Can it also be enhanced? After all, the battle scenes just now have shown that the clone's martial arts level is not low. Thinking this, he unconsciously placed the Star Source card back on his forehead. As the attribute panel appeared, his gaze locked onto the area of martial arts. After this result, his already confident smile became even brighter. At this moment, in his martial arts skill bar, the Dragon Elephant Fist, which was originally at 1% progress, had reached 10%, and the Swift Wind Step, which was originally at 6% progress, now showed a number of 15%. This was obviously caused by the return of the clone. I never imagined that the clone technique would actually have such a magical effect, even improving my martial arts skills. So when I have many clones in the future, wouldn't it be like having a group of myself helping me train my martial arts skills? In that case, even if he doesn't use the skills he's gained to improve his martial arts, his final improvement speed won't be much slower. That kind of scene is simply terrifying. Shen Xingyan murmured softly, unable to hide the smile on his face. Fortunately, he was inside the tent. If others outside had seen him in this state, they would probably have given him pitiful looks and offered words of comfort, shaking their heads and sighing. What a cruel twist of fate. She was such an outstanding and inspiring role model in school. Now that he's awakened to a profession that affects his livelihood, he's not only become morally corrupt, but he's even showing signs of mental instability, laughing hysterically to himself. Chapter 176: The Soaring Progress. Gradually, Shen Xingyan, overwhelmed by this unexpected joy, composed himself. He repeatedly reminded himself to be steady and began the next phase of his balance power training without the slightest slackening. With so much support, He became even more determined to achieve his goal, to take each step steadily and strive to survive until the very end. After practicing the power of balance for an hour, Shen Xingyan slowly stopped, and his mind had returned to its usual calm. He took out the star source card and checked the progress of his balanced power training over the past hour. The progress displayed on the skill description was exactly as he had expected, at 6.2%. He nodded in amazement. Although he had gotten used to the ever-increasing speed of the power of balance, he still felt a little incredulous when he suddenly thought that he could increase his attributes by 4 points by training for more than 10 hours a day. Putting aside this admirable thought, Shen Xingyan then activated the Scarecrow's protection, and his consciousness directly connected to the Star Source card to enter the Star Source world. Upon arriving at the planting space, Shen Xingyan, standing barefoot on the ground, felt a sense of peace. He was very clear about the source of his blessings. All his experiences in the real world were given to him by this land, and that was his greatest asset. Shen Xingyan then casually inspected the crops, and, finding no problems, nodded slightly. Although he knew from the beginning that with his capable assistant Wang Kai leading the way, there would definitely be no major problems with the farmland. But he still did what he had just done, simply because he wanted to get a closer look at the farmland that had brought him so much hope, and also out of gratitude. After tending to the farmland with Wang Kai and the others for a while, Shen Xingyan saw that the cool-down time of his talent skill had ended. Without hesitation, he took Wang Kai to the side of the farmland and began to chant softly. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, who was following its owner, saw its owner make that familiar gesture again and knew what was about to happen. It also shook the skull head slightly with some pleasure. Its skeletal eye sockets were also staring at the land in front of its master, waiting for the arrival of its new little brother. And just as Wang Kai had hoped, his 6 strong underlings appeared before his master. After completing the spell, Shen Xingyan noticed Wang Kai's excitement and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, teasing Wang Kai. It seems our Wang Kai wants to expand the skeleton army even more than I do. That's right. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier, and a skeleton who doesn't want to be a skeleton general isn't a good Wang Kai either. As Shen Xingyan spoke, he gently pressed the little skull on Wang Kai's hat. Then, without lingering any longer, he returned to the real world and began to train. While the tranquil and comfortable environment of the planting space is certainly appealing, self-improvement is what he truly seeks. And so, maintaining his balanced power training, Shen Xingyan continued training until evening, during which time Chu Wei, who had returned from outside, also came over. The two chatted briefly about the strange events that had recently occurred, including the story of the philanthropist giving away money. Shen Xingyan also intentionally or unintentionally told Chu Wei about the surrounding terrain and the distribution of disasters through hearsay. The description specifically highlighted the more distant area where the white apes were located, allowing Chu Wei's team to gain a clear understanding of the situation. Chu Wei naturally obeyed Shen Xingyan's words without question. After all, they had spent so many years at school together and had developed an unspoken understanding, knowing that they had to pay special attention to the tone of their words. After Chu Wei left, Shen Xingyan, despite being somewhat exhausted, still chose to continue exercising. After all, the 6.2% progress increase every hour was tempting him, and besides, he also needed to wait for the clone skill to cool down. Now that he understands the wonders of the clone technique, he naturally wants to make the most of every use of the skill. He continued exercising until 2 a.m. before slowly stopping. Having just emerged from his workout, he felt a surge of drowsiness and a profound emptiness wash over him, as if they were protesting. Although he felt that not much time had passed in his consciousness, his physical exhaustion was real. He glanced at the progress of power of balance and saw that it had reached 49.9%, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. At this rate of improvement, I only need to train a little bit tomorrow to raise my power of balance to level 8. While thinking this with satisfaction, Shen Xingyan quickly ate something to restore his strength. After slightly cheering himself up, he directly used the clone technique. Looking at the 4th clone in front of him, Shen Xingyan didn't have time to wait for him to slowly walk out. Considering that it was late at night and there was almost no one outside, he wasn't afraid that there would be someone in the place he teleported to. He put down the signpost for entering and exiting the safe zone. This thing served as both a pass and a record, and he didn't want anyone to know that he had left the safe zone in the middle of the night. After transforming his fourth clone into a small pendant and activating the scarecrow as a safety shield, Shen Xingyan teleported to a hidden spot outside the safe zone with a thought. After placing the clone, he waited another 10 seconds to see if the teleportation skill had cooled down. Then he used it again to return to the tent in the safe zone. In the entire round trip, he only used 20 seconds, which was incredibly efficient. At this moment, Shen Xingyan couldn't care less about these thoughts. Exhausted, he lay down and connected his consciousness to the star source world. After appearing in the planting space, he didn't bother to greet Wang Kai and the others. He went straight to his usual spot and entered a state of primal energy cultivation, instantly falling asleep. At this moment, under the 10x speed of primal energy cultivation, the transparent particles and light green particles, which were more than twice as concentrated as before, surged wildly towards the sleeping Shen Xingyan. If Shen Xingyan were to check the origin energy section of the attribute panel at this moment, he would find that the number after the decimal point changes every once in a while, and the speed is several times faster than before. The pale green particles, through Shen Xingyan's dormant consciousness, directly affected his body in the real world, repairing his physical potential, which was beginning to be overdrawn. Thanks to the continuous output of pale green particles from that mutated crop, Shen Xingyan's physical potential was not only effectively restored, but even became more profound than before. Chapter 177 Increased Cultivation Speed. In the star origin world, within the planting space, Shen Xingyan slowly awoke from his dream state after 6 hours of meditation, as his original energy cultivation came to an end. At this moment, as he slowly opened his eyes, he felt his energy being restored more quickly by the star origin world, and he felt much more comfortable. It's so much more comfortable to sleep in the planting space. Shen Xingyan sighed softly as he lazily sat up. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, who had been imitating its owner's rest, also sat up, following suit. If someone else woke up to find a skeleton lying next to them, they would probably be terrified and immediately keep their distance. But Shen Xingyan wore a gentle smile, lightly patted Wang Cai's shoulder, and looked clearly at the vast farmland in front of him and the little skeletons working leisurely. Unbeknownst to me, I already have more than 70 little skeletons, and I'm not far from having a 100-man skeleton army. Commanding so many little skeletons is a very tiring task. Wang Kai, you've really worked hard. Otherwise, I would have expended a lot of energy on this. Shen Xingyan spoke softly while patting Wang Kai with a smile. He greatly admired Wang Cai's talent, and since Wang Kai was the first little skeleton to follow him, he held considerable importance in Wang Cai's mind. Shen Xingyan carefully observed Wang Kai, looking at its increasingly strong bones and more natural movements, and couldn't help but recall the scene a month ago when he had just summoned it. Back then, Wang Kai gave him the impression that it was about to fall apart at any moment, and it has completely changed its appearance compared to now. I really didn't expect that after a month of development, the little skeleton would become like this, growing just like me. Shen Xingyan, whose lips unconsciously curled into a smile, was about to stand up when he suddenly heard a notification from the star origin world. Ding! It has been detected that your original energy factor has reached 1 point. Your original energy limit will be automatically increased by 1 point. Upon hearing this hint, Shen Xingyan paused for a moment. Then a look of delight appeared on his face. However, amidst this delight, he couldn't help but ask a question. It hasn't been long since the last time the original energy factor reached 1 point. How come it's reached 1 point again? This is much earlier than the cultivation time I calculated. What could be the reason? Shen Xingyan subconsciously opened the attribute panel and checked the current panel attributes. He saw that the original energy attribute column was indeed displaying 75/75, and the original energy factor displayed after it was already around 0.2. This sudden and unexpected promotion left him feeling puzzled. This isn't right. Based on the previous calculation that one increases one's original energy factor by 0.1 every 10 hours, it's too abnormal that I've increased my original energy factor by 0.2 after only 6 hours of cultivation. Could it be that my cultivation speed has increased again, and by a significant margin? But this magnitude is indeed somewhat beyond the normal range. It seems I'll have to observe the specific situation during tonight's primal energy training to see what caused it. While the improvement in primal energy was certainly gratifying, understanding the reasons behind it was crucial for future cultivation, which Shen Xingyan couldn't help but take seriously. Shen Xingyan thought this to himself, but he put the idea aside for the time being. He would explore it later when he cultivated that night, since he still had a lot to do. He then led Wang Kai, Lai Fu, and Lai Qian on a slow walk around the farmland, inspecting his farmland territory and expressing his appreciation and encouragement to the little skeletons who were working. Now our skeleton workforce is overflowing again, which is a good thing. Furthermore, once the strawberry harvest is completed around 6 p.m. today, my job level will increase by 20 levels, and I can start planting level 4 crops. The workload for level 4 crops will definitely increase, especially after using professional skills. The demand for labor will increase significantly, and the surplus labor will then have a place to be used. Due to the implementation of the wool gathering plan, the upgraded farmland will not be planted with all level 4 crops at once. Basically, 1 acre of level 4 farmland will be added every day. In this way, the workload on the farm will only gradually increase, and with new skeletons appearing every day, it's more than enough to handle all stages of farm work without adding new farmland. As Shen Xingyan pondered this in his heart, a confident smile flashed across his face. He remains very optimistic about future farm work, as his improved skills have given him more confidence. After saying goodbye to Wang Kai and the others, Shen Xingyan disappeared from the planting space and returned to the real world. Shen Xingyan opened his eyes in the tent in the safe zone. He first carefully checked the subtle traces around him and was relieved to find that no one had entered his tent during his rest period. Although his safety was assured thanks to the scarecrow's protection, he still understood the principle that a wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. It is always better to be aware of danger in advance than to be caught off guard later. Reassured, Shen Xingyan ate his food and then went outside the tent to stretch his legs. Looking at the sparsely populated crowd in the safe zone, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I really envy them for being able to freely kill disasters outside and truly face the controllable dangers around them. But all he could do was send his clones out to kill the enemies, while his main body lay low in the safe zone, occasionally catching glimpses of the battle through his perspective. It all felt so unreal. Realizing that his idea was somewhat offensive, Shen Xingyan quickly stopped his wild thoughts, relaxed a little in the safe zone, and then returned to his tent to begin his training for the day. Compared to the battles in the outside world, I still prefer the feeling of improving every moment. Besides, the improvement I'm getting now is so great that I simply can't give it up. As Shen Xingyan exercised, he muttered to himself. According to my calculations, I can raise power of balance to level 8 this afternoon, which will be another 4 points of attribute increase. So, you can gain 4 attribute points from a day of training. Who could resist that temptation? Chapter 178 Desert Eagle. Shen Xingyan continued exercising until noon before slowly stopping his movements. After more than 3 hours of training, Shen Xingyan had increased the overall progress of balance power from 49.9% to 71.6%. With less than 30 points remaining, he could easily complete the task with less than 5 hours of normal training. When the level of power of balance is raised to level 8, he will also receive a permanent attribute bonus of 4 points. And this is only under normal circumstances. With his unconventional methods, he can improve the progress with ease. It's important to know that his comprehension skills are no joke. In the state of comprehension, the terrifying increase in power of balance cannot be deduced by common sense. He probably won't even use up 30 points of progress in an hour. Shen Xingyan was well aware of this, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. After checking the skill progress, he turned his attention to the clone technique, which had already completed its cooldown, and then cast it without hesitation. Now possessing 22 points of primal energy, he has summoned his strongest clone to date, Assassin Clone number 6, with all attributes at 11 points. Although 11 points in all attributes might seem insignificant to other professions, for Shen Xingyan it marked an important step in his rapid growth. which made him very happy. After all, once is enough to make it happen again. Currently, this clone has 11 points in all attributes. Who knows, in the future, a few zeros might be added after the 11. As for the naming of the clones, Shen Xingyan did not replace the subsequent clones with the new ones after the first clone disappeared. After all, in his opinion, although Assassin Number 1 clone has disappeared, as a clone that contributed to the elimination of disasters, he felt it was very necessary to preserve his title so that he could commemorate him emotionally. Shen Xingyan then took the shrunken Assassin Number 5 into his hand, took out an energy recovery potion, and drank it to restore his depleted energy. After waiting a few minutes until his original energy was almost fully restored, he activated the Scarecrow's protective function and then instantly teleported with his clone to Assassin Number 2's location, which was 1 kilometer away. Based on the view from the previous perspective, Shen Xingyan discovered that there were no other people around at the location of his second clone, which meant that the risk of being exposed was relatively low. After teleporting and landing, Shen Xingyan let his 2 clones go hunting on their own, while he waited for the teleportation skill to cool down. At the same time, he also carefully observed the surrounding environment. Shen Xingyan quietly savored the unique scenery around him, experiencing the novelty that belonged only to those outside the boundary. He gently stroked the towering tree beside him, and couldn't help but sigh. If only we hadn't been besieged by disasters, we could have worked freely on this land, and the plight of farmers wouldn't be like this now. However, just as he was feeling somewhat sentimental, a huge eagle head suddenly appeared in front of him, moving so fast that Shen Xingyan couldn't react in time. Damn it! Shen Xingyan exclaimed in surprise, his eyes narrowing slightly as he dodged to the side, frantically activating his teleportation skill in his mind. What happened next gradually calmed his tense emotions. The giant desert eagle in front of him seemed to have lost its way, spinning wildly around him at a speed that resembled a small whirlwind. At this moment, Shen Xingyan, who was in the heart of the whirlwind, only remembered the scarecrow he carried with him after seeing this scene, and realized that it had played a role. Luckily, I activated the scarecrow's protective function before I came. Otherwise, I would have really been caught off guard and capsized. During the time he came to his senses, his teleportation skill also completed its cooldown. While he was constantly urging the teleportation skill in his mind, he instantly disappeared from the center of the vortex and returned to the tent. The desert eagle, spinning around and feeling a bit dizzy, was left alone, screeching at the sky. Phew, that was close. It seems that appearing outside the realm in its true form is indeed very dangerous. I've truly witnessed it this time. I really have to thank the scarecrow. Shen Xingyan, inside the tent, took out the scarecrow and sighed softly. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the original energy inside the scarecrow prop, which could have sustained it for dozens of hours, was now completely depleted. Shen Xingyan was not surprised by this. After all, the energy consumed in daily protection and protection during combat are definitely different. Seeing this, he temporarily put aside the matter of the desert eagle and quickly channeled the primal energy that had just been restored into his body to ensure his defensive capabilities. At the same time, he took a potion to restore his original energy, preparing for the use of the skill he was about to master. After waiting a few minutes, Shen Xingyan saw that the original energy had been almost restored and the scarecrow had completed its basic charging. Then he immediately began to train the power of balance. Shen Xingyan continued training until nearly 3 p.m., only stopping when he had increased the progress of balanced power to 90%. Opening the attribute panel, Shen Xingyan glanced at the 20 seconds displayed in the primal energy section and the enlightenment skill that had just finished its cooldown and activated it in a flash. The further enhancement of his primal energy brought Shen Xingyan's comprehension value to 19 points in his state of enlightenment, which also improved his understanding of the movements of the transparent little figure in his mind. However, this state of enlightenment had only just begun when Shen Xingyan, who was practicing the power of balance, suddenly felt an unusually comfortable sensation. Knowing that this was a sign of skill upgrade, he did not stop his movements but continued to train. Only after an hour of contemplation did Shen Xingyan reluctantly stop his physical movements. With a thought, He took out his star source card to check his skills and attributes. Balanced power level 8. Passive, +8 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 16 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 16 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 26%. Strength, 22 points. Agility, 22 points. Physical condition, 23 points. Spirit, 18 points. Looking at the upgrade description of Power of Balance and the improvement of his own attributes, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but chuckle. Although he had already predicted it before, he still couldn't help but feel a little excited when the upgrade actually happened. Chapter 179 Summary. Shen Xingyan felt a little excited as he watched the level of Power of Balance increase. But compared to the overwhelming feeling he had in the past, this time it was much milder. After all, he had already mentally prepared for the current situation, and he had experienced this kind of improvement many times during this period, so his emotions were not greatly affected. He then focused his attention on the skill progress, which had reached 26%. He had a vague premonition before, but now that he actually saw the predicted result, he couldn't help but sigh slightly, but then he felt relieved. As expected, the level 8 Power of Balance is still improving at the same rate as before. The remaining 10% progress at level 7, plus the current 26% progress, means that in this hour of enlightenment training, I've increased my progress by a full 36%. It has increased by 4% compared to the last time, and this is only the chain reaction after a 1-point increase in original energy. I had thought about the idea that 1 point of primal energy could increase the progress by 4% before, but I did not expect that the skill after being upgraded to level 8 would have no effect on it at all. If that's the case, then the progress of each hour of training will likely see a huge increase, probably around 7%. That's a truly magical rate of improvement. However, I hope this pace of progress continues. Shen Xingyan, somewhat relieved by the result, couldn't help but begin to quietly look forward to it. He then paused briefly to replenish his energy before continuing to practice the power of balance that he had gained insight into. As he practiced, his movements, refined through repeated contemplation, became increasingly profound, almost like 2 different skills compared to when he first acquired the power of balance. Shen Xingyan, who was in the process, felt it the most. The increasingly smooth and natural feeling made him more and more motivated to train. Time flew by, leaving no room for hesitation. After exercising for 2 whole hours, Shen Xingyan finally stopped. He quickly took out the star source card to check the progress of Power of Balance, and found that its total progress had reached 40.2%. After a quick calculation, he found that its improvement speed was as he expected. The improvement rate was 7.1% per hour. Including the hour I spent on enlightenment, I only need to train for 10 hours to gain 4 attribute points now. It's unbelievable. Upon arriving at this result, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and his heart also began to surge with excitement. He then calmed himself down a bit, activated the Scarecrow's protective function, connected his consciousness to the star source card, and went directly to the planting space. Looking at the talent skill that had completed its cooldown in the attribute panel, Shen Xingyan activated it without hesitation. Before long, 6 sturdy little skeletons stood in front of him. He nodded slightly and looked around. Now he had a total of 81 little skeletons. After handing the new little skeleton over to Wankai, Shen Xingyan did not return to the real world. After all, according to his previous calculations, 6:30 p.m. was a suitable time to harvest strawberries, and now there were only a dozen minutes left until that time. The safety of the real world meant he didn't need to go back to investigate, so he simply found a place to lie down and quietly waited for the strawberry harvest time to arrive. At the same time, he began to recall what had happened today and mentally analyzed the problems that had occurred during his operation. This operation was too reckless and went too far behind enemy lines. It was too prudent, far too prudent. I blamed myself for being too complacent before, thinking that I could guarantee my safety with the teleportation skill, but today's incident has served as a wake-up call. Although he possesses various amazing abilities, everything is based on the premise that his own strength is sufficient. With the Desert Eagle's incredible speed today, he couldn't even react in time. I was lucky this time because I had protective gear. Otherwise, with the Desert Eagle's normal attack power, my 230 health points in the real world would probably only last 2 hits before the third hit would kill me. If I encounter someone who can kill me with a single blow in the future, I won't give myself any chance to escape. Moreover, today's events show that the 10-second cooldown of teleportation skills can sometimes lead to unforeseen problems. It's still too dangerous outside the boundary. I need to be much more careful in the future. Shen Xingyan, who was deep in thought at the moment, was unaware that his encounter with this event was partly accidental, but also partly inevitable. As he was nourished by the pale green particles during this period, his potential increased, and the life force he emitted also increased in tandem. The life force he emitted was easily detected by those perceptive disasters. At this moment, in the eyes of those disasters outside the boundary, he was simply a walking tonic. Even for those disasters who were not very sensitive to aura, his presence was extremely conspicuous. This is why Assassin No. 2's clone didn't see the Desert Eagle for so long, while Shen Xingyan was attacked just seconds after arriving there. As Shen Xingyan was lost in thought while summarizing, the time slowly came to 6:30. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan, who had been repeatedly telling himself to be more prudent in the future, slowly stood up, and the novice's cane with no durability appeared in his hand. Wang Kai and the other skeletons noticed their master's actions, and each of them quickly went to their assigned positions under Wang Cai's direction. Shen Xingyan walked to the strawberry field that was about to ripen. As he was about to cross a new threshold, he also felt a little strange. He slowed down his thoughts a little, locked his attention on all the farmland, and activated his professional skill with a thought. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? As the primal energy within his body gathered on the beginner's staff, the old friend of Star Source's prompt arrived as expected. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan let out a soft breath and clicked continue directly. Hopefully, this luck attribute will continue to work its magic. Shen Xing murmured softly. Chapter 180 Time Reset. As Shen Xingyan confirmed, the primal energy on his cane instantly covered all the farmland in front of him. At the same time, the primal energy value in his attribute panel, which was originally 79 points, dropped by 65 points, leaving only 14 points. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan, after his anticipation subsided, slowly squatted down and carefully examined the changes in the strawberry plant in front of him, while also waiting for the Star Source skill to appear. My luck in the real world was a bit bad today, but it should make up for it here. I can't have bad luck in both worlds today. In this somewhat expectant wait, the Star Origin world, as always, revealed the final answer a few seconds later. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. As the simple yet sincere skill notification echoed in his ears, Shen Xingyan's frustration from the Desert Eagle attack vanished, and his mood instantly brightened. I knew it. The luck attribute is pretty reliable. Although I didn't perform well in the real world today, as the old saying goes, even tigers have their moments of weakness. It's understandable that luck might have a temporary effect. As long as I continue to perform well here, that's fine. At worst, I can just stay in the safe zone in the real world. After all, I'm just a farmer turned professional. I'm not suited for combat. As Shen Xingyan thought this, he stood up and gently stretched his arms. Looking at the strawberry field that was changing beneath his feet, he had a faint smile on his face, preparing for the upcoming harvest. While Wang Kai was directing the little skeletons' work assignments, the little skeletons would occasionally turn their heads towards their master, observing him with curiosity. Seeing its owner facing the changing farmland with a joyful expression, it immediately stood up straight. In its nascent consciousness, it only sensed that its master's somewhat gloomy mood when he first arrived had turned into happiness because of the changes in the farmland before him. It also felt a sense of joy at the changes in the farmland. With a bit of fighting spirit, it looked at the other little skeletons present and shared the information it had learned with them. The first to react were naturally Leaf and Lei Qian. They both looked at their master, and their newly awakened consciousness, fueled by their names, began to record their master's reaction. Then, the entire skeleton seemed to come alive. After receiving the message from Captain Wonkai, the other little skeletons, who had been somewhat downcast, also became a little more spirited. All the little skeletons seemed to change because of Shen Xingyan's change in attitude. In the next 10 seconds or so, witnessed by Shen Xingyan and the 81 little skeletons, all the crops in the farmland underwent a welcome change. As the plus 10% bonus to professional skill progress became fully apparent in all farmland, the changes in crops gradually subsided. The familiar maintenance notification began to appear rapidly above the farmland. Having experienced this phenomenon many times before, the little skeletons were no longer afraid and immediately began to work with practiced ease. Moreover, due to the overflow of labor, they are now able to cope with the current situation with increasing ease. On the other side, Shen Xingyan, who was already poised to act, saw the harvestable notification appear above the farmland and, like a wild horse, began to harvest the strawberry plants at will. With the backpack space available, his harvest felt like picking up money, effortlessly and happily completing the harvest of the entire acre of strawberries. With the rapid harvesting speed, the strawberry field disappeared completely in just a few minutes. As the last strawberry plant was uprooted, Shen Xingyan used his mind to store it in his backpack, and at the same time, a notification of Xingyuan's harvest appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 1,300 kilograms. You have gained 7,800 farmer experience points. Looking at the results, Shen Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. It was 20 kilograms more than the previous 1,280 kilograms, and it was certain that the record would be broken again. Then, with a thought, he brought up the attribute panel. Looking at the experience points column, which displayed 22032/20,000, he couldn't help but grin. Soon I can raise my professional skill level to level 20 and unlock my new function in the Star Origin world, Ranch. Your experience and financial accumulation will be further enhanced. And I've unlocked a second job skill, but I don't know if it will undergo the same mutation as my first job skill, making me even more powerful. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but feel a little expectant as his gaze fell on the prompt next to the experience points that indicated he could level up. He wanted to upgrade immediately, but he forcibly suppressed the urge to click directly. Right now, seeing what kind of record-breaking rewards he could get was the priority. After putting away the attribute panel, he slightly raised his head and looked up at the sky above Xingyuan, waiting for the notification of this record breakthrough to appear. As Shen Xingyan waited, the breakthrough notification from Xingyuan, following the harvest notification, slowly appeared before his eyes and simultaneously echoed in his ears. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,280 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 1,300 kilograms. You are being rewarded with a special item, Time Reset. A server-wide announcement will be made regarding this event. Would you like to make the information public? Seeing that this time the reward included yet another special item, Shen Xingyan showed no excitement whatsoever. The props he had previously used all had miraculous effects, so he stopped speculating about their functions and stopped judging their value so easily. Event Reset, another item I've never heard of before. I wonder what kind of function it will have. Shen Xingyan looked at the reward in the notification with a very calm expression. Although he did not know the specific function of this unfamiliar item, just from the name alone, it seemed that it was something special because it was linked to time. With this in mind, Shen Xingyan paid 100 silver coins to Xingyuan World as usual and successfully obtained the item. Looking at the cane, which resembled an alarm clock, he used his mind to check its attributes. Chapter 181 Level Up to 20. Item, Time Reset Special Item. Quantity 1. Attribute, Time-based one-time item. The user can reset a certain attribute on themselves or the target's body over time. After activating the item, the target attribute will be regenerated. Note, a rare item that can rewind time. Shen Xingyan's eyes lit up as he looked at the prop's attributes in his hand, which resembled a comical costume. He began to ponder it silently. As expected, the item's attributes, just like its name, are all related to time. The description mentions resetting a certain physical attribute. Does that mean I can reset my farmer class to another class? After all, farming is a physical attribute. Upon seeing this introduction, Shen Xingyan immediately thought of the source of his pain during his awakening. With that in mind, he opened the attribute panel and focused his attention on the attributes of the farmer profession, tentatively reciting the idea of resetting the profession in his mind. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he discovered that the brain in his hand actually responded. Do you want to reset your farmer occupational attribute and change it to another occupation? Upon seeing the prompt, Shen Xingyan quickly clicked no. He had only intended to test the idea, but he hadn't expected to actually reset his professional skills. This item is a bit too amazing. It can actually reset any attribute in the attribute panel. If I reset my farmer profession, my skills will probably change as well, and who knows what skills I'll end up with. It's best not to act impulsively. After all, this item only resets, it doesn't enhance. In the past, if I had the opportunity to choose my life path again, I would definitely choose to use it in order to get a combat profession. But my current profession is much stronger than those combat professionals, so there's absolutely no need to use it. However, from this point of view, the value of this item is very high. If it were on the market, its value would probably be even higher than that of a talent stone. The use of this item just now confirms one thing. If you're unhappy with any of your attributes, you can simply reset them. This item is quite powerful. Shen Xingyan looked at the brain in his hand and nodded with some satisfaction. Then he began to carefully examine his own attribute panel. He skipped all the professional skills, talent skills, and fixed attributes, as none of them needed to be reset. The two main skills were already perfect and required no unexpected changes. As for those fixed attribute values, there is no need to adjust them. He then focused his attention on those skills: balance force, teleportation, comprehension, and clone technique. These skills can all be reset to create a superior one, but after thinking about it, he felt it was unnecessary to waste such a precious item on this. After pondering repeatedly, Shen Xingyan's gaze fell upon the level section. Could I just reset my level? Maybe with the blessing of luck, I could raise my job level to the advanced professional stage without any effort. That would be amazing. Shen Xingyan's eyes suddenly lit up, and as he thought about it, he began to experiment with his hands. Do you want to reset your job level attribute to level 1? As soon as Shen Xingyan had this thought, the time reset item gave him that feedback. Upon seeing this, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but gasp, and he was so frightened that he quickly clicked no. That was close. I didn't expect this time reset item to be such a powerful weapon. Resetting the level can reset the enemy to level 1, so the level-related attributes will definitely decrease accordingly. Imagine how cruel it would be if all those years of hard work and upgrades went down the drain. Shen Xingyan thought with lingering fear that this was indeed a special time-related item. Seeing that he had no use for his own attributes for the time being, he could only choose to slowly put them away and leave them for Ho Yong. He then focused his attention on the experience points section of the attribute panel. Seeing the prompt that he could level up, he let out a soft breath and clicked level up. Congratulations. Your job level has been increased to 20. You are rewarded with +2 to all attributes, +4 free attribute points, and a 2% reduction in job skill cooldown time. We hope you will continue your efforts and strive to improve further. As the Star Origin World upgrade notification appeared, a familiar feeling of comfort washed over Shen Xingyan once again, and his professional level also increased to level 20. After casually adding the 4 free attribute points he received as a reward to his primal energy, Shen Xingyan smiled with satisfaction and carefully examined the newly revamped Star Origin World attribute panel. Name: Sparks Fly Shen Xingyan. Number: 1181204319527. Occupation: Farmer. Professional skill: 1. Consumes a certain amount of primal energy points to increase the growth rate of crops within a specified range by 10%. The larger the range, the more primal energy points are consumed. The interval is 10 hours, and the skill cooldown is 24 hours 29%. 2. Not enabled. Can be enabled. Balance power level 8. Passive, +8 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, Consumes 16 points of primal energy to activate balance power, temporarily transferring 16 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 40.2%. Level, 20. Experience points, 2032/30,000. Strength, 51 points. Agility, 51 points. Physical fitness, 52 points. Spirit, 47 points. Free attribute points, 0. Health, 520/520 points. Original energy, 83 points. Original energy factor plus 0.2. Stamina, 52 to 52 points. Physical attack, 54 points. Spell attack, 50 points. Defense, 52 points. Speed, 51 points. Talent, summon skeletons. Summons 6 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 6 to fight 24-hour cooldown. Skills, teleportation, clone technique rare, enlightenment. Martial arts techniques, dragon elephant fist mastery level, demon subduing staff mastery level, swift wind step mastery level. Money, 0 gold, 675 silver, 113 copper. Upon reaching level 20, his average of the 4 attributes had exceeded 50 points, and his primal energy had reached over 80 points. With the existence of the power of balance, he had far surpassed other professionals of the same level. He left his classmates far behind. Chapter 182 Second Job Skills. If I could extract all these attributes into the real world, I should be able to hold out against desert eagles and white apes for several rounds. Shen Xingyan looked ahead and felt a surge of confidence. In just over a month, he achieved such an attribute. If others knew this, they would be astonished and look at him as if he were a monster. At this time, Shen Xingyan was still young, and he knew that with such attributes in the real world, he was already considered a qualified combat professional. And if he shows it off, he will definitely receive compliments from those around him, satisfying his somewhat vain desires. However, he had no intention of showing off. Having lived at the bottom of society for a long time, he had seen too much of human nature and would not be blinded by some pretty words. Moreover, after more than 100 years of development, the prodigies among the human race in combat professions are estimated to have reached nearly level 100 in terms of real-world attributes. With his current attributes, he is nothing more than a slightly larger ant in their eyes. If he were to accidentally expose his strength and attract their attention, he would inevitably become a pawn to be manipulated at will. Even when a piece is about to threaten them, it is highly likely to be sacrificed, despite the fact that this is an era filled with disasters. Although he acknowledged that there is indeed a bright side to human nature, in this era where strength reigns supreme and those in power are unchecked, he dared not gamble on that aspect of humanity. Just as Shen Xingyan was lamenting the necessity of continuing to survive, he received a skill notification from Xingyuan shortly after reaching level 20. Ding! It has been detected that you have met the conditions for unlocking a second profession. Would you like to activate it? Shen Xingyan temporarily put aside his thoughts and looked at the prompt in front of him, and his heart tightened for a moment. He had just seen in the attribute panel that the second professional skill was available, and now that Star Origin World was prompting him, he had no choice but to make a decision. Having experienced the previous light pillar awakening, Shen Xingyan subconsciously felt an instinctive resistance to this self-generated skill, knowing that he didn't have much luck in this area. I learned back in school that when farmers unlock their second professional skill, they will most likely acquire a ranching-related skill, which is mostly to increase the growth rate of livestock. Moreover, once the second skill is activated, it will automatically synchronize with the real world, leaving no room for reversal. Feeling somewhat uncertain, Shen Xingyan subconsciously thought to himself, but then he suddenly paused. Go back on my word? Don't I have an item that allows me to go back on my word? At that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly grabbed the time reset item he had just put away, feeling a sense of security. He thought to himself, I thought the alarm clock would be useless for the time being, but it has come in handy now. Although the alarm clock is of great value, using it for professional skills is not a waste of its potential. With this item, even if you unlock a regular job skill, you can use the time reset function to change it, giving you an extra chance to choose. Moreover, given your own luck stat, You can't possibly fail to get any good skills after 2 chances, right? Who knows, you might even get a great skill on your first try. With this thought in mind, the special prop in his hand gave him a little confidence, and his originally hesitant idea immediately became firm. Seeing the prompt that appeared before him, Shen Xingyan gritted his teeth and nodded to indicate that he agreed to start. As Shen Xingyan confirmed this, the notification in front of him changed to activating 1%, but the second professional skill did not immediately appear in front of him. Watching the progress increase by 1% per second, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but complain. This is truly like having a dull knife to my throat. Not going to give me a quick death. This kind of waiting for the result feels like the longest time ever. However, despite his complaints, Shen Xingyan still had to wait, as this was a major event concerning his future professional skills and could not be taken lightly. Fortunately, Star Origin World didn't keep Shen Xingyan in suspense for too long. The progress bar reached 100% after a little over a minute, and then the notification disappeared instantly. His second professional skill notification appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked your second profession skill. Consume a certain amount of primal energy points to increase livestock growth speed by 20% for 10 hours. Skill cooldown is 24 hours. Shen Xingyan, who was initially both nervous and expectant, shook his head in disappointment after seeing the skill. Just like any other professional farmer, his second skill is simply to increase the growth rate of livestock. However, my result is somewhat better, with a 20% improvement, unlike the records in the real world, which are mostly only around 10%. This can be attributed to the effect of luck. Even so, this skill is far too useless compared to the first one, and there is absolutely no comparison between them. It seems I'll have to try using the tool I have. Hopefully, I won't waste this precious tool. Shen Xingyan sighed as he thought about it, and then he transferred his idea of resetting his second job skill to the alarm clock item in his hand. Do you want to reset your second job skill attribute and change it to another skill? Seeing the feedback from the prop, Shen Xingyan's heart couldn't help but race. He silently repeated the words, "May luck bless you," several times in his mind, and even made some blessing gestures before nodding in confirmation with some doubt. The moment Shen Xingyan confirmed it, the alarm clock in his hand suddenly rang with an unusually piercing sound, causing Shen Xingyan to instinctively cover his ears. At this moment, the time reset item was like an alarm clock, floating in the air and ringing incessantly. A few seconds later, the alarm clock seemed to be suddenly slapped by an invisible hand, instantly stopping its ringing and slowly disappearing from Shen Xingyan's sight. Just as Shen Xingyan was looking at this strange commotion with some confusion, the notification from the Star Origin World appeared again. Chapter 183, Opening the Ranch. Congratulations, you have successfully activated your second profession skill. Consume a certain amount of primal energy points to increase the probability of livestock mutation by 20%. Current target, 10. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Shen Xingyan's eyes lit up when he saw the notification reappear. This time reset item is quite powerful. It actually made the Star Origin World show a notification again, as if nothing had ever happened before. And this is only the reward for breaking through to level 3 crops. If level 4 crops had this reward, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Shen Xingyan thought excitedly, and then carefully examined his second professional skill after the time reset. The reset professional skills still retain the 20% value, but the growth rate has been changed to the mutation probability. I had heard of the skill of causing mutations in farmed livestock before, but the probability was never this high. It is said that this is a very sought-after skill that can cause livestock to undergo random mutations, and these mutations are uncontrollable. Some of these mutations can even result in more valuable livestock. Some, however, will complete the entire growth cycle directly and reach the standard for direct gains. Even more, livestock can be mutated into pets, instantly increasing their value to another level. However, the probability of this is too small. You'd be lucky to encounter it once a year. However, his current professional skills have a 20% chance of causing livestock to mutate, which is already far beyond the record. It's important to know that, according to publicly available data in the real world, the highest probability of mutation is only 10%. Of course, it's possible that some people, like myself, have chosen to hide, but overall, this probability is already quite outrageous. Moreover, for me, whenever it comes to probability, my luck stat can come in handy. With both factors combined, the probability of my skill is actually much higher than 20%. As the number of record-breaking attempts increases in the future, there might even be attribute bonuses based on luck. Who knows, this skill might surprise you then. Shen Xingyan analyzed with some joy. Although the skills after the reset did not meet his expectations and unlock the skills of a combat profession. This left him with some regrets, but he was already quite satisfied with his current professional skill, at least in terms of its potential, which far surpassed other professional skills. While Shen Xingyan was pondering, Xingyuan's prompt slowly disappeared, and his second professional skill was officially confirmed. At this moment, the description of the second skill appeared prominently in the section on his attribute panel, under the category of professional skills. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but examine it closely, and just then, Xingyuan's prompt appeared again. Ding! We have detected that you meet the requirements for opening a ranch. Would you like to start the ranch? Seeing this, Shen Xingyan nodded in agreement to start. As expected, the ranch function will be unlocked when the professional level reaches level 20. This can be considered as compensation for farmers. Otherwise, the growth cycle of farmers would be too long. If I had such strong professional skills, I'd probably be around level 4 or 5, just like most of my fellow farmer-turned-professionals. As Shen Xingyan sighed, with the permission he had received, Xingyuan world began to exert its power, and the entire planting space began to undergo tremendous changes. On the other side of the warehouse, the area that was originally shrouded in mist was gradually becoming clearer, as if another world had opened up. Such changes stopped in no time, and after the fog cleared, Shen Xingyan's vision became much clearer. At this moment, what appeared before Shen Xingyan was a lush meadow separated by a shallow fence, which he estimated to be about an acre in size. Congratulations! The ranch feature has been successfully activated. You are rewarded with a brood of chicks and a bag of feed. With the appearance of the star source prompt, Shen Xingyan also had a sudden realization. After the ranch was opened, my space can no longer be called a planting space, but has become a real professional space. The basic shape of the space has been formed, and all that is needed is to expand the boundaries. While thinking this, Shen Xingyan opened his backpack space and looked at the brood of chicks he had received as a reward from the star origin world. With a thought, he placed them in the newly established ranch. Looking at the 10 chicks that seemed so tiny in the pasture, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. He wanted to buy some more livestock to put in, but was told that the current breeding scale was already full. Such a large ranch, and a few chicks are enough to fill it? That's a bit unreasonable. Shen Xingyan muttered to himself, but he also knew that the star origin world had its own rules. Just like how you can't directly plant advanced crops on your own farmland now, there are limitations. Gu only muttered a few words before turning his gaze to the 10 chicks and checking their attributes. Animal name, chick. Quantity, 1 litter, 10 birds. Growth cycle, 8 days. Egg-laying cycle, 1 day per 1 kilogram. Note, it can produce eggs with some nutritional value. It is a basal animal. Looking at the simple and clear attribute descriptions of the 10 chicks in front of him, Shen Xingyan had a good idea of what to expect. He then checked the prices of eggs and cooked chicken on Xingyuan Mall and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Each kilogram of eggs sells for 120 copper coins, and I estimate that I can only sell them to Xingyuan Mall for 100 copper coins. A fully grown chicken sells for 750 copper coins, which I definitely can't sell for that price. Even if I sell all the chicks in 8 days, I'd be lucky to get 8 silver coins. Shen Xingyan silently calculated in his mind that if this situation of obtaining 8 silver coins in 8 days had happened before, Shen Xingyan would probably have felt very satisfied. After all, silver coins were a luxury for him back then. He had to fight tooth and nail to win a match to earn those rewards. But now he earns several gold coins every day, so much so that he doesn't really care much about this small amount of money. Of course, in the spirit of diligence and thrift, he was very happy to accept such an extra income. Now it all depends on the mutated skills. Shen Xingyan thought to himself. With the idea of using it as soon as possible to reduce its cooldown, he took out the beginner's staff and activated the second skill he had just acquired, his class skill, without hesitation. Chapter 184, Direct Maturation. As Shen Xingyan activated his second professional skill, some of the primal energy within his body, after being transformed by the skill, began to surge towards his cane. As Shen Xingyan sensed this primal energy, he knew in his heart how much primal energy had been consumed this time. This time, using my professional skill only used 10 points of energy. It seems that low-level livestock farming is indeed energy efficient, averaging only 1 point of energy per chicken. Shen Xingyan calculated in his mind. And indeed, just as he felt, his original energy, which had been restored to full strength of 8383 due to the upgrade, was now back to 7383 in his attribute panel. The 10 points of energy that had disappeared were skillfully launched through the cane in Shen Xingyan's hand, directly affecting the 10 chicks. They, who were initially somewhat bewildered, began to excitedly chirp after sensing the arrival of this primal energy. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan also walked into the fence, wanting to observe the changes in the chicks up close. However, the instant he stepped over the fence, he felt as if he had passed through a transparent barrier. This surprised him, and he couldn't help but nod slightly, acknowledging the plausibility of this design. With this barrier in place, the farmland and pasture will not interfere with each other, and there will be no situation where livestock damage the farmland when I am not around. The Star Origin world is quite humane. As Shen Xingyan pondered this, he approached the chicks, squatted down, and gently observed them. However, after staring at the 10 chicks for more than 10 seconds, he saw that the chicks did not undergo any special changes. This made Shen Xingyan shake his head, thinking to himself, "It seems I still need to respect the probability. A 20% probability plus luck only increases the probability a bit, so failure is normal." Shen Xingyan comforted himself in this way, but just as he was about to get up and return to the farmland, a notification from the Star Origin world sounded. "Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Upon seeing the Star Origin skill notification, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but raise his head in confusion, wondering to himself, "What's going on? Does it mean that even without a trigger probability, the skill is considered successfully cast? And the notification speed is a bit slow, not as efficient as the one from the farmland." However, what happened after the prompt appeared answered Shen Xingyan's question perfectly. Suddenly, the 10 chicks in front of him began to swell rapidly, growing from their previous small size to the normal size of a chicken, as if by magic. Then a series of eggs began to appear in front of Shen Xingyan, with a plop-plop sound, which surprised him greatly. Although the effect of the professional skill took a while to develop, it seems that it was indeed successfully used, otherwise there would be no such reaction. The speed at which these 10 hens laid eggs was truly eye-opening. It was like an old-fashioned machine gun, firing off a whole magazine in one go. That's incredibly fast. I've certainly learned something new. Just as Shen Xingyan was shaking his head and sighing, the strange phenomenon in front of him began to slowly stop, and the familiar harvestable sign appeared directly above the ranch. This is already a harvest? That's way too fast. Seeing the unusual phenomenon just now, Shen Xingyan instinctively felt that this mutation should be very successful, but he did not expect that the direction of this mutation would be directly rewarded. This surprised him, and he couldn't help but murmur in disbelief. The chicks need 8 days to grow, but they completed it in less than half a minute. While achieving such speed is purely a matter of probability, it is indeed fast. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, while his hands didn't stop moving, directly putting all the eggs and fully grown chickens into his backpack space. As Shen Xingyan completed his harvest, Xingyuan's harvest notification appeared almost simultaneously. "Congratulations! You have harvested 10 chickens, ordinary grade, 8 kilograms of eggs, and gained 880 farmer professional experience points." Seeing this auspicious number, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile happily. Gaining so many experience points in just one day is quite impressive. A level 3 strawberry crop only provided less than 8,000 experience points in 9 days, while 10 level 1 animals gave so much experience. I didn't expect this second profession skill to give me so many surprises. While he was happy, he also opened his backpack and briefly checked the attributes of the eggs and chickens. Item: eggs. Quantity: 8. Value: 100 copper coins. Attribute: an ingredient used in cooking. It has the effect of restoring physical strength and replenishing a small amount of nutrients. Item: chicken. Quantity: 10. Value: 700 copper coins. Attribute: an ingredient used in cooking. It has the effect of restoring physical strength and replenishing nutrients. Shen Xingyan saw that his harvest was indeed not much different from what he had imagined. He nodded slightly and then opened Xingyuan Mall to sell everything. He then checked the animals he could raise in the Xingyuan Mall and found that the animals he could raise were between level 1 and 5, with the highest level animal being level 5, cattle. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate at all and spent 30 silver coins to buy 10 calves from Xingyuan Mall and put them in his ranch. He placed the entire bag of feed he had previously received as a reward into the feeding trough, and only then did he check the calves' attributes. Animal name: calf. Quantity: 10. Growth cycle: 18 days. Calves have an 18-day growth cycle. I don't know if they can naturally grow to that age using my professional skills. Looking at the 10 adorable calves, Shen Xingyan murmured softly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. After arranging a section of the ranch, Shen Xingyan crossed the fence and returned to the farmland. Looking at the acre of farmland that needed cultivating, he didn't let the little skeleton do the work, but instead picked up the tools and started cultivating it himself. Anyway, he has time now, and with the scarecrow protecting him in the real world, he's not too worried. While farming, he also opened the Star Source Mall to check out level 4 crop seeds. We compared each of the crops that needed to be planted and identified the one with the longest growth cycle. The range of 4th level crops available has undoubtedly expanded considerably, with some fruit trees and some basic medicinal herbs now being offered. Chapter 185: Planting Peonies. Upon seeing the level 4 fruit tree and crop seeds, Shen Xingyan immediately ruled them out. Although Wang Kai and the others have grown much taller after several upgrades to their innate skills. However, it still cannot meet the needs of large-sized crops, and maintaining them is a very troublesome matter. Weeding, fertilizing, and irrigating are all manageable maintenance tasks with few requirements. But when it comes to tasks like catching insects that require working on the plants, Wang Kai and the others can only watch helplessly. After all, you can't expect the little skeletons to climb trees. That would be too much of a burden for them. Moreover, after a brief look, Shen Xingyan found that the growth cycle of fruit trees is generally between 50 and 80 days. Although this growth cycle is much longer than that of strawberry plants, it is still not as long as that of medicinal herbs. In light of this, he turned his attention directly to medicinal herbs with long growth cycles. Viola yedoensis, chrysanthemum, catnip, Isitis root, Shen Xingyan murmured softly as he looked at these medicinal herbs. He compared the maturity periods of these seeds one by one, and after repeated comparisons, he focused his attention on the crop with the longest growth cycle at this stage: peony. Item: peony seeds. Value: 20 silver coins. Attributes: maturity period 100 days, planting area 600 square meters. After repeated comparisons among the level 4 crops, only the peony has the longest growth cycle, 100 days, which is the same as the mutated planting of my own acre of primary spirit level crops. Furthermore, according to the principle that the longer the growth cycle in the star origin world, the higher the value, the peony is undoubtedly my primary choice this time. After making his decision, Shen Xingyan no longer hesitated and immediately purchased the peony seeds needed for 9 acres of farmland. Originally, these seeds would have cost 180 silver coins, but after a 30% discount, he only spent 126 silver coins. Looking at the small amount of money saved, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. The 30% discount on seeds is really starting to show. This is only for level 4 seeds, and it already saved me 54 silver coins. I'm sure I'll save even more in the future. Holding the peony seeds needed to plant 1 acre of farmland in his hand, Shen Xingyan immediately called Wang Kai. and the two of them, one human and one skeleton, quickly started planting. They completed the planting of the peony field in just over 10 minutes. Compared to the time it took to plant wheat in the earliest days, their efficiency has now increased several times over. Seeing that the planting task was completed, Shen Xingyan realized that he hadn't yet processed the bulk of today's harvest. He gently patted his forehead and used the backpack's function to separate the strawberry plants. After briefly inspecting the perfect quality strawberries, I sold them all to Xingyuan Mall, earning a total of 5 gold, 477 silver, and 500 copper coins. After the money arrived, his total amount reached 6 gold, 4 silver, and 413 copper coins. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but beam with joy as he looked at the gold coins that had flooded into his account. Come on, Wankai, let me take you for a stroll over to the ranch. I'll also teach you how to maintain the tasks there. Unlike the farm, it doesn't require constant maintenance. You only need to send a little skeleton over to check on it every hour. As Shen Xingyan continued talking incessantly, he led Wankai over the fence. When he saw that Wankai was indeed not bound by the barrier as he had guessed, he finally felt relieved. He then taught Wankai how to place the feed and water, as well as how to clean the ranch. Although this knowledge is not presented with step-by-step reminders like when wheat was first planted, Star Origin World explained these basic concepts when the ranch was opened. In addition, Shen Xingyan also had some knowledge of this from information in the real world, so his teaching was quite professional. The increasingly intelligent Wankai absorbs what its master teaches it like a sponge, and according to its master's words, it sets up corresponding instructions for itself in its mind. Shen Xingyan smiled with satisfaction as he looked at Wankai, who was nodding repeatedly. He sighed that it was his good fortune to have such a capable assistant, and then praised him affectionately. Seeing that everything was arranged, Shen Xingyan didn't linger any longer and suddenly disappeared from the professional space, leaving Wankai with a somewhat reluctant feeling. Back in the real world, Shen Xingyan, as usual, observed the subtle details of his surroundings. Seeing nothing amiss, he stood up and muttered to himself, I still need to go out and show my face, otherwise people will think something's wrong with me, which will only increase my visibility, and that's not a good thing. As he spoke, Shen Xingyan slowly walked out of the tent and began to stroll around. He casually greeted the students around him, then chatted with Chu Wei for a while, telling her about the locations of the desert eagles that he had heard about, and also giving her a general overview of the distribution of the distant monsters that his 4 clones had collected. Shen Xingyan, you really didn't waste your time in this safe zone. You've managed to gather so much information. Why don't you become my intelligence-gathering secretary from now on? I'll pay you a salary. Chu Wei looked at Shen Xingyan with a sly smile, speaking in a half-joking tone, but her eyes revealed a sincere meaning, thinking to herself, he's truly outstanding no matter where he is. If he had also awakened a combat profession, then I wouldn't have to work so hard leading the squad. Upon hearing Chu Wei's words, Shen Xingyan chuckled and shook his head, saying matter-of-factly, why would I need to pay you wages? How about I report this information to you every day? After chatting and laughing for a while, Shen Xingyan took his leave and returned to his tent to resume his training in balance power. At 10 o'clock, he learned from his mistake, teleported to a hidden place near the safe zone, released Assassin No. 6 clone, and then quickly returned to the tent, not wanting to stay outside the safe zone any longer. He then continued exercising until midnight before gradually stopping. After seeing that the progress of balanced power in the attribute panel had reached 71%, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly and stopped training. After tidying up a bit, he connected to the Star Source card and entered the Star Source world. Inside the professional space, Shen Xingyan looked at the 0.2 energy factor after the energy attribute and thought to himself, I'll see what's causing the energy cultivation speed to become so fast. As he pondered this, Shen Xingyan sat down in his usual spot and activated his origin energy cultivation function. Chapter 186 The Reasons for Cultivation Improvement. Shen Xingyan, in his original energy cultivation state, did not choose to go to sleep immediately. In order to find out the reason for this acceleration of original energy, he kept his eyes open and looked at the scene in front of him after starting the cultivation, even though he was already a little sleepy. At this moment, under the influence of the tenfold cultivation speed, those transparent particles suddenly appeared and, with the effect of the quiet word technique, rapidly and frantically attacked his body. Shen Xingyan had seen this phenomenon before and wasn't particularly surprised. It's normal. There's nothing else unusual, so what could be causing this? Shen Xingyan frowned slightly as he pondered. However, what happened next made him realize the reason, and his brows relaxed. Before long, small, pale green particles began to appear in the farmland in front of him and slowly began to merge into his body. Up until then, everything was no different from what he had experienced before, until that strange crop started to exert its power, and suddenly the situation changed completely. The mutated crop, which had begun to emit transparent and light green particles, started to swarm outwards like a hornet's nest that had been poked, and rushed towards Shen Xingyan. Shen Xingyan could clearly see that the number of small particles emitted by that strange crop far exceeded the total number of other small particles. If you compare the two, one is like a light drizzle, while the other is a moderate to heavy rain. They are not even in the same league. The discovery before him made Shen Xingyan's eyes widen in disbelief as he looked at the mutated crop, whose function he had previously been unaware of. At the same time, he also understood why his cultivation speed had increased so much. So it was all because of the mutated crops. That makes perfect sense. I remember when I first got the mutated seed, the description said that it was a seed that could condense the power of star source after mutation and could absorb primal energy. But now, unexpectedly, with his cultivation speed increased by 10 times, the condensed star source power was released. I had fallen asleep immediately after activating my primal energy cultivation and didn't notice this strange phenomenon right away. Luckily, it's not too late now. One has to admit that the reward for breaking production records is indeed very valuable. But there are so many of these tiny particles, probably 7 or 8 times more than before. This feels amazing. Upon learning the reason, Shen Xingyan was overjoyed, watching the densely packed tiny particles merge into his body with a smile on his face. However, there is still a question. These light green particles are becoming more and more numerous, but I still don't understand what their purpose is. These are clearly not things that should exist in primal energy cultivation, but rather something unique to professional farmers. There are no attribute panels or hints for Xingyuan, so I can't be sure just by figuring it out. Shen Xingyan looked at the tiny particles flowing into his body and sighed softly. Then, without thinking about it any further, he slowly lay down and drifted off to sleep with a smile. In the real world, his 5 assassin clones were each acting independently outside the boundary. For them, who knew nothing of fatigue, they were either killing disasters or on their way to kill disasters. After this period of exterminating the disaster, they have collected a considerable amount of source. Especially the second clone, not only has the most sources collected, but its martial arts skills have also been improved to the same level as Shen Xingyan's current level, with 10% progress in mastering the Dragon Elephant Fist and 15% progress in mastering the Swift Wind Step. Furthermore, as the battle continues, its progress seems to be subtly increasing. However, compared to the previous standard of having a physical body, which made the progress of martial arts skills increase dramatically, the current breakthrough speed seems to be much slower. However, this situation is already quite surprising. You have to understand that although they have the consciousness of the main body, they are ultimately just clones. It is already quite good that they can perform like this. It is foreseeable that, as time goes by, and these clones accumulate power, Shen Xingyan's martial arts skills will achieve a leap forward that is in no way inferior to his comprehension of skills. Moreover, an even more important point about this boundary is that it allows us to detect those unknown dangers. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Understanding the enemy thoroughly will greatly benefit your future battles. At this moment, in areas untouched by the trial participants, the assassin clones had already ascertained the distribution of various monsters. Shen Xingyan also had his clones mark the disasters that might pose a serious crisis to the other trainees. I thought that by using some warning signs to remind them, I could consider it my own contribution to the human race. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyan, who was fast asleep, was unaware that his actions had begun to spark discussion throughout the entire trial participant community. Inside the safe zone, in the tent area where the trial participants in the central area lived, a 5-person team led by Lu Yuzi gathered together to discuss their travel plan for tomorrow. At this moment, one of them said angrily, "Damn it! Who is it that has gone deeper than our team and deliberately left marks to mock us? Could it be that Ice Beauty team? I heard from one of the teachers I'm close to that their team leader that their score is much higher than ours now. It's normal for him to be tall. A genius who comes along only once in a century is far beyond our reach. The real injuries caused by that spatial cutting technique are not something an ordinary person can withstand." The group chatted amongst themselves, their expressions of envy and jealousy occasionally surfacing. Lu Yuzi, who had initially shown little interest in their conversation, suddenly brightened up upon hearing them mention the Ice Beauty, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. As if he had seen a target that excited him, his eyes began to reveal an air of self-assurance. That's a kind of confidence that's determined to get something. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and the lights were not turned up to their maximum, so the other team members could not see each other's subtle expressions clearly. Otherwise, if his team members saw this, they probably wouldn't dare to turn their backs on this righteous and awe-inspiring team leader. Chapter 187 2 Days 1 Point. Meanwhile, Han Ningxuang, the Ice Queen that Lu Yuzi's team was talking about, was lying quietly in the tent. The Black Star Source card on her forehead indicated that her consciousness had gone to the Star Source world and was beginning to improve her professional level. She had no such concerns about doing something that others would hesitate to do. As the most precious genius in the Han family, although there was no real risk in the current trial, the Han family still sent their best members to her side to protect her safety. In addition, the defensive magic treasures and protective arrays on her body are also extremely advanced. It is not an easy task to harm her without causing a commotion. That is why she dares to enter the Star Origin world so blatantly. At this moment, the figure of a middle-aged woman was faintly visible beside her, silently protecting her. After several days of constant monitoring and observation, the middle-aged woman also had some doubts. She couldn't find out who was responsible for those clues that were clearly recently carved, which made her even more concerned about the safety of Miss. She couldn't help but take this otherwise easy task seriously. It seems there are some experts among the people participating in this trial. Other families must have also sent people. With my young lady's talent, we can't afford any accidents. I have to be on guard. As the middle-aged woman pondered this, her figure gradually disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, in the professional space on the other side, Shen Xingyan, fast asleep, was completely unaware that his kind heart had caused different people to have different thoughts. After 6 hours of sound sleep, or rather, after rigorous meditation, Shen Xingyan slowly opened his eyes as his meditation time ended. He stretched comfortably, feeling his energy return and a sense of exhilaration. He then brought up the attribute panel and saw that the original energy factor had changed from 0.2 to 0.7 in the original energy attribute column. He nodded in satisfaction. I only slept for 6 hours, and I was able to gain 0.5 primal energy factors. This is truly a case of winning by doing nothing. Moreover, at this rate, I'll be able to increase my energy limit by another point when I wake up tomorrow. A daily increase of 0.5 means you can gain 1 point of primal energy in just 2 days. That's incredibly fast. Shen Xingyan sighed inwardly, and at the same time, he subconsciously thought, now I have mutated crops in the Star Source world that can quickly increase my primal energy, and I also have an avatar in the real world that collects source for me day and night. Both of these can drastically increase my primal energy limit. So, can I add the free attribute points I gain from leveling up to other areas? That way, all my attributes will be comprehensively enhanced. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, Shen Xingyan immediately rejected it. For most people, directly improving physical attributes is the most intuitive approach, but this method is not suitable for someone with the ability to perceive. The real world has its own balanced force. As long as there is enough primal energy, the ability to comprehend skills will be strong enough. Improvements in the 4 major attributes are only a matter of time, and there is no need to improve them separately. Moreover, the importance of primal energy is self-evident. I can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Besides, other skills like teleportation and clones also require primal energy as support. For me, the more primal energy, the better. I must persist on this path of instinct and keep going. Shen Xingyan completely abandoned the idea of directly improving physical attributes. He then stood up and inspected the important farmland, paying particular attention to the mutated crop, and lovingly loosened the soil around the mutated crop, which was already some height of mature wheat. He murmured softly, "My little darling, you'd better grow up well. The progress of your primal energy will depend on your strength in the future." After inspecting the farmland, Shen Xingyan went to the pasture and saw that the calves had eaten and drunk their fill and were resting peacefully. He smiled gently. He handed everything over to Wankai, praised Wankai, and then returned directly to the real world. As soon as his consciousness returned to his main body, Shen Xingyan checked the perspectives of his clones to see if there had been any casualties after a night. To his relief, however, no further incidents occurred after he learned his lesson and instructed his clones to act cautiously, which made him nod in satisfaction. Shen Xingyan took out some food from his spatial storage, quickly replenished his energy, and began his daily balance power training. He can now increase his skill progress by 7.1% every hour of training, and the remaining progress of his current level 8 power of balance is only 29%. He only needs a little over 4 hours to complete it, at which point he will gain another 4 attribute points. He was fascinated by the lightning-fast speed at which his attributes improved. Moreover, after comprehending the optimized power of balance skill, training with it became increasingly enjoyable, without any of the previous tedium. The two factors combined made Shen Xingyan's motivation to train even higher. After training for 2 hours, Shen Xingyan paused briefly until his clone technique cooled down. He then led his clone to the outside of the safe zone, but did not go far before returning towards the tent. On his way back, he vaguely heard people laughing at him. Look, the former prodigy is now so scared that he hides in the safe zone every day. Even if he does leave the safe zone, he only walks a few more steps before he comes back in fear. It's truly astonishing. Don't say that, or our prodigy will hear you and beat you to the ground. Knock me down. Things are different now. If it weren't for the fact that fighting is prohibited in this safe zone, who knows who would be knocking whom to the ground? In response to the mocking voices, Shen Xingyan feigned anger and strode back quickly. What others didn't know was that he was actually quite satisfied with this situation. The feeling of being ignored was exactly what he wanted. Even later, he would need to arrange a scene where he stood up to resist, but ultimately lost to his opponent, in order to perfectly complete his plan to hide himself. Chapter 188, Level 9. Back in the tent, Shen Xingyan calmed himself down and began training in balance power. After 2 hours of training, his progress in the Level 8 balance power skill has reached 85.2%. At the current rate of improvement, he will be able to reach the upgrade standard in just over 2 more hours. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan immediately went all out and immersed himself in training, since strength was his ultimate reliance for survival. While he was exercising, he was unaware that Chu Wei and her companions, who were passing by, had overheard the sarcastic remarks made by those people. Chu Wei, instantly enraged, walked directly in front of them and held a huge fireball in her palm. The intense heat drew the attention of everyone around her. Upon seeing the fireball appear, the people opposite her immediately cried out, trembling, "Master Chu, what are you doing? Fighting is not allowed in the safe zone. Don't do anything reckless." Being in the same school, they naturally knew about the relationship between Shen Xingyan and Chu Wei. And now that they had just finished speaking ill of Shen Xingyan, Chu Wei had pulled this stunt on them. They could easily guess why. While they were blaming themselves for their loose tongues, they were also genuinely afraid that Chu Wei would unleash a fireball on them. Although their defense and health allow them to withstand a few fireballs, the pain is unbearable. The feeling of being burned is real. But since they couldn't win a fight, they could only hope the other party wouldn't act impulsively. Let me tell you, if you dare to make sarcastic remarks again, watch out if you run into me outside the safe zone. Shen Xingyan is under my protection, so come at me if you have any problems. Chu Wei spoke loudly, glancing around at the same time, making no attempt to conceal her actions, as if she were deliberately trying to let others hear. After the people in front of her nodded rapidly, she put away the scorching fireball, glanced in the direction of Shen Xingyan's tent in the distance, and then led her team out of the safe zone. After watching Chu Wei and the others walk away, the group sighed softly. A man who lives behind a woman is not someone to be trifled with. But his livelihood is just so-so. There's no need to cause trouble for ourselves because of someone like him. Shen Xingyan, who was exercising, did not expect that Chu Wei would actually provide an assist, saving him from some minor troubles, while also officially earning him the title of Gold Digger. Even if he knew, he would probably just give a wry smile and not bother to argue. Although the title doesn't sound very appealing, having such an identity means that people will subconsciously belittle him whenever they think of him, which is very helpful for him to hide himself. After Shen Xingyan returned to his tent and trained for more than 2 hours, a familiar feeling of comfort arose, and he knew, as he had predicted, that his balance power had reached level 9. He slowly stopped moving, took out the star source card, and examined it with a pleased expression. Balanced power level 9. Passive, +9 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 18 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 18 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 0%. Strength, 23 points. Agility, 23 points. Physical condition, 24 points. Spirit, 19 points. Seeing the improvement in his skill level and his 4 main attributes, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but grin. Since becoming a professional, the total increase in the 4 attributes has reached 49, which is equivalent to an 8th level professional who has extracted all the attribute points from the Star Origin world. In reality, he only extracted 2 points of primal energy. If others knew this, they might not believe him. However, on the other hand, if the real world could achieve such a rate of advancement, people probably wouldn't need to go to the Star Origin world, and disasters wouldn't pose a threat. Shen Xingyan sighed with emotion, then put away the star source card, checked the time, and continued exercising. After training for an hour, he checked his skill progress again and found that his skill had reached 7.1%. This number also proves that the level 9 power of balance continues to increase at the same rate as before, without any sign of slowing down. Shen Xingyan had anticipated this, so he wasn't particularly shocked. However, he had a vague feeling that things would change after the power of balance reached level 10, and the growth rate would stop at that point. Although he thought this way, he still hoped that this speed could continue. After all, an increase of 4 points in attributes per day was something that even high-level professionals could only dream of. Shen Xingyan temporarily put aside his thoughts and continued to immerse himself in training. Motivated by his recent attribute boost, he trained with even greater enthusiasm, continuing until nearly 3 in the afternoon before finally coming to a slow end. After more than 4 hours of training, his progress in balance power had reached 32%. He showed a slight hint of delight at this expected progress, then set it aside. After adjusting my mindset and replenishing my energy, I activated the enlightenment skill. As he used the skill, his comprehension level increased to 19 points, and the time for enlightenment arrived. The transparent little figure in his mind appeared as promised and began to guide Shen Xingyan to train the power of balance. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan naturally didn't delay and immediately immersed himself in it. The improvement in his comprehension also gave him more and more insights when he looked at the transparent little man's movements. It's like going from seeing mountains as mountains to seeing them as not mountains, carefully experiencing the charm hidden beneath the movements. After an hour of reflection, the gap in his understanding brought Shen Xingyan out of that state. Slightly disappointed, he quickly adjusted his emotions. He checked the progress of power of balance and found that it had reached 68%, just as he had expected, and nodded slightly in approval. He then continued to carefully savor the insights he had just gained, and after more than 10 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes. In 2 hours it will be harvest time. I need to make the most of my time to train. Shen Xingyan calculated the time and continued to train without stopping. Chapter 189. The higher the rank, the more work is required. 2 hours later, Shen Xingyan stopped practicing the power of balance and checked his attribute panel. He He found that the progress had reached 84%, and there were only 16% left to upgrade. The current skill progress is an astonishing 16% higher than when the skill enlightenment ended. I increased my progress by 16% in 2 hours, so if I exercise for 1 hour, I should get an 8% increase in progress. Just as I estimated, there was no decrease at all. After completing the harvest in the professional space, I only need to train for 2 more hours to gain another 4 attribute points. Moreover, he had already gained 4 attribute points that morning. If he got another one, it would be equivalent to gaining 8 attribute points in a single day. This was something he wouldn't have dared to even dream of before. It was simply too surreal. Looking at the crazy event unfolding before him, Shen Xingyan pursed his lips, suppressing the smile on his face. He then ate something, activated the Scarecrow's protective function, and took out the Star Source card to connect to and enter the Star Source world. Upon arriving at the professional space, Shen Xingyan first summoned 6 sturdy little skeletons and handed them over to Wonkai for training. He then walked to the strawberry field that was about to ripen, and the beginner's walking stick appeared in his hand as he controlled it with his mind. Seeing their master's posture, the other little skeletons vaguely understood what was about to happen. Under Wonkai's command, they began to skillfully move to their assigned areas. Seeing that everything was ready, Shen Xingyan no longer hesitated and silently activated the first professional skill. As his professional skills were activated, he felt 65 points of primal energy begin to surge within his body. His repeated spell casting had made him very familiar with this feeling. It seems that even for level 4 crops, 1 acre of farmland requires 5 points of primal energy. Is this how it is for ordinary planting, and only for spirit-level crops that increase the amount of primal energy required? Shen Xingyan couldn't help but wonder. As he thought this, primal energy rapidly gathered at the top of his cane, and the persistent prompt reappeared. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? After several successful spellcasting attempts, Shen Xingyan was no longer so afraid of the prompt, but he was still somewhat emotionally unsettled. Although the existence of his lucky attribute makes probability seem to always be on his side, he dares not take it lightly, lest he become complacent and suffer a tragic end. He'll wait until everything settles down before being happy. Shen Xingyan silently prayed for a moment, then nodded to indicate that he was ready to continue. Then the energy began to detach from the cane, instantly covering the entire farmland. Shen Xingyan waited quietly for those few seemingly long seconds, and then, to his slightly expectant gaze, the skill activation prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Upon seeing the prompt before him, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Shen Xingyan's face. After silently thanking Lady Luck for her favor, he turned his gaze to the strawberry field beneath his feet and began to happily admire the changes in the crops. Although the effect took more than 10 seconds, Shen Xingyan felt it was much faster than the few seconds he had just waited for the result. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, all signs of rapid crop growth on the farmland vanished, replaced by a deluge of maintenance notifications. Shen Xingyan had no intention of interfering with the maintenance prompts. After all, he now had as many as 87 little skeletons. Moreover, all of them have a total of 6 points in all attributes, so their work efficiency is quite fast. In addition, they have no stamina limit and can continuously perform high-intensity work. For the level 3 crop strawberry, only 4 or 5 small skeletons are needed to handle its rapid maintenance tasks. He didn't pay much attention to the strawberry fields, but he did take a closer look at the peony field that had just been planted. At this moment, the maintenance notification appearing above the peony farmland in his eyes was clearly increasing in speed by a considerable margin. However, upon comparison, although the growth cycle of the peony is the same as that of the mutated seed, which is 100 days, the frequency of its maintenance tasks is significantly different, which made him ponder. The difference in maintenance task frequency seems to be widening as the crop level increases. Previously, the difference between the level 2 and level 3 crops I planted was already apparent when the cycles were similar, but it wasn't as significant as the difference between level 3 and level 4 crops. This time it's very obvious. It seems that the maintenance prompts for crops will become larger and larger as the level increases. Fortunately, he had the ever-increasing number of little skeletons helping him. Otherwise, even with his high attributes, he would have struggled to cope with so many farmlands. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Xingyan's hands did not falter at all as he quickly harvested the strawberry field beneath his feet, which had a limited harvest time. A few minutes later, all the strawberry plants on this acre of farmland were stored in Shen Xingyan's backpack space. At the same time, the notification sound of Xingyuan's harvest began to echo in Shen Xingyan's ears. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 1,335 kilograms. You have gained 8,010 farmer professional experience points. Hearing the output figures in the notification, Shen Xingyan smiled faintly, calmly thinking to himself. Today's wool gathering plan is 99% complete. Now it's up to Star Origin World to give me some kind of reward to make up that 1%. While waiting for the next breakthrough reward, Shen Xingyan opened the Star Source Mall and separated all the agricultural products he had harvested. Afterwards, the strawberries and branches that had been improved in quality by the black soil were sold, earning a total of 5 gold, 626 silver, and 500 copper coins. At this moment, the amount of money in his wallet had once again exceeded 10 gold coins, reaching the standard for extracting primal energy attributes. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan did not hesitate to extract a small amount of the upper limit of primal energy into the real world. When Shen Xingyan saw that his wallet had once again dwindled to just over 1 gold coin, he didn't feel any heartache. After all, money is only truly yours once it's spent. He closed it with a smile, then looked up at the sky, waiting for the Star Source breakthrough reward to arrive. Chapter 190, 6th Piece. After Shen Xingyan finished everything in front of him, Xingyuan's breakthrough record suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,300 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 1,335 kilograms. You are being rewarded with a talent skill growth stone. This will be announced server-wide by Xingyuan. Would you like to make this information public? Upon seeing the reward, Shen Xingyan's already expectant eyes immediately shone with fervent light. Another talent skill growth stone. This one is amazing. This is the kind of reward that allows me to continuously become stronger. Although the other props are also very amazing, I feel more at ease with the growth of my talent. Moreover, it seems that I can get a cute stone every few days. Most of the other rewards only appeared once, and only the skill extraction voucher appeared twice. So, the frequency of talent stone appearance is quite high. This is already the 6th one I've obtained. Could it be that the Star Origin World took pity on my low-level talent and is rewarding me with these adorable stones? While Shen Xingyan was pleasantly surprised, he couldn't help but think. If that's the case, then please don't stop. I hope the next breakthrough rewards will all be talent stones. I won't have any objections to that. After a slightly excited monologue, Shen Xingyan quickly paid 100 silver coins to Xingyuan World to make the notification disappear and put the cute little black stone into his pocket. With a joyful expression, he took out the talent stone from his backpack and carefully examined its attributes. He found that, as he had expected, it was a talent stone with talent synchronization growth +1. It seems that the talent stones in the level 3 crop breakthrough rewards are only these basic talent stones. If you want to get intermediate or advanced talent stones, you still have to break records on more advanced crops. Shen Xingyan muttered to himself, then admired the luster of the small stone several more times before putting it back into his backpack. He then called Wang Kai over and had it lead a few of its henchmen to cultivate the farmland. He also gave it a moo of peony seeds, saying in a slightly tempting tone, "Wang Kai, keep up the good work. Once the planting task on this acre of farmland is completed, I'll give you all a proper reward, a real one this time." Shen Xingyan chuckled as he spoke, but in his heart he was thinking that as his own talent skills improved, Wang Kai and the others would also improve their physical attributes. This was his way of rewarding them. Upon hearing his master's instructions, Wang Kai immediately stood up straight, and summoned more than a dozen extra skeletons to join the task. And under Wang Sai's efficient training, the other little skeletons began this somewhat unfamiliar task almost without any delay, as if they were born knowing how to do it, and their level of detail seemed to be innate. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan smiled and said, Wang Kai now understands the principle of strength in numbers. Not bad, not bad. With this kind of thinking, the little skeletons you summon will all play their role. After handing the farmland over to Wang Kai, Shen Xingyan turned and went to the ranch. Walking into the enclosure, looking at the 10 well-fed and robust calves in the clean and tidy area, I couldn't help but nod slightly, thinking to myself, it seems that Wang Kai and the others are taking very good care of them. Without any hesitation, he took out his beginner's staff and used his second job skill. However, when the 10 points of primal energy left the body and acted on the calves, all that was seen was that the 10 calves excitedly mooed a few times before disappearing without any other unusual phenomena. Then Xingyuan's notification also appeared. Unfortunately, you failed to use your professional skill. Farmer professional experience points +1. Having sensed something was amiss from the signs just now, Shen Xingyan, after seeing the clear explanation in the star source's prompt, knew that the 20% probability had not been on his side this time. It seems I used up all my luck on the talent stone today, which has made things less than ideal at the ranch. Shen Xingyan sighed softly, but he wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, today's harvest was already very large. It didn't matter that the calf didn't mutate. There was still tomorrow and the day after. He believed that with his own luck, he wouldn't fail every time. As Shen Xingyan thought to himself, the excitement he felt at receiving the talent stone earlier subsided considerably. The balance between gain and loss actually made him feel more at ease. After inspecting the work at the ranch, Shen Xingyan returned to the farmland. Seeing that Wang Kai and the others had not yet completed the task of planting peonies, he was not in a hurry. He simply laid down in the usual spot, took out the talent stone that he never tired of looking at from his backpack space, and began to admire it with a contented expression. A few minutes later, with the combined efforts of more than a dozen little skeletons, the planting of peonies was completed in a flash, and Wang Kai then came to his master to report back. Shen Xingyan watched Wang Kai trotting over to report on its work and couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking to himself, it seems the saying, a generous reward will surely bring forth brave men, applies to Wang Kai and his friends as well. He then took a walk around the peony farm. From the markings and Xingyuan's hints, he could tell that Wang Kai and the others had done a very good job. After recording the planting time of this peony field, Shen Xingyan looked at Wang Kai with approval and praised him. Wang Kai, you've done a great job this time, and you've worked hard these past few days. I'll now deliver on the reward I promised you. After Shen Xingyan finished speaking, he immediately confirmed that he had used the talent stone, and then suddenly disappeared from the professional space. While Wang Kai was confused by its master's sudden disappearance, it felt a surge of power within its body. As a result, the bones in his body also began to grow slightly. Seeing this change, Wang Kai couldn't help but clench its finger bones, feeling its body grow stronger once again. The other little skeletons working in the fields also felt this boost and subconsciously looked at their captain, Wang Kai. After noticing the little skeletons' somewhat slack movements, Wang Kai sent a thought to them, instructing them to continue working, while simultaneously conveying the message of the power bestowed upon them by their master. This gradually ingrains their longing for their owner into their very being. Chapter 191, Level 10 Balance Power. At this moment, Shen Xingyan, who had been kicked out of the Star Origin world, was gently pressing his head with both hands, trying to relieve his current discomfort. The feeling of being forcibly kicked out was like an attack on his consciousness, and the resulting dizziness left Shen Xingyan momentarily stunned. After the feeling gradually subsided, Shen Xingyan, who had regained some clarity, checked his surroundings. Seeing that there was no sign of danger in the surroundings, he temporarily turned off the scarecrow's protective function. The Star Origin world really kicked me out with some force this time. This feels more serious than the previous times. Could it be because I've been taking advantage of people too much lately? Is the Star Origin world a good opportunity to punish me? While sighing with emotion, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but recall the dizziness he had just experienced and muttered to himself. If that's really the case, then there's nothing I can do. The reward for breaking the record is just too tempting, and I can't resist it. After all the uncomfortable symptoms in his mind disappeared, Shen Xingyan happily checked his attributes through the star source card on his forehead. Original energy, 19/23 points. Talent. Summon skeletons summons 7 skeleton monsters with all attributes of 7 to fight cooldown 24 hours. Shen Xingyan looked at his own original energy attribute in the real world. Because he spent 10 gold coins to extract it, the upper limit increased by 1 point, becoming 23 points. The talent skill was also enhanced by the use of the talent stone, and it became 2 sevens. This feeling of truly possessing something in the real world gave him a sense of satisfaction. Although he had many attributes in the star origin world, he hadn't extracted them, and he always felt something was missing. After checking his own attributes, Shen Xingyan lay there without moving much, but he focused his attention on the perspective of his 6 clones. These clones also seemed to have inherited the main body's steady personality. When they encounter a disaster stronger than the main body, they pretend to be weak and pitiful ants and slowly disappear. They will only begin to act once they are certain that everything around them is safe. In particular, Assassin No. 2 clone, with his style of doing things, was able to survive for more than 3 days in that dangerous outer boundary with all attributes at 10 points. He also captured many Earth attribute disasters, and because of his good concealment, he even discovered several strange plants guarded by these disasters. According to the information transmitted back by Clone No. 2, the attributes of those disasters in the data are roughly between 50 and 60, which is definitely impossible for me to kill, but if Chu Wei and her team were to kill them, they would be absolutely confident. Based on previous information, Chu Wei, who has already reached level 10, has allocated all her points to spirit power. Without any equipment bonuses, her spell attack should already be 37 points. Combined with the 58% spell damage bonus, she can already inflict a considerable amount of damage. With the added benefits of equipment and weapons, eliminating them wasn't too difficult. As long as there's a tank to withstand the attacks, killing them is quite easy. However, I can't say this information myself. It would be too easy to leak. I can only have my clone deliver it. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xingyan made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He directly used the clone technique to summon Assassin No. 8 clone. He then used his teleportation skill to instantly send him to the previously hidden corner. He had observed this place before, and it was a good hiding place. He could teleport here at night without being detected. After releasing the clone, Shen Xingyan instructed him to hunt down monsters in the vicinity and wait for Chu Wei's team to arrive the next day. Then, he was to transform into human form and pretend to inadvertently reveal this information. In this way, he could consider it a small way of repaying Chu Wei, his little ray of sunshine, for her care. After having his clone carry out the plan, he teleported back to his tent the instant the clone technique cooled down. Having been ambushed last time, he wouldn't put himself in danger again. Back in his tent, he immediately began training in balance of power. The thought of gaining 4 attribute points in 2 hours filled him with excitement. With this enthusiasm, Shen Xingyan exercised for 2 hours. As time went by, he felt a familiar sense of well-being throughout his body. Upon sensing this unusual situation, a smile immediately appeared on Shen Xingyan's face, and his movements gradually came to a stop. He then took out the star source card and began to examine it. Balanced power level 10. Passive, plus 10 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 20 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 20 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 0%. Strength, 24 points. Agility, 24 points. Constitution, 25 points. Spirit, 20 points. Health, 250/250 points. Stamina, 10 out of 25 points. Physical attack, 24 points. Spell attack, 20 points. Defense, 25 points. Speed, 24 points. Looking at the attributes that had been changed twice today, Shen Xingyan grinned and started to smile. Haha, This attribute increase is really addictive. An 8-point increase in attributes per day. Only someone who spends 80 gold coins to extract attributes from the star origin world can do that. But I improved my skills through my own training. There's a fundamental difference between the two. The improvement in attributes made Shen Xingyan happy for a while. After the mood subsided, he turned his attention to the level of power of balance. I wonder how fast the next 10 levels of power of balance will increase. Will it be as fast as before, or as I'm worried about? After having this idea, Shen Xingyan began to test it. It's 9 p.m. now. Let's see how much progress we make by 10 p.m. We can basically determine the result after 1 hour of readings. As Shen Xingyan thought this to himself, his body began to practice the power of balance, and the increasingly graceful movements quickly immersed him in it. In this state, time flew by, and soon an hour of training was over. Shen Xingyan slowly stopped his movements and opened his star source card to check the skill description of level 10, Balanced Power. Chapter 192, Abnormal Decline. Balanced Power level 10. Passive, plus 10 to all 4 fixed attributes. Active, consumes 20 points of primal energy to activate the power of balance, temporarily transferring 20 attribute points to a specified attribute for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Current progress, 0.8%. Shen Xingyan's gaze skipped over the other introductions and landed directly on the progress of the power of balance. Upon discovering that his 1-hour workout had yielded only 0.8% progress, a tenfold decrease from his previous 8%, he couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. This huge sense of disparity made him feel somewhat frustrated, and while he sighed, he was also surprised. Although I had long anticipated that the progress would slow down, I didn't expect the decrease to be so drastic. I didn't even reach the knee slash, it was a direct ankle slash. This is too abnormal. This drastic change left Shen Xingyan somewhat incredulous. After analyzing the situation and coming to his senses, he found the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. Gradually, he felt less frustrated. There must be something fishy going on when things are not normal. Although I expected the power of balance to decrease, this decrease is too great. There must be something I don't know about in the meantime. The reason for this situation can probably only be analyzed after I raise the power of balance level to 11 and see what happens at level 11. As Shen Xingyan thought this, a feeling of anticipation began to rise in his heart. The rapid improvement he had made before had certainly delighted him, but this change had also allowed his thoughts, which had seemed to be floating in space, to slowly settle down, giving him a sense of security and a feeling that his emotions had finally come to rest. Forget it. I'll just keep practicing for now and see what happens in the future. Even small improvements are still improvements, and I won't give up on the power of balance that I'm improving every day. Moreover, even if the progress is only improved by 0.8% per hour now, with more than 10 hours of exercise a day, it should be more than 10%. Furthermore, with the future increase in the limit of primal energy and the use of comprehended skills, the efficiency of self-improvement will definitely gradually increase. As long as you just survive, it's only a matter of time. Everything will fall into place. After giving himself a mental pep talk, Shen Xingyan took a deep breath and continued exercising for another 2 hours. He only stopped after reaching the planned workout time. He took out his star source card to check the progress of the power of balance skill and found that it had reached 2.4%. He sighed inwardly. I've really gotten used to that kind of rapid improvement before, and now that it's suddenly become such a small improvement, I'm really not used to it. Shen Xingyan chuckled to himself, then activated the Scarecrow's protection and directly connected to the Star Source card to enter the Star Source world. Inside the professional space, Shen Xingyan had just stood still when he saw Wang Kai and the other creatures fighting against the invading little monsters. Having witnessed many battles like this, he wasn't particularly concerned about it at first. However, he was taken aback when he saw that the invading monsters weren't limited to just rabbits. Why is there another type of monster in the monster invasion now, a snake? Is it because of my planting of peonies? But the number of monsters is about the same as before. While thinking this, Shen Xingyan focused his attention on a snake, examining the little monster's attributes. Name, Juvenile Snake. Strength, 6 points. Agility, 7 points. Physical condition, 5 points. Spirit, 4 points. Health, 36 to 50 points. Physical attack, 7 points. Spell attack, 4 points. Defense, 5 points. Speed, 7 points. Looking at the little monster's attributes, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but frown slightly, a vague unease creeping into his heart. From the badger to the rabbit, and now to the snake, as the cycle and level of the crops I grow increase, the attributes of these invading monsters also begin to increase little by little. It seems that this is something we need to be careful about when planting more advanced crops in the future. We don't want to accidentally cause a disaster. We can accept the damage to our crops as long as Wonkai doesn't suffer any losses. However, given the current number and combat strength of the little skeletons, they are more than capable of handling the current situation. There's no need to worry too much about this for now. Shen Xingyan nodded slightly, then went to the farmland to check on the growth of the crops, paying particular attention to the current state of the peonies. The peonies planted on the first acre, after undergoing a rapid growth process using professional skills, have surpassed the growth of mutated crops with the same 100-day growth cycle, showing a vibrant and thriving appearance. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan nodded slightly. It seems that the spirit rank seed does indeed have its unique features. Meanwhile, during his inspection, the battle on Wangcai's side had completely ended. At this moment, Wangcai quickly came to its master's side and affectionately touched Shen Xingyan's hand with its little skull, as if expressing its gratitude. Seeing Wangcai's behavior, Shen Xingyan smiled with some satisfaction, gently patted its head, and instructed it. No need to thank me, you deserve it all. Also, if you encounter invading monsters that you can't defeat in the future, remember to have the other skeletons use the berserk skill in batches. If you still can't beat them like this, then quickly hide to the side. You absolutely cannot let anything happen to you, understand? Currently, Wangcai and its companions have a total of 7 in all attributes. After using the berserk skill to double their attributes, they will have a total of 14 points, which is more than enough for killing monsters in the wild. However, Shen Xingyan was still somewhat uneasy. After all, there was still a mutated crop in his farmland. If it attracted monsters as a spirit-level crop, its attributes would be far superior to those of Wangcai and the others. Upon hearing its owner's instructions, Wangcai, though unaware of how such a weak nutritional supplement could possibly be defeated, still obediently nodded. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan felt relieved and let Wangcai and the others do the work on their own, while he went to the usual place and started cultivating his original energy. After admiring the increasing number of small particles, Shen Xingyan checked the 0.7 energy factor in his attribute panel and knew that his energy attribute limit would increase again after waking up this time. This brought a smile to his face, and with this thought in mind, he drifted off to sleep peacefully. Chapter 193 Second Clone died. 6 hours later, Shen Xingyan awoke from his meditative state. Just as he was about to open the attribute panel to check the current status of his original energy, he heard a notification from Star Source. Ding! It has been detected that your original energy factor has reached 1 point. Your original energy limit will be automatically increased by 1 point. Upon seeing this prompt, Shen Xingyan's face showed a look of understanding. At the same time, the attribute panel appeared before his eyes, and his gaze immediately focused on the primal energy attribute. Original energy, 84 points. Original energy factor, plus 0.3. Seeing that his attributes had indeed improved as he had guessed, his prediction of gaining 1 energy point every 2 days was now officially confirmed. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan's lips curled up involuntarily, and at the same time, he sighed inwardly. Now all I need is money. Once I have a lot of gold coins, these attributes will truly be mine. Next, I just need to farm and save money to improve my strength in the real world. After giving himself a pep talk, Shen Xingyan's gaze fell upon the farmland before him. A level 3 strawberry crop with a 50-day growth cycle can provide me with more than 5 gold coins per day. So when I harvest a level 4 peony crop with a 100-day growth cycle, I should get at least 10 gold coins. The idea of extracting a little bit of primal energy into the real world every day will truly no longer be a dream. Shen Xingyan looked ahead with a cheerful smile. then instructed Wang Kai to take full care of the place before returning directly to the real world. Shen Xingyan slowly woke up and observed that there was nothing unusual around him. Seeing this, he had an idea, so he turned off the scarecrow's protective function and used his clone technique. Picking up the summoned clone, he stepped out of the tent, slowly stretching his body as he walked towards the edge of the safe zone. After successfully passing through the formation, he let his clone number 9 escape on its own, while he returned to the safe zone. On his way back, however, he was met with strange looks, the gossip in them quite obvious, which puzzled him. However, he didn't care much, only thinking that his living in a cramped space behavior had caused him to be ostracized and gossiped about. He randomly went to a street vendor and bought a few freshly baked buns at a high price. After eating them, he went straight back to his tent to continue exercising. It's already the 5th day of the trial, and it will be over in 2 more days. Then I can go back and lie low for the night. My strength is still too weak. Shen Xingyan murmured softly, but his hands did not stop moving at all, as he was immersed in the training of the power of balance. However, professionals like Shen Xingyan, who spend long periods of time indoors in tents, are extremely rare. After all, they have studied at school for more than 10 years, and it is a rare opportunity for them to come to the outside world. Even those who have awakened as life professionals would want to experience the feeling of fighting against disasters. They all knew that they didn't know when they would be able to come out as easily as they had this time. Meanwhile, at the points calculation area, the group was also doing statistical work for the end of the trial the day after tomorrow. Shen Xingyan hasn't even earned a single point yet, which isn't like him at all. Could it be that he's really discouraged by his awakened profession and has chosen to give up? When Teacher Li saw that Shen Xingyan was at the bottom of the list, he shook his head with a sigh. Other teachers at the school had also heard about Shen Xingyan's story. While they felt sorry for him, they also understood his plight. That's normal. If you or I fell from that height, we'd probably end up like that. Teacher Li's colleague sighed softly. Teacher Li, who was thinking of going to Shen Xingyan to see what was going on, stopped what she was doing upon hearing this, thinking to herself, maybe so, maybe I've misjudged him. Shen Xingyan, who was misjudged by Teacher Li, had been exercising from morning until nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon without taking a break. Exercising for more than 8 consecutive hours is an intensity that few people of the same age can achieve, but for Shen Xingyan, it's just like a daily routine. He stopped what he was doing and slowly adjusted his state, replenishing his energy while also opening his attribute panel to check it. After seeing that his power of balance progress had reached 9.2%, he nodded slightly. Although this progress would have taken him just over an hour before, he has no complaints now and feels very satisfied with being able to improve little by little. Just as he was about to unleash his perception skill, he suddenly felt a tremor from his second clone. Before he could figure out what was going on, the perspective of his second clone suddenly disappeared, indicating that the second clone had perished. This unexpected event caused Shen Xingyan to frown slightly. Not knowing the specific reason, he could only wait for the consciousness of his second clone to return and see what the cause was. A minute later, Shen Xingyan regained consciousness and quickly reviewed his memories to understand what had happened. As the second clone ventured deeper into the disaster area, domain-level disasters began to appear one after another. Everything was fine at first, as the ant clone was too small to be easily detected, and he managed to kill many low-attribute disasters unharmed. However, he underestimated the domain-level disaster, whose destructive power was area of effect, like a gravitational field. As soon as his second clone entered the domain, he was indiscriminately annihilated. This made Shen Xingyan, who knew the whole story, feel resentful about the death of his second clone, and at the same time, he gained a new understanding of the intensity of the disaster. It seems I need to improve my strength quickly, so that this kind of disaster will be my target for future hunting. Knowing this situation, Shen Xingyan showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he was filled with fighting spirit for this challenge. Just as he was about to activate his perception skill, he discovered that as his consciousness merged, the primal energy within his body began to exhibit abnormal behavior. Having already experienced this phenomenon once, Shen Xingyan seemed to understand something. He quickly took out his star source card, opened the attribute panel, and found that his original energy had reached 24 points, an increase of 1 point from the previous 23 points. At the same time, the Dragon Elephant Fist has reached 20% progress, and the Swift Wind Step has increased by 15%, reaching 30% progress. Chapter 194 Spirit Mushroom. Seeing these changes in attributes, Shen Xingyan naturally knew that this was the result of the battles fought by his second clone over the past few days. While he felt a pang of regret regarding the enhancement brought about by the second clone, he couldn't help but admire it. Assassin's second clone has only been hunting outside the boundary for 5 days, and it has already achieved such results. Moreover, these are all the disasters with low attributes that it has killed. It is truly incredible. Following this line of reasoning, as their primal energy increases, their attributes will become stronger, allowing them to defeat higher-level disasters, perhaps even domain-level ones. Wouldn't the gains be even greater then? Shen Xingyan sighed and put away the Star Source card. He only thought about the possible future events briefly before putting it down, thinking to himself, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Only by taking it one step at a time can we know the final outcome. Thinking this, he then activated his enlightenment skill, using up all 24 points of primal energy to enter a state of enlightenment. At the same time, his comprehension value also increased to 20 points. With this huge improvement that seemed like enlightenment, he gained more and more insights from observing the movements of the transparent little man in his mind. Although the current 20 points of comprehension value is only a 1-point increase compared to yesterday. However, it was quite different in Shen Xingyan's senses, as if the gauze covering his eyes had been torn open, allowing him to see more clearly. He had a more thorough understanding of the consciousness conveyed by the transparent figure's movements, and this understanding was directly reflected in his physical actions. Under these circumstances, the power of balance was also growing rapidly. An hour of contemplation passed, and the return of his insight allowed Shen Xingyan to emerge from that state of deep reflection. He steadied himself slightly, exhaling the fatigue caused by the large amount of energy consumed, and then checked the progress of the power of balance. It was found that the improvement was similar to that during daily exercise, with a 10-fold reduction. Even so, the progress made in this hour has already reached 4.4%, bringing the total progress of level 10 power of balance to 13.6%. Not bad, not bad. According to the previous calculation, this is a 44% progress improvement, which is a further improvement from the previous 36%. Tonight, I'll try to get the power of balance progress to 20% and then upgrade it within 5 days. I want to see what happens after such a significant reduction in progress. Shen Xingyan chuckled softly as he murmured. He then continued training for another hour and discovered that after this experience of comprehending the skill, his improvement rate after an hour of training had increased by 0.1%, reaching 0.9%. This improvement was roughly what he had expected, and seeing this, he relaxed his brows and chuckled softly. With such steady progress every day, sooner or later we'll be able to catch up again. Then, seeing that it was getting late, he used his clone technique to create an assassin number 10 clone and took him out of the tent, strolling around as if in a leisurely manner. At this point, Shen Xingyan's appearance was no longer so eye-catching. Facing the former star of the school, everyone seemed to unconsciously want to keep their distance from him. Seeing everyone's performance, Shen Xingyan appeared very depressed on the surface, but in reality he was overjoyed, as he naturally couldn't have wanted this situation to happen. With a pleasant feeling, Shen Xingyan walked to the outside of the safe zone and put his clone away. Just as he was about to go back, he heard an excited but teasing voice coming from behind him. Shen Xingyan, how did you know we were coming back at this time? And you even came all the way to greet us. Such a voice reached Shen Xingyan's ears as it drew nearer, and he immediately recognized that the owner of the voice was none other than Chu Wei, who had just returned. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyan turned around with some surprise and asked with a light laugh, "Why are you back so early today?" Meanwhile, the energetic Chu Wei shoved Shen Xingyan back to the safe zone, and with a smile on her face, told him about her experiences that day. "We've had a really great day, enough to significantly boost our points. That's why we came back early." The two talked as they returned to the safe zone. Only then did Chu Wei feel relieved and happily showed Shen Xingyan what she had in her hands. Upon seeing this, Shen Xingyan knew that they had gone to the place where his clone had previously scouted the location. But he still feigned surprise and said, "This is a spirit mushroom that can permanently increase your maximum health. Your harvest this time is indeed quite good." "Yeah, we were pretty lucky today. We killed a minor Lord-level disaster, and we didn't expect it to have such a huge pile of spirit mushrooms hidden behind it. Here, this is for you. I have plenty more here." Chu Wei was about to stuff the spirit mushroom into Shen Xingyan's hands, but he refused to accept it. Shen Xingyan already knew exactly how many spirit mushrooms were there, and estimated that there were only enough for one per person in their team. Chu Wei clearly wanted to give him her share, so how could Shen Xingyan accept it? So he quickly and firmly refused, saying, "You should put it away. I stay in the safe zone every day and don't need this. As a mage, it will be more helpful to you." Shen Xingyan, who also knew Chu Wei's personality, also showed a serious expression. Chu Wei instinctively wanted to continue refusing, but after seeing Shen Xingyan's expression, she could only give up, pouting slightly with an unhappy look on her face. Shen Xingyan had no choice but to change the subject. He would retrieve the information from Assassin's second clone and share it with Chu Wei, since there were only 2 days left in the trial, and he didn't want anything to happen to Chu Wei. Chu Wei, whose topic had been diverted, had no choice but to drop the matter. Listening quietly to Shen Xingyan's words, she looked at his commanding presence and wise aura, which made her eyes sparkle. After chatting for a while, Shen Xingyan watched Chu Wei and the others go to the registration desk to record their points, and then he returned to his tent. Seeing that it was almost time, he ate a little something, activated the Scarecrow's protection, and entered the Star Origin world to begin his strawberry harvest for the day. Chapter 195, Summoning 7 at Once. Inside the professional space, Shen Xingyan checked the growth trend of the crops and the growth of the calves. Seeing that everything was being transported normally, he felt very satisfied. Then he walked to an open space to the side, called Wang Kai over, squatted down, and patted Wang Cai's shoulder with his right hand, saying, "Wang Kai, how about summoning one more minion starting today? Let your skeleton army quickly reach 100. Shen Xingyan knew that Wang Kai was just as excited as he was about the increase in the number of its subordinates, so he smiled and said to it, looking just like an adult trying to fool a child. Wang Kai, who had been summoned by its owner for over a month, already had a vague sense of awareness, and this simple awareness was clearly very receptive to this approach. Upon hearing his master's words, the little skull began to nod rapidly. A surge of excitement transmitted through the connection between his consciousness and Shen Xingyan's. Shen Xingyan had known about this connection of consciousness for a long time, but because Wang Kai and the others were too weak before, this connection of consciousness was always vague and not very real. However, as Wang Kai and its companions' attributes have become more and more advanced, the clarity of the information conveyed by this link has greatly improved compared to the beginning. Seeing Wang Cai's behavior, Shen Xingyan naturally sensed Wang Cai's emotions. He smiled slightly and silently activated his talent skill. Suddenly, the open space in front of Shen Xingyan began to shake violently. Moreover, since 7 small skeletons were summoned at the same time, the commotion and range it caused were far greater than before. Furthermore, as his talent skills improved, Shen Xingyan also clearly felt that the unknown notes he chanted when casting summoning skills became more and more complex. But the influence of his talent skills did not affect his performance at all. Moreover, during the chanting, he also felt that he could control the attributes and number of skeletons summoned through his mind. Naturally, Shen Xingyan went all out to maximize the value of his talent skill. Soon, the somewhat complex incantation was completed, and 7 sturdy little skeletons appeared in front of Shen Xingyan, all looking up at their master. Shen Xingyan used his mind to check the attributes of this batch of new skeletons. Name: Little Skull. You can choose a name. Owner: Shen Xingyan. Race: Undead. Skills: None. Strength: 7 points. Agility: 7 points. Physical condition: 7 points. Spirit: 7 points. Health: 70 to 70 points. Physical attack: 7 points. Spell attack: 7 points. Defense: 7 points. Speed: 7 points. Note: You can perform various combat actions according to the summoner's instructions. Upon seeing that all the little skeletons had attributes of 7 points, he couldn't help but nod slightly, thinking to himself, now I can summon up to 7 little skeletons at once, which is much more impressive than the 1 or 2 I used to have. This makes me feel more and more when I use my skills. When I can summon hundreds or thousands of skeletons with a wave of my hand in the future, the scene will be quite awe-inspiring. I get excited just thinking about it. However, it will take a considerable amount of time for that scene to occur, but as long as I can hold out until then, I will witness it sooner or later. Looking at the 7 little skeletons in front of him, Shen Xingyan felt a surge of pride, but he also knew that his most important task at the moment was to survive. He became even more determined to do so. With the skill fully activated, his total number of skeletons reached 94, just 6 short of a 100-strong skeleton army, and he only needed 1 day to reach this stage. Upon realizing this, Shen Xingyan chuckled softly. He then handed the 7 newly arrived little skeletons over to Wang Kai, who was somewhat excited for training. After waiting a short while, he walked to the strawberry field that was about to be harvested and took out his beginner's walking stick. Upon seeing its master's actions, Wang Kai, having quickly completed its training, shook its skull slightly, and the other little skeletons began to consciously go to their assigned areas. In the mutated crops and the 2 acres of peony fields, Wang Kai placed 20 small skeletons each, while in the remaining 6 acres of strawberry fields, there were 5 to 6 small skeletons each. Wang Kai, Lafialakian, and the 3 skeleton captains and vice-captains were supervising the work from the side. As the skeletons' labor force increased and their numbers grew, the 3 team leaders, including Wang Kai, no longer needed to go into the fields to work all the time. Instead, they focused more on overall planning and command. Shen Xingyan was somewhat satisfied with the scene. His original intention in setting up the team leader was to deal with the current situation, and now everything was progressing as he had expected. Seeing that the little skeletons were all in position, Shen Xingyan didn't delay and activated his first professional skill with a slight thought. The primal energy, ready to be used, began to condense at the tip of the cane, and at the same time, a notification from the star source appeared. Ding! It has been detected that you are using your professional skill on some crops that are about to mature. The use of this skill may fail on these crops. Do you wish to continue? Upon seeing this notification, Shen Xingyan let out a soft sigh of relief. Given his failure to execute his second professional skill yesterday, he still held a certain reverence for the issue of probability. But the previous failure made him feel much more at ease. After all, in his opinion, with his lucky streak, the probability of him experiencing consecutive failures was still very low. However, after silently praying in his heart, he decided to continue. As he confirmed it, the primal energy gathered at the tip of his cane instantly covered all the farmland. The magical effects of the primal energy, transformed through the first professional skill, began to slowly manifest in the farmland. Having experienced this situation many times before, Shen Xingyan was much calmer than usual. He simply looked calmly at the sky, a slight ripple rising in his heart as he awaited the announcement of the results. A few seconds later, Xingyuan's skill notification appeared before his eyes as he had hoped. Congratulations, you have successfully used your professional skill. Farmer Professional Experience Points, +1. Seeing the notification that the skill had been successfully completed, Shen Xingyan's anxiety subsided, and his previously serious face brightened with joy. Chapter 196 The Growing King. As expected, given my luck stat, the probability of failing twice in a row is not high. However, it's also possible that the failure rate of one's first skill is inherently low, and combined with the luck factor, this is why failures don't occur so frequently. Never mind, as long as it succeeds, that's all that matters. Anyway, I can't control the probability of things. Shen Xingyan analyzed with some joy. He then temporarily put those thoughts aside, stretched his body a little, and prepared to begin the next phase of the harvest. Although he now has an overflow of skeleton labor that can help with the harvest, Shen Xingyan still prefers to do the harvesting himself and enjoy the feeling of a bountiful harvest. The successful application of the first professional skill brought about tremendous changes to all the farmland, especially the 2 acres of peony fields, where the changes were most significant. After all, their time was extended by 10 days after the application of professional skills, so it's reasonable that their initial changes were significant. Shen Xingyan waited for more than 10 seconds until a harvestable indicator appeared above the field beneath his feet. Only then did he quickly begin harvesting. Meanwhile, the maintenance of other farmland was also taken over by a massive number of little skeletons. Under Wang Sai's overall command, the little skeletons worked without any panic, fully demonstrating what it means to be methodical. If you look closely, you can even see a harmonious beauty in their work. A few minutes passed in this way, and Shen Xingyan's pleasant harvest journey came to an end as the last strawberry plant was put into his backpack space. At the same time, a notification about the gains from the Star Origin world appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have successfully planted 600 square meters of strawberries and harvested 1,360 kilograms. You have gained 8,160 farmer professional experience points. Upon seeing this notification, Shen Xingyan, who had come straight, couldn't help but smile a smile of satisfaction. 1,360 kilograms, another several tens of kilograms increase. I've controlled my yield very well. Seeing this harvest, Shen Xingyan was satisfied but also a little embarrassed. After all, he only needed to increase his weight by a few dozen kilograms each time to get a record-breaking reward. If he thought about it from another perspective, he felt that he was indeed being a bit too greedy. Maybe next time I should wait a little longer and increase production even further? Shen Xingyan couldn't help but think. Although he felt a little embarrassed in the play, he never thought about stopping his plan to fleece people, at least not at this stage, because the rewards were just too generous, far exceeding what he could get from farming. It's estimated that the only way to stop this behavior is when the crop yields from the farmland exceed the rewards from Star Source. While Shen Xingyan wasn't really thinking about it, his hands weren't idle either. He directly opened the Xingyuan Mall. After separating the agricultural products from the backpack space, the strawberries and their branches were all sold, earning a total of 5 gold, 731 silver, and 500 copper coins. The amount of money in his wallet then changed to 7 gold, 262 silver, and 385 copper. Shen Xingyan glanced at the current amount of money briefly before putting the panel away. He didn't care much about it emotionally. With such daily gains, he felt as if money was just a simple number. He then instructed Wang Kai to gather some extra skeleton laborers to come here for farming and peony planting. After he had arranged everything, the notification for Xingyuan's record-breaking reward slowly appeared, giving the impression that he was somewhat reluctant to accept it. Congratulations! You have once again broken your previous record of 1,335 kilograms of strawberries per acre, achieving a yield of 1,360 kilograms. You are being rewarded with an epic-grade primal staff upgradable. This will be announced server-wide by StarSource. Would you like to make this information public? Shen Xingyan, who had just finished his work, couldn't help but brighten up when he saw this prompt. The reward this time is actually equipment. And it's epic-level equipment that I've never seen or even heard of before. But why a walking stick? I find it quite comfortable to use as a beginner. Could it be that Star Origin World felt it was a bit embarrassing for a level 20 professional to use a beginner's staff all day, so it rewarded him with one? But this staff doesn't seem to be of much use to me. After all, I'm a crafting profession user. Even if a staff adds a lot of spell damage, it's still a bit of a waste. Although Shen Xingyan found the new item as a reward somewhat novel, he shook his head slightly when he thought about its practicality. But he still paid the 100 silver coins for canceling the announcement. There was no other reason than that he couldn't let others know that a farmer-turned-professional had obtained this thing because of the prestigious word epic. After he finished paying the fee, Xingyuan's notification disappeared very quickly, as if the notification that had appeared slowly earlier was not the same one. As a streak of black light flashed before Shen Xingyan's eyes, a jet black cane appeared in his backpack. Having acquired a weapon whose grade was not recorded in the data, Shen Xingyan was genuinely curious about its attributes. He quickly opened his backpack and, with a thought, took the jet black staff in his hand, its attributes immediately coming into view. Item, Primal Staff Epic. Attribute, Physical Attack, plus 31. Spell Attack, plus 62. True damage plus 20. Spirit plus 20. Original energy recovery speed plus 20%. Function: camouflage can change its appearance. Status: bound. Note: this level can be increased along with the professional level in the Star Origin world. Current level: 20. It can be extracted simultaneously, and its properties will be solidified after extraction, with no durability limit. Shen Xingyan initially looked at the staff with an appreciative gaze, but after seeing its attributes, his eyes were filled with shock. This cane's stats are ridiculously high, and it even grows with your class level. It can even be directly extracted to the real world. That's insane. With a physical attack of up to 31 points and a true damage of 20 points, the combination of the two is equivalent to 51 points of strength attribute, which is basically not much different from my current attributes. The increase in spell damage and mental strength goes without saying, and it's ridiculously high. Such a staff must be every mage's dream staff. It's truly terrifying. Chapter 197: 2 Consecutive Losses. Looking at the attributes of this cane, Shen Xingyan was already extremely envious. After seeing the description that it could be extracted, he wanted to immediately extract this gorgeous cane into the real world. After all, extracting it into the real world is equivalent to gaining hundreds of attribute points out of thin air. Such a high attribute boost is a huge temptation for him in the real world. However, he eventually stopped himself from this short-sighted idea, since the introduction also stated that the extracted attributes would be fixed and would not become stronger as the Star Source world level increased. Removing it is tantamount to abandoning the upgradable feature of the cane. Confident in his ability to smoothly upgrade in the future, he naturally wouldn't extract it now. The appearance of this equipment has really made me realize what it means to compare people and things. In this world, equipment truly trumps skill. The stat boosts from a mere cane are equivalent to the combined efforts of many people over years of hard work. Shen Xingyan thought with some emotion, and at the same time, he equipped it without hesitation. As the primordial staff was equipped, he suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration in his mind, a feeling unique to the enhancement of the 4 major attributes. This is the first time I've ever gotten equipment that can directly increase all 4 attributes. I never expected it to feel like this. A 20-point increase in spirit attribute feels even better than leveling up myself. Awesome. Moreover, through this piece of equipment, I also learned that there is actually an epic grade before perfect. Since the primal energy eruption, no one has been able to obtain an epic level item for over 100 years, and now he has actually obtained it himself. It's truly astonishing. Shen Xingyan enjoyed the experience immensely and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He then checked the attributes that had changed because of this weapon. Spirit, 69. Physical attack, 88. Spell attack, 134. True damage, 20. Seeing that the spell attack had reached 3 digits, while he had no spell attack methods at all, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Because of the cane, a true damage attribute has appeared in the attribute panel. It seems that just because something is not displayed in the attribute panel does not mean it does not exist. It just means that the conditions for it to be displayed have not yet been triggered. As Shen Xingyan thought this, he walked towards the ranch. Upon arriving at the ranch, he temporarily set aside his thoughts, gently waving the black cane in his hand. After silently chanting a prayer, he unleashed his second professional skill upon the 10 calves. The 10 points of primal energy were applied to the calf very smoothly through the novice cane, a success that surprised Shen Xingyan, who was used to using the novice cane. This feels really good. Compared to the beginner's cane, the beginner's cane is a huge improvement in both reaction speed and smoothness. No wonder combat professionals prefer weapons that match their level. It's not just about attributes, but also about weapon compatibility. Shen Xingyan recalled the spellcasting process and couldn't help but think to himself. Then, looking at the 10 calves that had started mooing, he patiently waited for the final result. However, what happened next was very similar to yesterday. The 10 calves cried for a while and then stopped, which gave Shen Xingyan a bad feeling. Xing Yuan's notification sound then confirmed his feeling. Unfortunately, you failed to use your professional skill. Farmer professional experience points +1. Upon seeing this notification, Shen Xingyan couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking his head slightly with a sigh. At the same time, he couldn't help but think to himself, is this 20% mutation probability really that low? And this is even with the blessing of the luck attribute. It's not even on the same level as my probability on the farmland. However, this also indirectly proves that the probability of finding the virus on their own farmland is quite high. Shen Xingyan simply sighed at the failure and quickly recovered his composure. After all, his current focus is on the farmland. Even if the ranch is successful, it will only be icing on the cake, and its value cannot be compared with that of the farmland. Therefore, he doesn't care much about it. I just hope that as my luck attribute improves in the future, this probability will give me a pleasant surprise. He then patted a few calves and said softly, I've failed twice in a row. I wonder if you'll suffer a third consecutive defeat. He muttered to himself as he left the ranch. Lying in his previous sleeping spot, he waited a few minutes until Wang Kai and the others finished planting the peonies. After noting the completion time, he returned directly to the real world. After all, it's still early, and he needs to continue training his balance power. Shen Xingyan, whose consciousness had returned to his physical body in the real world, slowly opened his eyes. After observing his surroundings, he stood up. After briefly checking the status of the 8 perspectives in his mind, he was about to start exercising when he was drawn to one of the perspectives. From the perspective of Assassin No. 4's clone, a large number of disasters are rushing towards one direction, including some Lord-level disasters. Based on the information Shen Xingyan had gathered over this period, he knew that these disasters were generally confined to their own areas. They would only cross boundaries when fighting or hunting. Otherwise, they would usually stay within their respective territories. However, the fact that so many disasters have now migrated is clearly not due to these reasons, which makes him somewhat suspicious. He subconsciously feels that something is wrong and tells his Assassin No. 4 clone to give up hunting down the disasters and have him transform into a low-attribute disaster and follow him to see what's going on. After issuing the order, Shen Xingyan temporarily stopped paying attention to the scene in his field of vision and immediately began exercising. After training for 5 hours, his balance power skill progress increased by 4.5%, bringing his total progress to 19%. Seeing that he was only 1% away from his goal, Shen Xingyan did not choose to rest. Instead, he continued to exercise for more than an hour, raising it to 20% before stopping. He then checked the perspective of the Assassin's 4 clones and saw that they had stopped moving and that a large number of disasters had gathered around them, divided according to their attributes. Assassin No. 4, due to his appearance, stood with some other low-attribute disasters. Chapter 198 Disaster and Riot. This is the disasters having a meeting? Shen Xingyan wondered, looking at the scene through the perspective of Assassin No. 4's clone. But something unusual must be going on. Out of an instinctive worry, he watched for a while longer, but the scene remained completely silent, without any extra movement or sound, which made him unable to find any clues. Somewhat hesitant, he could only have Assassin No. 4 stand guard there and send him a message if anything unusual happened. After these few days of hunting, Assassin No. 4's source reserves are enough for him to exist for a considerable period of time, so Shen Xingyan doesn't need to worry about him suddenly disappearing. His consciousness then connected with the Star Source card and entered the Star Source world. After a day of training in balanced power, his energy was severely depleted. As soon as he arrived in the professional space, he immediately began cultivating his primal energy and quickly entered a deep sleep. With deep rest and the rapid replenishment from the small particles, his energy and potential were rapidly recovering and increasing. The biggest contributor to this success was that mutated crop. The mutated crop, which had been accelerated by Shen Xingyan's professional skills 7 times, was now emitting far more particles than before, about 10 times the number of particles that Shen Xingyan had absorbed previously. This also accelerated the growth rate of Shen Xingyan's primal energy. At the same time, as the number of light green particles increased and merged into Shen Xingyan's consciousness, the potential of Su's body in the real world also became increasingly profound. In this kind of primal energy cultivation, 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was a little after 6 in the morning when Shen Xingyan woke up from his meditative state. Although he only rested for a short 5 hours, The rest in the star origin world provided an energy recovery boost, and the enhancement of his mental attributes in the real world allowed him to return to normal mental state. If time weren't so pressing, 6 hours of sleep would allow him to be in better condition. Upon waking up, he quickly checked the results of his primal energy training. It was discovered that compared to yesterday's 0.3 energy factors, this training session increased by 0.5, reaching 0.8. Calculations show that his average energy increase rate per hour has also increased again, reaching 0.1. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan sat up and turned his gaze to the mutated crop, knowing clearly that it was the cause of all this. Based on calculations, this mysterious mutated crop has been growing for nearly 78 days through natural growth and skill calculations. I just need to use my professional skill twice more, plus 2 more days of natural growth time, and its 100-day growth cycle will be complete. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get then. As Shen Xingyan pondered this, he stood up and walked over to the mutated crop, squatting down to examine it closely. Despite having grown for over 70 days, the mutated crop was found to be the same height as wheat, and its branches and leaves vaguely resembled the shape of a tree, but otherwise there were no other significant changes. He then checked the information about the mutated crop and found that it displayed the same information as before, just some basic details. Somewhat puzzled by this, Shen Xingyan could only temporarily abandon his thoughts, called Wankai over, instructed it to take good care of the place, and then returned directly to the real world. However, just as his consciousness returned to his body and before he even opened his eyes, he received a barrage of messages from Assassin No. 4's clone. Upon seeing this large amount of information, all of which expressed the same thing, Shen Xingyan was so shocked that he suddenly stood up, his eyes revealing disbelief. A riot is about to break out and attack the base. Last night, the disasters were indeed holding a meeting, but it was a pre-battle mobilization meeting. Upon receiving this information, Shen Xingyan immediately turned his attention to the perspective of Clone No. 4. He was following a swarm of disasters, including many at the domain level and countless at the Lord level, all heading towards Base 6. Based on the information transmitted by Clone No. 4 and the current location of the main body, Shen Xingyan deduced that although their safe zone was not on their route, they would still be severely affected. Moreover, once the battle begins, they will no longer be safe here. This disaster riot, involving a domain-level catastrophe, was clearly beyond the capabilities of these newly awakened professionals. Their immediate priority was to inform Sui Xian's teachers and quickly end the trial to return to base. At this moment, Shen Xingyan, his brows furrowed, was about to step out of the tent to spread the news when he pulled his foot back, thinking, if I were to spread this news directly, it might expose my background. After all, how would a farmer like myself know about this? It's hard to explain. There's no other way. It seems I have to sacrifice my own persona. Thinking this, Shen Xingyan couldn't care less about regretting it. He quickly used his clone technique and teleported away with the newly created clone. He then transformed his clone into the appearance of another trial participant, grabbed the token for entering and exiting the formation, and rushed into the safe zone in a somewhat disheveled manner, shouting loudly, "Oh no! Oh no! A huge wave of domain-level disasters is attacking. Teacher, there are so many disasters attacking from that direction." At this moment, the clone pretended to be panicked and cried out in despair when it saw the teachers guarding the safe zone. It was morning, the time when people in the safe zone were waking up, and the sounds of ghosts howling and wailing echoed in the quiet safe zone. The trial participants in the central and northern districts, who had just awakened, were suddenly struck by this news and hurriedly came out of their tents to see what was going on. Some people in professions who had no combat capabilities began to panic upon hearing the news, their hearts pounding with anxiety. I thought it was just a free sightseeing trip outside the border, but I didn't expect to encounter something like this. What bad luck. I have to go back right now. Really? Didn't we say we had already cleared most of the disaster in this area before we came? How could there still be a regional-level disaster? It must be a rumor. It's better to believe it's true than not to believe it's not. I don't want to lose my life here. My future can't be cut short before it even begins. Chapter 199. The trial ends hastily. At this time, most people were in the safe zone. Upon hearing the news, they all began to leave their tents and move towards this area, discussing it loudly. Having only recently awakened, they have very high aspirations for the future, especially those trial participants who have awakened combat professions. They all feel that they are the chosen ones and do not want to sacrifice themselves in vain. The teachers, who initially thought the students' reactions to the clones were just making a fuss, began to take it seriously after seeing the reactions of so many students. Given the current situation, even if the news is ultimately proven to be a lie, they still have to provide a verified response. After all, students from 2 different districts are participating in the trial, including those precious darlings from the Central District. If something were to happen due to their negligence, the consequences would be something that the schools in the North District could not afford. Seeing this, the teachers in charge of guarding quickly calmed everyone down, and at the same time sent several of the fastest teachers to check the specific situation in the direction indicated by the clone. As the impact of this matter expanded, it also alarmed a large number of the companions of the prodigies, including Han Ningxuang's guardian. A disaster riot? They didn't even notice it themselves, so how did a mere trial participant detect it? The middle-aged woman, chosen as Han Ning's guardian because of her keen spiritual senses, was somewhat dismissive of the situation, thinking it was just a misunderstanding. However, out of a sense of duty, she still extended her senses frantically in that direction. However, after realizing that such a situation did exist, she quickly put away her previous nonchalance, and while her mood became serious, her brows furrowed involuntarily. It really is a disaster riot. If I hadn't gone to check it out myself, I wouldn't have been able to find it at all. There are even domain disasters in the disaster that know how to hide their aura. However, given the distance, it's impossible for a trial participant to travel so quickly to deliver a message. This trial participant is suspicious. It seems I'll have to investigate this person thoroughly when we get back. While the middle-aged woman was becoming curious, on the other side, her clone was also being questioned by the teacher. My friend, do you know that if you spread false information and cause panic without cause, the consequences can be very serious? It's not something an ordinary person can bear. One of the teachers, seeing the unfamiliar face of the clone, assumed it was one of the naughty children from the North District and issued a stern warning. But how could the clone be intimidated by him? Under Shen Xingyan's orders, it insisted that there was indeed a disaster or riot, and used its acting skills to pretend to be trembling with fear. When the teacher asked him how he discovered it, he showed signs of shock and fainted. Those around him were helpless to do anything about this cowardly fellow. They couldn't just wake him up after he fainted and then ask him questions. Moreover, if it turns out that the matter is not true, they will at most give them a minor punishment as a warning and let everyone have some fun. But if the final result proves to be true, then this guy would be considered a minor contributor, and it's impossible to do anything rough to him. However, the commotion alerted the head of the safe zone, who appeared suddenly at an almost instantaneous speed. He frowned, looking in the direction of the impending disaster, and said in a calm, yet resolute tone, "No need to investigate anymore. There has indeed been a disaster and a riot. This trial is now over. Immediately notify everyone to evacuate quickly. For the children who are not in the safe zone, quickly locate them using their wristbands." Fortunately, this student notified us in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had so much time to evacuate. While arranging various matters concerning the retreat, the head of the swordsman class glanced at the fainted clone for a moment, feeling the same doubts as the others, and also developing a sense of curiosity about the clone. While everyone was in a panic, Shen Xingyan, who had teleported back into the tent, began to recover his original energy and recharge the scarecrow in preparation for any unexpected situations that might occur during the retreat. As Shen Xingyan performed these actions, he observed and analyzed the current situation from the perspective of his new clone. Everything is progressing smoothly so far. All personnel should be evacuated soon. Judging from the current position and speed of the disaster relief force, there is still plenty of time to prepare for the evacuation. There is no rush here for now. However, there's one problem that needs to be solved. The token for entering and exiting the safe zone is still with the clone. Once the clone's existence expires, I can't afford to expose myself because of a token. As Shen Xingyan thought this, He also considered ways to salvage the situation. He instructed his unconscious clone to bury the sign discreetly under its body. I'll go and collect everything myself when we're in a panic during the evacuation. That way, this matter will be considered complete. Shen Xingyan thought to himself, feeling relieved. Shen Xingyan felt somewhat helpless about the fact that it took so much effort to notify someone of a danger. There's nothing I can do about it. I have so many secrets. While Shen Xingyan had everything arranged, things outside began to get chaotic. Those who had temporary spaces were fine. They packed their things very quickly. However, this caused great suffering for poor people like Shen Xingyan, who, while frantically packing his things, couldn't help but utter cries of lamentation. While Shen Xingyan was packing up her award certificate, Chu Wei burst in. Seeing that Shen Xingyan was already awake and packing, she was relieved. Shen Xingyan, don't bother with the unimportant things. You pack up first, I'll go check on the other team members. Once you're done packing, don't move and wait for me. As she spoke, Chu Wei quickly ran out, afraid that her team members might delay the evacuation because they were sleeping, so she had to go and notify them one by one. As Shen Xingyan stepped out of the tent and watched Chu Wei's hurried figure disappear into the distance, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. At this moment, most people are only concerned about themselves because they don't know if disaster will strike at any moment. People like Chu Wei, who are still concerned about their teammates, are indeed rare. At this moment, he also realized that his clone had been moved by the base personnel. While everyone else was focused on the clone, he followed Chu Wei's example and started running quickly within the safe zone. Pretending to notify a close classmate, he inadvertently passed by the place where the token was hidden. At the same time, he locked onto the token with his mental power and instantly put it into his spatial storage. After symbolically informing a few classmates, he went to the tent to wait for Chu Wei. Chapter 200, Good Luck? As Chu Wei and her team members arrived, the group quickly moved towards the vehicle. At this moment, it seemed as if everyone in the entire safe zone had gathered here, surrounded by fear, and they wanted to get on the vehicle and return to the base as soon as possible. Shen Xingyan, who was very clear about when the disaster would strike, pretended to be panicked on the surface, but was actually very calm inside. He made a token effort to squeeze in a few times, and then waited for the overall arrangements. Make way, make way. People from the central area haven't boarded yet. What's the rush? Push back. At this moment, an extremely loud voice rang out from the crowd, its tone filled with an arrogant attitude, as if it were saying something perfectly normal. The people in the central area had not anticipated this situation. According to their plan, the airship would not arrive until tomorrow. Even if they managed to get an airship to come over temporarily, it would be too late, so they had no choice but to return to base in a vehicle from the North District. However, the students from the North District, who had long disliked these people, retorted without hesitation. Why do you get on the bus first? Why don't you take your airship? You should leave the same way you came, you know? The students from the North District, all combat professionals, are in the prime of their youthful passion, yet they don't feel inferior to others. They all believe their future is full of limitless possibilities. This sentiment fueled their displeasure with the constant airships traveling to and from the central area to participate in the trials. Coupled with the arrogant remarks made by this person earlier, it immediately became a fuse, making the argument between the two sides even more intense and the scene even more chaotic. Fortunately, the chief swordsman was present at the scene. With a single thought from him, everyone felt a pressure being applied to them, as if their bodies had suddenly become much heavier. Could this be the domain power that professionals can unlock upon reaching level 50? If this power were to increase several times over, I'm afraid I would find it extremely difficult to move forward and become completely vulnerable to being slaughtered. In actual combat, it would be absolutely terrifying. Shen Xingyan, who was in the crowd, naturally felt the pressure as well. Based on his previous understanding, he guessed the origin of this power and knew that the advanced professionals had begun to take control of the situation. With the appearance of this force, the previously noisy scene fell silent. At this moment, the head of the sword masters began to speak. Everyone, get on the bus one by one as instructed by the guides. If there's another chaotic situation like before, none of you will be leaving. Let this disaster be your final test. The words of the advanced swordsman clearly had a great effect, since no one would doubt the words of a high-level professional. After seeing that the scene had become orderly, the guides in front of the cars also began their work. However, during the subsequent allocation process, the addition of people from the central area made the originally spacious carriages become crowded. What angered Chu Wei even more was that Shen Xingyan was not assigned to the same carriage as her. However, since it was a time of hasty evacuation, she only reminded Shen Xingyan to be careful before getting into the car, looking somewhat sullen. Shen Xingyan wasn't bothered by this. He could get back to the base in an hour or two at most. Besides, even without a vehicle, he could easily return to the base with his teleportation skill, so he didn't have to worry about safety at all. As the guides were assigned, Shen Xingyan was the first to board the second car. He casually found a spot and sat down, looking rather languid, with an expression that said, "I'm a professional in this business, and I've given up on myself." Pretending to be indifferent, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. However, what he had only intended to do was actually fall asleep. While he was sleeping, he felt a pleasant fragrance wafting around him, which made him sleep even more comfortably. However, with the arrival of this pleasant fragrance, the carriage, which should have been noisy and full of complaints, gradually became quiet. This caused Shen Xingyan, who was suddenly aware of the abnormal situation in his sleep, to slowly open his eyes, still somewhat drowsy. When he subconsciously looked toward the source of the fragrance, he suddenly realized that a stunningly beautiful woman was sitting next to him. Her beauty and aura made him instinctively move aside. When he looked up at the people around him again, he saw that they were all looking at him with expressions of amusement. At that moment, Shen Xingyan felt as if a million alpacas were stampeding through his heart. "God, are you messing with me? I was just a little careless, and you've put me through this ordeal. Are you afraid that I'll live too long and affect you? This girl is clearly a prodigy in the Central District. Even if she isn't, she's definitely a campus beauty, so she must have a ton of suitors. Since I'm sitting so close to her, won't the attention I've already received start to rise again? Why is it that my worst fears are coming true? The luck stat that's synchronized with the real world is really having an effect here. It's completely unnecessary." With this thought in mind, Shen Xingyan immediately stood up, wanting to stand outside, and gestured to the other students that he could switch places with them. However, when the people around him saw Shen Xingyan's gaze, they quickly looked away, their meaning clear. They just wanted to watch the show and didn't want to switch places with him. Seeing this situation, Shen Xingyan smiled bitterly to himself, but naturally, he wouldn't give up. He believed that no one could stop him from keeping a low profile, so he simply walked past the woman without saying a word, forcefully squeezed into the crowd, and acted as if he wanted to avoid her at all costs. After doing all this, Shen Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Doing this will make those suitors who know about this feel better, while also reducing my own presence." And this woman, whom everyone avoided like the plague, was none other than Han Ningxuang, the pride and beauty of the Central District, just as Shen Xingyan had guessed. Han Ningxuang was initially curious about the man beside her who was so carefree as to dare to sleep in such a situation. Moreover, he had never observed a boy so closely before, from childhood to adulthood. Just as she was getting curious, she saw the boy suddenly wake up, and his next actions made her feel deeply rejected. Chapter 2:01 Returning to the Base. "Hey, there's a seat over there. Why isn't anyone sitting down?" Just as Shen Xingyan was squeezing into the crowd, a person who had originally been carrying a backpack